Chapter 1, Picking Up a Stranger's Child. Shinjinian found a near-death human child and, after sending the baby to the hospital, it was discovered that the child suffered from a severe pheromone deficiency syndrome. They had to find the biological parents as soon as possible. The doctor squinted and looked at the identical appearance of both Shinjinian and the child and asked, "Is this really not your child?" It's a classic case of double-parent pheromone deficiency syndrome. After carefully reading the entire checkup report, the doctor reached an unpleasant conclusion: the baby hasn't felt the pheromones of its parents for too long, which is why he has been running a fever, restless, and crying non-stop. He adjusted his old-fashioned reading glasses on the bridge of his nose and repeatedly studied the nearly identical faces of the adult and the child. Baffled, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why is there a lack of parental pheromones? Isn't this child yours?" Shinjinian's beautiful almond eyes immediately widened in anger. The words of the doctor had struck him hard, making his temples throb. He wanted nothing more than to take out his ID card right then and there to prove himself. "I am an alpha, I don't have that natural function." "Could it be that you're omega?" "Uncle." Shinjinian quickly interrupted to stop the doctor from tarnishing his integrity. "I have always been morally upright. This child is one I picked up on the street. As heaven and earth bear witness, this is truly the case." There couldn't be any truer statement than that. Just as Shinjinian finished speaking, the clinic door burst open. A group of police officers dressed in uniforms entered with serious expressions, their presence righteous. The leading officer swept his eyes around the room before demanding loudly, "Who reported finding an abandoned infant?" Shinjinian hesitantly raised his hand. "It was me, I called the police." He quickly lifted the little baby who was biting his fingers while sobbing quietly in his arms, saying, "Police uncle, this is the abandoned baby I found." Everyone turned toward the sound, several pairs of intense eyes focusing simultaneously on Shinjinian. The air pressure in the room suddenly dropped, becoming heavier. The police officers glanced between Shinjinian and the baby clutching tightly to his clothes. They were almost identical in appearance, and their relationship was clear without any explanation needed. Unconsciously, everyone's facial expressions relaxed. However, the police still maintained their stern demeanor and criticized Shinjinian with a frown. "Mr. Handsome, if you waste police resources again next time, there will be official criticism." "I didn't." Shinjinian stood up instantly, gripping the armpits of the little baby to raise him high for the policeman to see. "This kid really belongs to no one." Papa. The little one seemed to have understood Shinjinian's vicious accusation and immediately started wailing, struggling to bury into Shinjinian's arms, looking like a wronged child seeking paternal comfort. Shinjinian. Good kid, deliberately extorting him. "You see, the child knows how to call father," the policeman chuckled, slapping Shinjinian's shoulder kindly while advising him, "Even if you two are having marital disputes, don't think of discarding the child." Shinjinian's handsome face almost turned into a bitter gourd. "I haven't graduated from university yet, never married, this is not my child." "The law won't sanction you as long as you register the marriage certificate and birth certificate promptly," the policeman assured him. Shinjinian. Well explained, no need for another lecture. Now, he would use 100 mouths to explain, and it wouldn't suffice. Shinjinian wanted to say something further, "This really isn't." But someone cut him off first. The police tone softened considerably, consoling him, "We've already investigated the location you pointed out when you reported the incident, but we didn't find traces of anyone abandoning the child on that road. You should take the child home early if there's no issue, don't let your family worry." "But police uncle, All done. If there are family conflicts, resolve them at the police station. After seeing the doctor, go home quickly. The child is young and can't be apart from the mother." After counseling Shinjinian, they excused themselves citing busy official duties and swiftly left, unwilling to play house any longer. Left alone was Shinjinian, stuck with an inextricable little burden in the clinic, feeling disheveled. The doctor wore a look that read, "I told you so." As he kept exclaiming, "Oh my," he briskly prescribed some medicine on the computer, saying, "Pheromone deficiency generally has no specific medication treatment, providing sufficient parental pheromones is all the child needs. I've helped you prescribe some nutritional supplements containing trace elements, give it to the baby once a day." Shinjinian accepted the situation with a rather fatalistic attitude, "Prescribe away, get the most expensive and best ones. New paragraph starts here." In any case, every penny he spent on the little brat now would be returned 1,000-fold to its real father in due time. Since no one was helping him look for the parents, he would do it himself. With seething resentment, Shinjinian paid the fee, collected the medicine, and left the hospital with the baby snugly tucked under his arm like a kitten. He wasn't pleased at all. By the roadside, he hailed a taxi straight to his rented house. The baby seemed to know Shinjinian didn't particularly like it, so it stayed obediently curled up in his arms all the way, clutching the hem of his clothes tightly with its chubby little hand. Its bright eyes never left Shinjinian, as if afraid that once they blinked, he would disappear again. Shinjinian had no choice but to comply as he carried the baby and struggled to open the door. Thankfully, he had rented this place to study instead of living with his family, otherwise, showing up with a random child might just get him beaten to death by his parents at age 20. He gently laid the child on the bed in the bedroom. It seemed to sense the pheromones nearby. The baby crawled over to Shinjinyan's pillow, clinging to it with both hands and feet like a little sloth, greedily absorbing the pheromones left behind, much like a traveler trapped in a desert, finally finding a spring of water after reaching their thirst limit. Do you enjoy the smell of my pheromones? The baby gleefully rubbed its chubby face against the pillow, red from crying. It looked pitiful yet adorable as it cooed, W.A. Shinjinyan was shocked. Biology books stated that young children were only sensitive to their parents' pheromones. How could it possibly like the smell of his? He sniffed himself, detecting the scent of strawberry ice cream. Case closed. No human infant could resist such a smell. As Shinjinyan watched the baby happily rub against his pillow, he turned to head toward the fridge for a drink to quench his thirst. But before he'd taken a single step out of the room, a loud wailing alarm echoed in his ears immediately. The little kid started crying and struggled to crawl to the edge of the bed, attempting to climb down and chase after him. Shinjinyan hadn't expected this child couldn't be away from him even for a minute. Irritated, he quickly gathered his stuffed toys, used bedding, and worn clothes and made them into a makeshift nest for the baby. Watching the baby laugh joyfully while hugging his toy, Shinjinyan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, he had time to call reinforcements. 15 minutes later, his buddy Chenhan arrived at lightning speed. Shinjinyan said there was an urgent matter to discuss, but as soon as Chenhan entered, he saw Shinjinyan sprawled out on the couch. He instantly flared up, "Alright, what's so urgent?" Shinjinyan pointed weakly at his bedroom with a stiff arm, "It's inside." Full of doubts, Chenhan sidestepped Shinjinyan and went straight to the bedroom door. At the sight of clothes and toys scattered messily around the room, he couldn't help shouting, "Did your place get robbed?" Shinjinyan responded listlessly, "Kind of." Even scammers could be considered thieves. As he spoke, he parted through layers of intertwined clothes to dig out a baby with milky soft skin. "You don't have class this afternoon, right? Help me take care of him." When Chenhan recognized the child's appearance, his legs trembled so violently he nearly lost balance. Swallowing hard, he shifted his gaze from the baby's face to Shinjinyan's, earnestly persuading him, "Jinyan, even though Gu Yan is your arch-nemesis, who always has the upper hand making you miserable, we shouldn't resort to kidnapping his son, right? The child is innocent, Jinyan." Shinjinyan. Chapter 2, Confronting Gu Yan head-on and getting teased instead. Shinjinyan examined carefully. She scrutinized the little brat from head to toe but couldn't see any resemblance to that annoying Gu Yan. Her friend forcibly turned the child's face and shoved it right in front of her, "Look carefully." Shinjinyan narrowed her eyes, supporting her chin as she scrutinized him closely. "Are his and Gu Yan's eyebrows both hanging over two eggs?" "No. Look at these eyebrows and this mouth, they look exactly like Gu Yan's." The boy was so astonished his jaw hung open for a long time. "Isn't he really Gu Yan's illegitimate child?" After hearing her friend's thoughts, Shinjinyan seemed influenced too. She picked up the child again, studying his innocent little face. The more she looked, the more she thought he resembled Gu Yan. The more she saw, the angrier she became until her teeth were gritted fiercely. "I hope so. Then I can expose him publicly, denounce him, and see how he pretends to be an innocent school grass. However, Jinyan, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not." Although it wasn't a kind word. After thinking it over from all angles, she still believed that as a good sister, one shouldn't hide such things from another good sister. "In fact, I think this kid's appearance actually looks a bit like you." From the moment they entered the room, there had been some similarity, but fearing that Shinjinyan, the hot-headed young miss, might lash out, she opted for the easier conclusion that the child resembled Gu Yan. Sure enough, Shinjinyan hurled a teddy bear pillow with all her anger directly at her head. "Get lost. Even if starved to death or jumping down from here, she would absolutely never have a child with Gu Yan. Besides, she was an alpha." Chenhan softly reminded her, "Why not go do a paternity test? Paternity tests are very expensive. My money doesn't grow on trees." Spending several $1,000s just to confirm what she already knows about some random little brat, she wasn't a big philanthropist after all. "You take care of him for a day first. I'll figure out ways to find his parents." After finishing speaking, Shinjinyan didn't feel like exchanging words further. She hastily shoved the child into someone else's arms and grabbed her bag to head off to school. She said she was going to class, but in reality, her mind was completely preoccupied with the child. As a clean-cut young man with impeccable family background, there was no way he could keep raising other people's children forever. He needed to find a way to locate the parents of this little brat. Lost in thought during the entire journey, Shinjinyan barely made it to the classroom right before class started. Looking around, the classroom was already full of students, leaving only the front row seat for her. Shinjinyan didn't mind, sitting anywhere was the same to her. However, the person sitting next to that seat happened to be her sworn nemesis, Gu Yan. Shinjinyan's gaze swept past him. Gu Yan was just looking at her at that moment. Their eyes met, and it felt like an electric current sparking instant tension, emitting sharp animosity between them. Gu Yan slightly curled the corner of his lips, leisurely tilting his head toward her with an unreadable expression. It was obvious without needing to guess, those deep, black pupils were surely filled with mockery and smugness. But she wouldn't act coy either, choosing instead to sit confidently beside Gu Yan. Meeting your archenemy, one cannot lose in terms of presence. Just as she took her seat, whispers and gossip spread simultaneously around her from all sides. She couldn't hear clearly. But the Omega sitting directly behind her voice managed to reach her ears intermittently. The results of the 10th campus grass-style voting have been announced. Shinjinian pricked up her ears. Every year before, it was always Gu Yan who narrowly outpaced Shinjinian by a few votes, but this year. Shinjinian's heart jolted slightly. What happened this year? Did Gu Yan finally miss out on the crown? Did the students finally realize that Shinjinian was like a pearl hidden under dust? Shinjinian grew increasingly excited, even though he didn't particularly care about the random voting. As long as he could surpass Gu Yan, it would indeed count as a proud moment for Shinjinian. He straightened up, subtly leaning back while propping up his ears to listen to every single word of the Omega's gossip. Who would have thought that this year, Gu Yan got 100 more votes than Shinjinian? Shinjinian. Fine. You've mastered the art of suspenseful build-up. Furious, his face flushed red. Immediately afterward, he heard a laugh so faint it was almost imperceptible coming from beside him. Shinjinian could recognize the sound with her eyes closed. It was definitely someone. A sharp glare immediately shot toward Gu Yan. What are you laughing at? When Gu Yan turned his head, his face bore no expressions, as if what had just occurred was merely Shinjinian's illusion. Shinjinian kicked him under the table and asked irritably once again, Gu Yan, do you look down on me? Gu Yan frowned in confusion. Huh? Stop pretending. Are you not ecstatic about surpassing me in every way? Bringing this up made him incredibly irritated. He was the second oldest in his family, with an older brother inheriting the family business, a cherished little lord who would be given the moon if he asked for the stars. A powerful double S-class alpha, every shining spotlight had always been on him since childhood. Who knew that the moment he stepped into university, he was immediately overshadowed by Gu Yan? He carefully selected a set of designer clothes, drove an expensive car to make a high-profile entrance, but then all attention was stolen by Gu Yan, who wore a simple white shirt and carried a urea bag. Even that day, someone had already started voting in a head-to-head match between them. Pampered arrogant rich second son versus cold handsome male college student. The result wasn't about popularity, it was declared that Shinjinian was better suited as Zero. Thus it became arrogant rich second son 0x cool handsome male student 1. Some even produced 200,000-word passionate fanfiction based on them. While Shinjinian was enraged half to death, Gu Yan secretly liked and collected these novels at night, although quickly cancelled. Yet, it was still spotted by classmates burning midnight oil. This constituted a naked insult. And thus their enmity began, especially when Gu Yan inexplicably tried to help him by adding votes which actually disqualified his competition prize, leaving Shinjinian perpetually as the perennial second. The golden precious young lord was crushed by Gu Yan in every respect, with his dignity trampled on. His reminiscence was interrupted by a calm voice, no. What do you mean, no? Shinjinian had long forgotten what he'd asked. No, I haven't surpassed you, said Gu Yan. But I'm happy. Shinjinian looked at him in confusion. Happy about what? In the clear black pupils of Gu Yan, Shinjinian's tiny reflection appeared, looking sincere yet warm. His body subtly moved closer until their shoulders were almost brushing each other, skin touching skin. Though both alphas, being so close. He could even smell the cedar information scent emanating from Gu Yan, faintly circling around his nose. It stirred Shinjinian's own pheromones into restless heat. With an uneasy glance, Shinjinian dodged uncomfortably, you're too close. Don't get near me. Gu Yan's lips quivered slightly as he murmured softly, I'm happy because you're talking to me. Shinjinian, disgusting. Go die now. There was a reason why he detested Gu Yan. What kind of aloof arrogant grass king didn't care about human sentiments? Clearly full of himself. Shinjinian sneered once, are you really focusing on such childish posts now, Gu Yan? You've regressed to just wanting to be some school prince. After saying this, he paused for a moment. Shinjinian suddenly felt enlightened, as though struck by inspiration. If they could post threads and vote for silly campus grass titles, couldn't he use the internet to find the parents of the little brat? Since the child was left near the university, specifically chosen in a blind spot of surveillance cameras, there was a big possibility that nearby residents had abandoned it. By filtering bit by bit, he should surely find something. Deciding to take action, Shinjinian decided to start with the pheromone trail. Cautiously taking out his phone, he hid under the table and typed furiously. Willing to pay highly for used Omega clothing, immediate payment upon receipt. After sending it, he felt something off, so added another line. I'm not close. Once finished, Shinjinian nervously tucked away his phone, subconsciously glancing towards the lectern. Only after confirming the teacher hadn't noticed his wandering mind did he exhale in relief. But completely unaware, Gu Yan beside him had silently observed his entire little stunt. The man's eyes darkened. Chapter 3, Mistaken as a couple while shopping with Gu Yan in the baby store. Shinjinian's post quickly went viral. Even though he noted that he wasn't a pervert, those words implied something else altogether. Many omegas flooded into his post to curse his behavior, and even panicked at the thought that there might be such lewd alphas in their schools. Shinjinian was deeply hurt by the word lewd. He made up some excuse saying that he needed the residual pheromones for chemical research related to his graduation thesis, and hoped everyone could help. He spoke very sincerely, and even attached an image of a kitten bowing its head at the end. This made many omegas slightly let down their guard, and they sent their old clothes to the designated place just for fun. In just 2 short days, he received more than 30 pieces of clothing. Shinjinian, overwhelmed, hired a monthly nanny who took care of the child while also helping him receive packages. The living room was crammed full. Shinjinian carried out the little bunny who had just woken up, still groggy, from the bedroom. He pointed to the pile of clothes in front of them. The baby looked confused. Woo-wah. Shinjinian, sniff, which one belongs to your father? The little one wouldn't let go of Shinjinian's sleeve, burrowing his bottom into Shinjinian's embrace as if the stack of clothes in front of him were a ferocious flood. Shinjinian lifted the child up by the back of his collar. I'm working hard to find your dad, so don't act dumb here, pretending not to understand. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the little bunny was unceremoniously tossed into the pile of clothes. Confusedly subjected to such rough treatment by Shinjinian and surrounded by many unfamiliar pheromones, the baby's sense of security, so painstakingly built, disappeared in an instant. Intense sadness instantly welled up in his heart. The baby pouted, his large round eyes filling with tears almost instantly. He cried, stretching out his little hands for comfort, "Whoa, papa." Shinjinian had no choice but to pick up the child again. You don't like any of these pheromones? Mua. The baby buried his chubby little face in Shinjinian's chest, smearing all his tears on the boy's high-end 4-digit suit shirt while clinging to his arm and inhaling Shinjinian's pheromones in great gulps. Clearly this little rabbit wasn't sensitive to these strange pheromones. But it was still addicted to him. Shinjinian, irritated, pinched his eyebrows lightly, releasing a little pheromone to envelop the baby. The little guy immediately brightened up, kicking his chubby legs happily. Fuma. Shinjinian pinched the baby's cheek. What garbage genes must have produced you this natural dogskin plaster? After Auntie Moon finished the formula, she immediately took the baby from Shinjinian's arms. Young Mr. Shen, we're running out of baby formula. With the weather unstable recently, we should buy more diaper pads and diapers to stock up. Shinjinian glanced at the clock. Alright, I'll go buy some now. Bring an umbrella. This June weather can change in the blink of an eye. Shinjinian waved dismissively. There's still sun outside. The forecast said it would rain tomorrow. Auntie Moon was only giving advice, she didn't persist since the employer had his own ideas. After finishing speaking, Shinjinian grabbed the keys and left. His rented apartment was near the university, but surprisingly, there was no baby store nearby. Shinjinian had to take a taxi for 3 or 5 kilometers before finding a large mall. As soon as he got out of the car, a familiar figure appeared in his vision. Shinjinian. Shinjinian turned around towards the sound behind him, and immediately saw Gu Yan pushing a shared bicycle. The other party preempted him by asking, "Why are you here?" Shinjinian crossed his arms and looked over Gu Yan from top to bottom. "Is it your family's store? Are you the only one allowed here?" "I'm delivering goods." After completing his order delivery trip, Gu Yan then redirected his gaze back onto Shinjinian. "And you?" "I." He looked down at his own feet that had already stepped halfway into the baby store. It seemed impossible to lie about passing by. Shinjinian coughed twice. "I adopted a puppy, and I'm buying milk powder." "Gu Yan, pets need specialized goat milk powder. You probably came to the wrong place." Shinjinian, feeling criticized again, suddenly grew annoyed and scared. "Who cares what milk powder I buy? It's not like it's for your kid. So fussy. And nosy." Gu Yan didn't say anything more, simply following behind Shinjinian into the store to check out. After collecting his salary, Gu Yan noticed that Shinjinian was indeed deep in thought in front of the baby formula shelf. Gu Yan approached him quickly and asked, "How old is your puppy?" Shinjinian was lost in his own world and didn't realize Gu Yan had already stood behind him, responding faster than his brain could catch up. "The doctor said it's already 6 months. Gu Yan pointed to the middle shelf. "It can drink stage 2 formula." Shinjinian swiftly grabbed several buckets and threw them into the shopping cart. Then he suddenly became alert and looked back, only to see Gu Yan standing right behind him, even giving familiar purchasing advice. Shinjinian instinctively panicked. You don't misunderstand. I'm buying this for a dog." Gu Yan completely ignored him. "Does the dog need diapers? Are you going to buy them?" Shinjinian answered without hesitation, "Buy." After the words fell, Shinjinian followed Gu Yan and switched over to the diaper shelves, picking out the most comfortable and expensive option before tossing it into the cart. Finally, the two wandered to the clothing area, where Shinjinian was stopped dead in his tracks by the cute pink baby clothes. He could even imagine how adorable the little puppy would look wearing one of these outfits. A sharp-eyed sales associate noticed the pair of young handsome men browsing baby clothes and warmly rushed over. "Would the two gentlemen like to add some summer wear for the baby? We just got a new shipment today, so please come take a look. The moment Shinjinian heard this, he broke out in goosebumps all over. I'm not with him. The sales associate gave an odd look towards Gu Yen. Gu Yen politely raised the corners of his mouth into a faint smile that seemed particularly bitter. She understood. She completely understood. This was a newlywed couple having a quarrel, wasn't it? She'd seen it countless times. The sales associate immediately changed her tone. No problem, if you like something, feel free to browse. We have clothes for babies from 0 to 12 months. As she spoke, she didn't give them a chance to leave, quickly following up with another question. How old is your baby? Gu Yen answered before Shinjinian could. 6 months. Shinjinian glared at him silently, forming silent words with his lips. You're insane. Had he really given him permission to answer for him? Now there was no way Shinjinian could explain himself clear of this mess. Shinjinian threw in the towel and followed the sales associate into the showroom. Just as Gu Yen was about to follow, Shinjinian pointed a finger at his nose, holding him outside the area. You, do not enter. Caught mid-step, the young man awkwardly retracted the foot he had already started to lift. The sales associate covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. The two of you really have great chemistry. Hearing this, Shinjinian nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. Never, never. From the first time they met, they had been tearing each other apart without any compromise. Their relationship was anything but harmonious, they couldn't even stand each other. It was truly hard to accept such unwarranted praise with a clear conscience. Chapter 4, the two of them trapped in a sudden shower. Shinjinian came out and Gu Yen was still waiting at the same spot. The guide was surprised for a moment, then immediately looked at Gu Yen and Shinjinian with an ambiguous gaze that lingered like syrup. The expression clearly meant, I found another reason to ship you too. Shinjinian felt like he was about to go insane. He was too lazy to explain. Shopping had already taken 3 hours, his exercise limit for the day had been completely exceeded, and he urgently needed to go home and lie down to restore his energy. Fortunately, this little thing called Gu Yen had good judgment and stepped forward to help carry the shopping bags. Shinjinian handed over all the bags to Gu Yen without any hesitation. A fool is one who does not take advantage of such opportunities. Still, his mouth was as stubborn as ever. I will not thank you. Gu Yen, as expected. When has Shinjinian ever said a word of thanks to him? The atmosphere between the two of them grew silent again, the air pressure within 3 meters around them seemed lower than elsewhere, and there was even an invisible barrier somewhere. People in the mall were even circling around them. Shinjinian and Gu Yen quickly headed towards the mall's exit, but as soon as Shinjinian took a step outside the gate, he was nearly knocked off his feet by a sudden strong wind. Outside, the sky had unknowingly changed. Dark clouds gathered and gloom set in abruptly. The gale swept through the city along with the heavy rain. Umbrellas were blown away by the violent wind, shared bicycles were scattered haphazardly on the roadside, and the severe weather had trapped both of them inside the mall. Shinjinian retreated indoors and decided to use his phone to call a car to take him home. But he didn't expect the queue to be scheduled all the way up to 2 hours later, and there wasn't even a guarantee that he'd get a ride. He tried several apps, and they all showed the same situation. Just as Shinjinian was getting anxious, Gu Yen walked past him, tilted his head, and stared at the weather outside for a while in deep thought. After regaining his composure, Gu Yen indicated a direction to Shinjinian with his eyes. Shinjinian, there's a hotel 300 meters northwest of here. Shinjinian immediately abandoned this idea, normal people don't bring their ID when they go shopping. Gu Yen added, to the right of the hotel, there's also a 24-hour convenience store. Shinjinian firmly refused, I am absolutely not spending the night there. Not to mention whether the shop manager would allow them to hide from the rain overnight, even if allowed, Shinjinian wouldn't stay. There's no bed, no chair, sitting on the floor like a beggar. Gu Yen turned around and looked meaningfully at Shinjinian from above. Finally giving him a choice, behind the convenience store, there's a lane. Straight ahead 100 meters is my place. Shinjinian, your place. Gu Yen, my rented house. Shinjinian appeared hesitant on the surface, but actually started analyzing the pros and cons rapidly in his mind. If he insisted on taking a taxi, he would likely have to wait 2 or 3, or possibly 4 to 5 hours. Nearby, there were no restaurants, no rest areas, and once the mall closed, he'd have to look for somewhere else. If he went home with Gu Yen. Why did Gu Yen invite him home? Would he invite someone he disliked, his archenemy, home to spend the night? Certainly not. Did Gu Yen have some ulterior motive against him? Was it because of his youth and beauty? Or was it because of his delicate and soft appearance? Shinjinian became increasingly shocked as he thought. Gu Yen quietly observed the unpredictable changes in Shinjinian's facial expression and couldn't resist reminding him, are you coming? Shinjinian tilted his head back and stared straight into the other person's eyes as he tested, you're so kind as to invite me home. Gu Yen, because I'm going home. Bringing one more person, like carrying a stray cat or dog, made no difference. Shinjinian appeared to be in deep thought, but in reality, after faking deliberation for 2 seconds, he coughed twice and said ambiguously, okay. After all, they are both alphas. Even if Gu Yan had any funny ideas, his integrity wouldn't be compromised. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan didn't rush to the door but instead returned to the mall, asking the staff for a supersized cardboard box that had once contained powdered milk. He then dug 2 large holes on one side of the wide paperboard, placing it upside down. Just as Shinjinian was puzzled about what he intended to do, Gu Yan suddenly placed the cardboard box upside down over Shinjinian's head, the 2 large holes exposing just his eyes. Shinjinian. Ah. 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 He was the noble young master of high society. This troublemaker, Gu Yan, dared to ruin his sophisticated style. Right as Shinjinian was about to angrily throw off the cardboard box, Gu Yan suddenly grabbed his wrist and explained, comforting him, "It's raining too hard outside. We need to shield ourselves from the rain." Shinjinian asked unhappily, "This ugly thing, why don't you wear it?" Gu Yan lifted the heavily loaded baby formula and diapers. "I don't have a free hand." Shinjinian took a deep breath, then abruptly grabbed the edge of Gu Yan's clothes and yanked him closer, their shoulders suddenly pressed tightly together. In that instant, Gu Yan felt everything go dark. The large cardboard box had somehow also covered his head, with only the 2 holes allowing Shinjinian's eyes to remain exposed. Through muffled sounds, Gu Yan could hear Shinjinian's proud mutter in his ear. "This humiliation you will endure today, it's mine to share." Before Gu Yan had time to protest, Shinjinian left no room for second-guessing. He forcefully dragged Gu Yan into the torrential rain. Worried that Gu Yan wouldn't be able to see clearly and lose the rhythm, Shinjinian grasped one of his arms while firmly holding onto the edge of the cardboard box. Like fools under the storm, they sprinted across the zebra crossing with the paper box precariously on their heads. They finally darted into a narrow alley behind the convenience store where Shinjinian threw off the cardboard box. Leading the way, Gu Yan guided them both through an old residential complex, eventually reaching a dilapidated building tucked away in a corner. Thankfully, the house itself was not messy. The moment they stepped into the home, Shinjinian let out a sigh of relief. Gu Yan increased the heating a bit more, then rummaged through the wardrobe to fetch a bathrobe for Shinjinian. Take a hot shower, or catching a cold might be unavoidable after getting soaked. Shinjinian accepted the robe, but when he caught a whiff of faint pheromones lingering on it, his expression changed. "Did you wear this?" Gu Yan replied nonchalantly, "Worn once. No new ones available." Shinjinian hesitated briefly but forced down the uneasiness brewing inside. He'd rather wear Gu Yan's slightly used bathrobe than put up with his damp, sticky clothes. A real man knows how to bend without breaking. Gu Yan reminded him, "Bathrooms to your right, water temperature is already adjusted. Use the pink strawberry-scented shower gel." Shinjinian murmured in acknowledgement but blushed faintly as another thought struck him. "Ah. Gu Yan, do you happen to have that thing?" Gu Yan paused for a moment, seemingly startled, then replied apologetically, "I personally am not very sexually driven, so I haven't purchased that." Shinjinian's face burned bright red. "What I meant was clean underwear. My clothes are all wet. Some hearts just see dirt everywhere." "Oops," Gu Yan allowed himself a subtle smirk, "no new ones. Only my used ones." "Alright," Shinjinian muttered again to himself, deciding yet again that a true man endures hardship, even if it means airing out someone else's worn underwear before wearing it. With that, Shinjinian ended their conversation and headed into the bathroom alone. As soon as he entered, however, he froze. It wasn't entirely his perception. The scent of pheromones in the bathroom was unmistakably stronger, far denser and more overwhelming than outside, as if Gu Yan himself stood next to him emitting massive amounts of these pheromones. And what was more perplexing, Shinjinian detected something strange about Gu Yan's pheromones. Ordinarily, alpha-level pheromones would trigger feelings of aversion or outright suppression towards those emitted by fellow alphas. Yet, here was Shinjinian, a double S-ranked alpha, detecting Gu Yan's pheromones and instead of rejection. Instead, he found himself feeling inexplicably drawn. Drawn to submit. Chapter 5, Your place is so hot. Sick. Shinjinian thought he must be crazy to have any feeling towards Gu Yan's pheromones. And he's not an omega. Gu Yan himself was annoying, and his pheromones were even worse. Shinjinian shook his head, trying to quickly banish the messy thoughts from his mind. After washing up, he hurriedly put on Gu Yan's sleeping robe and left the bathroom with a red face as if he was fleeing. But in his haste, his eyes didn't serve him well, and upon exiting the bathroom, he slammed right into Gu Yan who happened to be passing by. Shinjinian felt the world go black before he crashed hard into someone's arms. His poor nose had collided painfully. "Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Yan held Shinjinian by the shoulders. The small alpha was much shorter, looking dazed as he fell into the embrace, his cheeks flushed pink with a tender innocence. Shinjinian, holding his throbbing nose tightly, had tears brimming in his eyes. He hastily avoided Gu Yan's touch. Gu Yan then retracted his hands and slightly lowered his head, gazing at Shinjinian's crown. After enduring the pain, Shinjinian gasped for breath and looked up to reproach Gu Yan, "Your bathroom is full of pheromone smells." Enveloped tightly by that cypress scent, Shinjinian nearly suffocated. Sorry, Gu Yan's eyes evaded Shen Jinyan's gaze as though a secret had been uncovered. The weather wasn't good today, and I couldn't ventilate the room. Shen Jinyan wasn't entirely unreasonable either, as he calmed the discomfort while pressing against his chest. Where am I sleeping tonight? Gu Yan gestured sideways and pointed to the room behind him. That's the bedroom. You take the bed, I'll take the couch. Shen Jinyan was somewhat surprised. If Gu Yan weren't malicious, he actually had a decent personality. To offer the bed to such an arch-rival. Shen Jinyan considered himself no pampered prince, and since Gu Yan had shown him kindness, he resolved to reciprocate in the same manner. No need, I'll sleep on the couch. Gu Yan appraised Shen Jinyan top to bottom, clad in his wide and loose sleep robe. Every slight movement revealed glimpses of a pale chest through the collar. Even worse, Shen Jinyan appeared to be defenseless. He hesitated, asking, "Are you sure about your decision?" Initially planning to sleep, Shen Jinyan suddenly changed his mind after detecting something unsettling in Gu Yan's gaze. "No, I'll take the bed." He tossed and turned a lot during sleep, and the sofa gave him absolutely no sense of security. Gu Yan offered, "I've changed the sheets and covers on the bed. If you're tired, you can rest now." "Appreciate it, I'll transfer the accommodation fee to you soon." Stretching lazily, Shen Jinyan proceeded directly toward Gu Yan's room. Upon opening the door, Shen Jinyan was rather astonished. He knew that Gu Yan's financial situation was strained, barely surviving while studying and working part-time. But Shen Jinyan truly never imagined how simplistic Gu Yan's room was. Apart from a bed and wardrobe, there were no other furnishings. Plopping down on the bed with a thud, the hard mattress made his back ache unbearably. Even alphas don't have to be so strict with themselves. Is Gu Yan a special forces soldier? Shen Jinyan mumbled complaints, deciding internally to lower tonight's accommodation fee to 50 yuan. Just then, he realized he hadn't brought his phone over. Shen Jinyan had no choice but to return to the table to retrieve it. Passing through the living room, he caught sight of Gu Yan preparing to bathe in the bathroom. Without thinking, he glanced a few times longer than necessary. Suddenly, he heard faint male groans, deep and sexy, definitely Gu Yan's voice. Struck like thunder, Shen Jinyan froze momentarily. Fellow citizens, he finally understood why the bathroom reeked of such potent pheromones. Shen Jinyan instantly flushed bright red, stealthily tiptoeing back into the bedroom from the living room. And then buried himself entirely under the blanket. Ah. Gu Yan. How dare Gu Yan? After having just bathed in the same bathroom and leaving remnants of his own pheromones, how could the person not find it off-putting? Shen Jinyan became increasingly alarmed as thoughts compounded. While fervently chanting, Amichuofo, he forcibly closed his eyes, striving to empty his mind. However, he couldn't help but imagine Gu Yan more vividly in his mind. Wearing a wet shirt, the thin fabric soaked completely adhered to his skin, revealing hints of flesh tones, clearly outlining firm, strong abdominal muscles. Suddenly, Gu Yan's scorching hand grabbed his wrist, his voice hoarse. "Is it beautiful? Would you like to feel it?" Shen Jinyan wanted to evade, but his body wouldn't obey. His hand was guided by Gu Yan, gradually touching those tantalizing abs. Shen Jinyan felt utterly abashed. To make matters worse, Gu Yan had moved his mouth close to his ear, whispering temptingly with warm breath and a deep magnetic voice, "Do you like it, Nian Nian?" It would be a lie to say he didn't. Shen Jinyan's practice for 2 years had never been as perfect as what he saw on this arch-rival now. The first touch made Shen Jinyan want more. But before long, he found that Gu Yan's skin grew hotter, his voice deeper, his gaze cloudier, his desire more apparent. Shen Jinyan pulled back in time, preparing to retract his hand from Gu Yan's abs. But the man turned out to be quicker. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Shen Jinyan's wrist and forced him to stay. "If you like, I can spare some time tonight to teach you how to exercise. How does that sound?" "No way." Shen Jinyan knew that the plot was going awry, and struggled fiercely in Gu Yan's arms to escape the man's control. Unexpectedly, this alpha had much greater strength than he did. "Let me go, Gu Yan." As Gu Yan's impeccably handsome face gradually loomed closer, just a centimeter away from his own, Shen Jinyan suddenly screamed and abruptly woke up from the dream. He narrowly escaped danger. Cold sweat broke out on Shen Jinyan's temples, and he lay stunned in bed, clutching his chest as he took a few deep breaths of cool air. But his head felt heavy and dizzy, the discomfort in his chest remained, and his whole body became increasingly hot and weak. Shen Jinyan turned over and lay on his side. Hugging the quilt given by Gu Yan, he could still smell the leftover cypress scent. For a moment, the heat all over his body subsided, as if in the midst of fierce flames he had obtained a handful of freezing snow. Unfortunately, it was but a drop in the bucket. Soon he felt hotter than ever, far exceeding what he had experienced before. Unbuttoning his collar and letting in the cool breeze brought no relief. The heat left him powerless to think, and his body seemed to be losing control. Shen Jinyan mustered all his strength and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Gu Yan." After the second hand rotated twice, the bedroom door finally opened. Shen Jinyan had already messed up his clothes completely. His usual arrogance was nowhere to be seen. Tears mixed with grievance danced in his beautiful almond eyes, and his tone was soft and sticky. Your house is so hot. Gu Yan subconsciously looked back at the kitchen. I've already turned off the heater. It's still so hot. Shen Jinian touched his burning face, feeling wronged as he pleaded on the bed, turn on the air conditioner for me. Gu Yan sensed something wasn't right. How could it be hot on such a rainy day? He quickly stepped into the room and frowned. Besides being hot, do you have any other feelings? Shen Jinian, I feel weak. Gu Yan pressed further, anything else? Shen Jinian hugged the quilt with all four limbs and sniffed a puff of pheromones. His eyes filled with tears like a delicate omega. What else? There was also. There's a little bit of that. Chapter 6, Are you sick? Gu Yan's ear roots turned red in silence, and she coughed twice to cover her embarrassment. Is it your sensitive period again? After analyzing for a long time, Shen Jinian finally shook his head, appearing unusually obedient during his state of confusion. My next sensitive period is 2 months from now. So this situation was clearly unexpected. The two were at a loss what to do. Gu Yan looked at the heavy rain outside. There was no way they could go to the hospital. Shen Jinian felt extremely unwell, as if trapped in an airless closed space, struggling to breathe, feeling scorched inside. Suddenly, he grabbed Gu Yan's hand. Do you have any backup suppressant? Gu Yan hesitated for a moment. My suppressant won't work for you. Shen Jinian immediately felt wronged. You don't want to give me some, you're so stingy. Gu Yan couldn't explain to him, nor could she explain it. She could only first fetch a glass of plain water for Shen Jinian to drink. Not sure if it was due to proper hydration, when Gu Yan looked at Shen Jinian again, she found big tears rolling down from his eyes. Gu Yan. Shen Jinian's consciousness was swallowed up. The proud alpha under the influence of his sensitive period inadvertently revealed a concealed gentleness and vulnerability. He willingly climbed onto Gu Yan's arm. The rich strawberry-scented alpha pheromones permeated the air, enticingly inviting. Gu Yan obviously lost herself somewhat under the fiery allure of the pheromones, losing control of her own gland, releasing a bit of cedar scent. Shen Jinian keenly smelled the aroma emanating from Gu Yan. Like rain strands fluttering over burning fire, though the effect was minimal, Shen Jinian found that it had a cooling effect. Arching his body, he burrowed into Gu Yan's embrace, resting his head on her lap with blurred tear-filled eyes, tentatively requesting the man. Do you still have pheromones? Your pheromones. They smell good. Can you give me a little more? Carefully, Gu Yan released a small amount of pheromones. Shen Jinian took deep breaths, shedding his tears like a newborn, whispering, it's not enough yet. Don't be greedy. The man cautiously gave. He rarely emitted pheromones around others, and he couldn't judge how much Shen Jinian could handle at this moment. Such cautious behavior strongly dissatisfied the alpha in his arms. You're too stingy. Shen Jinian rubbed his cheek against Gu Yan's palm with teary eyes pleading, can I have a little more please? I beg you. Gu Yan's Adam's apple bobbed. He had never imagined Shen Jinian would use such flattering tricks. But it was particularly effective on him. The cedar fragrance grew stronger in the room, enveloping the strawberries. Shen Jinian greedily gulped in long breaths, his watery eyes filled with glittering tears. Tonight. Release pheromones near me all night long. Can you? Gu Yan's voice was hoarse, okay. Upon getting the affirmation, Shen Jinian instantly relaxed. His energy had been heavily depleted by the sensitive period, leaving him exhausted. Shen Jinian drowsed off on the man's lap, fighting the urge to close his eyes until he glimpsed Gu Yan's face through the slits of his eyelashes. A face full of inexplicable passion. Shen Jinian didn't have time to ponder before he fell sound asleep. However, alphas during their sensitive periods generally sleep poorly. He hugged Gu Yan's waist, trying to bury his head into the other person's sleeping gown, also finding Gu Yan's hard legs uncomfortable, which hurt his cheeks. Behaving like an omega in heat. Gu Yan had to release more pheromones to barely soothe Shen Jinian. The following day, after the rain cleared up, the pheromone scent in the room had dissipated quite a bit. Shen Jinian woke up naturally after sleeping for more than 10 hours. With hazy eyes, he faintly noticed a shadow nearby, extremely close, whose eyelashes could almost brush the skin of the other upon waking. Instantly, drowsiness disappeared, intelligence and rationality returned. Gu Yan. Furrowing his brows, Shen Jinian realized that Gu Yan was lying on the same bed, covered by the same quilt. Beside him, the man who had continuously emitted pheromones all night slowly opened his eyes, looking at Shen Jinian with a wounded and dejected expression. Didn't you say you would sleep on the couch? Shen Jinian was disoriented, unable to recall anything clearly in his muddled mind. You. Why are you in bed? Gu Yan, I also wanted to leave. Eyes glanced at the quilt. Following the man's gaze, Shen Jinian belatedly realized that he was clinging to the other person like a koala, refusing to let go with both hands and feet. Shen Jinian quickly retreated 3 steps. He felt embarrassed after deflecting the blame, feeling his face heat up for 3 minutes. Afterwards, he noticed something amiss. What about my sleepwear? Shen Jinian was suddenly filled with foreboding, instinctively contracting the flowers that had blossomed toward the sun, only sighing in relief upon confirming their vigorous vitality. He dug deep into the bed to search for his robe. Gu Yan slowly sat up, pinching his temples that were slightly throbbing. Gu Yan asked him, "Do you have absolutely no memory of last night?" Failing to find his sleepwear, Shen Jinian wrapped his entire body in the blanket, only exposing a frazzled head. "I do." Gu Yan slightly arched an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. "Shen Jinian, I remember yesterday during my sensitive period, you were reluctant to give me the suppressant." Gu Yan. An incredibly selective memory storage system, choosing which details to recall. Last night, Gu Yan got up 14 times to fetch him water, continuously releasing pheromones for nearly 10 hours, but this kid doesn't remember any of it. Not only does Shen Jinian not remember, he also holds a grudge. "Even though I don't like you and you annoy me, in a life or death situation during my sensitive period, you couldn't even spare me one suppressant. Gu Yan, you're so cold-hearted, it scares me." Gu Yan. "And yet, given that you let me stay overnight, I'll let go of the matter of you taking advantage of me and undressing me. I'll transfer your rent payment as soon as I get home." Gu Yan exhaled deeply, helplessly saying, "You're going home?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian nearly jumped up in panic. "What else? My clothes are all gone, who knows what could happen if I stayed any longer. Regarding this, I want to clarify you've misunderstood, would you listen to my explanation?" Gu Yan calmly asked. "No." Shen Jinian firmly stated, continuing resolutely, "There is absolutely no way there could be a misunderstanding. The facts were clear, why should he listen to some silver-tongued fox twist the truth?" Shen Jinian gave Gu Yan no chance to speak and explain, leaping off the bed in one swift motion while still bundled in a blanket, barefoot and rushing to the living room to retrieve his washed clothes from the previous day. Fortunately, the fabric was thin and already dried about 70 or 80% in just one night. He hastily put on his clothes, grabbed the baby formula and diapers, and turned around to leave without looking back. Relying on his faint memories from the night before, he took a series of left turns to barely find the exit of the housing complex. Shen Jinian was uneasy throughout the journey. After enduring the anxiety and finally arriving home, he hadn't even entered when he heard faint cries of a baby coming from inside the house. The maternity nurse looked at him as if seeing a savior. "Mr. Shen, the baby has been crying non-stop since last night, we don't know why." "It might be due to the illness from before," Shen Jinian said wearily as he took the baby. The little one was originally shedding tears incessantly but paused instantly upon detecting the unusual scent on his body. Chapter 7, Perhaps that wasn't the susceptibility period. The little baby clung to Shen Jinian like a sticky rice ball, hugging his neck while stormily inhaling the pheromones from his body. This action left the maternity nurse completely astonished. If Shen Jinian were to evaluate it, it would be like being reincarnated as a starving ghost. Some people might wolf down food when they're hungry, but it was rare to see a baby just a few months old so aggressively seeking pheromones. Even more shocking than the first day Shen Jinian found the little one. With one hand, Shen Jinian held the child, slouching onto the sofa as he let the infant suck in his scent until finally, the baby fell asleep contentedly. Only then did he hand the child back to the maternity nurse. "I'm going to take a shower." As the nurse took the baby, she finally sighed in relief. Her heart breaking as she looked at the child with red-rimmed eyes, she couldn't help but advise, "Mr. Xiao Shen, I think if possible, you should have the baby's mother come and visit, constantly crying and getting sick like this isn't a solution." "I'll try my best to contact them," Shen Jinian said with a troubled expression. He could only hope that the child's parents would soon discover their conscience and quickly take back their abandoned son. Then, how about taking a picture of the baby and sending it to the Omega mother? The maternity nurse suggested quietly, no parent doesn't love their child. Maybe seeing the baby will soften her heart. Shen Jinian thought for a moment, "All right, I'll consider taking a picture of the baby." The nurse said, "There's no need to hesitate. Trust Auntie, this will surely help you win your wife back." "Thank you for your advice." "I understand." Shen Jinian smiled brightly, "You're so kind-hearted. Once I win back my wife, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope." On the surface, he smiled cheerfully, but secretly, he was thinking, "Help me." When hiring the maternity nurse, he decided not to complicate matters unnecessarily, so he didn't tell her that the baby was foundling. He simply said that his Omega had run away, leaving the child suffering from pheromone deficiency syndrome. The nurse believed him without doubt. Moreover, she was extremely enthusiastic, asking about the personality of the baby's Omega mother and teaching Shen Jinian some tricks to please an Omega and strengthen marital affection. Unfortunately, Shen Jinian didn't know any Omega personally. So, he told the nurse all about Gu Yan's character instead. Thinking about Gu Yan, Shen Jinian suddenly felt goosebumps all over, growing increasingly nauseated. Especially now, still carrying the pheromones of Gu Yan on his body, it felt as if he'd been marked by Gu Yan. Shen Jinian couldn't bear it for a second longer. After chatting with the nurse, he rushed into the bathroom, meticulously using the shower gel 3 times, scrubbing for a full 2 hours before he finally felt the smell disappear from his body. His mood improved greatly. Finally, after fasting all day, his stomach found its chance to rumble in protest. Shen Jinian went to the kitchen and cooked some instant food for breakfast. The warm dumplings went down smoothly with the broth, curing the tense and irritable bad mood he'd had these past few days. Just as Shen Jinian was preparing to wash the dishes, he saw the maternity nurse rushing out of the nursery, her eyebrows furrowed tightly and her face serious. Mr. Xiao Shen, the baby woke up and won't stop fussing. Can we let him smell the pheromones again today? Shen Jinian put down his chopsticks and utensils. Let me check. Indeed, as the nurse described, the baby wouldn't stop fussing. Surprisingly, despite being only a few months old, the child didn't burst into loud cries but continued shedding silent tears of distress. Shen Jinian picked up the baby from the crib. He released a small amount of pheromones. The baby seemed to sense something amiss with the scent, not only failing to calm down but also bursting into tears. Shen Jinian, ? He released more pheromones. The baby hesitated for a moment in Shen Jinian's embrace before taking deep breaths, trying hard to discern any other sense within the strawberry aroma. Alas, there was none. Not a trace. This was deeply troubling for the small infant. His chubby little hands grabbed onto Shen Jinian's shirt as he sobbed uncontrollably, his cries escalating. His thick lashes trembled with tears that slid down his cheeks, choking sobs racking his tiny frame as he gasped for air, his fair, soft little face turning red with frustration. Both adults were startled speechless. Shen Jinian didn't know why his pheromones had suddenly become ineffective. However, when he entered earlier, the baby had been delightedly clinging to him. For a brief moment, Shen Jinian pondered, and quickly fetched clothes he'd thrown into the washing machine but hadn't washed yet. He draped them over the baby. The baby clutched onto his shirt, first rubbing it with his chubby little face. After catching the scent he craved, he finally calmed down. Surprised, the maternity nurse asked, "What's going on?" Shen Jinian shook his head, "Maybe I took too many showers today and the shower gel smells too strong. Even sick babies are this sensitive." The nurse was also surprised. It was her first time encountering a baby so picky about pheromones. Shen Jinian wasn't sure either. After calming the child, he thought for a long while, then decided to hail a taxi back to the hospital, once again registering with the gossipy doctor. True enough, the doctor still had Shen Jinian fresh in mind. He even spoke up before Shen Jinian could, "How is the baby doing now?" Furrowing his brows, Shen Jinian recounted every detail of the baby's strange behavior to the doctor. "It's normal. Babies who lack pheromones tend to have unstable emotions. Crying is a common phenomenon," the doctor said confidently. "Besides, only supplementing your own pheromones won't suffice." Shen Jinian, Then I need to supplement omega pheromones as well. Otherwise, why call it both parents' pheromone deficiency?" The doctor tapped on the desk with his knuckles. "Where am I supposed to find an omega for him?" Shen Jinian felt even more desperate than the baby. "You're the father, of course you need to find the omega mother." The doctor was astonished. This guy seemed sharp but couldn't seem to connect the dots. "I'm not his real dad," Shen Jinian muttered. In general, infants are only sensitive to their parents' pheromones. The doctor looked at Shen Jinian with the same disappointment one feels when trying to prop up useless mud. "Your pheromones can suit the child, isn't that the best proof?" Speechless, Shen Jinian stared at him. The world truly has its wonders. Here he was, a perfectly clean-cut handsome young man, yet somehow getting stuck with an infant who wouldn't let go even though the baby couldn't speak yet. Shen Jinian felt utterly numb. Deciding to change the topic, he asked, "Would releasing pheromones frequently affect my susceptibility period?" "It might." The doctor waved his hand to explain, "But what you've experienced so far shouldn't affect your susceptibility period." That was nonsense. He'd entered his susceptibility period 2 months early without warning yesterday. And confusingly, Alpha's susceptibility period should last at least 3 days. Yet this one had lasted merely a night. After sipping some tea water and remaining silent for 3 minutes, the doctor eventually spoke up, "Is there any possibility that it wasn't actually the susceptibility period?" Shen Jinian suddenly realized something profound. Right. Hot all over, dry mouth, weak limbs, and obsessed with someone else's pheromones. This condition could indeed be explained by something other than a susceptibility period. There was another possibility. Chapter 8, I testify that they are real. Shen Jinian's sense of values was completely shattered, and he could hardly imagine that Gu Yan would dare to do such a despicable thing to him. Could he really get his hands on such dirty stuff? Although Shen Jinian didn't know what method Gu Yan used to drug him, fortunately his strong body and immune system allowed him to recover early. Otherwise, he had no idea what might have happened. Shen Jinian felt an overwhelming chill. The doctor saw the growing panic in Shen Jinian's face and immediately intervened, "Don't overthink it. What I'm referring to is the issue of pheromone induction based on high compatibility between different attributes. Among AO couples with a compatibility higher than 95%, alphas can release pheromones to induce omegas into a pseudo-heat. But we rarely see such cases since even finding AO couples with a compatibility higher than 95% is difficult." Shen Jinian recalled clearly smelling strong pheromones in Gu Yan's bathroom. But he was a legitimate alpha. He'd seen Gu Yan's medical information at school, both were S-level alphas, same attribute, same level. So can alphas induce other alphas into a pseudo-sensitive period? Shen Jinian asked despite already knowing the answer deep down. The doctor gave an unwavering reply, "Of course not. Releasing pheromones from an alpha to another alpha, wouldn't that just be pure provocation?" Shen Jinian was utterly confused now. By the end of this investigation, there were still no useful clues, neither sensitive periods nor pheromone inducement. The doctor couldn't provide much more clarity either. In theory, you shouldn't be affected by pheromones unless the other party is a fourth type that surpasses the alpha. Shingenian, is it enigma? As soon as he said it, he dismissed the thought himself. It was impossible. There were only a handful of enigmas worldwide, and it was highly unlikely for one to show up among regular folks like them. The doctor clearly agreed with Shingenian's thought. Considering enigma to exist merely in literature, most ordinary people wouldn't encounter one easily. Their speculations remained unfounded. Shingenian had planned to take a blood test for further examination, but the doctor thought it unnecessary. After so long, the hormone levels in his body should have returned to normal. Any residual trace of drugs would likely have been metabolized out. After discussing, the doctor suggested he go home early to look after the child. If anything unusual happened next time, he advised coming directly to the hospital. Shingenian thought this made sense. After seeing the doctor in the afternoon, he took a taxi straight to school for class. Arriving earlier helped avoid bumping into Gu Yen, and he managed to find a friend secretly scrolling through their phone tucked away in a corner. When Shingenian sat next to him, the boy lifted his head upon smelling the familiar scent, unable to suppress a grin. Haven't seen you in ages, busy taking care of the baby? Startled, Shingenian nudged his friend with his elbow quickly. Watch your words, Chen-han. Do you want to die? Lower your voice. Relax, not many people around, no one will hear, replied the friend, then eagerly followed up, did you manage to find the parents of the little baby? No, doctors and police both consider this kid mine. I can't argue any further, it's better to avoid trouble. Shingenian groaned inwardly, they probably think I'm being unreasonable, trying to stir things unnecessarily. Chen-han nodded in agreement and sighed, if I didn't know you've never dated anyone, my first thought would have also been this is your son. Seriously, the two of you look exactly alike, as if carbon copies. Saying this, he threw a thumbs up at Shingenian. He'd seen plenty of children, yet none could replicate the likeness quite like this case. Fists clenched under the table, Shingenian muttered, don't push me or I'll punch you. His friend instinctively dodged aside slightly, survival instincts kicking in strongly before swiftly changing the topic, so, what's the plan next? Ask the police for help to give the child away. Shingenian said, once I prove this child isn't mine, I can file a report. Thinking about it, Shingenian let out a sigh silently in his heart. He had originally thought the child's disappearance would definitely worry the parents and prompt them to come back and look for it. But after waiting for so many days, he received no news at all. Moreover, the strategy of gradually collecting Omega clothes by himself wasn't particularly effective. After much deliberation, Shingenian decided to spend money and do a paternity test. As long as he could prove to the police that the child wasn't his, then they wouldn't be able to avoid handling the case of the child. Chen-han nodded, thinking this method would work. Shingenian stopped paying attention to him and pulled out his phone to reply to the message from the nursemaid. He estimated that it was almost time for class, so he took out his notebook. Unexpectedly, Chen-han beside him suddenly burst out laughing, which startled him. The other person brought his phone close and played a video on it. Genian, take a look. I think this person looks a lot like you, both in figure and clothing. Shingenian accepted the other person's phone. The content on the screen turned out to be a video from the day of the heavy downpour when he and Gu Yen were both sprinting through the rain under a cardboard box. From the perspective of the videographer, who had probably been driving by nearby at the time recording the rainstorm, they accidentally captured the two of them as well. Fortunately, the blur effect from that day's heavy rain masked their identities somewhat. However, the video had been posted by a news channel, with pink words shaking prominently across the top of the frame, love at its best, little happiness in the torrential rain. And this video even garnered 200,000 likes. Shingenian couldn't bear to watch. Isn't it really like you? Ha ha ha. Chen-han laughed uncontrollably, if I hadn't read the comments, I would have thought it was you and Gu Yen. Like real-life fanfiction, your CP fans must be going crazy. Shingenian subconsciously opened up the comments section after hearing this. Sleep well, finally, it's my turn to speak. I declare that all of you today are ship sailing over a real couple. I saw them yesterday, the two even came into our store to buy baby milk powder and baby clothes. The couple was arguing at the time, but the Omega still looked adorable even when mad, and the Alpha just doted affectionately on his wife. They were really sweet, wishing them eternal bliss. Shingenian considered blinding himself. Shingenian seriously considered asking the video blogger to delete the clip, but then reconsidered, since nobody currently knew that the man under the cardboard box was Shingenian himself. Exposing his identity now would simply be like shouting, "This is not silver," i.e., protesting too much. Forget it. Anyway, he was an Alpha, and no one would ever associate the Omega in the video with him. Shingenian carelessly scrolled through the screen and found many newly published comments. Crush expert, seems like our school's legendary school grass and proud young master, a very good substitute meal. I, worker M, am eating it up. Sleepy Soft replied to Crush expert, sister, I suspect we're fangirling over the same pair. Crush expert replied to Sleepy Soft, are they S and G? I've got 100k words of double strong / wallpaper / darkroom literature for you to devour or not. Sleepy Soft, yes please. Alright. Big Data has already pushed this content to their school, so it won't be long before it reaches Gu Yan's phone. Shen Jinian couldn't care less anymore. The netizens don't know the truth. Does Gu Yan not know what happened that day? Besides, they aren't an AO relationship anyway, so there's no way the salesperson's remarks would affect Gu Yan's thoughts. Until Shen Jinian refreshed the video and noticed that the blogger pinned a new comment. Due to the positive values and romantic perspectives conveyed in this video, our company decided to give 30,000 yuan as a love fund to the two parties involved. We hope that if the parties involved see this message, they can contact us. This comment quickly gained much popularity and praise from netizens. Shen Jinian clearly recognized this as a method to increase traffic. If the actual participants never found the video, they surely wouldn't claim the money. Even if someone claimed it, the blogger would likely release another video to attract more traffic again. 10,000 yuan was worth every penny. Besides, the parties were merely fake lovers. Shen Jinian certainly wouldn't collect the reward. Just as he was about to close the short video, a comment popped up. Pen ink paper, is it real? Seeing the delivery address and pickup location, Shen Jinian had an ominous feeling. He clicked on the person's profile and saw most of the posts consisted of mundane learning diaries with nothing else noteworthy. But in these dull study logs, Shen Jinian spotted, unmistakably, a corner of Gu Yan's robe. Exactly, the very same robe he wore that day. Chapter 9, Trying to get a bit of benefit. Shen Jinian was so angry that his whole body couldn't stop trembling. He switched to his own phone, searched for Gu Yan's account, and sent a private message. Gu Yan, let's talk this afternoon. After sending the message, it quickly showed as read. Gu Yan turned his head and glanced backward, his gaze precisely landing on Shen Jinian. He just happened to see Shen Jinian, who looked like a pufferfish, all puffed up with anger and almost ready to explode. If it weren't for class being in session, he probably would have jumped up and beaten himself fiercely. In the afternoon, both were clearly somewhat distracted during the lesson. While slacking off during class, Shen Jinian booked a restaurant and sent the location and private room number to Gu Yan. To avoid suspicion, he specifically instructed Gu Yan to arrive at least half an hour later. Gu Yan had no objections. He packed up only when he estimated the time was about right. The place Shen Jinian picked was near the university, only 10 minutes by walk. When Gu Yan arrived, the other party had already ordered food and started eating. Upon seeing him, Shen Jinian immediately put down his chopsticks. Shen Jinian slowly took a towel and wiped the corner of his mouth before glancing at the seat opposite him, indicating that Gu Yan should sit down. He acted much like an aloof kitten commanding a slave. As soon as Gu Yan sat down, Shen Jinian could no longer hold back the grievances in his heart. You know perfectly well our relationship isn't like that, so why did you take the bonus unscrupulously? Can we even afford the cost of your lies? Gu Yan knew that Shen Jinian didn't understand the hardship of life. I need to deliver goods to baby stores for 6 months to earn 10,000 yuan. But do you know, if you claim those 10,000, you'll be manipulated and controlled? Shen Jinian increasingly felt that Gu Yan was foolish. Gu Yan didn't explain directly but stared straight into Shen Jinian's eyes. His dark deep eyes seemed like a vortex, pulling Shen Jinian into its depths. After a brief pause, the man's voice carried a hint of strangeness, even an ambiguous smile. Are you worried about me? How could I possibly be? Shen Jinian originally prepared a bunch of questions in his heart, but Gu Yan's one sentence threw his entire plan into chaos. Nervous and with an uncertain gaze, he panicked and said. I'm completely afraid of being dragged down by you. Chen Han had already suspected that the person inside was himself and Gu Yan. If Gu Yan really stepped forward to claim the prize, his fake identity would immediately be on shaky ground. And this school wasn't short of just one Chen Han. Any observant person could figure out their concealed appearances from their clothing styles, height, and physique. Shen Jinian didn't say what was truly on his mind. Instead, he gave another explanation. What if they want couple photos or couple videos, asking for embraces, kisses, or looking at children? Do you even have a partner or child? These accounts could do anything shameless to fight for traffic. Gu Yan didn't speak further. Seeing that he was gaining the upper hand, a sense of satisfaction and pride began to rise within Shen Jinian. He never imagined there'd be an opportunity for him to teach Gu Yan a lesson. Gu Yan certainly wasn't as omnipotent or smart as the internet hyped him to be, not even able to see through the small tricks of bloggers. Shen Jinian took advantage of the situation to scold Gu Yan again. And also, don't breathe a word about that day's incident, otherwise, I will accuse you of breaking promises, and label you as a beta climbing onto the alpha's bed in the middle of the night. Just listening to this sentence made Gu Yan feel hurt. Are you threatening me? Shen Jinian doubted himself for a moment. Wasn't he being quite obvious with his threat? Gu Yan's sorrow didn't last for more than a minute before he suddenly laughed, showing interest as he asked Shen Jinian, are you more interested in exposing me as the alpha sleeping weirdo, or in proving that you and I actually shared the same bed that day? This question is worth reconsidering, Jinian. Shen Jinian. Judging from our positions, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Gu Yan poured himself a glass of water, composed and calm as he faced Shen Jinian. A lenient policy makes people slack, but strictness degrades them. Controlling others requires combining kindness and authority. You've shown authority, but kindness hasn't been extended yet. Shen Jinian, you're trying to get something from me too. Gu Yan raised his eyes. He didn't speak but instead curved his lips slightly in a faint smile. It seemed to carry a kind of approval. Alright, so this is how you want to play. Shen Jinian understood now, Gu Yan's strategy was purely fearless. How underhanded. Stinking capitalist. Every day, he carefully maintained the distance expected of sworn enemies, cultivating an atmosphere of hostility where one must live and the other must die, preserving a textbook perfect hostile relationship. But Gu Yan. He had absolutely no principles, completely refusing to play by the rules. Shen Jinian's ideal nemesis, modern palace intrigue with open and covert factions. Shen Jinian's actual nemesis, secretly slipping into your bed to gross you out, From Shen Jinian's 1/10 icy gaze mixed with 2/10 mockery and 7/10 anger, Gu Yan clearly received the message that Shen Jinian was in a terrible mood. He slightly lowered his tone so as not to seem too aggressive. Gu Yan steered the conversation back to its original cause. I can give up the 30,000 yuan and won't say a word about us sharing the same room that day. But, buying someone's loyalty always involves some kind of trade-off. Isn't it? What nonsense. Shen Jinian suddenly realized that Gu Yan had quietly shifted the situation between them. He had fallen from his lofty throne to grovel at Gu Yan's feet. But the proud little kitten would not yield. Shen Jinian's temper flared, no way. Alright then, everything is up to you, said Gu Yan without forcing him further. Instead, he pulled out his phone, swiftly finding the account of the video blogger, and dialed a video call via private messaging. Shen Jinian rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. Who were they trying to scare? Gu Yan clearly wasn't in any hurry. He switched the phone's audio to speaker mode and placed it on the table patiently waiting for the blogger to answer. Shen Jinian's hand, hidden under the fabric, quietly clenched into a fist. In less than 2 minutes, the blogger finally answered the call with particular politeness in his self-introduction. Gu Yan went straight to the point. Hello, I am the party involved in the stormy couple incident. Shen Jinian's temple throbbed twice, quickly lowering his eyelashes while pricking up his ears to carefully listen to the other side of the conversation. However, Gu Yan disabled the loudspeaker. Only the cheerful tone of Gu Yan could be heard. Providing identity information and cooperating in filming a video should allow me to receive the reward money, right? Shen Jinian. Gu Yan, a 2-minute video? Telling the love story of me and my wife. Shen Jinian shuddered at this phrase. Gu Yan. No response. Gu Yan was patiently listening to the other party while holding the phone. You dog, Gu Yan. Shen Jinian abruptly suppressed his voice. I agree. I agree. The man covered the phone speaker with his palm. Pretending to be foolish, what do you agree to? Shen Jinian deflated, slouching back against the chair like a boneless creature. I agree to give you something in return. You're not allowed to take those 3 10,000s. How do I know it's not just an empty promise? Gu Yan seemed hesitant. With no mutual trust before the deal, what is there even to negotiate? Suddenly Shen Jinian sat upright, exuding a fiery presence. Tell him now that you don't want the 30,000. Fine. Gu Yan released his hand and, following Shen Jinian's instructions, declined the offer, saying, Sorry, sir, my wife has a calm and shy personality, making it difficult to meet this requirement. We have decided to forego collecting the bonus. Afterward, he hung up on the blogger. Shen Jinian sighed with relief, the tension in his body relaxing. Only now did he notice how flushed his skin had become from the earlier urgency. He also recalled Gu Yan's last statement and instantly felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, causing his earlobes and neck to blush faintly. Gu Yan didn't give him a chance to unleash his pent-up anger first, so now you owe me a favor. Shen Jinian hummed twice in disdain, 3 months validity, otherwise it will be considered as your voluntary abandonment. Alright. Their transaction ended. Shen Jinian lost all appetite, called the waiter to pack the already cold dishes on the table, and paid no attention to the fact that Gu Yan had stayed with him the entire night on an empty stomach. Finally, he left the room like a gust of wind. Just 3 seconds after Shen Jinian left, Gu Yan's phone suddenly made a ding-dong sound, signaling a new SMS notification. Dear user, the 100,000 yuan promotional service you purchased for the work, The Best Form of Love #storm #touching, has been fully completed. Click the link to view the results. Chapter 10, Fondness for Shirts with a Snow Pine Scent. However, Shen Jinian was still constantly monitoring the video online, including the trend in the comment section. As soon as any related comments mentioned him and Gu Yan's names, he immediately retaliated and reported as an anonymous passerby. Fortunately, the video's popularity was gradually fading. His reputation was saved. The stone in Shen Jinian's heart finally landed, and with relief, he cheerfully headed to the nursery to relieve the nurse. The baby, having not seen Shen Jinian for a while, joyfully fell into Shen Jinian's arms, giving him a big kiss on the cheek that left a trail of saliva. In those clear big eyes even lay a hint of mischief. Opening his little mouth, the baby smiled at Shen Jinian and said, Wova. Ei, you've made my face so dirty, Shen Jinian said, looking somewhat repelled as he pinched the baby's small clothes and tilted his head to quickly wipe off the saliva from his face. Next time I'll make your bottom flour. Papa, the baby clung onto Shen Jinian's arm, using his chubby little face to earnestly nuzzle against Shen Jinian, trying deliberately to be adorable. Shinjinian raised a hand to shield the soft little face. Don't try this, cuteness won't work on a handsome man. The baby gave a resentful hum, then snuggled back into Shinjinian's embrace. Like a neglected kitten, it curled up pitifully hugging its tiny paws, glancing occasionally at Shinjinian with watery eyes, attempting to awaken some paternal love hidden deep within a heart cold like 1,000-year-old mystic ice. But it had no effect. Not only did Shinjinian coldly reject his cuteness appeal but also refused his attempt at playing the victim. With an angry puff of breath, the little one let go of Shinjinian's arm, twisting his plump body toward the nurse as if to completely cut ties and show that he didn't like him anymore. Being sulky is useless. Shinjinian saw all the baby's small movements and couldn't help but smirk triumphantly. Grandma Chin will return home tonight, so you're lucky to be left alone with me. Fuva, the baby waved his small hands toward the nurse. Shinjinian was momentarily shocked, not expecting that the little guy could somehow resonate with him so perfectly, not only knowing but also waving goodbye to the nurse. Truly worthy of being a child raised on his pheromones, indeed smarter than other children. Even when the auntie was finished packing her things and prepared to leave, the baby stretched out his finger, making meaningless sounds as he pointed towards the door position. Do you know you should see guests off? Shinjinian looked at the baby with renewed respect, holding the child as he got up from the sofa and followed behind the aunt, talking as they walked. Auntie, please take care on your way home and tell me once you get there. Don't worry about it. The nurse shouldered her backpack, smiled, nodded carefully, and gave detailed instructions. You take care of the baby by yourself, call me if you can't handle it, and I'll come back as soon as I finish what I'm doing. Shinjinian gently rocked the gurgling baby who was happily suckling his fingers. It's fine, the kid is well behaved. Nothing more than eating or sleeping, crying just means giving some pheromones. Small problems. The auntie hesitated to speak further, glanced at Shinjinian, then again at the baby in his arms who was angelically obedient and soft, and eventually didn't voice her concern. After bidding farewell to both of them, she quietly closed the door. The lively atmosphere abruptly became silent, leaving only the two in the room. The baby excitedly clutched onto Shinjinian's clothing, his clear large eyes gleaming brightly. Want to sleep with me? Shinjinian asked. Wuva, the baby stuck out his little fingers making random gestures, the overjoyed expression on his face answering everything. Since Shinjinian took him in, they had spent only one night together, and now finally got a second chance, naturally making the little one incredibly excited. Shinjinian carried the child straight to the nursery. After their simple bedtime routines, it was exactly 9 o'clock. To accompany the child, he specially didn't look at his phone, his entire attitude focused on getting the baby to sleep. Shinjinian closed his eyes. From now on, whoever stays awake last is a dog. The baby, nestled in his arms, joyously responded, Shangjia. In less than 2 minutes, he suddenly seemed to remember something was missing. The baby rolled his little body inch by inch toward the head of the bed. His pudgy little hands tightly grabbed clothes neatly folded at the bedside and cherished them dearly in his arms. Shinjinian was pretending to be asleep, planning to lead by example, teaching the child early to bed and early to rise. Unexpectedly, upon reopening his eyes, the little rabbit was already rounded and rolled to the edge of the bed, grabbing a slightly worn-out shirt himself, blissfully holding the cloth close to him, rubbing it with his little cheeks. Shinjinian recognized it as the one he wore on the rainy day he stayed at Guyan's house. So many days without washing, the lingering pheromones were nearly fermented. Shinjinian disdainfully snatched the clothes from the baby's arms and threw them on the floor. Don't hold it, it's so dirty. The clothing in his arms was forcibly taken away, and the pheromone scent lingering around his nose instantly disappeared. The baby hesitated for a moment, suddenly puckered his mouth, and large tears burst forth one after another. Papa. Papa. Shinjinian propped himself up, pressing a finger against the baby's mouth. I'm right here with you, why do you need to sleep hugging clothes? That shirt smells awful. The baby helplessly wiped away his tears, crying as he pointed at the garment on the ground with tiny fingers, his emotions collapsing. Papa. Shinjinian picked up the child, releasing some comforting pheromones out of helplessness. Will you stop hugging that shirt if your big brother gives you his pheromones? Papa. The baby burrowed into Shinjinian's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wuv, Papa. Can I change it for you? When the pheromones failed to calm him down, Shinjinian began feeling more frustrated than ever. That shirt is dirty, full of germs, you could get sick. The little one sniffled, blinking back tears from wet lashes, each droplet trembling on the edges of his eyelashes. Shinjinian thought he had successfully consoled the child and let out a quiet sigh of relief in his heart. As he prepared to head to the wardrobe room to fetch new clothes, an ear-splitting wail shattered the brief peace again. Shinjinian. It became evident that the little one was preparing for another round of intense crying. Shinjinian sprang up abruptly in a sudden motion, extending his arm to pick up the shirt off the floor with impatience. He thrust it roughly into the baby's arms. Fine, take it. Just stop crying and shut up already. The baby finally secured the long-desired shirt, his suddenly subsiding, although occasional small hiccups lingered from earlier crying fits. Sniffing the messy scent wafting off the shirt, Shinjinian couldn't help but pinch his nose to ward off the odor. I'll let you keep it for just one night. Tomorrow, it must go straight into the washing machine, got it? The baby flipped over, facing away from Shinjinian while cherishingly holding onto the shirt. Seeing how treasured this item seemed to the baby, Shinjinyan's curiosity piqued as he leaned closer for a peek. A faint trace of pheromones drifted to his nose from the cloth. A hint of cedar nestled within the sweetness of strawberry ice cream. There were no other scents, and Shinjinyan remained puzzled about why the baby held such affection for this shirt. Chapter 11, Pestered Gu Yan for a whole month. Shinjinyan was forced to spend the night with his smelly clothes, which kept him awake all night. The next morning, he carefully pulled the wrinkled shirt out of the baby's arms before the child woke up and threw it into the washing machine while pinching his nose. It wasn't until the strange smell in the bedroom had completely disappeared that Shinjinyan finally sighed in relief. Just then, Shinjinyan received an unfamiliar call. "Hello Mr. Shen, I am Xiao Lu, a courier from Changfeng. You've scheduled a pickup service for 8 o'clock this morning." Shinjinyan suddenly remembered he had arranged for a DNA paternity test pickup yesterday, but ended up forgetting because he was busy taking care of the child. "In a moment, I'll be right there." Shinjinyan hurriedly rushed to the nursery. While the child was still asleep, he quietly leaned over to the bed and grabbed 2 strands of hair with his fingernails, clenched his teeth, and ripped them off along with the follicles. The sharp pain immediately woke the baby, who, in the haze of waking up, realized that Shinjinyan wasn't by his side, and the shirt in his arms was also gone. The little one's eyes instantly filled with tears, crying loudly as big teardrops rolled down his temples. Shinjinyan's ears were ringing painfully. He quickly tucked the strand of hair away, fetched the milk powder from the warmer, and stuffed it into the baby's mouth. The rich aroma of milk instantly captured the baby's full attention. Shinjinyan took advantage of this time to randomly pluck 2 strands of his own hair, quickly packaging the samples and handing them over to the courier. After sending the package, back in the nursery, the baby had already discarded the bottle and turned himself over on the bed, burying his face in his hand, sobbing softly. Shinjinyan picked him up. "I gave you milk, why are you still crying?" The baby sniffed his red nose and looked around for the vanished shirt. Shinjinyan understood what the child meant when he saw the panicked expression. Sitting on the bed again, he inserted the milk bottle into the baby's mouth and confessed, "There's no need to look anymore, I've already washed that stinky shirt." The little baby instantly broke down, tears falling like a broken string of beads onto the clothes. "Papa." Shinjinyan shoved a set of fresh clothes he wore yesterday into the baby's arms. "Smell this, it's new." Without hesitation, the baby tossed his shirt aside and continued to complain, "Papa." Shinjinyan. Now they were being picky, not realizing how desperate they were to follow him home initially. Shinjinyan clicked his tongue, decisively changing into another set of clothes for the little one, but the result was the same. The baby only liked that shirt that hadn't been washed for 3 days and smelled fermented. What is so special about this piece of clothing? With the child on his hip, Shinjinyan pondered deeply for a while and drew a conclusion. This shirt was washed with Gu Yan's laundry detergent. But this detergent lacked any brand or detailed instructions, possibly a trinket bought from a stall by Gu Yan, leaving no way to find the same online. After careful thought, Shinjinyan devised a shameless plan in his mind. His gaze suddenly grew serious as he stared at the baby. "You want to smell the clothes, right?" The sobbing baby hesitated, hiccuping, "Burp." "Shinjinyan, I'll figure out a way to get it for you. The condition is that you're not allowed to cry all day." The baby seemed to understand, quickly wiping away his tears. "Wova." Once given affirmation, Shinjinyan quickly prepared breakfast for both of them, selected the largest backpack from the wardrobe, stuffed the baby inside, and boldly snuck into the school unnoticed. Directly heading for Chen Han's dormitory. Chen Han, still lost in sweet dreams, was startled by the sudden appearance of the little one. After regaining composure, he gently patted his chest in fright and asked, "How did you bring him to school? Have you gone crazy?" If anyone discovers Shinjinyan, a prime alpha, alone with the baby on campus, that would be disastrous. Such explosive news would be enough to keep Shinjinyan's name trending for 3 months at school. "I have something to do," Shinjinyan explained as he thrust the child into Chen Han's arms. "You don't have classes this morning, can you help me take care of the child? Aren't you free too?" Chen Han unwillingly took over the baby, confused. "I have urgent matters," Shinjinyan casually replied, shoving the milk powder and diapers from the backpack into Chen Han's hands. "I'll treat you to a meal next time." Without giving Chen Han any time to react, Shinjinyan left after briefly briefing him without hesitation. Chen Han and the baby were left completely bewildered. Within 15 minutes, Shinjinyan bought a cup of coffee and also investigated Gu Yan's class schedule. He rushed into the classroom just as the class was about to start. The students in the room couldn't help but exchange glances when they saw Shinjinyan. Then all eyes instinctively turned toward Gu Yan's direction. In an instant, the bustling classroom fell utterly silent. There wasn't a single person who didn't know that Shinjinyan and Gu Yan didn't get along at all. As long as Gu Yan showed up within 10 miles of Shinjinyan, this young master would inevitably unleash his cold mockery and disdainful glare combo skills. It was like a kitten just out of its nest stretching out soft little paws to cause chaos, thinking it was invincibly cool while leaving claw marks on someone, only for those scratches to be more playful pawing than actual harm. But, today, something none of them had expected happened. Shinjinyan simply glanced around the classroom with indifference before striding confidently towards Gu Yan, sitting beside him and holding his coffee. Gu Yan slowly became aware of a familiar scent of pheromones drifting by. As he turned his head upward, his shoulder accidentally brushed against Shinjinyan's arm, coincidentally when Shinjinyan held the cup of coffee. In a flash of movement, the cup tilted 90 degrees, and the entire scalding drink spilled onto Shinjinyan's pristine white shirt. Shinjinyan quickly stood up to wring out the coffee from his clothes, but the once clean white shirt was already stained with ochre-colored spots. "Gu Yan!" exclaimed Shinjinyan in disbelief. "That's too much." Gu Yan, whose shoulder had barely touched Shinjinyan's sweat hairs, could only remain speechless. Shinjinyan looked around, confirming that everyone had witnessed the coffee stain on his shirt. He instantly put on a superior demeanor and started playing the blame game. "You've spilled my coffee and dirted my shirt, everyone has seen it." Though Gu Yan watched Shinjinyan's clumsy performance, he cooperated smoothly. "I'll buy you a new one." Shinjinyan mocked, "So generous, are you rich enough to pay?" Gu Yan calmly responded, "Yes, I'm earning money." "This shirt costs more than your semester's living expenses," said Shinjinyan with exaggerated kindness. "I have good character and don't want to oppress you deliberately, so all you need to do is wash my clothes for a month." Gu Yan was unsure what Shinjinyan was up to. This wasn't Shinjinyan's class, yet he had traveled such a distance just to splash coffee over himself, then perform a play-acted act of magnanimity and understanding. Suspicious. Since Gu Yan hesitated to respond, Shinjinyan urged impatiently, "Are you really this petty, Gu Yan?" Regaining composure, Gu Yan gazed deeply at Shinjinyan, his dark eyes reflecting Shinjinyan's tiny figure sincerely. "Sorry, I did bump into you by accident. I'll wash the clothes." Shinjinyan sighed in relief, realizing his objective was achieved. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sleeve of Gu Yan's jacket with an air of impatience, dragging him forcibly out of the classroom. In a lowered tone, Shinjinyan hurried him along, "Let's go, we'll wash them at your place now." Gu Yan frowned, "My place?" The words had barely left his lips when the two disappeared down the hallway one after the other. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. It was clear to everyone that tonight's fictional works about the flower market would certainly have some exciting material to cover. Chapter 12, Whose baby are you going to take care of? Gu Yan. Shinjinyan, wrapped in a thin blanket to cover her pale body, squatted beside Gu Yan with an atmosphere of grievance. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you did a major cleanup this morning?" Not only was there a major cleanup, but all the clothes in the house were also washed. Shinjinyan had clearly promised to help him wash clothes, but now it turned out there wasn't even one piece left to replace them. Gu Yan paused washing the clothes and asked seriously, "Did you ask me?" Shinjinyan. No, she hadn't. "Does your house not have a dryer?" Shinjinyan looked around and saw the clothes Gu Yan had hung on the balcony for drying. It seemed this option truly wasn't available. Shinjinyan frowned with worry, "I washed my clothes, what should I wear today? If you don't mind, you can go to my bed and stay well covered under the quilt." Gu Yan glanced at the hot weather outside where the sun was shining brightly, "Clothes will dry in half a day." "That's too delicate, I'm not an omega. Why bother with such formalities as covering oneself with quilts?" Gu Yan murmured softly. His eyes lightly swept over Shinjinyan's chest, catching sight of the tender little bumps. With a meaningful smirk, Gu Yan chuckled and bent his head to continue washing the clothes. "What are you laughing at?" Shinjinyan was alerted. Gu Yan, though outwardly cold, rarely laughed out loud, so when he did, something mischievous must be brewing. Shinjinyan quickly looked down, following the direction of Gu Yan's previous gaze, only to find that the neckline of her blanket had somehow opened up, exposing herself fully toward Gu Yan in a seductive manner. She immediately sat up straight, tightly holding the fabric around her body, carefully covering everything. Shinjinyan felt angry and embarrassed after being teased by Gu Yan's gaze. "Gu Yan, you're really lewd. You're not an omega either." Gu Yan added detergent into the clothes while rebutting without looking up. Bullying doesn't distinguish between ABO types. Whether from anger or embarrassment, Shinjinyan's cheeks were bright red. "Be careful, I might expose you, getting you blacklisted by the Omega Association, and you'll die lonely without ever finding a wife." Gu Yan wrung the water out of the clothes. High-grade alphas without mates would be forcefully matched with suitable marriage partners to form families. Who knows, maybe the Civil Affairs Bureau's marriage system will bind Shinjinyan and me in marriage. Don't dream, how could a dual S-level alpha like me marry another alpha? Shinjinyan mocked his wishful thinking. Gu Yan showed a trace of surprise, looking deeply at Shinjinyan, "Didn't you know? With decreasing marriage rates, our country no longer restricts marriages between two as." Shinjinyan paled. "Then I'd rather get married on paper to a stranger than ever marry you." After saying that, she gave a cold snort and stormed off directly to the bedroom, slamming the door with full force. Gu Yan's expression vanished instantly, his dark eyelashes fell, concealing the fleeting disappointment in his pupils. Facing the bedroom door, he tightly gripped the shirt in his hands. The veins stood out on the back of the man's hands, trembling slightly as he gently held Shinjinyan's clothes reverently and inhaled deeply. The scent had mostly been masked by the laundry detergent, leaving behind just a faint hint of strawberry lingering around his nose. However, even a trace of highly compatible pheromones exerted a bewitching charm on him, causing him to succumb involuntarily. Strawberry. Gu Yan's cheeks flushed red, his entire body radiating heat, uncontrollably emitting intimate mating pheromones. The scent of cedar spread furiously through the house, seeping into every corner until it infiltrated Shinjinyan's room through the keyhole. Shinjinyan pinched her nose and sneezed heavily. Taking advantage of her not lashing out, Gu Yan quickly rained in his own pheromones, finishing drying Shinjinyan's shirt and hanging it on the balcony to dry next to his larger-sized clothes. An oddly post-marriage lifelike ambience was created. Gu Yan glanced again. Then, he closed the balcony door and turned to the kitchen where he began picking through the vegetables he had bought that morning and took out the meat from the fridge to defrost. He prepared several dishes with a mild spiciness based on Shinjinyan's hometown taste and didn't stop until they were served on the table at 1 p.m. Gu Yan removed his apron and knocked on the bedroom door. After quite some time, Shinjinyan still hadn't responded, so he rushed to take out the key and opened the door to check inside, worried about the incident from last time. As soon as he walked in, he saw Shinjinyan hugging a pillow and sleeping deeply. The normally fierce kitten Alpha appeared exceptionally tame in his dreams, likely too warm under the blanket, with a tender red face and kicked about covers that barely covered his stomach thanks to genetic advantage. Gu Yan couldn't figure out how an alpha could be born so pale, so tender, even exuding strawberry ice cream-scented pheromones. He was like a soft and chewy rice ball. After staring at him for a while, Gu Yan snapped back and softly called out, "Shinjinyan." Shinjinyan was fast asleep, just muttering incomprehensibly in his slumber before turning over. Don't disturb me." The blanket had been completely kicked off, revealing only a thin pair of shorts tightly clinging to his body. Gu Yan swallowed hard but maintained his calm demeanor, pulling the blanket over Shinjinyan once more before gently patting his shoulder. "Shin classmate, it's time for lunch." Shinjinyan buried his entire head under the blanket, still lost between sleep and wakefulness, mumbling instinctively, "Auntie, you and the baby eat first." Gu Yan furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes instantly. Baby? He'd already thought it strange when Shinjinyan acted oddly at the infant store last time. Could it be that this person secretly hooked up with an Omega and had a kid without his knowledge? Gu Yan's face suddenly turned ashen, and he slapped Shinjinyan awake forcefully. "It's time to eat." The man on the bed woke up with a surge of bad temper and shot upright from the bed with a powerful leap. Cursing words were almost out of his throat, but upon seeing Gu Yan's cold and handsome face, his anger deflated immediately. Gu Yan said calmly, "Wake up, time to eat." Shinjinyan came to his senses, scratching his messy hair, making him look less distant somehow. "You're being so nice today, inviting me for lunch." "It's only polite to offer lunch to guests who visit." Gu Yan squatted down and placed the prepared new slippers right by the bedside, where Shinjinyan could conveniently put them on. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm not hungry." Shinjinyan slipped into the slippers. "Are my clothes dry? I need to go home." Gu Yan nodded towards the balcony. Shinjinyan immediately spotted his still damp shirt. It was hardly drip-free. Shinjinyan asked, "How about your clothes? Can I borrow one? I'll transfer the money later." Their child was hiding in Chen Han's dormitory, afraid of being exposed of staying there for too long. Gu Yan shook his head, glad he had earlier used a small spray bottle to moisten the clothes. "Not yet." Shinjinyan then stated, "Then I'll do online shopping." Gu Yan watched as Shinjinyan efficiently placed an order for a full set of clothes, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help asking, "In a rush to take care of the baby?" Shinjinyan was struck like by lightning, sitting up straight abruptly, entering a state of high alert as his whole body bristled. Chapter 13, Going Home with Him. Shinjinyan tensed her body, pretending to be utterly confused and innocent. She sharply countered Gu Yan's statement, "What child? Are you in your 20s and already suffering from delusions?" Gu Yan maintained an unfazed expression as he recounted, "You just said you need to go home to take care of a child. Did I say that while sleeping?" Shinjinyan's stunning eyes were round and large, glistening like spring water when she looked at people, enchantingly bright and alluring. "Do you really believe my sleep talk? Fool. One thinks about what one dreams." Gu Yan implied something with a smile, or perhaps student Shin is farsighted, planning marriage and children by the time you're in your 20s. Before the first exchange could finish, Shinjinyan was irritated by Gu Yan's sarcasm. Shinjinyan became instantly infuriated, yearning to bite and tear apart the person in front of her. "I'm too lazy to argue with you." Shinjinyan retracted her foot, which was about to wear shoes, back onto the bed. She wrapped herself with a thin blanket, only leaving her fuzzy head visible to keep a distance from Gu Yan. "Gu Yan, go away, stay far from me. Seeing you makes my blood pressure rise." Gu Yan remained immovable, then let the blood pressure increase later. "Lunch is ready." Shinjinyan hugged her starving belly tightly. "I'm not hungry." As soon as her words fell silent, her stomach grumbled loudly, its sound lingering for quite a while, bringing shame to Shinjinyan, who quickly buried her head under the covers. As long as she couldn't see his face, she wouldn't feel awkward. Gu Yan did not rush to drag Shinjinyan out from under the blankets but directly asked her, "Do you want to eat inside or outside?" Shinjinyan covered her ears, intending to block out the reality, "Not hungry." Gu Yan, "Oh." After uttering, "Oh," there was no next sentence. Shinjinyan stealthily moved her hand away from her ears and listened intently to the outside sounds. After a while, once she confirmed it was quiet outside, she opened the quilt slightly, peeking out cautiously. Gu Yan had already left. She quickly crawled out from the quilt and circumspectly glanced around. By the bedside stood a small dining table, on which were steaming dishes, all her favorites. The aroma accompanied the rising steam right into Shen Jinyan's nostrils. Gu Yan had even specially prepared a spoon and new chopsticks for her. When did this get set up? Compelled by some unknown force, Shen Jinyan got off the bed. After hesitating for a while at the table, if she didn't eat, she'd indeed be hungry. But if she ate, wouldn't it mean she's contradicting herself? Gu Yan would think she lacks backbone. Stomach, gurgle. Shen Jinyan. Backbone can't substitute as food. Having convinced herself, she decisively sat down on the bed. Proficiently using her right hand for chopsticks and the left for a spoon, she devoured the lunch like a storm sweeping through, leaving a sense of fullness and warmth blooming in her stomach. Burp. Shen Jinyan wiped her mouth clean. Gu Yan's cooking skills were commendable, and the taste of the meal reminded her of the flavors from her hometown, evoking memories of childhood days. Shen Jinyan stacked the bowls and chopsticks together and carried them out obediently. Gu Yan sat at the kitchen island eating leisurely, finishing only half a bowl of rice, causing Shen Jinyan to somewhat awkwardly avoid his gaze. She coughed twice. Your cooking skills are passable. If you can't find a job in the future, you can come work in my kitchen. Gu Yan, thank you, just leave the dishes here. Shen Jinyan placed the dishes neatly and tightened the thin blanket around her. Just as she was preparing to retreat to her bedroom to avoid Gu Yan, there came a sudden knock on the door. Gu Yan instinctively rose to answer it but was preempted by Shen Jinyan striding towards the door confidently. It's my package arriving. As the door gap widened, a gust of cool breeze rushed in, revealing a meticulously dressed middle-aged man holding a blue velvet box. Apparently surprised, he managed to stammer only half of the term, young master, before swallowing the rest of his words. He scrutinized the stranger before him, completely exposed above the waist and merely wrapped in a light blanket. The young man had a delicate face, pale skin, and even carried Gu Yan's pheromones. Man! This is some big gossip. Anxious, he alternated his gaze between Gu Yan lounging lazily against the storage cabinet inside and Shen Jinyan. He mentally applauded young master for being a real man. Shen Jinyan felt annoyed being secretly sized up and asked impatiently after waiting too long, where are my clothes? The man momentarily paused, realizing that the teenager mistook his identity. He quickly assumed his role. Mister, I apologize sincerely, a certain piece of clothing is out of stock and we're currently arranging emergency replenishment. To express our apologies, our store has specially prepared a little gift for you, hoping for your understanding. Shen Jinyan took the velvet box that the man handed over and immediately saw the embossed golden letters, LG, on it. She remembered it. It was a renowned brand specializing in private custom orders, serving only high society customers and almost impossible to get an order from. Your store sure knows how to apologize, offering a high-end custom perfume as compensation. Shen Jinyan couldn't help but feel pleased, receiving this luxury item for the first time. Her gloomy mood disappeared instantly. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. Just a token of our appreciation, your satisfaction is our greatest honor. If there's nothing else, I'll return to arrange the delivery. Shen Jinyan waved her hand. I'm good. Just send it quickly. Understood. The man nodded nervously and quietly closed the door. Curious about the perfume, Shen Jinyan hurriedly went back to her bedroom. Unbeknownst to her, the manager who had just apologized to her was now exchanging calls with Gu Yan on the balcony downstairs. The tone of the middle-aged man was no longer cold and harsh, instead filled with apologies. Forgive me, young master, I didn't know you had guests. Gu Yan said, what shouldn't be said, don't let it slip out. You can rest assured, the man replied firmly. Young master, the perfume earlier was a complimentary gift sent by Mr. Wiesen. I still have the special pheromone-adjusted perfume you ordered along with Mr. Wiesen's handwritten letter. When would be convenient for us to deliver them? No need to deliver anymore. The man hesitated for a moment, surprised that after so many years, Gu Yan's habit might be disrupted. Sensing something related to the boy inside the room, he prudently responded, understood, young master. Also, Sir Gu's physical condition hasn't been ideal lately, always under Mrs. Tan's care. Do you have any plans to come home? Not necessary. These two names struck a nerve in Gu Yan, prompting him to end the call without another word. At that moment, he glanced downstairs at two staff members in uniforms carrying large bags full of gifts entering the building, clearly heading to deliver Shen Jinyan's clothes. He stepped out, intercepting them before they reached their destination. After receiving the clothes, he signed Shen Jinyan's name and dismissed them. Deliberately delaying his return home by another half hour, Gu Yan finally brought the clothes into Shen Jinyan's bedroom. Your clothes are here, Gu Yan announced as he walked in after knocking. Shen Jinyan sprang up from the bed like a fish leaping, surprised, so fast. Gu Yan stood at the doorway, noticing how absorbed Shen Jinyan was in her excitement that she failed to realize the thin blanket draped over her body had slipped down to her chest, leaving her partially exposed to his intense gaze. Lost in thought, Gu Yan stared. Realizing too late, Shen Jinyan had already stood right in front of him, her piercing look landing directly on his face. Gu Yan, the young boy hugged his new clothes, speaking emotionlessly, I need to change. Kindly die temporarily, will you? Gu Yan sheepishly turned around. Shen Jinyan seriously added, don't sneak a peek, and don't fantasize either. Gu Yan agreed in a deep voice. Though there was no need for fantasy since he'd already taken in every detail, the delicate pink hue of her skin being vividly memorable, sweet and tempting. Shen Jinian quickly put on her coat. Okay. Gu Yan slowly turned back, taking in every bit of Shen Jinian dressed in her new outfit with just one glance. Shen Jinian seemed fond of shirts, especially tucking one side into her waistband to create a carefree look, enhancing her dual S-level alpha authority. But what Shen Jinian didn't realize was that doing so accentuated her slim waist and round, firm behind, making her even more alluring. A surge of emotions clouded Gu Yan's eyes. Shen Jinian gave him a sidelong glance. Why are you staring at me? Because you look great, Gu Yan seized the chance to respond. Creep, Shen Jinian felt chills down her spine, stop using Omega flirting tactics to disgust me. I'm not flirting, I'm telling the truth, Gu Yan replied earnestly, devoid of mockery. In that case, barely, acknowledge that your aesthetics are normal, Shen Jinian relished the compliment, holding her head high, practically brimming with pride. In an unusually magnanimous gesture, she chose not to bicker with Gu Yan, cheerfully going to retrieve the damp clothes from the balcony. Are you going home? Gu Yan asked. Or what? Stay here for New Year's with you. Shen Jinian countered. Gu Yan appeared hesitant. Isn't cohabiting without a formal relationship inappropriate? Shen Jinian felt dizzy. A few words, like landmines, exploded loudly in his mind with great power, blowing all his thoughts to pieces. Shen Jinian didn't even dare to think further about what ridiculous and shameless words Gu Yan had spoken. Pervert, real pervert. The Omega fans of his should see how vulgar and annoying their cool, aloof schoolgrass genius was behind the scenes. You stop acting crazy. Shen Jinian endured the goosebumps all over his body and quickly walked toward the door with his clothes in arms. Gu Yan was just about to follow him to see him out. But Shen Jinian frowned, repulsed, and stopped him with a wave of his hand. Don't move, maintain the safe distance between us. Gu Yan helplessly said, I'll just walk you out. No need, I think it's safer for me to go alone. Shen Jinian seemed to be afraid that Gu Yan would chase after him. He fled out of the community like greased lightning, running past another intersection before taking out his phone to call a taxi. Watching Gu Yan's residential complex gradually recede from view until it completely disappeared, Shen Jinian finally put his mind at ease. 20 minutes later. He stood in front of Chen Han's dormitory door. He perked up his ears and listened for a while, only pushing the door open cautiously after confirming there were no crying or fussing sounds inside. The little baby was lying on the bed scribbling on a notebook with a pen. As soon as he saw Shen Jinian come in, he immediately dropped the pen and stretched out his arms for a hug. Papa. Shen Jinian readily picked up the child. Chen Han looked serious. You went home with Gu Yan? Shen Jinian put down the gift box he had brought over and asked in surprise, how did you know? Everyone in the school knows now. Chen Han lamented, regretting that iron couldn't become steel. It was an accident that Gu Yan dirted my clothes, so he went home to wash them for me. It's not some earth-shattering event. That's a classic start for a foreign romance movie, Chen Han commented. Shen Jinian took out the wet clothes from the bag with one hand and threw the evidence in front of Chen Han. We were really just washing clothes. The little baby in his arms keenly smelled the cedarwood pheromones belonging to Gu Yan on the clothes, enthusiastically stretching out his plump little fingers and shouting, Pa. Papa. Chapter 14, Test what your future baby looks like. Chen Han scrutinized carefully for a long time. Did he just call me Dad? Shen Jinian didn't know how to explain it to him. Suddenly, Chen Han noticed something else. Wait, why does he call your clothes Daddy? Shen Jinian sighed regretfully. You know, his mind isn't normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught him making false claims of fatherhood. That's true, Chen Han said half-believingly. He stared at the clothes that the little baby treasured as a prized possession. It was indeed something Shen Jinian had worn out. It just happened to be drenched in some mixed fragrances. However, seeing Shen Jinian's nonchalant attitude toward this situation, he didn't press further. Shen Jinian quickly packed up his luggage and skillfully stuffed the child into the backpack. I've already sent a sample for a paternity test. Once the police take the kid away, I'll treat you to a meal. Chen Han unconsciously ignored the latter part of the statement. When will the results of the paternity test be out? Shen Jinian blurted out, next Tuesday. That's pretty fast. Chen Han lightly patted Shen Jinian on the shoulder. Congratulations in advance, you'll be free soon. The baby in the backpack seemed to understand and opened its mouth enthusiastically, calling out to Chen Han, F.Va. F.Va. Chen Han was completely charmed by the adorable little cub inside. If it weren't for the fact that this kid has an unclear background, I would really like him. He is so obedient and cute. Obedient? In your dreams, Shen Jinian retorted with a hint of annoyance. Let's go. Refusing to give these two any more chances to bond emotionally, he violently tucked the cub into the backpack, zipped it up, slung it over his body front to back smoothly and confidently, then left the dormitory without looking back. The little baby was very obedient, silently hiding quietly in the bag. Inside the bag, there was the freshly acquired shirt from Shen Dad, still exuding fresh pheromones, one of his favorite scents. The little one happily hugged the damp shirt that wasn't fully dried yet, gently inhaling its scent step by step, lest he ruin its charm like last time when the scent vanished too quickly. On the way, Shen Jinian worried constantly that the child might cry and make people think he was a child napper. Fortunately, everything went well. The little one was exceptionally cooperative, sleeping soundly while clutching the moist shirt all the way home. Right after getting home, Shen Jinian ordered dinner. After a successful payment, a pop-up message appeared on his screen, startling him. "Pen ink paper, are you coming tomorrow?" Shen Jinian felt increasingly strange about this exchange, as if they were secretly conducting some underhanded dealings. Heartbroken puppy, lacks sincerity. Apparently, it wasn't about apologies, someone was offering penance but wanted him to personally visit and request compensation. "Pen ink paper, should I come to your place?" Heartbroken puppy, no need. Just arrange for same-city delivery service to collect the items from my house. Gaia didn't reply instantly this time. After some thought, he hesitantly asked, "Do I need to do this every day?" Shen Jinian suddenly grasped the subtle implication in Gaia's words and couldn't help but smirk. "Is it that you can't afford courier services, Gaia?" Gaia did not respond. Finally catching Gaia in a vulnerable moment, Shen Jinian decided to push harder with mockery. "Can't even afford courier services, huh? How will you ever marry and support children later? Omegas aren't cheap to keep. Alright, count the courier fee as owed to me, I'll accept payments in installments." Gaia sent a cute cat emoticon which made Shen Jinian's scalp tingle unpleasantly. Quickly editing his own address and closing the chat window, Shen Jinian turned off his phone. After dinner, the child was still asleep. He briefly brushed his teeth, then quietly lay back down beside the baby. "Papa." The little one, seemingly smelling Shen Jinian's scent in his sleep, murmured softly, flipped over, and hugged his waist tightly, pressing its rosy face against Shen Jinian's arm with unwavering trust. At that moment, Shen Jinian suddenly understood what Chen Han meant earlier. A 6-month-old baby whose head was barely bigger than 2 fists, who doesn't speak or comprehend much yet, still bestows their entire trust and affection toward someone. It truly stirs deep emotions within. After observing for a bit, Shen Jinian was possessed by an inexplicable impulse and took out his phone to capture a picture of the baby sleeping peacefully in his embrace. Even though he could send the child away next week, he figured keeping a memento would be nice. The photo automatically saved to the album, and then the system started matching similar faces to categorize them under the same album. Shen Jinian clearly saw the system store the baby's photo alongside his own selfies. This meant that the system identified him as a similar person to the baby. He paused mid-motion to exit the app. Carefully scrutinizing both photos again and again, he was surprised to notice a strange resemblance when placed side by side. It was unsettling. If it weren't for the fact that he had always lived cleanly and abstained from any omegas in 20 years, he would have suspected that this could be some illegitimate child out there. Shen Jinian became increasingly intrigued, even recalling Chen Han's mention that the baby resembled Gu Yan. He casually found Gu Yan's ID photo from the school website and uploaded it together with his own photo into an online predictor, a tool to see what your future baby would look like. Watching the countdown on the screen, Shen Jinian suddenly felt guilty as if caught red-handed, fearing that Gu Yan's sixth sense might discover that he downloaded his photo secretly to match it against a child. With an uneasy conscience, he hid under the blanket and cautiously glanced at the generated picture on the software. At the moment his gaze fell upon the dimly lit screen, Shen Jinian's breath hitched. He compared the image from the software with the baby nestled in his arms, scrutinizing every angle of their faces 360 degrees. They couldn't possibly be identical, at least they were completely unrelated. Shen Jinian exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Afterward, he suddenly had a bout of self-induced insanity. What had he been worried about? How could he ever have a child? 2 alphas can't produce offspring, and it certainly wouldn't be Gu Yan's child anyway. Shen Jinian chuckled at his momentary absurd thoughts, carelessly tossing his phone aside, and quietly snuck back into bed to gently hold the baby who was sleeping all over the place. The little one opened its eyes faintly, confirming that the shirt was still in its arms and itself safely cradled by Shen Jinian before peacefully dozing off again. Both were in good spirits as they slept and woke up naturally the next morning. Shen Jinian, sporting a messy hairstyle just like the similarly disheveled baby, stared intensely at each other as if locked in a standoff over who should make breakfast. Just as their souls were yet to fully return, Shen Jinian suddenly received a call. A local number, he answered without hesitation. From the other end came a polite voice. "Good day, Mr. Shen. This is same city delivery service. I'm already downstairs." Shen Jinian was momentarily dazed, finding the voice strangely familiar. Then realization dawned on him. Gu Yan. What the hell? Chapter 15, the appraisal results are out. Shen Jinian, holding the baby with one hand, sat up abruptly and jumped off the bed without even putting on slippers. After pulling open the curtains of the nursery, he bent down to look outside. Just as expected. Gu Yan was downstairs in a white shirt, leaning against a shared bicycle while taking a phone call. He stood under the tree shade, where the spring sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows that floated over his shoulder. Although he appeared to be the epitome of youthful innocence, Shen Jinian felt inexplicably irritated by it. With a sharp sound, Shen Jinian yanked the curtains shut, angrily confronting Gu Yan on the phone. "Would you die if you earned 1 cent less, Gu Yan?" Just yesterday, Shen Jinian had mocked Gu Yan for not having enough money to call a courier, but he never would have dreamed that Gu Yan would personally do the legwork, and end up charging Shen Jinian for it. Hearing this, Gu Yan remained unperturbed, responding calmly, how else will I marry a wife? Shenjinian. Gu Yan, it's hard to support an omega. Without money, I'll just marry an alpha who's easy to take care of. Shenjinian. In your dreams, you can't even afford an alpha. The mocking words from their chat records transformed into knives in the silence, each jabbing at Shenjinian's self-respect. The more he thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. Fuming, Shenjinian pulled out the clothes he wore yesterday, stuffing them into a bag and tossing them straight down next to Gu Yan's feet. He ordered firmly into the phone. My clothes can only be hand-washed in lukewarm water. No use of perfumed products, no tumble drying in washing machines, and after they're dried, don't fold them. Also, you're absolutely forbidden to send them off to some random dry cleaner to be lazy. Starting now, come deliver them every 2 days. Got it? Gu Yan carefully packed the clothes into his backpack, chuckling lightly, don't worry, I have work experience. Shenjinian understood that Gu Yan was referring to washing clothes for him yesterday, and deliberately describing it as though their relationship were something deep. This made him feel chilled all over, so he slammed down the hang-up button furiously. The obnoxious voice disappeared suddenly from his ear, and the world regained its color again. However, the little baby who had been quiet the entire time suddenly puckered his lips, with round eyes brimming with tears. Looking pitifully at Shenjinian, the child blinked continuously, preparing for a tantrum, giving him a warning. Quick as lightning, Shenjinian covered the baby's mouth to block the cries that had already bubbled up to the throat. With a disgruntled expression, he threatened softly, don't cry, or I'll make your milk powder immediately. The little baby shook his head and avoided Shenjinian's fingers. Reddened eyes glistened as he helplessly waved his small hands, calling urgently, Papa. Papa. Confused, Shenjinian responded, aren't I right here? The baby frantically shook his head and pointed his finger toward the windowsill, trying to grab air, Papa. Suddenly understanding the child's meaning, does he want to play on the windowsill? After being confined indoors for so many days, he must surely want to see the view outside. It was a very reasonable request, so he could fulfill it. Shenjinian pulled back the curtains and carefully lifted the baby onto the windowsill once more, look then. See which direction our home is located. In a few days, your brother will be able to send you away. The little bundle rushed to lean against the window and looked down earnestly, clearly searching for the figure standing beneath the tree earlier. But contrary to his wishes, there was nothing in that spot, not a person, not even a bird. A profound disappointment mixed with bitterness spread instantly across his chest. He didn't understand why his younger father disliked him, nor why the other father hadn't returned home in so long. Shenjinian also couldn't understand why the baby was getting sadder and sadder, like an almost middle-aged office worker, silently shedding tears before the window despite being only half a year old. Performing in a tragedy drama? Are you hungry? Shenjinian asked. The baby touched his flat, hungry stomach, wiping away tears and extending arms to ask Shenjinian to hold him. Do you want milk? Shenjinian asked again. The baby was still submerged in sorrow, listlessly softening himself like a rag doll in Shenjinian's arms, nodding slightly. Shenjinian sighed, you should have said it sooner. A real man wouldn't cry from hunger, it's embarrassing. The baby obediently nestled in his arms, depressed, woo. After this brief exchange, the two headed to the kitchen to prepare the milk powder. Shenjinian prepared a bag of instant noodles to barely fill his own stomach, then they both sprawled on the carpet, one hugging a shirt, the other hugging a phone. Strangely, the little boy became unusually well behaved with the comfort of the shirt, eating whenever told and sleeping when asked. These days of utter boredom were like a copy-paste routine. A whole 3 days passed. Shenjinian, who had been cooped up at home taking care of the baby to the point where he felt like sprouting mushrooms, finally managed to wait until the maternity nurse returned to her post. He was so thrilled that he cried tears of joy right there and then, abandoned the baby, and bolted off to school for some fresh air in a flash. The maternity nurse thought Shenjinian had reached his breaking point with childcare and grinned as she asked the baby, did you upset daddy again? Moo, the little one innocently hugged her neck and planted a kiss on her cheek. My sweetie, such a good boy. The nurse affectionately rubbed her face against the child's cheek and asked curiously, what did daddy play with you these past few days? But the baby, being so young, couldn't make sense of such long sentences. After being asked, the little guy just stood frozen, dumbfoundedly sucking on his finger while his bright big eyes blinked away. The aunt was completely charmed by this cuteness. The baby, now in control of the situation, pointed to a pile of clothes casually stacked on the couch and enthusiastically introduced it to the aunt, Papa. It was only then that the nurse noticed the pile of freshly washed clothes on the sofa. There weren't only Shenjinian's daily shirts and short sleeves but also 2 oversized down jackets. Did daddy wash these clothes himself? The baby nodded, still holding his finger in his mouth, woo. The nurse couldn't understand why Shenjinian would wash down jackets in early summer, but he must have had his reasons, so she suggested, let's help daddy put these clothes away, okay? Upon hearing this, the little one immediately rejected the idea and squirmed furiously, trying desperately to head toward the couch. With no other choice, the nurse placed the baby into the pile of clothes. The moment the little one landed in the heap, his expression lit up. He hugged the clothes tightly in happiness and contentment, even sprawling out his chubby little body over them, pressing down hard as he sniffed deeply at their scent. Then he proudly introduced them to her, Sue, Papa. The nurse assumed this was the baby absorbing his father's pheromones, but when she leaned closer, she realized the smell on the clothes was different from the laundry detergent Shinjinian usually used. It was like the sweetness of strawberries intertwined with a refreshing touch of cedarwood, soothing and comforting yet familiar somehow. She didn't know if this scent could harm the baby, so she sent a message to Shinjinian asking about it. Shinjinian replied instantly, no problem. It's the smell of the detergent. The nurse then put her mind at ease. Just as Shinjinian was about to put away his phone to start class, he suddenly received a courier text message. DNA Appraisal Center, your encrypted package is currently being delivered. Please keep your phone accessible. For any questions, please contact 302,100. Chapter 16, Crack the Sugar of Their Arch-Rival. He was about to go grab a package when a shadow suddenly loomed over him, enveloping his entire body. Gu Yen calmly placed his book on the desk and sat next to him. Class is about to start, are you still going out? No, it's fine. I won't go. Shinjinian slightly shifted his body, deliberately moving away from Gu Yen. However, the other person clearly wasn't giving him that chance. For every step Shin took, Gu followed. This continued until there was only the width of a finger between their arms before Gu finally stopped approaching. He deliberately controlled the distance and breathed into Shinjinian's ear in a low, raspy voice, Mr. Shen, do my clothes smell nice? The warm breath that touched his skin felt like a feather, tickling his earlobes red with heat. Shinjinian became somewhat flustered, his eyes flickering as he slightly turned his body to evade Gu Yan's proximity, deliberately scoffing, are you planning to enter a beauty contest? Are you handsome or not, do you smell good or not? It's normal for people to dress well for those they admire, Gu said softly, with an ambiguous glint in his cool eyes. Shinjinian immediately became interested, teasingly mocking Gu Yan, what? Do you have someone you like? Gu stared at him deeply and nakedly, your tone sounds strange. Can't I like someone else? Whoever it is must be very unlucky to catch your eye, Shinjinian laughed sarcastically, revealing a small canine tooth. He rested one hand under his chin, looking arrogant, did our ancestors violate some celestial rule? You never talked about it with me, how do you know if it's violating celestial rules or merely coincidental smoke? Gu did not get angry but instead surprisingly carried a smile on his lips, or rather, have you already imagined it? Gu Yen. Shinjinian realized that he had been tricked again, getting immediately furious with accelerated heartbeats, sitting upright trying desperately to distance himself 800 meters away. Do you need to sin so often to end up in jail? He originally planned to take the opportunity to mock Gu Yen for being an ordinary alpha who sees beauty and loses control, but unexpectedly, Gu was waiting for him to jump into a pre-dug trap. Gu Yen is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, a naturally wicked seed of blackness in white. I didn't laugh at you, Gu Yen innocently lowered his voice. Shinjinian clenched his fists tightly and wanted nothing more than to punch him twice, letting Gu Yen see exactly who's the boss and who's the son. Unfortunately, time didn't allow it as the teacher just happened to walk in with a computer bag. Shinjinian could only shift his body, keeping a galactic distance from Gu Yen. Seeing Shin almost retreat to the corner, Gu Yen couldn't help but move away by 10 centimeters voluntarily in the opposite direction, offering Shinjinian a safe distance. The two avoided each other's territory peacefully for half a class period. Finally, Shinjinian collapsed on the desk clutching his stomach, pale-faced. Gu Yen caught sight of his discomfort through his peripheral vision, quietly pulling back one hand under the desk to discreetly nudge Shinjinian. Lacking energy, Shinjinian weakly raised his eyelids to look at Gu Yen, slightly annoyed as he muttered lightly, what? Gu Yen opened his palm, where a candy wrapped in colorful paper rested peacefully, shimmering brilliantly under the light filtering through the glass. After understanding the intention behind it, Shinjinian lost all hostility and even showed a hint of shyness, softly humming, huh? Gu Yen pushed the candy closer to him, it's for you. Do you carry candies around everywhere? Still lying down without taking it, Shin's attitude, however, softened considerably compared to before. Whether it was because of illness or due to Gu Yan's sudden care. Have something sweet if you don't have time for breakfast to replenish your energy. Gu Yan did not hide this fact, strawberry flavored, you should like it. Shinjinian had already reached a point of dizziness and palpitations. Helpless, he could only reach out and pick up the candy from Gu Yan's palm, hiding under the table to cautiously peel off the wrapper and quickly pop it into his mouth. A concentrated strawberry flavor instantly spread across his taste buds. The dark and desolate little world seemed illuminated by a streak of pink light. Shinjinian managed to prop himself up slightly, softly thanking Gu Yen, thanks. Remember to eat breakfast if you're prone to hypoglycemia. Gu Yen pulled out a box of yogurt from his bag, placing it directly in front of Shinjinian, if there's no time, take chocolate. If not, you can always contact classmates or friends. Shinjinian was nearly deafened by these reminders. But since he had just consumed Gu Yan's candy, he couldn't bring himself to glare at him. I understand, he touched the yogurt, inserting a straw and gulping it down. Finally, he felt some strength returning to his body. Watching the visible improvement in his complexion, Gu Yen let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It was fortunate that he had the habit of stuffing candy into his pockets, as he eventually encountered this day. Shinjinian didn't notice the subtle changes in the man's expressions. After some deep thought, he informed Gu Yan, in appreciation of your snack offering, I'll cut the laundry workload in half, and washing for 5 more days will be sufficient. Me. Gu Yan began to speak but was interrupted by the bell signaling the end of class. Shinjinian's eyes lit up instantly. He had urgent matters to attend to and temporarily lacked time to inquire what Gu Yan said. Grabbing the unfinished yogurt from the table, he quickly stood up and walked around Gu Yan, heading straight for the door with clear purpose. The courier was still waiting at the school gate for him. Such important documents were generally not entrusted to a third party. Shinjinian moved faster and faster, finally unable to contain his excitement and breaking into a brisk jog. When he received the weighty yet simple A4 paper constituted parentage report, Shinjinian suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. Soon, his life would return to normal. He was still the double S-level alpha admired by all, the second young master of the Shin family adored endlessly, the powerhouse who could battle Gu Yan in 300 rounds, and the happiest little puppy. Hugging the express package close, Shinjinian took a deep breath. Indeed, when one's mood improves, even the scent of snow pines in the air feels refreshing and delightful. Gu Yan passed by on a shared bike, glancing curiously at the package in Shinjinian's arms. Are you done with classes? Shinjinian rarely showed Gu Yan a friendly face. Yes, see you tomorrow. Caught off guard by the unexpected friendliness, Gu Yan's brain momentarily malfunctioned, taking a few awkward seconds before managing to muster a smile. See you tomorrow. Shinjinian hailed a taxi and went home immediately. The nanny was preparing milk for the baby while the little one played quietly with a small toy nestled among a pile of clothes. Seeing Shinjinian come home, the baby blinked large eyes and smiled widely, excited to be held. Shinjinian felt a twinge of guilt, casually hiding the unopened express package on the entrance cabinet, and carefully picked up the expectant baby. The little one seemed overjoyed, planting a kiss on Shinjinian's cheek. Papa. Watching the cute and adorable child, Shinjinian's conscience was pricked. Humans are indeed emotional beings. He had deliberately refrained from naming the child, fearing it might evoke pity, but unexpectedly, when the moment of separation came, there was still a bit of reluctance. Shinjinian clenched his teeth. Holding the child in one arm and picking up the parentage test results with the other, he said to the busy nanny's back, Auntie, I'm going to take him out for a bit. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Appraisal Result. The little one held the milk bottle, his clear and beautiful big eyes anxiously looking at the scenery flashing by outside the window. His chubby little hands tightly gripped his clothes, like a frightened little kitten. Shinjinian released a little soothing pheromone. But the little one didn't seem to be comforted, as if he had a premonition of separation, emotionally low and silently curled up in Shinjinian's arms, softly calling him, Papa. I'm here. Shinjinian inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, and his attitude towards the child softened considerably. Don't worry, big brother will take you to play. The little one grumbled, unsure if he understood, but the expression on his little face showed complete trust. Shinjinian's conscience was pricked again. The driver quickly drove the car to the entrance of the police station. Shinjinian had just gotten out of the car with the child when he saw an old acquaintance who had just returned from a call. The policeman Shinjinian had met before in the hospital spotted him first. The man rolled down the car window and waved at him to greet, Why are you here again? Shinjinian, holding the parentage appraisal report, spoke more confidently, I'm here to post a lost baby notice for the abandoned baby I found. The policeman suddenly burst out laughing upon hearing this, specifically got out of the car to walk alongside Shinjinian. You have quite a temper, huh? After all this time being upset, haven't you made up with your wife yet? The premise of making up with my wife is that I have a wife. Shinjinian showed his student ID to the policeman. I haven't graduated yet, nor am I married. The other side smiled without speaking further, leading Shinjinian to the reception area. Shinjinian placed the courier documents in his hand on the table, using one hand to push them over to the policeman. This time I've brought evidence, a freshly completed parentage appraisal. It's still sealed. There's no way it can be fake. The policeman was somewhat skeptical, picking up the courier package and taking a glance at the sender's address, which was indeed the DNA Appraisal Center. The man hesitated with the package in his hands, looking up at Shinjinian. You can open it and take a look. Shinjinian was full of confidence. There's no way you wouldn't believe after seeing the solid evidence slapped right in front of you. The policeman didn't immediately open the package. To avoid any misunderstanding, he called a few more colleagues to witness the moment. Unexpectedly, among those who came, there was an Omega policeman with a delicate appearance, whose gaze toward Shinjinian was particularly intense, even openly staring at him for a full 3 minutes, which made Shinjinian somewhat ashamed. Suddenly, the other person woke up as if struck by enlightenment, surprisingly telling Shinjinian, I remember you. Shinjinian, ah. Just a few days ago during the heavy rainstorm, I saw you on my way back to the police station. As he said this, he pulled out a video from his phone to show everyone. At that time, you and your partner were just coming out of a maternity shop. Shinjinian's heart jolted. He hurriedly leaned over to take a look. Sure enough, it was the foolish video of him and Gu Yan rushing under a cardboard box during that heavy rainstorm, and it wasn't the same one that went viral online. This version, however, was clearly much clearer than the internet version. How can you confirm it's me without a close-up? Shinjinian insisted stubbornly. The Omega policeman laughed and gave him an up and down once-over. Your clothing today is exactly the same as that day, and your figure can't be faked. Shinjinian suddenly felt a great surge of pressure. Although he had absolutely no intimate relationship with Gu Yan, their exit from the maternity store had been witnessed by the police, leaving nothing to be argued, let alone the fact that he was now holding a child. As expected. The Omega policeman quickly realized the matter and looked at him in confusion. That's strange, why did you report that the child is an abandoned infant? The baby became timid under the scrutiny, turning around and burying into Shinjinian's embrace, whispering softly to call Dad. Shinjinian was caught off guard, momentarily not knowing where to start his explanation. He froze for a full 10 seconds before finally exhaling a breath. It's like this, it is indeed me in the video, but the person with me is not my boyfriend. We just happened to meet by chance, and this child isn't our child. The Omega policeman didn't respond immediately, looking down at his phone for a long while, eventually flipping through countless videos to find the one that had gone viral. And he also flipped to the top comment in the comment section, showing it to Shinjinian. I declare that the couple you're shipping is a real pair, the young couple was arguing, wishing them 100 years of harmony. Shinjinian. Brother, you're heartless like a shark. Everything I said is true. Shinjinian decided to skip the self-proof process and brought the topic back to the paternity test. This is the paternity test I just did. There are order records on my phone. This child is really not mine, so it's better to find his parents as soon as possible. After the words fell, all eyes were back on the paternity test. The leading policeman picked it up, carefully checked the seal, and asked him, can we open it? Shinjinian, it can be opened. Then several policemen opened the package in front of Shinjinian, took out the sealed envelope inside, and rechecked for any signs of secondary sealing before solemnly untied the strings. Everyone held their breath simultaneously, focusing entirely on the appraisal document being drawn from the envelope. Even though Shinjinian already knew its contents, he still couldn't help but feel tense, watching the paternity test being extracted from the package as if it was in slow motion. Yet he still had to maintain his dignity. Pretending to be indifferent, he sat on the chair holding the child pretending to look at the scenery. But his ears perked up, paying attention to every move on the opposite side. The police were fully concentrated, turning page after page, with everyone heavy-hearted, silent. The vast reception area was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Until they saw the final result of the appraisal. At once, their expressions became incredibly complex, their gazes repeatedly darting between Shinjinian and the child. I haven't lied to you. The child is truly one I picked up off the street. Even if he looks like me, he's not my child. Shinjinian repeated the same words for the third time. The police passed around the appraisal results, then tidied them up again and returned them to Shinjinian. The man patted his shoulder, his tone softening noticeably. It must have been tiring for you to come out with the child. We won't invite you for lunch then. Go home early with the child. Huh? What do you mean? Shinjinian immediately sensed something amiss about the situation developing. Snatching the paternity test towards himself, he decisively flipped to the last page. Appraisal opinion. Based on the data and DNA analysis results, it supports Shinjinian being the biological father of the examined individual. Chapter 18, Re-examination. How is that possible? Shinjinian looked over the report again and again, making sure his brain wasn't muddled to the point where he couldn't even read Chinese characters. Still doubting it, Shinjinian called the agency to inquire about it. They sent him an electronic version of the appraisal result, which was exactly the same as the one he had in his hands. Shinjinian's small world seemed to suddenly collapse, all of his cognition and rationality shattered completely at this moment. The child in his arms, was his. Shinjinian pinched the bridge of his nose, forcing his mind blankly recalling all of last year's experiences. But now Shinjinian was extremely restless. The memories in his head were like sand slipping through his fingers, the harder he tried to recall them, the less he remembered. Alright, if there's nothing else, go home with your child quickly. The Omega police officer saw Shinjinian's dazed expression, worried about him having an accident on the way home, and kindly assigned 2 colleagues to drive and escort him home. The maternity nurse upstairs was startled when she saw Shinjinian return with the child in a police car. She pursued the policeman with questions for a long time. After confirming that neither Shinjinian nor the child had any issues, she put her heart back into place. However, Shinjinian clearly wasn't in a good mood. After returning home, he didn't say a word. The first thing he did was make an appointment with another parental identification agency in the city via his phone. Upon seeing the notification of the successful booking, Shinjinian immediately got up, preparing to take the child out. The maternity nurse quickly came out from the baby's room, running after him and shouting, Mr. Shen, don't forget the baby's milk powder and diapers. Hearing this, Shinjinian stopped, accepted the mother-baby bag passed over, and with an icy expression warned, Auntie, we won't be coming back tonight, so no need to prepare dinner for me. Okay, alright, then please pay attention to safety on the road. The maternity nurse dared not ask him what he was going to do or what he'd already done. She stood downstairs with complex emotions watching Shinjinian board the car and waved goodbye to the 2 people. The car sped away from the community and disappeared from sight at the end of the highway in a blink. Once the baby lost sight of the maternity nurse, he obediently crawled back onto Shinjinian's body, clutching the zipper on the school bag, repeatedly trying to offer it to Shinjinyan's hand. On the sixth attempt at pulling the zipper, Shinjinyan finally noticed the baby's little action. "What are you doing?" The baby eagerly flopped into Shinjinyan's arms, each soft pair of little hands holding one of Shinjinyan's fingers, clumsily guiding him to touch its own belly. Hungry. The round little ball of a tummy had been deflated to a small flat balloon due to hunger. Only then did Shinjinyan realize that the baby hadn't eaten since noon. He opened the zipper and glanced inside the bag. The baby pointed at a corner. Shinjinyan followed the direction, finding in the corner a little bottle with milk formula at just the right temperature already prepared. The little one touched his belly and looked up with a pair of bright round eyes, saying, "CJCHJ." Shinjinyan hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether it was the illusion brought by the paternity test, but he began to feel that the baby's eyes bore a resemblance to his own. Even the deliberate act of flattering was strikingly similar. Shinjinyan shook his head, shaking this frightening thought out of his mind. The baby mimicked him, nodding too, like a carbon copy. Shinjinyan said mockingly, "Puppy learns from people." The baby pointed at Shinjinyan and replied, "You." Shinjinyan raised his fist and said, "I'll punch you." The little one hugged the milk bottle and laughed, "Papa." The oppressive atmosphere in the car was alleviated. The small baby managed to ease Shinjinyan's tension and unease by himself. After arriving at the parental identification center, Shinjinyan was led by specialists to take samples. For accuracy, they not only plucked hair follicles from the child but also took blood samples. He personally witnessed the lab staff taking his sample directly to the testing equipment, ensuring there would be absolutely no mistakes. The expedited results could come out in about 6 to 8 hours. They planned to stay at a nearby hotel for the night. The baby was exhausted from traveling most of the day. After washing up, he didn't cry or fuss and fell asleep quietly under the covers without wanting to hold his clothes. Shinjinyan stayed awake anxiously until 3:30 in the morning, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Unable to bear it any longer, he tiptoed to the balcony and made a call to his older brother. It took Shinhuili exactly 3 minutes to pick up the call. "Brother, am I suffering from amnesia?" Shinjinyan blurted out anxiously. The man on the phone sounded unsteady and breathless, instantly reprimanding him harshly. "Shinjinyan, is there something wrong with your brain? Calling me at 3 a.m. "I only called because it's urgent." Shinjinyan gripped his phone, his words coming out faster unconsciously. "Brother, did I ever injure my head?" "Yes," came Shinhuili's curt reply. Instantly, Shinjinyan felt as if a tight grip seized his heart. It was hard to breathe. 3 seconds later, Shinhuili gritted his teeth and swore, "Your brain got caught in a door. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing insane things like calling someone at 3 a.m. Shinjinyan sighed helplessly and directly blocked Shinhuili's phone number after hearing that. He had thought his brother was thoughtful and dependable, the best person in the family to him, but clearly, this wasn't true. "Shinhuili, this dog." Feeling resentful, Shinjinyan returned to the room and silently watched short videos while cradling the sleeping child. There was still an unread message from Gu Yan asking why he wasn't home. With his mind in disarray, Shinjinyan didn't feel like typing and ignored all messages. Drowsiness finally arrived just before dawn, and within 2 minutes of fighting it, he dozed off. The next day, the DNA testing center's call woke him before the baby's cries did. After answering the phone, Shinjinyan immediately got up, dressed, and washed up with the child, rushing straight to the testing facility. The little one clutched the milk bottle, drowsy and half asleep throughout the journey, occasionally opening his eyes to check if his father was still nearby before sighing in relief, "Papa." A warm little hand held onto Shinjinyan's index finger, settling back into deep sleep. Shinjinyan carefully placed the sleeping child into a bag. Then, with great trepidation, he verified his identity and retrieved the paternity test results. There was no need for the doctor to explain them. Shinjinyan confidently turned to the last page to check the final judgment. The test result supports that Shinjinyan is the biological father of the examined individual. Even though Shinjinyan had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't escape the dizziness and blurred vision, standing motionless for a full 10 minutes. When the doctor walked by and kindly asked, "Do you need a rest?" Shinjinyan ignored the doctor's inquiry, instead asking about the accuracy of the results. "What are the chances of this being wrong?" Without hesitation, the doctor firmly shook his head. "Genes don't lie. The accuracy of a paternity test is generally 100%. Which means the little plump bundle in his bag sleeping peacefully belonged to him, without a shadow of doubt. Chapter 19, Shinjinyan's plan in the bar. Shinjinyan had taken a long leave from school. He secluded himself at home for 10 days straight, during which Gu Yan sent him several messages and Chen Han made over 10 calls. Without exception, all were ignored. The nanny, unaware of the details, was also worried inside. She feared Shinjinyan would develop some ailment from being cooped up, so she tried to cook different meals for him daily and even shared the juiciest gossip she heard recently. One day, she talked about how the daughter-in-law in the west part of town had eyes for her mother-in-law. The next day, it was about the wealthy wife in the east hiring a private detective to find evidence of her husband's infidelity. Shinjinyan paused mid-chopsticks, his dim eyes suddenly flashing with a glimmer of light as he focused on the key point, asking, "Did they finally find the evidence?" "They did." It was said that during the divorce, these pieces of evidence helped her get a substantial amount of assets. Ah, Shinjinian lowered his gaze, his jet-black lashes hiding the flow of thoughts behind his eyes. After a while, he put down his chopsticks, and the face gloomy for days finally revealed a slight smile. I'm full, auntie. I'll go rest first. Without waiting for the nanny to say anything, Shinjinian returned directly to his room. He closed the door and locked it. As if enlightened, he couldn't help but pick up his phone and contact Haughtily. These past few days, he'd been re-examining his experiences from the last couple of years until he was utterly exhausted. No matter how much he recalled, he could not figure out any outrageous things he had done. However, Shinjinian got enlightened by the nanny just now. If he couldn't uncover the issue himself, then he could hire someone to investigate for him. He swiftly used Haughtly's network to anonymously contact a well-received private detective who confidently promised to thoroughly investigate his target individual. That was exactly what Shinjinian wanted. The next evening, they met at a nearby bar. Before leaving, Shinjinian specially disguised himself, reluctantly wearing a hat and mask to hide his proud features. He followed the picture location the other party sent and accurately found a well-dressed, elegant young man sitting in the corner. Upon seeing him, the man politely stood up and extended his hand. Mr. Gu Yen, right? Shinjinian was momentarily surprised. He had assumed detectives were always like those in cartoons, wearing caps and trench coats, casually holding magnifying glasses. But unexpectedly, this person dressed very formally and looked quite handsome. Adhering to social etiquette, Shinjinian shook hands with him, cautiously lowering his voice. Hello. My surname is Hiyu, the detective said as he invited Shinjinian to sit opposite him. I already have a rough understanding of your request. Investigating this matter won't be hard, but it will take some time. I understand, Shinjinian agreed. He had been aimlessly drifting for half a month, so this amount of time didn't matter to him. It's fine as long as the investigation is detailed and rigorous. I'll transfer the deposit to your bank account shortly. Hiyu clinked glasses with Shinjinian. No rush, Mr. Gu. I'd like to ask, what relation is Shinjinian to you? Shinjinian had just sipped his lemon water and hadn't yet swallowed when he unexpectedly heard his own name, suddenly choking and coughing, even forcing tears from his eyes. It was still slightly uncomfortable using a fake identity to investigate himself. An enemy, Shinjinian stated, a competitor. What is your purpose in investigating him? Hiyu adjusted his rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose, smiling amiably. No other meaning, it's just that our process requires roughly understanding these matters to avoid criminal violations. Shinjinian replied without hesitation, know thyself and know thy enemy, and in 100 battles, thou wilt never be in peril. Otherwise, I always lose arguments. Okay, Hiyu was thrown off guard by his answer, adjusting his expression before further inquiring, let me confirm one last thing, what characters are in your name? Shi Jian Yen, Shinjinian blurted out, Gu Yen. Hiyu smiled again and toasted Shinjinian once more. The man took advantage of raising his glass to drink, using the glass to cover the gleam of intelligence flashing in his eyes. Shinjinian was completely unaware that he had already been scrutinized numerous times by Hiyu. After briefly exchanging a few words, a new employer immediately contacted Hiyu. Reluctantly, Shinjinian could only bid him farewell temporarily. Watching Hiyu leave, Shinjinian suddenly felt drained, shedding the posture he maintained throughout, removing his mask and slouching onto the sofa fiddling with his phone. First, he checked Hiyu's profile. Possibly considering personal safety, there wasn't much information available online. There was only one entry with the same name, but it was from a few years ago, written by a small marketing account and was utterly disorganized. After reading for a while, Shinjinian finally understood. The article talked about how the old patriarch of the Gu family had dispatched his grandson Hiyu to donate a few billion to disaster areas. However, there were no pictures in the news, so Shinjinian couldn't confirm if it was the same person. Just as Shinjinian switched search engines to look up more information on Hiyu, a sudden flicker of shadow dimmed the light in front of him. Instinctively, Shinjinian turned off his phone and looked up. He saw a punk with dyed yellow hair and multiple ear piercings sitting at the spot where Hiyu had been. The man gave him an extremely lewd glance up and down, exposing an insolent smile. Pretty Omega like you should be out playing. The man leaned forward. If not for the table between them, he would have pounced on Shinjinian already. Why don't you come along with Big Brother and play some fun games next door? Shinjinian felt disgusted, and he stared at the man with contemptuous eyes that scrutinized every bit of him. Sitting straight, Shinjinian curved his lips in a sinister smile under the fluctuating dim lights, making his presence all the more mysterious. Do you want to play with me? The man confidently snorted twice, narrowing his triangular eyes while grinning maliciously like admiring prey. Sweetie, stop teasing your older brother now, tell me how much you cost per night, and I'll get my brothers here to split the bill among 3 people, deal? Shinjinian's smile never faded, yet his gaze grew icier. He continued to repeat the same line, do you want to play with me? The yellow-haired punk felt his scalp tingle under this laugh, suddenly sensing the atmosphere turning oppressive, even colder around them, leaving him shivering inexplicably. An ominous feeling started creeping in, but he forced himself to maintain his cool in front of such beauty, rudely pressing him. Stop fooling around with me, tonight I've set my mind on having you, little ragdoll. Beg your father. Shinjinian delivered a full-strength kick beneath the table, striking the man's groin area. Thrown off balance from the surprise attack, the man fell heavily onto the floor with a loud thud. Waves of intense pain surged through his body. Still, he didn't care about his own pain just yet. Humiliation took precedence, as being slapped down by a pretty Omega consumed him with shame. You're asking for death. Rising abruptly from the ground, the man stepped quickly to Shinjinian's side and reached out to choke his slender, pale neck. Shinjinian nimbly sidestepped. Who will die is still uncertain. As the man's hand swiped into thin air again, readying another strike, a wave of irresistible agony exploded in both his head and throughout his body, as though several drunk strongmen violently beat him. His internal organs ached as if they might burst, making breathing increasingly difficult, his airway obstructed as if glued together. His face turned blue-purple with asphyxiation, all because of pheromone suppression brought by a high-level alpha. You're not an Omega. The yellow-haired man lay on the ground clutching his chest, laboriously gasping for breath. Shinjinian kicked the yellow-haired man in the chest with an approximately 15-degree angle, brushing dust off his shoes. A low C-grade alpha actually dares to mouth off to your grandfather. The yellow-haired man paid no attention to Shinjinian's derision, his mind completely stuck in his own panic, staring wide-eyed in terror. You're a double S-grade alpha. Someone so beautiful can't possibly be a double S-grade alpha. Shinjinian, are you crazy? He hated when others said he was beautiful. It happened twice tonight. Usually, just beating someone up for challenging him sufficed, but now, he also had to endure this aggravating annoyance. He stopped looking at the yellow-haired man altogether. Reverting all his pheromones back within himself, he returned to his seat, glancing down disdainfully at the limp man on the floor. Get lost and don't let me see you again. The yellow-haired punk regained his strength after lying there for a long time. Although he was still glaring defiantly at Shinjinian, he limped away. Even as Shinjinian watched the man's retreating figure disappear from his sight, his anger wasn't fully quelled. He rarely fought using pheromones, and he'd used quite a lot this time. He felt very parched. Just as he prepared to order another cold drink to moisten his throat, he suddenly felt a surge of heat rising in his lower abdomen. This sensation rapidly spread through his limbs, and within just a few seconds, his entire body weakened, his breathing became rapid, and his head grew heavy. Trouble. He's fallen for a trap. Chapter 20, In Trouble, Find Gu Yen. Gu Yen was reading a book when he received the call. For a moment, he was surprised to see the name flashing on his screen. What's up? He asked. There came a chuckle from the other end. We haven't seen each other for a year, and you won't even call me brother. Gu Yen put down the book in his hand and sat upright, obviously growing impatient. If you're looking for someone to chat with, download Tinder. He was evidently accustomed to his younger cousin's coldness. Still maintaining his smile, he guided the conversation. Do you know Shinjinian? So. Gu Yen paused briefly but then immediately understood what the other meant. Is he your new employer? He gave a faint affirmative hum, not wasting too much time on the topic. Then he sent him a location. He lowered his voice to give a warning. He's currently facing some trouble. If you have time, you could go help him out. As Gu Yen looked at the name of the location, his eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. Bar. Shinjinian went to a bar late at night. He wasn't a 3-year-old kid, both of them knew well what kind of problems one might encounter in such a place. A heaviness settled in Gu Yan's heart, and he stood up promptly, grabbing his coat and rushing towards the door. Take care of him, I'll be there soon. Don't worry, he glanced at his watch, but I only have 10 minutes. Little brother, step on it. Make sure he doesn't get hurt. Gu Yen immediately hung up the phone. He had just been about to ask for a favor in return when he hadn't even finished speaking. An electronic mechanical sound came through from the phone. He sighed. Initially planning to do a favor for Gu Yen by passing along this information smoothly, he didn't expect to bring himself into a minor headache instead. He hid in the dark, lighting a cigarette. With an unrelenting gaze, he watched Shinjinian anxiously waiting for a taxi at the street corner. The latter seemed aware that someone had been watching him intently, struggling to maintain focus amidst increasingly hazy thoughts, shaking his head as he looked around. But he didn't discover where those who were observing him were hiding. Suddenly, Shinjinian felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. A scorching, rough palm gripped his shoulder blade tightly, applying so much force it felt like his bones were about to shatter. A deep, raspy male voice sounded directly behind him, carrying an oily, malicious snicker. An alpha prettier than an omega? Right, the boss is referring to him. A familiar voice called out from behind, belonging to the yellow-haired thug. He has a great figure and fierce temperament. Shinjinian's mind buzzed as he realized something wasn't right. He initially thought the yellow-haired man had ill intentions towards him, but didn't expect him to just be a small part of a larger organization, with others having more sinister plans for him. He tried releasing his pheromones to suppress the opponent but accidentally triggered the effect of the drugs inside him, leaving him only able to emit about a third of his abilities. This was hardly enough to pose any real threat to an alpha. Tisk. Shinjinian forcibly endured the increasing heat surging within him, along with the severe pain radiating from his shoulder. Turning around, he stared boldly at the man behind him, unaffectedly arrogant. Unfortunately, due to the heavy drug influence coursing through his system, his eyes brimmed with tears, unable to clearly make out what the man looked like. But this did not stop him from curling his lips upward, mocking and jeering with a scoff. Shinjinian sarcastically remarked while hugging his arms, modern civilization has reached high standards indeed, shaved pigs are now running around as bosses, complete with their followers, yellow-haired puppies tagging along. This entire combination, mud pig and scab dog, better start preparing for their exit in disgrace. The man described as a pig laughed out loud, enjoying the look on Shinjinian's face as if examining an utterly harmless animal. Reaching out, he pinched Shinjinian's smooth chin, showing off a mouthful of yellow teeth in an oily grin. You're a spunky little kitten I rather enjoy, but we'll see how useful that sharp tongue of yours will be after a while. Get lost, dumb bird. Shinjinian struggled against the man's grip, but his current strength was no match against the weight of over 200 pounds of pig fat. You're disgusting. Unexpectedly spat in the face, pig boss didn't get mad. Nice, even your spit smells good. After speaking, he shot a sidelong glance at his underling and ordered, load our little kitty up. Immediately, someone approached and pinned Shinjinian's hands and chin. They skillfully pried open his mouth. Shinjinian mustered all his remaining strength and bit down hard on the finger of one of the henchmen, the force causing a layer of flesh to be ground away. Seeing blood on his fingertip, the henchman screamed loudly in anguish. Enraged, he had more people hold Shinjinian down, forcing a small pill into his throat and pouring large amounts of water to make him swallow. Shinjinian coughed from being choked by the water. After confirming that the pill had been swallowed, Boss Pig gestured for everyone to release their grip on Shinjinian. Ha! Deprived of support, Shinjinian collapsed like a kite whose string had been cut, lying weakly on the side of the road. His whole body felt limp and powerless. He tried several times to get up but couldn't muster any strength. Moreover, Shinjinian clearly felt the drug effects multiplying rapidly inside him. Soon it caused him to lose all control over his rational mind, making it impossible to use even a trace of pheromones. Gu Yen. Shinjinian's entire body burned with heat as if set aflame. Clutching at his own collar, he tore off the buttons instinctively to let out patches of exposed skin for air. Save me. The man squatted down, looking down upon Shinjinian in an inviting manner. Satisfied with what he saw, he smiled. Even a double S-class alpha has to obediently enter estrus before me. After finishing his sentence, he waved toward his underling. Take him to the hotel. Yes sir. The yellow-haired thug was the first to approach, knowing full well that following the boss meant getting scraps after he finished eating. For such a beautiful alpha, having just a sip was worth it. He grinned slyly and rolled up his sleeves. Just as he was replying to a message, he looked up again only to find Shinjinian already down. Instantly sensing something wrong, he picked up a piece of broken brick nearby, weighed it carefully in his hand, ready to charge forward. Suddenly, a wave of mental confusion hit him. His limbs felt as though pierced by countless needles, a sharp pain spreading through them. Apparently, this sensation wasn't only felt by him. The yellow-haired thug was more terrified than anyone else. He was fully aware that this feeling mirrored precisely the one he'd experienced earlier when suppressed by high-level pheromones, except now it was even stronger. Boss. Boss. Something's wrong. In a panic, the thug turned around, intending to warn Boss Pig about this double S-class pheromone suppression. However, in his field of vision, there wasn't his trusted boss. Instead, behind him stood silently a tall man wearing a trench coat. You, who are you? The yellow-haired thug scanned around anxiously. Finally spotting his boss behind the man, the formerly confident person now lay sprawled on the ground frothing at the mouth, twitching violently, whether alive or dead remained unclear. Witnessing this scene, the thug's legs turned to jelly, collapsing on the ground, his face turned ghostly pale. Alpha using pheromones to injure is illegal. Gu Yen kept a serious face, yet when picking up Shinjinian, his motions were extraordinarily gentle. Using his removed trench coat to cover Shinjinian, who was frantically tearing off his clothes, he concealed all of his little cat's actions into his chest, enjoying them exclusively. Alphas using pheromones to injure is against the law. You violated it. I'll call the police. The thug went crazy, pointing at Gu Yen, hoping to accuse and ask for help from bystanders. Everyone, quickly call the police. But much to his dismay, there wasn't a soul around him. It seemed the area had been cleared in advance. Where's the alpha? Gu Yen glared disdainfully at the ant-like yellow-haired thug, lips slightly moving to utter chilling words. I'm Enigma. He followed up with a counter-question. Do you dare report it? You. How could? The thug's pupils shrunk abruptly, and before he could finish, an invisible force gripped his neck. His face grew visibly paler, his breathing becoming weaker and weaker. Not until the thug passed out did Gu Yen kick the now lifeless body, showing no pretense of disgust. Worm-like trash, you dare touch mine. Gu Yen reported the incident to the authorities, clearing the aftermath. Without hesitation, he turned around and left, carrying Shinjinian. The person in his arms seemed to gain a sense of security, restlessly circling his neck with trembling hands and licking at his Adam's apple. Gu Yan's voice deepened. Shinjinian, stop biting. Shinjinian murmured incoherently, blowing warm breaths near Gu Yan's earlobe. I will bite. Gu Yan fought hard against immense temptation. Be good, we're going to the hospital. No, not the hospital. Shinjinian struggled to lift his head, his eyes red and pitifully charming, to Gu Yan's place. Gu Yan, caught off guard, paused for a moment. Losing all reason, Shen Jinian's instinct still guided him. His voice was soft and arrogant. Gu Yan's pheromones will make me feel better. Chapter 21, No One But You. The impact of this sentence on Gu Yan was no less shocking than Shen Jinian confessing to him, saying, "Yes, we have a child." This left him momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to address the person in his arms. Shen Jinian, hearing no response, felt increasingly wronged. She buried her entire head into Gu Yan's chest, secretly wiping away the tear drops from the corner of her eyes. "Find Gu Yan." "Can't find Gu Yan." The man lowered his head, his gaze directed towards the red ear tips of Shen Jinian. "You will be angry when you see Gu Yan after waking up." Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian immediately furrowed her brows and looked up. With watery eyes filled with light, she stared directly at Gu Yan as if trying hard to identify who it was that kept refusing her requests. But now the medicine was in full effect, focusing only allowed her to see vague outlines. Shen Jinian quickly lost heart, tugging at the collar of the other person and cooing sweetly in a flattering manner, "Not mad, I won't get mad. Please go find Gu Yan." Gu Yan became softer-hearted under such pitiful entreaties. First, he took Shen Jinian to the car, gently holding her while they both sat down in the back seat together. He also separately released some soothing pheromones to her. "Are you feeling better?" "Not good." Shen Jinian held onto Gu Yan's neck tightly, shaking her head in his embrace. "I need more." Gu Yan, listening, had an uncertain expression, quickly driving the driver out of the car. He hugged Shen Jinian and released more pheromones, helping solve her body's restlessness. Ha. Shen Jinian greedily breathed in the pheromones in the air, her exposed chest rising and falling dramatically, creating an alluring scene. Gu Yan watched, his eyes reddening and ears heating up, his young body involuntarily being led by hers. He closed his eyes outright, continuously releasing engsub pheromones to Shen Jinian. The breathing of the person in his arms was heavy, even occasionally making short panting sounds due to the drug's effects. In the silent car where the sound of a needle dropping could be heard, it was especially prominent. Gu Yan couldn't do anything, dared not do anything. Helplessly holding the burning hot Shen Jinian, he stood rooted in place. Not enough. Not enough pheromones. The amount of pheromones in the car gradually thinned out while the heat inside Shen Jinian's body became even more intense. He seemed to fall into a whirlpool, struggling endlessly for mercy from Gu Yan. Just as Gu Yan thought about giving some more pheromones, Shen Jinian had already grown impatient. Struggling with her soft body, she got up from Gu Yan's arms, straddling his legs, and wrapping her arms around his shoulders, actively searching for the man's neck. That was where the engsub gland was, emitting the strongest scent of cedar. As if grabbing hold of a life-saving straw, Shen Jinian bit down on the man's skin and hastily drew in his fresh, moist pheromones. So fragrant. Just a little more, please. Gu Yan suddenly felt a scorching, wet sensation touching and licking his skin without restraint. He instantly froze in place. The fire finally ignited this swaying blade of grass. Under Shen Jinian's empathetic influence, Gu Yan's breath also grew heavier and hotter. He forcefully supported Shen Jinian's shoulders, putting a distance between them. "Jinian, wait a moment." "No waiting. Don't want to wait." After saying that, Shen Jinian threw herself into his arms again, lightly rubbing her cheeks against the skin on his neck like a kitten. Gu Yan once again pulled the sticky strawberry-flavored candy out of his arms. With one hand holding her chin to steady her head, he carefully wiped away the tears from Shen Jinian's eyes and seriously asked, "Do you know who I am?" Shen Jinian unsteadily tilted her head. Gu Yan could only switch hands to support her chin. "I'm Gu Yan." Shen Jinian's cheeks were flushed red, her lips bitten until glistening, and her hazy eyes focused intently on Gu Yan, word by word. "Gu Yan." So naive. Gu Yan felt a headache. Shen Jinian clearly lacked memory and reason right now. Like a blank sheet of paper, left to be painted over or crumpled by anyone. Shen Jinian mimicked him, cupping Gu Yan's chin. "I know you're Gu Yan. I remember your pheromones." Gu Yan stood frozen in place. "Our compatibility is very, very high. I really like your pheromones." Gu Yan was somewhat surprised. "How do you know our compatibility is very high?" Even when Shen Jinian was fully awake, she might not have known this secret. The pheromone compatibility between them exceeded 98%, a rare and heaven-sent match. "Because, your pheromones make me feel very comfortable. I actually like the smell of your pheromones." It was difficult for Shen Jinian to speak, every few words were followed by heavy breathing. The collar of her shirt kept sliding down despite her efforts to hold it in place, until eventually the whole garment hung precariously on her arms. Gu Yan pulled the clothing back up. Shen Jinian defiantly tugged it back down again with a huff. Gu Yan sighed helplessly and decided to cover her skin with his own jacket instead. The scent of pheromones lingered on the fabric, but Shen Jinian didn't refuse this time. Instead, she obediently wrapped herself in the jacket, leaving only the top of her fluffy little head exposed. Gu Yan gently stroked Shen Jinian's hair. "Be a good girl." Taking advantage of this brief moment of calm, Gu Yan called the driver back and rushed toward the nearest hospital. He carried Shen Jinian throughout the blood test process and even held her while waiting for the doctor's diagnosis after the results came back. The doctor's frown clearly indicated that the data wasn't promising. Indeed, before speaking, the doctor let out a long sigh. The drugs are causing alpha bodies to exhibit estrus symptoms. The numbers are very high, and the situation is severe. Pheromones alone probably won't be enough to completely solve this. What do you mean? Gu Yan frowned. The doctor picked up his cup and moistened his throat. Pheromones won't suffice. You need to help him release the built-up heat within his body. After hearing the doctor's discreet suggestion, Gu Yan's grip on Shinjinian tightened reflexively as his eyes flickered uneasily, his voice raspy with denial. Earlier, pheromones could still soothe him. Take a look. The doctor showed Gu Yan Shinjinian's test results. His hormone levels aren't decreasing at all, so the pheromones can only temporarily relieve the discomfort, much like painkillers. Once their effects wear off, the pain will return. Gu Yan fell silent for a moment before finally asking, is there any medication we can use? Omega suppressants. The doctor said, it's uncertain whether they'll work on an alpha. But Gu Yan couldn't worry about such uncertainties right now. Nothing could be worse than the current situation. Administer it. Upon hearing the word injection, Shinjinian immediately perked up her head. Her long lashes trembled with teardrops, making her look utterly wronged. I don't want the shot. It's necessary for you to get better, Gu Yan consoled. It hurts. Shinjinian clutched onto Gu Yan's hand, guiding it to press against the small of her back as she softly pleaded, brother, go home and give it to me personally. Chapter 22, Don't Regret. Gu Yan quickly covered Shinjinian's mouth. She was afraid that he would say something shocking in his irrational state. However, Shinjinian had no awareness. His mind was blank, and he thought Gu Yan covering his mouth meant she was rejecting him. He immediately blinked disappointedly, and a string of crystal-clear tears fell, plopping onto Gu Yan's wrist. The heat made Gu Yan unconsciously loosen her grip on him. Shinjinian finally got a chance to breathe and desperately hugged Gu Yan's neck, sobbing pitifully, I don't want the injection. The injection hurts so much. We have to give you an injection. Gu Yan gently massaged Shinjinian's hot nape, leaning close to whisper into his ear, after the injection, we'll go to my place. Shinjinian paused his sobs. He wiped the tears from his cheeks, his eyes red as he cautiously confirmed, really? Gu Yan smiled and nodded, I swear. Shinjinian hesitated, weighing the options while clenching his fingers. Finally, he bit his teeth and voluntarily changed position, lying on Gu Yan's leg. He unfastened the buckle of his pants, pulled down the thin fabric himself, revealing his skin flushed pink due to high fever, then, just do it. Gu Yan. Gu Yan hadn't expected this kind of emergency situation, instantly blanking out. Regaining consciousness, she quickly grabbed her coat and covered Shinjinian's body. We can't cover me, I need the injection. Shinjinian looked back at Gu Yan in confusion, seriously instructing her, after the injection, we'll go to your house. Gu Yan kept calm with a red earlobe, secretly reaching under the coat to fasten Shinjinian's buttons. We're not doing the buttocks shot, the inhibitor is injected in the arm, don't you remember? Huh. Upon hearing this, Shinjinian was shocked once again, his round sleepy eyes wide open. He feared injections most, let alone watching the needle pierce flesh in front of his very eyes. The compounded visual pain sensation would increase by countless times for no reason. With a face full of sorrow, weak and helpless, Shinjinian collapsed back into Gu Yan's arms, I hurt so much. Gu Yan, it hasn't been given yet. Shinjinian, I feel the impending pain. Gu Yan felt utterly helpless. She clasped Shinjinian's waist with her arm, letting him cuddle snugly against her. She released pheromones and tightly enveloped him, will you feel better? Not really. Can you cover my eyes? Shinjinian sniffled pathetically, imploring. Gu Yan cradled Shinjinian in one arm, embracing the back of his neck with her entire arm while blocking his view, enveloping him completely in pitch-black safety. Gu Yan's hand was large and cool, making the skin touched feel particularly comfortable. Shinjinian wanted more and timidly whispered, can you kiss me? Gu Yan remained silent, without any movement. Standing there like a statue, she neither confirmed nor denied. Can you? Gu Yan tightened her arms, locking him as closely as possible in her embrace. The sadness in her voice was unrestrained, Jinian, after you come to your senses, you'll kill me. She wasn't refusing, she was scared. Even the enigma standing at the top of the pyramid became a fearful coward before Shinjinian. Shinjinian didn't expect that Gu Yan was even less rational than himself, needing him in his dazed state to explain, silly, killing is illegal. Gu Yan stayed silent. Just kiss me already. Unable to withstand those clear eyes resembling young deer, Gu Yan's Adam's apple moved up and down, her heart beating like a drum. Her lips briefly brushed over Shinjinian's forehead like a butterfly touch. Before Shinjinian could react, Gu Yan quickly turned her face away, too afraid to look directly at him. You were too fast. A man shouldn't be so quick. Do it again. Shinjinian demanded. Gu Yan rubbed her finger across the spot where she had kissed earlier, the doctor will come soon to administer the injection. Shinjinian was rejected. He knew that Gu Yan was unwilling, it wasn't appropriate, or she simply disliked the idea. Angrily, Shinjinian threw a soft punch at Gu Yan's shoulder, you're so petty. After speaking, he turned his cheek away, refusing her touch. Like a wilted begonia battered by a storm, its petals scattered and defeated, waterlogged. Shinjinian felt increasingly aggrieved, the sinking low spirits in his heart surging like waves, surpassing even the pain from the inhibitor needle piercing his arm. He successfully finished the injection, but his mood was bad. After leaving the hospital, Gu Yan wanted to help hold his arm to press on the bleeding spot, but he stubbornly dodged her touch. Are you mad? Gu Yan asked. Shinjinian leaned against a corner of the car, his face flushed red due to the medication coursing through him. He lacked any intimidating demeanor in his anger and instead looked deliciously tempting. Cheater. Sitting in the car, Gu Yan had no idea why she was blamed. Why do you say that? Shinjinian hugged his own legs, curling up in the seat. Our compatibility is high, you should be attracted to me. But Gu Yan didn't even want to kiss him once. The textbook writer was a liar, and so was Gu Yan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan stiffened momentarily. She forced herself closer to Shinjinian, tightly wrapping an arm around his waist and pulling him into her embrace. Shinjinian, do you still know who I am? Shinjinian raised his gaze. The car's dim lighting made Gu Yan's face unclear, but he could identify her scent. Swallowing, Shinjinian slowly enunciated each word, you are a dog. Clearly, he was seeking revenge, thought Gu Yan. However, Shinjinian then reached out again, his warm palm cupping Gu Yan's face as he gradually moved closer until their noses brushed against each other, breath mingling. You're Gu Yan. Stop testing me. Despite feeling unwell and mentally foggy, his mind was clear enough not to mistake identities. Shinjinian. The man solemnly declared, all your actions right now stem from high compatibility pheromones and drug-induced reactions. Your rational side doesn't like me, and I know you'll be angry, regretful, and self-blaming when you come to your senses. Shinjinian detested long speeches. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and activated the recording function. Facing the microphone, he stated firmly, I take full responsibility for my actions. Everything Shinjinian does while sick is voluntary, and the sober Shinjinian must not bother Gu Yan. If there's any regret, I will become an omega. Is this enough? Gu Yan was completely baffled. Shinjinian pressed the pause button on the recording and carelessly tossed the phone aside. He sprang off the car seat, diving back into Gu Yan's arms with one hand gripping her chin, forcing her to tilt her head upwards. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Gu Yan's Adam's apple moved up and down as her voice rasped out hoarsely, Jinian, don't regret this. Shinjinian turned a deaf ear, leaning low to crush her lips onto Gu Yan's in a heavy kiss. A strong strawberry flavor immediately flooded the entire mouth, enticing the crisp cedar aroma to intertwine and dance together. Chapter 23, Two Faces. The hospital was quite far from Gu Yan's house. By the time the two of them got home, it was already 11:30 at night. The suppressant injection Shinjinian had received started to take effect. His emotions were much more stable than before, and his physical condition improved significantly. Even his pheromones were gradually returning to normal, becoming easier to control. The only downside was the movements during their earlier intimate moment were too intense, resulting in a bitten lip that still hurt. Gu Yan bought some ointment from a nearby pharmacy and carefully applied the white cream onto Shinjinian's injured corner of the mouth using a cotton swab. The cream melted with the heat, feeling refreshingly cool with a distinct herbal fragrance. Under the lamplight, it made Shinjinian's lips appear shiny and lustrous. The scene was getting a bit inappropriate. Gu Yan could feel his ears growing hotter and hotter, quickly averting his gaze to avoid looking at the situation in front of him. Worried about revealing any signs of awkwardness to Shinjinian, Gu Yan decided to temporarily retreat. Shinjinian mistook this as an attempt to escape and quickly hugged Gu Yan's waist, pressing his chest tightly against Gu Yan's lower abdomen. You promised me in the car. Gu Yan set down the ointment and grasped Shinjinian's wrists with both hands. You need to take a shower first. Still reluctant to let go of Gu Yan, Shinjinian asked, will you take a shower with me? Gu Yan's voice turned hoarse, I'll take care of you. With his current level of intelligence not fully restored, Shinjinian couldn't comprehend complex statements, all he understood were those two words. I will. Instantly, his sense-off slackened significantly, then, can you hug me? Gu Yan bent over and effortlessly picked Shinjinian up, cradling him tightly in his arms. The pleasant scent of cedar pheromones enveloped the air around him. Shinjinian, like a cat being stroked, immediately closed his eyes in contentment. Gu Yan led him into the bathroom and placed him on a small stool. If your back hurts and you can't sit properly, tell me. Shinjinian hugged his knees, lost in a daze. After giving his instructions, Gu Yan hurried to fill the bathtub and test the water temperature. Shinjinian obediently waited behind him, his eyes fixed on Gu Yan's busy figure. He finally waited for the preparations to finish. As Gu Yan stood up and prepared to find a thin bathrobe for Shinjinian to wear later, he turned around to find Shinjinian completely naked, sitting on the stool patiently waiting for him, his clothes scattered everywhere. How did you take off your own clothes? To take a shower. Of course, one cannot take a shower while fully clothed. Shinjinian voluntarily stepped forward and fell into Gu Yan's arms, hold me. As soon as he spoke, he was once again embraced by Gu Yan, who gently carried him into the bathtub. The water temperature was perfectly adjusted, and the sensation of floating made his body incredibly comfortable and relaxed, even slightly alleviating the burning sensation within him. Shen Jinian let out a deep sigh of relief. Seeing that Gu Yan had yet to take off his clothes, Shen Jinian curled his legs, freeing up most of the bathtub space. In a muffled tone, he called out to Gu Yan, "Come in with me. The tub is too small, I'll wash you first." Gu Yan refused, making excuses while his shirt buttons remained firmly fastened. Shen Jinian looked at the spot opposite him and then glanced at Gu Yan's long legs. "All right. It definitely wouldn't fit both of them. Then after this, I'll help you take a shower as well." He handed the bath sponge to Gu Yan. He opened his arms, allowing Gu Yan to apply the shower gel, sneakily smearing the foam onto Gu Yan's face. Watching Gu Yan endure this helplessly without hitting him, Shen Jinian couldn't help but burst out laughing. It wasn't until Gu Yan abruptly cut off the laughter by flushing all the bubbles away with water that Shen Jinian reluctantly stopped messing around. He leaned against the edge of the bathtub, looking up at Gu Yan's sharply defined jaw, aimlessly chatting, "Gu Yan, which smells better, the strawberry shower gel or my pheromones?" "Such comparisons are never fair," the man replied instantly. Wasn't Gu Yan complimenting his unmatched pheromones? Shen Jinian was highly satisfied with the praising response, his tender red lips slightly curving upward in a faint arc. "Then, come closer. Let you smell my pheromones." Saying so, Shen Jinian wrapped his wet arm around Gu Yan's neck, catching the unprepared Gu Yan and pulling him into his embrace. The two embraced each other directly, hugging together in a close embrace. Gu Yan's nose accidentally touched Shen Jinian's gland, where there was a strong smell of strawberry ice cream. The perfectly matching pheromones almost instantly caused a strong reaction. Before he had time to control his abnormality, the cedar pheromones surged out like a tide. Even though Gu Yan quickly managed to stop the leak of pheromones, the small bathroom was already filled with a strong scent. Shen Jinian, being the closest, received the strongest impact. With a 98% match rate, it could easily induce an alpha into a susceptible period without any resistance. Today, Shen Jinian's body was still under the influence of the drugs, and suddenly being hit by the wave of pheromones, he instantly froze on the spot, his face visibly flushing red. Shen Jinian breathed heavily, gripping Gu Yan's hand tightly. "I think I'm sick. Will you help me, Gu Yan?" A little uncomfortable, can't hold back. Gu Yan truly empathized with Shen Jinian's situation at that moment, and he wasn't feeling well either. Gu Yan directly stepped into the bathtub, holding Shen Jinian against his chest from behind, his arms tightly encircling the other's body, releasing large amounts of soothing pheromones. Shen Jinian had teardrops at the corners of his eyes. "Help me. Please." Gu Yan pursed his lips tightly, his expression tense. His trembling hand slid along Shen Jinian's side waist into the water, closely fitting against the skin. "Do you feel better?" Shen Jinian's heart raced, his chest rising and falling in waves, tear after tear falling down. Gu Yan." Gu Yan gently kissed away the tears at the corner of his eye. "Calm your breathing, my little treasure." Obediently quiet, Shen Jinian closed his eyes and leaned on Gu Yan, taking deep breaths of the tranquil cedar pheromones. Like it. Unsure how much time had passed. Shen Jinian's breathing became even, and his temperature returned to normal. Gu Yan's voice was hoarse and low. "Are you feeling better?" Shen Jinian weakly relied on Gu Yan, not making a sound. Gu Yan asked again, "Nian." After speaking, he hurriedly lifted Shen Jinian onto his lap for inspection, only to find that the person in his arms had fallen asleep at some point. Gu Yan immediately lightened his breathing, carried him out of the tub for a quick shower, then wrapped him in a bathrobe and took him to the bed in the bedroom. After ensuring he was sleeping soundly, Gu Yan carefully closed the door and rushed to the bathroom. Pheromone induction is a two-way process. While Shen Jinian's body hormones were stimulated by the pheromones, Gu Yan was also being affected by Shen Jinian's pheromones, causing discomfort and pain. Gu Yan quickly dealt with his personal issues and then took another shower. He hardly rested that night. While keeping an eye on any unusual sounds in the bedroom, he busied himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast, so Shen Jinian wouldn't be hungry when he woke up. At 8 o'clock in the morning, daylight seeped into the room. The exhausted body was wrapped and soothed by gentle and appropriate light, and Gu Yan couldn't hold on any longer. He fell into a brief sleep, leaning on the sofa. Until he was woken up by a tap on his shoulder. In his daze, he saw Shen Jinian standing in front of him. Gu Yan sat up, his expression flashing with a moment of panic. Nian, you're awake." Shen Jinian showed no expression, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Gu Yan immediately understood. Shen Jinian was awake and clear-headed. He controlled his emotions, looked at the congee left warm in the kitchen, guessed Shen Jinian wouldn't eat it anyway, and didn't bother asking, "How's your body feeling?" Shen Jinian didn't feel any better. He started to feel tired after standing for just 3 minutes, sitting on the sofa. "I will prepare the thank you gift carefully and deliver it to your home at a suitable time, but about what happened last night, we best forget it completely. What do you think?" "Fine, reasonable." Quickly on his phone platform, Gu Yan booked a car, which arrived close to his house shortly thereafter. Gu Yan considerately asked, "Should I carry you downstairs?" After getting out of bed this morning, Shen Jinian had expended most of his strength, with soreness in his waist and legs, making it hard to stand steady, needing Gu Yan's help. However, not help in such an ambiguous way. Shen Jinian settled for another option. "Can you please carry me on your back?" "Sure." Gu Yan didn't refuse. The whole journey was silent, the atmosphere awkward to near suffocation, even the driver didn't dare start a conversation. Gu Yan sent Shen Jinian to the door based on memory. Shen Jinian feared he might see his child. Just as he thought of opening his mouth to chase Gu Yan away, unexpectedly Gu Yan moved faster than his tongue, skillfully pressing the doorbell. Shen Jinian felt a chill in his heart. Gu Yan. Gu Yan was puzzled. What's wrong? Shen Jinian didn't dare to let Gu Yan meet the child, so he urged, you'd better leave here quickly. Gu Yan thought Shen Jinian was completely angry with him, and his heart felt bitter and painful, as if pricked by countless fine silver needles. However, before he even had time to move his foot to leave, the door slowly opened from the inside. The baby had been prepared earlier, one hand hugging the nurse's neck, the other little hand waving to Shen Jinian, Papa. But when the baby called out, he realized that the person in front of him wasn't Shen Jinian but a face that hadn't been seen for a long time. The baby looked at Gu Yan and froze. Chapter 24, Are You Together? Shen Jinian abruptly stood in front of Gu Yan, furrowing his brows and giving a glance to the nursemaid, signaling her to leave with the child. In a moment of urgency, Gu Yan grabbed Shen Jinian's arm, appearing quite flustered. I have something I want to say to you. If it's about yesterday's matter, I sincerely thank you right now. Shen Jinian pulled away from Gu Yan's grip, retreating behind the door, and bowed deeply toward Gu Yan. Thank you for saving my life and my honor. The hand hanging behind Gu Yan's coat clenched into a fist, his voice trembling slightly. That's not what I mean. Other than that, there shouldn't be much left for us to discuss. After finishing, Shen Jinian took out 200 yuan from the nearby counter and handed it to Gu Yan. Also, thank you for driving me back. Here is my fare, safe travels. Gu Yan did not accept it. Shen Jinian also didn't force it upon him but instead gathered the coins and made a move to close the door. Reacting quickly, Gu Yan stuck a hand between the door crack, calling out, Jinian, I just saw the child. What child? Despite owing Gu Yan a favor and being mentally exhausted, Shen Jinian faced Gu Yan's multiple obstructions without losing his temper or acting impulsively. He spoke listlessly, Gu Yan, I'm very tired today. Gu Yan stared at him intently, though he showed no visible emotion, yet there was an apparent sense of disarray. Shen Jinian became restless under his gaze, as if his soul was pierced, revealing secrets buried deep inside. Just when Shen Jinian was about to think up a reason to send him off. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan didn't inquire further, rather quietly withdrawing his hand from the door crack, his voice low, rest well. Shen Jinian managed to put on a fake smile, immediately locking Gu Yan out of the door. From a distance, the nursemaid dared to emerge only after hearing the door closing, holding the child in one hand, supporting Shen Jinian to sit down with the other. She had questions she wanted to ask since the first time she saw Gu Yan, but seeing Shen Jinian's pale face and depleted vitality, instantly closed her mouth. Shen Jinian smoothly collapsed onto the sofa. Auntie, is there breakfast available? There is, let me fetch it for you. Not necessary. Shen Jinian sighed, struggling to muster enough strength to sit up from the couch. I'll get it myself. Though he said that, Auntie, seeing his poor condition, dared not truly let him do it alone, skillfully serving out the warm millet porridge before Shen Jinian. And also served a portion for the baby. Auntie placed the baby's high chair directly opposite Shen Jinian, where Shen Jinian could see a face resembling his own upon raising his eyes. This unique bond brought a subtle complexity to his emotions. The baby also felt a bit peculiar, stubbornly refusing to eat even with repeated attempts by the nursemaid. Shen Jinian watched the entire process with peripheral vision and put down his spoon. If not eating leads to hunger, so be it. The baby's eyes immediately brimmed with tears, the accumulated grievances erupting instantaneously. Papa. Shen Jinian leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, expressionless. If crying could satisfy hunger, we wouldn't need to buy you milk powder anymore. Realizing that he had upset Shen Jinian, the baby quickly stopped crying. Even cautiously wiping the corner of his eyes with a tiny hand to ensure no tears remained, then pointing toward the entrance direction, gently reminding him, Papa. Are you missing Daddy? Shen Jinian asked. The baby's eyetails were red, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking rice. Shen Jinian, I miss you too. Hope on the baby's face quietly transformed into grievance. He missed Daddy, greatly longing for Daddy. He wanted both. But he couldn't understand why the family couldn't be reunited, already reaching the doorstep, why they couldn't come in to embrace him. Noticing the baby's inappropriate expression, the nursemaid took the opportunity to interject. The person the child might be referring to, is the man earlier. She had always assumed Shen Jinian's partner, the mother of the child, was a female Omega. It seemed her assumption was incorrect. No wonder the little baby could only call Papa, but not Mama. It's not him, Shen Jinian firmly concluded, he is an alpha. There would be no offspring between two alphas. Is that so? The nursemaid quietly mocked. Still, the child really looks like him, as if carved from the same mold. Even biological father and son don't look this alike. Shen Jinian couldn't stand hearing this. Each time it came up, his headache worsened. Shen Han said it was a likeness, the maternity nurse also said it was a likeness, and even Gu Yan seemed emotionally stirred upon seeing the child. But between two alphas, it is absolutely impossible. Miss Chen, Shen Jinian quickly interjected to steer the conversation elsewhere. This morning, I hired an hourly maid for cleaning and meal preparation. Could you please take good care of the child these next few days? I'm quite tired and would like some rest. The maternity nurse agreed, wishing him a good rest. Shinjinian returned to his bedroom, casually tossing his coat aside. A colorful little object fell from the pocket with a clatter and rolled to Shinjinian's feet. He bent down to pick up the candy from the floor. It was exactly the same as the one Gu Yan had given him during his low blood sugar episode, red, strawberry flavored. He retrieved his coat again, reaching into the pocket. Sure enough, there were more candies wrapped in colorful cellophane, along with a small note tucked among them. Shinjinian took it out and unfolded it, catching a glimpse of a phone number written on it. Without giving it a second thought, he tossed the note away. On the contrary, he peeled one of the candies, popped it into his mouth. The strawberry flavor was strong, but not as strong as the bathroom scene from last night. His memory came flooding back since opening his eyes that morning, and he clearly remembered how Gu Yan had saved him, as well as the overly affectionate way he wanted to hug and kiss him. Shinjinian even double-checked afterward, ensuring there was no discomfort before sighing in relief. The more he thought about it, the more awkward he felt. In the end, Shinjinian simply buried himself under the blankets, switching off his phone and computer to block out all outside interference, opting to sleep it off when encountering difficulties. One day wasn't enough, then two. Two weren't enough, so three. When Shinjinian slept through to the third day, Chen Han grew so worried that she couldn't help but show up, personally pulling him out from beneath the covers. Seeing Shinjinian's rosy cheeks, glowing complexion radiating health after all the rest, she burst out laughing, "I thought you were sick." Shinjinian propped a pillow behind his lower back, "What's the matter?" Chen Han bluntly stated, "You've been on leave for 3 days without showing up, your phone turned off and messages ignored. I just came by to check on you." As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled a jar of ointment from her bag. "This is what Gu Yan asked me to deliver to you." Shinjinian remembered, it was for the lip wound. Chen Han playfully eyed Shinjinian up and down, "Have the two of you hooked up? What sort of person sends ointments like this?" Her words hit like a cannonball. "Chen Han, you mutt." Shinjinian, startled, sat bolt upright from a near-death pose, "Don't be disgusting." Chen Han laughed uncontrollably, eventually calming down to adopt a serious expression, "I really thought the two of you were together. The main reason being, Gu Yan has also been unreachable for several days. It's rumored that no one's home, his phone uncontactable. The school has already begun searching discreetly." Shinjinian immediately recalled the blonde thug and pig-nosed leader from that day, a foreboding feeling settling within him. Could Gu Yan have suffered retaliation? Those people were completely animals, regardless of ABO status. If anyone fell into their hands, nothing good could possibly come from it, and they were a large group at that, employing treacherous methods. Gu Yan fighting alone definitely wouldn't stand a chance against them. Shinjinian couldn't sit still any longer. After making up an excuse to shoo Chen Han away, he crawled under the bed, retrieving the little note he had discarded earlier. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and headed straight for Gu Yan's place. Chapter 25, Does he look like me? The door and lock of Gu Yan's house were intact, with no signs of being forcibly broken, so it was probably Gu Yan who had locked the door and left voluntarily. If he had locked it himself, then he shouldn't have been coerced by the hairy pig-head gang. But why did Gu Yan go missing? Shinjinian followed the phone number on the little note and made several calls in a row, only to find that no one answered, just as Chen Han had said. Similarly, there was no response to his text messages. He also knocked on the neighbors' doors but received no answer either. With growing frustration in his heart, Shinjinian went to the property management and asked if they had any leads. An elderly janitor from the property management frowned deeply and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Are you talking about the residents of Unit 6? Shinjinian nodded quickly, "Yes. A few days ago, a group of people suddenly came and went directly to that building. I don't know what happened," the old man recalled. Shinjinian's heart sank instantly, and the first image flashing through his mind was of the group led by Hairy Pighead. "Do you remember what those people looked like?" He was sweating nervously all over. For instance, bald heads, huge physiques, or ones with thin faces and sickly yellow skin tones. The old janitor gripped his broom, slowly sat down on the flower pool beside the road, and tried hard to recall the scene of that day. After much effort, some clues emerged from his blurred memory. Right. That group of people all had very menacing looks. The one at the front had no hair and was holding an iron rod as thick as an arm. They marched upstairs with great hostility, my lord. It was truly frightening. Upon hearing this, Shinjinian already had a rough guess in his mind. His face visibly paled. After thanking the elder, Shinjinian took deep breaths while holding his chest, waiting for his cold limbs to regain some color before tremblingly taking out his phone and calling 110 as he walked. Afraid something might happen to Gu Yan, he was extraordinarily tense, focusing all his attention on reporting the situation to the operator while keeping his head down. He didn't notice a group of people walking towards him until he collided into a broad embrace, hitting his nose painfully. As the pain subsided slightly, he noticed a familiar scent lingering around his nose. Shinjinian's heart beat like a drum as he hastily raised his head to look at the man in front of him. "You." Gu Yan steadied Shinjinian's unbalanced body by holding his shoulders. On his weary face, a trace of surprise and delight quietly hid away. Before Gu Yan could speak, the police officers accompanying him stepped forward and said, "Are you the family member of Mr. Gu Yan?" This sentence hit Shen Jinian's sensitive spot. Just when Shen Jinian wanted to defend his own identity, unexpectedly Gu Yan moved before him, reaching out tightly hugging his waist, seeming intimately connected. This act was essentially admitting their relationship right in front of the police. Sure enough, the leading officer caught Gu Yan's meaning and severely scolded both of them. As a family member, you should usually warn him against the serious misbehavior of using pheromones to hurt others. This time, thankfully it was for self-defense, so just 3 days of detention. Next time, though, he'll end up in jail. Huh. Shen Jinian's heart tightened upon hearing this. His memories raced and finally locked onto the moment when Gu Yan used pheromones to attack hairy pig head and yellow hair. So Gu Yan had disappeared these 3 days because he was detained for saving Shen Jinian. This tremendous favor was like an impermeable net that entirely covered Shen Jinian, causing him headaches and shortness of breath. Dazed, he gave a confused response to the police. Then he absent-mindedly followed Gu Yan back home. Not until Gu Yan placed the appropriately warmed cup of water in front of him did Shen Jinian snap back to reality. "How did you come here?" Gu Yan got the first word in, suppressing a smile on his lips. "Were you worried about me?" The words fell into Shen Jinian's ears. The water he had just swallowed immediately choked him. Both cheeks and eyes turned red from being choked, forcing him to endure the discomfort as he spat the water into the trash bin. Then he quickly held his chest and began coughing violently. "You're just flattering yourself." Shen Jinian's body was sore from coughing, and he had no choice but to lean on the sofa, catching his breath heavily. "I just happened to pass by." Gu Yan had been sealed away for 3 days and came back to see Shen Jinian immediately, evidently feeling quite content. He even intentionally provoked him, to pass by so precisely. "Passing by right in front of my house. You're exaggerating and spreading rumors." Shen Jinian sat up straight to reinforce his credibility. "It was completely the janitor in the neighborhood who told me that you had been surrounded and beaten, so I came over to take a look." Gu Yan didn't know much about this. What surrounding and beating? "The janitor said there were thugs with weapons entering your neighborhood, and I suspect it might be the group led by Yellow Hair." The more Shen Jinian spoke, the more ashamed he felt, and his voice gradually became smaller. "I was worried about retaliation against you. At least in emergencies, I could help call an ambulance for you." "Thank you for your concern." Gu Yan stared intently at Shen Jinian and sighed lightly. "However, it disappoints you. The so-called thugs mentioned are from a debt collection company, and their target is my neighbor across the street. Don't explain to me, I wasn't asking for it." Shen Jinian felt much more relaxed inside but still pretended to be indifferent on the surface. He patted his knees and stood up, ready to leave. Seeing this, Gu Yan stayed sitting still and just as Shen Jinian passed by him, suddenly grabbed his wrist. Shen Jinian's wrist was delicate and smooth. With one hand, Gu Yan could easily hold it twice around. The tone of the man suddenly deepened. "Are you feeling better physically?" "I've been fine long ago." Shen Jinian was forced to stand next to him, looking down at Gu Yan's hair. "Now that I've cared enough, can you let go of my hand? I want to talk about something else with you." After Gu Yan finished speaking, he forcibly restrained Shen Jinian's wrist and forced him to sit beside him. It had a rather interrogative pose. The dangerous detector radar in Shen Jinian's heart was about to explode. He knew very clearly what Gu Yan's hang-up was, and also realized what Gu Yan wanted to discuss with him right now. But at this moment, since he was on Gu Yan's turf, like a fish on the chopping board where man is the knife, Shen Jinian had no chance to refuse. Therefore, Shen Jinian simply decided to abandon all hope and impatiently stared at Gu Yan. "You can ask me only one question." Gu Yan adjusted his posture, solemnly and seriously asked, "Is that child at home, yours?" The atmosphere between the two gradually became heavy, the temperature around them plummeted to freezing point. There's an old saying, often your own enemies understand you best. Shen Jinian refused to testify himself and cited classical questions in return. "Do you really not know whether that child is mine or not?" Gu Yan indeed felt extremely disordered. According to the data he currently had, Shen Jinian had never done anything beyond normal boundaries, so there should not be any child. But the baby's appearance was truly baffling. Gu Yan somewhat wildly guessed, "Do you feel, does he look a bit like me?" Chapter 26, Investigation Materials. "Like you're the one who steals mom's head." Shen Jinian subtly moved back a little, distancing himself from Gu Yan. "I said answer one question, and after that, you should let me go." Gu Yan didn't push him further on the previous question but suddenly stood up instead. Shen Jinian sat directly opposite Gu Yan, his entire body shrouded in the tall, broad shadow of the other person, which was extremely suffocating. "What do you want to do?" Shen Jinian looked flustered, his clear eyes hiding clenched fists under his clothes. Gu Yan stared intently at Shen Jinian for a long time. Just as Shen Jinian thought Gu Yan would forcefully extract confessions about the child's origins, the man surprisingly asked, "Can I?" "Ah." Shen Jinian was stunned. After a while, he realized that Gu Yan was deliberately twisting the meaning of the sentence, pretending to be foolish and openly harassing. "Damn you big head ghost. Gu Yan." He picked up the cushion next to him and threw it with all his strength at Gu Yan's chest. Unfortunately, the cushion was too soft to pose any real threat, making it seem like teasing between lovers. It was so absurd that Shen Jinian didn't want to say another word to him. He knew Gu Yan's character well, he shouldn't have come over to care for him, only to be mocked and humiliated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt inside. Shen Jinian stood up, walked around Gu Yan, and quickly left. Gu Yan hit the nail on the head, irritating Shen Jinian. He immediately put on a serious face and followed Shen Jinian closely. Sorry Jinian, I went too far just now. The best apology is for you to stay away from me. Shen Jinian, full of rage, didn't look back. Gu Yan wanted to chase out and soothe the situation, but Shen Jinian was already faster and slammed the door behind him. The metallic door made a heavy bang, deafening his ears and blocking all of his sights. After Gu Yan ran out, Shen Jinian had already gotten into a taxi. Helplessly, he could only send an edited text message on his phone via a video platform. Sorry, I spoke without thinking earlier. After reading Gu Yan's message, Shen Jinian did not reply and immediately closed the page. Thankfully, he reacted quickly enough to use the excuse of being upset to escape from Gu Yan's house. This performance wasn't just vivid, it was smooth and seamless, and even turned the tables on Gu Yan. Otherwise, with Gu Yan's persistent nature, he definitely would have pressed for an explanation down to the last detail. Shen Jinian's mood was pleasant. Unexpectedly, a second later, a short message came from a strange number on his phone. Would you like to eat dinner with me as an apology? Shen Jinian immediately recognized it was from Gu Yan. But how? How do you know my phone number? During the days when Gu Yan lost contact, many people must have called him. How did he accurately identify his number among a pile of numbers? Gu Yan soon replied, there is no friend around me whose phone number ends with 4XXS. Precisely speaking, only Shen Jinian, a kind of flashy peacock, would buy such a phone number. Shen Jinian fell victim to being too flamboyant. He opened the blacklist app to add Gu Yan to it, but his finger speed couldn't keep up. The mobile screen blinked twice when coincidentally, a call popped up. Even more annoyed. Not wanting to chat with him anyway, he kept receiving calls incessantly, getting more arrogant each time. Shen Jinian, furious, slid to accept the call, preemptively striking with a sharp tone, Gu Yan, you're really a dead-skinned dog. If you want to apologize, just keep your distance from me quietly. There's no need for more. I will not have dinner with you. The phone remained silent except for the occasional sound of 2 shallow breaths. Just as Shen Jinian was about to hang up directly, a puzzled voice came from the other side, is this Mr. Gu Yan? Shen Jinian paused momentarily and hurriedly looked at the phone number on the screen. Sure enough, it matched exactly with the number written by Gu Yan on the note. Shen Jinian quickly adjusted his emotions, awkwardly laughing once, it's me, I was rehearsing a play just now. I'm sorry for disturbing you, the attitude of he was very good, Mr. Gu, I've organized 3 years of your data. Do you want me to send it directly to your email, or shall I deliver the hard copy tomorrow? Shen Jinian responded without hesitation, email is fine. You confirmed, then I'll send it to you right away. Shen Jinian thanked him before hanging up the phone. Gu Yan's matter was instantly forgotten by him, and now all his attention was on the materials from the past 3 years. His file wasn't very large and was transmitted to his email in less than half a minute. His gaze fell on the 3 big characters in the email title, his fingers trembling as he hesitated, afraid to click it open. After taking 3 or 4 deep breaths while covering his chest, he finally mustered the courage and tapped the small red dot on the email. The materials he provided were already uniformly edited and consolidated. Shen Jinian read each item carefully from top to bottom according to the timeline, recalling the circumstances of each event mentioned in the data, dredging up every person he had encountered from his memory. He spent the entire night going through these materials and his memories. When he reached the final result, Shen Jinian was startled by a sudden constriction of his pupils. He leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily. Unwilling to accept it, he went over the results again. The findings showed that in this investigation report, there was no indication that he had any substantial relationship with any omega or beta. This meant the child appeared out of nowhere. This investigative conclusion was both within Shen Jinian's expectations and yet still unexpected. The final verdict felt like being told a Chinese ghost story, each character making him feel a chill down his spine and breaking out into a cold sweat. After calming himself for a few minutes, a terrifying and bold conjecture began to form in his mind. Shen Jinian retrieved the long-hidden octagonal mirror from under his bed and stealthily sneaked into the nursery on tiptoe. The child and the nurse had already fallen asleep. Without turning on any light, Shen Jinian furtively placed the palm-sized octagonal mirror on the child's chest, muttering 2 incantations he had just searched online, in a whisper. After a minute, the nursery remained quiet. Nothing happened. Shen Jinian let out a sigh of relief, realizing the child was indeed a human, thus dismissing the earlier guess. Just as he was about to tidy up and leave, the nurse sleeping next to the child suddenly woke up. Seeing Shen Jinian's shadow lingering beside the crib in the dark almost made her scream. Fortunately, Shen Jinian quickly turned on the light, clearly revealing his handsome face to stop the nurse's panic. She wiped the cold sweat from the corner of her forehead and asked weakly, Mr. Shen, what are you doing? I'm exorcising evil spirits for the child. Shen Jinian replied without hesitation. You shouldn't do things like this yourself. If done improperly, it might backfire. We should find a professional, the nurse continued enthusiastically. I know an old master who is very skilled. Not only can he help the baby exorcise evil spirits, but he can also read the baby's 8 characters, birth chart, determining the baby's past and present life with just one glance. Shinjinian widened his eyes in surprise and hurriedly asked, "Is that true?" "My granddaughter went to see him when she was 3 months old, suffering from a high fever and loss of consciousness. Thanks to the old master's guidance, she avoided danger." Shinjinian found this fascinating and his thoughts took a new direction. Suddenly, he thought that if science couldn't explain something, perhaps metaphysics could. He asked the nurse, "Auntie, can you give me the old master's address?" Chapter 27 Guyan's Flashback. Shinjinian hesitated after obtaining the address. The old master lived a semi-reclusive life, residing in the mountains and waters far away from the city center. Shinjinian checked on the map. He would first take a high-speed train to the adjacent urban area, then find a local taxi to go to master's house. As the nanny mentioned, countless people wanted to see the old master every day, but due to his old age and weak physical condition, the old master only selected 2 fated individuals per day for consultation and healing. Shinjinian hesitated because he was unsure whether he had such a connection with the old master or not. It was also quite inconvenient traveling with a child. The nanny secretly told Shinjinian a little secret: "You can stay in the area for a few more days." Some people who are considered unfated by the master persistently request to see him for multiple consecutive days, yet the master still exceptionally grants them an audience. True sincerity works wonders. Shinjinian understood. It wasn't too different from the big gotcha safeguard mode in some games. He didn't decide right away. After returning to the room, he searched online for the old master's name. After reading several posts where internet users described miraculous encounters with the old master, he ultimately decided to bring his child along for the visit. Decisions made immediately. The very next day, they finished lunch and couldn't wait to buy tickets and set off. The nanny showed some concern. "Should we go in a few days? The weather has been somewhat unstable lately. Let's not catch a cold." Shinjinian paid no heed as he packed clothes. "Don't worry, it's now very convenient to take a taxi. We won't be exposed to the wind." "Alright," the nanny asked again, "do you need me to accompany you? I could help look after the baby during the journey." "No need, Auntie." Shinjinian put the baby's insulated milk bottle into the backpack. "I'm just going for 3 days. If I don't meet the master within these 3 days, I will return." He looked around the room once more to make sure he hadn't left any essential items behind before bidding farewell to the nanny. Alone, he brought his child to rush to the station. The baby laughed happily while waving goodbye to the nanny and smacked a kiss on Shinjinian's cheek. F.A. Shinjinian wiped off the baby's saliva disdainfully, only to be caught looking by the baby, whose face showed disappointment. Caught red-handed. Shinjinian became awkward and quickly shifted the topic. "Let's leave." The baby giggled and hugged Shinjinian's neck, giving him another smack. The baby clearly enjoyed the rare opportunity to be alone with Dad. During the half-hour car ride, the baby never cried once. Even the flight attendants praised how well-behaved he was and gave him a collectible doll as a parting gift when they disembarked. Shinjinian felt immensely proud. He marched proudly out of the vehicle until he was unexpectedly hit by strong winds and unceremoniously blown back inside the compartment. Shinjinian forced himself to hold his breath, his chest tightened as he struggled to breathe properly. Only after some time did his breathing return to normal. Looking at the weather outside, he saw it was indeed ominously overcast, with thick black clouds that resembled ink spreading across the sky, fearful and daunting. Shinjinian took out his coat from the bag, completely wrapping the baby in it so that only the lower part of the small face peeked out from his arms. The baby pointed at Shinjinian's coat with his little finger. "Papa." "YJ." Shinjinian softly replied, "Dad is wearing it, Dad is not cold." Satisfied, the baby nestled back into Shinjinian's arms. Shinjinian quickened his pace to exit the station, battling against the fierce wind to hail a taxi in the parking lot. Only after the taxi doors shut all the dust and wind away did he have a moment to catch his breath. The driver glanced at Shinjinian through the rearview mirror. "Where to, sir? Please find us a nearby hotel." Shinjinian didn't even raise his head as he took out his phone to let the nanny know they were safe. The driver hummed quietly, throwing another meaningful glance at Shinjinian and the baby before stepping on the gas and starting off. Shinjinian noticed nothing unusual and continued searching for the milk bottle in the bag to give the baby powdered milk. The baby focused entirely on the milk bottle. Seizing a brief moment, Shinjinian took a glance out the window. Despite it being only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was pitch black outside, almost impossible to see 5 fingers apart. By the car lights, Shinjinian could vaguely tell they were on a remote country road. The surrounding area was desolate and barren, the farmland wildly overrun with weeds and untended. It didn't resemble an urban setting at all. Seeing the pitch-black sky and the rarely visited wilderness, Shinjinian suddenly realized that the direction of the taxi seemed incorrect. His heart shot up to his throat, and a chill ran through his body. Hugging his child tightly, he sent a location message to Chinhan. But after making multiple calls, there was no answer. Shinjinian suddenly panicked. He didn't have many friends to call, and Shinhuili had an important cooperation to discuss today. He couldn't drop everything to help Shinjinian out. Shinjinian's heart raced madly. Looking at the rosy, sleeping face of his child in his arms, he gritted his teeth and made a decision to open a chat with Gu Yen. Following the same steps, he sent a location, then called Gu Yen. Hearing the ringtone through the phone's receiver, Shinjinian became increasingly nervous and uneasy. He glanced around frantically, just as the driver's suspicious stare caught his eye in the rearview mirror. A chill ran down Shinjinian's spine. Just then, Gu Yen answered the call. Clutching onto this lifeline, Shinjinian tried hard to steady his voice and put on an act that was overly sweet and sickening. Husband. Gu Yen nearly choked, covering his mouth until his eyes reddened from holding back laughter. The location has already been sent to you, Shinjinian continued his pretense. I'll be arriving soon with the child. You, dad, brother, uncle, cousin, and sister-in-law should come over as well. Understood, wife. Gu Yan's voice remained calm and steady. Is it cold on the road? Do you need a piece of clothing? I'd like you to bring over your jacket, husband, Shinjinian replied despite feeling uncomfortable. Your information scent level is the highest, so wearing it gives me a sense of security. I'll bring it for you, Gu Yen indulgently agreed. Make sure to send me the license plate number once you get it. I'll come pick you up. I'll send it over later, Shinjinian replied. Alright, Gu Yen asked, anything else? On the road, take it slow because of the wind and rain. Love you, husband. Drive carefully, little treasure, Gu Yen responded. The two continued their sickeningly sweet banter for some time. Once Shinjinian was sure the driver had heard every word, he decisively ended the call. Every 3 minutes, Shinjinian sent a new location update to Gu Yen. The two had prearranged that if no updates were sent within 5 minutes, an alarm would be raised immediately. They kept communicating via locations updates for a full 20 minutes. At the moment Shinjinian was most on edge, the driver burst into laughter. You don't have to guard against me, the man showed Shinjinian his work permit. I'm a legitimate driver. Shinjinian still wasn't entirely convinced but didn't say anything out loud. Misunderstanding, bro, my husband and I just regularly talk like that. The driver laughed heartily with a string of ha-has. I know you're scared. Earlier, I noticed how awkward your hold on the child was, suspecting you might be dangerous, so I glanced more often. Did I scare you? No, Shinjinian feigned nonchalance while staying alert. Where are we now? This is a pending development zone in our city, the driver explained. Due to the bad weather, I took a shortcut to bring you directly to the hotel. Ah. Hearing this, Shinjinian turned his head and looked out the window. Sure enough. After passing through a bumpy cement road, the car turned onto a broad city main road. Tall buildings surrounded them, neon lights flickered, providing plenty of security. That wasteland belongs to one of the local tycoons here. The driver turned the steering wheel. The price negotiation fell through, so it remains undeveloped. After saying this, the man steadily pressed the brake pedal, stopping in front of a hotel. See? I didn't lie to you. Shinjinian felt so embarrassed that his scalp went numb. As soon as he thought about how he'd been acting coy earlier calling Gu Yen husband, he wished he could escape the planet immediately by night train on a high-speed rail. Stiffly laughing, he quickly paid the driver, escaping this humiliating steel box as fast as he could. When Shinjinian opened the door, a black umbrella blocked the splashing rain above his head. Instinctively looking up, Shinjinian froze upon seeing the person standing there. Gu Yen. Shinjinian was so shocked his jaw dropped. Subconsciously, he stepped back. Are you human or ghost? How did he achieve instant transfer? Gu Yen took Shinjinian's backpack, smiling politely and gentlemanly. Wife, what kind of joke are you playing? Chapter 28, Forced Cohabitation. Shinjinian was now very sure that the Gu Yen in front of him was human, a person who frequently made mistakes. He secretly nudged Gu Yan's arm with his shoulder and quietly reminded him, you don't have to pretend anymore. Gu Yen looked up and towards the white sedan that had just transported Shinjinian. The driver hadn't left. Instead, he lowered the right window, leaning out and waving, smiling. Your wife is quite interesting. Wishing you guys a century of happiness together. Shinjinian's ear roots turned bright red instantly. However, since it was the result of his own actions, he could only grit his teeth and endure the awkward situation presented by the driver and Gu Yen. Gu Yen smiled and nodded. Thank you. Are you going to keep up this charade forever, huh? Shinjinian wished he could bury his head in the ground. Secretly, he used his knee to nudge Gu Yan's calf from behind, slowly shoving him into the hotel lobby. Hurry up and go inside, I'm freezing. Gu Yen closed his umbrella and casually took off his coat, draping it over Shinjinian's shoulders, kindly asking, were you tired on the way here? Shinjinian couldn't refuse Gu Yan's clothes since he was holding a child, but he could decline responding to the question. Gu Yen, stop pretending already. Actors need time to get out of character, Gu Yen explained patiently. I don't need any time to beat you up, Shinjinian glared, bending his knee intentionally to hit Gu Yan's calf and quickly shifted the topic. How did you even get here? They spent nearly an hour traveling to get there, yet Shinjinian only sent the location to Gu Yen 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes wasn't enough time for anyone to make it. Gu Yen silently stepped back 2 steps to increase distance, grinning as he said to Shinjinian, there was something at home, and when you sent me the message, I happened to be passing by, so I got off the car earlier. Really? Shen Jinian's probing gaze swept twice across Gu Yan's face, not detecting any signs of lying or nervousness. He half believed Gu Yan. But he deliberately questioned, hiding his understanding, "Did you come specially to save me?" Gu Yan nodded. It was indeed special. He specifically arranged for a helicopter from the neighboring city, flying fast and slow until finally arriving. Shen Jinian re-evaluated Gu Yan, suddenly feeling that this man wasn't entirely unlikable, and perhaps even a bit handsome. He raised his eyebrows and tilted his head to look at Gu Yan, his eyes sparkling brightly as if blending the moon and stars within them, his tone light-hearted. "Thanks, I'll treat you to accommodation tonight." Gu Yan slightly bowed, "All right." Shen Jinian immediately carried the sleeping child to the front desk. "Could you please book 2 suites?" The front desk staff checked quickly but smoothly, then suddenly full of apology, "Sir, we're sorry, we only have 1 double-bedded room left." With himself and the child plus Gu Yan making 3 people, how could they all fit into one large bed? Shen Jinian glanced at his watch and seemed somewhat skeptical. 5 o'clock and everything's booked. Perhaps due to today's bad weather, guests checked in early. The front desk staff explained. Shen Jinian instantly frowned, feeling a bit stuck. The weather outside was terrible with strong winds and heavy rain. He couldn't easily take the child out. It also didn't seem right to ask Gu Yan to find another hotel alone. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Gu Yan voluntarily stepped forward, handing over his ID card, "Then let's book just 1 room." Seeing this, Shen Jinian felt somewhat uneasy. The last 2 times staying with Gu Yan, they both crossed boundaries twice, doing things they shouldn't. Almost everything possible was done. He now harbored some psychological shadows. Gu Yan saw this and secretly leaned over next to him, slightly lowering his body to whisper in his ear, "I can sleep on the floor." Shen Jinian hesitated. A touch of pleading crept into Gu Yan's tone, "The rain is too heavy outside. It's inconvenient for me to find another place again." "Yes," the front desk staff chimed in, "we are near a tourist area. There are many tourists, other places might also be in similar situations." Being convinced from both sides, Shen Jinian's determination wavered. After pondering for a second or two, he still pulled out his ID, along with Gu Yan's, and handed them to the front desk staff. "Book it then." With Shen Jinian's consent, the room was quickly confirmed. Gu Yan received the room card, walking side by side with the 1 big and 1 small person into the elevator upstairs. Upon finding their room, Shen Jinian's face went ashen. Since childhood, he had never stayed in a non-star rated hotel, let alone a chain hotel. After opening the door and taking a panoramic view of the room, he became extremely dispirited. So small. So rudimentary. Shen Jinian walked around uneasily, unable to accept the reality. "This isn't even as big as my bedroom. Ordinary hotels are all like this," Gu Yan said, "Sorry to bother you to compromise for 1 night." Shen Jinian didn't have a choice but to make do, yet the sight of that frosted glass shower cubicle was something he found hard to swallow. It seemed covered, but not really. Faintly translucent with flesh tones, it stirred inappropriate thoughts. Gu Yan noticed how Shen Jinian's brows were furrowing ever tighter, his foul mood almost bubbling over. He interjected promptly to interrupt Shen Jinian's chain of thought, "You, want to put the baby down?" Shen Jinian snapped back into awareness. Only now realizing there was still a baby in his arms, he quickly looked up at Gu Yan and seeing that Gu Yan's eyes lingered on the child, instinctively turned around and shielded the baby protectively in his arms. "Stop looking at him," Shen Jinian said. Gu Yan turned and placed the backpack on the couch, naturally maintaining more than a meter's distance from Shen Jinian, deliberately averting his gaze. "Did you come out alone with the child?" Shen Jinian rummaged through the bag and took out a thin blanket to cover the baby's belly, softly saying, "Do you think I can come out with half a person?" Gu Yan gazed deeply. He wanted to ask if this child belonged to Shen Jinian, but his rationality stopped him. After all, they were having a rare peaceful moment. If he opened his mouth about this, Shen Jinian would undoubtedly grab him by the collar and kick him out. The two remained silent in the room, neither starting another topic. But Shen Jinian clearly couldn't hold on much longer. Today, the violent storm had blown dirt and sand onto his clothes, making them thoroughly unclean and uncomfortable to wear. But, this shabby bathroom made him especially embarrassed to take a shower in front of Gu Yan. Gu Yan. He found an excuse to send the man away. "It's pretty late already. Go buy dinner for us." Gu Yan didn't refuse. "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" "Crispy chicken with coconut milk fried ice," Shen Jinian blurted out. "I'll pay for it." Saying so, he pulled out several red bills from the bag, forcing them into Gu Yan's hand without giving him a chance to reject. "Don't rush back." Gu Yan froze for a second upon receiving the money, inexplicably imagining himself on a trip with a family of 3, even being controlled financially by his wife. However, he didn't take Shen Jinian's money. "I upset you last time. Dinner is on me tonight." With that, he placed the money on the bedside table before quietly closing the door as he left. Shen Jinian didn't dwell much on it. Afraid to waste time, he retrieved a bathrobe from his bag and rushed into the shower to wash quickly. Halfway through, the baby unexpectedly woke up prematurely. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning, the little one looked around and realized the unfamiliar surroundings. The Shen Jinian who had held him while he slept was nowhere to be seen. A strong wave of disappointment struck, causing him to break down instantly. Tears soaked the pillow along his cheeks. Papa. Daddy's here, stop crying. Shinjinian dressed faster. Lost entirely in his own cries, the baby heard nothing, continuing to sob bitterly. Until the bedroom door slammed open with a loud bang. Gu Yan ran back into the room, panting heavily. From far away, he had heard the baby crying but didn't see Shinjinian when he entered. Without hesitation, Gu Yan scooped up the baby on the bed, wiping off the tears streaming down the child's cheeks, hugging the baby close to his chest. With both arms around Gu Yan's neck, the baby buried its head into Gu Yan's shoulder, hiccuping as it cried and called out in a tender voice, Papa. Although still young and not entirely articulate, these simple and common syllables were unmistakable to anyone who heard. Gu Yan's entire body stiffened holding the baby. Chapter 29, I want to know who this child is. The bathroom door swished and suddenly opened. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Yan instinctively turned around while holding the child, both of them facing Shinjinian who had just finished bathing, eye to eye. Shinjinian said nothing, merely standing at the bathroom door with an intense gaze, emanating a towering presence. In the silent moment, a heavy pressure weighed on Gu Yan. Gu Yan, guilt-stricken like a thief, knew he had held the baby without Shinjinian's permission and visibly became flustered. He could only carefully return the baby to the bed. Papa. The baby, who had just been consoled, realized it was abandoned again. He looked at Gu Yan and then Shinjinian, stretching out one little hand to each, pleading for affection like a kitten, Papa. Helplessly calling for a long time. Both adults lost in their own thoughts, neither made a move to pick him up. The baby bit his lip and sadly shed tears again. Gu Yan felt heartache over the child's crying but dared not touch under the current pressure, hurriedly explaining, I heard the baby crying and thought you weren't here, so I picked him up. Only then did Shinjinian step out from the bathroom, his expression easing slightly, seemingly not minding the fact about holding the baby. Instead, he asked a question Gu Yan didn't expect, you should know that when he called for Dad just now, he wasn't calling you, right? Of course. Although this child really had nothing to do with himself, his heart still couldn't help but experience all sorts of mixed feelings. After silence for half a moment, Gu Yan tried to hide his disappointment and spoke in a low yet gentle tone, if he calls you daddy, is this your child? When did you have a child? After saying this, there was silence between the two for a full 30 seconds. Gu Yan even regretted asking this question in a moment of emotional turmoil. Just as he wanted to change the topic, Shinjinian's voice suddenly rang in his ear. The child I picked up, of course, is my child. He asserted confidently, I've got some things to do, can you keep an eye on him for a second? Not Shinjinian's child with someone else. Within 3 seconds, experiencing extreme highs and lows emotionally hit even someone as stable as Gu Yan off guard. After recovering his senses, he could hardly believe, so now I can look at him. You've already seen him earlier, don't be so sentimental, Shinjinian replied. But you can only look, no touching. Just make sure he doesn't fall off the bed. Alright. Shinjinian entrusted the matter to Gu Yan and retrieved the baby's diaper and bottle from his bag. Hesitating between the two, he decided to prepare the milk first. The baby could hold the bottle and drink the milk by himself, making it a perfect opportunity to change the diaper. A master of time management. Shinjinian believed he was simply a genius when it came to taking care of children. Under the bewildered and astonished gaze of Gu Yan, Shinjinian awkwardly changed the baby's wet diaper, slipping the new pants onto the baby's ankles within less than a second. Suddenly, the little one exerted force without warning. Splashing everywhere, drenching him thoroughly, soaking the newly changed clothes. Shinjinian's mind was preoccupied with the shower he'd just taken. I'll take care of it, go rinse yourself off. Seeing Shinjinian's bluish complexion due to anger, Gu Yan showed exceptional discernment by taking over the diapers. I'll beat you up later when I come out. Shinjinian cleanly handed everything over to Gu Yan. Ignoring whether the glass was see-through or not, he disdainfully headed into the bathroom to change his clothes without hesitation. When he came out, Gu Yan had already dressed the baby in neat little clothing, even cleaning the mouth and small hands with a disinfectant towel, more meticulous than anyone who had cared for the baby for a couple of days. At this very moment, the little rascal voluntarily clung onto Gu Yan's fingers without letting go. Then, pulling out his old trick, he smacked a kiss on Gu Yan's hand back and flashed a sweet smile with a cheerful call, Papa. Gu Yan smiled tenderly and lightly pinched the child's cheeks. Seeing this, Shinjinian couldn't help but feel somewhat sour inside. All these past months, he had been tending to the child, seeing doctors, looking for parents, catering to his every meal and feeding schedule, exhausting himself to the bone. And now, the little runt turns around and shows affection towards Gu Yan. Little lickspittle. Shinjinian got angrier. He directly ignored the baby, walking past the two to eat, then lying back in the blanket silently after eating. Gu Yan, cradling the child, let the baby pat Shinjinian's shoulder. Looking perplexed, Shinjinian opened his eyes. Suddenly, a soft little face appeared close to him, kissing him on the cheek before snuggling warmly into his arms, Naj. Papa. Shinjinian thought for a moment before realizing what the baby had said, I love daddy. The little temper buried in his heart instantly vanished. Shinjinian hugged the child and knowingly asked, who taught you that? The baby chuckled but didn't betray Gu Yan's little trick, fearing it might ruin Shen Jinian's good mood. Even though the baby didn't answer, Shen Jinian already knew. No matter how strong the child's learning ability was, there was no way he could learn new words out of thin air, let alone understand their meanings and use them proficiently. Gu Yan must have secretly taught him earlier. The baby made him happy, then excitedly burrowed into Shen Jinian's blanket, pointing at Gu Yan with his tiny finger and patting the big empty space beside him. Woo! Shen Jinian, do you want him to sleep next to you? Gu Yan, who was eating, suddenly choked and had to guzzle down a bottle of mineral water to barely swallow the food. The baby enthusiastically nodded his small head. He and Daddy Shen had not seen Daddy Gu for such a long time. The family of 3 must definitely sleep together. Shen Jinian suddenly stiffened his face, not allowed. This answer was clearly unexpected by the baby. He wouldn't give up, smacking another kiss, bribing Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian remained unmoved, even stretching out 3 fingers. If you want to sleep with him, I will give you 3 options. First, you and Gu Yan sleep on the floor. Second, you and Gu Yan sleep on the bay window. Third, both of you go to the street to sleep under the open sky. The baby immediately deflated. Daddy deliberately twisted the facts. He clearly wanted all 3 of them to sleep together, not abandon Daddy. But Shen Jinian refused. Gu Yan quickly tidied up the leftover food garbage, took out a bedsheet from the cabinet, and laid it on the carpet on the ground. He also grabbed a quilt. It was just right for sleeping on the baby's side. I'll protect you here, Gu Yan coaxed. You and your dad Shen sleep on the bed, okay? The baby groaned as he crawled to the edge of the bed, watching Gu Yan firmly cover himself with a blanket lying beside him. Reluctantly, he accepted this suggestion. YJ. Rounding up, it counted as the 3 of them sleeping together. The next day. After checking out, Shen Jinian went to visit the old master in a small mountain village. Gu Yan naturally planned to split ways with them. But unexpectedly, the baby in his arms absolutely refused to let go of Gu Yan's hand, crying until spitting milk, stubbornly insisting that Gu Yan come along. Shen Jinian had no choice but to take a male nanny along for the trip. The 3 of them spent the whole morning climbing mountains and crossing ridges, finally finding Mr. Old's home. Originally expecting many visitors waiting for an audience, there was only one 15 or 16-year-old little boy inside the Wattleland dog fence yard, craning his neck to look around. Shen Jinian asked, puzzled, "Excuse me, is this?" The boy immediately nodded, yes. Shen Jinian held the baby. Today, there are no other visitors, then. The boy laughed. The master said early this morning that 3 distinguished guests would arrive at noon today, so he specially dismissed everyone else. Time is near, sir, please follow me. Shen Jinian was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was shocked by the master's divine prediction. If the master calculated 2 people coming, it could be credited to Aunt Midwife leaking information, but the fact that he even calculated the last-minute inclusion of Gu Yan deeply convinced Shen Jinian. Following step by step behind the little boy, they entered master's inner room together. Gu Yan also wanted to go inside, but a single glare from Shen Jinian sent him back. You're not allowed to enter. The master said there are 3 honored guests. Gu Yan quietly argued for himself, I count 2. You are the male nanny of the honored guests, my dear. There's nothing for you here, go play somewhere else, Shen Jinian remarked. Gu Yan protested, I also wish to seek guidance from the master. Shen Jinian furrowed his brow and deliberately nudged him, pushing him out the door. You can come in and ask after I finish. Don't make me beat you in this sacred place. Gu Yan couldn't persuade him, so he gave up. Shen Jinian entered the room holding the baby. At a glance, he saw the elderly man sitting in a high-backed chair with white hair, appearing like a celestial sage. Despite being over 80 years old, the elder was still vigorous, looking exactly as the midwife described. Shen Jinian sat in a position nearby. He hastily lowered his voice, Master, recently I encountered a strange thing, please help me solve this mystery. The old man stroked his gray beard, Shen Jinian adjusted the direction of the child in his arms, facing the elder. I want to know where this child is from. Who are his parents? Why does he resemble me and, a friend of mine? Chapter 30, Determine the Positive Bond. The old man waved his hand to summon a young boy to serve tea. Children these days, why do you have so many questions? Shen Jinian realized he had just been talking non-stop, and immediately felt somewhat ashamed. He quickly presented tea to the old man as an apology. I was a bit disrespectful just now. Please forgive me, master. Baby tilted his head, imitating what he'd learned, clapping his little hands together in a bow. Han. Please forgive Dad too, Grandpa. I just said that because you're young, there's no need to care about the etiquette between adults. Be as relaxed as if you were at home. The elder picked up his glasses from the table slowly, placing them on his nose bridge, with no hint of disapproval in his expression, seemingly just casually making a remark. He even showed concern for Shen Jinian by asking, have you had lunch? Shen Jinian shook his head, no, we took the morning carriage here. They got up early in the morning, hired a carriage, and started from the city center, bumping around for the entire morning to arrive. Although they were starving and dizzy, they decided to visit the master on an empty stomach first, prioritizing understanding baby's origins. That's quite a journey, have lunch first. The old man fumbled for his cane beside him, slowly rising to his feet with a stooped back, pointing Shinjinian towards the kitchen's location. My children have already prepared it. Shinjinian glanced in the direction of the cane. He saw that the young boy had already set up a foldable dining table in the outer hall, considerately serving their food and setting the bowls and chopsticks. Since they were seeking help, Shinjinian couldn't refuse. With some restraint, he thanked the elder. Then we will trouble you. The elder chuckled, too formal. Shinjinian held the child in one arm while supporting the old man to sit down, then went into the small yard to find the girl crouching by the door, weaving daisy chains. Gu Yan. Shinjinian, what are you doing? Hearing the noise, the man stood up and placed the flower wreath on baby's head, carefully adjusting the direction of the flowers to complement baby's chubby little face, looking all the more obedient. Satisfied, he asked Shinjinian, isn't it cute? The little baby, sucking on his finger, grinned broadly. Shinjinian had developed the habit over 3 years with Gu Yan of taking opposing views, but this time he had no reason to contradict her. After all, the child in his arms inherited half of his bloodline, saying he wasn't cute would be slapping his own face. He responded lightly with a nod, quickly sidestepping the issue. The master called you for lunch together. Huh? Gu Yan reacted just as surprisingly as Shinjinian had. Did you figure things out so quickly? Not yet, let's eat first. Alright. Gu Yan wiped off the soil from her hands after making the flower rings. You take the child over first, I'll get something from the car. Hurry, we shouldn't keep the master waiting. After delivering the message, Shinjinian considered his job done, letting Gu Yan go get whatever she needed. He returned to the living room of the old man's house, where the young boy had already helped him settle in, when shortly afterward Gu Yan strode over with long legs. The man smiled cheerfully, courteous, sorry to keep you waiting. Shinjinian tilted his head slightly, checking what Gu Yan was carrying. Within his line of sight, he saw that Gu Yan brought along a baby bottle and formula for the child, and in the other hand held a bottle of high-end liquor of premium quality. Shinjinian knew its rough price. A single bottle could cover Gu Yan's part-time salary for half a month. Gu Yan handed the alcohol to the old man. We came here disturbing your rest, and still troubling you to prepare us lunch. We sincerely apologize, this is a humble gift Genian specially brought along, which doesn't adequately express our respect. Once the present entered the door, there was no need for further refusal. The old man had the young boy by his side accepted. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, let's eat quickly. Guided by the boy, Gu Yan sat next to Shinjinian, who immediately pulled at her arm under the table, their shoulders touching. Shinjinian whispered only loud enough for the two of them to hear, why did you buy a present? When did you buy it? I bought it downstairs from the hotel. Gu Yan discreetly offered a toast to the old man before secretly continuing to speak to Shinjinian. When asking for help, you must show sincerity. I brought money, isn't that sincere enough? Shinjinian patted his pocket, the fabric stiff and bulging, clearly holding a thick wad of cash. Overflowing sincerity. Seeing no way out, Gu Yan changed her approach. Sincerity is most important. Shinjinian had little experience in social interactions from growing up spoilt with nothing more than playing and having fun. After hearing Gu Yan's words, he briefly reflected on it for 2 seconds. Then he opened his big eyes, clear and distinct, to argue. The master just said there was no need to go through the formalities. It was only then that Gu Yan realized Shinjinian was a foolish child who had been excessively pampered at home. He couldn't pick up 60% of what adults implied. She didn't explain it in detail, but calmly spoke, since I'm here, I will speak on your behalf. Shinjinian. Shinjinian, then thank you. As the words fell silent, the old man suddenly burst out laughing merrily, cutting off the whispered back and forth between the two people. Shinjinian suddenly realized that, to conveniently talk with Gu Yan, his entire body had practically attached itself to hers. Under the gaze of the elder, he turned red in his earlobes and immediately sat upright. After drinking some wine, the old man was slightly tipsy. You too, are courting? Upon hearing this, Shinjinian's whole body tensed as if electrocuted, going numb and stiff. No. I'm single. After finishing that sentence to prove his innocence, in a rush, he added, today I also want you to predict my future marriage. Gu Yan's attention shifted to Shinjinian, her gaze intensely focused on him. The elder became suddenly interested. Being older, he enjoyed studying the happy events concerning the younger generation. With great interest, the elderly man asked, oh. Then when is your birth date? Shinjinian blurted out, March 8, 20. The elder said he would calculate without further ado. Setting down the chopsticks instantly, he fixed his sharp gaze on the palm of his hand, delving into thought as though contemplating a profound mystery while muttering under his breath. Unconsciously, the 3 people at the table all set down their chopsticks, refraining from eating or speaking, even lightly adjusting their breathing, lest they disturb the elder's thoughts. Only the little one in Shinjinian's arms kept holding the milk bottle and sucking away continuously. This action stood out conspicuously in the quiet room where a pin drop could be heard. Just as Shinjinian was hesitating whether to take away the milk bottle that drew so much attention, the old man suddenly withdrew his hand. With profound meaning, he pointed at Shinjinian, his tone unhurried, your positive bond. The hand gripping the chopstick suddenly clenched into a fist by Gu Yan's side, cold sweat dripping from her palm. She was more nervous than anyone else, fearing that her racing heartbeat would be discovered by Shinjinian. Once again, the elder took a sip of wine, feeling the buzz. Purposefully leaving the two of them hanging mischievously, the direction of your positive bond is. Chapter 31 Hard to Bear. Shinjinian pricked up her ears, paying close attention to the slightest movement of the old master. She only heard him suddenly cough and say mysteriously, "Guess where your true destiny lies?" Shinjinian. She immediately nudged Gu Yan's elbow, openly blaming him without reservation. "You should have brought alcohol for master." The old master was already feeling dizzy after drinking so little. If he got drunk later and his mind became unclear, it would be even harder to help calculate the child's issues. They had gone through great lengths just to visit him. Gu Yan let Shinjinian vent her frustration on him. When he bought the wine, he specifically chose a type suitable for older people, with a low degree and a mellow aroma. However, unexpectedly, the old master's tolerance for alcohol turned out to be so low. Both of them began to worry in different degrees. At this moment, the young apprentice by the old master's side opened his mouth to comfort the two. "Don't worry, it's my master's personal habit, he must drink alcohol before he can see matters clearly. All our clients here know that my master's powers double after drinking alcohol, and his prediction accuracy rate is 100%. "Wow, really?" Shinjinian was surprised as she raised her thumb. "Master is indeed unique." The young apprentice looked somewhat exasperated. "It's mainly because when he's drunk, he won't tell lies. When he's sober, he occasionally makes up stories just to fool people. Though they were just some harmless little jokes." Shinjinian. Gu Yan silently offered another cup of wine to the master. After the old master drank it down, the young apprentice next to him immediately placed a chopstick of green vegetables into his bowl and urged on behalf of Shinjinian, "Master, don't just drink wine, the two clients are waiting for you to speak. The situation is more urgent than you realize." After criticizing his apprentice, the old master smiled kindly at Shinjinian and said, "Your marriage fortune is excellent. The four-pillar prediction shows that your true destiny lies directly northwest of the capital city. This position is remarkable, it is the center of the capital city, representing wealth and nobility." Shinjinian calculated the distance. "That's quite far from my home." He was from the southern region, but his fate lay in the north. The old master hummed twice profoundly, shaking his head quickly. "Far away, yet right in front of you." Shinjinian felt utterly confused. It was indeed far away, but who could be close? Could it be Gu Yan? Is Gu Yan wealthy or noble? Impossible. Gu Yan earns his own tuition by working part-time jobs. The remaining Chinhan is a buddy he mixed with from his hometown. Calling him his true destiny would make one sick. Eliminating the two, Shinjinian didn't have many candidates left in his mind, though he wasn't too concerned about this issue. Marriage, to him, was optional, not a necessity. Shinjinian lost himself in thought and failed to notice Gu Yan beside him taking a quiet breath. "Can you calculate anything about the child?" Shinjinian bounced the baby holding a milk bottle sitting on his lap. The baby had just finished drinking milk, but being bounced by Shinjinian suddenly made him burp, scaring the baby into quickly covering his mouth. The baby stuck out a small finger and poked Shinjinian's arm, telling him not to bounce anymore, otherwise, he would vomit. Shinjinian naturally didn't understand the baby's meaning from his backside. Seeing this, Gu Yan reached out to Shinjinian and said, "You keep talking, I'll take him to change his diaper." Before Shinjinian could respond, the baby stretched his arms forward to be taken into Gu Yan's embrace. "Dad." A pure little white-eye wolf. Annoyed, Shinjinian grabbed the nape of his neck and disdainfully threw the baby to Gu Yan. "What's wrong with the child?" The old master waited until the two had completed the handover before asking. Shinjinian instinctively glanced at Gu Yan squatting by the door, attentively changing the baby's clothes. Confirming that at this distance he couldn't hear, Shinjinian carefully lowered his voice. "DNA testing showed that he's my son, but I actually found him on the street." Who wouldn't be scared if they found their real son on the street? Sure enough, this one sentence fried the information processor of the old master, making it sizzle and smoke. The old master soon realized that he hadn't seen earlier in the four pillars of destiny that Shinjinian was currently married or had children, yet there was indeed a son in his destiny. Suddenly sitting upright, the old master smeared 2 patches of cooling oil on the inside of his wrist to stay clear-headed, then seriously asked, "Do you know the child's birth month and year?" Shinjinian helplessly shook his head. "We went to the hospital for a checkup originally, and the doctor said he was 6 months old. For 8-character divination, it's best to have all 4 nodes celestial stems and terrestrial branches. With 4 pillars missing 2 pillars, it was incomplete." This level of difficulty for Master Gon was like him trying to examine if ants had nails without his reading glasses. No matter how hard he tried, it was beyond his capability. But after pondering for a moment, the master turned and beckoned Gu Yan over. "Bring the child over for me to take a look." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan carried the baby over and handed him into the master's arms. The old man teased the baby as if he were a kitten, making clicking sounds with his lips. "Has the child been given a name?" Shinjinian, "Not yet. In daily life, he just alternated between calling the child Bunny Brat, White-Eye Wolf, Little Rotten Kid, and Sticky Corn Kernels. Alright then." The elder held the baby's little hand, examining both sides, adjusted the baby's face to study its features, and finally took a glance at the baby's crown. Before the child started crying or fussing, he handed him back to Gu Yen. The master let out a long sigh, wearing an unusually solemn expression. Is the situation bad? Shen Jinian already had a premonition. The master's state right now mirrored exactly how he felt at the 43rd second after receiving the DNA test results. The elder said nothing, propping his forehead with his hand as if burdened by deep sorrow, eyebrows knitted tightly while lost in endless contemplation. Until the steam from the food gradually dissipated, and the rice cooled grain by grain. The master coughed once. The child is very peculiar. All present tensely awaited his next words. I've never seen such a natal chart. It's very vague, unclear, as if seen through a veil. The master maintained a serious expression, tapping his fingers on the table one by one to sort out his thoughts. I have a hypothesis now. Do you want to hear it? Shen Jinian glanced at Gu Yen, hesitating for a moment. He originally didn't intend for Gu Yen to listen to matters concerning the child, but since he was also worried about facing a challenging situation, he eventually agreed after much deliberation. I'm listening. The master spoke firmly and decisively. I suspect the child's fate does not exist within the 6 realms. Shen Jinian. He forcibly suppressed the shock and fear welling up inside him. He previously suspected that the child might be a ghost or demon, but now it seemed worse, being expelled from the 6 realms entirely, lacking even the qualifications to be a ghost. Gu Yen clearly looked surprised as well. Master, could you elaborate? The elder stroked his beard, contemplating as he spoke. Don't misunderstand, the 6 realms I mentioned above refer specifically to the 6 realms of our temporal space. And if my guess is correct, his existence will likely need to be explained using the physics familiar to you. To sum it up, this child is your child, but also not your child. He is a baby from another physical dimension who came to their side by sheer chance. You mean? Gu Yen quickly understood the implications these 2 points pointed toward. The baby is Shen Jinian's child from a parallel universe. The master neither confirmed nor denied it, but everyone knew that silent acknowledgement at this point equated to agreement. There simply was no other reasonable explanation. Shen Jinian's worldview was once again subjected to severe upheaval. The child belonged to him in a parallel world. Which meant, in that parallel world, he must have another wife. If deduced based on the child's appearance, wouldn't his wife then be? Chapter 32, Are you thinking of marriage? Shen Jinian didn't bother to hide the full extent of his worried expression, inexplicably turning his head to look at Gu Yen beside him. Unexpectedly, the man was also coincidentally looking at him at that very moment. Their gazes met and rubbed against each other like sparks, causing Shen Jinian to instinctively flinch and quickly avert his eyes. The atmosphere between the two became even more stifling and awkward, the air around their noses seemingly thick enough to turn into substance, making it difficult to breathe. Let's eat first, Shen Jinian said, breaking the deadlock. He hadn't yet figured out what kind of expression or attitude he should adopt to face this situation, so he could only rely on eating to give himself some breathing room. Clearly, Gu Yen was in the same boat. This resulted in a meal that dragged on for an entire hour. Baby's biological clock started to kick in. From initially lounging in Shen Jinian's arms idly playing with his fingers, to later blinking less and less frequently, his gaze growing increasingly unfocused. 3 minutes later, holding onto Shen Jinian's clothes corner, baby fell asleep. At the same time, old Sir, being advanced in years and short on energy, also went in for a nap to replenish his spirit. Shen Jinian and Gu Yen still had a small issue they wanted to ask old Sir about, so they could only wait until the elder had rested before questioning him. The young servant temporarily settled them in the guest room next door for a midday rest. Shen Jinian looked around briefly. The brick and tile house was rather rudimentary. There was only one double bed and a chair whose paint had worn off, leaving no doubt that he and baby would occupy the only bed. Shen Jinian covered them with a small blanket, turning on his side to hold the child in his arms. Despite lying down for half an hour with his eyes closed, sleep eluded him entirely. Agitated and restless, he gave up the idea of a nap altogether. In a low voice, he called out to Gu Yen. The man was searching for information about parallel spaces on his phone. Hearing Shen Jinian call him, he abruptly raised his head and looked at the other person. Shen Jinian's expression carried an unprecedented awkwardness, his eyes darting back and forth, struggling and pondering for a long time but never finding the courage to speak. It was clear it was something significant, hesitation and indecision preventing him from knowing where to start. Gu Yen turned off his phone and stood up, sitting by Shen Jinian's bedside. Uncomfortable to say. Shen Jinian carefully examined Gu Yan's face, and slowly the image of baby came to mind. Finally, as if making a decision, he propped himself up and sat on the bed, eye to eye with Gu Yen. I have something I want to confess to you. Gu Yan's amber-colored pupils were locked tightly on Shen Jinian, with a fiery intensity. What is it? Shen Jinian felt somewhat guilty under the man's sharp gaze. As if confronted with X-rays, it seemed capable of dissecting all his thoughts and ideas instantly. Embarrassed and uncomfortable, Shen Jinian shifted closer to the wall until he couldn't retreat any further, his spine pressing against the cool wall. He wrapped his arms around his knees in a protective posture. Starting from the beginning, he confessed, you asked me 2 questions before. One was, whether this child is mine. Now, you already know the result. And the other question, you asked me if I thought the child resembled you. Gu Yan realized what Shen Jinian was about to say, his body involuntarily tensing up, his heart rate spiking in the blink of an eye. Yet he still maintained his usual steady calmness, nodding slightly. I remember. Shen Jinian clutched his own clothing tightly, applying so much force that fine veins began to bulge on the backs of his hands. Do you really think there's a resemblance? Gu Yan pretended to study the child once more, scrutinizing his features repeatedly. There was indeed some resemblance. Actually, a lot. Almost every feature bore his shadow in some way. That's why when he saw the child for the first time, he was astonished, wanting to understand the child's origins despite the risk of angering Shen Jinian. Yes, Gu Yan leaned back, resting against the chair. In reality, there was much more than a bit of resemblance, nearly every feature mirrored him. When Chen Han had also mentioned the resemblance to him in the past, Shen Jinian wasn't able to accept that fact, but now it was different. Gu Yan slowed down his breathing, staring straight at Shen Jinian. He referred to it as a fact. This indicated that Shen Jinian had come to accept that the child resembles him. Gu Yan cheered secretly inside, feeling like he'd won a major victory with certainty. So, how do you feel about it now? Gu Yan's facial expression didn't change significantly, nor did his tone betray any fluctuation. I've accepted it, Shen Jinian replied. The child came from a parallel space-time. Given how absurd this situation already was, could the fact that the child in parallel space looks like Gu Yan be any more far-fetched than the concept of parallel space itself? Shen Jinian's worldview had been thoroughly shattered and rebuilt. He believed in everything now. Gu Yan nodded. What are we going to do next? Shen Jinian replied without hesitation, I need to ask Mr. Old whether there is a way to send him back home. Who wouldn't be anxious if they lost their child? Especially when this child belonged to Shen Jinian from the parallel universe. Though he didn't know how the version of himself in that universe could have degenerated so much as to already be married and have a child. But judging by his present character, he guessed that once the Shen Jinian from the other universe realized he had lost his child, he would surely go mad with anxiety, losing sleep and appetite. There must be a way to send him back somehow. Besides, worrying about the parents was one thing, another reason was, he didn't really want to raise this child with such an unusual background. After listening to Shen Jinian's thoughts, Gu Yan remained silent for a while. After much consideration, he cruelly shattered Shen Jinian's fantasy. Mr. Old studies the I Ching. I suspect, there probably isn't any record in the I Ching about creating a new heaven and earth and tearing open spatial cracks. So, I have a second plan. Shen Jinian extended 2 fingers to gesture in front of Gu Yan. Shen Jinian pinched the sides of his temples that ached with worry, looking at the child somewhat helplessly. The second plan is, I'll raise him. Raise the child yourself? Gu Yan deliberately hinted and guided, the child has another relative. 2 people raising him will be much easier than you doing it alone. Shen Jinian cast a profound glance at Gu Yan's face. Once again, their gazes clashed and mingled, unexpectedly neither looked away first this time. The atmosphere in the quiet room gradually became heated. As the saying goes, fortune rotates like flowing water, this time it was Gu Yan who felt short of breath. Shen Jinian opened his mouth first, seriously and cautiously, yes, this is the topic I want to discuss with you today. Gu Yan understood what he meant. According to national law, to register identity information for a newborn requires a marriage certificate from the parents. If Shen Jinian wanted to raise the child, a marriage certificate would be indispensable. In other words, to adopt the child, he would have to commit the rest of his life as the price. This second plan could be said to be a devastating blow to Shen Jinian's free-spirited life. Furthermore, he would have to face the pressure and questioning from his parents and older brother. That Shen Jinian could make such a decision earned genuine admiration from Gu Yan. So, Gu Yan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down showing just how tightly he suppressed his nervousness. You're planning to find the biological father of the child and get married? Shen Jinian nodded resolutely. Chapter 33, The relationship turned sour. Once the conversation reached this point, Gu Yan didn't know what to say. He deliberated in his mind for a long time, pondering whether, I won't let you down in the future, was better or, I will give you happiness in the future. But then he thought that Xiaohua Kongke might faint on the spot upon hearing such cheesy words. After much contemplation, Gu Yan decided to swallow the words and instead said, marriage isn't a small matter. You need to think it through carefully. Shen Jinian rested her chin on her knees, her dark, lush eyelashes half covering her eyes, making her appear somewhat distracted. I know, Shen Jinian replied listlessly. Gu Yan grunted softly and fell silent, turning around to adjust his expression with his back to Shen Jinian. He couldn't figure out what kind of luck he had run into, kindly escorting Shen Jinian and unexpectedly getting a wife in return. And it wasn't just any wife, it was someone he had been trying hard to win over for 3 years. Originally, he planned to slowly rehabilitate his image in Shen Jinian's eyes during this period and develop their feelings after graduation. But unexpectedly, they had skipped straight to this step. Straight to a path of love after marriage. Gu Yan struggled to suppress the surging emotions inside him, his eyes reddening from the effort. It took a while before he managed to lower the corners of his lips. When do you plan to get the marriage certificate? Gu Yan asked. Shen Jinian suddenly froze and looked up sharply. What? He was just talking about the plan. How did it already progress to getting the marriage certificate? Getting married and registering. Gu Yan explained, we need the marriage certificate to register the child's household registration. Shen Jinian furrowed her brows. I understand what you're saying, but I can't handle the marriage certificate alone right now. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan instinctively straightened his chest. Shen Jinian noticed the man's movement. That's why I came to ask for your help. Gu Yan responded without hesitation, I know, and I'm willing. Really? Shen Jinian hadn't expected Gu Yan to be so surprisingly open-minded and agreeable. Are you willing to help me find the other father of the child? Gu Yan felt these words were slightly stinging. Something in the logic seemed off. What did she mean by, help and find? Shen Jinian leaned forward, asking Gu Yan, are you an only child? Do you have any Omega siblings at home? Gu Yan's brain momentarily short-circuited, blanking out entirely. He even forgot the question Shen Jinian had just asked. So. The confession from Shen Jinian about how the child resembled him and her detailed explanation regarding obtaining a marriage certificate, all of it was based on Shen Jinian's assumption that he had married an Omega, and that the baby's other parent was an Omega. She had never imagined that the other half of the baby's bloodline might come from him. Gu Yan's little world collapsed. Shen Jinian clearly observed the man's eyes losing focus as his pupils expanded to twice their size moments ago. She worriedly stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Gu Yan, are you okay? Gu Yan suddenly grabbed Shen Jinian's wrist. The temperature of his palm was scorching, burning Shen Jinian's delicate skin until it turned red and hurt. Shen Jinian tried to wriggle free but failed, frightened by Gu Yan's expression, what are you doing crazy things for, Gu Yan? Gu Yan didn't respond immediately. His eyes stared intently at Shen Jinian's face, scrutinizing her for a long time. Finally, he attributed the issue to himself. It was his fault for having unspoken secrets and not being able to openly reveal his identity. Gu Yan voluntarily loosened his grip on Shen Jinian's wrist, with a hint of disappointment in his tone, sorry, I don't have any Omega siblings. Shen Jinian rubbed her reddened skin with one hand. I thought our futures would make us in-laws. Aren't you saying the child looks like me? Gu Yan cautiously hinted to Shen Jinian. There was no doubt that the child looked like him. Everyone had a common understanding about that conclusion. Shen Jinian should not have missed this simple fact. Can you bear children? Shen Jinian counter-questioned him without hesitation, considering all aspects, we're both of the same sex. Currently, there were no documented cases of alpha and alpha being able to have offspring together. Gu Yan's possibilities could be ruled out first. But Gu Yan himself disagreed. He believed that children were brought through space-time travel, so everything in the world was possible. Is the child from a parallel world? Are you too? Shen Jinian chuckled with exasperation. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup. If they find out that you have reproductive function, we'll get married. Not only would they get married, but he also wanted a second child. He was determined to see where Gu Yan, this stubborn alpha, got his child from. Gu Yan shot back unyieldingly, why go through all that trouble when we could simply do another DNA test? Shen Jinian fell silent. A single test cost around 10,000 yuan, and then they'd have to test all potential candidates one by one. Was he running a charity? Seeing Shen Jinian's hesitation, Gu Yan volunteered quickly, I'll pay for it myself. Gu Yan. Shen Jinian's chest heaved with frustration at Gu Yan's sudden obstinacy. Considering our relationship, even in a parallel world, we wouldn't possibly have a baby together. The version of them in a parallel universe was still them, Alpha remained Alpha. Only a small twist in the storyline had caused a different path in their fates. But no matter how much their fates changed, an Alpha's body could never physically adapt to develop a function to bear children. Shen Jinian's words cut like a blade, stabbing Gu Yan straight in the heart. The man fell into silence for 3 minutes upon hearing this, yet repeated persistently, I can do a DNA test. Currently, he couldn't explain his enigma identity, so the DNA test was the most straightforward evidence. Shen Jinian felt defeated, lowering his head as he panted heavily, do whatever you want. How on earth did Gu Yan come up with such a fixation, behaving like he'd been possessed, insistently trying to live together with him? If someone didn't know any better, they'd think their relationship had soured. Shen Jinian frowned, turning away with anger and lying down next to the baby, closing his eyes to ignore Gu Yan. Their argument ended with Shen Jinian resorting to a unilateral Cold War. Looking at Shen Jinian's turned back, Gu Yan suddenly regretted his actions. Misunderstandings were unavoidable, but he shouldn't have been so hasty and quarrelsome, leading Shen Jinian to ignore him again. One should stroke a hissing kitten gently, not provoke it further. Gu Yan left the room quietly, making sure to close the doors and windows carefully behind him to prevent either of them catching a cold. After hearing Gu Yan leave, Shen Jinian immediately opened his eyes and pulled out his phone. He surfed across several websites searching for cases of alphas giving birth to children, even fabricating a lie and asking Haughtily if he knew anything about this subject. Scared out of his wits, Haughtily assumed Shen Jinian wanted to be someone else's baby daddy and threatened to send him to a psychiatric ward. Without hesitation, Shen Jinian blacklisted Haughtily immediately. Just at that moment, the small wooden door creaked open slowly. Mistaking it for Gu Yan, Shen Jinian quickly tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes pretending to sleep. To his surprise, the voice that reached his ears was actually that of the old master's little apprentice, who tapped Shen Jinian lightly, Mr. Shen. This is what my master specifically deduced for you before his afternoon nap, the 8 characters in your astrological chart. Shinjinian sat up from the bed. The babies? No, the little apprentice replied, the master said these are the 8 characters of both parents. Shinjinian took a look. Indeed, 2 birth dates were written on it. Year Gungchen, month Bingsu, day Gui Cho. Year Gui Wei, month Gungshen, day Yi Cho. Chapter 34, Reaping Benefits. The one below was him. But the birth year above was 3 years older than his. Shinjinian recalled the personal identity information Gu Yan had registered with the school, which clearly stated that he was only 1 year older than him. And his birthday wasn't in October, it was in December. Still, he wasn't entirely convinced of the old man's speculation, as children's birthdates were roughly estimated anyway, with questionable accuracy. Not to mention, the parents would be even less reliable. Shinjinian took the small note and thanked the young attendant. In the afternoon, when the old man woke up, Shinjinian went to his room alone, without informing Gu Yan, and asked some questions about parallel dimensions, including whether the baby could suddenly vanish and return to the original world. The old man told him, space does have a self-repairing capability. The sudden disappearance of a child is an anomaly, but the world will automatically fix this abnormality. Just like something disappearing inexplicably and then suddenly reappearing right at hand, it's not because it traveled back from a parallel dimension, but rather because the temporal-spatial continuum fixed the bug itself. Shinjinian understood roughly. In short, he unexpectedly gained a wonderful son. In another parallel universe, his alternate self would also possess an identical child. Shinjinian gazed at the baby in his arms with mixed feelings. Seeing Shinjinian's worried expression, the baby reached out with its tiny hands to hug his neck, using its soft little face to rub against Shinjinian's cheek. Leaning close to his ear, it called affectionately, Papa. As if trying to soothe Shinjinian's emotions. Hearing the call softened Shinjinian's heart. His grip on the child tightened unconsciously upon feeling the warmth of the baby's skin, and his chaotic mood calmed down instantly. At that moment, his determination to raise the child became unshakable. After thanking the old man, Shinjinian quietly left a few thousand yuan on the table. At 4:30 p.m., he returned home with the baby and Gu Yan. Gu Yan tried several times to start a conversation with Shinjinian, but was rebuffed each time by the other pretending to be asleep. He had no choice but to keep quiet for now and not bring up the matter. The entire journey was silent for 3 hours. They arrived in the city around 8 p.m. This time, the hotel wasn't fully booked, so naturally, Shinjinian didn't share a suite with him. Gu Yan knew he was disliked at the moment and didn't rush to provoke further conflict, so he quietly checked into the room next to Shinjinian's. For dinner, he still delivered a portion to Shinjinian as usual. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't have time to go downstairs with the baby. It turned out his approach was correct. Shinjinian, his face cold, said thank you, clearly and distinctly through gritted teeth, being both formal and polite. Then he slammed the door forcefully. Even in the context of the Cold War, it was a good sign that the other party still spoke. Gu Yan touched his nose bridge, almost bruised from the door, and then satisfied, turned around to head to the next room. Inside the room, the baby, seeing Shinjinian return, pointed at the door with its tiny finger, blinking its large eyes, clear black and white, whispering softly, Pa. Pa. We'll ignore him, he's a bad guy. Shinjinian handed the bottle over to the baby. The little one solemnly shook its head, re-pointing its finger towards the door, then at Shinjinian, struggling for a while before letting out an unintelligible sound, Papa, on AJ, Papa. Didn't I give you milk already? The baby shook its head again, making an effort to recall what Gu Yan had taught him, on AJ. On AJ. Shinjinian didn't understand. In his memory, the baby never said such a word. Anyway, it didn't matter. It's quite normal for toddlers to mutter random nonsense. After finishing dinner with the baby, Shinjinian removed Gu Yan from the blacklist temporarily to transfer the meal cost before putting him back. Not giving Gu Yan any chance to speak. The next morning. Without informing Gu Yan, Shinjinian returned home alone with the baby, feeling much more relaxed without his rival within sight. The road back home was unusually smooth, allowing them to arrive by noon. The living room was abnormally quiet, with only the replay of the morning news on the TV. Shinjinian looked around, calling out as he changed his shoes, Aunt Chen, are you here? Young Master Shen, you're back. Hearing the voice, the maternity nurse rushed out from the kitchen, too eager to remove her apron. Seeing Shinjinian come home with the baby, the nurse was delighted and quickly took over the child, telling Shinjinian to rest. A bit later, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, what did the old master say about the baby? The baby is doing well. Shinjinian slumped on the sofa, grabbing an apple to fill his stomach. The maternity nurse, laughing as she played with the baby, said, that's good, being healthy is all that matters. Shinjinian was too exhausted to say anything more. Aunt Chen knew how difficult it was for him to take care of a child on his first outing and tactfully refrained from further disturbing Shinjinian's rest. All that could be heard was the sleep-inducing voice of the female news anchor on TV. Yesterday, the Central District Court sentenced defendants Xu Si, Go Ming, and others for drug trafficking, crimes of illegal detention, intentional harm, robbery, and concealing criminal proceeds in our city. According to the law, Zhu Si and Go Ming were sentenced to death and executed immediately. The remaining 8. Hearing so many charges, Shen Jinian couldn't help but look up at the TV in shock. The screen just happened to switch to the trial scene. He immediately recognized the 2 men sentenced to death on the screen as the pig-headed man and the yellow-haired man who had humiliated him that day. Shen Jinian sat up straight. Unwanted memories flooded back into his mind like an uncontrollable flood, replaying every frame of that night like a movie. When the memory reached the part where he had stripped off his clothes and snuggled into Gu Yan's embrace, taking a bath together, it was abruptly cut off. Shen Jinian didn't quite understand. If he had lost consciousness due to drugs, why did Gu Yan choose to go along with it rather than reporting to the police and handing him over? Wasn't that what should have been done? He dared not think about it further and blushed furiously, drinking a big gulp of icy water before curling up on the sofa to clear his mind. Until the sharp ringing of the doorbell woke him from his nap. Sleepy-eyed, Shen Jinian lazily crawled out of the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. It was the food delivery he had ordered a few days ago. The deliveryman arrived 20 minutes early, looking apologetic. "I'm sorry, sir. It's my first time doing this job, and I got the order sequence wrong, bringing your meal 20 minutes earlier. It's fine. Just be careful next time." Still drowsy, Shen Jinian quickly accepted the dinner and sent the man off. Just as he was about to lie down again for another nap, the doorbell rang once more. This time, he was truly irritated. Angrily shuffling into his slippers, he yanked open the door without even seeing who stood there and began ranting. "Didn't I already say it's fine? Do you still want me to yell at you?" Only when the familiar face came into view did Shen Jinian realize he had scolded the wrong person. But upon seeing Gu Yan, he became even angrier. "What do you want here?" Gu Yan replied, "I'd like to see you and the child." "In dreams, you can have everything," Shen Jinian said as he attempted to close the door. Gu Yan suddenly reached out, using the same trick to hold the door in place between its closing. "You once said you owe me a favor, and it can be redeemed within 3 months. Confident that Shen Jinian wouldn't risk injuring him by slamming the door, Gu Yan continued, "And you've also said, Shen Jinian always keeps his word." Today, he had come to claim that favor. Chapter 35, Tidying Up an Empty Room. Shen Jinian. What difference was there between Gu Yan's behavior and the dog's? How dare he coerce him over this matter? Coercion aside, he even added a sentence to cut off all possible escapes, leaving no chance for refusal. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and open the door. Shen Jinian crossed his arms cautiously and asked, "Will you leave after seeing me and the child?" Gu Yan remained silent, only gazing at him. Shen Jinian was well aware that he was being pushy, feeling guilty under Gu Yan's piercing gaze. He backed down willingly. Gu Yan proposed a compromise. "I'll stay for 2 hours then leave." "Fine," Shen Jinian said, turning to walk towards the dining table. He unconsciously glanced at the dark clouds on the horizon outside the window. There was more rain during the summer solstice. It seemed the weather was about to change again. "However, I suggest you come back tomorrow instead," Shen Jinian reminded him. Gu Yan knew it would rain today. He assumed Shen Jinian was worried about him getting soaked on his way home. His heart inexplicably relaxed. "It's fine. You're misunderstanding, my family is about to have dinner." Shen Jinian opened the takeaway packaging, "And there's no portion for you." He had clearly overestimated Shen Jinian's tolerance towards him. "I've already eaten." Shen Jinian huffed quietly, muttering softly, "You weren't even asked." After saying that, he slowly took out the bowls and chopsticks to distribute the meal. Gu Yan sat on the sofa, waiting for 10 minutes while Shen Jinian leisurely packed the meal. It felt like the actions were slowed down to 0.1x speed, as slow as a sloth. Gu Yan realized something was amiss and quickly defended his rights. "Let me reiterate, the 2 hours do not include your dinner time." Shen Jinian understood. Even such subtle thoughts had been caught by Gu Yan. Reluctantly, Shen Jinian finished his dinner quickly and went to switch shifts with the nanny in the nursery to take care of the child. He called Gu Yan to the study to resolve the issue. The nanny met Gu Yan just as she came out. She paused momentarily before smiling widely. Her gaze towards Gu Yan carried admiration. When Shen Jinian wasn't paying attention, she secretly whispered to him, "Little Shen doesn't respond to force, don't pressure him." Gu Yan nodded slightly with a smile, "Thank you, auntie." The two stayed briefly. When Shen Jinian didn't wait for Gu Yan, he rushed out with the baby in his arms. "Gu Yan, do you still want to talk?" The man immediately hurried to catch up. He closed the study door behind Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian flipped the hourglass on the desk. 2 hours, perfectly aligned. Gu Yan had no objections. He proactively sat on the sofa directly across from Shen Jinian. Seeing this, the baby stretched out his little arms, wanting Shen Jinian to sit beside Gu Yan too. However, Shen Jinian's threatening glare silenced him immediately. The baby obediently nestled in his embrace, not daring to move, gently coaxing Shen Jinian with, "Papa." Seeing how the child kept glancing at him furtively, Gu Yan hesitated and carefully broached the subject, about the child. "I still wish to make an effort." Before Shen Jinian could lose his temper, Gu Yan interrupted him, directly exposing the truth. "I know you are fully aware deep down, but you simply refuse to acknowledge it. It's hard to accept that a lifelong nemesis suddenly shares blood ties with your son. Perhaps even harder to accept, two alphas together, forced to endure strange gazes. Such pampered young masters as Shinjinian surely feel overwhelmed with when others point fingers behind their backs. So my visit this time isn't to pressure you either. Gu Yan pulled out the sample bag, containing his hair, and another empty bag obviously prepared for the baby. I will conduct a paternity test. After the results come out, you can consider accordingly. Shinjinian defensively wrapped both arms around the baby in her embrace, her body leaning backward nervously looking at Gu Yan. What if I don't consider it? Gu Yan said nothing, but a sense of desolation flickered in his expression. Shinjinian realized he had gone too far. Due to social issues, the state reviews newborns' household registration extremely strictly. Normally, one needs a marriage certificate to register a child. If the DNA test shows that it really is Gu Yan's child, not marrying Gu Yan and not registering the child's identity information would indeed be unreasonable. Can I hold the child? Gu Yan changed the topic. Shinjinian hesitated and glanced at the baby in her arms, eventually handing the baby to Gu Yan. In the moment Gu Yan held the child, his eyes sparkled with sharpness, though it quickly disappeared. Softness prevails over harshness. Shinjinian's character was clear as day even to the Moon sister who had only been on the job for less than a month. Gu Yan, having been his schoolmate for 3 years, understood him all the more thoroughly. If Shinjinian stepped back an inch, Gu Yan could retreat a foot. Gu Yan's pace was well controlled. After taking over the baby, he ended the conversation with Shinjinian and gave him space to think, while playing with the baby on the sofa. Shinjinian sat in the chair, squinting and staring straight at the intimate interaction between the two. The baby was actually quite shy. It took a lot of effort for the Moon sister to comfort the child on her first day of work. But Gu Yan was different. He didn't have to go out of his way to win the baby's favor, the baby would naturally gravitate toward him. This showed that the child's original family atmosphere must have been rather harmonious. Halfway through the hourglass, Aunt Chen, the Moon sister, hurriedly came to knock on the door to inform Shinjinian, young Mr. Shen, there's suddenly a violent storm outside, and cars parked by the road are being overturned. What shall we do with the guest tonight? Shinjinian stood up and pulled open the Venetian blinds to look outside. Rainwater was pouring down like a waterfall, washing against the windows. Faintly, one could see the greenery outside being continuously battered by the wind, small broken branches flying around haphazardly in the sky. It indeed looked pretty dangerous. Are the subways not running either? Shinjinian asked. Rainwater is flooding in, so no transportation is available, the Moon sister frowned, saying, the weather forecast predicted a major downpour early today. Until half an hour ago, traffic was completely cut off on the roads. Shinjinian's sharp eyes suddenly turned to Gu Yan. Did you deliberately time this? His arrival was too coincidental. There was no storm when he entered the house, but exactly 2 hours later was the time when the storm would be at its worst. Any decent person wouldn't send him away during such a dangerous time. With one hand holding the child, Gu Yan pulled out his phone ticket information and innocently clarified, I came directly here after getting off the bus. I didn't check the weather forecast. Shinjinian was half believing, half doubting. He observed the state outside again. The wind and rain showed no signs of abating, but were instead getting worse. Trees as thick as a hug were snapped cleanly in half and slammed down, crashing into the parking lot barriers with a loud bang. Seeing this, Shinjinian's heart shuddered helplessly. Auntie, can you help tidy up an empty room? After speaking, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a moment, don't we only have 2 rooms in total? One room was his, and the other was the Moon sisters and the baby's nursery. If Gu Yan were to stay, there would be no empty room. Chapter 36 He has you in his heart. When Shinjinian first rented the apartment, she never imagined that her home would one day be so lively. 4 people split into 2 rooms. The aunt certainly wouldn't stay with them 2 alphas. She had a room to herself, which meant the 3 of them would have to share another room. Shinjinian was unwilling. If they left the child with the aunt and the 2 of them stayed in one room together. Shinjinian was even more unwilling. The final decision was made by Shinjinian. Pointing at Gu Yan, she declared firmly, you sleep on the couch. This arrangement was only natural. It was also within Gu Yan's expectations, thank you. From the very beginning, he hadn't dared to hope for the bedroom. Shinjinian hadn't already thrown him out by grabbing him by the back of his neck, which was already merciful enough. The babysitter waiting for the results beside clearly looked much more dejected than Gu Yan. She had specially chosen to inform Shinjinian during a stormy time, hoping it would allow the young couple to stay together and foster intimacy, making up for past grievances. But Shinjinian's heart turned out harder than a 1,000-year-old cold iron. I'll go find a blanket first, the aunt said as she took the chance to leave the room. For a moment. There were only 3 people left in the study. The baby, nestled in Gu Yan's arms, was laughing and squirming, hugging his neck tightly and planting kisses repeatedly without seeming satisfied at all, being more clingy than ever before. Shinjinian watched this scene and became so angry that she could barely breathe properly. But she was also worried about leaving, fearing that if she did, Gu Yan might whisper secret words to the child. She endured this stifling atmosphere stubbornly, glaring intently at Gu Yan for an hour. Not until the last grain of sand in the hourglass fell. Shinjinian rose immediately, walking over to Gu Yan and extending her hands toward the baby in his arms. 2 hours are up. Gu Yan was preparing to return the small baby to Shinjinian. Unexpectedly, the little one clung to him like a sticky plaster, refusing to budge from Gu Yan's embrace, clinging to the man's neck and waist with both hands and feet. Shinjinian tried several times but couldn't pry him loose. She slapped the baby's little bottom lightly. Don't make such an embarrassing spectacle. It's time for you to sleep. The baby neither cried nor fussed, persistently burying its head in Gu Yan's neck. Papa, Sudge. Are you going to sleep with Gu Yan? Shinjinian folded her arms, visible annoyance rising on her face. Is that right? The baby didn't dare to speak anymore. Surreptitiously turning its head, it glanced at Shinjinian, seeing Daddy was indeed upset, then quickly hid its little face against Gu Yan's neck out of guilt. Woo! Shinjinian ordered Gu Yan to turn the child around so the baby faced her directly. She asked once again, are you sure you want to sleep with Gu Yan? The baby suddenly dropped its head, not daring to speak anymore. Daddy was always so strict. At this opportune moment, Gu Yan broke the impasse between the two, leaning close to the child's ear and softly coaxing, sleep with Dad. When you wake up, I'll still play with you, alright? The baby's eyes filled with teardrops, sparkling sorrowfully in their confines. Looking particularly pitiful. The baby gripped Shinjinian's clothes, its tiny hand swaying uncertainly as it pointed to Gu Yan and then Shinjinian. Sudge. Papa. Shinjinian was perplexed. Gu Yan guessed and asked directly, should we sleep together? The baby sighed in relief, nodding hurriedly. Previously, they had slept together anyway. Every morning when he woke up, Shinjinian was on his left and Gu Yan was on his right. He could hug whichever dad he wanted, kiss whoever he wished. But now, Shinjinian's repulsion towards Gu Yan was rising sharply. Forget sleeping together, Gu Yan could even enter Shinjinian's home only because of a 30,000 yuan deal. Still, the baby longed to sleep with both daddies. Do you even know who he is and you're willing to sleep with him? Shinjinian forcibly took the child into her arms, leaning close to whisper into the baby's ear as a reminder, don't go too far. Sleeping together among the three was utterly impossible. Upon hearing this devastating answer, the tears that the baby had held back spilled onto Shinjinian's hand, rolling down like beads off a broken string. The baby clutched onto Gu Yan's clothes tightly, wiping away tears silently without pleading further. Pa. Shinjinian remained unmoved. He won't sleep with you. Her voice trailed off. Without giving the baby any chance at all, she firmly carried the child out and headed towards her bedroom, ignoring Gu Yan completely back in the study. Gu Yan stood stunned in place, exchanging glances with the babysitter who had been worriedly eavesdropping by the door. Did you have an argument with little Shen? The maternity nurse asked. Gu Yan sat back on the couch, his long legs crossed, fingers incessantly rubbing his temples as he felt a headache coming on. No, he's just in a bad mood today. The nurse pressed on, didn't you try to please him a bit? Gu Yan confessed openly, it won't work. I'm his sore spot. One glance from Shinjinian was all it took to explode, today especially, his temper being unusually erratic and dreadful. It seemed that after leaving Mr. Shin's house, he had become restless and anxious, struggling hard to accept the child's origin. It could also be because his marriage proposal was so absurdly out of nowhere that it had scared Shinjinian. He needed time to think through it himself. The nurse wiped her hands clean of water droplets on her apron, carefully closing the door halfway behind her before sitting down not too far away from Gu Yan on the couch. She sighed, I want to talk to you about little Shen. Seeing Gu Yan listening attentively, she went on, although I've only been here for less than a month, I don't know what happened between you two before, but I feel that he does have you in his heart. Little Shen already told me about the baby's father long ago, how charming and arrogant yet aloof you were, and he even asked me how to learn ways to win your favor. At this, Gu Yan frowned heavily, question mark. Flatter him, then learn how to please him. Was Shinjinian possessed by something uncanny? You shouldn't look like that. What I said is absolutely true, the nurse said quickly as she saw Gu Yan's frown deepening, immediately holding up 3 fingers to swear by it. She could still recall the scene vividly. Shinjinian had said Gu Yan's looks were flawless but slightly inferior to his own. Only someone truly handsome could receive such praise from Shinjinian. Later, Shinjinian also condemned Gu Yan's arrogance and awful temper. She believed this was purely emotional resentment carried over from a lover's quarrel. An objective description would be that he was noble and haughty, upright in character. As for Shinjinian learning to please him, even though it was forced upon Shinjinian, he both learned and applied it, leading to rather satisfactory results. Seeing the maternity nurse speak with such confidence, doubt started to form in Gu Yan's heart, shaking his disbelief. Still finding it hard to believe, he asked again, you say, Shinjinian actually cares for me? The nurse nodded, you two already have a child. Whether you're in the picture or not, isn't it clear enough already? Gu Yan. This was hard to explain. The nurse exclaimed, in a relationship, whose right or wrong never matters. You've just given birth, and as an omega, staying outside isn't convenient or appropriate. An alpha's care is essential. Little Shen may be a little stubborn, but he's a very kind and responsible person, the kindest and most responsible one I've met. As long as both of you make concessions and show a bit of humility, things can go smoothly, right? Although Auntie is just an outsider, I sincerely hope you two lovebirds end up together. Gu Yan was thoroughly confused by the nurse's words. But there was a need to remind the nurse. These words should be conveyed entirely to Shen Jinian, who was the mastermind in their relationship and clearly the one unwilling to stay together with him. Before Gu Yan could open his mouth, however, the study door banged open suddenly. Speak of the devil. Shen Jinian himself stood at the doorway with his arms crossed, looking down at Gu Yan with a stern expression. His tone was serious, yet surprisingly yielding to the baby's will. Gu Yan, sleep in my bed tonight. Chapter 37, Sneaking into Baby Welfare. Shen Jinian's room was more than twice the size of the nursery. The interior decoration was simple yet luxurious, with a light gray tone that made the room especially cold and distant. However, the little yellow duck milk bottle on the bedside table broke the oppressive atmosphere. Shen Jinian led Gu Yan around a transparent partition and picked up the baby who was rolling around on the carpet. He forced the baby into Gu Yan's arms. Gu Yan, you want to be his father, right? Starting today, you're his only father. This time, I willingly lose to you. Before Gu Yan could react, the soft baby was already handed over to him in tears. The baby's snot and tears were all smeared on his clothes, creating a wet patch. Gu Yan pulled out 2 tissues and wiped the baby off as best as he could. The baby's eyes were red and swollen from crying, pitifully clinging to Gu Yan's neck with one hand while rubbing against Shen Jinian's arms. It was clear Shen Jinian was upset, intentionally trying to appease. But Shen Jinian stepped back a bit further. Gu Yan felt somewhat helpless at the impasse between the two and suggested, if it doesn't work, I'll sleep on the floor, and you can take the child to sleep in the bed. Our house doesn't have a floor for sleeping. Shen Jinian moved to another position to show him the massive floating bed that occupied most of his bedroom. The frame was half a meter off the ground, so it would be easy to roll off if not careful. This time, Gu Yan didn't even have the chance to sleep on the floor. Gu Yan. There was nothing else he could do. It was impossible to let the child sleep under the bed. He left the decision to Shen Jinian. The baby also eagerly awaited Shen Jinian's consent. One big pair of eyes and one small shone brightly, full of hope, watching him intently. It made Shen Jinian feel restless. He told Gu Yan, looking at me won't help either. I asked you here to help soothe the child, not to team up with him. It's very simple. Gu Yan gently swayed the sobbing baby in his arms carefully. You're the person he knows best. Once the baby cries himself tired, he'll naturally want to sleep with you. Shen Jinian looked incredulously at Gu Yan. He thought Gu Yan would act like a loving mother, playing with toys with the child or lecturing the child until he falls asleep hypnotized and forgetting to cry, allowing Shen Jinian to naturally take the baby back. Instead, Gu Yan told him. Let him cry, and once he's had enough, he will fall asleep. Shen Jinian realized his own toughness was slightly less than Gu Yan's. Seeing both daddies' expressions weren't good, the baby realized they hadn't come to an agreement. Immediately, the baby pouted his lips again, tears flowing like an open floodgate. Shen Jinian gave in. He couldn't handle the noise any longer. Reluctantly admitting defeat, Shen Jinian grabbed a loose winter robe from the wardrobe and tossed it to Gu Yan. Then he took out a light yellow baby pajama suit. You two go bathe. Afterward, bring him back to bed. The baby sniffed, with red-rimmed eyes, smiling at Shen Jinian cheekily, revealing a small snot bubble by accident. Shen Jinian sighed, extending a finger to point at the baby's nose, just this one time. The baby giggled, puckering their small mouth and giving a kiss to Shen Jinian's fingertips, obediently calling him, Pa. A typical example of taking advantage after gaining something. Despite his frustration, Shen Jinian couldn't be mad because it was his own baby. Sighing, he warned Gu Yan, you must bathe for at least half an hour before coming out. Alright, Gu Yan accepted his new responsibility. Carrying the baby, he went into the master bathroom. Once the door closed, it created 2 separate spaces apart from the bedroom. He first helped the baby wash his face without rushing into bathing. Instead, he cradled the baby facing him and softly taught him a lesson. In the future, don't make daddy angry like this. The baby choked out, pointing to Gu Yan's chin with tiny fingers. Papa, Sudge. He just wanted his papa to come sleep together. I know you want to help persuade your dad. Gu Yan tenderly wiped away the teardrop hanging precariously from the baby's eye corner, continuing, but crying like this is tiring and makes your eyes hurt, doesn't it? The baby hung his head without saying anything, seemingly reflecting on his mistake. Adorable and compliant, Gu Yan was utterly charmed, lightly massaging the baby's soft hair and planting a kiss on the baby's forehead. Next time, no more crying, alright? Gu Yan gently comforted the baby, patiently explaining, chasing daddy is my personal mission, all you need to do is grow up healthily. The baby blinked his eyes. Gu Yan lifted the baby. Okay, let's go take a bath. Shen Jinian worried that Gu Yan might secretly teach the child some devilish methods with ill intentions. He strained his ears to listen to the commotion in the bathroom, but it was a flaw of their house, being too solidly built, that no sound could penetrate through. Anxious, Shen Jinian paced back and forth on the soft carpet barefoot, waiting until the minute hand had passed halfway. Instead of feeling relieved, he then went to bed, pulled the covers over himself, and closed his eyes pretending to sleep. Gu Yan emerged from the bathroom with the baby after giving him a bath. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Shen Jinian seemingly asleep on the side of the bed. There were clearly more pillows on the bed than before, and an extra blanket now piled up messily at the foot of the bed. Gu Yan's lips curved into a faint smile. He took a step toward Shen Jinian's position. When the big bed dipped slightly beneath his weight, Shen Jinian turned over under the covers, feigning waking up with a confused look. The baby needs to drink milk before sleeping. Gu Yan glanced at the milk bottle on the bedside table. He tested its temperature with the palm of his hand. It was still warm, just right for the baby to drink. It was probably the formula Shen Jinian had prepared just now. Gu Yan had seen how Shen Jinian fed the child, always brutally shoving the milk bottle directly into the child's hands and letting the baby fend for themselves. He imitated this method and handed the milk bottle straight to the baby. Sure enough, the little one hugged the milk bottle tightly with both hands and gulped the milk noisily. From this angle, the baby resembled Shen Jinian remarkably. Looking at them brought tenderness to his heart. Gu Yan waited patiently for the baby to finish drinking, then cleaned the milk bottle. Just as he was about to climb onto the bed, Shen Jinian suddenly called out, "Change the diaper." Gu Yan had no idea where Shen Jinian had stashed the baby supplies. His eyes scanned the entire bedroom without finding any diapers. Where can I find them? Sitting up against the headboard, Shen Jinian replied, "Of course all the baby's things are in the nursery. I'll go grab them, wait a moment." After saying that, Gu Yan shifted the baby closer to Shen Jinian so that he wouldn't roll off the bed. Shen Jinian caught every tiny movement with appreciation. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan was surprisingly meticulous when caring for the child. After everything was done, Gu Yan immediately got up and headed straight for the nursery. A monthly paid nurse, who was tidying up, saw him come out of Shen Jinian's master bedroom wearing a fresh set of clothes. Her face lit up immediately in a gratified smile. She chased after Gu Yan to inquire, "Are you two good now?" For a moment, Gu Yan didn't know how to explain to the aunt that he and Shen Jinian were unmarried and innocent. Seeing Gu Yan remain silent, the aunt guessed correctly what the situation might be. She patted Gu Yan on the shoulder, offering encouragement, "Don't lose heart. If you can sleep in little Shen's bed this time, won't it be even closer next time?" At her words, Gu Yan felt a buzzing in his head and went completely blank. Chapter 38, covering him with his fragrant quilt. After Gu Yan fetched the baby's necessities, he hesitated a lot and finally reminded the monthly nurse, "Please don't mention these things in front of Shen Jinian, he doesn't like to hear them." "I know," the nurse smiled sincerely and couldn't help but sigh, "Mr. Shen's eyesight is really good. He married you, such an understanding wife, and has a cute and well-behaved child. After your feelings get better, you can have another little baby. The four of you will be a happy family. Thank you, Auntie, for your blessing. But please don't bring up having another child. He's in a bad mood lately." Okay, the monthly nurse nodded repeatedly. "You're the first wife I've seen since I started work who is so considerate of her husband. It's touching to see young people's feelings like this." Gu Yan closed his eyes and let it all pass through one ear and out the other. Anyway, he understood that Auntie had good intentions, but her thoughts were still rooted in older generation ideas, always loving to meddle in lively affairs. Gu Yan finally managed to wait until Shen Jinian called him by his full name from the bedroom, which gave him the opportunity to escape the month nurse's 3D-like brainwashing. Gu Yan brought in a whole pack of diapers. By the time he returned, the baby was already half asleep, so he needed to hurry up and change the diaper before putting the baby to sleep. He simply identified the front and back and put it on directly like a small underwear around the baby's legs. Unexpectedly, the child seemed to strongly reject it. Even though he was drowsy, he could reflexively stretch out his foot and kick off the diaper Gu Yan just put on. The child looked pitiful. I don't like it, I don't want to wear it." Gu Yan immediately felt pressured. He had no experience taking care of a baby and didn't know how to control the force properly in front of Shen Jinian. He feared causing the child to cry if he pressed too hard, which would upset Shen Jinian. If Shen Jinian wasn't pleased, then Gu Yan would be in trouble. So, Gu Yan fiddled with the diaper for a long time, barely getting it over the baby's thigh while breaking out into a sweat. Shen Jinian couldn't bear to watch anymore and had to crawl out from under the quilt. "How dumb are you? You want to be someone's father yet can't even put on a diaper. Hold his leg like this first, then put it on." Shen Jinian used one hand to grab the baby's foot, lifting both little legs effortlessly as if the child were a piglet. "Pull it up." Gu Yan carefully put it on, afraid of waking the child. Fortunately, the baby was very sleepy. There was no sign of disturbance. Seeing this, Shen Jinian lay down again. She actively pulled the quilt open and waited for the baby to roll over. The baby opened its eyelids slightly, took a glance, saw Shen Jinian waiting for him, and naturally turned over and crawled into Shen Jinian's arms. Its little hands skillfully grabbed Shen Jinian's slender waist, tightly gripping the soft silk pajamas. Shen Jinian was originally thin and graceful. When she lay on her side, the satin material adhered closely to her skin, making her look even slimmer with elegant and alluring curves. Gu Yan momentarily forgot to avert his gaze. Shen Jinian wrapped the baby in the quilt, blocking Gu Yan's line of sight at the same time. She coughed lightly twice, staring intently at Gu Yan. "If you're not going to sleep, go sleep on the sofa." "Sorry." Gu Yan chose to lie down at the other end. The bed was large, and there was a chasm between the two of them. There was no fear of Shinjinian hearing the accelerated beat of his heart. Once Shinjinian got into bed, she casually picked up a cushion and placed it between them. This is the March 8 line, the Korean demilitarized zone, you cannot cross it, but the baby can. Gu Yen nodded, indicating that he understood. Shinjinian had nothing more to say. Gu Yen tidied up his quilt and covered himself. Instantly, the strawberry-scented pheromones infused in the fabric wafted toward him, sweet and tempting. Gu Yen deeply inhaled. It felt like hugging someone. Shinjinian seemed to also sensitively pick up on this familiar scent. She abruptly sat up like a carp jumping over a gate, furrowing her brows anxiously. This is my quilt. Auntie made a mistake. There were separate new quilts prepared for guests at home. The one Gu Yen was using was hers, used for changing washes. That quilt had very soft fabric, and she liked it a lot. Sometimes after a bath, she wouldn't wear sleepwear and would just climb into bed with her phone. Now seeing that quilt draped over Gu Yan's body was like imagining herself naked in his embrace. I'll go change it. Shinjinian's face flushed red as she immediately prepared to get up and find Auntie to account for the error, but was stopped when Gu Yan leaned over and grabbed her wrist. It's very late, no need to change it. Shinjinian felt discomfort. That's my quilt. Gu Yan patiently explained to him, I've already slept on this quilt, it has the smell of my pheromones now. You wouldn't want it back, and even if we switch for another one, we'd still end up discarding 2 quilts. Shinjinian remained silent without a word. Gu Yan tried to persuade him, how about I get you an identical one as compensation? I didn't ask for your compensation. Shinjinian irritably lay back down, thinking that since the quilt was washed, it was merely contaminated with some pheromones, and he wasn't going to be picky. Go to sleep and stop talking. Shinjinian closed his eyes first after saying that, trying to forget the incident and empty his mind through meditation. But every time his thoughts touched upon Gu Yan beside him, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, becoming increasingly alert and his heartbeat accelerating. He silently sat up and softly asked, Are you asleep? Gu Yan opened his eyes, looking up at Shinjinian in the dim light. I'm hungry. If you're awake, could you make me a midnight snack? It wasn't pure hunger, but just needing something to do to expend energy, while also teasing Gu Yan. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan actually got up upon hearing this. What do you want to eat? Plain noodles with poached eggs, Shinjinian said without hesitation. I didn't eat enough at dinner, so cook 2 portions. Gu Yan responded with a nod, then you stay here with the baby, I'll come get you later. Shinjinian nodded, watching Gu Yan leave the bedroom. Once the oppressive feeling disappeared, he felt much lighter overall. The only problem was the baby seemed to sense something, whimpering and fidgeting as it sought out Gu Yan. Shinjinian placed the child in the quilt where Gu Yan had been sleeping. Sure enough. The baby immediately settled down and slept more peacefully. This sight made Shinjinian's heart burn with frustration. He had painstakingly raised the child alone for so long, yet as soon as Gu Yan arrived, the child lost all dependence on him, transferring everything to Gu Yan. It was as if Gu Yan was the one who gave birth to, raised, and cared for the baby. The more Shinjinian thought about it, the more imbalanced he felt. He threw a jab into the air towards where Gu Yan used to be, dead Gu Yan, taking away my baby like that. Then a straight punch, you dare go against me, smelly Gu Yan. Alternating punches followed, and dreaming about marrying me? Not in a million years. Annoying pest. With each punch accompanied by wind, Shinjinian's mood improved significantly after performing a set of combination punches. Breathing slightly harder, he leaned back against the headboard. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the bedroom door had silently opened some time ago. Gu Yan stood quietly by the doorway. Chapter 39, with an agenda for me. Shinjinian didn't know how long he had been standing, or how much he had heard. However, the coldness on Gu Yan's face was more intense than when he left, and even without any expression, it was evident that he was feeling dejected and disheartened at this moment. Shinjinian guessed he had heard everything. Calling someone to cook noodles for oneself and then speaking ill behind their back. Such behavior was indeed unkind and unjust. Shinjinian was awkward for 3 seconds, quickly composed his expression, and asked Gu Yan, are the noodles cooked? The man nodded slightly, if you don't like runny yolks, you can practice another set of boxing. Gu Yan was clearly being sarcastic toward him, but since Shinjinian hadn't acted politely first, retaliation wasn't appropriate. I'll eat now. Shinjinian immediately threw off the covers. He put on slippers and rushed straight to the kitchen. Upon arriving at the dining room, he realized that Gu Yan had already kindly served him a bowl. The steaming broth emitted gentle heat, and neatly arranged dragon beard noodles lay over a round-shaped poached egg. The fragrance was vivid, with the scent of onions thick in the air. Gu Yan's culinary skills were performing steadily. Shinjinian fetched an empty bowl and picked out all the floating onion flowers from the noodle soup, then pushed it in front of Gu Yan. I can't finish this. You deal with the rest. Gu Yan looked at Shinjinian with doubt, standing still. Shinjinian thought he might not have heard clearly, so gripping the chopsticks, he reminded again, you made too much, I can't eat all of it. Gu Yan silently took the bowl pushed toward him, yet showed no intention of dishing up more. Shinjinian sighed inwardly with frustration. With his words so clear, how could Gu Yan still remain as rigid as wood? Was he still upset about what Shinjinian said earlier? Gu Yan, Shinjinian sat upright, speaking with tenfold force, I'm asking if you hear me, come and eat. Only after hearing Shinjinian's straightforward invitation did the man return to normal. Sitting solemnly across from Shinjinian, his voice carried a hint of hoarseness, Jinian, are you showing concern for me? It had been less than 4 hours since Shinjinian finished dinner. Even eating a piece of bread would not have digested by now. But Shinjinian had ordered enough noodles for 2 people, after they were ready, he didn't touch a single bite, saying he couldn't eat it. Actually, was it because he had guessed that Gu Yan hadn't eaten dinner, hence deliberately creating this roundabout situation? Shinjinian's face turned red instantly, don't get carried away thinking about yourself too much. His mind rapidly spun, coming up with a plausible excuse, your cooking is just bad, that's why I can't finish it. The corners of Gu Yan's lips curved slightly upwards. He intentionally provoked him to flare up, then confidently retaliated using Shinjinian's own original words against him, didn't you say before that my culinary skills are good enough to work in your kitchen? That was then, this is now. Shinjinian worked hard to patch up his argument, your cooking skills can't keep up with the changes in my tastes. Gu Yan reflected thoughtfully, then it seems I need more training. Shinjinian nodded in satisfaction. The sense of ease in stepping on Gu Yan's foot was incomparable, that's right, kid. You've got a lot of awareness. Following Shinjinian's line of talk, Gu Yan sincerely continued to ask, then Teacher Shen, do I need to regularly come take little tests with you? The mental abacus was loud enough for the whole nation to hear. Gu Yan, Shinjinian's leg hidden under the table kicked Gu Yan's calf without hesitation, don't try to sneak into my house with these crooked methods and get close to my son. You have neither DNA verification nor a marriage certificate, calling yourself the father of my child is illegitimate. Gu Yan nervously glanced away. Shinjinian guessed correctly half the time. Indeed, wanting to infiltrate the home was true, but there was no real need to cozy up to the baby, who clung like sticky rubber candy, once attached it was impossible to detach. What he truly needed to conquer was Shinjinian himself. A proud little cat that daily flexed its claws, unaware of its own cuteness. Seizing the focus of Shinjinian's remarks, Gu Yan's tone carried a trace of inquiry, does having DNA make it legitimate? Abandon illusions, face reality. Shinjinian really sympathized with Gu Yan's envy and longing for a child. But it was absolutely impossible between 2 alphas. He candidly told Gu Yan, the teacher once gave me a note with the birth years and months of the baby's parents. Do you guess if the other one is yours? Gu Yan, hearing Shinjinian's cheerful tone, guessed that the 8 characters weren't his. He reminded Shinjinian, nothing in this world has absolute rights and wrongs. The birth of a child doesn't have a specific date either. How could there be accurate dates for the parents? Shinjinian stuck to his own opinion, the approximate year must not be wrong. The master calculated that the baby's other father is 3 years older than me. Gu Yan was in the same grade as him, and he had also seen the student records, which clearly stated he was 1 year older, but the birthday didn't match what the master had calculated. This was yet another new piece of evidence. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan suddenly fell silent. He had always been a firm materialist before. Later, the old master said that the baby came from an alternate dimension, which shook his worldview a little bit, but wasn't enough to make him fully believe it. Until the moment just now. Shinjinian told him that the master had calculated that the child's father would be 3 years older than Shinjinian. Gu Yan sat up straighter. The palm hidden under the table was trembling slightly. 3 years older. His real birth month and year indeed made him 3 years older than Shinjinian, but due to a series of changes when he was young, his father had to use his power to forcibly modify his personal information, concealing his real secondary gender. Gu Yan's current public identity is all based on the modified result. Even if the old master wanted to find out, he absolutely wouldn't be able to discover Gu Yan's true identity. So, the birth month and year given by the master to Shinjinian were all calculated. And they were quite close to being spot on. This deepened Gu Yan's admiration for the master even further. Shinjinian noticed that he wasn't speaking. Mistakenly thinking that his statement crushed Gu Yan, he hypocritically patted Gu Yan's shoulder, don't worry, Gu Yan. There will be bread, there will be milk, and there will be children too. Thanks, I'll take your good omen. He already had a child, and it was a chubby and pretty little kid who mostly resembled his alpha father. After finishing speaking, Gu Yan feared his unstable emotions might reveal some abnormalities to Shinjinian. So he immediately turned around, dished up a bowl of noodles already soaked thoroughly in soup, and then sat opposite Shinjinian, slightly lowering his head, carefully picking up the noodles with chopsticks, and slowly placing them into his mouth. There was a rare calm atmosphere between the two of them. Chin resting on his hand, Shinjinian quietly watched as Gu Yan ate up the remaining noodles. Suddenly, with utmost sincerity, he asked, Gu Yan, to be honest, I'm curious. Why do you insist on pursuing recognition of my son? Do you just want a child? Or, do you have ulterior motives for me? Chapter 40, Sleeping. Do you want to hear it? Gu Yan put down his chopsticks, looking at him with deep affection in his eyes. It was very much like the slow-motion scene in modern idol dramas when the male lead confesses to the female lead, with a pink filter and background music. The next moment felt like a kiss would come. Shinjinian suddenly got goosebumps all over. He quickly waved his hands to refuse, covering his chest. Don't say it, please don't. His pure moment of brain lapse just earned him some trouble. Lacking virtue, making serious mistakes, he practically gave Gu Yan the chance to disgust himself, as if he had some sort of masochistic tendencies. For a long time, Shen Jinian still couldn't control the buzzing in his head. He didn't plan to waste more of his positive energy on Gu Yan. Standing up, he informed the man, remember to wash the dishes after eating, I'm going back to sleep. Halfway through his steps, he suddenly thought of something else to add, sleep in my room, but don't bring any greasy smell into the room. Gu Yan guessed that this statement by Shen Jinian was most likely not a deliberate difficulty, since most people can't stand the smell of grease. But this was indeed a hard problem to solve. He washed his clothes right after taking a shower. Now, he was only wearing a bathrobe Shen Jinian had randomly found for him, which inevitably picked up the cooking smells. After considering sleeping naked for a while, but feeling it might be fatal, he settled on another approach, going outside the building and letting the cold wind blow away the smell for 10 minutes. When Gu Yan returned to the bedroom, both Shen Jinian and the baby were already asleep, but surprisingly, there was still a bedside lamp left on for him in the room. 10 minutes of cold wind bit through his bones. But the lamp Shen Jinian had left for him was enough to warm his heart, slowly driving away the chill from his body. Gu Yan sat on the bed, lightly leaning against the headboard. Under the faint light, he repeatedly observed the even breathing of the father and son lying beside him. Shen Jinian was lying on his side, hugging the baby. The baby seemed particularly insecure, curling up tightly within Shen Jinian's embrace. They looked similar, especially noticeable in their side profile, it was hard to tell them apart. Impulsively, Gu Yan took a picture of Shen Jinian and the baby. The scene was warm and harmonious, almost perfect. Gu Yan adjusted the angle again and took another group photo of the three of them. Although the lighting was dim, the atmosphere was just right. Gu Yan carefully locked the pictures into his album, then lay down next to the baby, quietly extending his hand to rest it on Shen Jinian's waist. They were extremely close, their face-to-face sleeping position as if embracing each other. The air was full of pheromones, the scent rich like strawberry ice cream with a faint touch of cedarwood, fresh and sweet. Gu Yan fell asleep amidst the aroma of strawberries. Shen Jinian woke up in the enveloping scent of cedarwood. The sunlight after the rain is brighter and more blinding than usual, shining through the blackout curtains and enveloping him and the baby in his arms. The space beside him was empty, filled only with the warmth of sunlight. Not sure if it was disappointment or what, his emotions sunk lower and lower. His nose felt blocked and slightly sour, his breathing difficult. He felt slightly unwell, as if catching a cold. Shen Jinian carefully lifted the sleeping baby, tiptoed out, and glanced around the house, checking the shoe cabinet by the door specifically. As expected, there was no sign of Gu Yan, nor the shoes he wore yesterday. Only the postpartum nurse stood by the door talking to someone softly. Shen Jinian waited until the nurse finished speaking and closed the door before asking impatiently, "Who were you talking to?" The nurse was startled. Regaining her composure, she smiled immediately. "It's our neighbor next door." Shen Jinian was puzzled. Since moving here, he rarely interacted with the neighbors. How could someone find him so easily? Was it because the baby cried last night, disturbing the peace? The nurse shook her head and explained, "He wants to invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual for our floor, and he wanted to ask if you agree." "Huh? Perform a ritual?" Shen Jinian looked frightened. Even though he had now accepted the existence of supernatural phenomena, he could not tolerate such things happening near him. Anxious, Shen Jinian questioned the nurse further. The nurse calmly repeated the story, unfazed. The neighbor said that he saw a ghost in the corridor yesterday. Shen Jinian widened his eyes, feeling icy cold all over. The original statement by the neighbor went like this. He prepared to go downstairs to a friend's place to pick up a dog for washing last night. He hadn't expected that as soon as he opened the door, he would discover that the hallway light had been blown out by the strong wind, flashing twice before short-circuiting. As he was about to head back inside to fetch his phone for light, a sudden burst of lightning and thunder erupted in the sky. The darkness in the corridor was torn apart by a flash of light. In that fleeting instant illuminated by the lightning, he saw a man dressed in white standing motionlessly by the window. It was ghostly. Who on earth would wear white clothes in such windy and rainy weather, lingering in the pitch-black corridor? Terrified beyond measure, he could only silently retreat back into his room. 20 minutes later when he opened the door again to look, that white figure had vanished completely. The neighbor was so scared that his body went limp, and he couldn't sleep all night. He turned all the lights in every room to their brightest settings, shivering under the blanket while searching online for related information. After deliberating through the night, he decided to invite a master to conduct a ritual to appease any wandering spirits. But fearing that his neighbors might find it unlucky, he specially came to inquire first. The postpartum nurse continued, "I said you were resting, so we'd have to wait until evening to ask your opinion." Shen Jinian sank into the sofa. Something flashed across his mind. Lifting his head, he furrowed his brows and asked, "What time did he see it?" The nurse didn't catch that detail. Rolling her eyes, she tried to recall and estimate, "I remember the thunder stopped before 11 last night, so I assume it happened before then." Shen Jinian, there's no need for a ritual. He guessed that Gu Yan must have gone outside around this time after eating late-night snacks. Before sleeping, Shen Jinian told Gu Yan not to bring any cooking smells into the bedroom. Little did he know, Gu Yan actually stood at the ventilation outlet in the hallway for half an hour, wearing a white bathrobe from the previous store visit. All the details lined up perfectly. The rumor of the white-clad male ghost in the rain dissipated instantly. Shen Jinian let out a long breath, redirecting the issue to the man. "Auntie, do you know where Gu Yan went?" The nurse clearly also seemed surprised. "Ah." Her gaze shifted to the kitchen. "Isn't he in the bedroom? I thought Mr. Gu went back to sleep after preparing breakfast. After I got up, I only found warm seafood porridge and buttered toast in a pot but no sign of Mr. Gu." Shen Jinian hummed in response, "Never mind. If Gu Yan wanted to play hide-and-seek like a snail girl, let him." This way, they avoided the awkwardness of getting up together in the morning. Shen Jinian stretched lazily on the sofa and handed over the still-sleeping baby to the care of the nurse before heading to the kitchen to eat. Just before going to school, he made a special trip to check the study. Yesterday, Gu Yan had left a DNA sample collection kit here. When Shen Jinian checked again, it was indeed missing, taken away by Gu Yan. Chapter 41, Let Me Raise the Child. Shen Jinian was going to cancel his leave at school today, so he didn't waste too much time on Gu Yan. After quickly finishing breakfast, he left with his books by taxi. Unexpectedly, as he entered the school gate, he unfortunately encountered Gu Yan, who had disappeared early in the morning. The man had changed clothes, but his tall and straight figure and extraordinary appearance almost effortlessly caught his attention. Gu Yan apparently noticed Shen Jinian's gaze and walked directly toward him after swiping his card. Shen Jinian was startled and missed a heartbeat. He quickly turned around and hurried away, pretending not to see him. But alas, his legs were no match for Gu Yan's. After only a few steps, he was caught up with by Gu Yan. And then he was called by name. "Shen Jinian, why are you running so fast?" Seeing that several classmates had already begun turning back to look at him, Shen Jinian instantly felt an overwhelming urge to avoid suspicion. He walked faster, keeping 1 meter distance from Gu Yan. "Do you have something? Have you eaten?" Gu Yan asked without changing his expression. "I've eaten." It was seafood porridge made by the aunt. Shen Jinian deliberately acted ignorant of who had made the breakfast, hoping to see Gu Yan's disappointed face after all his trouble. Unfortunately, Gu Yan did not show much emotion in response. There was just a slight tinge of laughter in his tone. Was it fragrant? Right before his eyes was a trap. Shen Jinian wasn't about to fall stupidly into it. The fact that Gu Yan could ask such a question meant that he had already seen through Shen Jinian's feigned foolishness. Whether it was fragrant or not, both were answers that Gu Yan wanted to hear. "You can't eat it anyway. Will asking make you feel less hungry?" As he spoke, Shen Jinian had already reached the classroom door. Afraid that Gu Yan would follow him inside, he extended his hand to block him and reminded him, "Gu Yan, your classroom shouldn't be here." Gu Yan returned home this morning to change clothes, so he came a bit late and truly didn't have time to indulge in Shen Jinian's embarrassment. "Thank you for reminding me." Gu Yan slightly bent over and leaned close to Shen Jinian's ear, lowering his voice. "Then I'll wait until next time to have Shen teacher give me a small test." Though he hadn't said anything outrageous. Still, his posture was rather ambiguous and unclear. Before Shen Jinian could even stomp his foot, Gu Yan had somehow already stepped aside, waving goodbye to him. The surrounding classmates moving to and fro had evidently all seen Gu Yan together with Shen Jinian, whispering in groups. Equally shocked were those like Chen Han, who had saved a seat for Shen Jinian. He was seated at the last row. Everything that happened at the door was clearly seen by him. Incredulously, he questioned Shen Jinian, "Why is your face so red? Are you two together? Are you crazy?" The foot that Shen Jinian failed to land on Gu Yan ultimately hit Chen Han's leg. "The two of us taking leave together and coming to school together recently has been really suspicious." Shen Jinian rubbed his cheeks, which were slightly warm but absolutely not out of shyness. "Then were you secretly in love with me when we came to school together before?" Chen Han heard this and immediately became deflated. Lying on the table like a frost-stricken eggplant, he blinked and looked at Shen Jinian's side face. "If I was secretly in love with you, would you marry me?" Shen Jinian wore a serious expression. "Is your brain really broken?" It was like seeing ghosts. Why were all these people talking about marrying him? Did he unknowingly bind himself to a universal charm system? Chen Han flipped over, changing from lying on his side looking at Shen Jinian to facing downward, smashing his head onto the wooden desk. "My family is pushing me to go on blind dates," said Chen Han, tears nearly streaming down his face. Shen Jinian was shocked beyond measure. "Aren't you only 21 years old?" Although it was indeed the legal age for alphas. He always thought that Chen Han was still the age to watch baby videos in the dormitory. Chen Han himself found it equally hard to accept and sighed deeply. "You know, our family business isn't doing well recently. My parents think they should first find an Omega with a similar family background for me to go on blind dates and get engaged to help with the crisis, then get married after graduation next year." In short, it was about overdrawing their son's value. Shen Jinian felt somewhat sorrowful. These people might appear splendid on the surface, but many things often couldn't be controlled by themselves. Chen Han took a deep breath, with glittering tears sparkling in his eyes. "Shen Jinian, will you marry me? We've played together since childhood, wearing the same pants. We know each other very well. Marrying you makes my heart feel settled. Shen Jinyan grabbed Chen Han's head, stopping him from continuing his nonsense. You're dreaming. Chen Han sniffed pitifully. Did you reject me so easily because you already like someone? Chen Han wouldn't let go. Who is the man who came later and took over? Is it Gu Yan? Shen Jinyan. Silently, he kicked Chen Han under the table once more. He finally understood why Chen Han's parents were in such a hurry to arrange blind dates and marriage for their son. Getting rid of this troublemaker earlier would only benefit their long lives. Shen Jinyan now unconditionally supported Chen Han's parents. By the way, Chen Han suddenly remembered something important and perked up. Has the DNA result of your baby come out? Shen Jinyan stiffened. His eyes and expression revealed obvious panic. A short response hummed through his throat. Did you find the parents? Chen Han pursued further. When the conversation turned to Shen Jinyan, his interest was evidently much higher than before. He showed an enthusiastic curiosity, not minding the potential trouble. Hearing this, Shen Jinyan immediately avoided Chen Han's gaze, fearing he might notice anything unusual. Without hesitation, he replied, still looking. It's not that fast. I think it'll be tough, Chen Han speculated logically. The child has been lost for so long, yet no missing person notices have appeared. It's likely the parents abandoned him on purpose. As he spoke, he tugged at Shen Jinyan's sleeve. If we can't find the parents, then why don't I just take care of the kid? Chen Han had a stupid idea flash through his mind right away. I'll bring him home as if he's our son. My dad won't ask me to go on blind dates anymore then. After hearing Chen Han's proposal, Shen Jinyan suddenly tensed all over, leaping back 2 meters. He looked at Chen Han as if seeing some kind of alien monster, avoiding him like a snake or scorpion. You're crazy, raising someone else's child. Shen Jinyan frowned with genuine disgust. Chen Han hadn't expected Shen Jinyan's reaction to be so extreme. Wasn't I just trying to help you relieve some pressure? Shen Jinyan, I don't need your help. Why are you reacting so strongly? Seeing Shen Jinyan look so tense and guarded, Chen Han instantly arched his eyebrows and flashed a sly smile full of mischief. Leaning closer to Shen Jinyan, he propped his head on his hand and peered sideways toward Shen Jinyan's profile. Chen Han lowered his voice, articulating every word carefully. It wouldn't be that the DNA test result shows the baby really is yours, would it? Chapter 42, Gu Yan's Special Treatment. Shen Jinyan felt an icy chill all over under Chen Han's intense gaze. If he hadn't signed a confidentiality agreement with the appraisal agency, he would have thought that his DNA test results had leaked. Shen Jinyan couldn't help but furrow his brow and lightly tapped Chen Han's arm, indirectly snapping back, don't you know if this is my child or not? I was just making a random comment, said Chen Han. Seeing Shen Jinyan's perfectly serious expression, he knew he was somewhat troubled about this matter. After clearing himself, he couldn't help but add sarcastically, Jinyan, why are you becoming more and more serious these days? It's no longer as exciting to joke around with him as it used to be. Chen Han thought Shen Jinyan would pull out a 40-meter-long sword and chase after him or something. Shen Jinyan touched the bridge of his nose. He came up with an excuse on the spot to bluff, I've been too tired from taking care of the child lately. Chen Han didn't suspect anything. Looking at the pale bluish circle under Shen Jinyan's eyes, one could tell he hadn't rested well these past few days. Even his speech seemed weak and accompanied by a slight nasal tone. Raising a child really does seem to drain your energy. Chen Han sighed along with Shen Jinyan, consoling him, at least your appraisal results are out. Once the police find the parents, you can get some proper rest. Aha, Shen Jinyan replied vaguely, paying little attention to what was said. The two of them chattered away, passing a large part of the class time. Chen Han kept worrying about how to avoid blind dates. Shen Jinyan, on the other hand, had gone through so many things recently that his mind was a complete mess, and his mental state was hardly better than Chen Han's. The two difficult brothers were depressed for nearly the entire morning. During the lunch break, Shen Jinyan didn't go home. Chen Han dragged him forcefully to the school canteen for lunch and even exaggeratedly introduced the newly opened braised beef sauce rice dish there, claiming it smelled so good it should call the cops, checking if something indescribable was added. Shen Jinyan had full classes in the afternoon and it wouldn't be convenient going home anyway. So he simply followed Chen Han's advice and went with him to eat at the cafeteria. But Shen Jinyan never expected to see such a long queue stretching 3 meters for one stall in the canteen, filled entirely with people waiting to buy the braised rice dish. Shen Jinyan disliked tedious queues and became hesitant almost immediately. There are so many people. That's strange, Chen Han also wondered, I didn't see this many people yesterday when I came. Seeing Chen Han didn't understand his implied meaning, Shen Jinyan sat down lazily in a chair by the door, clearly showing no interest in eating. Come on, we're already here, urged Chen Han as he pulled him up, sitting here alone isn't fun either. Who knows, an Omega might come up and add your WeChat, which would be embarrassing. Shen Jinyan would rather get added by someone on WeChat. However, his body had already been pulled up by Chen Han and could only follow numbly while opening his phone to check the baby video sent by the monthly nurse. After watching all the videos, Shen Jinyan realized something odd about the smell nearby. It was the sweet scent involuntarily emitted by Omegas when confessing love to their lovers. Shen Jinyan rubbed his nose tip and felt like sneezing. He looked around and belatedly realized that nearly 98% of the students queuing in his line were omegas. He and Chen Han, two tall alphas, stood out conspicuously amidst the soft aroma of the omegas. Helplessly, Shen Jinian leaned closer to Chen Han and endured queuing for nearly 20 minutes, his scalp tingling. When they finally approached the front, Shen Jinian instantly saw a familiar man in food service uniform behind the glass window. No wonder the line was so long today, no wonder there were so many omegas in the line, and no wonder there was such a sugary pheromone smell. Turned out, the source of the problem was the man serving the meals. Upon seeing the man, Shen Jinian instinctively turned to run. But he was caught quickly by the vigilant Chen Han, who dragged him back hard. "You're not going to eat. You didn't say earlier that Gu Yan works here part-time," fumed Shen Jinian, raising his eyebrows. Chen Han, knowing that he and Gu Yan were at loggerheads, deliberately brought him here for lunch. No lunch eaten, purely fed-up irritation. "He just started working here today, I swear," defended Chen Han, quickly lowering his tone. "It was my oversight this time, Jinian. I'll treat you to dinner, alright?" Hearing this, Shen Jinian turned to yell at Chen Han, but his peripheral vision had already spotted the omega in front buying the meal and leaving. Gu Yan was waiting quietly for them. Shen Jinian could only suppress his anger temporarily, asking Chen Han to buy the meal. Gu Yan's gaze was intense and fiery, unabashedly sketching an intimate picture of Shen Jinian's face. Chen Han was busy paying with his card and didn't notice. Shen Jinian, however, was made flustered by the boldness of Gu Yan's stare, urging Chen Han to hurry up and leave after getting their food. They had just taken a few steps. Behind them, a low, magnetic voice sounded, "Shen Jinian." Shen Jinian felt like every single pair of eyes in the vicinity had fallen upon him. Ignoring the stares, he quickly walked away without stopping. The two decided not to head back to the dorm but instead chose the quietest spot at the far corner. After sitting down, Chen Han sighed in relief. Unbelievable, his expression matching Shen Jinian's shock. "As far as I know, working an hour in the cafeteria earns at most $18. Gu Yan gets at least 1,000 times that in scholarship money every year. Is he really that broke?" Shen Jinian didn't want to hear Gu Yan's name, casually dismissing it. "Don't know, but his brain sure seems broken." It wasn't the first time Gu Yan played this kind of public eye flirting game with him. Chen Han had unintentionally angered Shen Jinian earlier. This time, he dared not contradict Shen Jinian again. Quietly pulling the utensils closer to himself, he began eating. His gaze accidentally fell on Shen Jinian's bowl of food. He suddenly sked, discontentedly complaining, "Indeed lacking brains. Why does your portion have 3 times as much beef as mine? That's unfair." Shen Jinian's portion was piled so high it almost formed a small mountain. It was clearly done on purpose. And his own, a pitiful little sprinkle of beef pieces. Where was the fairness in business practices like this? Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian also compared their meals. Sure enough, his portion far exceeded Chen Han's. What Chen Han couldn't decipher about Gu Yan's mind, Shen Jinian certainly could. A borrowed gesture to curry favor, attempting to smoothly ingratiate himself into the Shen family as the child's father. Shen Jinian immediately pushed his bowl toward Chen Han, refusing any benefits from Gu Yan. Chen Han, touched deeply, exclaimed tearfully, "Godfather, is it real?" Shen Jinian shivered with discomfort. "Shut up, stop being disgusting." Looking at his rice, his appetite had decreased these past few days, and his throat hurt too. Now, he had even less interest in eating. He carelessly took a few bites before giving all the leftovers to Chen Han. By the end of the meal, Chen Han's belly was bloated and round, contentment shining in his eyes as he remarked, "I finally understand what love-hate relationship means." Shen Jinian instantly looked up, his eyes gleaming with menace. Chapter 43, A Gift for You and Your Child. Seeing Shen Jinian's red face that looked like he was about to stab him, Chen Han quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." He apologized but still wasn't convinced. And he cautiously asked, "Actually, I think Gu Yan has been doing a pretty good job lately. Don't you think? At least things have been calm in the school recently. There haven't been any exposes of Gu Yan spending 9 renminbi and 90 cents on someone else's junior high school black history. Nor any leaks about Gu Yan boosting Shen Jinian's submission for an award contest with water armies, resulting in Shen Jinian's account being banned, causing that potential winning piece to be disqualified. Moreover, even the obsessive fans who were torn between them have calmed down considerably. In short, Gu Yan has been acting somewhat human lately. Also, Chen Han always felt as if Gu Yan was trying to please Shen Jinian. Without too much proof, it was just a hunch from a family member. Shen Jinian didn't want to listen and selectively lost hearing, blocking out all of Chen Han's chatter. Chen Han wisely stopped mentioning this person. He redirected the topic back to his blind dates, hoping Shen Jinian could come up with a way to help him. But this matter was also in Shen Jinian's knowledge blind spot. He grew up pampered and believed he would never encounter such forced marriages with an Omega stranger. So the two brainstormed all afternoon but couldn't come up with any strategies. Disappointment was clearly written all over Chen Han's face. As class ended, Chen Han patted Shen Jinian's shoulder earnestly and reminded him, "If you ever encounter something like this, you can contact me. We two alphas can get by together." Shen Jinian's temples started throbbing faintly. Chen Han continued on and on like an old monk chanting scriptures, not being able to have children is no problem, we'll go to the orphanage and adopt 2 kids. One takes your last name, one takes mine. You're good looking so you be the mom, and I'm strong so I'll be the dad. Had it not been the last class, with classmates around leaving one after another, he'd certainly give him a good beating. Unfortunately, now it could only turn into a light kick, urging Shinhan to scram, you're unwanted by anyone, but I'm wanted. Shinjinian, what you said was defamation. I'm just stating facts. Shinhan stammered in retaliation, pricked to the core by Shinjinian's sharp words. Though not ugly, he naturally paled in comparison standing next to Shinjinian. He had tried several times to keep distance from Shinjinian. It was indeed effective, there were small omegas giving him love letters, though they all requested him to pass the letters on to Shinjinian. Shinhan was infuriated. With great resolve, he turned around without bidding Shinjinian farewell and left the classroom. Shinjinian didn't take Shinhan's little tantrum to heart. His healing ability had always been strong, after eating a meal, his energy would be restored. When most people around him were gone, Shinjinian had packed up his things, ready to leave. Unexpectedly, he was a bit hurried when turning around. His face abruptly bumped into a broad and firm chest, feeling as if he hit a bronze wall. Shinjinian felt his nose lose sensation for a moment, then after 3 or 5 seconds, began to feel both sour and painful. Tears filled his eyes immediately. Holding his nose, with red eyes and a heavy nasal voice, he launched into a fierce tirade. Gu Yen, are you a rat? Lurking behind people like a shadow? Sorry, I didn't expect you to accelerate on the spot. Unsteady on his feet, he ran off right away. Gu Yen actively stepped aside for Shinjinian. Listening to his hoarse tone, for a while it was unclear whether he was aggrieved or catching a cold. Shinjinian wiped away tears of pain. Are you making sense? No, I sincerely apologize. As Gu Yen spoke, he helped pick up Shinjinian's book scattered all over the ground, and afterward carefully and solicitously asked, does it still hurt? Do you guess if it hurts or not? Want me to experience being bumped once? Shinjinian felt increasingly aggrieved. Thinking of how others might think they did something inappropriate inside the classroom because of his red nose and watery eyes. Gu Yen lowered his eyelashes, pausing for silence. How dare he respond to Shinjinian's statement? Shinjinian wasn't like himself, growing up cherished as a precious gem, softly nurtured throughout his body. Bumping into his chest counted as some sort of reward. Shinjinian waited a while and, seeing that Gu Yen wasn't speaking, knew at a glance his mind was brewing some ill-intentioned thoughts again. He straightforwardly cut Gu Yen off. What do you want from me? Gu Yen bluntly said, I went out for an event this afternoon and brought you guys some gifts along the way. I don't want it. He didn't even eat much of Gu Yen's beef. How could he accept gifts? Gu Yen followed Shinjinian out of the classroom door. Lowering his voice to explain on his own initiative, I saw the baby sucking his hand all night last night. I discovered during the bath that 2 small teeth were coming out in his mouth, so his gums must be itchy. So I bought 2 boxes of teething biscuits for the baby. Shinjinian showed no gratitude, thanks for the reminder, but I have money to buy them for him. Then consider this as a token of appreciation for letting me stay over yesterday, said Gu Yen. This time Shinjinian unusually magnanimous but quickened his steps, I willingly let you stay over, there's no need for any thank you gift. Jinian, Gu Yen suddenly sighed deeply, I'm just sending you a present like normal friend exchanges, like how Chinhan can treat you to dinner. Then Gu Yen asked again, you're unwilling to accept it because you are wary of our special relationship, right? Shinjinian immediately widened his eyes, disbelievingly looking up at Gu Yen, in public. Don't spout nonsense. What special relationship do we have? You know what I mean, Gu Yen said directly, you're actually very smart and understand clearly inside, you just currently aren't willing to face it. Shinjinian felt his brain buzz with heat, I don't know, I'm not clear, Gu Yen, stop being ridiculous. Jinian, the baby. What baby? Shinjinian noticed strangers around who were glancing at them, sharply cutting off the word Gu Yen hadn't fully spoken yet, the English word for full is full. Did you remember this time, Gu Yen? As soon as the words were out, Shinjinian quickly dragged Gu Yen to a relatively quiet and less crowded corner. Relenting somewhat to Gu Yen, you're right, Gu Yen. We are friends now, so please give me the teether. Without hesitation, Gu Yen handed over the tote bag to Shinjinian. As soon as Shinjinian received it, his attitude changed instantly. He warned Gu Yen harshly, are we done? If so, don't hang around me. Having achieved his purpose tonight and given away the gifts, Gu Yen naturally would no longer bother Shinjinian. Shinjinian avoided further interaction by leaving quickly in a small trot after their conversation. When he got into the car, he saw that Gu Yen had just left the school gate, and covered his chest to breathe a sigh of relief. Using the free time on the road, he took out the teether that Gu Yen bought to check the brand logo and also conveniently searched for its price. One search gave him quite a shock. 2 small imported teething sticks alone cost over 100 yuan, which equaled nearly 2 days of Gu Yan's cafeteria part-time job salary. Shinjinian carefully packed the teether back in. Suddenly, a vermilion pendant fell out from the box along with the exposed edge of a piece of paper. Out of curiosity, Shinjinian pulled it out and took a look. On a palm-sized piece of white paper written in carbon ink were 8 characters, where it always, calm mind and soothe. Shinjinian recognized this handwriting. It was the old master's script. Since taking care of the baby for a month, he had indeed been tired with frequent dreams and constantly dreamed of all sorts of chaotic things. Then this piece of cinnabar. Was it something Gu Yen specifically sought out for him because he didn't sleep well last night? Chapter 44, Save My Dad. Last night, Gu Yen slept at his own place. This morning, Gu Yen had class, and at noon, he worked part-time at the cafeteria. It would take a whole day to travel from the city and then transfer to get to Sir's house. That means Gu Yen must have begged for vermilion stone for the old man last time. From the first night sleeping in the hotel, he observed that his sleep condition wasn't good. Shinjinian quietly clenched his palm. Within just 10 minutes, the temperature of his palm slowly warmed up the cold vermilion stone. After going home, Shinjinian gave the teething ring to the baby, and the little one happily clutched the biscuit and started munching away without end. The toys he used to like were now completely forgotten. He didn't even need Shinjinian to hold him anymore to bond emotionally. Seeing how the baby was doing, Shinjinian estimated that the symptoms of information hormone deficiency syndrome were mostly healed. The maternity nurse was also happy about the visible change in relationship between Shinjinian and the child. At least, Shinjinian was gradually starting to care about the baby. She praised and sighed, "It's still Xiao Shin who is observant. I didn't notice that the baby has already started teething." Shinjinian instinctively clarified, "It's Gu." Halfway through saying it, his brain managed to control his mouth in time and swallowed the words. There was no need to give the maternity nurse so much material for imagination. The next day, he went to school and encountered Gu Yen again. This time, the man had learned his lesson and did not speak to him in public, which made Shinjinian sigh in relief. But after the final class ended, he realized his relief was premature. Gu Yen had calculated the timing and cornered him at the school gate once more, handing over a gift bag full of presents. Shinjinian helplessly laughed until tears almost came out. Still, thanks to the experience from the first time, this time facing the man he behaved with less restraint, directly accepting the gifts Gu Yen handed over without a word. He took a quick look at the contents, most of which were baby supplies and toys, along with 2 boxes of cold medicine. Shinjinian couldn't help but ask, "Does the money you earn from working part-time cover the cost of all these toys?" "I saved some money over the past couple of years. Spending it on you and the baby won't use much," Gu Yen confessed without any qualms. Shinjinian patted all over his pockets and eventually dug out only 200 yuan in cash from his bag. He grabbed Gu Yan's wrist and slapped the money into Gu Yan's palm, forcing him to accept it. For once, he managed to control his emotions and gently explained, "You keep it as your living expenses. There's no need to buy things for the child anymore. He lacks nothing. These are my sentiments when buying things for you and the child." Gu Yan shoved the money back into the gift bag Shinjinian was holding. "I know my limits. You don't need to worry." After saying this, Gu Yan didn't give Shinjinian another chance to refuse. Instead, he deftly changed the topic and warned, "These stormy days lead to big temperature differences and high flu incidents. Please be cautious while taking care of the child." Shinjinian looked at Gu Yan, bewildered. Is he set on joining the Shin family? Lately, he's been so gentle. Not only does he give gifts, but he also advises him to take care of himself, using the same old-school tactics favored by straight men. Shinjinian found himself being taken care of like an omega by Gu Yan, which left him extremely uncomfortable. Just as he quickly thought of a reason in his head to avoid Gu Yan's emotional attack, his phone timely interrupted with an incoming call. Perfect timing to break the suffocating silence between them. The nanny's voice carried a hint of crying, and she spoke in an urgent tone, asking him, "Young Mr. Shen, when can you go home? There's an issue with my child, and I'd like to request leave." Shinjinian bluffed, "I just hailed a taxi. What happened, auntie?" Upon hearing someone console her, the auntie's barely suppressed emotions broke down instantly. Her voice trembled. Between cries that she couldn't suppress, she struggled to maintain composure as she explained to Shinjinian, My granddaughter had a fever-induced seizure. She's currently in the emergency room. I want to go check on my child's condition. Young Mr. Shen, I know it's not good to always take leave, but I'll just go home for a bit. I'll return as soon as my child wakes up, okay? I really worry about my child." Shinjinian heard this and furrowed his brows in surprise. So the flu can indeed become this serious. There was no way for him to reasonably stop the nanny from going home to see her granddaughter. "Alright, you go visit your child first. I have few classes these days and can take care of the baby at home," Shinjinian said seriously to prevent the nanny from feeling burdened, though it was partly fabricated. His classes had recently been packed to the brim, leaving not a moment of spare time. Coupled with his frequent absences during the previous period, he had fallen behind in his coursework and needed to catch up. He simply didn't have the energy to take care of a baby on top of everything else. The maternity nurse wiped away tears as she thanked him, reminding him to be safe on his journey home. After Shinjinian ended the call, he let out a sigh. Just at that moment, Gu Yan stepped forward opportunistically to inquire, "Our class schedule should align enough for free time. Do you need me to help take care of the baby?" "No." Shen Jinian instinctively replied immediately. As he looked up, he caught Gu Yan's face twisted with shock and hurt. Shen Jinian only realized later that he had overreacted toward Gu Yan somewhat. However, once words left his mouth, there was no possibility of taking them back. In the end, they parted ways unhappily. In a rush to get home and take over from the maternity nurse for babysitting duties, Shen Jinian assumed the recent task of looking after the baby. The nurse cried until her eyes were swollen, pulling his hand repeatedly expressing gratitude. "Young Mr. Shen, if you have any difficulties, please give me a call. I will return as soon as possible. If really necessary, I can recommend a nearby childcare provider." Shen Jinian smiled, saying there was no problem, telling her to hurry and care for her granddaughter. Touched to tears, the nurse praised him as one of the most considerate university employers she had ever encountered. Feeling awkward with the praise, Shen Jinian fidgeted slightly. He saw the nurse off to the door and watched her leave. Once she disappeared from view, the composure he had forced himself to maintain instantly collapsed, leaving him feeling like he'd been drained of all energy. His demeanor showed signs of lethargy and exhaustion. Shen Jinian stared into the large, innocent eyes of the baby in his arms. He asked, "Can you play by yourself tomorrow, heat your own milk at noon, and cook 3 dishes and a soup for Dad in the evening?" The baby blinked its big round eyes and waved its teething biscuit enthusiastically, replying with unusual excitement, "Juan." He. Shen Jinian. Idiot. This is an idiot baby who hasn't even learned how to crawl yet. How could he possibly expect the baby to obediently entertain itself all day? He might as well hope that Gu Yan would come by to watch the child. Shen Jinian found himself in a difficult position. Fortunately, he would have the most leisurely half-day tomorrow morning, during which he could find time to consider hiring a temporary nanny. Shen Jinian felt increasingly dazed and disoriented as he thought more about it. He decided to eat breakfast and then just lie down on the bed, planning to think about it again the next day. The baby already knew today it would be able to sleep together with its father and eagerly snuggled into Shen Jinian's arms, preparing to take a strong whiff of his pheromones. However, as soon as he touched Shen Jinian, the heat radiating from his skin startled him. Without hesitation, the baby wiggled free from his embrace. Shen Jinian turned his body in confusion. "Why are you avoiding me like that?" The baby clutched the little blanket innocently staring at Shen Jinian. "Yeah, woo." Shen Jinian scratched his head. He couldn't quite make sense of the baby's seemingly random syllables. With the overwhelming wave of drowsiness crashing over him, he lacked the energy to decipher what the baby was trying to say. He gathered the child back into his arms. "Sleep. Tomorrow Dad will take you to meet someone you like." The baby seemed to understand vaguely but followed suit when Shen Jinian closed his eyes to sleep, closing its eyes too. Shen Jinian gently patted the baby's back while humming a newly learned lullaby, creating a perfect atmosphere for nap time. It wasn't clear whether it was the overly comforting ambience or the effectiveness of the vermilion stone gifted by Gu Yan. But before patting the baby twice, Shen Jinian himself couldn't resist the urge to close his heavy eyelids. Within a few seconds, he fell asleep. Watching his father sleeping soundly with his eyes closed, the baby put forth great effort to wrap its tiny legs around Shen Jinian's waist and managed to press a kiss onto his chin despite having to crane its neck. The baby then contentedly returned to its little pillow, resting peacefully beside Shen Jinian. Both father and son slept deeply through the night. The following day, however, it was only the smaller one who woke naturally with the sun high in the sky. The baby struggled to sit up amidst the bedding, its chubby belly rumbling with hunger. But Shen Jinian still lay asleep beside him, restless, his flushed complexion abnormally red, his breathing heavy and hurried. The baby nudged Shen Jinian and crawled onto his burning hot body. "Papa." Shen Jinian gave no response. The baby pushed Shen Jinian's shoulders again, fear and a hint of crying evident in its tone. "Papa." Shen Jinian mumbled something groggily. Though faintly hearing the baby's cries through the haze, he found it impossible to open his eyes, weighed down as if by 1,000 caddies. They wouldn't obey him. Suddenly panicked, the baby became alarmed. He was unaware that Shen Jinian wasn't feeling well, nor did he have the means to ask for help from those around him. This small child could only cry and call out for his papa endlessly. Even as his strength was depleted and his stomach twisted in pain from hunger. The baby persisted in clinging to Shen Jinian, crying and pushing at his shoulders. The time passed slowly, second by second. Baby's voice grew hoarse from crying. At this very moment, a sudden burst of cheerful, familiar ringing erupted from within the room. Instinctively, the baby stopped its wails and looked around for the source of the sound. It eventually pinpointed Shen Jinian's phone lying next to his pillow. With effortless effort, the baby picked up the heavy device, which seemed like a giant toy to him. Seeing 2 colorful blocks flashing on the screen, he sniffled and jabbed at them blindly, accidentally tapping the red one and halting the ringtone. The baby then tossed Shen Jinian's phone casually aside onto the bed. Next, it shook Shen Jinian again. Unbeknownst to him, the phone soon started ringing once more. After pressing the red button over 10 times, his favorite color, the baby finally mistouched the green button on the 13th try. Immediately, a familiar voice came through from the other end. "Jinian, are you all set? Is someone able to take care of the baby this afternoon?" Upon hearing Gu Yan's voice, the baby felt waves of surging up in an instant. Its cries escalated further. Collapsing onto the bed, the baby clutched the phone to its chest as though it were a treasured heirloom, wiping snot and tears while shouting loudly, "Pa! Papa!" Gu Yan hesitated for a second. Is the baby holding the phone? Is your dad nearby? The baby didn't understand, continuing to cry uncontrollably, "Papa." Gu Yan quickly sensed that something was amiss. If the baby could answer the call, Shen Jinian must still be at home. But if no one has tended to the baby after such prolonged crying, Shen Jinian must have encountered some issue. Clutching the phone tightly, his grip tightening, Gu Yan's heart rate skyrocketed to 120 with worry. Dropping the apron off his body without a word, he sprinted out of the cafeteria. On his way rushing to the school gate, he tried soothing the incessantly sobbing child on the phone. "Baby, don't cry. Daddy is on his way." Chapter 45. Go take care of your wife. Gu Yan did not hang up the phone, he kept talking to Bao Bao all the way. Even though most of the time he could only hear Bao Bao's gasping cries, as long as he could confirm that both Bao Bao and the adult were safe, his heart was somewhat at ease. The journey from the school to Shen Jinian's house took more than 10 minutes. After getting in the car, Gu Yan felt each second unbearable, so nervous that his palm was full of cold sweat, with every muscle stiff and sore. Finally, they arrived at Shen Jinian's building. Just then, the locksmith he had called also reached the door. Gu Yan played the ongoing conversation between himself and Bao Bao for the locksmith, proving that the adult inside was in danger and Bao Bao was trapped. He asked the locksmith to open the door as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Shen Jinian's installed smart lock had an extremely high safety rating. The locksmith worked up a sweat, studying it for over 10 minutes before unlocking it. In a hurry, Gu Yan paid him. Taking 2 steps as one, he rushed straight to the bedroom. Bao Bao's little body sat on the bed, wiping tears while sobbing and patting Shen Jinian's shoulder. His tiny voice, hoarse with worry, shouted, "Papa." Gu Yan's gaze followed Bao Bao's line of sight and fell on the bed. Shen Jinian's whole body was curled up under the blanket, delirious from fever, completely red. Gu Yan touched his scorching forehead, his own hand feeling like it had been burnt by fire. "Jinian? Shen Jinian?" Shen Jinian breathed heavily but gave no response. Bao Bao looked up at Gu Yan worriedly, frowning slightly. "Papa." "It's okay," Gu Yan reassured the child and immediately dialed 120, "Daddy just hasn't woken up yet, we should stay quiet and not disturb him, alright?" Bao Bao obediently nodded along. After calming the child, Gu Yan went to the living room and rummaged through the medicine cabinet. Fortunately, he found a box of antipyretics hidden away at the very bottom. He poured a cup of warm water. He then lifted Shen Jinian out from under the covers, letting his body entirely lean against his own chest. "Jinian." Gu Yan gently called out his name. "Take some antipyretic first." Shen Jinian was semi-conscious, lacking any strength. Weakly, he let Gu Yan pick him up, allowing his fingers to push the capsule into his mouth, pressing it onto his tongue, and delivering the 2 pills deep into his throat. Feeling something foreign in his mouth, Shen Jinian instinctively tried to spit it out uncomfortably. Gu Yan quickly covered his mouth and hurriedly held the pre-prepared warm water to his lips. "Swallow it, Jinian." Shen Jinian grunted twice, seemingly reluctant. However, luckily the swallowing reflex was still there. After drinking 2 sips of water, the pills smoothly slid down his throat. "You're such a good boy," Gu Yan soothingly ruffled Shen Jinian's hair. Relieved internally, since he could swallow the medicine on his own, the situation didn't seem too dire. He carefully placed Shen Jinian back in bed, covering his stomach with the blanket corner, and got up to wet a towel in the bathroom to wipe his forehead and palms. Bao Bao was genuinely concerned about Shen Jinian. He even asked Gu Yan for a towel. Following Gu Yan's example, using his small hands to firmly grip one end of the towel corner, he exerted himself to stretch toward Shen Jinian and wiped his temples. It seemed the physical cooling had some effect, causing Shen Jinian's eyelashes to flicker and for him to frown uncomfortably. But he still didn't wake up. Seeing initial success, Gu Yan slightly put down his worried heart and became even more meticulous and dedicated in wiping his body. By the time the towel in the basin was washed for the 3rd time, the ambulance finally arrived late. Doctors and nurses proficiently carried him into the ambulance and sent him to the emergency room. Gu Yan didn't follow them in the ambulance. But he had already made a call and entrusted the hospital director to treat Shen Jinian directly. Once he arrives, he will pay the medical fees in full. After a chaotic period, there were only 2 people left at home, silent enough to hear a pin drop. Bao Bao pointed at the open doorway, squeezing out a few tears. "Papa. Dad had been taken away. Dad disappeared again." Gu Yan hugged the child and sat on the sofa. "Are you hungry, baby?" Little Bao Bao, eyes brimming with tears, shook his head. His hunger had long passed the point where he cared about his belly. His thoughts were now fully on Shen Jinian, who slept deeply and was taken away by strangers. He continued pointing persistently toward the doorway, reaching out to find Shen Jinian. "Pa." Gu Yan turned the child around, having him sit on the sofa. He knelt on one knee on the carpet, keeping eye level with the child. He said seriously to him, "Don't worry, Daddy is going to see the doctor. Once he gets better, he can rest at home tomorrow." The baby's information processing system struggled to analyze the meaning of the sentence. He looked at Gu Yan with wet eyes. Gu Yan sighed, I'm going to the hospital to take care of daddy later. You drink your milk powder and play with grandpa and grandma, okay? The baby held back his tears. He didn't understand what grandpa and grandma meant, he just wanted to stay by daddy's side. Gu Yan knew clearly that a child of this age couldn't possibly understand what he was saying. Yet he patiently explained everything to the baby, you can't see daddy now. There are lots and lots of viruses and bacteria in the hospital. If you catch the flu and get sick, daddy will be sad too. The little baby lowered his big round eyes. All his sorrow was hidden beneath his long, thick eyelashes. Be a good baby. Gu Yan picked up the child and released some pheromones to calm his feelings. During the time when the baby wasn't crying, he quickly packed all the child's daily necessities. After disinfecting the child together, they headed straight to the neighborhood where Gu Yan lived. When they arrived, the baby finally met the so-called grandpa and grandma. They weren't his biological grandparents. Rather, they were a retired elderly university professor couple from downstairs who were kind-hearted and approachable. The husband and wife were warm and good-natured. Upon hearing that Gu Yan needed help, they immediately agreed without hesitation. But when Gu Yan brought the child to them, both froze momentarily. Looking at the adorable and soft baby in Gu Yan's arms. They both stared in disbelief, stammering in amazement, "Little Yan. How come you have such a big son already?" Gu Yan smiled slightly but his worry prevented the laughter from reaching his eyes. This story is a long one. Today I've got an urgent matter at hand, and I need to trouble the two of you. No problem, we understand. The old lady had already received Gu Yan's call and knew he was going to the hospital to accompany a patient, and he wanted her to look after the child for him. She just hadn't expected this child to be Gu Yan's own child. So the person in the hospital with him naturally became obvious. The old lady casually picked up a toy on the table to entertain the baby, then gently took the child from Gu Yan's arms. They had all worried the child might cry or fuss, but unexpectedly, the baby just pursed his lips and somehow managed to hold back his emotions. In the end, he threw his arms around the old lady's neck and softly called out, "Upper AJ, AJ." The old lady loved the child immensely. She waved to Gu Yan, "Don't worry about the baby here, go take care of your wife first." Chapter 46, The Young Couple's Solicitude. Gu Yan did not clarify the title. Instead, he continued to use it when they arrived at the hospital, asking the nurse in the emergency department, "Excuse me, which room is the patient with a high fever who was just brought in by the ambulance now in?" The nurse recalled and checked the admission slip. She asked him, "Are you the patient's family member?" Gu Yan hesitated not a moment, "He is my partner, and I called the emergency number earlier." The nurse looked Gu Yan up and down. Seeing his expression of anxiety and concern wasn't fake, she fully believed in his status as a partner. He is currently in room 1603 of the inpatient department. Dr. Liu has already examined him and started intravenous medication, so rest assured. Okay, thank you. Gu Yan was quite familiar with this hospital, so he directly took a shortcut from the emergency building and quickly headed towards the inpatient department. The kilometer-long distance took him less than 6 minutes. When Gu Yan panted into the ward, he happened to encounter the attending doctor measuring Shen Jinyan's temperature in the room. After looking at the thermometer reading, the man frowned deeply without any sign of relaxation. Gu Yan pushed the door open directly and straightforwardly asked the doctor, "How is his condition?" The doctor was startled for a second. After seeing Gu Yan, the doctor immediately calmed down, but there was still some concern in his tone. "His fever hasn't subsided yet. Has he been tested?" Gu Yan circled around the doctor and sat beside Shen Jinyan's bed. Pushing aside Shen Jinyan's wet and messy hair covering his forehead, he revealed his refined and delicate features. Unfortunately, because of the persistent high fever, Shen Jinyan's brows remained slightly furrowed. The doctor showed Gu Yan the laboratory results in the medical file. "Actually, there's no serious issue. The test indicates excessively high white blood cells, clearly indicating inflammation in the body. Including the patient having weak immunity that caused him to contract the flu. Various viruses collectively erupted, resulting in the high fever. Would the high fever leading to unconsciousness affect his health?" Gu Yan put away the lab results, worry heavily etched on his face. Shen Jinyan grew up spoiled, a prodigy since childhood. If he were to develop any after effects, considering his arrogant personality, he would surely go mad. The doctor didn't dare make a definitive guarantee but objectively analyzed the patient's condition for Gu Yan. "From our estimation, the time he had a fever should not have been long, it shouldn't cause deep coma. However, the patient may have overworked mentally recently, resulting in nervous tension and fatigue, combined with cold viruses latent in his body periodically flaring up, leading to the loss of consciousness." The doctor's words were very clear and factual. Gu Yan's tense expression visibly eased by 3/10. But watching Shen Jinyan's still flushed and hot cheeks, the heart that had just settled suddenly hung high again. Why is the fever not subsiding even after receiving fluids? The doctor, being well versed in the field, explained much more easily. "It's like a war between the immune system and the virus. It will take some time until the entire army is wiped out." Gu Yan gave a soundless filled with worry. In unison, neither of them spoke again. The doctor observed for another while, then left after confirming the patient had no issues. In contrast, Gu Yan was much more anxious. He stayed with Shen Jinyan for 20 minutes, every second on the chair feeling like years. A bag of fluid did not bring any improvement to Shen Jinyan's appearance. Gu Yan got towels and a disposable plastic basin from the nurse, filled it with cool water at the hand-washing station. Again, he cooled Shen Jinyan with the wet towel. For several hours, Shen Jinyan received the intravenous fluids, and for those same hours, Gu Yan kept wiping him down. The water in the basin became warm, and Gu Yan refilled it twice. The doctor came by midway through. Although the doctor knew that cooling with a wet towel had little effect, he wisely refrained from saying so aloud. Seeing how tenderly concerned Gu Yan was with the patient, it was clear these two must be lovers deep in their passionate phase. It made complete sense that young lovers would willingly do something for their sick partners. Even the doctor wouldn't want to ruin someone's heartfelt sentiment. However, with Gu Yan's meticulous care and the help of the medicine, Shen Jinyan's temperature gradually decreased within a few hours. Only, when his body burned from the fever, his whole body felt scorching, but once the fever dropped, his body began to feel extremely cold. Shen Jinyan woke up, but his mind was still numb and not entirely awake. Gu Yan's method of cooling with a wet towel was no longer effective. Shen Jinyan curled up in the blanket, hugging himself tightly as his teeth chattered uncontrollably, I'm so cold. Watching his state, Gu Yan couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Jinyan. He leaned hesitantly toward Shen Jinyan's ear and spoke in a lowered voice, I'll warm up your hands for you. If you don't like it, let me know. Shen Jinyan let out a light moan and exhaled a puff of warm air. He helplessly gazed at Gu Yan with his dazed eyes. The man quietly slipped both hands under Shen Jinyan's blanket and carefully, blindly searched for Shen Jinyan's arms. Until skin brushed against skin. Gu Yan could not suppress a slight shiver. With his pinky finger, he surreptitiously stroked Shen Jinyan's palm. It was both an inquiry and a test. Seeing that Shen Jinyan didn't reject it, he boldly took Shen Jinyan's cold hand into his own, holding it tenderly in his palms as he transferred the heat from his own hands to Shen Jinyan. Do you feel better? Shen Jinyan closed his eyes, his voice hoarse and ambiguous, His eyelashes fluttered, and tears began to trickle down from his eyes onto the pillowcase, making him look shattered and pitiable. The warmth in Gu Yan's palm had been absorbed until there was almost none left. He rubbed Shen Jinyan's hands to create some heat. But it was nowhere near enough to counteract the freezing chill continuously growing within Shen Jinyan. Shen Jinyan struggled to open his mouth to breathe. Gu Yan. Gu Yan quickly looked up, noticing Shen Jinyan earnestly staring straight at him with a deep and passionate gaze. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. Gu Yan noticed that Shen Jinyan seemed much more conscious now, so he discreetly pulled back a little while still gripping Shen Jinyan's hand. You're welcome. But I'm so cold. He was trembling uncontrollably all over, as if he was going to freeze to death on the summer solstice. Should I call the doctor for you? Gu Yan asked. Shen Jinyan shook his head and kept repeating one sentence, I'm so cold. You'll be fine once the fever subsides, Gu Yan consoled him. I'll go buy you some heat pads, okay? Shen Jinyan only thought that he was about to freeze to death. By the time Gu Yan came back, he'd see nothing but his icy corpse. Grievously clutching the quilt, he whimpered, I'm cold. For a moment, Gu Yan didn't know what to do, so he hesitated, then decided to go downstairs to buy heat pads. However, just as he stood up, his fingers were suddenly tightly held by an icy palm, restraining his movement. In Shen Jinyan's clear deer-like eyes brimming with tears, he appeared mentally foggy and complained pitifully, why can't you, just hug me? Chapter 47, Hold Me. Gu Yan had no choice but to sit back in the chair. Touching Shen Jinyan's forehead, the skin still felt warm under his hand, but it was nowhere near as bad as what he had felt that morning. How could he be this out of it? Shen Jinyan still clutched tightly onto his wrist, afraid that the man would slip out of the hospital room and leave him at any moment. Cold. The arm Shen Jinyan exposed quivered from the chill when it touched the air. Will you hold me? Gu Yan opened his lips slightly, yet not a single word of the hoarse words stuck in his throat came out. Gu Yan wanted to tell Shen Jinyan that this request would only add to his own troubles. But seeing Shen Jinyan's face filled with anticipation, blinking eyes on the verge of tears, he doubted Shen Jinyan would even understand. After pondering for a while, Gu Yan decided to unbutton his coat. He rose and sat down on Shen Jinyan's hospital bed. Gu Yan carefully wrapped Shen Jinyan snugly in the blanket, tucking him so neatly it resembled a thick spring roll. He then cradled him horizontally in his arms with the blanket. He kept a cautious distance between himself and Shen Jinyan. Gu Yan lowered his voice, gently reminding, if you're uncomfortable, let me know right away. Shen Jinyan felt confined, being swaddled by Gu Yan in the blanket, unable to move an inch. Furrowing his brows instantly, he complained pitifully, this isn't how you're supposed to hold me. Whoever would hold someone like this anyway? Was Gu Yan some kind of idiot? Even though Shen Jinyan wasn't thinking clearly due to illness, that didn't stop him from looking at Gu Yan with an expression akin to regretting iron can't become steel. You come inside the blanket and hold me. For fear Gu Yan wouldn't understand, he explained further, can you come under the blanket to hold me? Sick Shen Jinyan was exceptionally obedient. Like the little white kitten he secretly raised as a child. Gu Yan's heart felt as if it were lightly scratched by soft feathers. Shen Jinyan hadn't received a response from Gu Yan in a moment, growing a bit impatient in his heart. He struggled to sit up in Gu Yan's arms, draped in a soft blanket, and directly straddled Gu Yan's legs before using the blanket in his arms to wrap around both of them. There were only 2 thin layers of fabric separating Gu Yan's skin from his, and the warmth quickly transferred to his body. Shinjinian exhaled deeply. A sudden burst of fiery heat flared up in the lower abdomen of the man. Unable to differentiate whether the feverish Shinjinian was hotter or if his own body was hotter. His voice turned hoarse instantaneously, "You." Shinjinian contentedly closed his eyes, gripping the edge of the blanket with his arms circling Gu Yan's shoulders. Every part of his body was seamlessly pressed against Gu Yan, placing his chin on Gu Yan's shoulder. It was very warm. He liked it very much. Shinjinian rubbed his cheek against Gu Yan's neck, exhaling hot breath that completely sprinkled over the man's earlobe. "Can you give me a bit of pheromone?" The two of them fit together perfectly. Pheromones could also stabilize the discomfort brought by illness. Gu Yan's ears flushed red upon hearing Shinjinian's request. He carefully released some soothing pheromones. "Is this okay?" Shinjinian was precisely nestled in Gu Yan's embrace, with Gu Yan's enigma gland just before his eyes. The rich cedarwood scent enveloped his nose, lingering and wrapping around his entire body. Shinjinian felt quite calm. "I want more." But Gu Yan only released a tiny amount. Enraged, Shinjinian buried his head in Gu Yan's chest, blocking his nose and holding his breath, simply refusing to inhale any at all. "Stingy. You're still sick, soon the doctors and nurses will come to check your condition," Gu Yan patiently reasoned with him. "We shouldn't release too many pheromones in public areas." Even though they were staying in a private ward, Shinjinian could endure enigma pheromones because their compatibility level was high. But for strangers, it might not be the same. Any high-level pheromones, regardless of their composition or intent, would exert pressure on common people, causing physical discomfort. Alright, Shinjinian wasn't entirely unreasonable. Since Gu Yan wouldn't give him the pheromones, he had to conserve them, cautiously sniffing the remaining cedarwood scent in the room. Soon, Shinjinian's condition stabilized significantly. Gu Yan could feel the other person's breathing becoming increasingly smooth and easy. The temperature of the side cheek resting on his shoulder diminished, and even the icy hands gradually recovered some warmth. Gu Yan speculated that the intravenous medication was taking effect. "Jinian, shall we ask the doctor to measure your temperature?" Shinjinian emitted a soft, sticky sound from his throat, but it wasn't followed by anything more. Gu Yan called out to him again, "Jinian." This time, the only response was an even breathing sound. Gu Yan gently turned his head sideways. He noticed that Shinjinian, who had been resting on his shoulder, had fallen asleep once more. His long, thick eyelashes covered his pupils, and the redness of his cheeks glowed softly under the indoor light. Perhaps because of blocked nasal breathing, Shinjinian could only slightly open his tender, pink lips to breathe. He appeared much better and slept soundly and peacefully. Shinjinian's hand gradually lost its grip, slowly releasing the blanket's edge. The blanket slipped off both of them. The position where Shinjinian straddled Gu Yan's legs was now fully exposed. The loose shirt draped over Shinjinian hung loosely on his body, accentuating his slim waist that was barely 2 palms wide in the man's embrace. Right at this moment, the doctor arrived to observe the patient's condition. As soon as he opened the door, he witnessed a compromising scene between the two. Possessing impeccable moral fiber and equally prompt actions, the doctor instinctively turned around to leave and considerately closed the door for them. His heart raced fiercely. For 10 minutes at the door, he deliberated on what posture or facial expression would be appropriate before entering. Finally, after Gu Yan settled Shinjinian and stepped out to call him, the doctor adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose with an awkward cough. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu Yan's rumpled clothes, still puffed up from where the patient had just been sitting. He cleared his throat twice, subtly reminding him, "Actually, the patient needs some rest now. Even though you young people are full of vitality. This is a hospital. And the patient still has a fever." "I know," Gu Yan said without hesitation, completely unbothered. "He's asleep. Could you please check him again?" Hearing this, the doctor finally managed to draw his eyes toward Shinjinian. Just as Gu Yan had said. The patient was indeed asleep. So, what he saw earlier, was not what he thought. Gu Yan erased all expressions from his face, breaking the doctor's reverie with a single question, "Could you help take a look at his current condition?" Yes, no problem," the doctor quickly responded. With those words, the doctor bent down and felt Shinjinian's forehead. The temperature seemed fine. Just as he prepared to lift the covers and peel back Shinjinian's clothing to take his temperature, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the back of his neck. Reflexively turning around, he locked gazes with Gu Yan. Hurriedly, he recovered the patient and thrust the thermometer into Gu Yan's hands. "Could you please unbutton his shirt and place this under his armpit? Check the reading after 5 minutes. Chapter 48, Awakening. Gu Yan took the thermometer, her gaze returning to Shinjinian's body. The doctor left the room at an opportune time. She still needed to unbutton his shirt. Gu Yan sat by Shinjinian, pulling down a part of the blanket to reveal his shoulder. Fortunately, before coming to the hospital, she had dressed Shinjinian in a shirt instead of a hoodie or knitted sweater that required pulling over the head. Otherwise, she'd have to take off his clothes entirely to measure his temperature. Gu Yan leaned forward, her fingers brushing against the buttons on his neck. For some strange reason, her fingers felt as though they were tingling with electric shocks, and she fumbled several times to loosen the button but failed clumsily. Rarely was Gu Yan this distracted. Alone in a closed room together, their pheromones faintly mingled around them, creating an oddly ambiguous atmosphere. And she had to undo Shinjinyan's shirt buttons. This sensation felt peculiar to her. It shouldn't be strange. That morning when she dressed Shinjinyan, there wasn't such a feeling. Maybe it was due to their intimate contact just moments ago. Gu Yan consoled herself. Shaking away the jumbled thoughts in her mind, she placed herself in the role of a doctor, her face expressionless, concentrating hard, and steadying her hands. She quickly undid the buttons one by one. By the third button, Gu Yan pulled down the shirt a little from Shinjinyan's shoulder. He had a slender figure, and with the collar open wide, it revealed smooth white skin at his chest. Swallowing saliva, she carefully placed the thermometer under Shinjinyan's armpit. Worried that Shinjinyan might move in his sleep and knock the thermometer off, she lay half reclined on the bed, stretching out an arm to hug his shoulders, gently cradling him close in her arms. Fortunately, Shinjinyan's sleeping posture was pretty good, resting comfortably in her embrace without any movement. Gu Yan kept track of the time. As soon as 5 minutes were up, she immediately retrieved the thermometer. After recovering Shinjinyan with the blanket, she checked the number on the thermometer. 37.4 degrees Celsius. Phew. His fever had subsided. The doctor glanced and shared a similar relieved look with Gu Yan, evidently sighing in relief mentally. As long as the body temperature doesn't rise again after the medicine wears off, we can monitor and then discharge. The doctor reminded, however, staying overnight is unavoidable. A wrinkle appeared between Gu Yan's eyebrows. Not being discharged wasn't the problem. The problem was that the small sticky candy at home was still at the neighbor's place. The elderly couple was advanced in age, and suddenly taking care of the child for a whole day would surely leave them exhausted. Moreover, he could tell earlier that the baby wasn't particularly cheerful. For the sake of Shinjinyan, the little one suppressed his emotions and didn't cry. It was likely going to be hard to control his emotions by evening. After all, he was only a child who was not yet 7 months old. Gu Yan found himself in a dilemma. He made a call to the elderly couple to inquire about the little one's condition. The elderly lady laughed joyfully. The baby has been very obedient. He's playing toys with grandpa right now. He drank plenty of formula milk at noon, and his diaper has been changed on time. The elderly lady added quickly, don't worry about us here, take care of your wife in the hospital, little Yan. Everything's fine here, don't worry. Gu Yan thanked the elderly couple. Seemingly having heard his voice over the phone, the baby let out a pitiful cry, Papa. Given his previous experience of being separated from his parents, this cry was heartbreakingly sorrowful. Hearing the baby's tear-laden voice, Gu Yan's heart ached as if being pierced by knives, feeling painfully sour. Little treasure, be good at home. Daddy and I will come to get you later. The child leaned closer to the phone, his voice trembling slightly. Afraid of engaging too much in conversation with the baby, Gu Yan refrained from continuing, fearing it would evoke even more sadness. After bidding goodbye to the child, he hung up the phone decisively. Shinjinyan was still asleep. He slept soundly until the sunset dimmed, twilight arriving. Gu Yan remained quietly sitting, unmoving for 4 hours, her whole body stiff and drained of strength. Just as she was leaning on her temple, drowsy and about to doze off, Shinjinyan suddenly fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening her eyes. Every inch of her body ached severely, as if she'd been run over by a massive truck, and all her parts reassembled anew. For a considerable period, her vacant gaze lingered aimlessly before her scattered soul finally gathered. She carefully scrutinized the surroundings of the ward. Finally fixing her sight on Gu Yan beside her. He took 2 deep breaths and hoarsely called out, Gu Yan. The man dozing off by the bed came to his senses belatedly. As soon as he heard the voice, he immediately opened his eyes. What's wrong? Shinjinyan was curled up in the blanket, too exhausted to open her mouth. For a moment, she remained silent. Gu Yan was far more anxious, unable to wait for her to gather her words. He asked first, do you still feel cold? Shinjinyan shook her head. This reassured him somewhat, but then he asked again, are you hungry? Shinjinyan covered her grumbling stomach. She was starving. It felt like she hadn't eaten for 3 lifetimes, her stomach was sunken deeply enough to fit an entire finger. But now wasn't the time for food. Her voice barely carried as she whispered faintly, did you save me? At this question, Gu Yan seemed to be jolted as if electrocuted. His whole body froze. He turned back toward Shinjinyan, only then realizing that the haze of delirium had completely vanished from her eyes. Her clear almond-shaped eyes were sharp and bright once more. The fever had broken. She was healed. And now fully awake. Gu Yan reined in a naked worry on his face and gave a polite smile, no big deal. Can you help me sit up? Shinjinyan's voice still trembled with weakness. She didn't have a single ounce of strength in her entire body right now. Gu Yan was more than happy to oblige. He adjusted the tilt of the hospital bed at the headrest, and considerately placed 2 pillows behind her lower back. Shinjinian leaned her elbows against the bed and made an effort to lift herself up. In the process, her shirt collar opened wide, exposing a large patch of delicate white skin, irresistibly eye-catching. Gu Yan looked down from above, catching a glimpse of soft pink flesh before quickly averting his gaze. He hurriedly explained, "The doctor needed to check your temperature, that's why I unbuttoned it. He'd simply forgotten to fasten it back up after." Shinjinian gave a heavy Raising her heavy arm with difficulty, she attempted to button her shirt but found she had overestimated her frail state. Not only could she not fasten the buttons, but all 10 of her fingers felt limp and devoid of feeling. The slightest bit of force sent her entire arm aching, utterly uncontrollable. Her eyes shifted toward Gu Yan. "I don't have any strength. Can you help me?" Gu Yan had expected Shinjinian to feel embarrassed or angry, but instead, her words shocked him into silence when they reached his ears. "Can you, Gu Yan?" Shinjinian furrowed her brow and repeated her question. For a moment, Gu Yan wasn't sure if Shinjinian was truly awake or not. Because this pleading tone and dazed expression were identical to the one from earlier. Recovering his wits, he responded, "All right." Worried she might catch a chill, Gu Yan swiftly bent down and began fastening her shirt's buttons, his movements practiced and steady. When he reached halfway through, a sudden warm breath grazed his ear. Shinjinian had unexpectedly turned her body and leaned closer, her voice raspy and low from illness. "Gu Yan," she asked, without revealing a shred of emotion in her tone, "didn't you hold me just now?" A pang of sorrow struck Gu Yan abruptly. Chapter 49, I'll feed you. The distant look of Shinjinian's wary and defensive expression still lingers clearly in his memory. In an instant, the intense sourness gathers into countless intangible silver lines, all jumbled up, wrapping tightly around Gu Yan's heart. He raises his eyes to meet Shinjinian's probing gaze. Gu Yan quietly clenches his fists, silently shifting his gaze away, with a muffled voice muttering, "Mm." After speaking, he sits quietly in the chair, awaiting Shinjinian's cold verdict. "I do have some memory." Shinjinian straightens out the blanket, using it as an opportunity to cover his inexplicable embarrassment. Gu Yan continues avoiding Shinjinian. Even though he had helped him and saved him, Shinjinian had no reason to hold grudges. But, even if Shinjinian cast just one cold glance, its impact on him was undeniable. Shinjinian speaks with a heavy nasal tone, "Thank you." Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Unbelievably, he looks at Shinjinian. After a brief moment, he begins to reflect if there is something wrong with his ears. Does Shinjinian's dictionary contain these words? And he willingly says them out loud. Ripples appear in the man's pupils, his gaze filled with surprise and astonishment. This makes Shinjinian more awkward, unsure where the strength comes from, but pushes against the man's shoulder and turns his head aside. "Don't look at me with that sticky gaze. How can an alpha be like this? With such tender and affectionate eyes, it makes people feel colder than having a fever. Do you not resent my hugging you?" "A little, but in my memory, it seems I took the initiative." Shinjinian scratches his head. There was no way for him to blame innocence unfairly. Shinjinian quickly pulls back his arms, tucks himself tightly in the quilt, changes the subject, anxiously asking Gu Yan, "Where's the baby?" Gu Yan is staying in the hospital with him, but since there's no one at home to take care of the child, he can't help but worry about it a lot. "I've asked our neighbor to help take care of him." As Gu Yan says this, he takes out his phone to find several videos sent by the elder woman in the afternoon. "The kid is very well behaved, don't worry." Shinjinian watches the videos from start to finish, unable to let go of each frame, carefully studying every move and expression of the baby. He feels slightly relieved. "Did the doctor say when I could leave?" He returns the phone to Gu Yan. "The doctor has gone off duty today. If I don't have a fever tomorrow, we can check out." "All right." Shinjinian finds the delay annoying. The baby has been away from him for 2 whole days. Shin wonders how much she must have suffered. While feeling low, his stomach cooperates with a loud rumbling echoing through the hospital room. Shinjinian hurriedly covers his flat, starving stomach, giving Gu Yan an awkward smile, normal bodily response. "I know, you've been hungry for almost a day." Gu Yan understands empathetically, asking him, "What would you like to eat?" Shinjinian unreservedly orders dishes. "I fancy red bean glutinous rice cake and squid cake. If we can add suzu peaches as a dessert fruit, it'd be perfect." It's a bad habit he's picked up from childhood. When his appetite isn't good, he craves something spicy to entice his taste buds. That covered the main course, dessert, and after-dinner fruits entirely. Gu Yan remains silent for a couple of seconds. "You're still sick." Shinjinian blinks pitifully at Gu Yan. "I just want to eat." Shinjinian uses all his energy in arguing reasonably with Gu Yan. "Experts say, craving certain foods indicates what your body lacks. People who are sick should definitely eat more to replenish their strength." Gu Yan sighs helplessly. "Isn't the expert surname Shin?" Shinjinian is busted, losing face. "Who cares what their surname is? If you won't buy them, then fine." Hilarious, actually not that desperate either. Squid cakes aren't really fragrant anyway. It's laughable. "You're so pretentious, Gu Yan." Feeling somewhat exasperated, Gu Yan sighs once again, standing up from his chair. "Wait for me here in the ward, don't wander off." He had always thought that Shinjinian was spoiled to the core. Now he finds out that Shinjinian is not only spoiled but also sometimes unreasonable and capricious. Even a 7-month-old baby at home behaves better than him. However, truthfully speaking, he could accept Shinjinian throwing a tantrum. Despite appearing completely non-threatening, he still acts arrogantly, which is oddly amusing to watch. Gu Yan, why are your lips twitching? Shinjinian has excellent vision. Even though Gu Yan tries to hide behind his back, he cannot escape Shinjinian's piercing eyes. Gu Yan, having been caught, didn't dare to speak and quickened his steps. He hastily left the contentious area. Left behind was a pouting Shinjinian, seething with suppressed anger in the room all by himself. What are you laughing at? It's just making fun of him for being greedy. Gu Yan, you deadbeat, he thought. He had just thought Gu Yan wasn't so bad after all. Turns out, that impression only lasted less than half a minute before shattering completely. Shinjinian adjusted the hospital bed back to its original position, lay down flat, and continued to stew in his anger. Despite being mad, he looked forward to his glutinous rice cake and squid cake. Shinjinian sat in the room counting every second waiting for Gu Yan. Even Meng Jiangnu gazing longingly from the wifely stone wouldn't have awaited her husband's return with as much sincerity as he did now. He didn't know how many notches the clock hands had moved. By the time Gu Yan returned, Shinjinian had already starved away half his life. Upon seeing the door to the ward open, his eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. Shinjinian slowly climbed off the bed. Seeing this, Gu Yan quickly readjusted the bed to make it easier for him to sit up. Shinjinian couldn't help but mutter, why did you take so long? Logically speaking, there must be a lot of food shops near the hospital. The items he ordered weren't exactly scarce. Gu Yan set up the small dining tray, they were a bit far, I had to search for quite a while. Shinjinian showed no signs of blaming, you've been through a lot, when we're home, I'll transfer you more money. Clutching the chopsticks tightly, Shinjinian watched anxiously as Gu Yan took out disposable meal boxes from the plastic bag. After opening the lid, a bowl of steaming hot millet porridge revealed itself. Shinjinian's face fell into pieces. Gu Yan then took out another takeaway box. After opening the lid, a plate of emerald green sautéed seasonal vegetables came into sight. Shinjinian frowned deeply. In disbelief, Shinjinian looked toward Gu Yan's hand, spotting one more box unexpectedly. What else did you buy? Shinjinian asked hopefully despite being thoroughly disappointed. Gu Yan produced the final dinner course. It's rice porridge. For himself. Shinjinian dropped the chopsticks resolutely. It felt like the climax of a lavish feast being ruined by a plain bowl of rice. Shinjinian didn't know what expression to put on his face, you spent 40 minutes buying this little bit? And it's a bit far. Gu Yan nodded seriously and explained, normally, restaurants don't sell millet porridge at night. He had found it after searching for a very long time. Shinjinian, well, you've been through a lot. No way he would transfer even a cent. Gu Yan picked up the chopsticks Shinjinian had discarded, tore open the packaging, and placed them right in front of him. Eat. When you're better, I'll take you to eat squid cakes and glutinous rice cakes. Shinjinian had no appetite. Still feeling weak. Gu Yan picked up the millet porridge, ladling half a spoonful and offered it to Shinjinian's mouth. Do you need me to feed you? Chapter 50, Is your wife feeling better? Gu Yan was sitting right across from him. The thoughtful bowl of Xiaomi porridge was already at his lips, and all he had to do was open his mouth slightly for it to slide down his throat. It was a bit of an intimate situation. Although the two of them had shared the experience of sleeping together a few times, they certainly weren't close enough to engage in such couple-like actions. Shinjinian looked down at the spoon Gu Yan handed over and then looked at Gu Yan. Stiffly, he took the spoon from the man's hand, I'll feed myself. Instantly, Gu Yan returned the bowl of porridge and the spoon, carefully placing them on the small table in front of Shinjinian. Not even using the spoon, Shinjinian grabbed the bowl and gulped down half of it in one go, without giving Gu Yan so much as a glance. But unexpectedly, the boss's porridge was too rich with quality ingredients, so thick it stuck in his throat. Inattentively choking, it tickled his throat. With a mouthful still unswallowed, Shinjinian was petrified of spraying it onto Gu Yan's face. He forced himself to suppress the natural urge to cough, firmly covering his mouth until the food was swallowed down. This left him teary-eyed, his eyes red, and immediately leaning over the bed bent in violent coughing as if all his organs were about to crumble. Shinjinian. Gu Yan was shocked, his heartbeat momentarily pausing. He got up at once, sitting by the bedside to gently pat Shinjinian's back, smoothing his breathing. Only after his palm turned warm from constant patting did Shinjinian's breathing gradually calm down, the cyanosis on his face returning to normal rosiness. Gu Yan softly asked, are you feeling any better? Shinjinian felt like he had been reborn. Clutching his chest, he gasped large amounts of fresh air. The man grabbed a bottle of mineral water by the bedside, opening it and handing it over to Shinjinian, drink some water to settle it down. Shinjinian learned from the mistake before. And didn't dare drink water hastily, taking tiny sips from between his teeth. Fearing that this time he might die from overfilling. Afterward, he wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, forcefully pushing the dishes toward Gu Yan's direction, evidently upset, I don't want to eat anymore. Gu Yan didn't force him, he was still sick after all, having some in his stomach was enough support. The man left the water for him. Then tidied up the meal himself, finishing everything. As Shen Jinian watched Gu Yan eating and drinking, his stomach started rumbling again. But constrained by pride, he didn't have the courage to ask for more, quietly filling his belly by drinking a whole bottle of water instead. Immediately after, his lower abdomen started feeling a little full. Even though he hadn't eaten for a day, his body was draining fluids as usual. Considering he hadn't used the restroom for a day and a night, plus just now drinking another whole bottle of water, he almost felt like he would burst. Embarrassed in front of Gu Yan, Shen Jinian endured it for a while with his legs crossed, waiting until Gu Yan went out to dispose of the trash before attempting to get out of bed and go to the bathroom himself. Unexpectedly, his legs seemed to have lost half of their sensation, entirely limp and devoid of strength. Finally climbing off the bed with great difficulty and painstakingly supporting himself on it to put on his slippers, just as he was about to step freely towards the toilet direction. Unexpectedly his legs wouldn't obey him, his knees suddenly going weak. A sound could be heard, plop. Kneeling directly, respectfully, right in front of the ward door. Just then, Gu Yan who was throwing the trash came back, pushing the door open. His eyes caught Shen Jinian kneeling on the ground immediately. Gu Yan, ? Gu Yan, this is somewhat more than I can bear as a thanks. Shen Jinian completely lost his dignity, his entire face flushing red with embarrassment, burning all over as if heat waves hovered around them faintly. I just wanted to go to the restroom. Who would have thought, having a fever for a day would make his legs feel this weak? During the previous 2 episodes of hyperesthesia, they spent the whole night fooling around, but never felt anything like this. It was truly bizarre. Seeing this, the man rushed forward to help Shen Jinian up from the floor. You're not fully recovered yet, wait till I come back and tell me what you need. I wasn't. Shen Jinian silently swallowed the rest of his words. Complete shame. Gu Yan understood everything by seeing his evasive gaze, reassuring him boldly, don't be embarrassed, I've seen it all before. Shen Jinian had once insisted on showering with him. And pleaded desperately to sit on his lap while showering together. Those scenes remained vivid in his memory even now. Shen Jinian's face burned scarlet red with embarrassment, forcibly suppressing the involuntary memories flashing in his mind, gritting his teeth, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will assume you're mute. But it's probably best to act like a mute. Are you still going? Gu Yan asked him. Restricted by circumstances, Shen Jinian was forced to lower his head, yes. Gu Yan immediately supported his arm and carefully helped him up from the ground, while the other hand gently wrapped around Shen Jinian's waist, holding him tightly in his embrace. Gu Yan couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile where Shen Jinian couldn't see. Shen Jinian's attention was entirely focused on using the restroom, and he didn't notice Gu Yan's subtle expression at all. His body was too weak to stand steadily. He could only settle for sitting on the toilet. Gu Yan was worried that he might fall, so he stood nearby patiently waiting. 10 minutes passed without a sound. He glanced over and saw Shen Jinian frowning anxiously, uncomfortable. No. Shen Jinian just felt increasingly uncomfortable with a man standing next to him while he used the restroom. Gu Yan, turn around and cover your ears. Gu Yan wasn't sure why Shen Jinian suddenly acted so shy like an omega, even blushing slightly before him. But Gu Yan complied obediently, silently turning to face the wall. Although Shen Jinian was still somewhat unsatisfied, he really couldn't hold it any longer, nor did he care if Gu Yan was around. Holding his breath, he finally relieved the discomfort in his lower abdomen. Gu Yan waited until he finished. Then asked if he needed help pulling up his pants. Terrified, Shen Jinian trembled and refused immediately. He thought Gu Yan was being way too considerate, treating him as if they were more than mere acquaintances who once viewed each other as enemies. Even if Gu Yan now had intentions towards fathering a child with him, this level of care was still strange. When did friends or stepfathers offer such intimate assistance? The more Shen Jinian thought about it, the more terrified he became. After lying back down, he quickly kept a meter of distance from Gu Yan. Seeing his cautious look, Gu Yan sighed inwardly. Their conversation was cut off again by an awkward silence. Fortunately, this stillness didn't last long. After resting for a moment, Gu Yan's phone suddenly began vibrating wildly. He pulled it out and immediately recognized the avatar flashing on the screen. It was the old lady downstairs calling via video. Gu Yan knew she wanted to show him the baby. Since Shen Jinian was awake too, he didn't hesitate and answered the call. The little baby appeared first on the screen, covered with a soft little blanket, holding a purple rabbit plush toy in their arms, sleeping peacefully and adorably. The baby is already asleep, little Yen. Gu Yan politely responded, thank you so much for today. Not at all, good child. The old lady smiled kindly and asked, is your wife feeling any better? Chapter 51. No need to explain. Gu Yan regretted enabling the speaker mode. He could almost picture the colorful expression on Shen Jinian's face. He took a silent breath before daring to approach Shen Jinian. As it happened, Shen Jinian was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and surprisingly, it was Shen Jinian who fled first. What's more, he didn't say a single word. There was no haste to clear the misunderstanding or give a hostile glare. Gu Yan was shocked again by Shen Jinian's abnormal behavior. Was his brain fried from fever? They were already in a minefield going crazy, yet he had absolutely no reaction. Unable to resist, Gu Yan gave Shen Jinian an extra look, and the elder lady on the phone screen noticed something off. Xiao Yan, is there anything wrong? Should I call you tomorrow? Shen Jinian nudged Gu Yan's arm with his elbow and gestured towards the phone, urging him to respond quickly. Gu Yan understood Shen Jinian's intention. Regaining his senses, he said to the elder lady, sorry auntie I was distracted for a moment. Jinian woke up this afternoon, and the doctor said everything was fine. Thank you for your concern. Upon hearing this, the old lady in the video relaxed visibly. Good, waking up is good. The flu has been rampant lately. After returning home, it's best to stay indoors. I'll pay extra attention to him. Gu Yan naturally followed up, I just bought some cold medicine and protective masks for you and uncle. They should arrive tomorrow. Please take care when you go out. Good, you're a good child. The old lady smiled even more brightly. Their couple had no children, but since Gu Yan moved here, they took a liking to this young man. Gu Yan lived up to their expectations. He was upright, kind, and exceptionally talented. The more they saw of him, the more they liked him. Shen Jinian secretly squatted outside the lens watching the two chat, waiting anxiously and fidgeting. He coughed lightly and made a rocking motion with his arms as if holding a baby, signaling that he wanted to see the baby. He still wanted to see the child. Gu Yan immediately caught his meaning and smiled at the aunt on the screen. Auntie the doctor said we can be discharged tomorrow. We will tidy up in the afternoon and visit to express our gratitude. The old lady eagerly agreed, you should come a bit earlier so I can make dinner for all of us. Gu Yan replied, we are troubling you. We should invite you and uncle for dinner instead. You kids, always so polite. She pretended to be annoyed, but the joy on her face couldn't be hidden. She even amused herself with her poor acting, then quickly covered up, saying, alright, I won't bother you. I need to check on the sleeping baby. Rest well, Xiao Nian. I understand. Gu Yan nodded obediently, slightly embarrassed, but I still need to trouble you to record a video of the baby sleeping so I can report back to the baby's father. The baby's father? Although seemingly normal upon first hearing it, Shen Jinian, listening from the side, felt immense shame and embarrassment. It was, as though they were a married couple with a baby, calling each other this way in public. How strange. Shen Jinian rubbed his cheeks and looked at Gu Yan, whose expression was completely calm, seemingly unaware of any inappropriateness. Shen Jinian guessed he might be overthinking. It must be the illness making him particularly sensitive. Gu Yan's phone rang again. After hanging up, the elder lady sent the video of the baby sleeping very quickly. Shen Jinian forgot about his inner conflict and straightened up immediately, leaning toward Gu Yan to watch the baby. This video was much longer than the previous two, a 360-degree angle shot capturing every detail of the baby while asleep. It even showed the temperature in the room and the thickness of the baby's blanket. At the end, Auntie reassured Shen Jinian to rest assured. Shen Jinian watched the video twice, still not satisfied. Eventually, his thoughts were interrupted by Gu Yan, just now. Auntie didn't intentionally call you that. Shen Jinian held the phone, bewildered, and looked up at Gu Yan, huh? What did she mean intentionally or unintentionally? Gu Yan directly explained to him, I didn't have time to explain the child's origins, so Auntie mistakenly assumed you were my wife. Then he added, don't be angry. Shen Jinian realized belatedly what Gu Yan had been worried about. It seemed that he had overdone the blow to Gu Yan earlier, making him overly sensitive. If I were angry, what would you do? Shen Jinian deliberately asked with mischief on his mind. Gu Yan teased him back, I'd ask you not to be angry. Shen Jinian. He wasn't originally angry but now was starting to get a little annoyed. Yet upon reflection, what the man said was true. Gu Yan lacked experience in such matters. Whenever he got upset, he would sulk and never let Gu Yan cajole him out of it. Miss, he is a very nice person. Next time I go, I'll explain our relationship to her. Gu Yan continued the previous topic and hinted indirectly, she helped us, so when we visit as guests, we should be a little more amicable. Am I someone who's unreasonable and unable to distinguish right from wrong? Shen Jinian widened his eyes and earnestly asked him, except for you, of course. Gu Yan. Using this sentence structure like this really stung. Shen Jinian clearly had a prepared response ready to go, and continued, if you don't mind, it's better not to explain the origins of the child. Elders have weak acceptance capabilities regarding concepts like parallel universes. If you force an explanation, it might only lead to new questions, leaving everything in chaos later on. They were just paying a visit once. After the night's events concluded, they would fade into the crowd, probably never seeing each other again. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways. Who would even remember who Gu Yan and Shen Jinian were? Why bring unnecessary trouble onto themselves? Gu Yan froze, his gaze flickering, incredulous as he stared at Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian's scalp tingled instantly, don't misunderstand me, I simply don't want others knowing my baby's questionable origins. It isn't because I want to link us together. He didn't care whether Gu Yan believed him or not. But regardless, this was his starting point. Still, Shen Jinian saw Gu Yan sitting by his bedside with wandering eyes, swiping baby pictures back and forth on his phone repeatedly, pretending to be busy. It was obvious that he wouldn't believe Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian painfully pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine, you'd better explain to the two elders. They're highly educated, perhaps their knowledge systems in this field are even healthier than ours. Gu Yan rationally dissuaded him. Actually, there's really no need. The child looks like me. Even if I explained, they probably wouldn't believe it anyway. Shen Jinian. Chapter 52, No Sense of Moderation. Shen Jinian inhaled a breath of cold air and abruptly collapsed onto the bed. At this moment, he wished nothing more than to slap himself awake. How agonizing it was. Why had he subconsciously said those words to Gu Yan just now? Why hadn't he allowed Gu Yan to distance himself from the situation? This wasn't like him at all. Was he sick or something? Fever really was quite damaging. After careful consideration, Shen Jinian stubbornly reminded Gu Yan again, I'll explain everything to Auntie tomorrow. Gu Yan also reassured Shen Jinian, don't worry. Uncle and Auntie are capable of making their own judgments. Considering factors such as proximity and daily interactions, his words would likely have a better effect than Shen Jinian's, but they still might not be convincing enough. Even if Shen Jinian were to explain, the elderly couple would most likely just think he was too shy to admit the relationship between the three of them. All right. Shen Jinian turned over, pulled up the blanket, and decided to ignore Gu Yan while going to sleep. There was an attendant bed next to Gu Yan. Since Shen Jinian needed to rest, Gu Yan simply washed up and quietly returned to bed, watching baby videos until he turned off his phone and glanced sideways toward Shen Jinian on the other side. This was the third time they'd slept under the same roof. Both their mentalities had obviously become much more relaxed. Shen Jinian even fell asleep earlier, closing his eyes within 10 minutes and entering a deep sleep without any trace of alertness. Gu Yan quietly got out of bed and touched the other's forehead. After confirming there was no fever, he tiptoed back to his own bed. The next day, the nurse came at 7:30 to draw blood from Shen Jinian for testing. After the doctor made his rounds, the usual intravenous drip began again. The blood test results were far better than expected. The level of recovery was also significantly improved. Shen Jinian was released ahead of schedule, with the doctor approving his discharge after finishing the 4-drip. Shen Jinian felt so refreshed that he drank a full bowl of millet porridge during lunch and even generously treated Gu Yan to a fragrant squid pancake. After being discharged, the two didn't immediately go pick up the baby. Feeling sticky all over, Shen Jinian insisted Gu Yan take a taxi home first. After taking a shower and changing clothes, they went together to the neighborhood where Gu Yan lived to pick up the child. Shen Jinian paused at the entrance of the building complex. From a great distance, he called out to Gu Yan to wait for him. Confused, Gu Yan stopped in his tracks. He watched as Shen Jinian entered the small supermarket downstairs. Not long after, he reappeared at the entrance with two shop owners following behind him carrying 4 boxes of gifts. A quick glance revealed that he had bought tea, liquor, and various health supplements, all sorts of things. Standing on the high doorstep, Shen Jinian waved at him with a bright, sincere smile. I've just been discharged and don't have much strength. Can you help me carry these? Sure. Without hesitation, Gu Yan stepped forward and took the gifts from the shop owner, skillfully grabbing 2 items with one hand and managing to carry everything. Shen Jinian had calculated exactly what Gu Yan could handle. A typical capitalist in his youth. How about I help you carry one? Gu Yan's hands were already filled to the brim. The capitalist, who still possessed some conscience, found it somewhat difficult to watch. After all, this person was helping him. Letting Gu Yan do all the work wouldn't be polite. Before Gu Yan could respond, Shen Jinian directly acted, snatching the phone and keys tightly held in Gu Yan's hand. This way, it would be easier for Gu Yan to help him carry the gifts. It wasn't as though he had done absolutely nothing. Shen Jinian said, I'll open the door for you in a bit. Gu Yan responded, thanks for your help. Shen Jinian replied, no problem, it's a trivial matter. Indeed, it was a trivial matter, just raising a hand to open the door. Gu Yan said nothing. He could tell that Shen Jinian was deliberately trying to be clever with him, leaving him helpless. But it didn't matter. Carrying these things wasn't straining for him, and it certainly wasn't life-threatening. There was no need to squabble with Shen Jinian, happiness was what mattered. So, Gu Yan obediently followed closely behind Shen Jinian as they headed home together. The moment they walked into the door, Shen Jinian headed straight for the couch, relaxing his body to recover his strength, while simultaneously ordering Gu Yan to take a shower. They couldn't look dirty when visiting guests. Gu Yan obeyed by finding his clothes and heading to the bathroom without complaint. It was as if they were playing house in kindergarten. Whatever teacher Shen said, little friend Gu followed accordingly. Obedient to the point where Shen Jinian felt like rewarding him with a little red flower sticker on his forehead. However, this calm moment only lasted less than 10 minutes. Gu Yan's voice, as if enhanced with reverb, drifted out from the bathroom, Jinian, are you out there? Shen Jinian lay lazily on the couch, not wanting to move an inch. He shouted from the sofa, what's wrong? I've run out of hot water, Gu Yan replied with some urgency. Can you check if the natural gas in the kitchen is turned off? Shen Jinian reluctantly got up and headed to the kitchen. After circling around for a moment, he suddenly realized a fatal problem. What is natural gas? Gu Yan changed his explanation, responding patiently, there's an orange-yellow valve in the kitchen. Check its position, is it facing left or right? Shen Jinian searched uncertainly, feeling increasingly frustrated. Finally, he helplessly stood in the kitchen and informed Gu Yan, there are 24 orange valves in your kitchen. How was he supposed to know which one to turn on or off? In his own home, all appliances had been pre-installed and adjusted by workers. He just needed to use them normally, no need for so much technical knowledge. Shen Jinian hesitated about whether to take a picture and send it to Gu Yan for identification. But then he suddenly remembered that Gu Yan probably didn't bring his phone into the shower. While Shen Jinian was at a loss, a muscular arm covered in bubbles suddenly reached out from behind him. The long, defined fingers stopped right in front of Shen Jinian and gently turned the nearest valve. Gu Yan's voice came from close by, when you boiled water earlier, you accidentally turned off the natural gas supply. I didn't know this was the natural gas, Shen Jinian blurted out. Only after finishing his sentence did he realize how close Gu Yan's voice was. And worse, he could see Gu Yan's arm in front of him. Shen Jinian instinctively turned his head, staring in disbelief at the man standing directly behind him. Gu Yan was less than 20 centimeters away, their distance incredibly close. The scent of fresh shower gel filled Shen Jinian's nose, and any slight movement would have made his skin brush against Gu Yan's. Moreover, because he had only just started washing, Gu Yan still had soap bubbles clinging to his body. He hadn't bothered to fully dress when stepping out, merely wrapping a towel around his waist. Shen Jinian's entire body stiffened. His gaze, however, unwillingly drifted downward to the well-defined, solid, and strong abs before him. Memories of dreams he'd once had slowly overlapped with this very moment. It seemed like in the next second, Gu Yan would grab his hand and force him to touch those abs. Panic-stricken, Shen Jinian took 2 quick steps backward. Though he understood the reason in his mind, he couldn't help but criticize, why did you come out without clothes? Even though they were both alphas, wasn't this crossing boundaries? Chapter 53, When did you get married? Afraid you'll blow up the kitchen. Gu Yan also took a couple of steps back to keep his distance from Shen Jinian. However, this sudden step backward allowed Shen Jinian to see Gu Yan's well-built and robust figure in its entirety. Shen Jinian looked on with envy and embarrassment. Lifting his head to avoid the view, he stared directly at Gu Yan's face, seizing the opportunity to urge Gu Yan to hide the stiffness on his face, since it's fixed already, go wash quickly. You may not be in a hurry, but the kid is waiting. I know, just give me a little more time. Gu Yan turned aside, preparing to return to the bathroom to continue washing the bubbles off himself. If you're bored, watch some TV. The remote is in the storage box. How long will you take? Shen Jinian followed closely behind him, his eyes reflecting Gu Yan's inverted triangular figure. 20 minutes, Gu Yan replied. It takes time to wash and dry your hair too. Upon hearing this number, Shen Jinian felt utterly exasperated. He had compressed his bathing time to within 15 minutes today to see the child, yet Gu Yan was taking longer than him to shower. He should have synchronized their routines to save time, and no. That thought is dangerous. Shen Jinian halted his thoughts in time. Waiting for Gu Yan, he became bored while sitting on the couch and listened to the sound of water flowing over the skin in the bathroom, getting somewhat lost in daydreams. Shen Jinian decided to watch some TV to shift his focus. The remote control was in a small storage box on the coffee table right in front of him. As Gu Yan organized items neatly and reasonably at home, Shen Jinian could grab it effortlessly by lifting his hand slightly. Shen Jinian grabbed it absent-mindedly, inadvertently pulling out a small delivery receipt. It appeared to be a copy of the delivery note given by the courier after sending an item. Shen Jinian wasn't particularly concerned about Gu Yan's privacy, his gaze casually swept over it as he prepared to put it back. But when his eyes landed on the consignee address column, his arms suddenly froze in place. Central Guangxi District, Jiangxi Street No. 808 DNA Biological Center. It was the testing center where he had undergone paternity testing last time. Gu Yan also submitted samples for inspection. Shen Jinian checked the shipping date using the tracking number, which seemed to have been sent out more than a day ago. An ordinary paternity test that isn't expedited generally comes out in about a week. Which means there were at most 7 days left until the results are received. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, all sorts of distractions vanished, even losing interest in watching TV. The sound of water flow in the bathroom grew smaller. Until it completely disappeared. Shen Jinian heard Gu Yan rustling as he got dressed, and he quickly tucked the delivery slip into the storage box, pressing down hard with the remote control as if pretending that he knew nothing. Only after dressing properly did Gu Yan exit, wiping his hair while glancing sideways at Shen Jinian on the sofa. Seeing that he was lost in thought sitting there on the couch, Gu Yan asked casually, "Why aren't you watching TV?" Shen Jinian remained still in his spot, staring blankly without any response. It seemed he hadn't heard the inquiry. Gu Yan didn't pay much attention to it, assuming that Shen Jinian was still recovering after recently being discharged from the hospital. Completely unaware of Shen Jinian contemplating what kind of scenario awaited upon seeing Gu Yan's DNA report. After drying his hair, Shen Jinian returned to his senses. Standing at the bedroom doorway, he called Gu Yan to go together to pick up the child. The elderly couple's home was right downstairs, they only needed to descend one floor, taking less than 5 minutes. Carrying 4 boxes of gifts, Gu Yan knocked on the door alongside Shinjinian. The 2 elders had long waited at home. As soon as they heard the knocking sound, they immediately opened the door with the child in their arms. Upon seeing Shinjinian at first glance, they couldn't help but smile brightly, enthusiastically grabbing his hand and inviting him to sit in the living room. The baby stretched out its body toward Shinjinian. "Papa. Missing Daddy?" The old woman lovingly gazed at the child's appearance, unwillingly giving it back to the other side. She seized the moment to pour a cup of hot water for him. "Xiaoyan has just been discharged from the hospital, his body is still weak. Is it okay if the water temperature is a bit higher?" Shinjinian awkwardly sat on the couch, holding the child with a forced smile. "I'm fine, Auntie He. Thank you for your trouble. You're as polite as Xiaoyan." The old woman naturally glanced at Gu Yan, who was fiddling with the gift box by the door, then turned back to Shinjinian. "Both me and your uncle have watched Gu Yan grow up these 3 years. We look after him as our own child. Since you and Gu Yan are one family, you're our child too. Don't be formal with your uncles and aunts next time, there's no need to bring gifts again." Shinjinian instinctively wanted to explain his relationship with Gu Yan. Just as he raised his eyes, he happened to see Gu Yan busy working with Uncle He to prepare baby formula. Shinjinian swallowed his words after his Adam's apple moved up and down twice, smiling as he said to her, "It's because we're a family that we specially bought these gifts for you and Uncle. Gu Yan and I don't hold back, so you don't have to either." The old lady was cleverly turned around by Shinjinian's response, immediately being cheered to laugh with her brows relaxed and eyes gleaming. Gu Yan is usually well-behaved but rigid, Shinjinian was different from him, clearly an interesting child. They complemented each other perfectly, truly destined for each other. The more the old lady looked at Shinjinian, the more satisfied she became, not only polite but also especially patient with the child, holding the baby as soon as they entered the door, looking gentle and tender. She kept staring at Shinjinian, making him somewhat embarrassed. He became bashful, not knowing where to place his gaze. The old lady could only take the initiative to break Shinjinian's awkwardness. "All right, the 2 of you must be tired after coming back from the hospital. Dinner just happens to be ready. Let's eat together." "Sure, thank you, uncle and aunt." Shinjinian got up with the old lady to go to the dining room, only to find a full table of dishes on the warming plate. He was somewhat unexpectedly shocked. One person took care of the child while the other cooked meals for them, no need to imagine how much effort that would require. These are all home-cooked meals, there's nothing difficult about them. Since Shinjinian held the baby in his arms, the aunt pulled out a chair for him. "Xiaoyan used to come here often to cook for us." Shinjinian didn't know how to respond for a moment, laughing dryly. "Ha, ha. Gu Yan's cooking skills are indeed excellent." Right after he finished speaking, Gu Yan had already prepared the milk. While handing the bottle to the baby, he couldn't help but tease Shinjinian. "Do I still need to improve my cooking skills, Teacher Shin?" Shinjinian secretly glared at him. What a petty guy Gu Yan is. Last time, he stubbornly made a comment about it at home. Instead of letting it go, Gu Yan never forgot, retaliating against him twice at various times and places. Seeing the young couple in bad moods, the aunt smiled and deflected the topic. "But I had no idea Xiaoyan had such a big child. When did the 2 of you get married?" Gu Yan has been living here for 3 years. Although he left for several trips every year during specific times, nobody noticed when he got married and had a child. Chapter 54, Are you feeling unsettled? Shinjinian. He secretly nudged Gu Yan, who was sitting beside him, with his elbow, winking and giving a meaningful look. As it turned out, this matter was just as he expected. Whether they clarified or didn't clarify, new issues would inevitably arise. If they revealed the true parentage of the child, the elderly couple might not believe it, and worse yet, they might conjure up even more horrifying guesses in their minds. If they didn't clarify the child's origins, then the 2 of them would have to continue fabricating an illusory love story. Shinjinian weighed the consequences of both options. There was no distinction between which was lighter or heavier. Having no choice, he turned to Gu Yan for help. Upon hearing this, the man paused for a moment, straightened his back, and solemnly told the elderly couple, "We are not married yet, but once we set a date, we will certainly send you an invitation." Shinjinian lowered his voice, reminding him in a tone that only the 2 could hear, "Don't make promises you can't keep." Marriage or no marriage, it was uncertain. The cruelty of tearing apart commitments one had made oneself would be devastating to both parties. Gu Yan lowered his head and gazed deeply at Shinjinian's porcelain-white cheek from above. "I haven't made any false promises." There were some hard-to-disclose secrets that Shinjinian wasn't aware of. But he knew. The probability of their staying together matched the level of compatibility in their pheromones. If there were no unexpected events, Shinjinian's destined partner was indeed him. Seeing Gu Yan adamant, Shinjinian simply stopped caring. After all, it was his lie that was told, it would be Gu Yan's alone to mend in the future if things unraveled. Shinjinian chose detachment. However, the old couple obviously noticed the heavy solemnity and unease on their faces, realizing that their wedding plans were probably not going smoothly. Not wanting to affect the current atmosphere and upset people, The elderly couple decided not to press further and instead invited the two of them to eat. Seeing this, the baby also grabbed one of Shinjinyan's fingers, leaning forward to grab Gu Yan's clothes, happily holding onto both dads. Huan. Let's eat. Such a well-behaved child, the old woman smiled warmly at the baby, and so good-looking, just like both dads. Not only resembling, but taking after the best traits of both fathers. He was undoubtedly a blessed child. Even though Shinjinyan had become somewhat desensitized to such comments by now, he still couldn't help turning his head to look at Gu Yan. He caught Gu Yan's smug little smirk and gave him a nudge in return. However, before Gu Yan had time to react in any way, the sound of a ringing phone in his pocket interrupted them. He pulled out his phone to glance at the number on the screen. His brows furrowed instantly, and his expression became far colder and more distant than Shinjinyan had ever seen it. He stood up and apologized to the older couple. Sorry, uncle and aunt, I need to take this call. Please start eating without me. Naturally, the elders wouldn't cause trouble for him. Gu Yan stepped outside, making sure the balcony door was tightly shut so no wind could enter before answering the phone. Hidden in the shadowy corner where light barely reached, he fixed his stern gaze on a hated area code, asking sharply, what is it? Are you done causing trouble? The man's voice was aged, authoritative, and delivered in precise tones, immediately filled with scolding. Suddenly, Gu Yan let out a cold laugh, brimming with icy disdain. Though he remained silent, the man on the other end of the phone grew impatient and spoke up first, once you're done, come home right away. Your mother's Memorial Day is coming soon. Don't disgrace me in public. Sitting down on a small stool in the corner with his long legs bent, Gu Yan maintained his composure despite the threat. After all these years, you finally remembered which day her death anniversary falls on. Their conversation was laced with veiled accusations. While the man still concealed some sentiments, Gu Yan unleashed his anger completely. Don't talk nonsense with me. The man snorted coldly, isn't your mother's death due to protecting you? Don't you bear any responsibility? For a moment, Gu Yan felt an unusual mental exhaustion. He bore responsibility. If he hadn't been an enigma, his mother wouldn't have suffered such tragic consequences. Gu Yan, don't provoke your elders. In a few days, I'll send someone. The annoying voice came through again over the phone, and Gu Yan started feeling a throbbing headache in his temple. Listening longer only confused his mind further. Annoyed, he hung up and dragged the 13th unnamed phone number into the trash bin. The world suddenly fell silent. Downstairs, there were a few adults taking their children out for a stroll after dinner, with a playful dog chasing merrily after their steps. He couldn't make out what the family of three was discussing, but the cheerful laughter of the little child reached his ears and sounded exceptionally deafening. Gu Yan sat in the cold breeze, lost in thought, hoping to dissipate the sudden bad mood that had crept over him. But he didn't achieve his goal. Shinjinyan quietly pushed open the balcony door, poking his head out to reveal half his body. The warm yellow light spilling out of the room fell perfectly on him, making even his curling hair gleam with a lustrous glow as if an angel had silently descended. Gu Yan remained hidden in the dark corner. And yet, he saw everything clearly. Shinjinyan squinted for a while before finally spotting the inconspicuous black cat lurking in the corner, reproaching slightly, why didn't you come back in and eat after finishing your call? Uncle and auntie have been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Yan looked at Shinjinyan's expressive little face. Smiling, he asked, were you waiting for me too? Without hesitation, Shinjinyan replied, of course, burp. Gu Yan, I understand. Although the sentence wasn't finished, it didn't count as lying. Still, Shinjinyan felt somewhat embarrassed. He quickly retook the initiative and redirected the topic back to Gu Yan. Whose call did you take earlier that managed to affect your mood like this? Gu Yan was usually composed, rarely letting anything so deeply influence him. One thing could do this, the baby, and now, this phone call was another. Even Shinjinyan's mischievous antics over the past 3 years hadn't held such power. It's nothing, Gu Yan put away his phone and slowly stood up, casually fabricating a more plausible reason to deceive Shinjinyan. An elder in my family is sick. Then go see a doctor. Why look so worried? At first, he had assumed it was some matter beyond Gu Yan's capabilities, something big that couldn't be dealt with. Turned out it was just illness. With medical advancements today, no ailment was incurable by doctors. Only after speaking did Shinjinyan realize an issue, silently closing the bedroom door so the elderly couple wouldn't overhear. Lowering his voice, he asked, are you short on money? Gu Yan lived frugally, working odd jobs everywhere to earn money, so it was clear his family wasn't affluent either. For ordinary families, visiting the hospital was indeed a significant expense. Shinjinyan belatedly noticed how his offhand tone from earlier might have hurt feelings. Looking up at Gu Yan, he said, I'll transfer the hospitalization money to you tonight. Okay. As Gu Yan spoke, he rose and stepped toward Shinjinyan, completely enveloping him in his shadow. It's cold outside. Let's go inside quickly. Shinjinyan didn't move, his round eyes shimmering continuously as he gazed at Gu Yan, as though there was something he wanted to say but couldn't express. Just as Gu Yan prepared to forcefully grab his wrist and drag him inside, Shinjinyan couldn't hold back any longer and softly reminded Gu Yan, if you need money, you can tell me. I have money. It's loan-worthy even for life and death matters. Chapter 55, where are you staying tonight? It wasn't because he was particularly intent on winning Gu Yan's favor. After all, it was Gu Yan who had taken him to the hospital yesterday. Helping someone whose family member was sick was only natural. Anyway, anything that could be solved with money would never be a big deal. Gu Yan looked at Shinjinian for a moment, waiting for his next sentence or jab. Unexpectedly, the other party was genuinely sincere, clearly intending to help him. Gu Yan quickly suppressed his expression of surprise and did not reject Shinjinian's rare kindness towards him. Thank you, I'll contact you when I need help. Are you going back home soon? If there were sick elders at home, Gu Yan would definitely have to go back, even if they didn't need his care, he at least had to visit them. My family won't need me anytime soon. I'll go back in a few days. Gu Yan placed his hand loosely on Shinjinian's shoulder as he turned around and headed back into the room. Shinjinian's attention was entirely focused on talking with Gu Yan, completely unaware of the man's small gesture. Alright. He stepped inside first, noticing the elderly couple eating dinner. To give Gu Yan some face, he deliberately lowered his voice. Anyway, if you need money, you can ask me. As for other kinds of help, I can do nothing about it. Gu Yan casually shut the balcony door and nodded. Alright, I understand. Then you should go eat. The kid seems a bit tired. They needed to go home as soon as possible. Shinjinian stopped walking, turning sideways to let Gu Yan pass to the dining table. The elderly couple, upon seeing their return, immediately invited Gu Yan to take a seat enthusiastically. As soon as you're done, come eat. Little Nyen ate very little tonight, I bet he intentionally left it for you, the elder lady chuckled. Shinjinian's heart started ringing alarms. Baffled, he looked back and forth between the elder lady and Gu Yan, cheeks instantly turning pink with embarrassment, shocking enough to blurt out, Auntie he had eaten little simply because he wasn't a fan of plain dishes. Auntie, don't assist like this. See? I told you so. Auntie couldn't help but burst into laughter at Shinjinian's unconscious expressions. Little Nyen's face is red already. No matter how proper they acted, they couldn't deceive her keen eyes. She used to be a university lecturer and had seen plenty of youthful, naive romances. From the glance of their touch and retreat eyes, she could tell they were still in an ambiguous phase. Though she had no idea how this baby came about. Still, love after marriage was acceptable too. Shinjinian realized saying more would be impolite. His best response now was to remain silent without explanation, quietly taking the child to play on the sofa. Gu Yan sat back down at the dining table and smiled while covering for Shinjinian. He has a thin skin. The elderly couple smiled gently with an, ah, sound, look at you worrying and feeling sorry. Aunt will stop teasing you both from now on. Gu Yan glanced at Shinjinian on the sofa. As expected, the person wanted to bury their head in the sand like an ostrich. He didn't dare to say any more. After finishing the meal quickly, he helped Aunt clean up the kitchen. When he returned to the living room, he saw the child in Shinjinian's arms already asleep. The child tightly gripped the pendant around Shinjinian's neck, blinking lashes occasionally. The furrowed brow remained unfurled, indicating the child was sleeping quite restlessly. The aunt emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands while being concerned about the baby. Looks like he's easily scared. Before her words faded, the usually quiet old man spoke up. He asked Shinjinian, where are you and the child staying tonight? Going back to your place or staying with Gu Yan? Shinjinian responded without hesitation, back to my place. Then let Gu Yan drive you home. The old man had a stern look on his face. What he said wasn't to be questioned. It's late, and it's not safe for you to take the child home alone. Speaking again, he added to emphasize the severity of the situation. Just a few days ago, there was news reporting that several rapists were caught near our district. People like these are just like cockroaches. Catching one under the sun means there are countless hiding in the shadows. Recalling the event that night through the old man's words. Although Shinjinian had fragmented memories, the sense of despair in such an environment was suffocating and terrifying beyond compare. Without hesitation, Gu Yan responded, Uncle, please rest assured, I'll call a taxi and take him home shortly. The elder nodded satisfied, and then reminded them, once home, send a text message to report safety. Gu Yan replied, with me here, you can rest assured. The words echoed. The two elderly thought for a moment and decided there was nothing else to delegate. As the sky had completely darkened, the two elderly people urged Shinjinian and Gu Yan to take the child and go home quickly. The moment Shinjinian stepped out of the old couple's house, he was greeted with a chill draft in the stairwell, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Instinctively, he hugged the child closer and wrapped the baby's small body with his own coat. I'll run home for a bit, just wait for me, Gu Yan said. Shinjinian stood alone in the old-fashioned stairwell where a flickering yellow incandescent bulb hung, feeling somewhat afraid. He subconsciously stepped closer to Gu Yan. In that case, I'll come along. Gu Yan had initially asked Shinjinian to wait as he would be inconvenient with the child, but seeing the other's serious and solemn expression, he guessed about 80% of the reason. A faint smile appeared in his heart, though he dared not make any noise out loud. The two ascended the stairs one after another. However, they found an unfamiliar man waiting anxiously and pacing back and forth in front of Gu Yan's door when they arrived. Upon spotting them approaching, the man instantly donned an apologetic smile and greeted Gu Yan, excuse me, are you the resident of apartment 302? Gu Yan nodded. Hello, is there anything wrong? The man's apology became more evident, his brows furrowing deeply. I'm sorry. It seems my renovation worker accidentally broke the bathroom pipe at my place. We don't know how long it has been leaking, but I estimate that water has already seeped into your apartment. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan immediately took out his keys and opened the door. Sure enough, the entire room was flooded with water. The upstairs neighbor, upon seeing the situation, sharply drew in a breath and clasped his hands together, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, sir, I'm really sorry. I didn't know so much water leaked out. Let me first hire a cleaner tonight to remove the water from your apartment, and please, you and your family can stay at a hotel for a few nights. I'll fully cover all expenses. Is that okay? Gu Yan stood by the doorway, taking a quick glance around the room. Indeed, it was uninhabitable. Shen Jinian also curiously peeked inside, only to find the damage far worse than he expected. Besides the complete destruction of the bathroom, Gu Yan's floor and ground-level furniture were all soaked, resulting in severe losses. Seeing this, Shen Jinian could not help but furrow his brow. There's a lot of water. The neighbor kept apologizing. I'll compensate you for all your losses, I'm very sorry, truly very sorry. Shen Jinian paid no attention to the other person, nudging Gu Yan with his shoulder and asking, what will you do tonight? Gu Yan hesitated. Let's stay at a hotel. Shen Jinian responded, alright, then you go to the hotel. Chapter 56, The baby is looking for you. Shen Jinian sincerely wanted to repay Gu Yan for taking care of him when he was sick. But inviting Gu Yan to cohabit with him proactively felt like a challenge. By nature, Shen Jinian had a reserved demeanor befitting an aristocratic young master, and he struggled to voice such an invitation outright. If Gu Yan would take the initiative as before, volunteering to replace the night nurse and assist in caring for the baby, then Shen Jinian could hesitate just slightly before reluctantly agreeing under pretense, offering Gu Yan a live-in nanny position. His home was far larger and much more comfortable than any hotel, with meals delivered 3 times a day, so there was no need to cook. However, Gu Yan hadn't mentioned anything and instead planned to stay at a hotel. So that's it then. Shen Jinian, feeling slightly irked, nudged Gu Yan's lower back. Uncle said that you need to send me home before checking into the hotel. Gu Yan, who had initially agreed to handle the matter, showed no reluctance now. I know, you and the baby wait a moment. After saying that, Gu Yan stepped carefully over the water pooled on the floor, walking cautiously into his bedroom. Shen Jinian peered from the doorway but couldn't see far due to the walls blocking the view. He concluded that Gu Yan must have been packing up to prepare for staying in a hotel. What did this matter to him anyway? Shen Jinian found holding the child somewhat strenuous, his arms feeling sore and weak, so he flopped down onto the steps, waiting for Gu Yan to finish packing, albeit rather disgruntled. During this time, feeling bored, he casually asked the neighbor, when exactly did your house pipe break? Why is there such a sudden flood? He thought everything had been fine earlier when they came back to Gu Yan's place for a shower. And after going to eat at the aunt's place, all in all it had only been 2 hours since. 2 hours was all it took to flood Gu Yan's apartment this severely. Shen Jinian estimated the water covering the ground was about 2 to 3 centimeters high, which in terms of rainfall would equate to a heavy downpour. It truly didn't make sense. Had the upstairs neighbors been letting water run excessively? The neighbor seemed confused by Shen Jinian's question, mumbling half-heartedly without making much sense, only mentioning that the workers had come in the afternoon and discovered the leak upon finishing their job. They were also unsure at what exact time the pipe had broken. Shen Jinian became suspicious. Though unclear about the specific situation regarding this, he judged by the neighbor's worried expression that it wasn't faked. Deciding to give him the benefit of doubt, Shen Jinian continued to mutter, you're quite unlucky, fixing the house, repairing furniture, and paying extra for the hotel, the money spent could have paid for redecorating another entire place. Since it's our fault, we'll deal with the financial issues later by filing complaints against the decoration company. The neighbor's attitude remained friendly, leaving Shen Jinian unable to feel genuinely upset. As the two chatted, Gu Yan finished packing his bag, stuffing a good amount inside. In addition, he carried a thick coat in his arm, draping it over Shen Jinian's shoulders as soon as they exited the room. The man's figure was broader and stronger compared to Shen Jinian. His coat not only covered Shen Jinian but also wrapped the baby snugly, providing insulation from the chill in the hallway. Soon after, a faint scent of cedar started to spread around, filling the air near Shen Jinian's nose. Uncomfortable, Shen Jinian intended to return the coat to Gu Yan, but the sleeping baby grabbed onto one of the buttons tightly, indicating a visibly better sleep quality. Thus, the word Shen Jinian was about to speak returned unspoken, swallowed silently. Gu Yan handed a note to the neighbor, writing down his phone number. Here's my contact information. I'm unavailable tonight, let's discuss the house issue in detail tomorrow. With clasped hands, the neighbor bowed deeply. All right sir, you proceed first. I'll add you on WeChat once I get home. Gu Yan finalized matters simply with the other party, then accompanied Shen Jinian downstairs to hail a taxi. The harmonious, peaceful atmosphere prior to the meal seemed to have vanished, though it hadn't reached the extreme tension of past conflicts. Shen Jinian quietly took a seat in the corner with the child, remaining silent along the way as both men stayed mute. Finally reaching his doorstep, Shen Jinian needed to unlock the door, but couldn't see the password with the baby in his arms. Reluctantly, he passed the baby temporarily to Gu Yan to hold, and further requested Gu Yan place the baby on the bed in the bedroom. Moving carefully and cooperatively, they successfully managed to put the easily awakened baby into Shinjinyan's bed without waking him. Gu Yan glanced repeatedly at the baby. Standing nearby, Shinjinyan caught those covert gazes and teased deliberately again, "Are you sure you're going to stay at a hotel?" Gu Yan hummed softly, with a hint of pitifulness, "I don't have anywhere else to stay." "That hotel he invited you to must be one of those cheap chain hotels. The rooms are tiny, there's no kitchen, and you'd have to spend money every day just to buy food." Shinjinyan kindly warned the man. "I've been doing part-time work recently, so I can eat lunch at the cafeteria," Gu Yan honestly replied. "If I only buy dinner each day, it shouldn't cost too much." Shinjinyan racked his brain, trying to dissuade Gu Yan from staying at the hotel. "In a few days, you'll need to take care of your family. Will you even have enough money for medical bills then?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yan did hesitate for a moment. After thinking it over, he came up with an answer, "Didn't you just say you'd lend me some money?" Shinjinyan froze in place. Fine. Good kid." Shinjinyan waved his hand at him and casually threw the coat draped on his shoulders into Gu Yan's arms, "Then go stay if you want. You should get some rest early." Gu Yan accepted his clothes back and said quietly, "Your body needs more recuperation after getting discharged from the hospital. If you need any help these next few days, give me a call." With that, the man turned around to leave. Shinjinyan watched as Gu Yan walked out of his room and even kindly made sure to close the door properly. Gu Yan's figure disappeared completely from his line of sight. Faint rustling sounds came from outside the room, as though Gu Yan was picking up the luggage he had temporarily left on the floor. Then came another muffled sound of a door closing. This time, it was the outer door. Gu Yan was gone. Shinjinyan suddenly slumped heavily onto the bed, feeling a strange mess inside his chest. It made sense that Gu Yan had left, yet Shinjinyan couldn't help but feel something was off about his mood. Books say it takes 21 days to form a habit. For more than a month since he found the baby, Shinjinyan had almost seen Gu Yan's face every single day. That easily surpassed 21 days. Even Shinjinyan himself wasn't entirely sure what thoughts were swirling in his mind, so he decided to simply toss all those related musings out of his head. He rolled over and hugged the baby closer. He began contemplating how to manage tomorrow's school schedule. The aunt had left, and he couldn't immediately find anyone suitable to take care of the child, especially since the baby needed time to familiarize himself with a new nanny. Shinjinyan flipped again and buried his head under the pillow. The more he thought, the more his head started pounding until drowsiness finally overtook him. There really seemed to be no perfect solution. 10 minutes later, a phone rang. Without hesitation, the man answered the call upon seeing the three-word name flashing on the screen. Shinjinyan's voice came through the receiver, "Gu Yan, the baby is looking for you." Peering from behind a tree, Gu Yan looked up toward the upstairs bedroom where a warm yellow light shone through the window. A faint smile curved the corner of the man's lips as he responded, "All right, I'll come right away." Chapter 57 Secretly Educating Shinjinyan. Shinjinyan was a difficult child. He had constructed an unbreakable fortress with his inborn arrogance and sense of high self-esteem, trapping himself inside. A small personality flaw made Shinjinyan internally resistant to making peace with his former rival. Gu Yan could only try to guide Shinjinyan to actively tear apart the cocoon that bound him. Then he just needed to wait patiently. Wait until the first beam of light broke through in the dark night, and dawn would be near. The urgent urging sound from the mobile phone became more noticeable. "You hurry up, I have curfew at 11, Shinjinyan feigned coldness in tone, appearing as though he wasn't too eager to invite the man home. A curfew thought up on the spot, but still counted as one. Gu Yan hummed his acknowledgement, with the wind sound of the night rustling the phone speaker. "All right, I'll get a taxi right away." Shinjinyan blurted out, "My house password is any 3 digits plus 030820 plus any 3 digits, can you remember it?" "I can." After hearing his reply, Shinjinyan suddenly realized telling Gu Yan the house password was almost like giving someone the key to your front door, which carried a slight hint of intimacy. Afraid that Gu Yan might misunderstand, Shinjinyan hurriedly clarified that it was because it's inconvenient to open the door with the baby, not implying anything else. Gu Yan assured him not to worry, he wouldn't overthink it. Both told each other clumsy lies, yet in the end, Shinjinyan was the one who got tricked. After finishing the arrangements, Shinjinyan didn't say another word. He immediately put up the facade of aloofness and hung up on Gu Yan. His heart seemed abruptly squeezed by an invisible hand, pounding wildly. With a quick turn, he burrowed into the baby's blanket, lying on the same small pillow as the baby, inhaling the milky scent off the baby, and began forcing himself to calm down. But the harder he forced himself, the more confused his mind became. The only clear thing was that he still remembered. Earlier, he invited Gu Yan to stay over at his place. Shinjinyan didn't know why he had such an impulse, maybe it was gratitude for rescuing him without holding past grievances against him multiple times, or pity seeing Gu Yan living alone without a house, or wanting him to temporarily take over from the maternity nurse to help care for the baby. Of course, it could be all three reasons combined. Absolutely not due to a personal desire within him. Shinjinyan glanced at the time on the phone screen. It had been 3 minutes already. Gu Yan had left for 10 minutes, at least 10 more were needed to return by taxi. Since this time he had concocted an excuse to call him back, he might as well send along both the hospital treatment fee and round-trip taxi fare, adding 3,500 more to make a neat 5,000 yuan total. Someone like Gu Yan probably wouldn't ask for money from him outright. After entering the password, Shen Jinian tossed the phone aside and scooped the baby up in his arms from the bed, pretending as if he'd just finished comforting the child. 15 minutes later. Suddenly came the crisp and pleasant sounds of the outside password lock keys being pressed. Instinctively Shen Jinian turned his head to look, seeing Gu Yan standing in the bedroom doorway backed by the living room's light. From his angle, he couldn't clearly see Gu Yan's face. All he could see was Gu Yan's towering figure, carrying a small paper pack pocket, faintly emitting heat. Is the child asleep? After taking off his slightly chilly coat, Gu Yan dared to enter the bedroom. You arrived too late, the child cried itself to sleep. Shen Jinian deliberately shifted his body holding the child to prevent Gu Yan from seeing. If he saw, the game would be up. Sorry. With some regret mixed with frustration, Gu Yan explained, I stood in line downstairs to buy some red bean glutinous rice cake, and didn't expect to be so late. The red bean glutinous rice cake from that shop beside our neighborhood, and, that one. Shen Jinian paid no attention to Gu Yan's apology anyway. After all, the crying episode about the baby was something he made up on the spot. The red bean glutinous rice cake that he had been craving for days was the focus. Yeah, Gu Yan nodded, your aunt said you ate little for dinner. Shen Jinian was more shocked, did you buy it for me? He originally assumed Gu Yan bought it as a midnight snack for himself, and had even prepared some excuses to snag a bite when the opportunity arose. Unexpectedly, it was bought for him. How strange it was recently, Gu Yan seemed to have swapped places with Sun Wukong's cousin, somehow appearing more human than ever. The man didn't give a direct response, instead asking Shen Jinian, do you want to eat now? While Shen Jinian was contemplating how to properly lay down the baby, he also urged Gu Yan, take it out first, otherwise the bedroom will be filled with strange odors. Although the sweet smell was enticing, he didn't like any scent other than his own pheromones lingering near his nose while sleeping. Gu Yan immediately sealed the package and took it out. Shen Jinian's mind was filled with thoughts of sweet desserts, so he followed a step behind Gu Yan straight to the dining table. He just happened to see that Gu Yan had already laid out the plates. There were 2 for him, and none for Gu Yan. Shen Jinian. If he bought them but wasn't going to eat them, why not just save them? Was it for offering to the god of wealth during the new year? Gu Yan, you've just been discharged from the hospital, you shouldn't eat too much at night. The remaining 3 could be saved for tomorrow morning and reheated. Shen Jinian, alright. To be honest, neither his parents had ever controlled him this strictly. But never mind, since they were bought by Gu Yan, he'd follow Gu Yan's distribution. Shen Jinian poured 2 cups of hot water, gave one to Gu Yan, and happily sat down at the dining table to enjoy his glutinous rice cakes. However, he was stopped again by Gu Yan, did you wash your hands? Shen Jinian looked at his hands, I washed them earlier, they should be clean. Gu Yan, illness enters through the mouth, especially after being discharged from the hospital. Shen Jinian strongly suppressed the resentment in his heart, which was enough to sustain 2 demon sword spirits, and silently stared at Gu Yan for a few seconds. Then he surrendered voluntarily. Feeling as if all his energy had been drained, he went to the bathroom to wash his hands lazily and wearily. Just as he sat back at the table, Gu Yan coughed and sipped from his water cup. Shen Jinian simply pushed the plate over, moving the glutinous rice cake toward Gu Yan, are you really unwilling to let me eat? What with making me wash my hands and now coughing, I've lost my appetite. Having food almost within reach and being interrupted twice without tasting it was awkward. It seemed like Gu Yan hadn't sincerely invited him to begin with. Moreover, he had rushed here as though reborn as a pig demon, crazily craving food and only thinking about eating. How embarrassing. He should have asked Gu Yan to stay in the small hotel room shaped like a matchbox, letting him feel suffocated. The man was truly wrong this time, he had no intention of blaming Shen Jinian, sorry, I caught some cold standing in line just now, my throat feels uncomfortable. And there was certainly no intention of stopping him from eating. Shen Jinian looked at the glutinous rice cakes he had pushed away. Gu Yan carefully probed, asking, do you still want to eat? Since it was something Shen Jinian himself had pushed away, he couldn't decently take it back, yet his stomach was a bit hungry. Shen Jinian stubbornly refused, I won't eat. Being hungry for one day wouldn't kill him. Craving for one day wouldn't either. You're not hungry. I just don't eat glutinous rice cakes, I didn't say I'd refuse everything else. Alright, it's indeed not good to eat hard-to-digest food at night. Gu Yan finished speaking, then voluntarily picked up the plate along with the paper bag containing the glutinous rice cakes and put them all into the kitchen. At the dining table, only Shen Jinian remained lonely. His stomach grumbled in protest. Chapter 58. Gu Yan had always known that Shen Jinian had an extremely strong sense of self-respect. So even though he was hungry and wanted to eat, he would rather endure the pain in his stomach for the sake of his pride and would never reach out for food willingly. Such as were not few for Shen Jinian. The man helplessly sighed in his heart and asked pitifully, do you still want to eat Yachuan noodles? The man proactively offered a way out. Shinjinian needed to save face, so he kicked Gu Yan's offer away by saying, "No, the noodles you make are not delicious. What do you want to eat then? I'll try my best to cook something more delicious." Gu Yan listened to the sarcastic words and took a step back in all aspects. He turned around to check the ingredients in the fridge. Although there was no need to cook regularly, the aunt probably prepared everything at home just in case of storms and heavy rain. Shinjinian was full of thoughts about the rice cakes he hadn't tasted, hating himself for being unable to stay calm and having no appetite for other foods. But since Gu Yan brought it up, this opportunity for retaliation must not be wasted. Instant noodles. After finishing speaking, Shinjinian lazily leaned on the chair. "Anyway, I don't have high expectations for your cooking." Gu Yan chose to ignore the comment. Seeing the tomatoes and shrimp in the refrigerator compartment gave him an idea immediately. He turned around and said to Shinjinian, "All right, go rest in the bedroom first, there will be grease smell when I cook." He remembered that Shinjinian didn't seem to like this smell. Sure enough, as soon as the person who had been sitting steadily on the chair earlier heard the grease smell, they immediately frowned, got up right away, and retreated back into the bedroom, closing the door tightly. Gu Yan closed the kitchen door as well. He was afraid the sound of cutting vegetables might wake the child. And also worried about upsetting Shinjinian. He took out all the shrimp paste and tomatoes from the fridge, simply processed them, and slowly simmered them together over low heat, making a fragrant and appetizing shrimp paste tomato soup. Gu Yan also reheated the 2 red bean glutinous rice pancakes he had taken away in the microwave. Things you want to eat should be eaten, and steps also inevitably needed to be extended properly. The midnight snack was simple. It was ready in 15 minutes. Gu Yan took off the small yellow duck apron on his body, carefully hung it on the rack in the corner of the kitchen, and went to knock gently on the bedroom door. The room door opened very quickly. As if Shinjinian had been waiting for him to knock inside the room. The two tiptoed to the dining room again. A strong aroma greeted them. Shinjinian saw that apart from the large bowl of soup in the center of the table, there were also 2 steaming hot red bean glutinous rice cakes on the plate. It wasn't instant noodles. He looked at Gu Yan with surprise. The man was preparing to leave. Shinjinian immediately called him out. "What are you going to do?" "I smell too much." Gu Yan honestly replied. Cotton clothes absorbed smells easily, and even with the exhaust fan on, it was hard to avoid soaking up the smell. Shinjinian suddenly remembered some unpleasant memories. Before Gu Yan pressed the door handle, he quickly called his name again, somewhat helplessly. "You, stop blowing outside, take another shower if you can't stand it." Gu Yan immediately turned back. He sat opposite Shinjinian and asked, "Is there any other bathroom?" The baby was sleeping, so obviously he couldn't use the bathroom in Shinjinian's room. Shinjinian put down the spoon in his hand and pointed his finger towards the small glass door in the corner. "That's the toilet, and the one inside is the bathroom, you can go there." "Then, where will I sleep tonight?" Finally, Gu Yan asked the question he had been expecting. Upon hearing this, Shinjinian was also slightly stunned. With the maid absent, but letting Gu Yan stay in the maid's room felt strange in his heart. Staying with him also seemed awkward. Shinjinian glanced at the sofa at home. Clearly its length didn't match Gu Yan's height. Plus, calling someone over and letting them sleep on the sofa might as well send Gu Yan to stay at a hotel. Shinjinian hesitated for 3 whole minutes, and decided to share the awkwardness after all. "There is no empty room at home. You sleep with the baby tonight, and tomorrow I'll hire someone to clean out a room for you." Gu Yan immediately nodded and responded without hesitation, "All right." The meaning behind Shinjinian's words was quite straightforward. Sleeping with the baby roughly equates to 3 of them sharing one bed. Shinjinian found himself contemplating his own suggestion deeply, feeling his ears heating up, especially under Gu Yan's intense gaze. "You go take a bath first, you can only sleep in my bed after taking a bath." He put down the spoon in his hand, furrowing his brows to hurry Gu Yan along, attempting to shift the awkwardness. "All right." Gu Yan stood up, picked up his bag from the sofa with a large bundle of clothes inside, and said, "Just leave your dishes here after you're done. I'll come back and wash them later." With that, the man walked straight toward the bathroom direction until his figure completely disappeared from sight. The air around became slightly less dense, making breathing easier. Surprisingly, the tomato shrimp dumpling soup tasted much better than expected, surpassing the red bean glutinous rice cakes by a significant margin. Shinjinian unknowingly finished it all without leaving a drop. He casually collected the soup bowl and plates and put them into the dishwasher. Estimating that Gu Yan's shower time was about over, he quickly rinsed his face and climbed into bed pretending to rest already to avoid any awkwardness upon meeting Gu Yan. Shinjinian moved the child closer to himself, deliberately creating a large distance between him and Gu Yan. After finishing this task, Gu Yan had just completed his shower. Before entering the room, the man still knocked lightly on the door and waited for several seconds before daring to go in. Shinjinian didn't manage to fake sleep and was caught off guard by Gu Yan. The man smiled while unfolding the blanket and asked Shinjinian teasingly, "Not sleeping yet? Waiting for me?" "Keep dreaming," Shinjinian replied, glaring at him with eyes clearly showing anger mixed with embarrassment, and hastily made up an excuse, "I have something to tell you." Lying down on the bed, Gu Yan turned his side toward Shinjinian. Under the dim light of the bedroom, the man's eyes appeared clear and bright, gazing deeply at him. Shinjinian felt his whole body tingling, so he turned away to lie down and no longer looked at him. Then he extended one finger and said, "Let me be clear, my hospitality for providing accommodation, food, and allowing you to use the shower is not free." Gu Yan nodded, "I understand. A young capitalist doesn't make unprofitable deals. So you need to work off your stay here," Shinjinian informed him as if it were reasonable. "Alright," Gu Yan asked curiously, "what kind of work?" "First, since the nurse took leave, we need to compare schedules and take turns taking care of the child at our available times. Second, when I feel like having midnight snacks, you need to get up and cook." These were the two important matters at home, and Shinjinian thought the conditions for Gu Yan were rather lenient. But he couldn't think of a third condition at the moment, so it would suffice for now. Then, after some thought, he decided to add 3 more stipulations. First, don't discipline me. Second, don't leak the fact that you're staying at my place. Third, don't secretly teach my son to call you dad. Chapter 59, Naming the Baby. Gu Yan, Commander, I have an objection. Shinjinian, speak. The man protested against Shinjinian's last statement. "I didn't teach the child to call me dad, but the baby has already learned how to talk." He spoke tactfully. He avoided emphasizing in front of Shinjinian that the child had voluntarily called him father, fearing it might upset him. Shinjinian reflected on this issue for a moment. He explained further, "The baby is only 7 months old and can barely call someone dad. What do you expect him to call you? Anyway, you're not allowed to refer to yourself as dad to the child." Gu Yan asked cautiously, "Then what should I call myself?" "You can call yourself Big Brother," Shinjinian said lightly, clearly looking for an opportunity to tease Gu Yan. "Don't worry, you being brothers with the child won't affect our separate relationship." Gu Yan found it hard to believe what came out of Shinjinian's mouth. Taking advantage of there being only one lamp lit in the room, he let his smile show freely. "Shinjinian," Gu Yan turned his head to look at the other person's happy side profile and commented seriously, "You're kind of devious now." "Where am I devious?" Shinjinian wasn't convinced. "I've been like this for years, it's not your first time meeting me." Gu Yan was momentarily speechless. He used to be openly mischievous, and now even behind the scenes. Only after Shinjinian finished speaking did he notice that Gu Yan was looking at him. Instantly controlling his expression, he quickly turned around and faced away from Gu Yan. This rare relaxed atmosphere between the two was thus disrupted, the room suddenly became silent, and an awkward atmosphere filled the space between them. The quieter it was in the ears, the more active the mind became. Shinjinian once again realized that he and Gu Yan were lying on the same bed. This unbelievable scene would repeat for a second time. Even he thought it was unexpected. Shinjinian dared not delve into the thought, forcing himself to close his eyes and sleep, escaping reality in his dreams. Seeing him quiet down, Gu Yan deliberately lightened his breathing. But no matter how intentionally light and relaxed his breathing was, in the quiet room where you could hear a pin drop, it stood out particularly clearly. Shinjinian usually could only hear the baby's sounds. But today, another sound was added, Gu Yan's. This realization made him increasingly alert. He lay for half an hour without any hint of drowsiness and instead became stiff with tension, his waist and back aching. Shinjinian carefully identified Gu Yan's breathing sounds. Mentally calculating the respiratory frequency, he guessed that the man must have fallen asleep. He quietly turned over, stretching his stiff body at the same time. Unexpectedly, as Shinjinian just turned his body, his vision met a pair of clear amber eyes. He quickly looked away, instinctively trying to hide under the covers. Gu Yan asked softly, "Can't sleep?" Shinjinian poked out half of his head, replying immediately, "I'm not used to sleeping with others." "Is the cinnabar stone still with you?" The man asked. "The master blessed it, it can help calm the mind and promote sleep." Upon hearing this, Shinjinian inexplicably felt that the cinnabar stone under the pillow began to emit a faint Buddha light, making him feel especially reassured. Psychological effect. Shinjinian didn't want Gu Yan to know that he always carried the small stone closely on his person, deliberately insisting stubbornly, "I don't know where I lost it." "As long as it's somewhere in the house, it's fine," the man replied calmly, showing no trace of resentment. He helped Shinjinian shift attention. "If you can't sleep, why not chat? You'll naturally feel sleepy when you're tired." "About what?" Shinjinian thought it wasn't a bad idea, lifting his whole head. "I don't want to talk about the child." Gu Yan suggested an alternative, "Then let's talk about Auntie." Shinjinian immediately perked up, but also sharply sensed something wrong. He probed Gu Yan, "What did Auntie secretly tell you?" Gu Yan slightly shook his head. If he repeated what Auntie once told him, Shinjinian would probably explode on the spot and wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Even worse, Gu Yan himself might get kicked out. "Where did you find the nurse?" Gu Yan asked. Shinjinian openly recounted the details to Gu Yan, from a nursing platform. "Aunt Chen was available the fastest, and since I couldn't take care of the child while studying, I had to choose her." "How much does she cost per month?" Shinjinian blinked and calculated for a moment, base salary plus full attendance bonus, around 15,000 to 16,000. The price he offered had already exceeded the salary range for maternity nurses set by the platform. Moreover, their baby was past the stage of needing frequent night feedings every 1 or 2 months, making it easier to take care of. Gu Yan grunted in acknowledgement and reminded him, actually, a 7-month-old baby can have a childcare nurse. Maternity nurses were more suited to care for newborns and mothers. For a 7-month-old child, it would be better if they started learning some things on their own. Shen Jinian heard this term for the first time. When he initially hired someone to look after the child, he hastily picked an auntie and signed a labor contract without any distinction between maternity and childcare nurses. However, Shen Jinian suddenly detected something odd from Gu Yan's words and narrowed his eyes to ask softly, "Why do you inquire so much? Are you trying to replace the maternity nurse and apply for the job yourself?" After all, it was 15,000 yuan a month. If Gu Yan were to work part-time, he could earn at most 1,500 yuan a month. At this point, Gu Yan felt that he should seize the opportunity. Then how should I apply? He should have known that Gu Yan would act once given a chance. Gu Yan continued, "My award certificates are all at home, I'll bring them tomorrow for your review. I will definitely ensure the child grows up talented." "Who needs you?" Shen Jinian grabbed the little yellow duck by his bedside and threw it at him. "I have my own award certificates, which are 3 meters taller than yours. I don't need you." He just occasionally fell behind Gu Yan during college. But he still had his own strengths. Gu Yan chuckled softly, "Then let's not talk about this topic." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jinian's expression visibly calmed down, but his tone still carried a hint of impatience. "What do you want to say next?" Gu Yan had laid the groundwork before finally seizing the opportunity to bring up the topic he had pondered over for a long time. "Has the baby been named yet?" In the last month, out of every 2 weeks, he hadn't heard either the maternity nurse or Shen Jinian call the child's name. This meant Shen Jinian hadn't named the baby. Gu Yan guessed Shen Jinian was waiting to find the baby's father before naming the child together. He had looked forward to this day for a long time. But unexpectedly, Shen Jinian actually nodded affirmatively, matter-of-factly saying, "Yes, I've named the child." Gu Yan's heart sank slightly with a tinge of disappointment. "May I ask what the child's name is?" Shen Jinian answered without hesitation, "Shen Dainyu." Chapter 60, the sequel to baby naming. Shen Jinian had just finished speaking. The sleeping baby, for some unknown reason, connected with Shen Jinian's thoughts and started whimpering in his dreams as if trying to squeeze out tears. Gu Yan effortlessly understood the baby's musings. He doesn't seem too pleased. "Well, there's nothing to be done about that. Who made me his father?" His father wanted him to be called Dainyu, no one could make him call him Xiaoma. Shen Jinian reached over to cradle the baby, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye before gently patting and stroking the baby's back. He softly hummed an awkward lullaby, "Sleep, sleep, my dear baby cow." The baby pouted unhappily in his dream, mumbling while calling for daddy with a crying tone. Shen Jinian could only scoop the child into his blanket, holding him close to release soothing pheromones quietly inside the covers. He whispered, "You don't like this name." The baby sniffed and gradually quieted down, making it very clear he strongly resisted it. Shen Jinian. He hadn't expected that even in his dreams, the child would respond to him, and even criticize the painstakingly thought-out name. Shen Dainyu. What a practical name. Gu Yan wished he could get it. If Gu Yan could change his own name, they could be renamed Gu Ernyo and Shen Dainyu, clearly a great pair of buddies. But the baby didn't like it. Shen Jinian asked again, "Then how about Shen Xiaoshui?" The baby restlessly squirmed closer into his embrace with his chubby little body. Shen Jinian understood that this was also not satisfactory. He casually suggested, "Then what about Erhua? Lei Fu? Fugui? Xiao Huang? Abiao? Taizhu? Gu Yan." 3 meters thick in award certificates, 2.5 meters of them were watered down. How could he give such whimsical names? Gu Yan, fearing that he might upset the baby, quickly intervened, "If you can't decide, we should go and consult a divination master when we have time. Naming a child is a big deal. Some effort must be put into it." Shen Jinian sighed. Raising a baby was really exhausting, even naming required specially visiting a master for consultation. Gu Yan saw the hesitation on Shen Jinian's face ease up and added, "If you need, I'm always available. Not right now anyway." Finals were coming up, and he had an especially heavy load of study and exam tasks, unable to divert any energy towards the baby. Thinking about tomorrow's full schedule, Shen Jinian couldn't help but yawn. Just moments ago, he was still full of spirit, but now he felt sleepy already. He tucked his arms under the quilt, changed his posture while holding the baby, and told Gu Yan, "I'm going to sleep." The man replied deeply with a soft then said goodnight. As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Jinian buried his head into the thin quilt, closed his eyes, and stopped looking at Gu Yan. Thanks to the earlier hypnotic efforts by Gu Yan, Shen Jinian's sleep came fiercely, almost immediately plunging him into deep slumber after closing his eyes. Gu Yan waited deliberately for half an hour more. He pulled Shen Jinian and the baby's faces out from under the quilt to avoid obstructed breathing. After finishing, he returned to his position, closing his eyes. With his beloved one asleep by his side. The gentle breathing and sweet pheromones smelled better than any sleeping pills. Gu Yan fell asleep an hour later than Shen Jinian. Unexpectedly, all three slept soundly through the night. This was the first time Shen Jinian had gotten a complete night's sleep in a while. Even his dreams were sweet and pleasant, leaving him refreshed upon waking. More shocking was the fact that after waking up, the baby beside him was still sleeping. Not until Shinjinian sat up did the baby sense movement and open his drowsy eyes. Once fully awake, he didn't cry or fuss but instead stretched his arms out immediately toward Shinjinian. Papa. Shinjinian picked the baby up. Good morning, Danyo. The baby froze, ? What the hell, Dad? Is there another kid in this room besides me? At that moment, Guyen appeared at the door wearing an apron, not daring to step a foot into Shinjinian's bedroom. If the name isn't finalized yet, it's best to avoid using it. Otherwise, the child gets used to it, and it becomes impossible to change afterward. Shinjinian accepted the advice, feeling it made sense. Holding the child, he turned him around, looked at the baby's innocent face, and sincerely apologized. Private Marco says Danyo sauce. Guyen. It was indeed Shinjinian's style. Knowing he was wrong, but intentionally refusing to change it right away. He helplessly changed the subject. Breakfast is ready, come out and eat after washing up. Alright, Shinjinian casually replied. He prepared to first help the baby in his arms change the diaper, otherwise, the child would burst into loud crying soon, and that would definitely make everyone restless. However, this time it turned out to be surprising. Looking down at the baby in his arms, not only did he fail to see a sad expression on the little one's face, but instead saw an astonished gaze directed at Guyen by the door. The big eyes blinked several times, as if trying repeatedly to confirm that the man standing in the bedroom wasn't an illusion. After making sure it wasn't his own misconception, the little finger pointed toward the man at the door and said to Shinjinian, Papa. Shinjinian had just reminded Guyen not to lead the child into calling him Dad. But now the child voluntarily called out to him as Dad. A slap in his own face. He pretended not to care and casually reached for a diaper from the bedside table, deftly grabbing the baby's feet, lifting them, and roughly pulling the diaper upwards, successfully changing it. The baby thought he hadn't heard, so gently reminded Shinjinian again, Papa. Daddy has come to see us. Shinjinian couldn't keep pretending anymore, pinching the baby under its armpits to make it stand facing himself. You should call Big Brother. It's Brother Guyen. The baby didn't understand, but it didn't stop him from shaking his head. It is, Papa. Shinjinian. He immediately slipped on slippers, stood up, and handed over the child in his arms to Guyen who was spectating outside the door. Give him milk powder. For the moment, he decided not to deal with it anymore. What a traitorous child. After sending off the baby, Shinjinian hurriedly went to the bathroom to wash up, finished washing up, and quickly went to the dining room for breakfast because he was in a rush to go to school. But after seeing the breakfast, Shinjinian curiously took out his phone from his pocket and checked the menu sent by the institution. Guyen, you made breakfast yourself? The quick breakfast of milk, eggs, and sandwiches was replaced by egg and vegetable wraps along with shrimp oatmeal porridge, plus there were also 3 sticky rice cakes he didn't finish yesterday. Guyen was currently on the sofa preparing formula milk for the baby. Upon hearing this, he turned around and openly admitted, prefabricated meals aren't good for health, it's better to eat less. He'd seen Shinjinian eat the food delivered by the agency on a rainy day. Though perfectly presented with color, aroma, and taste, they were obviously reheated products, and Shinjinian barely ate much due to slow eating. 80% chance that the picky master couldn't bear the texture. From that moment on, he'd thought that if he ever had the opportunity to live together with Shinjinian, he definitely couldn't let him continue eating such junk food. Just didn't expect, this opportunity came so quickly. Chapter 61, Guyen takes the baby. Shinjinian had a class to attend, so after eating, she gave the baby a quick kiss and hurriedly left. The baby didn't know what had happened, still lying motionlessly in Guyen's arms as Shinjinian rushed around chaotically before finally disappearing from sight. His little face glistened with oil. Perplexed, he looked at Guyen and pointed toward the door. Papa. He has something important to do, a familiar voice said softly. Guyen continued, pulling out a tissue to carefully wipe off the oil on the baby's face that Shinjinian had kissed earlier. The baby obediently tilted his head back to let Guyen clean him without resistance. Looking at the adorable baby in his arms, Guyen couldn't help but pick him up gently and plant a kiss right where Shinjinian had kissed, leaving their lip imprints overlapping. The baby caught a whiff of a bit of cedarwood scent. Instantly, his brows relaxed, his eyes brightened, and he hugged Guyen's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. Muah. It was miraculous to wake up today and see Daddy Guyen who hadn't been around for such a long time. It felt like a dream. Moreover, Guyen even initiated conversation with a soft tone, asking if they could play together today since Grandma Chen and Daddy Shen weren't around. The baby nodded obediently. Nestling into Guyen's embrace, he felt happy yet slightly regretful. If only Daddy Shen were there too, it would have been perfect. It seemed as though there was a telepathic connection between father and son. Just as they mentioned Shinjinian, his call came through within 15 minutes. Guyen was feeding the child breakfast when he took one hand out to answer the call, asking, "What's the matter?" A voice laced with static came through the phone. "I found some workers to help tidy up a room, so there might be dust at home. Take the baby out to play for half a day, then come back later." "I understand." Shinjinian didn't rush to hang up, it sounded as though he'd just gotten out of a car and was walking down the road, still catching his breath. It's cloudy today, remember to put a hat and socks on the baby. There's a backpack in my closet, bring him milk bottles, formula, diapers, and facial tissues. Gu Yan was astonished that the young master, who usually only ate, drank, and played with Aunt Chen, could rattle off such an exhaustive list of necessities for the baby's outing. After the shock wore off, another unspoken sense of heaviness sank in. Though having this child together was a good thing, its arrival was rather poorly timed. Shinjinian was just a kid himself, barely grown up. For a moment, Gu Yan said nothing. The other end of the phone grew impatient as Shinjinian began worrying, with classes starting soon. Are you listening? I am, Gu Yan reassured Shinjinian. Don't worry about your class, I've taken care of children before. Suddenly, Shinjinian's ears perked up like a rabbit's, and he meticulously repeated Gu Yan's words, you've taken care of children before? Taken care of younger siblings. Only after speaking did Gu Yan realize how startling these words might seem, breaking into a cold sweat as he hurriedly clarified things with Shinjinian. Oh. The two exchanged different degrees of mutual tension. After Shinjinian responded with an oh, he started questioning why he'd anxiously pressed Gu Yan for answers. An awkward silence took over their conversation. Gu Yan, quick on his feet, turned to the child to change the topic, encouraging him to call out to Dad via the phone. Shinjinian absent-mindedly went through the motions, muttering, baby be good, before using her class as an excuse to hang up on Gu Yan. Staring at the screen that suddenly went black. Gu Yan exchanged big eyes with small ones with the child. Both wanted to say more to Shinjinian, but Shinjinian offered no further chances. Shall we go play outside? Gu Yan tilted his head and asked the baby. The little bundle of joy sitting on his lap waved his arms excitedly, yeah. Since being found by Shinjinian, the child had rarely gone downstairs. Now extracting key information from Gu Yan's words, he kicked his tiny legs in delight. Gu Yan playfully flicked the child's nose tip and spoke softly, shall we change clothes first? The baby nodded, why Jaya? Gu Yan took the child into the infant room adjoining the wardrobe area. The moment they entered, Gu Yan was struck dumbfounded, unable to take a step forward. In the baby wardrobe that Shinjinian had refurbished, there hung two large cabinets full of baby clothes, totaling dozens upon dozens of pieces, 90% of which still had their tags attached. Most of them were purchased during their last visit to the maternal and infant supermarket. Back then, Shinjinian had filled an entire shopping cart with new clothes, regardless of gender, buying whatever came in cute colors or cartoonish patterns, all hitting her sweet spots. Gu Yan felt as if he had wandered into a grand garden. Carefully, he selected a brown little cloak from the wardrobe. The hat of the cloak had two long rabbit ears hanging down, and at the back of the small bottom, there was a fluffy little round ball as a rabbit tail. It suited the baby's style perfectly. Besides that, pairing it with a thin t-shirt and a pair of leg warmers would be enough for them to head out. The baby had great trust in Dad Gu Yan's sense of aesthetics. Proactively, the baby stretched out his tiny hands and straightened his little legs, asking Gu Yan to dress him up. After being dressed, the baby cooperated as Gu Yan took photos and sent them to Shinjinian. After receiving Shinjinian's K thumbs up confirmation, Gu Yan dared to take the child out. The two didn't dare to go too far. They just strolled around the nearby small business street. It happened to coincide with a flower shop opening, celebrating with firecrackers. The baby was startled by the loud sound of the cannon. Gu Yan instinctively pressed the child into his arms and covered the baby's ears. Are you scared? The baby's beautiful big eyes flickered with a shimmering gaze. Already frightened to tears, but upon suddenly seeing colorful paper pieces falling from the sky, all emotions disappeared instantly. Hiya! The baby had never seen such fun things before, stretching its little hand to grab the paper pieces in the air. But his hands were too small, trying several times without success. Gu Yan casually caught two from the air while holding the child, causing the baby to admire him greatly, immediately clapping for Gu Yan and planting a kiss on the man's cheek. Wah! Dad Gu Yan is amazing. Gu Yan was almost blinded by the stars shining in the baby's eyes. You can do this when you grow up too. Woo. For real. Brother never lies. Gu Yan smiled, giving the baby a guarantee. Their interaction was witnessed entirely by the owner of the flower shop nearby, who also heard everything Gu Yan said. He had been paying attention to this remarkable alpha the moment he stepped to the storefront, but seeing the baby in his arms, he kept his distance. Who would have thought? The one in his arms wasn't his son, but his younger brother. This shocking news felt like winning the jackpot. The pretty and gentle Omega, holding her rose, quietly moved from behind Gu Yan to his side, maintaining an appropriate distance. With a calm smile and soft tone, she said appropriately, "Hi there, good looking. Our new shop is opening today, and we're giving away cartoon balloons and roses. You can bring your baby inside to play together." Chapter 62, There Are Roses at Home. Gu Yan gave a polite smile to the Omega boss. Then he leaned close to the baby's ear and softly asked him, "Do you want to take a walk?" The baby's gaze wasn't on Gu Yan but on the bunch of balloons tied at the shop entrance. Colorful balloons were folded and bundled into various shapes. They undeniably caught the baby's great attention. The little one leaned forward, stretching out his little arms to signal Gu Yan to come closer. Gu Yan didn't move but instead politely asked the boss with an apologetic expression on his face, "Can we have a look?" The Omega, who has a preference for good looks, was enchanted by the man's deep and pleasant voice, immediately responded enthusiastically, curling his lips up, "Sure, I can take it down for the baby to play with." "Thank you, no need to trouble yourself," Gu Yan quickly replied. He had already felt like he was causing enough trouble bringing a child along. The child doesn't have much awareness of protection. "We'll just take a quick look." The Omega boss's heart sank upon hearing that the man was about to leave after a quick glance. No way. This was the second time he'd met an alpha who stole his heart at first sight. Even adding a friend would allow him to check his social media circle. He tiptoed after Gu Yan and the baby, actively greeting the baby, "You're so cute, baby. Big brother will give you a balloon to play with at home, okay?" The baby was carefully extending his small hand, touching the blue balloon bound into a 5-petal flower one stroke at a time, when suddenly he heard someone talking to him. He abruptly looked up and right away saw a pair of eyes smiling warmly and directly looking at him. Since getting sick with pheromone deficiency syndrome, Shinjinian rarely took him out to play anymore. This led to the baby still being a bit shy now, subconsciously pulling back his little hand and turning to burrow into Gu Yan's embrace. "Pa." Gu Yan immediately turned the baby in another direction so he wouldn't see the flower shop owner, gently patting the child's back to calm him down. "It's fine, don't worry." The flower shop owner assumed the baby said, afraid. His always proud good look seemed to have frightened the small child, making this realization make him temporarily a little at a loss. Instinctively stepping back 2 steps, "Sorry." Gu Yan saw the flower shop owner wearing an expression full of self-doubt. He understood that it wasn't good to bring bad emotions to the grand opening of a new store, explaining casually, "The child is shy with strangers. I must have scared him. Sorry." The beautiful Omega awkwardly smiled, instantly regaining control over his expression and mood. Hearing Gu Yan talk to a stranger, the baby probably realized this person probably didn't mean them harm. Gripping onto Gu Yan's coat, he slowly turned around, his big eyes stealthily observing the opposite Omega man, seemingly aware that his behavior troubled his father, and proactively giving the boss a smile. Seeing the baby sneaking glances at him, the boss instantly broke into an even brighter smile. "Why don't you come inside and add my contact info? Free flowers and balloons, perfect for your kid to play with." This opening promotion had been planned well ahead of time. Never did he expect it would come in handy exactly at this moment. Gu Yan hesitated a moment, then pulled out his phone. With the baby in his arms, the man stepped inside the large rose garden cultivated within the flower shop. The smell of roses filled the air. Even Shinjinian's university campus was inevitably saturated with a strong scent of roses. It made him sneeze repeatedly. Unable to endure it, he covered his nose and nudged Chen Han beside him. "Why is there such a strong rose smell, which show-off secretly released pheromones?" Chen Han was playing with his phone during class. Coincidentally, he had scrolled through most of the local videos. Shaking his head, he told Shinjinian, "A new flower shop opened, scan a code to get free roses." Shinjinian still felt something wasn't right. Scanning codes to receive flowers or eggs is a common gimmick. Even in the university, there have been free flowers given out before, but never this exaggerated. For 2 classes already, it was making his head throb as if he were about to be drowned in a sea of roses. "Hey," Chen Han suddenly perked up, "this is where you're naive, the key is in the person, not the flowers." Shinjinian, ? Chen Han pulled up a video he saw earlier, handing it to Shinjinian, stopping at a suitable frame. On the screen, there was a gentle beauty holding a bunch of roses, laughing with bent eyes, waving to the camera. The roses in his hands were alluring, but far inferior to the person holding them, born with extraordinary beauty. Such a handsome boss. Of course, such a situation would attract a young and fiery alpha to go for a look, especially since they could add his contact information and even get a free rose. It was a win-win situation. Who wouldn't be tempted? Shinjinian. I see. Even Shinjinian, this alpha with a clear mind and few desires, found the florist boss's every gesture charming. If it weren't for taking care of the child, he might also feel a bit inclined to scan the code to receive flowers. Chen Han beside him was also itching to act, subtly nudging Shinjinian's arm and whispering softly, "Let me tell you a piece of gossip." Shinjinian leaned in, his ears pricked up like a rabbit's. Chen Han continued, "Gu Yan didn't come to school today." Shinjinian touched his nose. "I know. Gu Yan's major was different from his, and besides, Gu Yan had already finished all the required courses ahead of time. Whether or not he attended classes made little difference. But Chen Han went on speculating mysteriously, however, there is one of his classes today. Shinjinian, HM. Chen Han reasonably guessed, how about this possibility, maybe Gu Yan went to check out the florist boss. Both Chen Han and Shinjinian were alphas. Their resistance to good looks might as well be considered 0 after rounding off. Being an alpha himself, Gu Yan was likely not much different. Shinjinian cut Chen Han's speculation short decisively, impossible. He was too busy raising his child now. How could he have time to indulge in the florist boss's beauty? How can you be so sure? Chen Han glanced at Shinjinian, suddenly lowering his voice in a teasing tone, unless you know why Gu Yan took leave. I've noticed that Gu Yan has been acting differently toward you lately. Shen Jinian. Falling right into Chen Han's trap without realizing it. The foot under Shen Jinian's desk exerted full force and fiercely kicked at Chen Han's calf. Are you going to stop mentioning this or what? How intolerant you are, Shen Jinian. Chen Han shook his head with a TSK. You're getting less and less like yourself. Just mentioning this name used to make you curse Gu Yan 3 times at least. But since Shen Jinian didn't want to talk about it, Chen Han didn't say more. What Chen Han didn't realize was that those few words he said had stuck like a thorn, always pricking Shen Jinian's nerves. He even checked the location of the flower shop that just opened. It was near his home. If by any chance Gu Yan really met the flower shop owner and somehow hit it off, then who would watch over Shen Jinian's child in the future? Shen Jinian grew increasingly unbalanced as he thought about it. His mind was filled with images of Gu Yan and the flower shop owner. After the last class ended, Shen Jinian left without even saying goodbye to Chen Han, rushing back home as fast as possible. He didn't want to find any roses, with their distinctive fragrance, in his house. Shen Jinian felt uneasy and restless all the way. Finally arriving home. As soon as he opened the door, a striking splash of red caught his eye. Chapter 63, Evidence of Gu Yan's Abnormal Behavior. On the table stood a vase with a bouquet of burgundy peonies. The dark red petals were tightly clustered, and the petals had an unusual red velvet texture. Under the spotlight on the wall, they faintly shimmered with a pearl-like luster. Paired with the home's interior design style, it was unexpectedly harmonious. Shen Jinian, after casting a glance at first, had already planned how to throw away the roses together with Gu Yan in his mind, but when he calmed down, he realized that it was actually a bouquet of peonies. He quickly composed his rigid expression, pretending to be nonchalant as he threw his backpack onto the sofa. Did you go buy flowers? Yeah, I stopped by the flower shop. Gu Yan answered while single-handedly holding the baby and preparing the milk powder. Shen Jinian had just relaxed upon seeing that it wasn't roses, but when he heard that Gu Yan really went to the flower shop, he immediately felt something odd in his heart. He frowned and got up to take over the baby. The baby pulled on Shen Jinian's clothes, looking up and giving him a soft kiss, whispering affectionately, Pa. After calling for Dad, the baby suddenly sensed that Shen Jinian's pheromone seemed a little off. The baby stopped cooing all at once and became alert, staring wide-eyed, Pa. Shen Jinian didn't notice the change in the child. All his attention was on the fact that Gu Yan had just come home from the flower shop. He casually inquired, as if making small talk, Chen Han has already queued up to get free roses. You didn't collect any. Shen Jinian's jealously tinged tone made Gu Yan pause momentarily while scooping the milk powder. More than half of the milk powder spilled back into the can. He shifted slightly, blocking Shen Jinian's view to prevent him from noticing his momentary fluster. He then placed the stirrer inside the bottle. From a different angle, he continued, the baby seems to be a bit sensitive to the scent of roses. It's probably not suitable to keep them at home. Besides, the symbolic meaning of peonies was not much different from that of roses. And Gu Yan personally believed that Shen Jinian's character and image suited peonies better. Mysterious, noble, yet carrying a hint of coquettishness. However, Shen Jinian detected some inconsistencies in Gu Yan's words. Gu Yan said he didn't pick up the roses because the baby disliked the smell. But if the baby liked roses, hadn't Gu Yan truly added the boss's WeChat? You should have just gone and collected them if you wanted, Shen Jinian hummed disdainfully, taking the bottle in annoyance. Don't make it sound like my kid is holding you back. Gu Yan paused briefly. Realizing why Shen Jinian was upset, he suddenly wanted to laugh, which greatly improved his mood. Gu Yan narrated deliberately in a casual manner, to claim the free roses, one needs to add the boss's WeChat. Go ahead and add a pretty omega to decorate your friend circle. That way, you'll see handsome selfies every day, Shen Jinian said sarcastically, hugging the baby and moving to the sofa, distancing himself from Gu Yan. Yet this same person wanted to marry him and wanted to raise children with him. No wonder he didn't nap at Chen Han's dorm room at noon. Instead, he booked a bed and mattress online for Gu Yan's room and even bought him a large wardrobe. Gu Yan looked at him and chuckled softly, shaking his head and explained, I only add pretty alphas. Gu Yan's account only had one friend. It didn't need to be said who he was referring to, and Shen Jinian suddenly felt a little awkward. Though he usually disliked others using the word pretty to describe him, it wasn't unbearable when said by Gu Yan. At least, it was acknowledgement from a sworn rival. But Shen Jinian, caring about appearances, still insisted on refuting. So, are you blaming the boss for being born the wrong second gender? This detestable, arrogant alpha lover. Indeed, it's unfortunate, Gu Yan affirmed with a nod, directly confessing to Shen Jinian with sincerity, but fortunately, you haven't. After processing what Gu Yan said, Shen Jinian abruptly stood up, holding the baby awkwardly. I'm going to check out the new room, don't follow me. Gu Yan smiled and nodded, alright, wash your hands and come have dinner later. The childish probing between the two ended with Shen Jinian dropping goosebumps all over the floor. Shen Jinian hurriedly stepped forward, taking the baby into the cat room adjacent to his main bedroom through a shared wall. This room faced south perfectly, originally a secondary bedroom. He had originally planned to specially reserve it to start raising cats during the summer break and had already prepared the cat climbing frames and toys. Unexpectedly, he accidentally found a little brat. Now that he couldn't keep cats, the cat room had been remodeled into a bedroom under duress. Still, it must be said that the workers did work fast. In just one morning, the clutter in the room had all been cleared away, and the bedroom was neatly laid out. The bedding matched his brand, soft and snug, 10 times more luxurious than the small bedroom Gu Yan had once stayed in. Shen Jinian strolled around the room contentedly. He pulled open each drawer to inspect it. He was quite pleased with everything. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a folded, signed copy of a receipt lying on the floor. The messy handwriting of Gu Yan's name was scribbled across its surface. A signed bill? Out of curiosity, Shen Jinian opened it to take a look. Surprisingly, it turned out to be Gu Yan's purchase voucher for peonies. The few stems in the vase alone cost 4,800 yuan. 4,800. Shen Jinian stood still in astonishment and checked the slip of paper carefully once again. Although the handwriting differed slightly from Gu Yan's usual style, he could tell that it was definitely Gu Yan's name. And this piece of paper was neatly folded, most likely having fallen out of a pocket by accident. Gu Yan wasn't a reckless spender, it was impossible for him to spend 5,000 yuan just to buy a bouquet for the house. Shen Jinian began to suspect something was amiss. Clutching the receipt, he went to find Gu Yan, who was busy in the kitchen, and slapped the document onto the marble countertop with a furrowed brow and serious tone. "Did you buy this?" Gu Yan recognized the receipt at a glance and showed no change in expression. I forgot to throw it away." "Did you really pay 4,800 for it?" Shen Jinian suddenly raised his voice, surprised. "For 80, the man replied indifferently. The cashier at the store was an apprentice who entered the wrong price. A newly opened shop might make mistakes during a busy day." Shen Jinian was half convinced, "But why did you sign the bill?" For the rich second generation, signing bills is understandable. For an ordinary college student like Gu Yan, signing it didn't make any sense. "The cashier made a mistake with the payment amount, so I just confirmed it with my signature," Gu Yan explained patiently, to prevent future disputes between both sides. Gu Yan's explanation was well-reasoned and logical. This time, Shen Jinian believed him much more readily. "All right. Here, there's heavy cooking oil smell. Take the child out." Gu Yan put down the spatula in his hand and ushered them both out of the kitchen. "You can come back to eat in 10 minutes. With that, he decisively closed the partition door of the kitchen. Gu Yan glanced at the small slip beside his hand, then tore it up casually and threw it into the trash can. An afterthought filled him with unease. Now living together with Shen Jinian, it was very easy to inadvertently expose some clues about his true identity. As time went by, he didn't know how he would explain his background or his second gender to the other party. Nor did he know if Shen Jinian would accept it. Chapter 64, Discovered Together by Classmates. Today, Gu Yan had no chance to share Shen Jinian's bed. Baby played for a long time during the day and didn't have the energy to insist on sleeping with them both again. Gu Yan was left alone under the moonlight, keeping an empty room. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. Gu Yan's heart tightened momentarily as he realized it was just a friend request from the neighbor upstairs. His anxiety dissipated instantly. He accepted the request. The Omega from upstairs immediately sent him a goodnight emoji along with a message. "Mr. Gu, we've already cleared the water in the room. The damage assessment for the floor and furniture is about 1,860,000 yuan. This price was completely unexpected by the neighbor. He thought that the old-style furniture at home wasn't anything special, so initially, it didn't even register as important. But after asking people from the appraisal center to check, they found out that the furniture was indeed antique. The furniture was older than his great-grandfather. It could be considered on the level of an artifact. That. "Mr. Gu, the renovation company says they can compensate up to 100,000 yuan, and the rest we'll have to cover ourselves. Since it's almost 2 million, we won't be able to pay all at once. Could we pay you back in installments?" "Gu Yan, just transfer me 4,800. "Neighbor." Gu Yan replied calmly, "You don't need to compensate for the furniture. Handling the bathroom damage and cleaning costs will suffice." In fact, he had noticed the water pipe leakage upstairs early on. When entering the bathroom to shower, the water had already spilled all over the floor. But Gu Yan said nothing, quietly turned on the faucet slightly, then took Shen Jinian downstairs to eat at Auntie's house. He had also calculated. Exactly 2 hours would let the water fill the room without seeping into the apartment below, not affecting the normal lives of the uncle and aunt downstairs. The neighbor didn't understand what Gu Yan meant right away. 2 million wasn't a small amount, especially since antique old furniture might appreciate in value. Was he really letting him off so easily? Gu Yan explained briefly, "Since the furniture was only submerged for a short time, there won't be too much damage. Rest assured." Still unsure, the neighbor felt guilty despite not having the money to pay him back. Gu Yan typed a reply offering some assistance. If he truly felt bad, he could help him with a minor favor. "As long as you tell my partner that the house is still under repair, that's enough." The neighbor, not fully understanding but afraid to ask more questions, replied, "Understood, thank you for your consideration, Mr. Gu." After saying this, he transferred the 4,800. Gu Yan unhesitatingly accepted the transfer and deleted the neighbor afterward, thinking about ordering another bouquet of flowers for Shen Jinian tomorrow. Unfortunately, that plan didn't work out. Neither of them knew how to take care of flowers, and by the second day after Shinjinian took photos and posted them on social media, the peonies had withered, their petals falling off entirely, leaving behind bare flower hearts. The sight of love's symbol wilting evoked a profound sense of desolation within him. Gu Yan suddenly felt that buying flowers wasn't such a good idea. Quietly gathering up the fallen petals, he tied on his apron and went to prepare breakfast for Shinjinian. It was rare for the three of them to harmoniously sit down together at the dining table. Gu Yan hugged the child and softly said, "I'll go back to school today, from 4:30 in the afternoon until 6 o'clock." Shinjinian, who had been drowsy, woke up instantly upon hearing these words and anxiously looked towards the little one. "What about the child? I'm considering asking Auntie to take care of him." Shinjinian buried his head and nibbled on a piece of thick omelette. "Up to you." They quickly came to an agreement. Once again, they handed over the little one to the auntie's care. Luckily, it was only 2 hours, playtime and mealtime passed quickly. However, Gu Yan didn't come to pick him up on time. While in a meeting, the man discreetly texted Shinjinian, "Your last class ends at 6:10, could you possibly pick up our child with me?" Shinjinian did not reply. But Gu Yan knew this person would certainly check his phone and see his message. By the time the meeting ended, it was already 6:30. 30 minutes longer than expected. Gu Yan knew Shinjinian disliked queuing and waiting most, so with some agitation, he took the elevator directly to the first floor, crossed the sparsely populated streets, and found the possible route Shinjinian would likely take. Sure enough, Shinjinian was crouching on a narrow pebble path behind a row of greenery. If it weren't for the young wintergreens newly planted in the schoolyard, whose branches were still relatively sparse, he might not have spotted Shinjinian hiding there. However, after Gu Yan approached, Shinjinian still didn't move, and he even failed to notice Gu Yan's presence. Curious about what Shinjinian was daydreaming about, or why tying shoelaces could be so captivating, Gu Yan walked to the edge of the greenery and slightly leaned forward to look at Shinjinian. The other party wasn't tying shoelaces nor daydreaming. Instead, he had a small handful of cat food in his palm, patiently waiting for the stray kittens by his side to finish eating. The three little calico cats looked only 2 months old, just weaned, their round bodies huddled together as they all bowed their heads and ate from Shinjinian's palm. As they ate, they also purred, rubbing their tiny heads against Shinjinian's wrist or palm, clearly showing great trust in him. Shinjinian occasionally reached out, gently scratching the back of the kittens' necks and their chins with his fingertips. The kittens meowed softly, and Shinjinian chuckled along. 6:45 p.m. The school streetlights suddenly turned on. Shinjinian and the kitten babies were bathed in warm yellow light, creating a harmonious and serene picture. Gu Yan waited for a moment before quietly moving behind him and asking, "Do you like cats?" At the sound of a strange voice, the kittens darted away in panic, reacting very differently from how they had behaved around Shinjinian. Gu Yan scared off the cats. Shinjinian visibly appeared somewhat upset. Supporting himself on his knees, he slowly stood up, suppressing the soreness and numbness in his legs. "Not bad, I kept a white cat when I was a child. Why don't you take them home?" Gu Yan moved closer to offer some support as he continued. Shinjinian put the remaining cat food back into the plastic bag and stuffed it into his side bag. "I intended to keep one. He had already bought the cat food and was ready to catch a cat, but before finding a cat, I found a child instead." He didn't know if having a cat would have any impact on children, and after finding the child, everything at home was chaotic. He never had the energy to worry about anything else. So, keeping a cat was temporarily set aside. After listening, Gu Yan remained silent for a while and decided not to dwell further on this matter. "It's dark now, let's go home first." Shinjinian agreed. After relieving the stiffness in his legs, they left the school through the side gate, one in front of the other. They didn't want to draw attention. But sometimes, things happen even if you try to avoid them. Shinjinian couldn't understand, how could they still be captured in the same frame when they were already so far away? Chapter 65, Baby's Grief. Shinjinian only learned about the matter after picking up the baby. Chen Han sent him screenshots of all the content from the chat group, even downloading the photos and videos specifically for him to see. It was outrageous and absurd. He had already gotten into a taxi, and walked more than 100 meters forward before picking up Gu Yan, but even so, they were still fully photographed by some nosy and bored university students. Their original intention to avoid suspicion now made them look more guilty. Shinjinian, holding the child in his arms, furrowed his brows deeply. Without a word, he took out his phone and went to find Gu Yan in the kitchen. The man was tidying up dinner ingredients with Uncle He. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shinjinian standing at the door with the baby, and immediately placed the knife on the cutting board. After wiping his hands, he stepped outside and asked, "What's wrong?" Shinjinian's face was ashen, and he held up his phone for Gu Yan to see. On the screen was a video of the two of them getting into the car together. Thankfully, it didn't capture their exit or that they entered the same house afterward. Shinjinian gave Gu Yan a brief summary of the direction of the group chat. They're actually spreading rumors that we're living together. School life was dull, and the news of arch rivals living together was akin to an earth-shattering bomb, mobilizing hundreds of gossip enthusiasts in the group. There were younger fans going crazy over who dominated whom, betting packets of spicy snacks on it. Some alphas were heartbroken, unable to understand how someone as aloof and pure as Gu Yan could have been deceived into climbing aboard Shen Jinyan's pirate ship. The remaining omegas watched the video and silently shed tears, two amazing husbands dealing with this internally, who could bear this burden. But clearly, Gu Yan had better adaptability. Facing such alleged rumors, he remained unperturbed. His eyes shifted from the phone screen to Shen Jinyan, his expression complicated as he hesitated before speaking. Well, it's not entirely wrong. Gu Yan, wake up. The issue isn't whether we live together or if it's right or wrong, it's the shift in our relationship that cohabitation brings. What I want you to see isn't their speculation about us living together, it's why they're speculating that we do so based on certain relationships. Shen Jinyan sounded anxious, his features lively and animated as he spoke. Do you get what I mean? Gu Yan nodded. You sure can talk a lot at once. Shen Jinyan. All the words he intended to say were suppressed by Gu Yan's light remark. Fine, fine. This guy obviously wanted to confuse things. Asking him would be a waste of time. Shen Jinyan became so angry that he simply stopped talking to him and shoved him back into the kitchen. Matters like this should rather be discussed directly with Chen Han, at least that person would provide something useful. Chen Han anxiously asked him what to do. Shen Jinyan hesitated for quite a while, got the group QR code, and actively joined the group chat, observing silently for 2 minutes. Then, he sent a voice message with just 4 words. What nonsense are you saying? In a few seconds, the 99+ chat group suddenly went silent. Despite the virtual avatars and JDIDs used, no one dared to post a new message that might overshadow Shen Jinyan's audio clip. Finally, Shen Jinyan himself added somewhat impatiently, I couldn't catch a ride home from work, so the driver picked up 2 people along the way. Can you understand that? Apparently inspired by Gu Yan. His lies flowed easily and without hesitation, thinking himself reasonable and logical. At 6:30, it was indeed difficult to catch a taxi. But, except for Shen Jinyan, most people in the school knew that Gu Yan usually rode a shared bike to school. Occasionally, if he took a taxi, it would only be under extreme weather conditions where riding was nearly impossible. Thus, Shen Jinyan's lie was unstable, making it fragile and precarious. However, everyone was already in their 20s, emotionally and intellectually mature. Without any exception, they muted themselves collectively, unwilling to provoke the evidently irritated young master. Shen Jinyan busied himself playing with the baby and chatting with the nanny. Seeing that no one dared to throw fuel on the fire within 10 minutes, he turned off his phone. He waited until Gu Yan finished cooking. The man quickly came out of the kitchen, taking off his apron while heading straight toward Shen Jinyan. Shen Jinyan looked relaxed, twirling 2 small ornamental gourds in his hand, teaching the baby knowledge. Seeing the backs of big and little figures, Gu Yan's lips curved upward involuntarily. Although he thought teaching the child numbers now might be a bit too early, seeing Shen Jinyan so enthusiastic, he chose not to discourage the other party's confidence. Finally, Gu Yan stopped about a meter away from Shen Jinyan on the opposite side. He sat on the sofa as the other's voice, soft like water, reached his ears. The gourd is a herbaceous plant of the gourd family in the gourd genus, distributed in tropical to temperate regions. Now you repeat it. Baby, fu. Gu Yan. My baby lost track. Shen Jinyan was indeed completely clueless when it came to educating children, fully within the blind spot of knowledge. Gu Yan coughed lightly. As expected, this drew Shen Jinyan's attention. The latter was chatting with the child enthusiastically, still with the bright smile that hadn't had time to fade, unexpectedly making eye contact with him. Gu Yan stared blankly for a few seconds before finally recalling why he wanted to call Shen Jinyan. It's time to eat. Shen Jinyan hummed an acknowledgement, then returned his gaze to the baby. I know. The baby, waiting for Shen Jinyan to finish speaking, also enthusiastically responded to Gu Yan, tilting his head and smiling. Pa. Good baby. Gu Yan reached out and gently stroked the child's little cheek with the back of his hand. He noticed Shen Jinyan's relaxed expression and couldn't help but ask, have you resolved the issue in the group chat? Both knew exactly what this referred to. Sure thing, Shen Jinyan casually replied, not taking this small matter seriously, it's been clarified. Gu Yan grunted in response, interlacing his fingers while rubbing his palms against his tiger's mouth, slightly lowering his head and using his long, thick lashes to cover the hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. It was an expected turn of events. Even though he knew Shen Jinyan's personality wouldn't allow for a direct admission, he still felt somewhat disheartened. After pausing for 2 minutes, Gu Yan voluntarily reached over and took the child from Shen Jinyan's arms. Let's go have dinner. I'll take care of the baby first. Auntie's place didn't have a high chair for the baby, so the 2 adults had to take turns eating. Shen Jinyan wasn't hesitant, either of them could eat first. So, he quickly stood up and went to wash his hands in the kitchen. The phone that he had carelessly placed in the coat pocket earlier slipped out and fell into the corner of the sofa as he stood up. The screen flashed twice, transmitting 2 text messages. Haughtily, are you there? Haughtily, I'm on a business trip and will stay at your place for 2 days. I'll be there in half an hour. Remember to order me some food, airplane meals are terrible and make me sick. Chapter 66, My brother came. On the table in front of Aunt he lay a dish of mustard shrimp balls. This strange cuisine was obviously the handiwork of Gu Yan, and what Gu Yan made was surely Shen Jinian's favorite taste. She subtly swapped the position of the shrimp balls with the boiled oil wheat vegetable in front of Shen Jinian, praising with a smile, "Nian Nian, are you feeling better?" Shen Jinian sat down on the right hand of Aunt He, but her eyes were always glued to Gu Yan and the baby. They looked so harmonious and natural in their interaction. It wasn't until Aunt spoke that she snapped back into awareness. A smile instantly graced her lips. "Sorry for making you worry, Auntie. I've been much better these past few days." "That's good. I'm afraid that little Yen may not take care of you well." "Gu Yan is all right." Shen Jinian felt a little uneasy, picked up the chopsticks wanting to pick some food to cover her embarrassment, but realized that Aunt and Uncle haven't started eating yet, then awkwardly drew back her hands. "His dishes aren't bad. Little Yan's skills are indeed good." "You have praised him twice," Aunt said smiling, and also picked up her chopsticks. "Since you like it, eat more tonight. Surely, you're tired after a whole day of classes." Shen Jinian was reminded again. She remembered subconsciously that last time she came over, she had also praised Gu Yan's cooking, then was ridiculed by Gu Yan for being sarcastic. But if really asked to compliment Gu Yan, it was hard to say anything without making it sound overly intimate. Cooking was probably the most normal and everyday aspect she could find about him. A shrimp ball was placed onto her plate. "Hurry up and eat." Aunt put down her communal chopsticks and reminded Shen Jinian, "Love and fine dining shouldn't be wasted, don't space out or else little Yan's affection will get cold." "Thank you, Auntie." Shen Jinian retracted her thoughts. She once again picked up the chopsticks and brought the shrimp ball into her mouth. Gu Yan definitely had some level of culinary talent. The shrimp wrapped in mustard salad sauce was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, rich and thick in texture just like love. In an instant, it captured Shen Jinian's palate. This meal was mainly cooked by Gu Yan, hence it suited her tastes very well. Unexpectedly, Shen Jinian didn't eat much. He was eager to relieve Gu Yan so that he could look after the child. After receiving the baby, his heart felt bored because taking care of a small baby was monotonous, so he suddenly suggested going upstairs to check on the progress of cleaning. Aunt and Uncle immediately stopped their meal, looking serious as they glanced at Gu Yan's direction. There was concern in their expressions. In contrast, Gu Yan seemed completely unperturbed, and even handed the keys in his hand to Shen Jinian. "Be careful when going upstairs." Shen Jinian retorted, "I'm not a kid." After speaking, he left ignoring Gu Yan. Once the door clicked shut, confirming Shen Jinian had left, Aunt immediately leaned closer to Gu Yan, cautiously lowering her voice to ask him, "Is everything upstairs sorted? Can Yan Yan still stay together with you?" The two elders understood well. They knew Gu Yan wanted to stay there opportunistically, thinking it might help them develop their relationship further. However, this was just within the past 2 or 3 days. Even Cupid tying steel wires wouldn't happen so fast, let alone cultivating feelings. Gu Yan reassured the other side with a smile, "No worries. Most of the furniture upstairs was either moved away for repair or untouched for inspection by the workers, leaving only muddy residue and dust after water drainage, completely war-damaged." He was unafraid of Shen Jinian investigating. Indeed, Shen Jinian was momentarily dumbfounded at the state of things. 3 seconds later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by appearances, he could still help look after the child at home for a few more days. Just then, a message from Gu Yan arrived. "How's the room, can you stay in it?" Shen Jinian recorded a video for Gu Yan, presenting the pitiful conditions at home from all angles. Then regretfully informed him, "No." Gu Yan sent a sympathetic sigh emoji. Shen Jinian also casually replied with a sigh emoji. Though seemingly lost in their own thoughts, their goals aligned unconsciously. After waiting for 2 minutes, Gu Yan didn't say anything further. Shen Jinian turned off his phone screen and slipped it into his pocket. Just as the lock screen appeared, his gaze caught sight of 2 small red points that hadn't disappeared on the screen. He had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Any new message had to be dealt with promptly. Even ads would be cleaned up timely. These were clearly new messages transmitted since he got to Auntie's place. Single-handedly holding the baby, Shen Jinian unlocked his phone once more. Upon seeing 2 explosive messages from Haughtily, Shen Jinian immediately blanked out, his legs going soft, almost making him collapse on one knee with the baby in his arms. The short message had been sent 15 minutes ago. That meant her brother would be arriving in about 15 minutes. Shen Jinian's mind alternated between Gu Yan's clothes and daily necessities, and the baby's nursery. Whether it was secretly raising a child or secretly keeping a man. Either of these matters was something she couldn't explain clearly. Shen Jinian tried to pull herself together, rushing downstairs to look for Gu Yan while simultaneously texting Haughtily on her phone, "I'm out playing, there's no one at home. You can stay in a hotel." Haughtily replied super quickly, "Stop lying, if you were out having fun, how would you have time to reply to my messages?" Whenever he hung out with his shady friends, they always partied until the sky turned black, impossible to reach him even after calling all night long. "Shen Jinian, today I'm doing something classy." Haughtily, "Do whatever you want, but I'm coming over to stay with you today." Shen Jinian, "You freak Haughtily, coming to sleep at my house late at night, don't you have your own place?" What was weird about Haughtily was that, without mentioning their shared alpha status, wasn't it completely normal for brothers to sleep under the same roof? Let's not even talk about the days when as toddlers Haughtily wore open-crotch pants and clung to his older brother. It was unclear what exactly had sparked this reaction from Haughtily. Haughtily, quit beating around the bush, Haughtily. If you're so resistant, is it because there's something unsavory at your place? Afraid I'll tell mom and dad after seeing it? Haughtili's reply slowed down considerably. What am I afraid of? Haughtily, if you're not afraid, then it's fine. There's a bit of traffic on my way, I'll be there in half an hour. Remember to order me some takeout. Haughtily simply stopped replying. Breathing heavily, she ran all the way to Aunt He's house, grabbed Gu Yan by the wrist without a word, and dragged the bewildered man up from his chair. Gu Yan didn't know where Haughtily got such strength from, but the moment he saw her pale face and furrowed brows, he immediately sensed something urgent had occurred. After hastily putting down his chopsticks, he followed closely behind Haughtily onto the balcony. The temperature difference between day and night was significant in this city, and the night breeze was slightly chilly. While Haughtily hesitated, unsure of how to phrase her words, Gu Yan went inside and fetched his coat, wrapping both of them snugly within its warmth. The soothing scent of cedar brought a strong sense of security. Haughtily took a breath and said, "My brother is coming." Chapter 67, What? Gu Yan had already speculated hundreds of announcements that Haughtily might make in his mind, but none of them came close to the actual devastating news. Haughtily added, "My brother will be here in half an hour." Gu Yan blinked and suppressed the unease in his heart, steadying his voice to ask, "What do you plan to do?" Haughtily was visibly panicking. His instinctive thought was to hide the child, hide Gu Yan, they couldn't let his brother find out. So he said, "Stay at Auntie and Uncle's place for a night. My brother will leave tomorrow." Gu Yan looked surprised, "Not planning to tell your brother?" Haughtily decisively shook his head, "I haven't figured out how to tell him yet. Let's not mention it now." There was only 1 week left in this semester, and with the break approaching, things would get extremely busy, there would be no time or mood to deal with Haughtili's nagging. Even if he did reveal the truth, he'd need to find the right opportunity. With Haughtily coming here on a business trip, there was obviously work involved. Despite the mutual distaste between them, Haughtily didn't want to disturb his older brother's work, especially since he still counted on Haughtily to make money and grow their family wealth. Gu Yan wasn't about to oppose Haughtili's decision and began discussing other issues. What about the baby's formula? I'll transfer some money to you, and you can buy another bucket, Haughtily said as he shoved the child into Gu Yan's arms, carefully instructing, if you need anything, just go ahead and buy it. If not, I'll call a courier to deliver it. Alright. It's only for one night anyway, so not much else was needed. The two quickly discussed matters further, and Haughtily decided to leave first. There were still quite a few baby items around the house that needed to be hidden before Haughtily arrived. The baby looked at Haughtily rushing out of the door, confused why his father suddenly left. He strained his little body toward the doorway, pointing with his small finger, "Papa. Daddy has to go see Uncle. Tonight we'll stay with Grandpa and Grandma, alright?" Gu Yan gently leaned over to the baby's ear, patiently explaining, "Daddy will come back tomorrow to pick you up." Little baby felt a sudden wave of grievance. Over these few days, he hadn't seen Haughtily very often, and he had only been in his father's arms for a short while at night. Missing Daddy. Wishing to be together with Daddy. Gu Yan stole a kiss on the baby in his arms, soothingly persuading, "Would you like to video chat with Daddy tonight?" The little baby didn't make a sound, bearing the grievance while hugging Gu Yan's neck, burying his entire face in his shoulder, subtly moving his shoulders. He was saddened. Haughtily, having no connection to the baby's thoughts, was currently entirely agitated, anxiously pacing back and forth. Rushing back home at top speed, he quickly gathered all visible milk powder, bottles, and toys into the baby's room, locking the door securely. He even opened the window for ventilation to disperse any lingering alpha pheromones from Gu Yan's presence. Okay. Safe. Just as Haughtily plopped down on the couch. The doorbell rang abruptly. Haughtily stood there in a suit, his hair meticulously styled by a stylist without a single strand out of place, still wearing his sunglasses despite it being late at night, looking cool, albeit somewhat absurd. Upon seeing Haughtily, he immediately freed one hand from his luggage to greet him, surprised little brother. Haughtily stood there with crossed arms, gazing coldly at him. "You're not going to invite me in?" Haughtili's face instantly dropped as he questioned. Haughtily reluctantly shifted his body aside, giving Haughtily passage. As soon as he entered, Haughtily pushed his suitcase to the corner and slouched into the sofa, removing his sunglasses. The face, which was 7/10 similar to Haughtili's, was strikingly handsome, streamlined features, elegant eyebrows and eyes, appearing as if Michelangelo himself had carved a masterpiece, revealing not a trace of imperfection. However, Haughtily, after years of experience in the business world, exuded an aura that was sharper than Haughtili's. Sharp enough even to intimidate the fearless Haughtily. "Why does your house smell faintly of powdered milk?" Haughtily turned as if trying to find a seat, in reality masking the uneasiness on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he flipped it on its head, "If you want children, marry early and have kids. Add a grandson or granddaughter for our parents. Stop wandering around suspiciously in my home every day. Do you think anyone is as idle as you, Mr. Rich second generation, who has nothing better to do?" Shen Huili avoided eye contact, nervously replying, I'm working non-stop. When do I have time for dating? Both harboring their secrets, neither wanted to delve deeper into this topic. Shen Huili broke the ice first. Have you ordered takeout yet? Shen Jinian, where's your own phone? Shen Huili, 10 minutes ago, it ran out of battery. Resigned, Shen Jinian unlocked his phone and started ordering takeout for Shen Huili. The man on the couch seemed somewhat bored and got up to walk around. This apartment was originally rented by Shen Huili to make it easier for Shen Jinian to go to school. He had rented it for 4 years. But Shen Huili frowned. He clearly remembered that when the house was rented, there were no strange talisman pasted on the door. Shen Huili pointed at the yellow paper with messy talismans drawn in cinnabar ink and asked, what is this? Did you put it there? Things that don't concern you, leave them alone. Shen Jinian glanced up briefly. Knowing that Shen Huili might be superstitious as a businessman, he had timely prepared something by casually learning how to draw some random talismans from the internet before the other guy arrived. It didn't repel anything else, just Shen Huili. The less Shen Jinian said, the more curious Shen Huili became. The man took a few cautious steps back. I remember you didn't believe in ghosts and spirits before. Believing or not is just a matter of thought. Shen Jinian closed his phone. In short, don't enter rooms with talismans. If you encounter supernatural phenomena, I won't save you. With a pale face, Shen Huili retreated cautiously again. Seeing this, Shen Jinian secretly breathed a sigh of relief inside. For half an hour, they managed to coexist peacefully. Shen Huili would occasionally glance at the talisman on the door. As he kept glancing, his takeout finally arrived. The delicious aroma instantly cured his fear. He stood up to head to the restroom to wash his hands. While washing, he constantly felt an odd fragrance faintly wafting through the bathroom, occasionally reaching his nose. However, the smell was too weak. Even after smelling the shower gel in Shen Jinian's place, Shen Huili still couldn't find the source of the fragrance. Until he looked up. On the balcony outside the bathroom, he saw a dark gray pair of underwear hanging out to dry, which would have been hard to notice if it hadn't stood out against the darkness. That underwear was fucking huge. It definitely wasn't Shen Jinian's. There was no such superior genetic inheritance in their old Shen family, especially in Shen Jinian, who was even less endowed than Shen Huili himself. So. A bold guess made Shen Huili's scalp tingle, sending a chill down his spine. He fetched the already washed and dried underwear from the balcony. As expected, that strange fragrance had seeped into the fabric, now unusually strong. Shen Huili felt like he'd stumbled upon something. Clutching the underwear, he marched furiously to Shen Jinian, tossing it into his arms and demanding sharply, what is this? Chapter 68 Brotherly Standoff. Shen Jinian was holding his phone, reminding Gu Yan to take care of the baby. Shen Huili came rushing out of the bathroom with a howl and without any hesitation, tossed an underwear onto him. Shen Jinian was just about to open his mouth to curse at him fiercely. But upon catching a whiff of the snow pine scent, he instantly lost his momentum. Shen Huili couldn't hold on to his precious composure anymore. With a look of utter despair and in a pressing tone, he kept questioning, say something already? Shen Jinian pretended to be calm but couldn't control the micro-expressions on his face. The frequency of his blinking involuntarily increased. He picked up the underwear in his hand and scrutinized it from all angles before firmly looking at Shen Huili, confirming, this isn't mine. Of course I know it's not yours, Shen Huili shouted furiously, frustrated by his brother's inability to get to the point. So who does this belong to? The underwear in Shen Jinian's hand felt like a hot potato, burning him into confusion. He had thoroughly checked all the items in the room, packed them up, and hidden them away. Yet, there was one tiny slip-up. He fell right into the trap set by Gu Yan. Who would have thought that after washing clothes, they weren't collected in time? Moreover, he didn't use that bathroom often either. Shen Jinian was more flustered than Shen Huili and blurted out a lie, maybe it dropped from the neighbors. Without wasting a word, Shen Huili grabbed Shen Jinian's wrist and dragged him into the bathroom, making him stand exactly where he found the underwear. He interrogated solemnly, how can it drop into our enclosed balcony and perfectly land on your hanger? Shen Jinian stammered, flushing red before coming up with a feeble excuse, that's why I said living in this house might lead to supernatural occurrences, right here we go. Shen Huili was momentarily speechless. Though he knew Shen Jinian was full of skewed logic, he didn't expect him to twist black and white so much, blatantly lying and treating him like a fool. And now supernatural occurrences. Wants to follow the Overlord Ghost Husband storyline. After a breath, Shen Huili asked seriously, you don't need to bluff me. Just admit, have you started dating someone? Shen Jinian casually threw the underwear into the trash bin, trying to absolve himself as much as possible, denying without hesitation, no. Then do you have some weird fetish, like collecting other people's underwear? Shen Huili scratched his head. But that's strange too, Shen Jinian is a normal alpha. Even if he collects anything, it should be omegas, right? The size clearly doesn't match. Could it be that his younger brother likes muscly omega? Do you have a problem? Shen Jinian snapped immediately when he heard that, stomping on the man's high-end handmade custom leather shoes. Who in their right mind would say such things about their own younger brother? Seeing Shen Jinian angry, Shen Huili immediately softened his voice and gently persuaded, you're an adult now. Falling in love isn't anything to be ashamed of, as long as no one gets hurt, your older brother will support you. There's no need to be so nervous. Shenjinian, there is none. If Shenhuili finds out that he brought an alpha home and even raised a child with him together, heaven knows what will happen. At least for a month, everything would be chaotic. Shenjinian was unwilling to talk. Shenhuili could do nothing. Even after all his well-intentioned attempts, his younger brother refused to listen. He bent down, picked the underwear back from the trash, folded it carefully, and clutched it in his palm. When you're ready, you can tell me. I'll keep this as evidence for now. Shenjinian watched as the man turned and left the bathroom. He stood rooted to the spot, feeling extremely irritated as he ran his hands through his hair, his mind all tangled up. While Shenhuili was gone, he checked again carefully. Only after ensuring there were no other items of Gu Yan's in the bathroom did he slightly relax. They parted ways unhappily. After dinner, Shenhuili gathered the garbage casually and threw it in the trash bin. Sitting for half a day had made his body increasingly tired. Unavoidably, he still took the initiative to speak. He asked Shenjinian, "Where am I sleeping tonight?" Shenjinian replied without hesitation, "On the sofa." "Do you still remember the last 4 digits of my phone number?" The man suddenly asked unexpectedly. Shenjinian was used to the other's random thinking. Looking somewhat exasperatedly at Shenhuili, he replied lazily, 4186. Shenhuili didn't have the habit of buying fancy phone numbers, but naturally, there was a reason why Shenhuili used this one. "Yes, 186 is just my height." Shenjinian retorted, "What are you boasting about, acting as if no one else is 180? He is also 1.8 meters tall, and he has never bragged about it." Shenhuili was at a loss for words. "You know your brother is 186 centimeters and you still make him sleep on the sofa?" Every year, he lavished several million yuan on Shenjinian, but it seemed his efforts only bred an ungrateful wolf. Not even offering him a bed to sleep in. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His anger only deepened his conviction that Shenjinian must be dating someone who made him neglect his own brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat him so harshly. "I've told you before, you should stay in a hotel," Shenjinian confessed frankly, "there are no other rooms in my house." "Do you want to sleep in the haunted room?" "What kind of ghost?" Shenhuili didn't believe him. "If there's a ghost haunting, it's probably because you're scheming something underhanded and don't have enough positive energy." Even though he said this, he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. After all, Shenjinian was a firm materialist. If he'd resorted to putting up talismans, there must indeed be some sort of issue. "If you don't trust me, go ask the neighbors," Shenjinian shrugged, sitting down on the couch opposite the man, their similar appearances complemented by identical language gestures. "A stranger must be more credible to you than I am." "Ask, then." He never let himself be outshone by Shenjinian and promptly straightened his suit to open the door in front of him. Shenhuili glanced sideways at Shenjinian's expression, but found him completely unruffled, confident without any hint of worry about being exposed. Though doubts lingered in Shenhuili's mind, his footsteps forward had no reason to retreat. He knocked on the neighbor's door and politely inquired about recent events. Returning pale-faced. Rainy nights, white robes, tall male ghosts. Shenjinian, "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Shenhuili. "Then I'll sleep with you." Shenjinian, "No way, males shouldn't be intimate with each other." Shenhuili, brimming with anger, pointed at the other's forehead and said through gritted teeth. "Give me a blanket." "Fine, sleeping on the sofa it is. So what if it means cutting off his living expenses for the second half of the year?" This time, Shenjinian acted quickly. He immediately went to his room to find a sleeping gown and a blanket for Shenhuili, closing the door behind him and breathing a sigh of relief. Failure or success, it all lay with Gu Yan. Fortunately, his previous bout of insanity blowing wind in the hallway inadvertently tricked Shenhuili. As long as he got through tonight, everything would be peaceful tomorrow. He settled the man down, then concocted an excuse to retreat into his room to avoid Shenhuili prying further. With no one to chat with, Shenhuili tossed and turned, worrying whether Shenjinian might not be safe at home. He rose again, examining the 2 ghost-driving talismans repeatedly. He took photos of them on his phone and sent them to a familiar master. Polite inquiries ensued. "Good evening, Master Chen. Sorry to disturb your rest, but my younger brother claims our home has recently been unsettled. Could you kindly look over these talismans to see if they can purify the house and calm spirits?" Chapter 69, Midnight Song. After sending out the message, Shenhuili's phone alarm happened to ring out with a crisp sound. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. He wondered if the master had already gone to sleep at this time. Shenhuili worriedly held his phone and waited for a long while. During this period, he also browsed videos from his city. Indeed, living near a university was great. With just a few swipes, the front page was full of young and handsome guys. He couldn't even keep up with liking them all. Not to mention how Shenjinian couldn't resist falling in love. If he were a few years younger, it would be hard for him not to indulge in romance in such an environment. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. A new message popped up on the screen, clearly from Master Chen, whom he had just inquired about. Shenhuili opened the message to read. "Mr. Shen, greetings. After receiving your message, I specifically looked through some books and gathered my brothers for a discussion. We all guessed and concluded that this talisman is merely a harmful commercial product that harms both others and oneself. Though it has a rudimentary form, it contains many errors and lacks the ability to purify the house. If Mr. Shen's family members have already felt unwell, it's best to move out of here as soon as possible. Of course, Mr. Shen, the world isn't simply black and white. Our guesses and suggestions are only provided for reference. In short, fake, your brother is a big victim who bought counterfeit goods. Upon seeing this, Shen Huaili immediately frowned and sat up. He became increasingly worried about Shen Jinian's safety and health. His fingers quickly danced across the screen as he replied to Master Chen, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. When you have time, I will bring my younger brother to express our gratitude." "It's nothing, Mr. Shen, please don't be so polite." Shen Huaili's heart was pounding. He hesitated whether or not to tell Shen Jinian that the talisman he sought out had no effect whatsoever. He feared that telling him might needlessly make his younger brother feel frightened and anxious. After all, compared to a mere piece of paper, people's belief is the best exorcism talisman. Shen Huaili lay back down. Ultimately, he decided to discuss this matter with Shen Jinian after tonight, under the bright daylight, which would give him more confidence in addressing the issue. Shen Huaili slightly eased his concerns. The tall man, measuring 186 centimeters, curled up like a shrimp on the sofa, carefully covered himself with a small blanket, found a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. He had been flying all day and had worked the next day, staying up late wasn't an option. He fell asleep early. At some point, Shen Jinian came out quietly to check, instantly relaxing once confirming Shen Huaili's steady and even breathing, then cheerfully returned to his room. 11:30. Shen Huaili was awakened by a faint music sound. He usually handles work at the company frequently overtime, which gradually caused him neurological weakness and made him overly sensitive to any little sounds. Drowsily regaining consciousness, he initially thought it was just a normal transition between deep and light sleep. Preparing to fall asleep again. Vaguely but distinctively, he heard the melody of the song, "Drop drop drop the handkerchief. Gently place behind the little one. Don't let him know. Hurry hurry catch him. Catch him. Catch him." The music sounded crude. Logically speaking, current phones wouldn't produce such low-quality sound, rather, it was akin to something from an ancient phonograph. Shen Huaili abruptly became alert, his hands and feet instantly turning cold, and his whole body stiffened like it had been cemented. Children's music. The most classic horror element. Why would Shen Jinian play nursery rhymes? Even if Shen Jinian were unable to sleep and listening to music, he wouldn't choose to listen to children's songs at 11:30. Shen Huaili already regretted staying at Shen Jinian's place. However, amidst the regret, there was also a bit of relief. If he hadn't discovered these oddities in the house, Shen Jinian, this fool, would likely live here until the end of the lease. For a long time, he remained rigid under the quilt without moving. After making ample preparations mentally, he stealthily rubbed his palms together under the covers, bringing a modicum of heat and psychological comfort to himself. Shen Huaili picked up his phone, stood up, and turned on all the lights in the room. First, he went to trace the source of the music. Unexpectedly, it came directly from the room where Shen Jinian had attached the talisman, which further paled Shen Huaili's complexion. He twisted the door handle with his hand. The door handle could rotate downward 90 degrees, but the door wouldn't open. It was uncertain whether Shen Jinian had locked it, or if some mysterious force had done so. Shen Huaili went to the room to wake Shen Jinian up. They couldn't stay here tonight, he had to take him away from this place. As soon as he approached Shen Jinian's room, Shen Huaili vaguely heard talking inside, occasionally mixed with his brother's oddly toned complaints, but the soundproofing in the room was too good for him to hear clearly. It didn't matter. Without a second thought, Shen Huaili directly opened the door. He saw Shen Jinian lying on the bed in his pajamas, with his phone placed on the bedside table while having a video call with someone, and they were chatting happily. Even after he opened the door, Shen Jinian hadn't time to wipe the smile off his face. Shen Huaili's investigative gaze shifted from his brother's face to the phone screen, only to find that Shen Jinian quickly turned it off. In that fleeting moment, he just glimpsed an indistinct face. Shen Jinian immediately sat up, all smiles gone, and alternated between awkwardness and anger. "What do you want?" Shen Huaili suddenly remembered the important matter at hand. With a stern expression, he quickly entered the room and dragged Shen Jinian off the bed. "There's something unnatural about your place, hurry up and get dressed to go stay at a hotel with me." Shen Jinian, what ghost? How strange. He casually made up a lie, yet some unexpected incident actually came true. That shouldn't happen. "I have no idea what kind of ghost," said Shen Huaili, unable to bear Shen Jinian's dawdling. He took the initiative to fetch clothes and shoes for Shen Jinian from the closet and urged him on anxiously, it might be the ghost of a child, singing nursery rhymes in the middle of the night. Shen Jinian felt even more curious, where is it singing nursery rhymes? Shen Huaili pointed at the room directly opposite. Given the one-wall separation in the bedroom, it was normal for Shen Jinian not to hear it, whereas he could hear it more clearly in the living room. Shen Jinian followed his brother's pointing finger and noticed that it was the location of the baby room. His heart sank a little. He got out of bed wearing slippers proactively. Indeed, there was faint nursery rhyme singing. It was the music toy he bought for the child a month ago, probably played often by the baby until it short-circuited. Now it started singing in the middle of the night, giving Shenhuaili a scare. Shen Jinian was speechless. But he didn't know how to explain it to Shenhuaili, so he concocted a random excuse. Don't be afraid, big bro. I'll go in and negotiate with the child ghost. Wait for me outside the door. Are you crazy? Shen Jinian, I've got an amulet, don't worry. As he spoke, he forcibly pushed Shenhuaili aside, took the key himself, and secretly opened the door just enough for himself to slip through. Shenhuaili craned his neck, squinting to steal a peek into the room. Chapter 70, A Glance and Then Leave. Shenhuaili had a mild case of myopia, but for fear of crushing his high-bridged nose, he only wore glasses when working. He glanced at the furniture in the room and only saw a bed blocked by a railing, covered with soft, light yellow bed sheets. It seemed out of place against the overall modern luxury decoration. Did Shen Jinian's youthful heart take over? Shenhuaili crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Just as he finished criticizing Shen Jinian mentally, he saw him casually come out of the room and carefully lock the door behind him. Shenhuaili belatedly realized that the music had stopped. What did you do inside? He frowned curiously. Shen Jinian blurted out, I told the child ghost your birth date and destiny, asking it to find a good opportunity to reincarnate into your family. Shenhuaili, you're sick. After scolding him and still feeling unsatisfied, just as Shenhuaili raised his hand and prepared to give Shen Jinian a big hug full of love, the latter quickly grabbed his wrist. Shen Jinian sighed helplessly. The rattle of my plush toy that Shen Han sent me went off earlier. In the end, he compromised with his brother. If you're really scared, come sleep in my room and bring the blanket. Letting Shenhuaili survive alone was too dangerous. Who knows what other new discoveries Shenhuaili might make, so it would be better to have more peace of mind with him within sight. Satisfied, the elder brother patted the soft hair of his younger brother. Understanding. After speaking, he proudly marched over to the sofa, picked up his quilt, and entered Shen Jinian's bedroom before him. He unceremoniously smoothed out the quilt and lay down steadily. After waiting for a while and not seeing Shen Jinian, he got up again, patting the spot next to himself and enthusiastically inviting him, hurry up, little brother. Shen Jinian was exasperated. This was the reason why he didn't want to be with Shenhuaili. Though strict and efficient during work hours, once home, he became like a large Samoyed wagging its tail, overly enthusiastic and wanting to get kicked. Shen Jinian regretted inviting him in. But there was no turning back. He resignedly returned to the room, locking the indoor door as well, to prevent Shenhuaili from discovering anything strange in the middle of the night and going out to investigate on his own. Still, everything went smoothly. Tired from the long journey, Shenhuaili fell asleep early. Shen Jinian placed a pillow between them, turned off all the lights in the room, and then went to sleep peacefully alongside Shenhuaili. But his sleep was restless. The next morning, Shen Jinian woke up before Shenhuaili did. Taking advantage of Shenhuaili washing up and showering, he quickly heated up the breakfast that was delivered and made sure Shenhuaili ate before literally kicking him out of the house. And he warned him not to come back. Watching Shenhuaili walk far away, Shen Jinian finally relaxed. After slowly finishing his breakfast, he sent a message to Gu Yen. He asked him to first take the kid out to play, and come back a bit later to prevent Shenhuaili returning unexpectedly and colliding face-to-face with them. For this reason, Shen Jinian waited until noon. After confirming via video call that Shenhuaili was already at work, he went to school with relief. Success. Shen Jinian felt much lighter and happier mentally, even sending a text message to wish Shenhuaili smooth sailing at work. Seeing his younger brother's message, Shenhuaili couldn't help pinching the bridge of his nose, sighing secretly. Everything was not going smoothly for him. No matter how many times he searched through his bag for the USB drive, he couldn't find it. After recalling for a long time, he guessed it was left on the sofa at Shen Jinian's house when charging yesterday. It seems inconvenient without an assistant. If he hadn't sent his assistant to stay in a hotel last night, he wouldn't have forgotten things today, and still need to specifically go back to Shen Jinian's place to pick up the USB drive. Shenhuaili sighed. Leaning against the leather seat entirely, his brows knitted together showing exhaustion. Seeing this, the assistant pulled down the car partition and created an independent space in the rear seat. He discreetly released some pheromones. A faint rose wine scent lingered around the nose. However, the same type of alpha pheromone made Shenhuaili somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to alertly turn his head away. The assistant immediately grabbed the man's hand, forcefully pulling him directly into his embrace, and suddenly pressed Shenhuaili's shoulders, forcing his knees onto the car's leather footrests, making Shenhuaili kneel between his legs. Their statuses and identities abruptly reversed. The assistant slowly lowered his head, their breaths intertwining as they faced each other. Shenhuaili secretly swallowed his saliva, then suddenly felt a hand grip his nape while another slid slowly down his spine and waist. A bit panicked, he hastily tried to stop the other person. No, don't. We're outside. Before he could finish, an immense force made him kneel upright, raising his head forcibly. The lips of the assistant crashed tightly against his. After a prolonged forced entanglement that left Shenhuaili struggling to breathe with a flushed face, he was finally released. Don't what? The assistant nibbled on Shenhuaili's sensitive earlobe, gently exhaling warm breaths along the outline of the ear. Don't forget, wily brother, during working hours you're the leader, but in the rest of the time, I'm the master. Since he was now the master, Shenhuili had no right to refuse him. The dual S-level alpha pheromones wrapped around him like chains, invading and assaulting him. Shenhuili's whole body went limp as his high-end suit got wrinkled and crumpled from being gripped fiercely. Daring not to look at the young assistant who, though only 19 years old, exuded an even sharper and more dangerous gaze than his own 29-year-old self, Shenhuili meekly allowed himself to be held like a kitten. He was showered with fervent kisses on his neck that caused his chest to rise and fall violently, panting heavily, almost drowning in a sea of desires. The assistant pinched his jawline harshly. This is your punishment for secretly hoarding other men's underwear. Shenhuili, eyes rimmed red, stayed silent. 18 minutes later. Shenhuili finally breathed fresh air again. The cars stopped steadily at a distance. To avoid exposing Shen Jinyan's privacy, he didn't ask the assistant to get out of the car and instead walked upstairs weakly, his legs trembling, to fetch the USB drive. The door code was easy to guess. Shen Jinyan's mind was empty, he'd never think of any second password in his life. Shenhuili smoothly entered and found the half-buried tiny USB in a small corner of the sofa. Carefully placing it inside his bag, he left after sneaking a bottle of water from Shen Jinyan's fridge. And he carefully closed the door before leaving. Not even 30 seconds had passed. Shenhuili sneakily entered the code again and slipped back into the house. Last night's strange music kept him distracted throughout the entire day. Although Shen Jinyan explained that it was the sound of his plush toy, Shenhuili still felt something odd and was plagued by curiosity. He remembered where Shen Jinyan placed the key yesterday. Feeling like a thief, Shenhuili silently tiptoed toward the little rabbit-shaped storage box to retrieve the set of keys. Standing respectfully at the doorway, he clasped his hands together in prayer, bowed deeply. Sorry, younger brother. He'd just take one peek. One glance, and then leave. Chapter 71, Is Uncle Here? The key was inserted into the lock and gently rotated half a turn to the right. Click. It was the crisp sound of the door lock opening. Shenhuili carefully pushed open the door, instantly stunned by the scene inside, his mind went blank. Baby products piled up like small mountains. He recognized every single item, but could not imagine who Shen Jinyan bought them for. Shenhuili's legs felt weak. He barely managed to steady himself by leaning on the doorframe. Not even when he was suppressed by Lu Siming's pheromones did he feel his heartbeat pause this way. The sunlight was just right outside the window. Through the lush green leaves it shone into the window, but brought no warmth at all. After a full 20 minutes, he finally managed to regain his senses, dragging his heavy legs step by step, unconsciously walking into the room. The baby products around him were more complete than in any department store. Diapers, formula, infant toys, and even children's teething sticks. The more Shenhuili saw, the more shocked he became. He sat down on the floor and began examining the Chinese characters on each item, cross-referencing them with knowledge points from his phone using Baidu. He slowly concluded some information. The child is 7 months old. The child is 7 months old. Shenhuili felt like he was going crazy. Shen Jinyan had asked him about precedents of alpha childbirth recently, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, his younger brother indeed thought differently from most people, daydreaming about impractical things was understandable. But he never would have imagined. This was Shen Jinyan warning him. He really was raising a child, one who is already 7 months old. That means the baby was conceived after the spring semester of the previous year. Shen Jinyan really caused a life. Shenhuili's phone buzzed softly, but enough to make his arms sore and numb. Seeing it was an assistant calling, he simply swiped it away and didn't answer. He staggered to his feet and made his rounds through the entire room, including the super luxurious walk-in closet Shen Jinyan had prepared for the child. It was filled with tiny clothes in vibrant colors and varied styles. It was impossible to tell if the child was a boy or a girl based solely on style. Shenhuili unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle in his hand and gulped down a big mouthful to steady his breath. He remembered that there were 2 rooms in this apartment marked with talismans. So, taking matters into his own hands, he opened the second room the same way as the first. But the shockwave from the second room was much greater than the first. The room was tidy, but clearly inhabited. Judging from the personal item style, it was a man, no doubt about it. Shen Jinyan was secretly raising a man. Shen Jinyan was secretly raising a man with his money. As soon as Shenhuili entered, he smelled a strong scent of cedarwood pheromones, identical to those on the underwear he found last night. The oppressive feeling made it slightly difficult for him to breathe. Clearly, the other party's pheromone level was higher than his. Not only higher, but significantly higher. An alpha. An alpha? Shenhuili quickly opened the wardrobe inside the room and, as expected, the clothing inside hung much larger than Shen Jinyan's size, and the underwear matched perfectly with what he had found last night. Finished. Truly finished. His younger brother, an alpha, clashed identities with another alpha. He originally assumed the baby was secretly conceived by his brother, making him believe it wasn't possible with another alpha. Yet, the two were not only secretly living together but also raising a child. Shenhuili's understanding of today's events far exceeded his comprehension, consuming significant effort to accept this reality. He slumped onto the couch. He wanted to call Shinjinian immediately to inquire about the other person's situation but restrained his impulses considering his brother might be in class. The assistant called again, reminding him that time was running out. Shenhuili had no choice but to go downstairs, deliver the USB drive to the assistant, and ask them to hold the meeting on his behalf. The assistant looked perplexedly at Shenhuili, whose expression was dazed, worriedly asking, "Are you unwell?" Though he had already controlled his pheromones last night and hadn't exerted himself excessively, he still shouldn't be this weak. "Still okay," Shenhuili responded distractedly. Seeing this, the assistant furrowed his brows, pressed his warm palm against Shenhuili's shoulder, and lightly brushed his lips. "I'll come pick you up later, brother Huili." Shenhuili nodded. Standing there watching Lu Siming's car drive off into the distance, Shenhuili slowly regained his senses and redirected himself back toward Shinjinian's house. He wasn't sure what he should do, he just wanted to go upstairs, cool down for a while, wait for Shinjinian to finish school, and then have a proper chat with him. Shenhuili was worried he might forget something. So, he specially put on his glasses and took out a sheet of rough paper, intending to list all his questions so that when confronting Shinjinian later in the evening, he wouldn't be at a loss. Just as he had entered the living room with the paper and pen, the smart lock on the front door suddenly emitted a series of short, crisp musical notes. The sound was unmistakably clear, it was definitely the smart lock from Shinjinian's home. Before Shenhuili could fully comprehend what was happening, the door slowly swung open, revealing two faces, one big and one small, that resembled each other. Holding his pen tightly, Shenhuili caught his breath. The person who walked in glanced at the face on the sofa which looked 7/10 like Shinjinian and also froze for a moment. Time seemed to abruptly stop between the two of them, and an oppressive, heavy atmosphere began forming solidly, about to steal all the oxygen in the room. The only one who showed pure surprise was the baby. Seeing Shenhuili's face, he happily waved his little hands and called out politely yet enthusiastically, "Njunju. Uncle Huili. Uncle." An uncle they hadn't seen in a long time. The baby's cute voice brought Gu Yen back to his senses. He could only step inside with the child first and carefully close the door behind them. Gu Yen approached Shenhuili voluntarily, saying, "Hello, Mr. Shen." Shenhuili sat upright, all signs of shock and fear completely vanished from his face, replaced by a deeply cold demeanor. Pushing up his silver-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he asked in a calm voice, "What is your surname?" Gu Yen responded politely to the elder, "My surname is Gu Yen." "Aha, noted. Never heard of it before." But Shenhuili thought this person seemed somewhat familiar, bearing some resemblance to the chairman of an investment firm currently cooperating with their company. However, that family only had one biological grandson. His name was Gu Rong. Shenhuili lifted his chin slightly, gesturing for Gu Yen to sit down and talk. But once Gu Yen did sit beside him, Shenhuili didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he frowned deeply, focusing intently on examining the child in Gu Yen's arms again and again. He looked very much alike, like Gu Yen, and like Shinjinian. It was obvious without even needing to see the DNA that the child was biologically theirs. Shenhuili felt a sharp pain in his head but forced himself to maintain composure. He poured himself a glass of water and sipped lightly. "Are you Omega or Alpha?" If he were Omega, then the pheromones in the room wouldn't suppress Shenhuili like this. And if he were Alpha, then it would mean Gu Yen and Shinjinian shouldn't have created a child together since two alphas cannot naturally conceive. To Shenhuili's complete astonishment, Gu Yen answered, "I'm an Alpha." Chapter 72. "Are you an Alpha?" Shenhuili suddenly raised his voice. He furrowed his brow in disbelief, bending his finger to push his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and then raised his head to carefully scrutinize the man in front of him. It made sense. Just from temperament and height alone, Gu Yen was even more alpha-like than Shinjinian, who was a double S-level alpha. Headache. Shenhuili asked, "How did that child come about?" "You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" The only possibility that came to his mind was one that wasn't allowed by law, otherwise, he really couldn't imagine how two alphas could produce such a strikingly similar human child. "It's a long story," said Gu Yen, answering this question on behalf of Shinjinian today. He could empathize with Shinjinian's helplessness back then. "Do you read novels?" Shenhuili shook his head decisively. "Then have you heard of time travel?" Shenhuili's already furrowed brows deepened even further upon hearing this. Gu Yen observed the other's expression and only explained earnestly when he saw Shenhuili begin to accept it, "The baby comes from another dimension. Genian has also checked the DNA, and the result is as you imagined. A child from another world." Shenhuili wasn't at the point of outright rejecting this explanation because, besides this, he couldn't think of a better one either. Although his younger brother acted rashly, he always knew his limits. So, the origin of this baby would surely not be simple. Shenhuili felt his headache growing worse. No wonder Shinjinian had so desperately tried to stop him from entering the room last night. If he had stumbled upon this scene last night, considering his fatigue, he might have been frightened into a visit to the emergency room. As Shenhuili thought more, his heart grew increasingly chaotic. His arm felt heavy and sore as he gripped the mineral water bottle in his hand, barely managing to control its trembling before Gu Yen without much effort. His throat was dry. After twisting off the cap, he cautiously swallowed a sip of water, painfully pushing it down. He abruptly asked Gu Yan, and what about you? The question hit without warning, leaving Gu Yan momentarily lost for words. What is your relationship with him? Shen Huaili was far more objective and strict than Shen Jinian. Have you done a DNA test? DNA hasn't been tested yet. Gu Yan's eyes darted around, even evading, purposefully hiding the truth. Fearing Shen Huaili might detect something unusual, he could only lower his head to play with the baby's small hand. My relationship with the child depends on Jinian's opinion. His words were ambiguous but enough for Shen Huaili to decipher. After all, as the long-term president of the company, these subtle implications weren't hard for him to understand. There is some sense in Shen Jinian hastily establishing this relationship. Without solid DNA evidence, merely relying on facial resemblance, it indeed is hard to convince anyone that two alphas could have a child. Gu Yan nodded, I understand. The conversation reached this point. Suddenly, no one opened their mouth again. Shen Huaili originally had a belly full of questions to ask Shen Jinian, but in front of another party involved, he found it difficult to even gather 10 questions together. His brain was in utter chaos, like a tangled ball of yarn that a cat had messed up, impossible to untangle or find a beginning. Seeing the sudden silence between the two adults, the little baby tilted his little head, looking first at one, then the other, his clear bright big eyes blinking. With great effort, he wriggled his plump little body towards Shen Huaili's direction. Humming softly, he wanted Shen Huaili to hold him, knew. His motive was too obvious. The adults present could easily see through his intent. Gu Yan, in cooperation with the baby, asked for Shen Huaili's opinion, would you like to hold him? The baby's eyes were filled with anticipation, looking as if they held the stars and moon within them, shining clearly toward him. Shen Huaili's anxiety and unease were purified and pacified. He subtly gripped his sleeve to wipe away the nervous cold sweat from his palms, deliberately maintaining a stern face as he extended his arms to the little bundle, signaling Gu Yan to bring the baby over. The little baby, seeing that his uncle wanted to hold him, immediately curved his eyes happily, eagerly leaning his body forward to proactively burrow into Shen Huaili's embrace. Shen Huaili's body stiffened suddenly. He could feel the soft little bundle holding onto his neck, gently rubbing his tender little cheek against the skin of his neck. He was somewhat at a loss. Only after stabilizing the odd emotion surging in his heart did he slowly draw back his arms, awkwardly hugging the baby's back and buttocks. The little fella instantly warmly kissed him with a smack. A sudden explosion of fireworks went off in Shen Huaili's mind, igniting all his thoughts and anxieties until they vanished, leaving behind only the primal excitement flowing through his blood. In his arms lay Shen Jinian's child. So small, so soft, utterly adorable. The baby called out to him with a lispy voice, Njunju. Shen Huaili couldn't quite make out what the baby was saying. Only after seeking clarification from Gu Yan did he learn that the child was calling him uncle. And he even knew how to call him uncle. Without realizing it, Shen Huaili subconsciously tightened his grip on the baby by half a notch, wanting to rub cheeks with the child but fearing that his glasses might bump into the baby's forehead. So he immediately took them off and coaxed the baby with gentle sounds. The baby giggled, covering its mouth. Shen Huaili's heart melted at how utterly adorable the child was. How could there be such a sweet and soft baby in this world? How were Shen Jinian's trash genes capable of producing such an adorable child? The probability was lower than winning the grand prize in a lottery on your first try. Shen Huaili's heart bloomed like flowers as he was charmed by the baby. Still, amidst the joy, he didn't forget to interrogate Gu Yan, taking every opportunity to sneak in a question here and there. How long have you been living together with Shen Jinian? 3 days, Gu Yan replied honestly, though not without hinting at his helplessness. The nanny had to take leave for personal reasons, so I came over to help look after the baby. Just 3 days. That number shocked him. After all, judging by the living traces in the room and the baby's dependency, it seemed as if they'd been cohabiting for a long time. Shen Huaili asked again, then how long has the child been around since traveling through time? Gu Yan answered, more than a month. Within a month, Shen Jinian had done the DNA test and found the child's biological father. This efficiency far surpassed the combined efforts of all his company employees. Coughing twice, Shen Huaili hesitated, finding it somewhat embarrassing to ask his final question. He spent a long time mentally preparing himself, drinking water, playing with the baby, all before finally asking hesitantly and uncertainly, so, is this child yours, or Shen Jinian's? Gu Yan froze. He understood the question wasn't as superficial as it seemed. Shen Huaili wanted to know which of the two alphas was the child's true biological mother in the real sense. Sweating cold beads, how dared he say anything? Surprisingly, Shen Huaili sighed first, the look on his face one of disappointment. Never mind, you don't have to say. His younger brother didn't seem like the type who could dominate Gu Yan in bed. Oh, what misfortune for their family. Had he known his younger brother had already taken the role of the zero, he wouldn't have played that role outside. With a sigh, Shen Huaili slumped onto the sofa, holding the baby in his arms while staring deeply into the little eyes in front of him. Unknowingly, both of them broke into smiles. The room grew quiet. Aside from the baby's babbling, all that remained was the ticking of the clock. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Huaili suddenly spoke up, what time does Shen Jinian finish school today? Gu Yan knew Shen Jinian's schedule like the back of his hand, yet his answer now carried some hesitation and delay. 4:10. Chapter 73, Did you take a fancy to him? Shen Jinian was delighted. Today, good things came in pairs. Not only had he successfully avoided the trouble from his brother, but also received the school's holiday notice. This summer vacation would be 1 week earlier than last year, giving him ample time to plan this year's travel itinerary. It also made it more convenient for him to go home and take care of the baby without having to bother Gu Yan further. He felt extraordinarily relaxed, so after class, he specially took a detour to feed the cats. After feeding them, he suddenly decided to buy squid cakes with Chen Han, bringing a portion for Gu Yan as well. Chen Han looked at Shen Jinian while eating. Upon noticing that the amount bought was double the usual quantity, a hint of suspicion arose. He slyly narrowed his eyes and quietly asked, "Can you finish all these? Or do you have guests at home?" "Ah." Shen Jinian instinctively hid the bag behind his back, inexplicably feeling flustered and uneasy. After realizing, he immediately turned around, trying to hide his embarrassment, casually explaining, "I can save it for next time." Chen Han replied, "You don't like fried food reheated twice, do you?" Shen Jinian's headache worsened. One lie required countless more lies to patch it up, especially when Chen Han persisted incessantly like Tang Monk, probing deep into everything. He resolutely abandoned all explanations, decisively blocking the other person's mouth with the cake in his hand. "Are you tired of people or what? I treat you to something, so stop asking pointless questions." Afraid of being bombarded with more questions afterward, Shen Jinian hurried away first, briskly heading straight toward the street exit to call a taxi. Chen Han was startled by the sudden cake shoved into his mouth, nearly choking on his saliva which reddened his eyes. Bent over, he coughed violently for a long time. Hardly catching his breath, he unexpectedly noticed Shen Jinian, who had already distanced himself about 100 meters ahead at the intersection, getting ready to board a vehicle. Chen Han quickly rushed over, out of breath. "Let's go together, I'm along your way." At the sound of his words, Shen Jinian suddenly stopped walking. Puzzled, he looked up at the man behind. "Aren't you supposed to stay in the dormitory? How are we on the same way home?" Shen Jinian scooted over, making room for Chen Han. Chen Han rarely showed such bashful embarrassment, his palms tightly gripped the edge of his coat, his gaze constantly avoiding, making this shy demeanor appear strange and somewhat funny on a 20-year-old big boy. Shen Jinian was very familiar with this expression. Guilt-ridden. Chen Han caught the heavy teasing tone gradually surfacing in Shen Jinian's eyes. Quickly bumping shoulders with the other, he defended, "What nonsense are you thinking? I just want to buy some flowers to put in the dormitory. It feels too empty without any vibe of life." Vibe of life? Realizing this right before graduation? "Don't fool me," Shen Jinian sharply revealed Chen Han's true intention. "Do you fancy the boss? Watching silent videos in class every day, running to basketball games after class. Would a guy like that think about buying flowers to decorate the dorm? Impossible. Definitely concealing undisclosed details." And unexpectedly, Chen Han couldn't hide his feelings, his cheeks flushed red the moment he heard those words. "You, don't slander me." The expression was clearly an attempt to cover up obvious guilt. Shen Jinian became instantly interested. "Are you pursuing him?" He immediately whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to ask in Chen Han's ear, "How far are you two now?" Chen Han hesitated for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. "I invited him to eat dinner once." "Not bad progress, kid." Shen Jinian originally thought Chen Han was a romantic klutz, never expecting him to invite such a beautiful boss to dinner in just 2 days, advancing faster than a rocket launch. "So do you know his name, age, whether he has a boyfriend?" Chen Han couldn't withstand Shen Jinian's prying eyes any longer. Besides, talking about his crush made him itch to brag a bit to Shen Jinian. With great excitement, Chen Han introduced, "We've already been honest with each other. He's called Zhuang Zi, divorced from his ex-husband just a month ago." Shen Jinian exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." When watching the videos, he only thought the Omega had bright eyes and graceful manners, revealing nothing but refinement and gentlemanly behavior, showing absolutely no signs of having been married. Not only married, but already divorced. Chen Han pulled out the phone from his bag, opening Zhuang Zi's WeChat moments and quickly scrolling down to find the post announcing his divorce certificate. His proficiency showed he had browsed through the person's social media many times. "Look." Chen Han showed the divorce certificate to Shen Jinian. From the content mentioned earlier, it was clear that Zhuang Zi was already 26 years old this year and had been married to his ex-husband for 3 years. Shen Jinian even found Zhuang Zi's photo from 3 years ago on the divorce certificate. His hair was longer then, casually tied into a little ponytail at the back of his head, with a few strands of messy hair framing his forehead, but it couldn't conceal the gentleness in his brows and eyes. Zhuang Zi's ex-husband's photo was also there, showing him as a handsome man. Shen Jinian glanced at the second gender details, confirming that the two were a standard Alpha-Omega family combination. "Do they not have any children?" Chen Han shook his head, letting out a sneaky laugh. "His ex-husband may be handsomer than me, but he wasn't quite up to par in some aspects. Being married for 3 years without having a child. Moreover, the Alpha's family was face-conscious, believing it was Zhuang Zi who lacked reproductive ability. They insisted on divorcing Zhuang Zi, which left him disheartened. Fortunately, Zhuang Zi was relatively open-minded, and he shrugged off the matter. He promptly took the assets he gained after the divorce and opened a flower shop, while also seeking out his next boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian felt some sympathy for the other party. After hesitating for a long time, unsure what to say, he could only pat Chen Han's knee and advise, the situation for omegas in society is much harder than for alphas, let alone a twice-married omega. You'd better settle things with your parents before you pursue him, otherwise, you might end up hurting him unintentionally. I'll just join his family if necessary. Chen Han had complete confidence in this regard. Once he set his sights on someone, that was that. If he couldn't marry the person, he would marry into their family. There's never just one way to get something done in the world. At that moment, Shen Jinian suddenly felt a twinge of admiration for Chen Han. This resolute and carefree approach to dealing with unexpected events was something he would never learn in his lifetime. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be dragging his feet over bringing up a child, too afraid to let Shen Huili find out, proving himself a coward. The conversation between the two ended when Shen Jinian reached his home entrance. After saying goodbye to Chen Han, he immediately turned toward the neighborhood interior. Just a few steps later, he was surprised to notice a luxury car idling nearby under his building. It wasn't unusual for a high-end vehicle to be parked in such a community. What was unusual was how the driver inside blatantly stared at his face without any hesitation. Shen Jinian was in good spirits today and didn't want to deal with weirdos. So he hastened his pace to go upstairs and get out of the driver's line of sight. Finally arriving at his doorstep, Shen Jinian let out a deep sigh of relief. He quickly entered the external door password, contemplating warning Gu Yan to be cautious about the weirdo downstairs. But before he managed to speak, seeing the two men sitting across from each other on the sofa made his mind instantly go blank. Chapter 74, Are you two in a honeymoon period? Shen Jinian let out a scream, twisted his body, and crawled forward with an air of darkness. It was as if all his strength had been drained. The man who stood at 1 meter 80 instantly collapsed, powerless. Fortunately, he managed to support himself on the doorframe, otherwise, he might have fallen onto the floor. Shen Jinian took a step back. Sorry, I entered the wrong room. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned around and swiftly closed the door, then fled in panic like a puff of smoke. Shen Huili wasn't the least bit flustered. Having lived with Shen Jinian for so long, he already knew the other's nature and tricks well enough. Even after 20 years, Shen Jinian still hadn't mastered the art of slipping away unnoticed. Slowly and deliberately, Shen Huili picked up the child from the sofa and walked leisurely towards the balcony, slightly leaning his body over to look down below. Sure enough, Shen Jinian had already been captured by Lu Siming lying in wait, and was now on the way back, being dragged forcibly. Satisfied, Shen Huili returned to his original seat. He watched Shen Jinian reappear in front of him looking like death warmed over, pinned down onto the sofa by Lu Siming. Despite attempting to struggle free, Shen Jinian found it impossible due to the immense strength of his captor. Shen Huili smirked contemptuously. With how sheltered and indulged the young master was, his strength could never compare with that of someone trained rigorously in the military, muscular and robust. Coldly smirking, Shen Huili taunted him, "Did you enter the right room this time?" Staring at Gu Yan sitting beside him undergoing questioning with an expression of sheer shock, Shen Jinian painfully exclaimed, "You betrayed me?" Gu Yan shrugged indifferently, mirroring the same helplessness on his face. Mr. Shen came back on his own. On second thought, it made sense. How could Gu Yan possibly have any contact information for Shen Huili? It was absolutely impossible for him to orchestrate such subtlety. By now, he had become thoroughly exasperated. Shen Huili exchanged glances with Lu Siming, signaling for him to leave and wait downstairs first, as there were some family matters that needed to be addressed. The assistant, upon receiving the instruction, promptly exited the room. Within moments, only 3 adults remained in the room. Of these 2, one appeared as wilted as frost-hit eggplants, staying silent without speaking a word. Even the baby seemed too afraid to make a sound. Shen Huili maintained a solemn countenance, his entire posture seamlessly resting against the couch with his legs crossed, radiating an intimidating aura throughout his body. He slowly adjusted the direction of the baby in his arms, allowing the infant to sit high on his lap, making it easier for both to clearly see the child's face. Shen Jinian. Shen Huili harshly called his name. Look up. Shen Jinian reluctantly lifted his head, protesting, "You've surely already informed Gu Yan about everything. Why are you asking me again?" Clearly displeased with his younger brother's attitude, Shen Huili sat straighter. "Gu Yan is Gu Yan, you are you." He suddenly leaned forward and picked up the pen on the table, tapping it on Shen Jinian's chest. "Do you bear the surname Gu?" Shen Jinian. He was somewhat afraid of Shen Huili's current demeanor. As the most capable alpha in the family, even their father couldn't match him in competence, hence the family business was handed over to Shen Huili at an early stage while the elderly couple focused solely on pampering him, the youngest son. Most times, when their parents lacked the heart to punish him, Shen Huili would step in as an enforcer, either penalizing or physically beating him. This behavior has created a conditioned response within Shen Jinian. Every time he saw Shen Huili's serious face, his mind started racing anxiously. Suddenly, Gu Yan leaned forward and poured 2 cups of water, one for Shen Huili and one for Shen Jinian. This simple act broke the low-pressure atmosphere in the room, providing both brothers a gentle nudge to start speaking. "Mr. Shen," Gu Yan continued, "I am responsible for this matter too. You can ask me anything else you'd like to know." Seeing him defend Shen Jinian so strongly, Shen Huaili felt relieved inwardly, and his gaze slowly shifted to Gu Yan's face but didn't speak immediately. He paused deliberately for 3 minutes, silently tormenting the mental fortitude of the two individuals. When Shen Jinian couldn't help sneaking glances at Gu Yan, restlessly shifting between sitting and collapsing due to discomfort, Shen Huaili realized the moment had arrived. Afraid of frightening the baby, he gently placed the child beside him before furrowing his brows, lowering his voice with icy sternness. "Are you two crazy? How dare you attempt to cover each other's backs in the wake of such a huge incident, intending to deceive me entirely? If I hadn't forgotten my USB drive and intentionally come back, you two might have truly tricked me into missing this rare father-son affectionate scene. Moreover, you actually fooled me into believing our house was haunted. That was truly excessive on your part, Shen Jinian. Though indeed, there is a ghost, not inside the house, but inside your mind. What you two have conjured is far more terrifying than any ghost." Shen Huaili grew angrier as he spoke, nearly losing his breath and feeling short of air. He hastily picked up the water that Gu Yan had poured for him, taking a couple of gulps to regain some composure. After a deep breath, he questioned harshly, "What do you two plan on doing about the child's situation?" Shen Jinian sneakily glanced at Gu Yan. Gu Yan was also at a loss and unable to express himself clearly on this issue. Such major decisions were always made by Shen Jinian, but whatever he said would surely anger the other party. It seemed like Shen Jinian was caught off guard as well, showing obvious dissatisfaction with Shen Huaili's aggressive tactics right from the start. Neither of them replied. After waiting a while, Shen Huaili directly addressed Shen Jinian, "How do you plan to handle it?" Shen Jinian scratched his head nervously, avoiding Shen Huaili's gaze. "How would I know? The initial plan was to find the Omega father of the child to get married, but when suspicions pointed to Gu Yan as the child's father, Shen Jinian began hesitating again." Shen Huaili then turned to ask Gu Yan, "Do you have any ideas?" The man stayed silent without responding. However, after only a few hours of interacting with Gu Yan, Shen Huaili could already tell that he wasn't a timid or indecisive person. Their conversation had been smooth and articulate, nothing like his current hesitant behavior. Shen Huaili reassured him, "You don't need to fear Shen Jinian. Right now, I'm just listening to your opinions, not necessarily adopting them." Gu Yan sought confirmation in Shen Jinian's eyes. Upon receiving an indifferent response, he cleared his throat seriously and answered, "If Jinian agrees, I plan to get married." Shen Huaili was greatly surprised. After regaining his senses, he confidently concluded, "So you two are currently in a dating phase." Shen Jinian jumped in before Gu Yan could reply, shouting, "Don't talk nonsense, Shen Huaili. This is defamation. Shen Huaili, if you're not dating, why are you living together?" He couldn't believe Shen Jinian would casually share a roof with someone else. Even if he wanted to stay over for one night, they'd still have to consider family bonds. Shen Jinian racked his brain and came up with a term to salvage his dignity. "We're in an evaluation period." Gu Yan suddenly froze. An overwhelming tension filled him as he looked incredulously at Shen Jinian. He thought he was merely pursuing Shen Jinian unilaterally, and that their relationship was akin to a friendly one. But Shen Jinian said, they were in an evaluation period. Did that mean he would soon have the chance to be fully accepted? Chapter 75, Tomatoes Premiere. This realization made Gu Yan feel overwhelmed with joy. He sat beside Shen Jinian, not daring to expose too much of his emotions. While getting up to pour water for Shen Huaili, he managed to conceal the excitement in his eyes. Shen Huaili completely ignored his younger brother's behavior, so awkward that he wished he could bury his head under the floor. Holding onto Shen Jinian's train of thought, he relentlessly pursued the matter. "So, did you find out anything?" Shen Jinian had already shamelessly confessed about the dating evaluation process, but Shen Huaili showed no mercy, pointing out his embarrassment right in front of Gu Yan. "In just 3 days, what can I possibly uncover? Even a kitten would take time to become familiar." Shen Jinian got up to carry the child, pretending to be busy as a way to downplay his presence, a behavior not unlike a student pretending to pick up a pen during a teacher's questioning. However, Shen Jinian had miscalculated. In student days, there were 40 people in the class. Now, there were only 4 people in the house. Everyone's attention was fixed on him. Shen Huaili tilted his head and directly confronted Shen Jinian's lowered gaze with caution. "How long do you need for the evaluation? Isn't this kind of thing all about intuition?" Shen Jinian used his index finger to hook the baby's little hand, "Maybe 3 to 5 days, or perhaps 3 to 5 years. Shen Huaili. Are you not fooling me? Do I look like someone who goes back on their word?" Shen Jinian shot him a glare. "I said it's an evaluation period. If Gu Yan passes the evaluation, I will certainly propose marriage. No other words needed." He was very confident in his integrity. Anything Shen Jinian had ever said, he was sure to achieve without exception. Shen Huaili unusually refrained from snapping back. He had assumed that Shen Jinian would merely idly hang around every day with Chen Han, eating, drinking, and playing. Never did he expect Shen Jinian to have such human emotions. The man sat upright, and the tension on his face visibly relaxed, making his gaze towards both of them more amicable. "Since it has been agreed upon, follow your plans. Anyway, you two must get married before the child starts school. There are still 2.5 years left. Shen Jinian is in no rush at all. But, I have one final question. Shenhuili suddenly looked guiltily at Gu Yan, evidently concerned about his feelings, so he deliberately softened his tone. Gu Yan's DNA test hasn't been done yet. What if the child's father turns out to be someone else? A single question left both men silent. Shenjinian already knew how great the impact and harm the absence of pheromones could have on a baby before the age of 1, so Shenhuili's question was indeed something that required his consideration. All previous discussions among the three of them were based on Gu Yan being the father of the child. Though various signs indicated the possibility that the man beside him might be the baby's father, without real DNA evidence, it was bound to leave unease in anyone's heart. Shenjinian quietly leaned closer to Gu Yan and asked, "Didn't you already do the DNA test? Haven't the results come out yet?" Suddenly, Gu Yan's expression became uneasy. After a moment, he gathered himself after a brief flash of panic. Finally, he summarized with 2 words, "Not yet." Shenhuili then detected a hint of abnormality. He transferred the question to Gu Yan again, "How did you just tell me that you hadn't done the DNA test? DNA matters were significant, and a person definitely wouldn't forget such things." Was Gu Yan lying to him? Gu Yan immediately met Shenhuili's accusation politely. "I originally intended to inform you once the results came out." For a while, Shenhuili remained silent, quietly staring at Shenjinian's amber pupils. Shenjinian failed to detect the sparks of war silently igniting between the two men as they exchanged glances. He seriously counted with his fingers. Based on the longest possible testing duration, the results should be available in no more than 3 days. Shenhuili had plenty of company affairs to handle and was set to return home early tomorrow morning. Clearly, he couldn't wait until the result was released. But, he didn't need that result anyway. Shenhuili casually leaned back against the sofa. "Since you two have made a plan, I can rest assured. However, I still have one thing to say." Shenhuili's gaze softened and deeply stared at Shenjinian, earnestly reminding him, "The child doesn't need to become your burden and shackle. If you truly don't develop any affection, my capital as your elder brother is sufficient to raise the child into adulthood. Gu Yan counts too. After the child reaches 1 year old, the dependence on parental pheromones weakens. He could adopt the child when it reached 1 year old." Shenjinian wasn't confined to just one path. A sudden wave of warmth surged in Shenjinian's heart. He opened his mouth to have a heartfelt talk with his brother, but the sentimental words stuck in his throat and refused to come out. Not until Shenhuili's phone rang did it interrupt Shenjinian's thoughts. The assistant sent a voice message reminding him that there were only 2 hours left before the flight took off. Their time was running out. Shenhuili had just finished sharing his thoughts with the two of them. He then reached for the child from Shenjinian's arms, lovingly hugging the baby and rubbing its soft little cheeks. He finally kissed the baby's forehead. "Uncle will visit you next time." The baby hugged his neck and gave an active kiss, waving goodbye to Uncle, Nu. Shenjinian took the child and escorted Shenhuili to the door. When he wanted to go downstairs, he realized the wind had picked up outside, so it wasn't convenient for him to take the baby out anymore. Thus, he asked Gu Yan to see the guest off. As soon as the elevator door closed, Shenhuili's smile disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. "It was inconvenient to bring this up in front of Shenjinian earlier, but there's actually one more thing I'd like to hear your opinion on." The atmosphere in the elevator grew heavy. Gu Yan was slightly surprised but still maintained his calm composure. "Mr. Shen, please feel free to speak. Your plan to get married, is it for the sake of the child or for my younger brother?" Gu Yan suddenly sighed in relief. He thought Shenhuili was going to ask about the DNA issue, but instead it turned out to be such a simple question. Unable to hold back a light laugh, a blazing gaze filled with burning affection flickered in his eyes. "Whether you believe it or not, the child is not even 1/10 as important to me as Jinian." Shenhuili had seen eyes dominated by emotion but was still inevitably shocked for a moment. Satisfied, he patted the man on the shoulder and decided to secretly share a piece of information with Gu Yan. He said, "My younger brother may not have much to say, but Shenjinian would never compromise himself, let alone suppress his feelings for the sake of the child. If he agrees to accept you, fundamentally speaking, it's because he wants to accept you. The child has only played a minimal role in influencing this decision. So if you truly like Shenjinian, remember to treasure his deeply restrained feelings." Gu Yan smiled and assured Shenhuili, "I know." Chapter 76, The Good Show. Gu Yan had long known that Shenjinian would never make himself miserable. Previously, when they discussed the idea of marrying the Omega mother of their child to give him a complete family, it turned out that the child's other father was an alpha, and there was even a great possibility that it could be him in the future. Shenjinian quickly withdrew a message. However, their relationship had visibly eased now, even though it hadn't reached the point of openly expressing deep feelings. He was satisfied with the current state. Gu Yan stood downstairs and watched Shenhuili leave. As he turned around, a stroke of inspiration prompted him to look upstairs. At that exact moment, his eyes met with Shenjinian, who was gazing from the balcony. The other party clearly trembled all over, then quickly left with the child. Gu Yan couldn't help but smirk at him teasingly. When he returned upstairs, Shenjinian was clearly exhausted to the point of fainting. The child was carelessly left on the carpet, while he sprawled beside it. Gu Yan bent down and picked up the child, then went to the snack cabinet in the nursery to fetch a teething stick for the baby. After returning, he sat cross-legged next to Shenjinian and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Shen Jinian mechanically shook his head. Today he had been shocked by his older brother, which had ruined his appetite, his heart still pounding heavily, making it impossible for him to think about food. Seeing Shen Jinian's lackluster state, Gu Yan immediately suggested some tempting dishes. Do you feel like eating Sichuan-style chicken or tomato sauce cod? As concrete descriptions reached his ears, Shen Jinian's stomach processed the information before his brain did. Suddenly, he felt an urgent need to eat because of how empty his stomach had become. With a sudden move, Shen Jinian leapt up. Seated on the carpet, he stretched out his arms toward the baby. The little one, holding the teething stick in one hand and gripping Shen Jinian's finger with the other, prepared to dive into his father's arms with a playful bear hug, only to lose his balance completely and pitch forward. Just as he was about to fall flat on the ground, Shen Jinian and Gu Yan both reacted swiftly. Without hesitation, their hearts skipped a beat simultaneously, and they both extended their arms, leaning towards each other to catch the wobbling baby. Unexpectedly, the quick-thinking child let go of the teething stick, grabbing onto Shen Jinian's clothes, successfully stabilizing himself. The two adults had overreacted and lost their balance. Not only did they manage to grab the baby, but in the confusion, they inadvertently embraced each other too. Their hearts were unsettled, their breathing interwoven and warm as their lips accidentally pressed together perfectly, forming an unexpected intimate moment. Stunned, Shen Jinian remained frozen. All he felt was a wet sensation on his mouth, followed by a tickling feeling like a feather brushing against his skin. The scent of cedar around them became several times stronger, wrapping around him nakedly with obvious sexual innuendo. This subtle probe instantly jolted Shen Jinian back to reality. Realizing the source of the wet heat on his lips, he straightened his body quickly, instinctively jumping a meter away. He held the child in one arm while covering his mouth with the other. Staring at Gu Yan across from him, who had yet to withdraw his hand, his cheeks turned red and his chest heaved violently. A kiss is a kiss, it was unintentional. But why, did he suck on his lower lip? Not only that, but he also grazed it with his tongue. Gu Yan hastily pulled back his hand and explained upon seeing the glittering tears building in Shen Jinian's eyes, sorry, I was just trying to pick up the baby, it wasn't intentional. If it wasn't intentional, how could there have been 3 small movements in a second? Now, Shen Jinian wasn't thinking about whether it was intentional or not. Pushing aside the physiological tears brought on by his panic, he struggled to stand up with the baby in his arms. Gu Yan anxiously spoke faster, I really was just trying to pick up the baby, are you mad? Shen Jinian's gaze wandered as his heart raced, even afraid to look directly at the other. It doesn't matter, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, you should cook first, the baby and I are already hungry. Without giving Gu Yan a chance to say anything, he retreated straight back into the bedroom with the baby to calm down. 3 minutes later, a head cautiously poked out, stealthily glancing at Gu Yan in the kitchen, sneaking his phone from the sofa. Sure enough, Shen Haughtily had sent a message. Brother, in my hurry to leave, I forgot to ask you, what's the child's name? I'll find a craftsman back home to make a longevity lock. Shen Jinian, we haven't decided yet, have you boarded the plane? There was no reply. Shen Jinian glanced at the time, estimating that Shen Haughtily should be either at the airport about to board or already on the plane. He decided to ignore his phone and rubbed his still burning cheeks and lips. His mind replayed every moment of Gu Yan's unexpected kiss from moments before. Even though it wasn't the first time he'd been kissed. It was the first time while fully conscious. He's an alpha. How can an alpha kiss another alpha? So strange. Since making up with Gu Yan, everything in his world had become so strange. Shen Jinian buried his head into the baby's shoulder and let out muffled shrieks of madness and whispers of embarrassment, completely befuddled. Holding his child, with his messy hair sticking out all over, he asked quietly, your fathers, how did they get along? The baby blinked in confusion, huh? Shen Jinian knew he wouldn't understand but still allowed himself to spill out all the questions gnawing at him, is Gu Yan your father? The baby gripped tightly at its little hands, unable to respond. Then, how did we? Shen Jinian covered his flat abdomen shyly, come about. Was it his? Or Gu Yan's? Or perhaps some high-tech solution in the parallel world for 2 alphas to conceive together? Shen Jinian couldn't imagine doing anything intimate like that with Gu Yan, yet somehow having a child seemed too crazy to fathom. Unable to stop, Shen Jinian flipped through some fan fiction about them written by a former classmate, where there were elaborate depictions of many peculiar scenarios involving him and Gu Yan. Some were even detailed enough to cover 3 pregnancies due to Gu Yan's intensity. Shen Jinian just reading the table of contents made his face flush and his abdomen burn. He quickly bookmarked the document, planning to revisit it later in the night. Just as he returned to the main page, Gu Yan walked in calling him for dinner, much to Shen Jinian's relief. If he hadn't quit earlier, Gu Yan might have caught him secretly browsing those despised fan fictions, surely sending his pride spiraling upward. Shen Jinian meticulously closed the screen and casually tossed the phone onto the bed before following Gu Yan to eat. Moments after their departure, the quiet room erupted in continuous vibrating noises, lasting over 10 minutes before stopping. Shen Haughtily set down his phone and took a handful of various colored pills, stacked like a small mountain in his palm. He swallowed them all with ease. Did the mood swing again today? Lu Siming asked from behind, seemingly unconcerned until stepping out of the bathroom. Shen Haughtily startled momentarily, not too bad, just wanted to stabilize. As long as it doesn't interfere, Lu Siming grinned mischievously. His words barely faded when Lu Siming snatched the cup from Shenhuai's hand, replacing it with a fluffy white rabbit tail, freshly connected via Bluetooth, faintly glowing in soft blue. A rigid expression crossed Shenhuai's face, who then looked at Lu Siming with a pleading negotiation. I have a meeting tonight. Lu Siming, freshly showered, sat down next to him, his exposed upper body releasing an overwhelming masculine aura, challenging, does it conflict? Before Shenhuai could reply, Lu Siming added, webcams only capture the upper body, right? He continued smoothly, but don't worry, my camera will fill in what they won't see. Chapter 77, the show begins. Shenhuai's legs were tightly tied to the two table legs on either side in the hotel room with a wine-red satin ribbon, unable to move even an inch. The recording equipment was under the table. Shenhuai forcefully pulled at his shirt fabric in an attempt to cover himself. The next second, Lu Siming's belt fiercely struck his wrist, leaving an instant red mark on his tender white skin. With a hoarse voice and a chuckle, it's not the first time, why are you covering yourself? Shenhuai anxiously glanced at the flashing red dot under the table, feeling uncomfortable. I don't want to record videos today. What's wrong? Leaning against the table with his arms crossed, Lu Siming tilted his body, looking down on Shenhuai. I won't film your face, and I have handed over all video USB drives for you to keep. Are you still not reassured, brother Huai? Shenhuai made up an excuse casually. I had a meeting today, it's not appropriate to record it. Then I will turn off the audio recording, okay? Lu Siming took a step back. Shenhuai clearly didn't look too approving of this. Lu Siming's patience soon ran out. Even the deliberately soothing tone towards him had lost some warmth as he asked coldly, Mr. Shen, initially when your condition flared up, you voluntarily proposed maintaining this clandestine relationship with me, one that cannot be revealed. Now that your health has stabilized, you make excuses left and right. Is it because you're tired of it and no longer wish to continue with me? I am still very grateful that you risked everything to save me from peril back then, and thank you for accompanying me through various hospitals during my long recovery from injuries. Although Shenhuai had a serious expression, his voice remained gentle. Today, I just don't want to continue making these videos anymore. But I do. Lu Siming wouldn't budge, leaning close to Shenhuai's ear, using his warm breath to trace the sensitive skin of his earlobe. I enjoy reminiscing about those vivid moments with you, don't you feel the same? Shenhuai felt a headache coming on. When they first met, Shenhuai went to negotiate cooperation and was maliciously kidnapped by a competitor who injected him with a gland stimulant. He was stripped naked and sold into a dark market auction. If he hadn't encountered Lu Siming, who worked as a thug there, Shenhuai would have been utterly disgraced. Lu Siming told him that the stimulant was an underground modified animal drug that only circulated in black markets, and it would take at least a week to fully metabolize out of his system. That drug had thoroughly integrated into his glands, surgery couldn't remove it. With no other choice, he invited Lu Siming to stay with him for a week, and then he saved Lu Siming from his dark path, exceptionally promoting him into his company. They clicked quite well in many aspects. Under prolonged stress, Shenhuai enjoyed the intense pleasure they shared, even alleviating some psychological ailments that couldn't be cured by therapists. He liked this feeling of being normal, so he actively proposed keeping their secret relationship. Lu Siming agreed, with the only condition being that he wanted to record videos. All recorded videos would be handed over to Shenhuai for safekeeping, locked in a safe. The recording equipment would be destroyed on the spot, posing no threat to him. And Lu Siming indeed did just that. Shenhuai agreed. Since he agreed, that was that. The meeting would start in 1 minute. Shenhuai sat straight in front of the computer and used the mineral water beside him to cool his face, hoping to prevent his pink cheeks from giving anyone improper ideas. But he hadn't expected that just as he prepared, Lu Siming would maliciously turn on the Bluetooth switch. His painstakingly adjusted state was immediately disrupted. Shenhuai suddenly gripped his hand, his back softened. Lu. At this moment, the timed meeting room cameras turned on automatically, capturing every sign of his impatience within the frame. Several employees who participated in the meeting immediately noticed something unusual and asked concernedly, Mr. Shen, you don't look well. Are you sick? The temperature difference is significant. I'm running a slight fever, Shenhuai said while struggling not to cross his legs despite the bindings, embarrassedly smiled. Thank you for your concern. Let's begin our formal discussion. As soon as his words faded, the employees from the project group quickly flipped open their notebooks. Lu Siming, sitting across from Shenhuai, leaned his chin on his hand and gave him an evil smile, lightly tapping the screen with his fingers. The man who was about to speak suddenly slumped onto the table, breathing heavily. After 3 minutes of recovery, Shenhuai's face was even redder. Lu Siming feigned concern, suggesting that Shenhuai should rest if his body wasn't feeling well, and the employees also joined in following Lu Siming's words, urging Shenhuai to prioritize his health. Though others didn't know the truth, Shenhuai did. He covered the camera, his glare at Lu Siming lacking any intimidation, and after gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, he began the meeting while enduring discomfort. There had been 2 previous warnings already. This time Shenhuai was especially on guard against Lu Siming. A meeting that could have concluded in an hour was forcibly extended to 2.5 hours. After turning off the computer, Shenhuai looked as if he had just emerged from the water, his shirt was completely drenched. He panted heavily, his face flushed with a red tinge, and his eyes, brimming with passion, gazed mistily at Lu Siming. The USB drive was removed. As usual, the camera was destroyed. The man stood up, cupped Shenhuili's cheeks, and kissed his forehead gently. "You've worked hard, baby. I'll take you to shower." Shenhuili was utterly exhausted, letting Lu Siming untie his restraints before carrying him straight to the bathroom. The bathtub in the hotel suite was large enough to fit 2 people. 2 hours spent bathing. 3 showers in one evening. Lu Siming and Shenhuili didn't go to sleep until 3 a.m., the man was completely drained and lay obediently in Lu Siming's arms. A single dim reading lamp lit the bedside area. Leaning against the headboard, Lu Siming scratched Shenhuili's hair while furrowing his brows, reflecting, "If I'm not mistaken, isn't your younger brother an alpha?" At the mention of Shenjinian, Shenhuili stifled a groan despite being deeply tired. "His partner is most likely also an alpha." Lu Siming muttered softly to himself. Shenhuili suddenly opened his eyes, cautious, asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Siming lowered his eyelashes, inspecting the handsome man beside him. "I was just surprised that 2 alphas could conceive a child." His gaze flickered darkly, filled with some amusement that Shenhuili found difficult to discern. Shenhuili stared straight at him. Afraid of being discovered, Lu Siming laughed suddenly and drew back under the covers, hugging the man in his arms and resting his hand on the other's abdomen. "I was just thinking about them having a child, can we have one too?" Shenhuili shivered at the warmth of the hot palm placed on him. He immediately shook his head in denial, concealing the truth from Lu Siming. "The source of the child is unknown, it's not my younger brother's biological child." "Lu Siming, are you sure?" Shenhuili, "Absolutely, have I ever lied to you?" Lu Siming fell silent all of a sudden, carefully reviewing everything he could think of. Shenjinian's home was very clean, without any items or photos of a child, and it seemed empty, unlike a house with a child. Perhaps it really wasn't his own child. He suddenly felt somewhat disappointed. Chapter 78 Rose. The aunt who had been taking care of the newborn suddenly returned from her leave. Her unexpected appearance startled Gu Yan and Shenjinian, who had just woken up. The nanny was even more surprised, she didn't even notice that the bag in her hand had fallen to the floor with a thud. With wide eyes, she covered her mouth. "You two, have reconciled?" Shenjinian was brushing his teeth and couldn't speak with all the white foam in his mouth, so he handed the task of explanation over to Gu Yan by holding onto his toothbrush. Gu Yan, holding the baby who was drinking milk from a bottle, smiled as he conveyed Shenjinian's message to the aunt, still in the probation period. "Does that mean my return now might be, not well timed?" The young couple had just begun to mend their relationship, so perhaps this outsider showing up would interrupt their emotional exchanges. "No problem at all. We are actually going to be quite busy these days, so we will need your help in taking care of baby Bao." Gu Yan kindly reassured the nanny of her concerns. The nanny exclaimed and quickly removed her coat to take the baby from Gu Yan's arms. The child was noticeably fatter after a few days apart and felt heavy in her arms. "Then I'll look after him first. You two go wash up." Gu Yan passed the freshly bathed and fragrant baby over to the aunt. The two of them had indeed been quite busy recently. But it was only for a couple of days, and after that, they could enjoy a peaceful vacation. Shenjinian left the house after finishing breakfast. Gu Yan was worried about the possibility of running into the same paparazzi situation again which would distress him, so he delayed leaving for 20 minutes before heading to the bus stop. Both of them arrived at school one after another. Unexpectedly, when they met head-on, Shenjinian pretended not to know him and didn't even give him a glance before walking past Gu Yan. Chen Han was waiting for him in the classroom early. Today, the young man had a neat haircut, trimmed eyebrows, and changed into a carefully coordinated casual outfit. He looked full of youthful charm, instantly making him appear much handsomer. Shenjinian was more surprised than seeing an alien. Staring blankly, he sat beside Chen Han and sincerely remarked, "You look handsome." Chen Han leaned on his palm, showing his sole canine tooth with a mischievous grin. "Fallen for me already?" Shenjinian, ? Chen Han shook his head regretfully for him. "Before, you refused my proposal to marry me, now that I've found Zhuangzi, you can cry secretly under the covers tonight." Shenjinian, ? Had he gotten a new hairstyle, and also lost some brain cells? He seemed even more irritating than before. "Have you won over the boss?" It was rare for Shenjinian not to kick Chen Han, and he eagerly pursued more gossip. Chen Han did not say anything but proudly shifted a step aside to show off his new clothes, new earrings, and newly cut hair. Shenjinian tentatively guessed, "Did he buy them for you?" "He picked them out," Chen Han chuckled. "We went shopping last night, and he also recommended the haircut style. It's really good." Shopping. Progress was pretty fast. Even if just considered ordinary friends, meeting each other and going shopping within 2 or 3 days was already impressive. "Congratulations to you. Congratulate me again when I succeed. I'm afraid I may ruin everything due to excessive happiness." Thinking about Zhuangzi's face made Chen Han smile foolishly and wish time would speed up so that the next 2 classes would end triple speed. "I have to go to the flower shop this afternoon, so I won't be able to accompany you." Chen Han spoke frankly. "It's Qixi festival today, and the store is bound to get overwhelmed with orders, so I'll go help out in the afternoon." "Qixi festival? Shen Jinian rarely checked the calendar, but he hadn't expected it was already Qixi festival. This piqued his curiosity regarding Zhuangzi. I have no class in the afternoon. Let me accompany you. Chen Han hesitated for a moment. Seeing Chen Han remain silent for a long while, Shen Jinian guessed the gist of his worries. Unable to resist sarcastically commenting, are you worried that I'll steal your lover away? It's impossible. Zhuangzi likes domineering and powerful men, not coddled rich second-generation men. A gentleman like Shen Jinian needed to be nurtured attentively. Moreover, Zhuangzi himself was like a delicate rose. They were somewhat unsuitable for each other in certain aspects. Hugely mismatched. I see. Shen Jinian sighed, so it looks like you don't have a chance either. Zhuangzi liked strong tycoons, not naive younger boys like you. There is. Chen Han covered Shen Jinian's mouth, I won't allow you to say such things. Take it back. Shen Jinian voluntarily took over Chen Han's job, covering his own mouth silently to apologize. Fortunately, Chen Han wasn't mad and remained immersed in the joy of love, repeatedly reminiscing about his chats with Zhuangzi. In the span of 4 hours, a person's photo was scrolled through 98 times, contributing hundreds of clicks to the video account. Screenshots of Zhuangzi from every single scene were taken and saved in his personal album. It was becoming somewhat obsessive. Shen Jinian constantly reminded Chen Han not to be too perverted. After lunch, they went together to the flower shop to help Zhuangzi wrap bouquets and attend to customers. Shen Jinian had never seen such a gentle and beautiful Omega before, and he felt a little uneasy at first. But Zhuangzi warmly grabbed his hand as if discovering new land. I think I've seen you. Chen Han scratched his head, did I show you my pictures? No, it didn't seem so. Not that, Zhuangzi quickly denied, thinking for a long moment before remembering, I've seen your baby. Such a pretty little one. The opening day's handsome man carrying a baby made a deep impression on him. The baby resembled a friend of Chen Han's. Though the child looked like a handsome man, this so-called handsome man called the baby brother, making their generational relationship confusingly odd. As soon as Chen Han realized Zhuangzi was stepping on a minefield, he quickly stepped forward, grabbing his wrist to interrupt and change the subject. Now that we've met, let's get to work quickly. The Omega also noticed the other person's reminder and immediately pulled back, giving Shen Jinian a polite and appropriate smile. Thank you both for coming to help me, let's have dinner later tonight. When the voice fell, cheers erupted from the employees throughout the flower shop. They showed no restraint in their affection for their boss, hugging and kissing him repeatedly, praising Zhuangzi as the best boss ever. This jealousy made Chen Han grit his teeth. Shen Jinian hadn't expected Zhuangzi's memory to be so sharp but worried he might bring up the topic about the child again. During the afternoon of helping out, Shen Jinian remained cautious and left as soon as he finished selling a few bouquets. However, Zhuangzi stopped him and gave him a carefully wrapped red rose as a thank you gift. Happy Qixi festival, Jinian. Shen Jinian graciously accepted the owner's gift, smiled at Zhuangzi and Chen Han behind him, same to you. After a brief farewell, Shen Jinian took a taxi back to school. Once there, he realized he had no classes today, but had just instinctively gone to the usual place waiting for Gu Yan to come home together. He wasted $30 for nothing. Although Shen Jinian regretted the loss of money, since he was already there, he decided to simply wait for Gu Yan's class to end and feed the cat in the meantime. After calming down, he hurried along the deserted side road where few people usually tread. Gu Yan arrived earlier than him. Not only Gu Yan. The Omega shyly handed over the roses and chocolates in her arms to Gu Yan, then smiled tenderly at Gu Yan before hastily running away. Too nervous while leaving, she accidentally bumped into Shen Jinian's shoulder and quickly apologized before disappearing instantly. A brief but strong gust of snow pine-scented wind swept past Shen Jinian's nose as the Omega walked by. For a moment, only the two of them remained in that spot. Gu Yan hadn't snapped out of it yet, still holding the big bouquet of roses tightly. Shen Jinian suddenly thought the small rose he'd been hiding in his bag to give away was absolutely disgusting. Chapter 79, Admitting the Mistake. Gu Yanren was also confused. He had simply come downstairs at the usual time to wait for Shen Jinian, but unexpectedly, an unfamiliar Omega suddenly darted out from behind him, said nothing, and forcibly shoved a bouquet of flowers and a box of exquisitely wrapped chocolates into his arms. By the time he realized what happened, the Omega had already left, and the person standing in front of him was Shen Jinian, whose face was filled with dark clouds. I can explain. Gu Yan's expression also revealed rare anxiety and helplessness as he cautiously and softly asked him, will you believe me? Shen Jinian remained stationary where he was, without moving an inch. The look in his eyes aimed at Gu Yan was filled with mockery, yet not a word was spoken. I really can explain, Jinian. Gu Yan hastily stepped forward to pursue Shen Jinian, like a large dog crazily wagging its tail apologizing to its master after making a mistake. That student earlier appeared suddenly. It might even be that they delivered it to the wrong person. Shen Jinian was unmoved. He casually raised his hand to extract a pink envelope, about the size of a palm, hidden among the flowers. It smelled fragrant, carrying a strong scent of cedar. Very strong, it was the smell of perfume. Almost identical to Gu Yan's pheromone scent. Seeing that Gu Yan didn't have free hands to open the envelope, Shen Jinian helped him with it. Inside was a hard card paper, one side resembling letterhead, and the other side printed with a photo. The location was the school library. The photo was taken from a side angle above, using the library's surveillance equipment. An omega had fallen, helplessly leaning against a bookshelf sitting on the floor, pitifully holding their knee that had been cut open by a steel plate, revealing bloody flesh. Squatting opposite the omega, carefully examining the wound and making a call to the school doctor, was none other than Guyen. The atmosphere and lighting in this photo were perfect, giving off a sense of youthful trembling emotion reminiscent of campus literature. Shenjinian. Guyen. I did indeed offer some help before, but it was only making a phone call. Not only did he help once, but he also helped many people, never intending to incur any romantic debt. Shenjinian gave him a disdainful glance and turned the postcard over to reveal the side densely covered with elegant small regular script. There were many words, but Shenjinian did not read them. In a very respectful way towards privacy, he helped hand the postcard to Guyen. It's your love letter. Guyen could only put down the flowers in his arms first, collect the love letter from Shenjinian's hands, fold it neatly, and return it to its original place. He forcefully grabbed Shenjinian's wrist, pulling him into a blind spot unobservable by surveillance cameras, compellingly confining the other person within a half-meter distance from himself. Shenjinian didn't want to be too close to Guyen, always feeling that he could smell an inexplicable pheromone coming from the omega. He struggled to avoid him. Don't touch me. If I've decided to pursue you, then I certainly won't have any unclear relations with others. This picture was taken 2 years ago. Other than this, I have no further interaction with the classmate in the picture. Guyen seriously assured him, and then softened his tone to coax him, baby Bao, please don't let your imagination run wild, alright? Shenjinian was only busy being angry and failed to notice Guyen's inappropriate wording. Then why don't you just throw away the flowers? Not only did he not throw them away, but he cherished them and held them tightly in his arms. Even after he saw Shenjinian's expression change, he still wouldn't discard them. Guyen explained gently to him, if I must throw them away, it should be done outside. Throwing them in the school would be too conspicuous. That omega was walking with such a big bouquet of roses, surely, along the way, there would have been many who glanced at her curiously. If he discarded the flowers directly in the school trash bin, it would definitely be snapped up by someone looking for gossip as entertainment at meal times. Innocent omegas would inevitably be made laughingstocks. Shenjinian understood Guyen, but he still had his reasons to be upset, and if you carry those roses outside, everyone will see you accept his declaration of love. No matter how clear they knew the truth, what would it change? Guyen stepping forward again to clarify would humiliate that unknown classmate, and might even inadvertently implicate him. Leaving the flowers was not an option, neither was throwing them away. Sorry. After pondering for a moment, Guyen admitted that Shenjinian's perspective and suggestion were more comprehensive. You're right, it was thoughtless of me. Guyen voluntarily bowed his head to admit his fault. Shenjinian calmed down as well, arrogantly crossing his arms and letting out a cold snort. Who cares about you? Do whatever you want. Anyway, he hadn't agreed to Guyen becoming the father of his children yet. All of Guyen's decisions had nothing to do with him. Shenjinian turned around to leave, leaving Guyen alone to clean up his own mess. But unexpectedly, the man's hand moved faster than his, tightly gripping his wrist and restricting his movement. Just as Shenjinian was about to curse, Guyen looked pitifully at him with bright little puppy eyes, full of conflicted pleading, making even Shenjinian, who had just been angry with him, suddenly unable to scold. Guyen said dejectedly, can you help me? Shenjinian. Though Guyen asking for his help greatly satisfied his ego, seeing him act so cute made him want to kick him away. Why should I help you? Shenjinian coldly broke free from Guyen's hand that was circling around him. You hesitated and didn't call him back in time, it has nothing to do with me. Guyen seemed to realize it was his own fault. He couldn't really demand Shenjinian's help. Guyen found this matter a bit of a headache, pondering without knowing what to do, so he squatted in the corner and continued thinking hard. Shenjinian glanced once and left. However, in reality, he waited at the school gate for half an hour until the students gradually left their classrooms after the last class, and he really began to get worried. What a fool, Guyen. It would have been fine to dig a hole, dismantle the flowers, and bury them in the soil. He wasted over half an hour without coming up with a solution. Feeling frustrated with Guyen's incompetence, Shenjinian angrily returned to that secluded small corner. The man had actually dismantled the bouquet. As if seeing a dull student finally write down the first solution, Shenjinian felt a sense of relief deep inside. How did you solve it? Guyen was startled by the sudden voice behind him. Not expecting Shenjinian to come back, his serious expression immediately turned into surprise and joy. He said, can I borrow your bag? He had already taken out all the roses, a total of 33 blooms. The number wasn't large, but due to the size of the flowers, it was inconvenient to carry. He could stash some in his own bag, but he had no idea what to do with the other half. Fortunately, Shenjinian also carried a backpack today. Shenjinian was too impatient to waste more time. Now that all the students had finished classes, it was dinner time again, and there were many people walking by. They could easily be spotted furtively hiding roses. You're such an idiot. He decisively unslung his bag and tossed it to Guyen. The moment Gu Yan received it, Shen Jinian suddenly remembered something in his bag and hastily called out to stop the man, "Wait." Unfortunately, words came slower than actions. Gu Yan had already opened the bag and caught sight of that beautifully wrapped red rose. Chapter 80, Surprise. Finished. What goes around comes around. Gu Yan had already reached out to take the rose, quietly sniffing the pheromones still lingering on it. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly laughed. "Did you buy this?" "Someone gave it to me," he quickly clarified. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of Gu Yan. Besides, someone else had indeed given it to him. Gu Yan was absolutely certain. "Did you go to the flower shop?" There was a faint trace of sandalwood fragrance on the bouquet, exactly the same as what he had smelled on the flower shop owner, which had left a deep impression on him at the time. Shen Jinian was momentarily stunned and forgot to maintain his usual pride. "How did you know again?" Gu Yan held the little flower with affection. "There are only 2 types of pheromones on it. If someone else gave it to you, there should be at least 3. Strawberry ice cream is easy to identify, and since he and Shen Jinian were highly compatible, even a slight smell could establish a precise connection. The sandalwood aroma took some effort to identify. Apart from that, there was no 3rd type of scent. It must have been tied up by the shop owner himself. After being confronted with undeniable evidence, Shen Jinian stuttered for a while before trying to defend himself. "The shop owner gave it to me. He definitely has good taste and aesthetics." Gu Yan smiled, carefully putting the flower back into his backpack. He roughly understood that Shen Jinian's character would not deliberately buy flowers for anyone, and also knew that the flower shop owner no longer offered free flowers via a QR code promotion. That flower was likely a gift from the owner, though the reason for the gift remained unclear. It certainly wasn't due to romantic intentions. Having consoled himself mentally, Gu Yan quickly tidied up the mess on the ground and left school one after the other with Shen Jinian. This time, no one noticed their movements. Shen Jinian arrived home first but didn't go upstairs. He waited at the gate for Gu Yan, tossing his bag to the man when he came. "Throw it away." "All right." Gu Yan acted swiftly, simply rewrapping the flower and placing it on top of the trash can. After much consideration, he gave the chocolate to a street cleaner. Gu Yan still took the small card home. After identifying the classmate's name, he asked the counselor to contact their counselor and directly transferred 2,000 yuan. Once he confirmed receipt of payment, Gu Yan burned the card to ashes. However, Shen Jinian still felt particularly bothered about the matter and didn't say a word to him when they got home, shutting himself in the bedroom with the child. The aunt was surprised that the relationship between the two had taken such a sharp turn within just a day. She asked Gu Yan incredulously, "Did you two argue?" "It's my fault," Gu Yan said apologetically. "What are you going to do?" "Keep it confidential." Gu Yan smiled, refusing to reveal his thoughts. The postpartum nurse, feeling restless inside, didn't dare to make any rash moves. After simply asking what they wanted for dinner, she turned and busied herself in the kitchen. Shen Jinian sulked in the bedroom for 2 hours. Gu Yan deliberately walked past and listened to the sounds inside, but there was complete silence. It wasn't until dinner was ready that Shen Jinian changed clothes and went out with the child. He purposely kept a serious expression, intending to give Gu Yan some distance, but after looking around, he found not a single trace of Gu Yan. Shen Jinian's expression became even more somber, coldly asking the aunt, "Have you seen Gu Yan?" The aunt held her apron, thinking carefully. "Mr. Gu seemed to leave just now." "Where did he go?" The aunt smiled helplessly. "We cannot ask about the employer's itinerary proactively." "All right, thank you." Shen Jinian immediately went to the balcony to look down and even checked nearby trash bins but found no sign of Gu Yan. "Fine. So this is how it is, huh? When I'm taking care of the kid in the room, you secretly sneak downstairs to hold on to your broken rose, right?" Shen Jinian couldn't think of another reason why Gu Yan would rush downstairs like that, and he got so angry that he instinctively snapped a bird of paradise flower from the balcony. Just as Shen Jinian was seething inside, the doorbell suddenly rang. Since Gu Yan knew the password, he wouldn't need to press the doorbell, so it could only be a visitor. Shen Jinian indicated for the aunt to open the door. The nurse wiped her hands on her apron and quickly opened the door. When she saw who was standing there, she exclaimed in surprise. Shen Jinian was curious. The postpartum nurse also turned to take a look. Unexpectedly, the man standing at the door was none other than Gu Yan, who had been first excluded from Shen Jinian's consideration. Gu Yan held in both hands an enormous pink gift box, wrapped with pink lace ribbon around its edges. From the way Gu Yan carried it, the box seemed to be quite heavy. Shen Jinian froze for a second, went blank for another, and then his ears turned completely red in a third second. Damn it. This fool Gu Yan actually prepared a Qixi festival gift for him. He feared that opening the box would reveal a full box of roses, a scene so embarrassing that he'd want to leave Earth and run away immediately. The aunt took the child from Shen Jinian's arms just in time, retreating 3 steps away, leaving the stage to the 2 main characters. The baby was also curious, pointing at Gu Yan and asking the aunt, "Pa, what are daddies up to with their flashy antics?" The aunt put a finger over her lips. "Sure, daddy has something important to do, let's be quiet." Woo. The baby immediately became obedient, puckering his little bottom and resting on the aunt's chest, attentively watching the father's. Shen Jinian was already feeling apprehensive. Yet the man relentlessly approached until he forced the box into Shinjinyan's arms. Gu Yan spoke gently, his voice low and warm. Happy Qixi festival. Shinjinyan's scalp tingled. You actually prepared a Qixi gift. I didn't have much time to prepare. It was Gu Yan's first time giving a gift, and he also felt a bit awkward. Do you like it when you open it? Shinjinyan, it's not roses, is it? If it was, he wouldn't really want to open it. Gu Yan clarified, not entirely. That slightly piqued Shinjinyan's interest. Gu Yan had some emotional intelligence after all, knowing that unexpected surprises could be far more touching than roses. Shinjinyan quickly undid all the ribbons and carefully lifted the lid of the gift box. A deep red immediately entered his sight. It was a box fully packed with eternal rose everlasting flowers. Although they were dried flowers, they were made with great care, the petals and leaves seemingly still retaining their vitality and freshness from their peak bloom period. Compared to the usual fresh roses, the everlasting flowers exuded a unique charm. However, what caught Shinjinyan's attention most was the sky blue velvet-lined small nest surrounded by the dried flowers. 3 fluffy little heads peeked out of the nest. Upon recognizing Shinjinyan's face, the little ones immediately opened their bright blue-black eyes wide, excitedly greeting him with wide-open mouths. Meow. Shinjinyan couldn't help but smile in excitement. Inside the gift box were kittens. Chapter 81, Kittens. It was the kittens, the very same ones he often fed. No wonder today, when he stayed at school with Gu Yan for quite a while, the little kittens were nowhere to be seen. It turned out that Gu Yan had already caught all of them, bathed them, and placed them in a soft, cozy nest. How did you bring them here? Shinjinyan's eyes twinkled with laughter, and when he was happy, a small dimple appeared on his cheek. He squatted down, carefully picking up the friendliest and gentlest one from the cardboard box, the little calico cat, and cradling it tenderly in his arms. With affection, he used his fingertips to gently scratch behind the kitten's neck. The little kitty purred as its eyes closed contentedly. The other 2 kittens, sensing they were being neglected, scrambled out of the box and ran in tiny steps until they reached Shinjinyan's feet. Clinging to his pants, they wobbled and clung onto Shinjinyan precariously. Gu Yan also knelt down, gently picking the 2 kittens off Shinjinyan's legs and said softly, haven't you always wanted to adopt them? The kittens are only 2 months old, having a warm and sheltered home is indeed better than living rough. Shinjinyan looked hesitant. After holding the kittens for a while, he reluctantly put the meowing little ones back into the box. It's just not very convenient to take care of them now. Gu Yan understood Shinjinyan's concern for the baby at home who needed feeding much like a newborn kitten, since it was his first time raising a child, so he was always cautious and careful about the baby. Worried about bacteria, viruses, or parasite eggs on cats affecting the baby. Gu Yan reassured him, don't worry, I've already taken them for checkups and deworming. The cats are healthy, the doctor said they won't affect the baby. Really? Gu Yan nodded firmly, really. Shinjinyan's mood suddenly lifted with excitement and ease. This was the second time he had received such a satisfying gift. The last time he was this happy was when Haughtily gave him a credit card with a monthly limit of 600,000. Shinjinyan couldn't help but pick up the little kittens again from the box he had just returned them to and cradle them back into his embrace. The intimacy between Shinjinyan and the 3 kittens far surpassed the adoration of their own son, who waited eagerly nearby, effortlessly surpassing even the favor Gu Yan struggled hard to win. The family rankings immediately updated with the arrival of the 3 kittens. Gu Yan fell from 3rd place to 6th. Steadily taking last place. The caregiver aunt worried that over time the baby might feel jealous, so she asked Shinjinyan and Gu Yan if they wanted to have dinner. Shinjinyan was still thrilled and unwilling to let go of the kittens in his arms. You eat first, I'll prepare the cat room. Gu Yan suddenly regretted letting Shinjinyan see the kittens so early, causing the person to focus entirely on the little kittens and lose interest in food. But within the house, Shinjinyan's words were as important as edicts from an emperor. If he wanted to be favored like an imperial concubine, he could only quickly follow the imperial will, I'll accompany you. Shinjinyan's affection for Gu Yan increased further, without rejecting the other's goodwill. Together, they detoured through various areas of the house, eventually making their way to the music room. Though named a music room, most items inside were actually cat supplies moved out from Gu Yan's bedroom. The solitary grand piano became the guest instead. The 2 roughly arranged the kitten's bed, the litter tray, locked the windows tightly, and hastily assembled the yet-to-be-unboxed cat tree. It was the first time the kittens realized that there were toys made especially for cats. With great joy, they darted out of their nests, hurriedly climbing up the cat tree and meowed toward Shinjinyan and Gu Yan, clearly enjoying the large new toy. Shinjinyan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, so cute. Shinjinyan's attention was on the kittens, but Gu Yan's gaze openly sketched the side profile of Shinjinyan with unspoken allure, and his tone softened into heartfelt admiration, very cute. Shinjinyan, unexpectedly hearing the compliment, raised his head, and his gaze naturally met Gu Yan's with a fierce connection. Gu Yan didn't flinch, unabashedly revealing his passionate desire in front of Shinjinyan. What are you looking at? Shinjinyan's heart started racing. Gu Yan's gaze was too raw, giving him a constant sensation of being marked by a fierce beast. Gu Yan burst into laughter and suddenly raised his hand to caress Shinjinyan's hair. The abrupt action made Shinjinyan freeze, tense enough in the extremely quiet room to hear his own heartbeat. The unexpected accidental kiss still vividly lingered in his mind. Could it be, this time, Gu Yan wants something more? Shen Jinian's mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but plan an escape route. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan suddenly pinched a strand of his hair and gently removed a pink fluffy ball. A toy for the kitten. It had accidentally stuck to the glue and thus clung to his hair. It wasn't meant as a kiss. Instead of feeling relieved, Shen Jinian felt inexplicable shame for misunderstanding Gu Yan's intentions. He even forgot to say thank you and hurriedly left the room. I'm going to have dinner. Gu Yan, slightly lagging behind, saw Shen Jinian's hurried back as he fled. Recalling the deafening heartbeat from earlier, he sighed silently to himself, still so cute. He deliberately waited a bit longer before sitting at the dining table after Shen Jinian had already started eating. I'll be leaving for a few days tomorrow. Gu Yan changed the subject to help ease Shen Jinian's mood. In an attempt to reclaim his cool composure, Shen Jinian intentionally suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask anything more, whatever. The housekeeper wanted to inquire what he was up to, but Gu Yan brushed it off saying there were some things he needed to do. The meal passed quickly. After finishing first, Shen Jinian took the child to see the cats and went to find Gu Yan just before bedtime. Nervous with anticipation over some hidden matter, he forgot to knock and directly opened Gu Yan's door. There sat the man on his bed, unmoving, staring blankly at a folded A4 paper. Upon realizing Shen Jinian was standing in the doorway, he subtly hid the paper behind his back. What are you looking at? Shen Jinian frowned as he asked. Without thinking, Gu Yan replied, just reviewing the vice-chairman's end-of-term schedule. Shen Jinian scrutinized Gu Yan, half believing him but also feeling that Gu Yan had been behaving properly lately and rarely lied. So, his half-trust turned into full belief. Before Shen Jinian could open his mouth to ask again, Gu Yan skillfully changed the topic. Why aren't you resting yet? Shen Jinian instantly remembered why he came, causing his gaze to start darting around nervously. He casually tossed the rose he had hidden behind his back onto Gu Yan's bed, avoiding eye contact while pretending to admire the night scenery outside the window. The baby is somewhat sensitive to the scent of roses, so this flower is for you. Gu Yan picked up the red rose in full bloom. His expression openly revealed astonishment, surprise, and immense joy. Smiling brightly, Gu Yan said to Shen Jinian, thank you, I really like it. Chapter 82, Getting Beaten. Shen Jinian didn't sleep well all night. He always felt that sending flowers to Gu Yan was a bit presumptuous, and it was the Qixi festival yesterday. He even sent roses. This obviously expressed his feelings for Gu Yan. Although neither of them had formally confessed, their sticky situation was as if they were already dating. He indeed had changed his view of Gu Yan during this period. But within just over a month, transitioning from an annoying rival to becoming a lover seemed too fast. His brain's fixed impression of Gu Yan couldn't keep up with his emotional changes in real life, which made Shen Jinian's heart filled with anxiety and resistance, leading to a particularly lack of security. Shen Jinian curled up in the blanket holding the child. Looking at the baby's little face, which blended both of their genes, fear arose in his heart but was also mingled with a 10,000th part of delight. Until the baby hugged his arm in his sleep, the soft little hand gripping his fingers, like a small cute and tender lump with powerful healing powers instantly drove away Shen Jinian's panic and uneasiness. Shen Jinian lowered his head, his lips lightly touched the baby's forehead, and then peacefully closed his eyes to fall asleep. With the comfort of the baby, Shen Jinian slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. After getting dressed, he left the room, where the dining table was already set with food, but there was no sign of Gu Yan. The aunt saw him looking around with a furrowed brow. Are you looking for Mr. Gu? Shen Jinian did not directly admit it but instead asked, when did he leave? Didn't he say what he was going to do? The aunt shook her head again. Mr. Gu probably left when it was still dark. I haven't seen him today. And naturally didn't know what Gu Yan intended to do. Shen Jinian replied with an oh, feeling disheartened and returned to the dining table, where lunch somehow tasted like chewing wax. After filling his stomach, he leisurely took a taxi to school, as usual heading to the classroom to meet Chen Han. Surprisingly, after searching 3 times, he didn't see anyone. Just as Shen Jinian was suspecting that Chen Han was sick and asked for leave, planning to send a message to care about him, a man sitting in the farthest corner wearing a large mask and baseball cap suddenly waved at him. Shen Jinian narrowed his eyes and identified the man through the unobstructed small part of the face under the hat brim. It was indeed the person he was looking for, Chen Han. What's the matter with you? Shen Jinian quickly sat down and curiously looked up and down at the well-wrapped man. Just yesterday, he was enthusiastically showing off the newly bought clothes and freshly cut hairstyle, but today, he was completely covered up, even hiding the face he was proud of. Chen Han slapped Shen Jinian's thigh and voluntarily took off the mask to show him. Chen Han's face was covered with various wounds, although no longer bleeding, the blood-soaked flesh still looked shocking. The left cheek was especially severe, swollen purple, and even stitched near the temple with reduced stitch tape. Shen Jinian trembled his pupils in fright. Were you beaten up? But weren't you with Zhuang Zi yesterday? As soon as those words came out, he suddenly realized that being with Zhuang Zi was the least safe for Chen Han. Without needing an explanation from Chen Han, Shen Jinian figured out the whole story on his own and urgently asked, was it because his ex-husband saw the two of you together, so he got jealous? Guessed half of it. Chen Han quickly put on the mask, avoiding attracting attention. His ex-husband did go to the flower shop, but actually went to beg Zhuangzi for a reconciliation. Shen Jinian immediately became angry on behalf of Chen Han. That doesn't justify hitting someone, does it? Zhuangzi was divorced. His relationship with whoever was free, and Chen Han was the most innocent one. He didn't get off easy either. I dislocated his arm. Chen Han was also angry, speaking between gritted teeth. But he wasn't overly concerned about his injuries. He was upset that Zhuangzi had encountered such a despicable person. His ex-husband was nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Even worse than an animal. Chen Han had always thought they divorced only due to issues regarding their child. Until that man hit him, the ever-gentle and compliant Zhuangzi finally lost control of his emotions and mercilessly revealed the ugly face of the man before a crowd of people. The trigger for the divorce was not that they lacked a child, but that the man had another child outside the marriage. Anxious for the newborn to return to his family, the man could only divorce Zhuangzi and plan to marry the Omega involved in the affair after some time. Unexpectedly, evil people meet their match. In just these couple of days, Zhuangzi's ex-husband unexpectedly found out that the child's blood type on the medical records did not match with both adults. He secretly took the child for a blood test and expedited a DNA analysis, only to find out that the child wasn't his at all. The DNA test he had received earlier was fake. Shen Jinian listened quietly as Chen Han recounted the story, feeling completely surprised. He didn't expect that TV drama-like plots could play out in real life, and with equally thrilling details. Chen Han suddenly let out a sarcastic chuckle, then brought Shen Jinian into the gossip. In fact, Zhuangzi's ex-husband has no reproductive ability. It was very hard for someone like him to find an Omega wife as knowledgeable and gentle as Zhuangzi, who did not look down on him. Shen Jinian showed some concern. Then what about you and Zhuangzi in the future? Chen Han was still pursuing Zhuangzi. If Zhuangzi's ex-husband deliberately interfered between them, it would surely affect Chen Han's normal progress significantly. Chen Han looked lovingly at Shen Jinian, who appeared worried. You're so silly, Shen. I'm worried that you won't be able to chase a wife later. Shen Jinian. Are you kicking me into a ditch while I carry you in my pocket? Chen Han wisely moved aside. He feared that Shen Jinian might kick him out of anger, so he hurriedly explained, but this entire incident made me actually grateful to his ex-husband. If that man hadn't lost his temper and challenged him, leading to their fight, the relationship between himself and Zhuangzi wouldn't have advanced rapidly overnight. And Zhuangzi personally called the police and sent her ex-husband to the police station, then turned around firmly despite the man's craziness, accompanying him to the hospital to clean up the wounds. All Chen Han could think of was how last night Zhuangzi had tenderly held his hand to distract him from the pain. Zhuangzi's hands were soft and warm, and when she grasped his, Chen Han's heartbeat accelerated more than during the fight. Does he feel something for you? Shen Jinian interrupted his friend's romantic daydreams. Chen Han suddenly deflated. I don't know, his eyes seem to have feelings for everyone, I don't know what he thinks about me. After sighing, Chen Han seemed to think of something and instantly became energetic again. It doesn't matter, Chen Han continued, you and Gu Yan can make peace and raise children together, isn't there nothing else in the world impossible? This topic came abruptly. What are you talking about? Shen Jinian was startled, his body trembling as if electrocuted. His nervousness was visibly increasing. He had always kept it tightly hidden, even meeting Gu Yan was done secretly. How did Chen Han know that Gu Yan was co-raising a child with him? Chapter 83, Secret. Chen Han glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to them, then leaned over and whispered on the table, aren't you and Gu Yan back together? Shen Jinian's hand, hidden in the shadows, secretly clenched at the seam of his pants, with veins popping up on his hands due to tension. He tried hard to hold back the expression that was about to crack on his face, furrowing his brows. Where did you hear that from? I guessed it myself. There was a hint of pride in Chen Han's words, as if he were boasting to Shen Jinian about his clever little brain. But Shen Jinian clearly didn't believe it was just a guess. He suddenly moved closer to Chen Han, staring straight into his rapidly blinking eyes without saying a word, attempting to glare him into feeling guilty, glaring until he couldn't hold back his secrets anymore. As expected, it turned out exactly as predicted. Chen Han, this pure-hearted and foolish college student, couldn't withstand Shen Jinian's soul-piercing silent questioning, giving in after 30 seconds. He voluntarily turned his head away, supporting his uninjured temple and surrendered to Shen Jinian. Okay, I'll tell you. Chen Han let out a sigh of helplessness, confessing, what's so hard? Actually, it was pretty obvious when you and Gu Yan went home in the same car. It's just you two who are blind to it. Shen Jinian said, didn't I explain? Just coincidence along the way. Stop joking, Shen Jinian. If it were a year ago, and you saw Gu Yan unable to get a ride home, your character would have rolled down the window to mock him while flipping him off. How could you possibly be so generous as to invite him along? Drenched in sweat, Shen Jinian replied, I wasn't as immoral as you said I was before. At most, he'd roll down the window and mock Gu Yan a bit, he definitely never flipped him off. That's not important, continued Chen Han with his own conjecture. Yesterday you went to the flower shop, Z even specially asked if you had a child. At the time, I was thinking. How could Zhuangzi have seen your child? Later, I got an idea, suddenly remembering that on the day your monthly nurse took leave, Gu Yan also didn't come to school. Calculating like this, he calculated a couple of things. Before now, it was still unclear, but seeing Shen Jinyan's guilt-stricken reaction, he confirmed that his guess was true. The two of them were indeed taking care of the child together. Chen Han already had a pretty accurate guess, and now there was no use for Shen Jinyan to deny it. He could only look distressed, propping up his forehead with both hands, managing to digest this thing halfway in his heart. Then, gritting his teeth, seriously warning Chen Han, "Don't tell anyone else." Chen Han made an okay gesture. However, compared to this matter, he had a secret he wanted to know even more. Did you test the child's DNA? Is it really yours? It had been a month since then, and Shen Jinyan hadn't sent the baby away yet, so perhaps there was an issue with the paternity test, preventing him from sending it away. Shen Jinyan's worried expression revealed nothing. What? Chen Han exclaimed in surprise with wide eyes, completely unexpected that this was actually the result. Seriously? Upon receiving this message, the cloud of worry on his face seemed even heavier than Shen Jinyan's, probing again, is that child? Could it have anything to do with Gu Yan? Shen Jinyan's fragile spirit had been shattered by these questions, and couldn't take it any longer, making a gesture to stop further discussion. This was strange. Chen Han and Zhuang Zi had only known each other for 3 days, why had Chen Han suddenly become so smart, not only guessing Gu Yan, but also figuring out the child's background? Chen Han was more shocked by this news than hearing about Zhuang Zi being pursued by her ex-husband for reconciliation. He didn't even think about the fact that he was in class, screaming out loud as if he had lost his mind. How the hell is this possible? All the classmates turned their heads toward the sound. Even the teacher on stage stopped the course and patiently asked, which student has doubts? Chen Han quickly buried his head, using a large brim as a cover, silently clearing his throat and immediately lowered his tone. No more doubts, teacher. Good, if you still have questions, you can find me after class. Fortunately, today's teacher didn't investigate deeply, sparing Chen Han from a disaster. However, his mind was still engrossed in the shocking and horrifying news of Shen Jinyan and Gu Yan having a child, struggling to accept and unwilling to accept. Chen Han never thought that Shen Jinyan would keep such a big secret from him, wanting to ask him more questions and delve deeper. However, Shen Jinyan was too exhausted to continue explaining. Next time, I'll tell you after I've figured this out. Chen Han was a bit worried about him and nodded reluctantly. Just make sure you're not the one who gets taken care of by others, and sends me an invitation to your wedding with Gu Yan. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Shen Jinyan confidently patted Chen Han on the shoulder. He would definitely not send a wedding invitation. Even if he really decided to get married, it had to be done in order, engagement first, then marriage. After finishing his conversation with Chen Han, Shen Jinyan calmed down and earnestly opened his book to listen to the lecture. As the sky outside gradually darkened, students scattered and left. After hailing a taxi, Shen Jinyan hurried home as well. The little one at home hadn't seen his dad all day, and had been eagerly waiting by the balcony. Upon spotting Shen Jinyan from afar, he couldn't help but excitedly wiggle his body in delight. Pa! Pa! The moment Shen Jinyan entered the door, he saw the baby sitting obediently on the carpet, gripping his teething ring while raising both arms high to welcome him home. With ease, Shen Jinyan picked up the child and gave a kiss on the baby's cheek. You've been so good. Rarely praised, the baby gleefully kissed Shen Jinyan back, much more enthusiastically than Shen Jinyan himself. Muah. Shen Jinyan held the child and casually turned around without showing any particular expression, but didn't see Gu Yan's figure anywhere. The maid waited until Shen Jinyan finished settling in before coming over to talk. Today, the housekeeper came to clean. There was some trash in Mr. Gu's room, and we weren't sure whether we should throw them away or not. I'll take a look. If it was regular house trash, it could be thrown away, but Gu Yan's trash wasn't something Shen Jinyan could decide on. Holding the baby, Shen Jinyan quickly approached Gu Yan's door. He paused for a moment, unsure whether he should just push the door open directly. He felt inexplicably uneasy, even entering his own home room made him feel awkward. Shen Jinyan asked the baby to grab the doorknob, and under his guidance, applied stealthy force. With a click, the door opened slightly at a 45-degree angle. Shen Jinyan looked delighted, praising the child. Amazing, you already know how to open doors. The baby was ecstatic upon receiving the compliment. Yeah. Clearly willing to be used by his dad. Turning on the light, the two of them went inside and indeed, as the maternity nurse mentioned, there was a black garbage bag piled up at the entrance of Gu Yan's room. It contained some small toys that hadn't been fully cleared out from the old cat room, along with a cat food bowl. Shen Jinyan took everything out, planning to store these items in the storage room for future use. Some manuals were discarded directly as garbage. Halfway through the cleaning, Shen Jinyan discovered that the manuals weren't entirely manuals, and the small cat food bowl wasn't just any small cat food bowl either. The two bowls he purchased stacked together, and in between them, carefully folded, were 2 sheets of paper. One sheet was the manual for a toy. The other A4 sheet had rough and dull edges, and the paper pulp at the crease was somewhat worn out due to repeated handling. Clearly, someone had been holding it frequently and flipping through it again and again. Shen Jinyan took it out and unfolded it completely, recognizing the content on the paper right away. It was Gu Yan's paternity test result. Chapter 84, Appraisal. A paternity test should be 4 pages, but he only had one in his hand. However, it was still the one that indicated the result of the appraisal. Shen Jinian quickly glanced at it and folded it up, not daring to look again for Gu Yan's personal privacy's sake. But then he thought about it. Gu Yan's paternity test was about his son, so he should have the right to know. Shen Jinian simply grabbed the test report again, picked up the child with one hand, and they both went to Gu Yan's bed to read it. He already had 2 experiences with appraisals, and by the 3rd time, his eyes swiftly moved to the opinion section to directly see the result. Shen Jinian's heartbeat suddenly increased, as powerful as drum beats, shaking his ears a bit painfully. His gaze carefully took in every single word of information, but after the whole paragraph reached his brain, Shen Jinian froze on the spot. How could this be? Shen Jinian rubbed his eyes and looked at the conclusion again. How could this be? Not supported, biological father-son relationship. He felt dazed, trembling slightly with disbelief as he clutched the worn paper in his hand, unable to snap back to reality. Before reading, Shen Jinian had even mentally prepared himself, no matter what the result would be, he would accept it calmly. However, after staring at the white paper black characters confirming the situation, his 2 ears seemed deaf as if they couldn't hear his own heartbeats, nor did he realize how long the baby called, "Dad," while holding onto him. It wasn't until the maid knocked on the door and said a visitor had arrived that Shen Jinian managed to regain his senses, quickly folding the paternity test and stuffing it back between the 2 cat bowls, hiding it again. Only now did he understand why the paternity test ended up in the cat food bowl. Gu Yan had deliberately hidden it somewhere he wouldn't find before leaving. He also realized why Gu Yan lied to Shen Haughtily, saying that the paternity test hadn't been done yet. The results were already out, but unfortunately, reality brutally slapped Gu Yan in the face. How could it be? Many details in reality proved that Gu Yan was indeed the child's father. He himself had even hypnotized himself into accepting this result. But how could it be impossible? 2 alphas, how could they possibly have a child together? Shen Jinian didn't have time to deal with this matter right now. A visitor had come, so he quickly composed himself while carrying the baby, pretending to be calm as ever. The baby noticed his father's low mood, worriedly leaning on Shen Jinian's chest, using soft little hands to repeatedly pat down, soothing Shen Jinian's clogged-up emotions. When they reached the living room, the visitors that the postpartum nanny mentioned turned out to be Chen Han and Zhuang Ziyi. Seeing the anxious look on Chen Han's face, Shen Jinian didn't exchange pleasantries but got straight to the point. What happened? That psychopath is back. Chen Han sat on the sofa hugging Zhuang Ziyi's shoulder. The latter lowered his head heavily, shoulders slightly trembling as he was obviously crying. If I don't go tonight, he'll take Ziyi away tied up. Chen Han explained further as he held Zhuang Ziyi's hand, pulling up his loose jacket sleeve to show Shen Jinian the alarming dark purple bruises on the delicate skin of the omega. What's more, there were different degrees of bruising around Zhuang Ziyi's ankles and neck, showing clear intentions that Ziyi would rather die than give in willingly. Shen Jinian immediately handed over the child to the postpartum nurse and asked her to bring him to the nursery to play. He sat opposite them, handing a glass of water to Zhuang Ziyi. Drink some water first to calm down. Zhuang Ziyi wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, choking out a pitiful smile toward Shen Jinian. Thank you. Did you call the police? Shen Jinian asked. Given Zhuang Ziyi's poor condition, Chen Han answered for him while seeing his cold sweat dripping and body trembling non-stop. We've already reported it. He's detained for illegally breaking into someone's home, but Ziyi's ID card is being monitored. He can't check into hotels. I had no choice but to bring him here temporarily. Chen Han felt guilty and terrified. Yesterday, fearing that man might return to the flower shop, Chen Han suggested that Zhuang Ziyi rest for a few days, not realizing that the man followed clues right to Zhuang Ziyi's residence. Taking advantage of Zhuang Ziyi's frailty and solitude, the man shamelessly planned to tie him up and take him away. Shen Jinian was utterly horrified. What will we do from now on? Chen Han responded, that's exactly why I'm here talking to you. Your neighborhood has high concealment and safety. On the way here, I also contacted an intermediary and rented a house for Ziyi. It should be ready in about 1 or 2 days, but tonight. I'd like to ask you for help. Shen Jinian blinked, instantly understanding what Chen Han meant. I can take you in, but the problem is, I don't have any spare rooms left. Shen Jinian's face showed a look of apology, and he also felt somewhat embarrassed toward Zhuang Ziyi. We can't possibly let you sleep on the floor. Chen Han shook his head decisively. That's not what I meant. He continued to explain, Haughtily has a friend at the police station who can pull some strings. I was thinking about asking you to give them a heads up, so that man doesn't get out too quickly. At least not until Zhuang Ziyi moves and goes off the radar. There's no need for him to keep haunting Ziyi day after day like an evil spirit. Easy enough, Shen Jinian sighed in relief. This matter wasn't difficult for him. He's got a criminal record. They won't let him out quickly. It's always better to prepare in advance. Chen Han wasn't as optimistic as Shen Jinian, with worry clouding his eyes. If you have money, there's nothing you can't do. Shen Jinian had to admit this was true. Yesterday, he and Chen Han just got into a brawl that landed them in the police station, and today, that man swaggered around binding someone. That guy must have some background, which is why he dared to act so recklessly. After their voices settled down, Zhuangzi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up, tears welling up in his clear eyes. He deeply bowed to Shinjinian and Chenhan. The Omega was obviously frightened, his voice trembling yet trying to put on a brave smile. Thank you so much today. It's my own fault, bringing trouble to you both and troubling your minds. Chenhan couldn't bear seeing Zhuangzi looking so red-eyed and teary, crying in such a way that it made his heart ache and feel stifled. He quickly grabbed Zhuangzi's hand, pulling him into his embrace, comforting him gently. How could this be your fault? It's clearly his karmic retribution. Good that the child isn't his. Shinjinian silently agreed. Just halfway through his agreement, a sudden flash of insight struck him, and an almost unacceptable concern instantly became crystal clear. He abruptly called out to Zhuangzi, forcing himself to suppress the excitement in his tone, and eagerly asked, "Did your ex-husband ever receive a forged paternity test?" Zhuangzi didn't think too much about how Shinjinian knew about this, immediately nodding his head while saying in a muffled voice, "Yes." Shinjinian narrowed his eyes and continued to press, "Do you know when or which appraisal institution fabricated the certificate?" Zhuangzi, it was roughly half a week ago, but I'm not sure which appraisal center it was. Which city did you live in before? Zhuangzi, right here in this city. That was correct. A single sentence seemed to unravel all of Shinjinian's doubts, lifting the heavy weight off his heart. There was one thing he now understood. Chapter 85, Apology. Shinjinian made a call to Shenhuaili in front of the two individuals. However, Shenhuaili's phone was off. It was 6:30 in the evening. Shenhuaili's phone off. Shinjinian felt something was amiss. At 6:30 in the afternoon, during the hours when people are awake, Shenhuaili shouldn't have his phone off. Besides, he needed it for work communications, it was implausible for it to be off. He then called the company receptionist for Shenhuaili's assistant's number. This time, the phone wasn't off, but it took quite a while before anyone picked up, and upon answering, there were faint sounds of heavy male breathing. Shinjinian didn't notice anything unusual, yet Zhuangzi's cheeks turned red as if she saw everything. Chenhan thought his face was swollen and kindly fetched 2 boiled eggs, peeling them and using them to reduce swelling on Zhuangzi's face. Zhuangzi couldn't explain what she had heard, so she let Chenhan press the smooth egg whites against her skin. Meanwhile, Shinjinian asked the assistant about his brother's whereabouts. After much bustling, the assistant finally replied, "Mr. Shen is still in an overtime meeting. If you have any urgent matters, I can pass them along." Shinjinian hummed twice. Once he finishes his meeting, ask him to check his phone. "I've sent him a message." Before the assistant could respond, there was a sudden muffled groan from the phone. Shinjinian suddenly realized this voice sounded familiar, similar to Shenhuaili's. "Is my brother near you?" "It's just Secretary Xiao Lu who spilled some drinks, you misunderstood." Lu Siming said lightly, even with a hint of laughter in his tone. "Young master, please rest assured. I will promptly relay your message to Mr. Shen. Then trouble you with that." Shinjinian hung up the phone. He inexplicably felt something strange about Lu Siming's condition, laughing randomly while talking on the phone, which was rather unsettling. Seeing Shinjinian had hung up, though Chenhan hadn't directly heard Shenhuaili's response, he still sincerely thanked Shinjinian. Just then, the nursemaid holding the baby came out of the nursery room and asked, "The food at home is about to get cold, Mr. Shen, do you think I should reheat it?" Shinjinian was reminded by the question and only now realized he hadn't eaten dinner yet, his stomach already quietly gurgling in protest. "You haven't eaten either, right?" Shinjinian figured out that around this time, neither of them might have eaten, and since he was worried that Zhuangzi might feel awkward, he specifically asked Chenhan, "Stay for dinner together?" Unexpectedly, Chenhan declined even faster than Zhuangzi. "No thanks, I booked a substandard homestay tonight, it's a bit far, so I must buy medicine and head out soon," said Chenhan. "After Zi moves, I'll invite all 3 of you over for a meal." "What family of 3? Shinjinian reacted strongly, instantly blushing furiously. What began as a polite inquiry was now, after being provoked by Chenhan, left with only these 3 words, "Get lost, you." Hearing the gossip, Zhuangzi immediately wiped away her tears, looking wetly at both Chenhan and Shinjinian, just wanting to ask what family of 3. But next thing she knew, Shinjinian had pushed her out the door. When she stood there, bewildered with Chenhan, the door suddenly opened again from the inside. Shinjinian appeared holding a pack of cookies, behind him the baby whimpered pitifully. Shinjinian ignored the sound and passed the cookies to Zhuangzi. "We don't have snacks at home, these are teething sticks for my son. You can eat these if you're hungry on the road." Zhuangzi avoided the baby's reproachful gaze and awkwardly drew back her body without taking them. "No need, one can't snatch a child's snacks even when very hungry." Shinjinian knew Zhuangzi was worried about making the child cry, so he forcibly stuffed the cookies into her hands. "Don't be polite, my son is just stingy. He's exactly like Gu Yan. A few days ago, he prepared a whole box of teething sticks for his kid but wouldn't part with even one box for his handsome older brother." Zhuangzi smiled, "Thank you." Shinjinian waved goodbye to the 2. After sending the gift, he secretly messaged Chenhan, "Brother, I can only help you so much." Being united as brothers, doing good for Zhuangzi was also good from Chenhan's perspective. Winning a beautiful wife was bound to succeed. Chenhan sent a thumbs up. Shinjinian put his phone away and headed straight to the dining room for a meal. With a hidden agenda in his mind, his dinner almost lasted only half an hour, and after taking the baby from the nursemaid, he went straight to Gu Yan's room to retrieve the original identification report. He had the contact information for the local appraisal agency in the city. Without hesitation, Shinjinian dialed their number. The nurse responsible for answering phone inquiries had a gentle voice. "Hello, this is the DNA Biological Center." Shinjinian replied with a cold tone, "I know, I'm one of your clients." Hello, mister." The nurse instantly sounded less confident and clearly nervous as she asked, "Would you like any assistance?" Shinjinian found her nervousness inexplicable, as if she lacked all confidence in speaking. "Yes, I'd like to ask about the paternity test." The nurse asked, "May I have your name?" Shinjinian enunciated each syllable with a deep voice, "Gu Yan." The nurse became evidently more flustered. "Mr. Gu, do you think there's an issue with the appraisal result? We support retesting. You only need to send the samples again." Shinjinian was now more certain something was off. Who trembles upon hearing just a customer's name? Not wanting to make things harder for the worker, Shinjinian directly asked for the director's phone number. Clearly aware of Shinjinian's importance as a client, this matter wasn't something a simple nurse could resolve on behalf of the center. Without further ado, she gave Shinjinian the director's number. When speaking with the director, Shinjinian relaxed somewhat. He got straight to the point. "You switched the test results, didn't you?" The director almost choked to death from fright. They had only learned last night that a doctor conducting inspections had received large amounts of illicit funds, leading to swapped customer samples. For a DNA testing institution, such a catastrophic event was nearly its end. Even a slight hint of news could destroy the entire future of the institution. They had already reported the case and apprehended the involved inspection doctor, and traced out the information on the swapped customer overnight. The director had personally made over a dozen calls apologizing to Gu Yan, but none were answered. All employees at the identification center had been on edge all day. Only after receiving Shinjinian's call did the director let out a sigh of relief, yet he remained inevitably nervous and tense. Their original intent was to find another reason to cover up the mistake and offer a second appraisal, but they never expected the client to directly guess the truth. Drenched in cold sweat, the elderly director earnestly pleaded, "We apologize sincerely, Mr. Gu. This is indeed our fault. How about this, we'll provide you with a free reappraisal. Please don't disclose this matter. Can we reach an agreement?" Shinjinian wasn't deliberately making trouble, problems should be solved accordingly. Shinjinian hesitated for a moment. In a low, cold voice, he issued his ultimatum to the director, "A second test will be fine." The old director breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly agreeing. Before he finished speaking, Shinjinian added, "However, I'll also conduct tests with other institutions. If there are errors here again, prepare for court. Afterward." Shinjinian scowled and furrowed his brows before hanging up, full of rage as he grabbed the nearby paternity test report, crumpled it up, and threw it fiercely into the trash can. Could such a piece of trash really deserve Gu Yan to feel depressed for several days? Chapter 86, Background Story 1. Gu Yan didn't sleep all night, only setting off secretly after confirming Shinjinian and the baby had rested. The city of Jingxi was far from their location, and Gu Yan had to change several buses before catching his flight, finally landing by 8 o'clock the next morning. The family driver had waited at the appointed spot since early morning. Upon seeing Gu Yan's figure, he immediately smiled and waved enthusiastically to greet him. The man rushed forward to help Gu Yan with his bag, but then realized Gu Yan's hands were empty, without even a charger in tow. With no choice, he retracted his hand awkwardly, throwing out a casual opening line as small talk, "Young master must be tired coming so far." Gu Yan managed a faint smile towards the driver. "Just call me by my name." He had always disliked being called young master. These 3 words constantly reminded him that he carried the blood of an evil man, and that for his entire life he would be confined within the Gu family cage, daily facing the murderer who killed his mother and their son, Gu Rong. If it wasn't for untimely circumstances, Gu Yan would have killed them without hesitation. The driver knew that every time Gu Yan returned to the old house, he would be in low spirits, looking like hatred was deeply ingrained in his soul. The driver could only sigh silently in his heart, not daring to say more. Silent all the way, they arrived at the Gu family mansion. The cold emanating from Gu Yan seeped into the bones of the driver, so after delivering him to the destination, he quickly left. Leaving Gu Yan alone to face this grand house that consumed people. Fortunately, a sharp-eyed servant discovered Gu Yan while tidying up ritual items and immediately informed the manager via radio to come welcome him. A half-century-old man dressed in Zhongshan suit came out full of smiles, "Welcome home, young master. The master and madam have prepared breakfast for you long ago. Please follow me." "Thank you." Gu Yan entered through the front courtyard. The old Gu residence covered thousands of square meters, the walk from the front gate to the main hall took at least 10 minutes. He could only follow the manager in a sightseeing vehicle. They passed the front court garden and crossed hundreds of meters of corridors adorned with carvings, step by step creating a magnificent layout that made one marvel at the depth of the family heritage. However, Gu Yan wasn't very interested in these things, and every time he came here, it felt exceptionally far to enter the Gu family door, so much so that he never wanted to come again in his lifetime. Shinjinian's place was better. A household elevator, not a step extra needed. Once home, he only needed to glance once and see his beloved Alpha. In the short moment Gu Yen was lost in thought, the two had already reached the main hall. As the manager said, indeed a family was eating breakfast in the dining room. Though, not waiting intentionally for him. The female hostess was the first to notice Gu Yen entering. She gave him a quick look in her eyes and then composed herself, instantly covering her mouth with her weak hand and giggling coquettishly. At under 40 years old, she still exuded charm. Her voice was tender and seductive. Isn't it little Yen who has returned? Following the line of sight, Gu Qingjing indeed saw his son standing at the doorway with both hands empty, displeasure rising. You returned with nothing. It was often said that Enigma was naturally born as a superior being. Yet to him, it meant nothing. Gu Yen had even come home without bringing gifts for his parents, having none of the piety associated with filial duty. The woman stretched out her white and soft hand, scolding playfully at Gu Qingjing's shoulder. You're not lacking in anything, your son's return is a good thing. Gu Qingjing let out a cold snort. You spoil him, but he won't reciprocate your kindness. That doesn't matter, I willingly love little Yen. The woman glanced at Gu Yen lightly, yet contempt filled her gaze. Gu Yen had long been immune to this common scene, however provocative the woman was, it did not stir any ripple within him. Gu Yen went straight to the point, since you are still having breakfast, I will not disturb you further, and you may do as you wish regarding the gravesite. After finishing speaking, he was about to leave. But Gu Qingjing suddenly slammed the table and called out his name, eyes blazing with fury. What kind of face are you making, what sort of tantrums are you throwing? I never said I wouldn't go pay respects to your mother. Gu Yen smirked. He glanced at his wristwatch. 9 minutes past 9, interesting. Who eats breakfast at this hour? It was obvious that Gu Qingjing and the woman were deliberately trying to show him disfavor, acting like he was eagerly begging Gu Qingjing to pay respects to his deceased mother. It was Gu Qingjing who had originally suggested paying respects to his mother, yet today, he clearly intended to humiliate him. I don't care. Gu Yan's words were icy, each word akin to a sharp blade piercing deep into Gu Qingjing's heart. You've missed her Memorial Day 20 times already, one more won't make a difference. Gu Yen followed through on his words, leaving without an ounce of hesitation after speaking. He casually grabbed the driver who had just parked the car and looked confused, then both headed straight for the cemetery. Back inside, Gu Qingjing fumed with rage, pounding his fists on the table so hard it shook violently, causing the soup and dishes to splash everywhere. Good-for-nothing son, he gritted his teeth in hatred. If he weren't the Enigma, who would grovel and beg him to come home? The woman quickly rose, attending to Gu Qingjing by sitting him down again and soothingly patting his back to calm him. Little Yen simply inherited his sister's personality, just a bit short-tempered. Your son isn't moody, your son. Gu Qingjing glanced at Gu Rong, who sat quietly eating, only smiling foolishly when their eyes met. Seeing him made Gu Qingjing angrier than seeing Gu Yen. Damn it, what sins had his family committed? One son was disrespectful and ungrateful, while the other son, not only was he an omega, but also an idiot. Thinking about this, bitterness welled up inside Gu Qingjing. Before, he had been so dignified and admired among people. But ever since his second son turned out to be mentally disabled, fate seemed to have deliberately begun tormenting him. His company's business plummeted overnight, and even worse, he himself became the laughingstock of others' gossip over tea and meals. The more he thought, the angrier he grew. Snatching up a spoon from the table nearby with full force, he hurled it directly at Gu Rong's head who sat across from him diagonally. Gu Rong, being slow-witted, failed to perceive the murderous intent in his father's gaze entirely. Only when a sharp pain surged on his forehead did he instinctively cover the lump forming there, tears welling up in his eyes as he gazed at Gu Qingjing sorrowfully. Dad! Terrified, the woman immediately stood up, high heels clacking fast as she rushed over to embrace the frightened Gu Rong. She tenderly stroked the swollen red bump on his forehead while blowing cool air softly, shrieking in accusation, What did you do? You wanted to kill him. He is your own flesh and blood. Gu Qingjing's chest heaved with fury. I don't need a son who's a fool. Her bond with her child made her unable to tolerate Gu Qingjing humiliating her son like this. His harsh words felt like a slap delivered indirectly through Gu Rong to her face, pushing her emotional state past its breaking point. Tears streamed down her cheeks like broken beads, and she screamed at Gu Qingjing, Do you have the nerve to go fetch Gu Yen and call him Dad? Why are you bullying my poor Rong Rong? Do you think why does Gu Yen refuse to come home? Enraged, Gu Qingjing sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at the woman's face. Because he accused me, saying that you killed his mother. Chapter 87, Backstory 2. The woman's face was full of tears as she stared at Gu Qingjing in disbelief. Her pale lips trembled for a long time, but only a few words managed to slip out between her teeth, Gu Yen is lying. Gu Qingjing was almost 60 years old. The entire man collapsed into a chair like a deflated balloon with a pop, pinching his temples, his face etched with worry. Right. When he was 9 years old, little Gu Yen had exposed his stepmother for framing his biological mother, and back then, that was also how he responded. He thought Gu Yen was lying and subsequently confined the 9-year-old child to solitary confinement. Gu Yan's mother was assassinated in the black market 20 years ago. And their target was Gu Yan's engsub gland. It was exactly 3 years after they got married when he and Gu Yan's mother just happened to vanish without a trace before the child's birthday party. They disappeared completely. Not a single trace remained. The cause was the accidental leak of the second attribute of Gu Yan's engsub. Someone offered $100 million to buy Gu Yan's engsub gland, and it was during the process of protecting the child that Gu Yan's mother was cruelly dismembered to death. But what was puzzling? Before each engsub has the ability to protect themselves, their second attribute is always kept private and given special protection. Gu Qingjing himself did not know how Gu Yan's second attribute was leaked. He investigated for an entire year but still found no results, and this year left him utterly exhausted. Besides, his marriage to Gu Yan's mother was purely a business arrangement without deep emotional ties strong enough to motivate him to continue investigating until everything was uncovered. Thus, Gu Qingjing could only give Gu Yan a new name, change his birth date, alter his alpha identity information, and provided 3 teams of bodyguards to monitor and protect him 24/7. Naturally, this matter was put aside. However, Gu Qingjing never imagined that 6 years later, 9-year-old little Gu Yan would suddenly come find him. With a firm and resolute attitude, he told him that Tan Wan was the murderer of his mother. But at that time, Tan Wan had just given birth to Gu Rong not too many years ago. Gu Qingjing, fully absorbed in them both, naturally didn't believe what Gu Yan said. He couldn't imagine how an 18-year-old college student like Tan Wan could possibly have conspired with those people from the black market. Little Gu Yan said a sentence back then that shocked and enraged Gu Qingjing. Being a third party means climbing to a higher position. Gu Qingjing was so angry that he went mad, firmly believing that someone was maliciously sowing discord between him and his son Gu Yan. He ignored everything else and immediately placed Gu Yan under house arrest, dismissing all of Gu Yan's servants and friends. But obviously, this approach had adverse effects. The seeds of doubt and estrangement took root and sprouted in Gu Yan's heart, and the relationship between father and son grew increasingly distant. At the time, Gu Qingjing didn't care, thinking time would surely dilute the hatred in Gu Yan's heart. But he never expected to have such a stubborn son. Time not only couldn't heal the hatred in Gu Yan's heart. It even fanned the flames. It seemed as though Gu Yan intended to sever all ties with the Gu family. After adulthood, he started investing the inheritance left by his mother, gradually revealing his extraordinary talent. Soon, he no longer needed financial support from the Gu family. More than that, Gu Yan transferred all the expenses he had spent over the years back into the company account. What was already a fragile father-son relationship now became even more precarious. Still, despite reaching this point, Gu Qingjing still had to beg Gu Yan to return to the main family and take over the Gu group under his control. He had few offspring, and the fool Gu Rong was definitely not up to the task. So there was no other choice but to entrust his hopes on Gu Yan. The more Gu Qingjing thought about it, the more he felt desolate inside. The intermittent sobbing of his wife and son beside him made his head ache. Without eating dinner, he simply asked the driver to drive him to the cemetery to look for Gu Yan. However, despite rushing there, he was still a bit late. Gu Yan had just finished burning incense and was exiting the cemetery. Gu Qingjing stopped him. "I've checked, your school is on vacation already. Stay home these 2 months and don't go anywhere." Gu Yan gave a polite yet distant smile. "My home isn't here." "Gu Yan." The man barked authoritatively, pounding the ground harshly with his cane. "Do you really think you can escape the Gu family?" Gu Yan gave him a meaningful look. Gu Qingjing was both angry and powerless at his son's lack of manners. He forcibly dragged Gu Yan's arm and pulled him to a deserted corner, grinding his teeth as he whispered furiously, "If it weren't for the Gu family, you'd still be rotting in jail right now." This time, however, Gu Yan calmed down. He had an expression that seemed prepared to patiently listen to his explanation. Gu Qingjing, older and having built up a lot of anger inside, suddenly felt physically weak and could only sit on a stone. Still pointing at Gu Yan with his cane, he said, "Do you really think the police would judge your act as self-defense when last time you used pheromones to suppress a regular person leading to his immediate death from brain nerve failure?" The severity of engsubs using high-level pheromones to harm others exceeded even the boundaries of normal legal regulations. It was far more complicated than just a regular brawl. If it weren't for him stepping in upon receiving the message and pleading on Gu Yan's behalf, Gu Yan would have been handed over by the police to the Engsub Criminal Supervision Center, where he'd face punishments 10 times harsher than those for regular people. There was a flicker in Gu Yan's eyes. Evidently, he was unaware of these internal circumstances. Brain nerve failure. At that time, he did indeed lie and scare the blonde guy into believing he could execute him on the spot, but only an Engsub with police credentials had such rights, which Gu Yan lacked. Yet his level of pheromones could never cause human brain nerve death. Gu Qingjing also hadn't expected his son to be oblivious to these details. He let out a cold snort, eagerly rushing to disclose the information like he was claiming credit. That person endured 2 rounds of pheromone attacks, luckily didn't die directly from accumulated damage. You were fortunate. Had that person really died on the spot? He wasn't sure if he could have rescued Gu Yan. Upon hearing the news about nearly killing someone, a sudden wave of discomfort surged in Gu Yan's chest. Without uttering a single word to Gu Qingjing, his footsteps stumbled as he floated back to his car, his mind blank as he supported his chin, dazedly staring at the direction of the cemetery. Naturally, he failed to notice that the car hadn't started to leave. It was because Gu Qingjing got into his car. Only then did Gu Yan snap back to reality, and his usual cold demeanor returned. Gu Qingjing was intentionally trying to win over his son, thus showing much more tolerance privately. Not only did he refrain from criticizing out loud, but he also proactively extended an olive branch. Xiao Yan, what will it take for you to forgive Dad? Gu Yan's request had always been straightforward and unhidden: send Tan Wan to prison. Sure enough, as soon as the topic touched upon Tan Wan, Gu Qingjing's expression immediately turned chilly. What madness are you speaking now? Gu Yan had anticipated such an outcome all along. His heart had grown numb toward feelings of disappointment, and now he found interest in glaring straight at the infuriated Gu Qingjing. I know 2 more secrets, do you want to hear them? Chapter 88, Kindness. Upon hearing the words, Gu Qingjing suddenly froze. The face in front of him overlapped with the youthful features from 14 years ago, as if time had rewound, giving him a second chance. Gu Qingjing felt an unexplained panic rising within him. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down a few times, and he asked in a trembling voice, what? Gu Yan slightly raised his eyebrows, openly malicious. Instantly, Gu Qingjing realized what he was about to say and quickly pursued, are you talking about Tan Wan? Gu Yan nodded nonchalantly with no expression on his face. He watched coldly for Gu Qingjing's reaction. Sure enough. As soon as the question involved Tan Wan, the feigned patience and kindness that the man had put up shattered instantly, revealing his true irritation and aversion underneath. His facial color changed so quickly that even Gu Yan wanted to applaud his brilliance. Gu Qingjing could not tolerate any criticism of Tan Wan. So he hadn't even listened to the secret that Gu Yan had to reveal but instead confronted him arrogantly. Do you have any evidence? Gu Yan detected something familiar in this question. It was exactly the same question he received at the age of 9, falling into his ears again 14 years later like a silent slap that left him ringing in his ears and dazed. However, Gu Yan, now 23, had long lost the trust and admiration for his father that he had as a child. These 5 simple words extinguished any remaining flicker of familial affection within him. Gu Yan leaned back slightly, this movement clearly an unconscious sign of emotional distancing. No. Gu Qingjing, seeing his son's impassive attitude towards him, immediately realized that his emotions had escalated again. He coughed uncomfortably a couple of times. Forcing himself to calm down, he also gave himself a graceful exit, but I can still hear what you have to say. Yet Gu Yan's patience had obviously been worn out completely. Unmoved by his father's attempt to show weakness, nothing much. Having Gu Yan turning away while Gu Qingjing reached out made him immediately furrow his brows, projecting authority, and 3 seconds later, sighed heavily, say it if you want to, or don't if you don't. But I still have something I'd like to tell you. Gu Yan suddenly regretted and lamented leaving home without bringing headphones. Unfortunately, Gu Qingjing had already started speaking on his own accord. I know you don't like listening to these things, but Dad is still advising you to come back home and learn how to manage the family business. Your younger brother isn't capable of shouldering such responsibility. The other uncles are eyeing this position greedily. Even your grandfather's grandson, Yu, has secretly gone abroad to make contact with foreign businessmen in the financial industry. Little Yen. Even if you hate Dad, how could you let such a large family business fall into the hands of others? Gu Yan felt his ears growing numb. Gu Qingjing spoke as convincingly as one weaving stories out of thin air. But where was this sincerity coming from? In fact, it came from sheer exhaustion as he aged. The businesses under the Gu family banner were operating miserably under Gu Qingjing's watch, only able to recover due to the intervention of the elder. However, the elder also seemed inclined to reclaim the power from Gu Qingjing. The reason why Gu Qingjing was so anxious for him to return and inherit the family business was because he feared that the Gu family's pie would fall into others' hands. Seeing that Gu Yan wasn't moved, Gu Qingjing had no choice but to use his final trump card, deeply meaningfully patting Gu Yan's shoulder. In the nourishment absorbed by the great tree of the Gu family, there's a share from your mother. Could you bear letting your mother's efforts be handed over to others? Gu Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly, a tinge of hesitation and anxiety creeping into his amber eyes. He hated that Gu Qingjing was speaking the truth and helplessly admitted that he was hitting a sore spot. When her financing brought 13 billion to the Gu family as dowry, the Gu family had agreed to grant her 5% equity in exchange for helping them through a life and death crisis. Thus, logically, the Gu family should indeed hold some portion that belonged to her. Gu Qingjing noticed that Gu Yan did not immediately refuse. Sensing an opportunity for negotiation, just when he was about to speak further, trying to transform Gu Yan's hesitation into allegiance to his side. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan's gaze first caught his attention. Under the sharp and piercing stare akin to wolves or eagles, Gu Qingjing felt like needles pricking his back and became increasingly nervous. Trying to sound out his thoughts, he asked cautiously, what do you think? Gu Yan hesitated, looking down for a moment. Suddenly, he lifted his head, looking straight at Gu Qingjing and said lightly, on behalf of Mother, I also advise you a sentence. Finally raising his clouded eyes, Gu Qingjing looked even more confusedly at the increasingly perplexing son. Gu Yan said, don't drink the honey water that Tan Wan makes for you at noon. Gu Qingjing's eyes widened suddenly, after a moment tightly furrowing his brows, nervously grasping at his high-end hand-tailored black suit. Indeed, he could not allow anyone else to criticize Tan Wan. However, Gu Yan rarely stayed at home. How would he know that Tan Wan occasionally made honey water for him to drink? Gu Qingjing suddenly felt that his son might really have uncovered some inside information and pressed him, asking, "What's wrong with the honey water?" Gu Yan suddenly pulled open the car door. The cool wind whipped up by the overcast sky rushed into the car, blowing the already icy relationship between the two even colder and more estranged. Seeing that Gu Yan was about to leave, Gu Qingjing immediately called out anxiously, "Gu Yan." The towering figure taller than Gu Qingjing froze in place for a moment. 3 minutes later, Gu Yan turned around and politely smiled at him, "Sorry, I don't have any evidence to explain to you what's really going on with the honey water." With that, Gu Yan turned and got into another car. Gu Qingjing stood dumbfounded as the figure of Gu Yan moved further away until it vanished before his eyes. The result of shooting himself in the foot left him truly helpless. Unable to sit still, he went to burn incense at the cemetery. Afterward, he followed the trail of Gu Yan's car exhaust fumes back to the old mansion. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon when he got home. Gu Yan was just preparing to leave. But Tan Wan had deliberately sent Gu Rong to delay Gu Yan, insisting that her elder brother stay for lunch. The beautiful round eyes of Gu Rong instantly lit up with excitement. Having been raised foolishly at home due to his intellectual disability, aside from the butlers and a few regular teachers, Gu Rong seldom saw outsiders. Before the age of 5, only his older brother would find time to play with him, but after 5 years old, his brother spoke to him very little. Today, seeing Gu Yan come home filled him with immense joy. Even if Tan Wan hadn't said anything, Gu Rong would have begged Gu Yan to stay and have a meal with him. A single meal would be enough. He eagerly dashed to the front gate, grabbing onto Gu Yan's arm and pleading carefully while observing him, "Have lunch?" But Gu Yan refused and pushed his arm away. Gu Rong froze in place, twisting the thin fabric of his shirt with his fingers, his tone tinged with a sob, "I miss big brother." Gu Yan's steps suddenly halted. Gu Rong's sobs reminded him inexplicably of Shen Jinian, whose voice in those sensitive times carried the same tearful undertone as she called him, "Big brother Yan." Gu Rong immediately sprinted forward, wiping the teary beads trembling at the corner of his eyes, gazing up at Gu Yan with the same clear round eyes as Shen Jinian. Please, can you do this favor? I haven't seen my big brother for so many years. And I brought you a present." In his palm, Gu Rong clutched a small broken frog toy. Gu Yan vaguely remembered it being the birthday gift he gave to Gu Rong before knowing the truth. It was Gu Rong's only toy from childhood, one he hadn't expected him to preserve till now. Despite his tightened fists, Gu Yan eventually relaxed them. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Rong latched onto Gu Yan's arm and burst into a grin, his entire body glowing with warm golden hues, replacing the sun and driving away the heavy gloom within the grand residence. Smiling, he held up 2 fingers, "Yes." Gu Yan pulled his arm away. This time, however, his action was much gentler, and he ensured Gu Rong didn't sense even a trace of unease. The little sunshine continued to bound behind him joyfully as they entered the house. Tan Wan immediately beamed, quickly stepping forward and wrapping her arms around Gu Rong's shoulders in praise. "You're still the most talented among us, able to make your big brother Yan change his mind with just a few words." Although Tan Wan was soothing Gu Rong and indirectly speaking to Gu Qingjing, Gu Yan felt especially uncomfortable listening to it. Neither did Gu Qingjing expect that Gu Rong could keep Gu Yan around, reluctantly giving him a good face. Gu Rong was delighted beyond measure. For many years, the family hadn't gathered at the same table to share a meal. Seemingly genuinely happy, Gu Qingjing even opened a bottle of wine for Gu Yan, personally pouring a glass for his son. A servant delivered it to Gu Yan. Gu Qingjing said, "This wine was sealed by your mother herself during your first birthday celebration. I've kept it hidden in the safe without ever taking it out. Today, because you've returned home, I've taken it out to celebrate." Suddenly furrowing his brow, Gu Yan glanced longer at the bottle of wine. After the family moved homes following his mother's death, there were no relics of her left with him, nor had he ever known of any such relics. So when he saw the bold signature on the wine bottle, his breathing involuntarily hitched. Gu Yan accepted it. The wine was excellent, containing no drugs. All it contained was the deep affection a mother had for her child, burning like flames and searing his stomach painfully. After one glass, the strong emotions far outweighed the alcohol. Gu Yan's eyes became somewhat hazy. Gu Rong touched Gu Yan's hand, whispering secretly to remind him, "Don't drink, it will make you uncomfortable." Dad liked drinking when he worked. After drinking, he would go crazy at home, occasionally hitting and scolding him, hating him for being a useless omega even less capable than an omega should be. Mom said Dad was unwell, and once Dad got better, he would still love Rong Rong. So Gu Rong didn't want Gu Yan to drink too much, didn't want Gu Yan to become someone like Dad. "Brother, don't drink." Yet, Gu Yan moved Gu Rong's hand away. Gu Rong quickly took a step ahead, snatching Gu Yan's wine glass and hastily poured the entire cup of fiery liquor down his throat. It was so bitter that tears streamed down his face, prompting him to immediately pick up the sweet soup in his bowl and drink 3 large bowls in quick succession. Though slightly drunk, Gu Yan's powerful mental strength allowed him to clearly understand what was happening in front of him. He stopped Gu Rong, "Minors shouldn't drink alcohol. This won't happen again." As soon as the alcohol entered his stomach, Gu Rong suddenly felt dizzy and smiled at Gu Yan while holding up 7 fingers. Gu Rong is almost 18. He wasn't a kid anymore, he could help his big brother by taking on the drinks for him. But Gu Yan was adamant, "No." Gu Rong immediately deflated and rested his head on the table. Tan Wan noticed how close Gu Rong and Gu Yan were and surprisingly didn't feel any anger at all. On the contrary, she kept smiling kindly as she examined Gu Yan. Gu Yan's headache from the alcohol worsened, and every movement made his stomach churn uncomfortably. However, today's plan wasn't over yet. Gu Yan casually tossed around some words before locking himself in his room for rest. His phone alarm was already set, reminding him automatically to leave in half an hour. In this half hour, Tan Wan would have enough time to coax Gu Qingjing into drinking honey water to sober up. He just needed to wait for half an hour. Once Gu Qingjing drank it, Gu Yan wouldn't step foot into the Gu household ever again. After entering the room, Gu Yan started feeling a pounding headache. The vintage wine had fermented for 20 years, and its potency was particularly strong. He undid his collar and opened the window for a breath of fresh air, but only gained a little relief. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Gu Rong's voice came from outside, "Brother." Gu Yan locked the door, so the other person couldn't get in, and he didn't open it right away either. Without moving from his position, Gu Yan asked, "What's wrong?" Through the wooden door, Gu Rong's voice sounded soft and muffled. I asked Auntie to cook some sobering soup. Whenever Dad drank too much in previous years, Mom would ask the kitchen staff to prepare it, so he copied the gesture. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's expression instantly soured. The tricks of both mother and son were eerily identical. He strode over and opened the door. Gu Yan looked down at Gu Rong, who was cautiously holding a translucent bowl of soup, examining him repeatedly for any signs of guilt or unease. "I won't drink. I'm uncomfortable." Gu Yan's eyes shimmered with bright tears, about to fall. It was clear that the glass of liquor he'd consumed earlier was too much, brother. Gu Yan stood at the doorway, not letting Gu Rong come in. He crossed his arms. "I've already had mine. You drink this bowl." Gu Rong hesitated for a moment. Gu Yan said he'd drunk it, though Gu Rong had no memory of it. In fact, after dinner, his brother hadn't stepped out of the room once. Still, Gu Rong firmly believed in Gu Yan's words. Even with some doubts, he convinced himself that maybe Gu Yan had already gone downstairs and had some while he wasn't looking. Gu Rong held the bowl awkwardly. Gu Yan scrutinized his much shorter Omega brother and reiterated, "I'm fine, drink it." Gu Rong observed Gu Yan carefully. Indeed, Gu Yan seemed much clearer-headed than himself. There really wasn't a need for him to drink the sobering soup. "Gu Rong, then. I'll drink it." Gu Yan nodded. Gu Rong was also severely affected by the dizziness. As he ascended the stairs with the bowl in his hands, his steps wavered as he struggled hard not to break it, ensuring that the contents remained perfectly intact by the time he reached Gu Yan's door. Since his brother wouldn't drink, Gu Rong without hesitation lifted the bowl and gulped down the sobering soup in large mouthfuls. The bitterness turned his face green. Aside from this reaction, Gu Rong exhibited none other. Slightly furrowing brows relaxed, Gu Yan asked, "Did you have someone else boil the sobering soup for you, or was it your mom?" Gu Rong pointed at himself. "Brother, next time don't drink." Until now, Gu Rong had never known how unpleasant drinking could be. Gu Yan paid no heed to Gu Rong's well-meaning concern and pressed on with his questioning, "Why did you cook it for me?" Gu Rong blushed a little. I missed you." It had been years since he had last seen Gu Yan. When he was younger, only brother Gu Yan didn't look down on him for being slow and would play with him. To Gu Rong, Gu Yan was the only brother he had, and more importantly, his most cherished friend. Every day, he folded a star and placed it in a wishing bottle. He filled up 3 bottles, totaling several thousand stars, each one representing a wish. Even though Aunt Tan Wan cursed every day that brother Gu Yan should die far away, Gu Rong still secretly prayed daily for brother Gu Yan's safety and happiness, hoping he could return home soon. Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Rong. He wanted to give those bottles of stars to Gu Yan. His eyes sparkled at once. "I have a present." With that, he turned to head toward his room. But as he took his first step, a loud thud reverberated through the air, accompanied by Aunt Tan's piercing scream. Her figure flew out from inside the house like a ruptured garbage bag, crashing onto the heavy support pillar in the hallway with a hard smack. An unexpected burst of strength emanated from Gu Qingjing. He approached swiftly, using his cane to point at Tan Wan's smooth forehead, each word seething with fury. "For so many years, I've treated you well, and this is how you repay me by colluding to sell the Gu family business to your lover." Gu Yan watched the predictable scene unfold before him. A frown suddenly crossed his face. He had always thought that Tan Wan was the apple of Gu Qingjing's eye, which explained why he favored her over their mother. But he guessed wrong. Gu Qingjing loved only himself. Chapter 89, Going Home. Gu Rong, who had been labeled as a fool for 17 years, reacted this time faster than even the best enigma. The moment Tan Wan let out a scream of agony, Gu Rong's expression turned alert. He yelled in anguish and immediately sprinted toward Tan Wan's side, shouting, "Mom!" Gu Yan, quick on the draw, caught Gu Rong by the arm, his face cold as he pulled him behind himself with furrowed brows. "Come back." Gu Qingjing has never liked Gu Rong, let alone that Gu Rong carried Tan Wan's bloodline. Rushing forward would only fuel the fire, changing Gu Qingjing's target from 1 to 2. Gu Rong burst into tears in despair. Tan Wan continued her anguished cries. There was a pool of blood beneath her. This was the first time Gu Rong had seen such a scene, so frightened that he choked while grabbing Gu Yan's hand, looking flustered. "Brother, Mom is bleeding." The more Gu Rong spoke, the more anxious he became. His sweaty, trembling hands clung to Gu Yan's, and he collapsed into pleading repeatedly, "Please save her. I beg you." Gu Yan brought Gu Rong, whom he personally exiled from his life, back into his room. He started his phone to edit a text notifying the old master of the Gu family and consoled Gu Rong saying, "Gu Qingjing won't dare do anything rash. The peak of anger usually dissipates quickly once vented." Moreover, Gu Qingjing's current grip on power was unstable. He wouldn't dare make a big fuss to cause deaths, at most, sending Tan Wan to JCU. After hearing his brother's reassurance, Gu Rong stopped pestering about going outside but could still be heard softly sobbing until his voice broke. Gu Yan saw the ending he'd hoped for today. A heavy weight lifted from his chest like catching a breath of air, though this situation wasn't one he wanted to linger in further, lest unnecessary trouble followed him home. He booked an immediate flight to leave that day and instructed the driver. Departure in 30 minutes was set. Gu Rong noticed Gu Yan packing clothes and his phone, preparing to leave apparently. He had pinned all his sense of security onto Gu Yan, so when he realized Gu Yan was about to go, Gu Rong instantly panicked. He quickly rose from the bed, trailing behind Gu Yan timidly as he followed, still slightly choking on his words. "Brother, where are you going?" Gu Yan replied casually, "Home." Gu Yan had gotten his revenge. But Gu Rong's small world had already collapsed into ruins. He knew that he didn't receive his father's favor. His stable life here relied entirely on his mother's protection. Now that their relationship shattered overnight, he and his mother would die. His father had thought about abandoning him more than once. Gu Rong pursued after Gu Yan but dared not get too close, already sensing Gu Yan's dislike for physical contact. Getting closer might only infuriate his brother further. Suddenly, the Omega dropped heavily to his knees with a loud thud, reverberating like when Tan Wan flew away earlier. Gu Yan turned around, noticing Gu Rong kneeling on the ground. The Omega's eyes were swollen, his face full of fear and despair, mingling with anxiety for Tan Wan. Gu Yan questioned him, "What do you want me to do?" Gu Rong began, "Mom." But before finishing, he was sharply refused by Gu Yan. "I can't save Tan Wan, nor will I try." For years, Tan Wan had been slipping drugs into Gu Qingjing's honey water, coercing company secrets from him, which she then handed over to her underground lover. Together, they sold them to Gu Corporation's competitors. Under Tan Wan's operations over the years, billions disappeared from the Gu Corporation, almost destroying it through her actions. It could be presumed this event would cause turmoil within the Gu family, something even he couldn't change. The Omega suddenly went hoarse. Still shaking on his knees, his frail figure resembled that of a starving stray kitten since birth. The handmade shirt draped loosely over his body with ample excess space, slim beyond what should belong to a boy at his youthful prime. It was hard to imagine this Omega came from the Gu family. Gu Yan couldn't tell if Tan Wan truly loved him or used him as a tool of affection, draining the superficial love while compensating her guilt toward Gu Rong through conscience. Gu Yan abruptly squatted down and looked eye to eye with Gu Rong. He slowed his tone, questioning each word clearly. "Did Tan Wan give you inside information about drugging Gu Qingjing?" Gu Rong hastily wiped away his tears with his sleeve. Looking confused at Gu Yan's icy face, he responded, "Ah." Seeing he didn't understand, Gu Yan rephrased more simply, "Did Tan Wan ask you to feed Gu Qingjing the drug?" Gu Rong sniffed, "No. I don't know what kind of drug." He had no idea what his mother had done. Gu Yan understood clearly. Tan Wan's plan was only clear to herself. It was rare that Gu Qingjing listened to him and became suspicious of Tan Wan, refusing to drink the honey water. This unexpectedly led to discovering the secrets behind the deteriorating health of both himself and the company over the years. Gu Yan collected his emotions again and told Gu Rong, "Tan Wan won't die, but if you stay here, you'll either die or be maimed." Gu Rong was timid. Just hearing Gu Yan's description was enough to make his body tremble incessantly, his face turning deathly pale. The young man abruptly reached out and grabbed onto the corner of Gu Yan's clothes with a tear-filled face. Without a mother now, Gu Rong was no different from how he used to be as a child, only his situation was far more precarious than Gu Yan's. Changes in the Gu family were imminent. This pawn discarded long ago was like a thorn in the heart of Gu Qingjing. Without Tan Wan, there was a great possibility he wouldn't live much longer. The disgrace brought by the fool for many years was sooner or later going to be completely eradicated. Inhabitively calling out, "Brother." Gu Yan glanced down and strangely saw a blurred version of himself through Gu Rong, as if the 3-year-old Gu Yan was pleading for help from the 23-year-old Gu Yan. "What's wrong?" "Do you want to come with me?" Gu Yan now had the ability to save himself once, and temporarily save Gu Rong, helping to find him a hotel until after Gu Qingjing lost power, then bringing him back. Gu Rong wiped away his tears while grappling with indecision internally. After a long period of hesitation. Finally, he knelt before Gu Yan and struck his head hard on the floor, his face drained of all color. "I'm not leaving." Gu Yan questioned, "You're staying with Tan Wan?" Gu Rong nodded. In the past, when he was beaten, his mother would protect him. Now it was his mother being hurt, and he wanted to try and take care of her. The barrier of alienation in Gu Yan's heart was shattered by Gu Rong's resolute gaze filled with tears, altering his perception of this younger brother slightly. He lightly patted Gu Rong on the shoulder. "Take care of yourself." Gu Yan took his phone and walked out straight away. As he passed the staircase, he noticed Tan Wan soaked in blood below, clutching her stomach, her face pale. Meanwhile, Gu Qingjing sat amidst the bloodbath, smoking calmly while making an emergency call. Gu Yan expressionless turned around and descended the stairs. Years ago, Tan Wan had used drugs to sedate Gu Qingjing and obtained his second attribute, ultimately killing her own mother. Now karma came full circle. Tan Wan was finally devoured by her own actions, personally killing the baby inside her who hadn't even been born yet. When Gu Yan arrived at the foot of the stairs, he faintly smelled the dying pheromones in the air, slightly surprised. It was a little enigma. Gu Yan couldn't imagine how delighted Gu Qingjing would be upon the birth of this child. After enduring the tragedy of a disrespectful eldest son and an incompetent second one, heaven actually sent him an emperor package deal. Unfortunately, the child was gone. Gu Yan silently mourned for the unborn baby, hoping it wouldn't become an enigma in its next life. All the glory belongs to oneself, yet disasters fall heavily on those closest. Gu Yan didn't linger for long in the Gu family and left with the driver for the airport. 10 minutes later, he unexpectedly found a small tail behind him, shyly getting out of another car. Gu Rong hadn't changed his clothes, his shirt was crumpled beyond recognition, and he wore dirty flip-flops. His cheeks were swollen and bore deep handprints. With awkward discomfort, his disheveled hair covering his face, he walked up beside Gu Yan, big brother Gu Yan. Surprisingly, Gu Yan questioned, "What is it?" Emotions held in during the entire ride instantly broke, and Gu Rong wept resentfully. "Grandpa hit me, and told me to leave." He had nowhere else to go, so he begged the driver to bring him to Gu Yan. If Gu Yan didn't save him, he truly had nowhere else to go. Gu Yan lowered his gaze thoughtfully. It seemed that Old Master was essentially sweeping Gu Rong out the door to indirectly protect his safety. The elite families were full of monsters, and how could someone as naive as Gu Rong possibly handle various pressures? Gu Rong knelt in front of Gu Yan, unable to stop the tears streaming down his face. "I just want to live. Every crime has its master, every debt its debtor." On the face of the alcohol and soup incident, Gu Yan still bought a plane ticket for Gu Rong. For the first time ever leaving home, Gu Rong remained anxious throughout the journey, nearly fainting multiple times along the way. Upon arrival, Gu Yan hired a hotel butler to take care of the other party's daily life. Before Gu Yan left, Gu Rong swiftly grabbed the sleeve of Gu Yan's clothing, tightly gripping it with his palm. "Big brother, will you come back?" Gu Yan concluded definitively, "No." Gu Rong, his eyes red-rimmed, forced a reluctant smile at him, clutching the jumping frog in his hand. Polite but unwilling, he gave Gu Yan a pained expression that was almost more sorrowful than crying. "But I will still wait for you." Gu Yan added one more sentence, "Don't go out by yourself." Gu Rong obediently remembered his words. Gu Yan closed the door. Without a moment's delay, he hurriedly hailed a taxi straight to Shinjinyan's residence. During the 2 days he had been home, he had only taken a few hours of rest during lunchtime. The rest of the time, his nerves were taut without once closing his eyes. Strangely though, he hadn't felt how exhausted he was until the instant he stepped into Shinjinyan's house. The deep-rooted fatigue lurking within his body surged forth, overwhelming all of his senses. Shinjinyan noticed the second he opened the door. Gu Yan's face was marked with exhaustion, and there was a faint layer of dark circles beneath his eyes. Even his normally brilliant eyes looked hazy, as if his whole person resembled a walking corpse. Moreover, his body mingled with a light floral scent and faint alcohol aroma, along with other indiscernible scents that made it quite unpleasant. Shinjinyan, holding their child, furrowed her brows disdainfully and stepped back. In extreme fatigue, Gu Yan's brain couldn't react quickly enough to notice Shinjinyan's step of rejection. All he knew was that his desolation instantly disappeared completely, and almost uncontrollably, emotions surged within him. Without hesitation, he extended his arms and decisively pulled Shinjinyan into his embrace. With a 98% compatibility rate, he didn't need Shinjinyan to intentionally release any pheromones to smell the sweet strawberry ice cream fragrance. Gu Yan. Shinjinyan held her breath and also covered the child's nose and mouth, firmly pushing the man away. "You smell terrible." The baby missed Gu Yan's arms but was deterred by the strange mix of smells, shouting, "Papa." Though pushed away, Gu Yan's heart was already brimming with sweetness and satisfaction. He gently apologized, "Sorry, I've been traveling non-stop and haven't had time to clean myself properly." Shinjinyan sidestepped, inviting Gu Yan inside. "Then go wash. Afterward, you can have lunch." Gu Yan softly hummed in agreement, his attitude gentle as he immediately rose and went to the bathroom to cleanse himself. Shinjinyan started reflecting on whether his earlier behavior might have been too harsh. Gu Yan had endured such a long and tiresome journey and finally managed to return home, yet he had coldly pushed him away from an embrace. Forget it. He would make up for it at another time. Holding the child, Shinjinyan went to the kitchen and tapped lightly on the transparent glass door to notify the nanny of Gu Yan's arrival. "Add one portion for lunch." The baby thoughtfully reminded the nanny, "Papa." It was Dad who had returned. The nanny was overjoyed, rolling up her sleeves to hastily prepare 2 additional dishes in celebration of Gu Yan's arrival. Shinjinyan's anxiety over the past 2 days finally subsided. His focus on raising the child became increasingly thin as all his thoughts clung to Gu Yan. occasionally pondering what topic to start a conversation, other times considering how to inconspicuously pull a strand of his hair. He had been lost in these thoughts for nearly an hour. By this time, the heat of the food on the table had slowly dissipated. The nanny couldn't help but remind Shinjinian, Mr. Gu has been in there for more than an hour. This duration seemed unusually long. There mustn't be any trouble. Shinjinian handed the baby over to the nanny, making a determined decision, I'll check on him. The bathroom and toilet were separated by 2 doors with astonishing soundproofing. Listening closely at the door, Shinjinian could not hear any sounds from inside. Finally, he resorted to tapping on the innermost sliding door, Gu Yen. No response came from inside. Not even the sound of running water. He tapped again, Gu Yen. After 3 minutes, Shinjinian could no longer patiently wait for a reply. He gripped the doorknob, preparing himself mentally for whatever sight awaited him behind the door. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly turned the doorknob. Sure enough, the bathroom was eerily quiet, interrupted only by soft and steady breathing reaching his ears. Shinjinian tiptoed to the bathtub. Gu Yen lay with flushed cheeks, sleeping soundly, completely unaffected by the noises Shinjinian had deliberately created when knocking and opening the door. Shinjinian dipped his finger into the water to test its temperature, the cool sensation transmitted through his skin indicating that Gu Yen had been asleep for quite some time. Had he arrived 10 minutes later, the water in the bathtub would have turned completely cold. How did you fall asleep here? Shinjinian redirected his gaze back onto Gu Yen, forcibly controlling himself from looking at the frightening magnified lower half submerged in water. He nudged Gu Yan's shoulder. The man's skin was hot and scorching. Shinjinian immediately sensed something was wrong. He flicked his palm across his own hair to expose his clean forehead, pressing it tightly against Gu Yan's brow center. Not burning hot. So there was no fever. He then pinched Gu Yan's philtrum, forcibly waking him from the dream, get up already. Shinjinian wasn't gentle at all, and Gu Yan woke purely out of pain. His eyes gradually opened, still dazed and hazy due to the alcohol's lingering effects. His gaze fixed on Shinjinian, but his thoughts remained trapped in the dream, again witnessing his mother being brutally dismembered, covered in blood, yet struggling with her last ounce of strength to send him away to safety. As time passed, his mother's face in the dream became increasingly blurred until she completely vanished from his mind, leaving only Shinjinian before him now, her worried blinking eyes waiting for him to snap back to reality. Jinian. Gu Yan's pupils contracted slightly, his breathing heavy. Taking advantage of the remaining drunken haze in his brain, he splashed out a hand from the water, gripping Shinjinian's collar with surprising strength and pulling her directly into the bathtub. Gu Yan curled his legs, locking around Shinjinian's waist as one hand grabbed her delicate intertwined wrists while the other traveled up along her spine to clamp onto the nape of her neck, forcing her head upward to meet an onslaught of passionate kisses like stormy winds and sudden rain. I missed you so much. Chapter 90, Shower. Shinjinian was startled into a daze by the sudden unexpected event, standing motionless on the spot, letting Gu Yan do as he pleased. The faint smell of alcohol robbed him of all his breath. Under the dual attack of pheromones and alcohol, Shinjinian experienced mild hypoxia, his face flushed red. His dark eyes were clouded with a thin layer of mist. He pinched Gu Yan's chin and turned his head away forcefully to escape from the man's burning breath. Shinjinian went limp all over after being kissed and leaned against Gu Yan, resting his chin on the man's neck while gasping for fresh air. Seeing that the man's desires had not diminished in the slightest, ready to come up again for another kiss. Shinjinian quickly covered Gu Yan's mouth and glared at him accusingly, I'll report you for harassment if you kiss me again. Gu Yan, hugging him around the waist, laughed freely, if you're going to report me, I should have more kisses. As he spoke, he made a move to cup Shinjinian's cheek. But the latter deftly leaned back slightly, avoiding Gu Yan's little scheme. Shinjinian lifted his arm and pressed his burning red lips firmly with the back of his hand, you. What wine madness are you having? Ripples appeared in the man's seductive gaze, clearly etching the figure before him into his eyes, looking waterlogged, forbidden, yet intoxicating. Gu Yan shook his head smilingly, not wine madness, it's always been my heart's desire. Shinjinian gave an expression of, I knew it, good lad, I've been saying all along that you're a pervert. Indeed, his suspicion proved true. Everyone at school praised Gu Yan as a gentleman, but whenever Shinjinian looked at Gu Yan, he could always see the mad desire lurking in the calm depths of the man's eyes. Shinjinian was gloating about Gu Yan unexpectedly showing his true colors. Unexpectedly, the man beneath him suddenly sat up straight, once again pulling Shinjinian into his arms, tightly holding him with his strong arms like a clingy big dog, pressing his head against Shinjinian's shoulder. Returning to the original topic, he earnestly pushed their romance forward, how did you know I drank? He brushed his teeth several times and threw the clothes he had worn into the garbage bag and sealed it well, making sure there would be no lingering smell when he entered the shower. Shinjinian was born under the sign of a puppy. Of course, Shinjinian didn't feel embarrassed to say that he smelled it during their kiss, anyway, I smelled it. Gu Yan apologized sincerely, sorry, it won't happen again. Oh. Shinjinian responded as expected. After responding, he had a strange feeling, like one of those boss novels aired in Mom's Theater at 8:30, where the husband gets drunk after socializing and returns home to be scolded by his affectionate wife. First of all, Shinjinian confirmed that he wasn't the wife. He used this post-marriage déjà vu merely as an easy-to-understand example, then reaffirmed that he wasn't Gu Yan's wife. The water in the bathtub had cooled down completely, but the temperature of their bodies was exceptionally hot. Shen Jinian soaked for a while, feeling restless all over. He hurriedly broke free from Gu Yan's arms and climbed out of the bathtub, the wet fabric dripping cold water all over the floor. Fortunately, it was summer sleepwear with less material, so changing was simple. Shen Jinian wrapped himself in a bath towel. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly became concerned about Gu Yan, who was still drunk, only to find him unmoved, still soaking in the water. Shen Jinian. Aren't you done washing yet? Gu Yan quickly pulled up and curled his legs together. I'll be right there. This movement was extremely abrupt. Even if Shen Jinian hadn't intended to look anywhere specific, his gaze couldn't help but follow Gu Yan's actions. There was no material hiding anything underwater. Shen Jinian was far more disintegrated with shame than Gu Yan himself. He immediately closed his eyes and turned around, his legs running toward the door without needing a command from his brain. When he was about to turn the doorknob, he paused suddenly. Straining to keep his tone steady, he said, "You. Come eat when you're done." His words echoed confidently, and without hesitation, he grabbed the towel and ran out of this intimate and weird enclosed space. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Shen Jinian darted like the wind back into the closet to change into new clothes. But his mind was filled with everything he saw and heard just now in the bathroom, even shocked. Gu Yan was incredibly gifted. That horrifying scene caused Shen Jinian great psychological shock. After dressing absent-mindedly, he prepared to go eat. On his way out, he met Gu Yan, who had just finished showering face to face. His gaze couldn't help but fall on the unspeakable hidden place. After the eruption, the dormant volcano was calmly hidden under the bathrobe, but its size was still impressive. Shen Jinian averted his eyes, only to find Gu Yan gazing at him even more intently than himself. After admiring for a while, he gave a brief but sincere evaluation. Very cute. Shen Jinian, ? He followed the man's gaze to check his clothes. Only to find that he was wearing a white rabbit ear ultra-short pantsuit he had never seen before. The fabric of the pants was minimal, short enough to barely align with the thigh, with a milk-white mushroom ruffled edge process that lightly pinched his skin, making his legs appear abnormally long. Shen Jinian, die. Fortunately, though, the upper body was much more normal, just a simple white shirt. But Gu Yan's gaze kept falling on his chest. Shen Jinian directly went to the mirror in the wardrobe room. Not checking was fine, but once he did, he wanted to faint from embarrassment right there. It turned out the shirt was even worse. The designer had cut out a lacy hole exactly at the center of the chest, connecting it with decorative bunny ears sewn between the cloth pieces, and even the slightest movement revealed large areas of his skin. Shen Jinian turned around. He noticed a white furry bunny tail sticking up from behind the shorts, wobbling slightly when touched, leaving him speechless. Shen Jinian pinched the bridge of his nose. This absolutely wasn't the clothing he'd bought. He had never purchased such scandalous clothes. But somehow, they ended up mysteriously appearing in his wardrobe. Shen Jinian hurriedly changed into long sleeves and trousers, completely covering any exposed skin without leaving an inch visible, and waited another 10 minutes intentionally before stepping out. Unfortunately, fate seemed to have other plans. He ran into Gu Yan again. The man had apparently been waiting outside for him, readying a carefully considered compliment to please him. However, Shen Jinian's new outfit took Gu Yan by surprise, and all he could blurt out was a neutral word devoid of any praise or critique, very modest. Blushing furiously, Shen Jinian stormed ahead, ignoring Gu Yan entirely and leaving him behind without a word. In the living room, the nanny held the drowsy child, listening to the afternoon news as if lulled by it. Shen Jinian sat down first and started eating. When he served himself some soup, he realized that Gu Yan, who had been following him, hadn't come over. Instead, the man stood in front of the TV, brows furrowed as he stared intently at the screen. News broadcast: today, there has been another kidnapping case involving infants at our country's border. Currently, 2 people are dead. The infant, currently being treated in the hospital, is out of danger. 5 kidnappers involved in the case have already been arrested. Chapter 91, Coaxing Him. Gu Yan was absorbed in what he was watching, even neglecting to manage his expressions. The hatred on his face was crystal clear. Abduction cases are not uncommon. Children of any attribute in the ABO classification could be targeted, with omegas possessing reproductive capabilities being more frequently at risk. This was the first time Gu Yan had heard about enjma abductions. Because enjmas are rare, their glands are exceptionally precious. To protect young enjmas from harm, the country not only implemented punitive policies but also developed separate protective strategies for enjmas. Enjmas under the age of 18 have specialized agencies assisting them in concealing and modifying their second attributes. Only after turning 18, when enjmas gain the ability to protect themselves, can they choose to publicly reveal their identity. So, a young enjma whose second gender was concealed had their identity exposed and was specifically targeted for abduction. It truly was beyond comprehension. Shen Jinian also lightened his movements, putting down the chopsticks in his hand. Curious and astonished, he pricked up his ears and narrowed his eyes to observe the news on the TV. The image of the baby inside was pixelated, it was impossible to tell their appearance. The female anchor's voice continued to broadcast detailed news. Our country's police discovered heavy firearms and large quantities of hallucinogens on 5 kidnappers. Follow-up information is currently undergoing continuous interrogation. The next episode will continue to update you. Shinjinian propped his chin up, unable to help but express his shock. The news is being broadcasted before the interrogation is finished. How severe? News broadcasts screen accidents very strictly. This was an unprecedented situation. After listening to the news, Gu Yan slowly sat beside Shinjinian, 1 injured, 2 dead, it's a major event. No guessing needed, the 2 who died were the child's parents. Shinjinian sighed, how pitiful. Gu Yan grunted indifferently, clearly having lost his enthusiasm for picking up his chopsticks. Shinjinian was still immersed in his doubts and hadn't noticed Gu Yan's abnormal state, frowning deeply. Even in this century of civilization, there are still instances of second-gender leaks. How could the national system possibly be breached by ordinary people? No need, Gu Yan replied, there's a clumsy method called casting a wide net. Huh? Shinjinian was confused. The hallucinogens in their possession have auxiliary hypnotic effects. After drinking it, one would say whatever they're asked. Gu Yan explained, our country's protection system can defend against villains, but some cannot resist spilling their own secrets. With a pale face, Gu Yan continued, moreover, the purchase price for an Engma's gland is $1 billion, and the world is full of desperate individuals. Shinjinian thought it made sense. A single gland can be sold for hundreds of millions, money that could move mountains or manipulate lives, especially when dealing with desperate individuals. Although there may be risks of wasting several decades pursuing one Engma, catching even one guarantees wealth and security for the rest of their life. He had once believed that becoming an Engma would be prestigious and dignified, unaware that every Engma bears tenfold the safety risks compared to regular people, jeopardizing even their families. Shinjinian poked at the broccoli in his meal tray, which had already turned lukewarm, suddenly asking, does that mean once they reach adulthood, they'll be safe? Gu Yan shook his head, sighing with a wry smile, for adult Engmas, you just changed the strategy. Engmas possess strong mental powers and top-tier pheromones, but fundamentally, they are still human. Being human means having weaknesses. As long as one holds on to their weakness, Engmas are likely to follow orders. Gu Yan had always hidden his identity to avoid placing Shinjinian in a difficult situation. He feared that Shinjinian might be drugged and hypnotized by someone with malicious intent, afraid that Shinjinian would repeat his mother's bloody fate. Shinjinian remained silent for a long time. Small wonder why Engmas are said to be so rare. Gu Yan, some Engmas don't get the chance to grow up. The golden period for Engma abductions is during their powerless youth, before their pheromones and mental powers fully develop, making them no different from ordinary children. The topic and atmosphere began to feel heavy. Seeing that Gu Yan's face was completely bloodless, Shinjinian didn't know if it was due to empathizing with those Engmas growing up under pressure or from taking a cold bath. Hiding under the table, his foot nudged Gu Yan's ankle, let's eat. Gu Yan only drank a little soup. He was almost unable to eat. Gu Yan's mood had plummeted to rock bottom, and even the snow pine scent couldn't suppress the faint trails escaping him. Shinjinian put down his chopsticks, calm and collected as he pursued, Gu Yan, is there something on your mind? The man lifted his gaze toward Shinjinian. The latter's face was stern, is there something you're hiding from me? Otherwise, he wouldn't normally act like Miss Lin Dayu. No, Gu Yan said, I've been out for 2 days, it's exhausting. Shinjinian wasn't entirely convinced. He had been lively after taking a shower, but his emotional state seemed more listless and low after watching the news than when he first came home. Shinjinian had an intuition it was related to the news. His eyes measured Gu Yan up and down repeatedly, hesitating for quite some time before tentatively speaking, you couldn't possibly be an Engma with a hidden second gender, could you? If Shinjinian didn't strike, he shocked everyone. Gu Yan choked without even drinking water, covering his mouth as he coughed violently, not stopping until his face regained its color. Immediately, he contradicted, I am not. Then how do you know so much? Shinjinian believed he wasn't. If Gu Yan were an Engma, then his pheromones would likely have a restraining effect on him, but he still quite liked the scent of snow pines, and his little alpha baby liked it too. Gu Yan lowered his head, picked up his chopsticks, and quickly selected 2 slices of fish pretending to be busy, just reading a lot of material, it's all collected in the library. Shinjinian never went to the library. And rarely paid attention to news that didn't interest him. Upon hearing this, Shinjinian instead let out a light sneer, obviously starting to prepare for sarcastic comments. Libraries are great, aren't they? Libraries teach new knowledge, and also help new juniors apply band-aids. After being gloomy for half a while, Gu Yan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Shinjinian's sour words. He hadn't expected Shinjinian to hold resentment over this matter. He felt a bit happy, pleased that Shinjinian would feel slightly jealous of him, but after his happiness passed, guilt followed. If he hadn't helped back then, he wouldn't have stirred up such feelings in Shinjinian. There won't be another time. Gu Yan, bathed in sunlight streaming through the window, took his second oath to Shinjinian, whatever you dislike, I will refrain from doing. I don't care about what I like or dislike, nor will I interfere with you. Humph. When their marriage contract wasn't yet signed, Shinjinian certainly didn't need any assurance from Gu Yan. Ignoring Gu Yan, Shen Jinian resumed eating, burying his head into his meal. However, his eyes glanced occasionally at the man across from him, only reassured and able to eat peacefully once he confirmed Gu Yan wasn't still immersed in the earlier sorrowful atmosphere. It's actually very easy to make Gu Yan happy. As long as Shen Jinian showed a tiny bit of concern, it was enough. A trivial effort, why not do it? Chapter 92, Gift. After the school holiday ended, Zhuangzi had just finished moving. Chen Han invited Shen Jinian over for dinner at his place, where Zhuangzi personally cooked to entertain them. Chen Han pushed the shopping cart, nudged Shen Jinian sneakily, and with a somewhat embarrassed expression asked, "Does Gu Yan also live with you?" Shen Jinian was already used to Chen Han's gossiping skills. As if possessing a third eye, no secrets could escape her notice. He casually admitted it, instead highlighting the purity of their relationship free from any dirty power exchange. Yeah. Chen Han looked somewhat worried, then will he go with you tonight? Shen Jinian shook his head pretending he didn't know. I don't know that, Gu Yan has his own pace of life. Chen Han hesitated, clearly having something on his mind. Shen Jinian rested his chin in his hand, calmly thinking, do you want him to come? Of course not. His face wasn't fully healed yet, and the sudden surge of emotions pulled at the corner of his wound, making Chen Han wince and take in a sharp breath of cold air. At this moment, all he cared about was clarifying things. I actually don't quite want to invite him. Gu Yan isn't close with us, it would be awkward anyway. And won't you find it awkward when meeting Gu Yan? Shen Jinian scratched his head. He deliberately avoided topics involving himself and scrutinized the anxious-looking Chen Han again, surprisingly admiring and exclaiming, you are such a kind person, considering so much for Gu Yan, no wonder Zhuangzi likes you. I've always been this nice. Having gained some affirmation, Chen Han immediately expanded on it, almost puffing up with pride. Suddenly, Shen Jinian smirked and instantly composed himself after laughing, saying without a trace of pretense, all right, I'll ask, are you afraid Gu Yan might steal Zhuangzi away from you? It's not what I mean. Stammering with no clear defense, Chen Han finally accepted the obvious fact, okay, I'm scared. The only alpha with impeccable looks he'd seen from childhood to now was Shen Jinian. His facial features perfectly blended feminine grace with masculine strength at a subtle balance point, with a sharp refinement, truly stunning. Gu Yan and Shen Jinian had different styles, his dashing elegance required no additional elaboration, it was inexplicable. But obviously, more people favored Gu Yan's type of omega. So, inevitably, he worried that Zhuangzi might compare him to Gu Yan in his heart. How could he ever measure up against someone chosen by thousands through voting? Shen Jinian patted Chen Han's shoulder. The latter suddenly looked up, meeting Shen Jinian's serious and earnest gaze, astonished that he didn't mock his cowardly love-addled behavior. If Gu Yan's mere presence is enough to threaten you, then I think that isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it could save Chen Han time, cutting short this nascent affection swiftly. Chen Han understood this logic, but lovers often have blind hearts and cloudy eyes. Shen Jinian coughed lightly, turning the topic to console him, but why are you afraid? Didn't he meet Gu Yan before? Now aren't they completely uninterested in each other? Besides, Boss Zhuang isn't the kind who forgets old favors for new interests. Chen Han thought about it and found it quite reasonable. And both Gu Yan and Shen Jinian had unexpectedly started taking care of a child, so Zhuangzi couldn't possibly split them up as a family of three. Shen Jinian reassured him finally, if you don't like it, I won't bring him along. Zhuangzi indeed didn't have much interaction with Gu Yan, bringing another mouth to feed might feel a bit embarrassing. But Chen Han realized something. Forget it, let's see what Gu Yan feels like doing. Shen Jinian. Fine. Round and round, they came back to the starting point, and he found the lover's thoughts increasingly hard to fathom. Shen Jinian shooed Chen Han off to the vegetable section of the mall, selecting all necessary ingredients based on the menu prepared by Zhuangzi. While Chen Han was checking out, Shen Jinian went upstairs to the maternity area and picked out some snacks and toys for the baby. He also planned to get Gu Yan a pair of underwear. Last night, while showering, he suddenly remembered that one was taken by Shen Haughtily and never returned. Gu Yan lived humbly and recently helped care for the child without taking up a part-time job, which meant his source of income had been cut off. For such minor expenses, he could offer some support occasionally. However, this time it was merely compensation, not something he intended as a gift. Shen Jinian pushed the cart and stopped in front of a dazzling array of shelves, identifying the brand before beginning to search for the right size. The sales assistant watched him flip back and forth for half an eternity without coming to a decision, so she quickly stepped up to assist. Hello, do you need help? Shen Jinian's clothes were either big brands or custom-made, rarely did he buy things offline. Faced with so many types, he became dazzled. He decided to ask directly, which one is the most expensive? The salesperson had been mentally filtering through lightweight and breathable options or loose, seamless ones but didn't expect the customer to ask such an unexpected question. The sales guy immediately guided him to the farthest corner. This brand costs over 5,000 yuan. In terms of comfort, breathability, and moisture absorption, there's no comparison. Shen Jinian said, then wrap 2 pairs for me. The salesperson's eyes immediately lit up, all right. What size do you usually wear? Shen Jinian hesitated for a moment. He didn't know what size Gu Yan wore. The salesperson immediately caught on, is this for your partner? Then may I ask his height and weight? Height 196, weight. He didn't know, there was no record of weight in the school's personal information. Shinjinian could only free up one hand to gesture to the salesperson, his waist is about this size. His thighs are like this. Finally, he clasped his hands together, forming a vague circle with his fingertips just barely touching each other, intending to explain but suddenly felt embarrassed and closed his mouth, quietly hiding his hands behind his back. It was as if he had touched upon something unspeakable, making his heart race and face flush. The salesperson immediately understood, even allowing the surprise bubbling inside him to escape with wide eyes as he blurted out of wow. Not used to seeing sizes like that in everyday life, he couldn't help but exclaim. Feeling awkward from the wow, Shinjinian quickly urged, can we check out now? The salesperson snapped out of it and apologetically fetched the goods from the warehouse for the cashier. As Shinjinian exited, he came face to face with Chen Han who had been searching for him. Seeing Shinjinian, Chen Han rushed over, the breeze created by his movement causing the partially tucked-in receipt in the gift bag to flutter and land at Shinjinian's feet. Chen Han bent down to pick it up. Glancing briefly at the order information, he immediately noticed the underwear size. A shocked, what the heck, slipped out naturally, and Chen Han unabashedly looked Shinjinian up and down, you're this well endowed? Halfway through the appraisal, Chen Han suddenly realized something wasn't right. They had gone to the bathroom together before, this wasn't Shinjinian's size. Chen Han looked at Shinjinian with an innuendo-laden gaze, oh up right arrow oh down right arrow oh. Chapter 93, Falling Ill. Good kid. He thought Shinjinian was forced to cohabit with Gu Yan for the sake of their child, enduring a daily life of misery. Completely unexpected was the fact that Shinjinian had secretly been happy behind his back, and to such an intimate extent that he even sent ambiguous gifts like these. Shinjinian neatly tucked away the receipt, forget about it. I haven't thought of anything, Chen Han raised 3 fingers as a promise. The more Shinjinian clarified now, the more colorful thoughts were blooming in Chen Han's mind, so he decided not to say anything at all. And moving faster than Chen Han, he quickly walked ahead. Chen Han always knew that Shinjinian had the ability to get flustered within 3 seconds. Prioritizing his life, he obediently kept silent. Together, they left the mall and took a taxi home. Time flew by second alongside the scenery outside the window. Once the sense of shame faded with time, Shinjinian's complexion returned to its previous white with a hint of pink. Chen Han suddenly leaned in and whispered cautiously, have you two already reached that level? With a kick of his leg, Shinjinian informed Chen Han through action that anger didn't require build-up. Then, with innocent clarity in his eyes, he asked, what did you say? Chen Han slid to the corner feeling wronged and stayed silent for the entire ride home without uttering a word. Not only did Chen Han remain quiet, even the driver refrained from speaking and quietly turned off the Bluetooth music playing in his car. All 3 of them, with different thoughts, arrived home in silence. Chen Han told Shinjinian to come over early tonight. After agreeing, Shinjinian immediately left, carrying a large bag of gifts up the stairs fast. Gu Yan was at home on the sofa taking care of the child. The baby was 7.5 months old now, 10,000 times better behaved than when they first found him. Whether it was eating or sleeping, the baby rarely cried, showing far greater focus than Shinjinian himself. A single toy could occupy the baby for half an hour. Gu Yan seized the opportunity to play on his phone. As soon as he saw Shinjinian enter, he immediately turned off the screen. Shinjinian paid little attention to this minor movement. When he used his phone, he also tended to react instinctively like this. After changing his shoes upon entering, Shinjinian followed the baby onto the carpet and spread out all the gifts he was holding, sorting them one by one. Pull-out vegetable game, babies. Melt-in-mouth biscuits, babies. Educational busy ball, babies. Finger puff pastries, babies. Shinjinian divided the gifts into a small mountain heap, nearly burying the child. After setting up everything carefully, he finally pulled out the big gift box hidden behind his back, awkwardly handing it over to Gu Yan with stiff movements, this is for you. Gu Yan was surprised. He immediately accepted it, opened it up, and checked it out. Upon seeing the brand name, he instantly realized what it was. They both stared at each other wide-eyed, each more clumsy than the other, until Gu Yan suddenly burst out laughing, thank you. Shinjinian quickly explained, my brother accidentally lost your underwear hanging on the rack before, so this is compensation for you. Gu Yan recognized the brand and knew its price. 2 pieces of underwear cost Shinjinian over 10,000 yuan. Gu Yan felt deeply moved but pretended to be unaware, I like this gift very much, but isn't it quite expensive? Shinjinian sympathized with Gu Yan's fear of burdening others. Afraid that telling the actual price would make Gu Yan feel uncomfortable and perhaps refuse to wear it, he shook his head, it's on sale, 30 yuan for 2 pairs. That's a good deal. Gu Yan meticulously packed the underwear away carefully, saying, if there's another promotion next time, I'll also give you something. Shinjinian responded casually. Changing the topic, tonight, I want to take the baby out, you. Shinjinian wasn't prepared when starting this sentence, so he began hesitating halfway through. He couldn't figure out what was in Chen Han's mind, whether he wanted Gu Yan to go or not, fearing that bringing Gu Yan along might ruin the fun but also worrying that not bringing him might upset Gu Yan. Lost in hesitation, until Gu Yan assumed Shen Jinian intended to leave him out and immediately spoke up, knowing Shen Jinian wouldn't have any worries, no need to consider me. By rejecting it himself, Gu Yan saved Shen Jinian the trouble of inviting him again. Alright, rest early. He took the child and went upstairs to change clothes. Before leaving, he made arrangements in the kitchen with the housekeeper that she didn't need to prepare his dinner that evening. He even told the baby to wave goodbye to Gu Yan as they left. With a click of the door closing, the sounds of Shen Jinian and the child instantly disappeared, plunging the room into sudden silence, enveloped by a heavy sense of emptiness. Gu Yan picked up his phone and continued reading the message from the hotel butler. Good evening, Mr. Gu. I am the dedicated butler for Mr. Gu Rong at Jie Hotel. Recently, Mr. Gu Rong's sleeping hours have increased, yet his sleep quality has declined. He has been experiencing persistent nightmares and night sweats. Today's condition is particularly severe. From the early hours of the morning until now, he has slept continuously for 29 hours straight. Would you like us to call a doctor? After leaving home, Gu Yan rarely saw his younger brother and was unaware if he had experienced such symptoms before. Are there any other symptoms? Not yet, however. Mr. Gu Rong eats very little. His daily food intake is merely equivalent to one meal for a 4-year-old toddler. This situation seemed to have existed for quite some time, otherwise, he wouldn't have become so emaciated that he weighed only a few dozen pounds. Gu Rong's physical condition came as an unexpected surprise. Gu Yan typed, please kindly wake him up, and I will take him to the hospital. The butler responded affirmatively and immediately acted on Gu Yan's request, waking Gu Rong and preparing his clothing accordingly. Gu Yan greeted the housekeeper and rushed out in urgency. The hotel where Gu Rong stayed was not far from here. When renting the place, they had considered its convenience for travel without wasting too much time on the road. He arrived in just 15 minutes. Gu Rong looked utterly unwell, sitting lifelessly on the sofa in the lobby waiting for him. Indeed, as the butler had described, the Omega appeared listless, his vitality visibly fading away with each passing moment. He was a sharp contrast to the lively child seen just a week ago. Upon catching sight of Gu Yan, Gu Rong's eyes barely brightened for a moment before quickly sinking back into their deadened state. In a polite tone, he called out, brother. Without delay, Gu Yan moved forward, standing opposite Gu Rong. Are you feeling unwell? Gu Rong rubbed his eyes, he lacked energy and shook his head. I feel like sleeping. Gu Yan said no more and promptly took Gu Rong to the nearest private hospital. The doctor issued a thick stack of forms for tests, handing them over to Gu Yan to process. Gu Rong's movements were lethargic, his body swaying with every step, yet he still tried hard to keep up with his brother. Eventually, when he could muster no more strength, he quietly sat down on a chair outside the examination room, patiently waiting for Gu Yan. Amidst the bustling crowd, he resembled a discarded domestic cat, lonely and destitute, devoid of any survival skills, unable to endure even a single winter. When Gu Yan finally finished collecting the test results and intended to call Gu Rong into the consultation room, Gu Rong remained motionless. Suddenly, he stopped him, brother. At some point, the boy's eyes had reddened, his voice trembling, Mom, she's dead. Chapter 94, Jealousy. How could it be? When he left, Gu Qingzheng had already calmed down and called the emergency number. According to general psychological analysis, he shouldn't have continued to abuse her. Gu Yan put away the lab report, looking down at Gu Rong from above. Who told you? Gu Rong pulled out his phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and handed it over with both hands. The screen was filled with green voice messages. Gu Yan took it and quickly glanced at the notes on Gu Rong's phone. The person on the other end was a descendant of the main branch of the Gu family, and Gu Rong should call him third brother. Gu Yan pressed the voice message button. Filthy language sharp and piercing continuously blared into his ears, dirty enough to make him frown deeply before stopping playback. At the bottom, there was indeed a video showing Tan Wan lying lifelessly on the hospital bed. Although Gu Rong might be a bit slow, the Gu family did hire private tutors to teach him lessons, so he wasn't illiterate. Gu Yan had previously thought that taking Gu Rong out would help avoid the bloodshed caused by those people. However, guns and swords could pierce through everything and stab right into his heart, even from thousands of miles away. He returned the phone to Gu Rong. Keep the chat records stored properly. You don't need to look at their messages in the future. Gu Rong wiped the tears trembling at the corner of his eyes, obediently nodded, and then lowered his head, tightly clenching the edge of his own clothes. Gu Yan asked him to go for a checkup with the doctor in the examination room. Gu Rong slowly stood up and followed. His results showed poor data. Although there were no incurable major issues, due to his young age, long-term poor mental state, and severe nutritional deficiencies, Gu Rong was now particularly weak and suffered from serious functional nervous system disorders. In summary, Gu Rong needed someone to take care of him and help re-regulate his body. There was no one in the Gu family who cared about him. Naturally, Gu Yan didn't have the energy to nurture a strange younger brother. He asked the doctor, can he be hospitalized for rehabilitation? The doctor paused for a moment and analyzed objectively. Personally, I suggest being with parents or family would be better. The hospital atmosphere isn't suitable for long-term stays. This sudden topic struck Gu Rong's pain point. Gu Yan instinctively looked at the quietly seated teenager on the bench. Just as Gu Rong raised his tearful gaze and met Gu Yan's eyes, he turned his head quickly and said to the doctor, "I'll follow what my brother says." Gu Yan's eyes grew heavier. Finally, he decided to issue the hospitalization form. However, since Gu Rong's case focused on recuperation with specialized caregivers following the doctor's schedule allowing outdoor time whenever needed, admission would be delayed until the next day. Gu Yan gave Gu Rong some medicine to bring back to the hotel, watched him eat an entire dinner and take his pills before standing up and tidying his clothes to leave. Gu Rong quickly grabbed the sleeve of Gu Yan's coat. The man paused, and Gu Rong immediately withdrew his hand awkwardly. Gu Rong asked, "Will brother come when I'm hospitalized?" Gu Yan turned around and looked at the suppressed hopeful gaze. "You can contact me if you need any help." Gu Rong nodded, lowering his eyelashes and sniffed. A faint aroma of strawberries lingered in the air, drifting from the moment Gu Yan entered the room till now. Gu Yan's pheromones weren't strawberry scented. So this was someone else's scent. Gu Rong racked his brains and finally figured it out, so brother Gu Yan had someone he also needed to care for. Gu Rong softened his breathing, not daring to touch too much upon someone else's happiness. He spoke, "Brother, don't worry about me. I myself can do. Stay with strawberry brother." Gu Yan had a conditioned reflex to strawberries and knew what Gu Rong meant without further explanation. Instinctively, he glanced at his own clothes and smelled a trace of strawberries. Gu Yan voluntarily shared his phone number with Gu Rong. "If you want to say something, you can tell me." Gu Rong tried to perk up, lifting the corners of his lips. "Okay." It was getting late. After giving final instructions to Gu Rong, Gu Yan quickly set off to leave. On the way home, lost in thought about the distorted situation, he sent Hiyu a message asking him to keep an eye on Tan Wan's affairs. Hiyu replied quickly, "Absolutely no mistake, she's dead beyond doubt." The Gu family bought a cheap plot of land and plans to quietly hold a funeral the day after tomorrow. Gu Yan, when did she pass away? Hiyu, last night, shortly after the nurse checked her room. Gu Yan, isn't that even stranger? Tan Wan suffered from a miscarriage, fractures, and internal organ damage. She should not have survived the day if the situation was severe. So why did she linger in the hospital for so long before finally passing away? Hiyu, transfer me 500,000 yuan, and I'll tell you a big secret. Gu Yan didn't have time to kill Tan Wan and still had to spend 500,000 yuan to buy her cause of death. Was Hiyu crazy about money, or had his head been squashed by a door panel? Gu Yan stopped replying to Hiyu's messages. At that moment, the car had already come to a steady stop outside the neighborhood. After getting out of the car, Gu Yan bought some red bean rice cakes and then walked home, adding an extra 15 minutes to his journey. By the time he got home, it was already 9:50 p.m. The nanny had already put the baby to bed. Shen Jinian was sitting on the couch eating sunflower seeds and watching short videos. When Gu Yan came in, Shen Jinian immediately turned off the screen and lazily lifted his eyes to look at him up and down. Gu Yan awkwardly stood by the door changing shoes. "How come you're still awake?" Shen Jinian cut straight to the chase. "Auntie said you left without having dinner. What did you go to do?" As far as he knew, Gu Yan didn't have many friends in this city. Rushing out like that at night must mean there was an unexpected situation. Auntie had given her scattered analysis, suggesting that perhaps there was an urgent issue with the house decoration, or something essential that needed to be purchased. In any case, emergencies are always unforeseen. Shen Jinian didn't listen. He thought Gu Yan had gone out and played around behind their backs. Gu Yan took off his coat, hung it on the rack, then went over to Shen Jinian and placed the rice cakes on the table. "I sent a friend's younger brother to the hospital. His compassion could provide shelter for Gu Rong, but the word younger brother was a lump in his throat that he couldn't call out." Shen Jinian crossed his arms. "If it's not your younger brother, why did you have to take him?" "Gu Yan, there's family conflict raging wildly at their place. The younger brother can only stay temporarily in a hotel, so no one has time to take care of him yet." Shen Jinian thought Gu Yan wasn't the type to often lie, so he somewhat believed him, though he hesitated for a few seconds before asking, "Are you sure?" Gu Yan had to show him the mobile bill expenditure and receipt details, strongly clearing himself of any wrongdoing. Shen Jinian carefully checked them all. It was indeed a hospital transaction, not forged. But the anger in his chest didn't decrease much. Instead, he redirected the fire inside himself, saying, "Why didn't you tell Auntie when you left the house tonight?" Whenever he was home, his father would always inform both mother and older brother whenever going out with friends for social gatherings. Even today, Shen Jinian had told Gu Yan that he would be heading out for dinner. Shen Jinian felt that this behavior of Gu Yan seemed rather distant compared to how they usually interacted. At least, he should have mentioned it to avoid worrying others unnecessarily. "Sorry." Gu Yan nudged the red bean rice cake toward Shen Jinian, trying to placate him. "I didn't think it through this time. No snacks after dinner." Shen Jinian was still a bit upset and had absolutely no appetite even for his favorite rice cakes. After yawning, he sat upright. "You solve it yourself, I'm going to sleep." Then he ignored Gu Yan completely, leaving Gu Yan alone in the living room staring into space. While Shen Jinian lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, attempting to relax and meditate but eventually becoming more alert as the clock hit 1 a.m. The night was pitch black, and there was not a sound. Suddenly, Shen Jinian made a firm decision, taking a deep breath. He tightened his bathrobe and quietly sneaked out of the bedroom, feeling his way in the dark to where Gu Yan had hung his coat by the entrance hall rack. Carefully avoiding making noise, he reached into the sleeve and, moving from top to bottom, felt until he touched the cuffs. He held it near his nose and took a shallow sniff. An obvious pheromone. Gardenia fragrance. Already matured omega scent. Shinjinian spent the entire night thinking and worrying endlessly, unable to get a wink of sleep. The next day, even when seeing Gu Yan, Shinjinian acted coldly, focusing entirely on his breakfast and never sparing him a glance. The atmosphere between the two of them became chillingly silent. Overnight, the estrangement between them had grown deeper than ever before, even surpassing the days when they were once at odds. Gu Yan assumed Shinjinian was still mad about yesterday's incident, so after lunch, he proactively asked for permission. I still need to go to the hospital to handle the admission procedures. It will probably take around 2 hours. Is that okay? You go ahead, why ask for my approval? Shinjinian put down his chopsticks, seriously yet coldly asking, what standpoint should I stand on to control your itinerary? The nanny happened to come in at this point with the baby drinking milk and returned to the nursery. Only the two of them remained in the room, the atmosphere now awkwardly strange. Gu Yan faced Shinjinian with a look of confusion. Exams always had a scope, but sometimes he couldn't quite figure out why Shinjinian got upset. Sorry, I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Shinjinian picked up his chopsticks again and lowered his head to eat. Gu Yan waited until Shinjinian left the table before standing up to clean the bowls and utensils. Omega pheromones filled Shinjinian's mind. It dawned on him why Gu Yan hadn't informed him in advance, because he was accompanying an omega to the hospital. No matter what reason Gu Yan had for hiding it, Shinjinian simply wasn't happy about it. Once Gu Yan's figure disappeared completely from the door, Shinjinian became furious. The babysitter took down a coat from the rack and placed it on the sofa beside Shinjinian, holding the baby and sitting next to him. I don't think Mr. Gu would do anything improper. Instead of sulking here, you should go check things out. Jealousy among young couples was normal, but if misunderstanding crept in, it needed to be resolved promptly. I'm not going. What nonsense, like stalking someone. He'd seem overly petty and jealous that way. Alright, but remember, the doctor's nutritional supplements for the baby have run out, said the babysitter, holding the baby's little hand and gently patting Shinjinian's back while cleverly providing a step-down opportunity. This is the last meal without them. The symptoms of his missing pheromone disorder were long gone. Shinjinian glanced at the chubby, white-skinned little infant who didn't look weak or in need of supplements. The babysitter replied, still, it'd be good to get checked again by the doctor. Shinjinian hesitated for a moment, his mind swirling with doubts. He immediately grabbed the confused baby and dressed in record speed, spending only 5 minutes before both emerged immaculately fresh from the wardrobe. Preoccupied with concerns, Shinjinian even forgot to bid farewell to the babysitter and headed straight for the hospital address Gu Yan had shown him yesterday. Coincidentally, this was the nearest hospital to their home, the same one he had quickly chosen after picking up the baby. But he hadn't brought the child there to see a doctor. After arriving, he hesitated for a long time downstairs in the ward building. It felt humiliating to investigate Gu Yan's secrets, it made him look petty and jealous. But events unfolded differently than expected. Shinjinian might not investigate. But Gu Yan happened to bump into him. While Shinjinian was anxiously pacing behind a load-bearing pillar, he suddenly caught sight of Gu Yan entering the hall with a slim, delicate teenage omega to handle some procedures. They were a bit far away, so he couldn't make out the other person's face clearly. All he could see was that the omega seemed very dependent on Gu Yan, often glancing at Gu Yan's profile and occasionally smiling while chatting with him. The baby in Shinjinian's arms, with bright eyes, pointed at the distant figure with one small finger and shouted excitedly, Papa. Shinjinian quickly covered the baby's mouth in alarm. Luckily, they were well hidden. Even if Gu Yan heard the voice, he just thought it was his imagination, quickly turning his head left and right and not seeing anyone before giving up. He sighed in relief. After waiting for Gu Yan to finish handling the procedures and leaving the hall with the omega to head toward the elevator, Shinjinian finally came out, still holding the baby. The pair had already entered the elevator. At this time of day, there weren't many people around, but the elevator stopped at several floors. Shinjinian gave up outright and decided to ask the registration nurse instead. But, as he turned around, his field of vision suddenly darkened. What lay before him was no longer the bright and shiny hospital floor and walls but rather the broad chest clad in a black shirt. The moment he smelled the scent, Shinjinian's awkwardness made his scalp tingle, all traces of anger and resentment vanishing instantly, wishing nothing more than to dig a hole through the earth and hide. Papa. The baby stretched its arms, wanting to crawl into Gu Yan's embrace. Gu Yan steadied Shinjinian by his shoulders, seizing the opportunity to take the child while gently asking, Jinian, why are you here? Shinjinian closed his eyes and blurted out nonsensically, we're here for a checkup, took a wrong turn. It was normal to wander from the outpatient building to the inpatient building. At that instant, Gu Yan realized why Shinjinian had been upset in the morning, a trace of a smile spreading across his face. Would you like to wait for me? I'll accompany you. You stick with your omega brother. Shinjinian, realizing he had been exposed, stopped pretending altogether. My kid and I aren't important. Gu Yan quickly wiped Shen Jinian's forehead with the back of his hand, puzzled. You're not running a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Shen Jinian swatted Gu Yan's hand away and forcibly took the child. This prompted another retort from Gu Yan. What part of that was nonsense? You sent an Omega to the hospital yesterday, and today you're doing it again? He laughs and chats with you as if you've known each other for ages instead of just one day. Besides, a grown Omega with fully functional limbs can certainly go to the hospital alone. Why did they need help from someone else's alpha? The more Shen Jinian talked, the angrier he got, completely unaware that the elevator behind him had dinged and returned to the first floor. A shadow was slowly creeping closer. Shen Jinian mustered all his energy to throw the fiercest line at Gu Yan. If you like your Omega brother so much, go be with him then. As soon as the words left his lips, the young Omega had already appeared by Gu Yan's side, his face bearing a three-part resemblance to Gu Yan. This visage now loomed in front of Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian. What the hell? So who exactly is this younger brother? Chapter 95, Green Tea. Shen Jinian thought he had approached the situation incorrectly and deliberately turned around with the baby in his arms, closing his eyes for a full 2 minutes to gather his thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, the young man was still standing right in front of him. Though the face wearing an expression of confusion appeared youthful and clear-cut, it was easy to see the resemblance to Gu Yan. Shen Jinian. Gu Yan. With a real person standing before him now, this time there was no hiding for Gu Yan. Upon seeing Shen Jinian's extraordinarily handsome features, Gu Rong caught a faint whiff of sweet strawberry pheromones from him. In an instant, the boy's weary expression brightened, and his dull gaze sparkled, as if he'd won $1 million lottery. Big Brother Strawberry. So this was the person Big Brother Gu Yan needed to take care of. And there was also a baby. When Gu Rong spotted the little baby hiding its half-face behind Shen Jinian's sleeve in his arms, looking timid yet adorable, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she quickly covered her mouth. Looking at the three from afar, it wasn't hard to tell that the child inherited excellent genes from both adults. So, was this little baby, Big Brother Gu Yan's child? No wonder Big Brother never came home. It turned out Big Brother already had a wife and a child. Seeing Gu Rong observing Shen Jinian for too long, Gu Yan worried that Shen Jinian might feel uncomfortable, so he lightly coughed to draw Gu Rong's attention. How did you come down here? Gu Rong, carrying his school bag, seemed somewhat remorseful. I couldn't find the room. Though Gu Yan had told him the ward number, Gu Rong was too scatterbrained, his head feeling hazy and unable to remember anything. And on the way, many people repeatedly went up and down the elevator. By the time the elevator reached the top floor, his mind was blank, and he had already forgotten the room number. Having no choice, he followed the elevator back to the first floor to look for Gu Yan. By chance, he bumped into the two of them. Shen Jinian stepped back with the child in his arms, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the man opposite him, his tone serious and authoritative. What's going on? Gu Yan slid his arm around Shen Jinian's waist protectively, pulling him into his embrace. Let's go back to the ward. Standing at the stairwell blocked the flow of pedestrians, plus, after all, the truth about this matter was a bit difficult to admit. Shen Jinian and Gu Rong first entered the elevator. Gu Yan followed closely behind. The man's demeanor carried an unprecedented sense of despair and sorrow. He had intentionally distanced himself from the Gu family and concealed Gu Rong's existence, not wanting Shen Jinian to know about his connection to the dirty, decadent Gu family. He also deliberately kept Shen Jinian and the baby hidden from Gu Rong, fearing that Gu Rong might inadvertently mention it to Gu Qingzhen after returning home, causing trouble for Shen Jinian. But things didn't go as planned. As if sharing a similar intuition, Shen Jinian and Gu Rong had unintentionally torn apart the hastily constructed barrier he had put up. Gu Yan felt like he was being escorted for questioning. Resigned, he returned to Gu Rong's small suite ward. The room wasn't very large, and the main resting area housed a 2-meter-wide nursing bed. Other than that, there was just a small sofa. Gu Rong didn't climb onto the bed, instead willingly giving it up to Shen Jinian, who held the baby, making it convenient for the baby to play. Shen Jinian caught a hint of a light jasmine fragrance off the boy, clearly identical to the scent from Gu Yan's cuffs. Holding Gu Rong's face and studying it for a long time, he finally asked, "Are you Gu Yan's younger brother?" Gu Rong obediently nodded. Shen Jinian's gaze shot at Gu Yan, icy daggers piercing through him. Is that true? Squirming uncomfortably, Gu Yan's blinking increased rapidly. Finally, he nodded and gave a simple explanation, a blended family, different mothers but the same father. Shen Jinian was extremely upset about Gu Yan's secrecy. Still, he temporarily suppressed his dissatisfaction, saying nothing until Gu Rong left with the nurse to visit the doctor for a checkup, leaving only the three of them alone in the room. Then Shen Jinian finally lost it, disappointment written all over his face. You lied to me. Gu Yan proactively sat next to Shen Jinian, afraid of angering him and releasing a little pheromone in an attempt to soothe him. Lowering his head, appearing dejected and melancholic, filled with deep thoughts, the nearly 2-meter-tall man couldn't even keep his voice steady. I'm sorry. Seeing him like this, Shen Jinian found it hard to berate him verbally. Even the baby sensed Gu Yan's heavy heart, crawling to the man and planting a milky kiss on his cheek. Shen Jinian. Then why did you hide it from me? Gu Yan's eyes were clouded with gloom, and his face no longer held the faint smile it once did. The man paused for a long time. The family didn't get along, and I've been detached from them for a long time now. I didn't want to have too many ties. It had been nearly 10 years since he last stepped through the doors of the Gu family. If it weren't for Gu Qingjian bringing up the Memorial Day this time and suggesting that they should pay respects to his mother at her grave, he wouldn't have entered the Gu family's doors again either. Naturally, he wouldn't recognize any younger brother either. Shen Jinian listened to Gu Yan's brief words, but each word was filled with sorrow and distress. He always knew that the conflicts in blended families were numerous. Seeing Gu Yan's attitude toward his family members, it indeed didn't seem harmonious. Even that thin boy who had only skin and bones left, more likely than not, wasn't well liked, otherwise, he wouldn't have become so emaciated. When Gu Yan went home the last time claiming to visit someone ill, he probably also came to take care of this younger brother. He couldn't bear seeing the fragile flower bud linked by fate with him fade silently away in harsh winds and rains. It also made sense why Gu Yan had to work all the time to support himself. Shen Jinian suddenly grabbed Gu Yan's hand resting on the edge of the bed. As expected, even in such a pleasant climate, Gu Yan's hands were unusually icy. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Stirring up painful memories would make neither of them feel good. Instead, Gu Yan took Shen Jinian's hand firmly, entwining their fingers forcefully. His thumb gently grazed over Shen Jinian's skin, creating an intimate and seductive moment. Shen Jinian immediately felt his ears heating up. He tried to withdraw his hand, but Gu Yan held on tightly. What seemed like a tender and ambiguous gesture was somehow transformed into a wrestling match by Shen Jinian. Unsuccessful. In the end, he could only let himself be led by Gu Yan. Gu Yan subtly leaned closer to Shen Jinian, their breaths intertwining. However, his voice carried a tone of sadness. Am I not good enough to pursue you? Shen Jinian wasn't expecting a proper kiss under these circumstances, but instead, Gu Yan threw out a baffling question. Huh? Gu Yan said, I don't have a family that matches yours in status. Would you mind that? Shen Jinian found his concern strange but patiently explained, I've always thought that if we could have a biological child in a parallel world, surely there must be something about you that attracts me. Otherwise, I wouldn't willingly be with you, Gu Yan. Your appeal just doesn't stem from your original family. And for him, matching families in terms of social standing was the least important condition. His parents weren't old-fashioned or rigid people who would use their son's marriage as leverage. After being clouded for a long time, Gu Yan's expression finally brightened like parting clouds revealing the sun. Gu Yan's breath fell on Shen Jinian's neck, brushing against his soft, sensitive earlobe before lingering near the corner of his lips. Gu Yan, with a hoarse and magnetic voice, asked softly and intimately, so, does that mean you agree to my pursuit now? Chapter 96, Cold Blood. The distance between the two was extremely close, their chests almost touching. Gu Yan leaned his head sideways from above, his eyes gentle and affectionate as they lingered on Shen Jin's face, which had turned red with tension. Their breathing intertwined, and in their ears, they could hear the deafening thud of a heart beating violently within someone's chest. Shen Jin didn't dare to move a muscle, even blinking cautiously. He pressed his lips together lightly, slowing his breathing, and stammered out half a syllable, ah. Ah. Before he could finish speaking. A deep kiss, carrying the scent of snow pine, had already quietly descended. Gu Yan covered the child's eyes with one hand, while the other freed itself from its entanglement to wrap around Shen Jin's shoulders, pulling him tightly into his embrace. Shen Jin's thoughts were now completely scattered. His rationality told him that Hutu would return at any moment with Gu Yan's younger brother. However, the alluring pheromones of the snow pine had already ensnared him, luring him into a state of confusion. Gu Yan was deeply engrossed in this. Even when the baby tried to squirm away from the palm covering his eyes, Gu Yan acted as if he didn't hear, his eyes filled with flirtatious springtime charm, looking straight into Shen Jin's eyes with depth and longing. Shen Jin wanted to run. But every time he took a step back, Gu Yan tilted his body forward, until Shen Jin had nowhere left to escape except by bracing himself against the therapeutic bed's mattress, lying back with no choice but for Gu Yan to relentlessly press onto him. Gu Yan, Shen Jin frowned, turning his head slightly but was brought back by Gu Yan tenderly holding his cheek. Not here. My younger brother will come back. Stop kissing. Gu Yan Today, the man was like a madman, his gaze filled with lustful hunger even while fully conscious, as if he wanted to devour Shen Jin alive. Words escaped Shen Jin's mouth incoherently. Seizing the moment, Shen Jin bit Gu Yan, shut up. Gu Yan felt pain, leaving a distinct light red tooth mark on his lip corner. Using this chance, Shen Jin quickly sat up and snatched the baby from Gu Yan's arms, holding it in front of himself as a protective amulet. He had been kissed fiercely today. Shen Jin's lips were bright red and moist, slightly swollen even, still carrying a tingling sensation of pain. Any sympathy Shen Jin might have had for Gu Yan disappeared instantly, replaced instead with a profound sense of shame. He instinctively hit his lips with his palm. I didn't agree to be with you earlier. Forced kissing is illegal. I'll call the police now and you'll be locked up for 3 days. Gu Yan remained unshaken by Shen Jin's sharp rebuke but regretfully yet tenderly gazed at him, leaning his body over once more to confine Shen Jin between the wall and his chest. A bit of skin has broken. Shenjin's candid confession caused him to suppress his emotions heavily. He'd unintentionally bruised the delicate corner of Shenjin's mouth till it swelled red and broke the skin. Gu Yan unconsciously blew gently. Does it hurt? Shenjin felt as if he'd struck cotton wool. The fire he had mustered was extinguished by Gu Yan's soft breath, once again overwhelmed by a feeling of shame. It wouldn't hurt if you stayed further away. Shenjin turned his face. However, the direction he turned was wrong. Since the corner of his mouth was already injured, turning his head made it easier for Gu Yan to examine the wound. The man lifted Shenjin's chin, blowing softly. Sorry, I'll buy some ointment later. Shenjin gave a cold snort and suddenly turned his head to scold Gu Yan. Unexpectedly, to make it easier to blow on the wound, the man moved closer to his lips, and Shenjin abruptly turned his head again, causing their lips to swiftly brush past each other like a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Shenjin froze on the spot. Gu Yan curved his lips, caught on your own accord. Shenjin hurriedly pulled a hand free to cover Gu Yan's lips, which were so close to his. Don't kiss me. The child is watching. The man couldn't move. Shenjin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, halfway through that breath, the door of the ward creaked open from the outside, revealing Gu Rong walking in soundlessly despite her lithe frame. By the time Shenjin reacted reflexively and pushed Gu Yan away, Gu Rong was already standing in the doorway, having seen everything clearly between them. Even if she were a fool, she'd know what they were doing. Gu Rong found herself momentarily stuck between advancing and retreating. Shenjin was naturally overcome with embarrassment, flustered and panicked. But the timely return of Omega offered an effective way to restrain Gu Yan's sudden frenzy. Shenjin quickly stood up and called her inside. Gu Yan composed himself, hiding all his strange emotions, presenting his usual image of icy aloofness towards Gu Rong. I finished my health checkup. Gu Rong carefully informed Gu Yan. Then rest early today. Gu Yan stood up and gave the bed to Gu Rong, straightening the fabric of his clothes that had been crumpled earlier. Gu Rong suddenly realized the implication in Gu Yan's words. Her heart stirred with a deep attachment to the brief harmony and warmth they'd shared. Brother, are you going home? Shenjin saw Gu Rong's muddled and timid manner and felt suddenly confused about it all. But Gu Yan had already interjected before anyone else could speak. Yes, the hospital's nurse will come over at noon to take care of you. We can stay in touch if anything happens. Gu Rong's gaze fell in disappointment, her long lashes unable to mask the deep loneliness in her eyes. All right. As soon as Gu Rong finished speaking, true to his word, Gu Yan grabbed Shenjin and immediately left the ward. Gu Rong quickly stood up and waved them goodbye. See you again, brother. You too, be safe on the way. Gu Yan didn't look back even once. But Shenjin paused for a moment, gazing from afar at the Omega whose smile seemed bitter, and softly asked, What's your name? The young man's eyes instantly sparked with light. Somebody was actually speaking to him and asking his name. Gu Rong smiled gently at Shenjin and said, Gu Rong. I'll remember. Shenjin quietly memorized it. Just then, Gu Yan abruptly grasped Shenjin's palm and urged, Let's go. Reluctantly, Shenjin followed step by step. Not until they were out of the ward did he free himself from Gu Yan's grip and ask, Do you not seem to like this younger brother? Gu Yan, I only like you. Shenjin, used to seeing people fawn obsequiously, instinctively stepped on Gu Yan's foot, quick deflecting with smooth talk. Do you not even want me to see him? Gu Yan truthfully nodded this time. He will return home eventually, there's no need for too much emotional attachment. Home. Isn't he someone who relies on you for survival? Gu Yan found it surprising that Shenjin had such a view of his relationship with Gu Rong. He thought he'd been quite careful with the boundaries around Gu Rong. Fate dictates everyone's life. No one is bound to another permanently. After finishing, Gu Yan realized that his tone might have sounded a little harsh. In an instant, he clutched Shenjin's hand even more cautiously than he had treated Gu Rong and asked, Do you think I'm cold-blooded? Shenjin, do you guess? Gu Yan then turned cheeky, so would you like to see a passionate side of Gu Yan? Shenjin. Go to hell. Chapter 97, Coaxing. As expected. The consequence of Gu Yan indulging in his cat addiction was being slapped hard by Shenjinian, who then stormed off with an imposing air after leaving Gu Yan behind. After hiding his tracks, he went to the pediatric department to follow up on a baby's checkup. The doctor played with the baby's fingers and smiled kindly as he tried to amuse the child. Seeing the baby gleefully showing off its two tiny teeth, the kind middle-aged doctor approvingly gave Shenjinian a thumbs up. You're doing a great job raising this child. Sitting in this spot again, Shenjinian felt much calmer inside. Does the baby still need medication? With both parents around, there's no longer a need for medicine. The doctor lovingly patted the baby's soft, chubby little cheeks, completely smitten by the adorable infant. Shenjinian's ears turned red again. The doctor pulled back his arms, sat up straight, and took advantage of the moment when no one was waiting outside to chat a bit more with Shenjinian. Have you reconciled with your family? This family wasn't the same family Shenjinian had in mind. He understood what the doctor meant, but it was hard to explain. At the time, he had confidently assured the doctor that he wasn't married and hadn't had children. Now, not only did he confirm the DNA of his biological child, but he also found the child's father. His pride certainly took a hit. Stammering, he tried to evade the question, I don't have any family yet. Then how did you cure the baby, not relying on the other father's pheromones? The baby was glowing with health, clearly having gained some weight, obviously being well cared for in a loving home. I hired a male nanny he liked. He provided the pheromones daily, just 2 days were enough to fix it. The doctor squinted suspiciously, don't pull the wool over my eyes. Just as those words fell, a face appeared on a small glass pane on the door of the examination room. From the doctor's angle, simply raising his head could show him the face of Gu Yen. Their striking resemblance left no doubt in the doctor's mind. His eyes brightened as he couldn't help but smile, oh, so your male nanny is here. Shen Jinyan's heart missed a beat as he followed the doctor's gaze and looked behind him. Sure enough, Gu Yen had already located the pediatric department and accurately pinpointed Shen Jinyan's examination room based on the baby's personal information displayed on the screen. Gu Yen knocked gently on the door. The doctor gestured for him to come in. Gu Yen entered with a contrite smile, nodded slightly, then stood behind Shen Jinyan, quickly reverting to the appearance of a proper gentleman as if nothing inappropriate had just happened. He politely asked, is something wrong with the child? Judging from the swollen, broken lips of both men, the doctor already knew the truth. Which household's decent male nanny would KJSS their employer like that? Still, the doctor smiled as he repeated his assessment for the newcomer, the child is very healthy, excellently taken care of by the parents. Relieved, Gu Yen struck up casual conversation with the doctor, it's all thanks to the baby's dad. Only through the harmonious love of both parents can such optimistic, positive, and healthy children be raised. The doctor cast an approving glance at Gu Yen, you are young, but you're doing a great job. Shen Jinyan felt his scalp tingle. He was now thoroughly restless and couldn't stay a moment longer, if the baby is fine, I'll leave. You're busy. We'll come back next month for the vaccine. Finishing his statement, Shen Jinyan quickly retrieved the appointment card, secretly kicking Gu Yen under the table while furrowing his brows and giving him a look indicating, get lost fast. Shen Jinyan was the first to slip out of the door. Gu Yen closely followed. Thankfully, he had long legs, so in just 3 steps, he caught up with Shen Jinyan who was power walking away holding the baby, walking side by side with him. Worried, Gu Yen cautiously probed, are you still mad? Mad about what? Are we thinking about a second child? Shen Jinyan maintained a 1 meter distance from him, stay away. Don't act superior just because you got lucky. Though the kiss in the hospital earlier indeed made his heart race and his body go numb. Gu Yan's bold teasing of him in public embarrassed Shen Jinyan to the point that his noble demeanor returned, filled with humiliation and panic. Jinyan. Completely ignoring Shen Jinyan's warning to keep his distance, Gu Yan quickly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist, can I apologize to you properly at home? Shen Jinyan ignored him. Gu Yan seized the opportunity to use force, pulling Shen Jinyan into his embrace, and smoothly taking the baby from his arms in the process. Gu Yan cradled the child with one arm and held Shen Jinyan's waist with the other. From the back, they looked like a happy family of 3, enjoying peaceful bliss together. If you overlooked Shen Jinyan's helpless struggles filled with rage, even releasing pheromones in an attempt to suppress Gu Yan. Unfortunately, S-level alpha pheromones had no effect on Gu Yan. Even the rich and mild cedar could infinitely accommodate itself, while simultaneously releasing soothing pheromones that directly swallowed up all of his bad emotions. Shen Jinyan. What a load of nonsense. Both were S-level alphas, yet why did it feel like Gu Yan's pheromone ability was much stronger than his own, giving off a sense of powerlessness akin to hitting cotton with a punch? I'm angry. Shen Jinyan tilted his head to remind Gu Yan. Although he couldn't win in a fight, he could throw a young master's tantrum and commandingly demand that Gu Yan give in slightly with haughty rudeness. The man indeed hesitated for a moment. Instantly reining in the pheromones, allowing Shen Jinyan to release his attacks. When the alpha pheromones concretely oppressed his mental chain, Gu Yan showed a slight hint of difference on his face. Shen Jinyan immediately stopped and then stepped on him. Gu Yan caught up to Shen Jinyan's side again, do you feel better? Next time, don't say those things outside. Shen Jinyan reminded. Gu Yan obediently nodded, his alpha pride being rather thin-skinned. Shen Jinyan reluctantly forgave the other. Taking Gu Yan along to ride home together. When they got out of the car at their neighborhood, they happened to bump into Chen Han and Zhuang Zi who had just returned from shopping. Their hands were full as they were preparing to go home. Seeing Gu Yan holding the child and walking side by side with Shen Jinyan, Chen Han tried his best to suppress his shocked gaze but failed, holy crap. It was the first time seeing the 3 of them together. The shock was far greater than anything he had imagined. It seemed incredibly strange no matter how you looked at it. Seeing Chen Han staring at Gu Yan like someone catching another husband's stealing glance, Zhuang Zi discreetly touched Chen Han's arm as a reminder, staring for more than 3 seconds is impolite, you know. Chen Han quickly withdrew his gaze and landed it on Shen Jinyan, you 3, should be a little more reserved. Even if it was summer vacation and students scattered to return home. There might still be someone who discovers them. That would be a bombshell news. Shen Jinyan, only today are we going out together, it shouldn't be so coincidental. Chen Han, better safe than sorry. Shen Jinyan nodded and hastily followed up with a question, why did you buy tents? Zhuang Zi smiled and opened his mouth to invite the 2, we're planning a picnic in the valley. Would you like to join us? Shen Jinian knew they were going out to strengthen their relationship, so he hesitated and looked towards Gu Yan. Chapter 98, Dog Food. It had been 1.5 months since he last went out to play. 1.5 months. After picking up the child, there were countless things to deal with. If everything was heading towards stability, Shen Jinian would start itching in his heart, wanting to go out and play with Chen Han. Gu Yan picked up on Shen Jinian's gaze and understood his inner longing. Wherever you go, I will accompany you. Shen Jinian. No, brother. I just want you to help me take care of the child, it has nothing to do with inviting you. Zhuangzi intervened at the opportune moment, cutting off Shen Jinian's yet-to-be-explained sentence. Then let's all go together. We've already bought 2 tents anyway. Chen Han suddenly felt the heat rise in his head upon realizing the importance of the moment. The two hadn't officially started a relationship yet, so the purchase of 2 tents by him was intended for Zhuangzi to have her own private rest time out of respect. However, Zhuangzi now suggested dividing them between Shen Jinian and Gu Yan. Yes. Shen Jinian had no choice but to go today. Seeing the embarrassment on Shen Jinian's face, Gu Yan asked for him, what else do we need to prepare? What time do we meet? To prepare pillows and blankets. The temperature difference at night can still be cold. Zhuangzi blinked as she thought for a while. Apart from that, there's not much else. I hired a driver to take our flower shop business car over there. We're leaving in an hour. Alright, then we'll also go and get ready. Zhuangzi smiled, nodding. She sized up the 2 alphas in front of her. Both handsome men standing together truly formed a striking sight. Especially when these 2 handsome men had an adorable baby. Fortunately, he didn't have any lewd intentions and asked for Gu Yan's contact information back then, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand calmly in front of the young couple now secretly enjoying their relationship dynamics. Suddenly, Zhuangzi looked at Shen Jinian with smiling eyes and remarked, Jinian, you two are such a good match. The sudden comment from the beautiful boss made Shen Jinian flustered instantly, his smile looking rigid while secretly creeping behind the scenes. Gu Yan embraced Shen Jinian, announcing ownership with a smile, thank you, then we'll go first. Before Shen Jinian could even say 2 sentences, he was forcibly dragged away by Gu Yan in confusion. Chen Han watched inexplicably, why does it feel like Gu Yan's tone is different? Zhuangzi silently laughed, maybe it's because I'm an Omega. He had stared at Shen Jinian more times than necessary earlier. Chen Han couldn't figure it out, merely uttering an oh sound before following the 2 towards the house Zhuangzi rented. Halfway through, he suddenly blurted out, holy shit. Chen Han stopped in his tracks, and the things in his hand clattered to the ground. His face paled, I said something wasn't right earlier. Zhuangzi. In sheer panic, he covered his mouth and asked Zhuangzi in disbelief, weren't both of their mouths injured just now? Shen Jinian's lips were particularly severe, swollen redly beside the injury visible to the naked eye. Zhuangzi nodded gently and stated matter-of-factly, shocking Chen Han, yes, they kissed. They kissed intensely, biting and nibbling each other. Ah. Chen Han tapped his temples, finding it increasingly unbelievable. For the first time, he profoundly realized what it meant for someone to take his own family cabbage, and also for the first time recognized that Shen Jinian was really together with Gu Yan. Zhuangzi was no longer surprised by the sudden madness of this little dumb dog, looking up at Chen Han somewhat worriedly, what's wrong? Chen Han nearly broke down, damn it, I previously said so many bad things about Gu Yan to Shen Jinian, now that they're together, who cares if I'm dead or alive? What if Shen Jinian one day remembers all those things he did against Gu Yan before, would he repay kindness with hatred? Zhuangzi burst out laughing, tears forming in the corners of his eyes, how could that be? Shen Jinian would be too embarrassed handling all these thoughts, how could he betray a friend? Zhuangzi went forward to hug Chen Han and comforted his back like soothing a child, alright, let's go home, pack up, and set off. Being actively hugged by Zhuangzi, all of Chen Han's negative emotions immediately vanished. The tears squeezed out after great ups and downs transformed into obedience, happily wagging his tail as he followed closely behind Zhuangzi. An hour later they gathered. 20 minutes before departure, Shen Jinian and Gu Yan stood by the crib, both looking at the little baby who was leisurely sitting with one leg crossed over the other and drinking milk from a bottle. They exchanged uneasy expressions. Shen Jinian frowned, what about him? Gu Yan asked, do you want to bring him along? Shen Jinian shook his head, no. Gu Yan added, neither do I. The whole point of this outing was for adults to unwind and strengthen their bond. Bringing the child would just be a burden. After exchanging determined glances, they came to a mutual decision. Then let's leave him behind. The baby stopped mid-drink, startled. Though he couldn't understand the words, he sensed it wasn't a good thing. The little one carefully observed the movements of Shen Jinian and Gu Yan. It wasn't until he saw them taking a shower, changing into fresh clothes, and handing him over to the nursemaid that the baby realized something was wrong. He stretched out tiny hands, trying to grab onto Shen Jinian's clothes. But the nursemaid quickly carried him back to the nursery, humming softly while consoling the baby, Daddy will go out to play today, baby needs to be good at home. Once Daddy's relationship improves, maybe there will be a younger sibling to play with you. The little guy half understood, half not. Secretly watching as the 2 men shouldered backpacks and headed out. When the four of them gathered together in the car exactly at noon, lunch was already prepared since the campsite was far away. Gu Yan had packed for Shinjinian some pineapple ribs made by an auntie, cubed fried pork, and meat flaw's small buns. Seeing the bread and milk in his hands, Chen Han lost all interest. Are you two so fancy? Shinjinian grinned smugly at the sight of Chen Han gritting his teeth. If you want some, call me Brother Shen. Chen Han replied without hesitation, Brother Shen. Shinjinian. Too spineless, man. Even if he refused twice, he would still share with everyone eventually. But a real man doesn't break promises. Shinjinian could only ask Gu Yan to repackage the lunch and pass it over to Chen Han. Unexpectedly, Chen Han handed it directly to Zhuang Zi who was beside him, now sipping her milk from a box. Meeting the Omega's confused gaze, Chen Han grinned, you eat it. Zhuang Zi was suddenly overwhelmed with mixed emotions, but mostly touched, I don't need it, I'm almost full. I'm sorry I didn't think as thoroughly as Gu Yan. Chen Han said apologetically, since you're not yet full, have some more. Zhuang Zi took the food with flickering eyes. Suddenly fed up by this exchange, Shinjinian sneaked a roll of his eyes when no one was looking. Gu Yan suddenly grabbed Shinjinian's hand and pulled him into his arms, lifting a piece of rib to feed Shinjinian. Is dog food tastier than spare ribs? Chapter 99, Dream. Shinjinian would naturally not take the small spare ribs fed by Gu Yan in public, but just then, Zhuang Zi also sent over a thank you gift, a pack of cranberry-filled pastries. Seizing the opportunity, Shinjinian accepted it, exchanging smiles with Zhuang Zi. This was their way of mutually expressing gratitude. Gu Yan lowered his eyelashes, concealing the gloom in his eyes. Silently, he put the little spare rib back, packed up the lunchbox and placed it on the small table in front of Shinjinian. Just as he had withdrawn his hand, a well-unwrapped small cookie was presented to him. After being momentarily stunned, Gu Yan reacted, for me? Don't want it. Shinjinian struggled to suppress the arrogance and shyness within him while offering this small snack to Gu Yan. After being asked unnecessarily by Dasha Chunming, he instantly retracted it and bit into it himself, if you don't want it, I'll eat it myself. Instantly, Gu Yan grabbed Shinjinian's wrist, looking sideways at the remnants of the biscuit at the corner of his lips. Gu Yan's eyes were burning hotly, his Adam's apple moving. He cupped Shinjinian's cheek, lightly stroking away a tiny crumb from his lip with his fingertips, I want to have it. Shinjinian's breathing slightly paused, his gaze darting around uneasily. The closer Gu Yan got, the more uneasy he became. The events that morning in the hospital were still vivid in his mind. He feared that Gu Yan might resort to his old tricks here again. Just as Shinjinian was hesitating about whether to break the ambiguous atmosphere or not, Gu Yan suddenly leaned over, scaring him stiff. Instantaneously, his mind went blank and his body froze, not daring to move. Shinjinian thought Gu Yan was going to sneak another kiss. But unexpectedly, Gu Yan suddenly tilted his head down, opening his mouth to gently bite off a piece of the cookie in Shinjinian's hand, right where Shinjinian had already taken a bite. In the air hung a faint scent of cedar, Shinjinian faintly felt a slight warmth grazing his fingers. As he was contemplating whether it was all an illusion, Gu Yan's lower teeth suddenly went further than they should, nipping at his finger pad. Realizing his rudeness, the man quickly loosened his grip, his tongue accidentally brushing against Shinjinian's knuckle. Taking the initiative, Gu Yan confessed his fault first, sorry, I didn't mean to. Shinjinian did not hurry to criticize Gu Yan. Instead, he first checked the two people in front, Chen Han and Zhuang Zi, ensuring that neither had noticed any abnormality on their side before sighing in relief. He stepped on Gu Yan's foot. Keeping his voice low, he reproached, you're doing it deliberately. Eating cookies was one thing, but licking fingers was quite another. Gu Yan's pheromones emitted a fleeting sense of injustice after feeling wronged, silently conveying his owner's emotion to Shinjinian. Sorry, Gu Yan sincerely asked, then how about I feed you too? As an apology? No. Gu Yan was having some great fantasies, using apologizing as a cover for rewarding himself. Eating and taking at the same time. With his arms crossed, Shinjinian warned him solemnly like a principal, no repeats. If you continue to act recklessly, you'll be stripped of your evaluation qualifications, your fan status revoked, and you'll be sent to the hotel for self-reflection. Gu Yan firmly promised, Mr. Shen, rest assured, I will definitely be more careful next time. Satisfied, Shinjinian nodded. At this moment, Chen Han leaned over from the front, looking mischievously at Shinjinian, what are you two whispering about? Without hesitation, Shinjinian replied, we're discussing whether Mr. Zhuang would get bored keeping watch on a block of wood in the front. We could invite him to sit with us in the rear. Chen Han quickly suppressed his cheerful demeanor, becoming serious, Zi won't get bored with me. Shinjinian propped up his leg casually, raising his chin and curling his lips. With confidence, he raised an eyebrow and said, why not ask Mr. Zhuang? The topic was passed to Zhuang Zi. The Omega, who was eating, cheerfully turned his body as well, retaining that courteous and gentle demeanor, I humbly accept the invitation. No. Chen Han completely panicked, grabbing the wrist of the Omega beside him, hastily explaining to Zhuang Zi, you can't go, you're merely a part of their PLAV. The two of them were already sticking together in the back row, yet they still wanted to split him and Zhuang Zi apart. Shinjinian's sinister intentions were obvious. Afraid that Zhuangzi really would join Shinjinian and Gu Yan, Chen Han racked his brain and came up with a question to immediately tie Zhuangzi down with. He started asking incessantly for answers. Shinjinian observed every move Chen Han made. His fondness was bright, warm, straightforward, and sincere. But, they couldn't figure out Zhuangzi's attitude. On the surface, the Omega was gentle and amiable, but deep down, his heart was hidden in an abyss. Even if it beat, it hardly caused any ripples on the surface. Shinjinian, after finishing lunch, lay lazily on the small desk board. How much longer will it take to arrive? The driver glanced at the navigation system beside him. If the road conditions are normal, it will take about an hour. Shinjinian felt a bit tired from the long ride. He couldn't help but complain, it's so far. Chen Han immediately replied, once you get there, you'll understand why it's so far. The campsites open to the city definitely aren't as beautiful as the one I found. Plus, with vast lands and sparse population, playing here is much more enjoyable than in the city area. As the car drove on, the driver sighed, this is the boundary between urban and rural areas, remote and desolate, without hospitals or convenience stores. You guys need to be careful not to run into any bad people. Shinjinian suddenly looked at Gu Yan. Chen Han, fearing that Zhuangzi might be scared, quickly reassured him, I've been there twice before with friends. Spending just one night is no problem. I bought some wolf repellent spray and a collapsible knife, there won't be any issues. Gu Yan smiled at Shinjinian. The man's face showed no worry. Only then did Shinjinian relax. The car had air conditioning on. Shinjinian covered himself with a small blanket, listening to the chit-chat between Chen Han and the driver. He drifted off to sleep inside the cozy, temperature-controlled little cocoon. Within a few minutes, he completely lost consciousness. He faintly remembered having a dream. In the dream, he wore a formal suit walking down the aisle exchanging rings with a man kneeling on one knee. Shinjinian didn't know who this man opposite him was. Instinctively, he called out for Gu Yan. The man on the other side didn't respond, only mechanically slipping the ring onto his ring finger, then about to rise to kiss him. Shinjinian only figured out the groom's height when the man stood up, identical to Gu Yan's. He had to look up to see the man's face. But the man's face was blurred, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out anything. Just as the kiss was about to land on his lips, an outsider suddenly burst into the wedding scene. Another Gu Yan appeared out of nowhere, breathless as he grabbed Shinjinian's hand, little treasure, come with me. The Gu Yan at the wedding also grabbed his wrist, you're my bride. The two Gu Yans argued endlessly. Until the two indistinct faces loomed large in front of him, both rudely forcing him to choose, who will you go with? Chapter 100, Divination. Shinjinian was so terrified by two identical people that his breath stopped momentarily, and he stood frozen as they both pulled on his arms. One Gu Yan wanted to marry him. The other Gu Yan wanted to intercept the wedding. As the two argued incessantly, Shinjinian was thrown into extreme fear. Suddenly, he struggled awake from the nightmare. Clutching the blanket, his whole body went limp. Curled up in his seat, he took deep breaths, almost every 2 or 3 seconds wetting his hairline with cold sweat. Gu Yan, seeing Shinjinian's vacant eyes and deathly pale complexion, immediately leaned over and handed him a bottle of water. What's wrong? It took Shinjinian 3 minutes to recover, weakly leaning his head on Gu Yan's shoulder but still feeling uneasy. What a realistic dream. He had tried countless times to wake up from it but failed, his entire body restrained as if by an invisible force, not even a finger could move. Gu Yan held Shinjinian, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead with a tissue, and asked softly, did you have a nightmare? Shinjinian lifted his watery gaze, raising his head to meet Gu Yan's eyes, carefully analyzing every feature and inch of skin on the man's face. Feeling Gu Yan's gentle and even breathing, he finally confirmed that he had returned to reality. Neither of the two men who tore at him in the dream were Gu Yan. The one in front of him who gently wiped away his sweat with tenderness, was Gu Yan. Shinjinian twisted the cap of the mineral water bottle, taking a deep breath before gulping down half the bottle. The cool water running through his throat to his stomach provided a slight numbing pain, calming his mind somewhat. Zhuangzi also worriedly asked what was wrong. Shinjinian wiped away the sweat beads, nothing, I think I had a nightmare. Gu Yan asked, would you like some candy? The colorful glass-wrapped candies lay quietly in the man's palm. Shinjinian chose a pink one, quickly tearing open the wrapper and hastily putting it in his mouth as if desperate to steady his nerves. Yet the more he thought about the dream, the more terrifying and eerie it seemed. Leaning closer to Gu Yan, he asked, do you have a twin brother? Gu Yan shook his head, no. Shinjinian felt slightly comforted. Since there wasn't another Gu Yan, then the contents of the dream must just be an imaginary construct born from his own mind. Shinjinian let out a sigh of relief. There was no more time to ponder. The driver reminded them that they had arrived at their destination. Shinjinian, still startled, told Gu Yan to let Zhuangzi stay with him in the car while he and Chen Han went to carry the luggage. Shinjinian did indeed feel drained of energy. He could only nod his agreement. Once the two laborers got out of the car, Zhuangzi sneaked to the back seat like a little hamster, sitting next to Shinjinian. Did you dream something unpleasant? In front of Zhuangzi, Shinjinian couldn't help relaxing a bit and honestly nodded. Something related to Gu Yan? Shen continued nodding. Seeing Shen after-fear look steeped in terror, Zhuangzi consoled him, or I'll divinate for you. Shen suddenly sat up straight. You can predict fate? A florist part-time fortune teller? How convoluted. Zhuangzi smiled, with tarot cards. She would play around during her leisure time, but she wouldn't guarantee that it would be 100% correct. Shen always kept a skeptical attitude toward these things, although an old master once shattered his firm materialistic belief, still, he was somewhat uncertain about tarot cards. Zhuangzi secretly told him, my ex-husband's extramarital affair was foretold by the cards. Shen eyes suddenly widened. So magical. Zhuangzi nodded, yes, I already knew he had a child outside long ago. Shen then why? At the end of the road, turn back in time. The Omega spoke candidly, without any sorrow over past experiences, don't worry about me, I've let go of all that long ago. She was even willing to share her previous dark experiences, trying to distract Shen. Born as a face enthusiast, Zhuangzi impulsively married a charming guy at first sight back when she was young. A few infertile years into the marriage led her to suspect issues with his physique. But he, a male chauvinist who adored face-saving tactics, absolutely refused to visit the hospital for tests. Initially, Zhuangzi thought that having no offspring wouldn't be too bad as long as the two supported each other stably till old age. Who would have thought that her ex-husband was actually a scumbag wearing human skin? Together with his parents, he had repeatedly criticized her as mediocre and boring, blaming her for delaying their offspring. Even worse, he flaunted his infidelity outside using this as an excuse. Zhuangzi didn't rush to divorce him. She patiently waited for a long time until the illegitimate child came along, which she then used as an opportunity to not only free herself from the scumbag but also secure a substantial amount of alimony. She was in a good mood. Shen was taken aback. Listening to Chen Han's account and Zhuangzi's own words revealed two entirely different attitudes. From Chen Han's words arose sympathy for Zhuangzi, yet upon truly understanding the truth, there remained nothing but admiration for Zhuangzi. Omegas are not inherently weak. Zhuangzi plotted carefully and seized opportunities. Even as an alpha, Shen couldn't help but admire her acumen. Zhuangzi opened her phone and handed over the tarot card page to Shen. Alright, draw your cards. Cyber tarot. Shen scratched his head. Could data-driven cards still be accurate? Zhuangzi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I forgot to bring my physical cards, just pretend it's for fun and relaxation. Shen thought it made sense. He took Zhuangzi's phone, following her guidance into the question box, hesitating on how to phrase his problem. After pondering for a long time, he still didn't know what to ask. What's wrong? Zhuangzi noticed his worry. The dream is weird, I don't know what to ask, Shen said. Zhuangzi reflected for a moment, recall the dream and think about what aspect it pertains to, who's involved, and what it's trying to warn you about. Wedding, Gu Yan, emotional tug-of-war. Shen immediately typed into the software. Will I marry Gu Yan? Shen asked Zhuangzi, will you keep it confidential? She nodded naturally, of course. She wasn't like Chen Han, a big mouth who can't hold any secret without letting it slip from both sides. Shen trusted Zhuangzi very much. Thus, he re-edited the sentence he had inputted, will I successfully marry my child's father in the future? Once he clicked the draw button. The cards on the screen flickered and soon 3 were dealt out. Shen had no knowledge about these things, so he returned the phone to Zhuangzi, asking her to interpret it for him. Zhuangzi first saw Shen question and secretly smiled, marveling at how even Chen Han's so-called irrational rich brat could possess such pure emotions. Then Zhuangzi looked further down. When she saw the face of the cards, she suddenly froze. Chapter 101, Anger. The Wheel of Fortune reversed, the 5 of Pentacles, the Hanged Man reversed. Misfortune out of control, poverty and tragedy, struggling painfully in bondage. Zhuangzi rarely encountered such an asphyxiating tarot spread. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere hit him hard, as if his neck were being gripped tightly. Even when he drew cards that revealed his ex-husband's infidelity and the child, he had never felt this way. Shen leaned forward to observe the cards but found himself completely lost, so he cast a look of help at Zhuangzi's face. Seeing the serious expression on his face, Shen throat turned dry, and his voice came out hoarsely asking, is the result not good? Zhuangzi instinctively tilted his phone away, with the screen reflecting light, making sure Shen couldn't see its content. After adjusting his expression, he pretended to be startled awake from a daze, laughing nonchalantly, it's actually pretty good. Your face doesn't say that, said Shen sitting up straight and turning to Zhuangzi for answers. It doesn't matter, I can accept whatever, good or bad. Zhuangzi simply switched off his phone. There really is nothing much, said the man, a gentle smile on his face again, looking at Shen frankly, just as you said, the cyber tarot controlled by the data system isn't reliable. Watching it is meaningless anyway. The more Zhuangzi tried to cover it up, the more it proved that the result of the tarot was disappointing. Shen knew what Zhuangzi must have understood too, the results from those 3 cards were so bad that they made Zhuangzi lie to deceive him. But I want to hear it, said Shinjinian, just treat it as ordinary gossip. It won't affect me. Zhuangzi felt somewhat at a loss with Shinjinian. He roughly selected the least harmful part, picking out the interpretation for Shinjinian. In general, your marriage may experience some bumps due to money issues, but there's no big problem. Shinjinian nodded dumbly. Money issues, then it's not an issue at all. Even if Gu Yan left his family with not a penny, Shinjinian could always split his allowance in half to support Gu Yan. Shinjinian sighed in relief, with no great burden on his face. After Zhuangzi finished speaking, he kept observing Shinjinian's facial changes. Seeing his relieved sigh, the rock hanging in his heart finally dropped. Are you feeling better now? Shinjinian nodded. Compared to the rapid heartbeat and panic just after waking up, things were indeed much better, let's go down and help set up the tent. Good, Zhuangzi laughed while gently helping Shinjinian up, pulling him from the seat. The two got out of the car one after another. The convenience inside the business car earlier allowed him to rest. Gu Yan had put down the sunshade. Now after getting out, he realized how verdant the surroundings were wherever he looked. Shinjinian followed behind Zhuangzi. The two walked a few steps forward, rounding a large boulder on the narrow path, and found the other two men setting up tents on the grass by the stream. Shinjinian's gaze lingered on Gu Yan for just an instant before being completely captivated by the stunning scenery before his eyes. He loved traveling but wasn't particularly fond of landscapes. The water and wood before him shone clear and serene under misty peaks, like moonlit stairs hidden in the smoke-filled city. Shinjinian was surprised and patted Chen Han's shoulder. How did you find such a place? Chen Han loved the look of Shinjinian, who seemed clueless about the world. He smugly put down his tools, hands on hips, and bragged arrogantly, we came here once by accident during a camping society expedition, and since I thought the location has the best scenery, I visited it once more. This was his secret base. Shinjinian rarely patted his shoulder silently in praise. Zhuangzi obviously enjoyed it as well, taking photos with his phone everywhere and sharing both in workgroups and on social media. Upon seeing Shinjinian get out of the car, Gu Yan also stood up, threw away the tool in his hand, wiped his hand clean, and held Shinjinian's wrist to lead him into the tent he had just set up. Shinjinian sat on the soft cushion inside the tent while Gu Yan squatted at the entrance, pulling out a thin coat from the bag and draping it over Shinjinian's shoulders. Do you feel any better? I feel much better after talking with Boss Zhuang. Shinjinian avoided wearing coats unnecessarily to prevent disrupting his carefully matched fashion style. He reached to take it off, but was held back by Gu Yan. Although the scenery here by the mountains and water is beautiful, the weather is naturally much colder than in the city. If you put it on, don't take it off again, Gu Yan reasoned earnestly, so as not to catch a cold. His words were gentle and sincere. But Shinjinian didn't listen. I'll wear it later tonight. Gu Yan's gaze darkened slightly as he leaned closer to Shinjinian, narrowing the distance to a foot, and asked in a seemingly offhand tone, you don't like wearing clothes? Shinjinian met his eyes filled with an alluring yet overbearing glint, and suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if a single nod would have Gu Yan strip him naked for punishment. Shinjinian inexplicably felt wary of Gu Yan and decided to wear the coat. Seeing the disdain mixed with humiliation in Shinjinian's face, Gu Yan sighed helplessly and negotiated kindly, I'm not trying to discipline you, it's just that the weather by the lake is too chilly, which isn't good for your health. His voice softened slightly, Jinian, will you be mad at me? What good would getting mad do? Gu Yan nodded, if you're mad, my body would feel uncomfortable. Shinjinian. Absurd. Ridiculous. Stop making excuses. That guy didn't provoke him nearly enough in the past few years for his body to hold up this long under such a frequency. According to this logic, Gu Yan should already be lying in the ICU hooked up to tubes every day. Shinjinian snorted, don't see any missing limbs on me though. Gu Yan held Shinjinian's wrist, placing it softly over his chest, it's right here that feels uncomfortable. It would feel tight, and bring guilt. Shinjinian quickly pulled his hand back, as if burned by the meaning behind Gu Yan's words. Taking advantage of Shinjinian's daze, Gu Yan shifted the topic about the coat, I'll go help Chen Han fix the tent, can you start organizing our stuff? Embarrassed and unwilling to follow Gu Yan lest he be teased by Chen Han, Shinjinian abruptly fell backward onto the soft cushion, letting the heat from his ears and cheeks dissipate. Completely forgetting about the clothing matter. Every 10 minutes or so, Gu Yan would sneak a glance at Shinjinian, ensuring that he remained obediently wearing the coat before continuing confidently with setting up the tent. Halfway through, he faintly heard his phone ringing. Few people knew his number, and Gu Yan worried it might be Gu Qingjing calling again. He immediately felt tense as he patted down all his pockets but failed to find the phone. Subconsciously, he glanced at the tent. There, Shinjinian had already picked up his phone. Chapter 102, Investigation. Shinjinian had obtained his phone and had already seen the content on the screen. Gu Yan's heart suddenly hung high, then had a sudden feeling of things settling down. His mind quickly imagined 10,000 possibilities for the call. Was it Gu Qingjing calling to notify him of Tan Wan's funeral, or was it a reminder not to forget his identity, or perhaps in order to return home for interrogation about how he knew about the honey water issue? Perhaps after Gu Qingjing heard Shinjinian's voice, he would discover Shinjinian's existence and investigate his identity, or possibly find out about the child they both carried. The more Gu Yan thought, the faster his pace became until he reached the tent. Shinjinian was kneeling inside the tent holding up the phone voluntarily. I didn't answer the last call for you, but the caller sent another text message. Gu Yan immediately unlocked the screen to check. As Shinjinian continued explaining beside him, I didn't listen to the call, but I wasn't deliberately reading the message either. Your phone model is too old, the text just popped up on the screen, and I couldn't help but see its contents. Gu Yan quickly glanced at it once, confirming that the message wasn't from Gu Qingzhen, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It's not your fault, Gu Yan consoled, this phone has been due for replacement for a long time. Why haven't you bought a new one? Are you out of money? Shinjinian asked, realizing right after that it was a superfluous question. Gu Yan used his brother visiting funds given by Shinjinian, although afterward all that money was spent on himself and his child. Shinjinian feared this topic might hurt Gu Yan's self-respect, so he quickly switched subjects. The hotel said Gu Rong's 18th birthday is coming soon. Is that true? Gu Yan looked at the text message on the screen and did not respond immediately. He wasn't sure when Gu Rong's birthday was either. But when booking the hotel for Gu Rong, he entered the ID information, so he believed the staff wouldn't make any mistakes. Gu Yan nodded, about a week. Shinjinian counted the days with his fingers, 8 days. Gu Yan did not react much, seeming not to place importance on his half-brother from the same father. Shinjinian found this odd. If Gu Yan didn't care about Gu Rong, why did he rent such a good hotel for him, send him to the hospital for recovery, and even scrape together money to hire a nurse? Shinjinian didn't understand Gu Yan. Are you going to celebrate his coming-of-age ceremony? An 18-year-old birthday. Every child stepping into a new phase of life should have a grand and solemn coming-of-age ceremony, growing up happily amidst laughter and family celebrations. Gu Yan recalled that when he turned 18, he secretly arranged for a 3-year academic suspension and worked daily alongside Hiyu in business. On his birthday, he drank cold wine all night in front of his mother's gravestone, contracting a high fever of 41 degrees Celsius in -2-degree weather and fainting, rescued by a kind passerby who called emergency services. After waking up, life returned to normal as ever. Gu Yan said, in our family, there isn't a tradition of celebrating the coming-of-age ceremony. Shinjinian understood from Gu Yan's expression that this matter seemed to have touched upon something personal, so he wisely agreed with an, and continued doing his own thing. However, his mind was heavy as he covertly added the detective Mr. He's WeChat inside the tent. Mr. He approved very quickly. Seeing the friend source, pretended to be the wife of Gu Yan, he immediately knew Shinjinian was behind it, so without hesitation, he agreed. Shinjinian's opening remark came fast, H.J. Mr. He, hello. Shinjinian, Mr. He, hello, my surname is Chen. I'd like to entrust you with investigating someone. Mr. He. Good grief, it's a new account. Mr. He, Chen sir, we do honest business. The full info within the last 3 years is $30,000, and each subsequent year adds $10,000. Shinjinian, how can your prices increase so fast? Just saying, black-hearted boss. Mr. He, question mark. Mr. He kindly reminded him, Sir Chen, this is our first transaction. Shinjinian sent a picture of a cute cat smiling while saying sorry in emoji form. Shinjinian, please quickly investigate this person's life experience for me. It doesn't need to be overly detailed, just give me the general family background and personal history. After speaking, Shinjinian sent a picture of Gu Yan's official ID portrait to Mr. He. He carefully instructed Mr. He not to deeply probe into Gu Yan's secrets, only needing what could easily be obtained through casual inquiries. For himself, he could investigate more thoroughly. However, regarding Gu Yan, it was better to leave some room for discretion. Hiyu did not immediately accept the 100,000 deposit sent by Shinjinian. Seated in his office, Hiyu stared at the projection screen showing Gu Yan's profile picture, unable to suppress a chuckle. He wondered where Gu Yan had picked up such an interesting person. Their repeated interactions never failed to amaze him. Pushing aside the contract documents before him, Hiyu couldn't help but text Gu Yan, dear little brother. Gu Yan happened to have just finished what he was doing when his phone rang unexpectedly. Without much thought, he took it out and glanced at the screen. Hiyu's second message arrived quickly, your wife has changed her tactic again to boost my business. Hearing this, Gu Yan looked over at Shinjinian who was busy packing her belongings, noticing nothing unusual about her behavior. Gu Yan. Hiyu teased mysteriously, guess who she wants to investigate this time? A simple matter. Gu Yan simply typed 2 letters in response, me. Hiyu burst into uncontrollable laughter in his office, tears streaming down his face, scaring his assistant outside the door who hesitated whether to call security. Hiyu, why is this so hilarious, can you understand my humor Gu Yan? Hiyu, last time your wife disguised herself as you and hired me to investigate her, now she's under a new disguise to investigate you, kids these days are really amusing hahaha. Hiyu, ha I'm dying laughing. Gu Yan. Hiyu, don't you find it funny? Gu Yan. Suddenly, Hiyu didn't feel like laughing anymore. It was clear that Gu Yan found joy in their playful relationship, it was purely a couple's way of interacting. Hiyu suddenly felt envious and somewhat irritated by their display of affection. He secretly planned to fabricate some sensational news about Gu Yan's past experiences, making him cry while explaining to his wife. Just as Hiyu was about to act on his plan, A new message from Gu Yan came through, did you take the money? He suddenly felt uneasy inside, mind your own business, this is my side job. Gu Yan, return the money to him, say it's your 3-year anniversary promotional deal. The hateful couple, hateful capitalists. He couldn't help laughing just a moment ago, but now he felt betrayed by a friend, willing to betray him for his wife. He laughed until he wanted to die earlier, now he's angry enough to want to die. At this exact moment. Another message from Gu Yan arrived, return the money from last time too, just make up an excuse. Chapter 103, The Game. My clear-headed master. Is he letting anyone live? On average, every sentence he had with Gu Yan cost him 100,000 yuan. Was he that easy to exploit? He decisively cut off his chat with Gu Yan. He received Shen Jinyan's deposit of 100,000 yuan, and the remaining balance would not need to be settled. He wanted to make money but was also afraid that in the future, when Gu Yan and Shen Jinyan got married, their family would frankly expose everything and pursue him for answers. Shen Jinyan saw on her phone that the other party had received the payment. She put away her phone and went to meet up with 3 others. It was just about 4:30 in the afternoon. Dinner time. After Shen Jinyan and Zhuang Zi set up the table and finished processing the ingredients, Chen Han helped take out the charcoal and barbecue rack from the car. They allowed the only person present who knew how to barbecue, Gu Yan, to lead everyone in learning how to start a fire and grill. Shen Jinyan pulled over a small stool and sat next to Gu Yan, gnawing on an apple while watching him fan the charcoal using a small palm leaf fan. Move back a little behind me. Gu Yan said to Shen Jinyan, finding time to speak. Shen Jinyan nibbled on another bite of her apple, puzzled, The smoke and ash will blow your way soon. Gu Yan added, already noticing a small piece of charcoal had accidentally landed on Shen Jinyan's face. He paused fanning, don't move. Gu Yan's gaze was intense as he freed his left hand to cup Shen Jinyan's cheek, his thumb gently wiping away the tiny streak of charcoal dust on her face. Shen Jinyan felt a bit confused by Gu Yan's sudden proximity, especially when she looked into the man's eyes, his affectionate gaze seemed like he was about to kiss her. Her body involuntarily leaned slightly to the side, avoiding his encroaching presence and magnetic aura. If Shen Jinyan hadn't dodged, her act would have let Gu Yan trace a black, cat-like pattern with charcoal across the right side of her cheek instead. Gu Yan froze momentarily. Realizing this after a second, Shen Jinyan asked him curiously, what's wrong? Zhuang Zi tilted her body, peeked out her head, and pointed at her own cheek in the same position. Jinyan, your face has smudges, she said. Ah. Immediately, Shen Jinyan raised her hand and wiped her face. Instead of cleaning herself, she ended up making her not-so-clean face look even worse. The colors on her face were more varied than their home's calico cat. Looking at her dirty palms, Shen Jinyan asked the crowd around her with confusion, is there anything else? Gu Yan, struggling to keep his lips from curling upward with laughter, pulled out 2 wet wipes and squatted opposite Shen Jinyan, saying, let me help you clean it off. Judging by Gu Yan's expression, there was not only dirt on her face but probably a lot. The young master, always concerned with his appearance, was somewhat downcast and embarrassed to have been seen by his almost boyfriend during the intimate phase looking so disheveled. She closed her eyes without looking at Gu Yan, lifting her cheeks for him to slowly wipe them clean. The wet wipes were cool, yet Gu Yan's hands were warm, exuding a unique fragrance after burning wood charcoal. After removing all the dirt, he even used the warmth of his palms to gently soothe her cheeks. But for some reason, despite warming Shen Jinyan's skin, her cheeks became redder than before. They were red on both sides. Even her neck and ears were red. Gu Yan adjusted his position, facing away from Zhuang Zi and Chen Han. He suddenly leaned close to Shen Jinyan, lowering his gaze to tangle his breath with hers, the man whispering slyly, why are you shy? This was where she truly felt flirted with. However, Shen Jinyan's current rebellious attitude far outweighed her shyness by 100 times, absolutely impossible, it's the wind. With his palms still cradling her face, Gu Yan softly rubbed her cheek with his fingers again and again, what wind touches the skin but still feels scorching hot. Shen Jinyan mumbled, at a loss. Gu Yan chuckled softly and tilted his head, taking advantage of Shen Jinyan's lack of attention to lightly brush his lips against hers, as if a dragonfly touched water. Here, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, there is no wind, only fire. The fire inside the stove and Gu Yan's inner flame. The former lit the ambiguous atmosphere, the latter scorched Shen Jinyan's heart with a rapid flutter. In fact, the banner did not sway, nor the flames stir. Only his heart stirred. Secretly kissed once again, Shen Jinyan feared Zhuang Zi discovering, unable to refute, could only stiffen her body and kick Gu Yan's calf. Happily enough, she saw that Gu Yan was taking another tissue to wipe her sweaty palms. After finishing, he cherished her hands in both of his, leaning his cheek onto her palm. Gu Yan, smiling with bright eyes, looked at her. The twilight was hazy, and the evening clouds painted vivid hues. The orange-red firelight illuminated half of Gu Yan's face, making his dark pupils exceptionally clear and bright. It was so bright that Shen Jinyan could clearly see 2 tiny versions of herself reflected in Gu Yan's eyes. Time froze. Shen Jinyan's voice was dry and trembling, like the narration inserted during the climax of a movie, Gu Yan. Shen Jinyan watched as Gu Yan knelt on one knee, holding her hand to his cheek to transfer warmth. The scene strongly resembled a wedding where the man knelt to kiss her finger after exchanging rings. Shen Jinian called his name again, Gu Yan. Are your hands warmer? With both hands clasped together, Gu Yan held Shen Jinian's hand sincerely and earnestly, as if he were solely focused on warming her up. Shen Jinian tucked away her previous fantasies and secretly withdrew her hand. The brief silence between the two was interrupted by Chen Han. With one hand gripping lamb skewers and the other clutching small chicken wings, he excitedly shouted towards them, "Have you two washed your faces? Come eat." The meat Gu Yan grilled is incredibly delicious. Zhuang Zi quietly kicked Chen Han's foot. "Don't talk while eating." "I just wanted to invite them to have dinner." Zhuang Zi suddenly acted gruffly towards him, and Chen Han felt wronged. Besides, there hasn't been this rule before. Zhuang Zi sighed at this completely clueless little dimwit who had no sense of romance, forcibly stuffing a pancake into Chen Han's mouth. "You quiet down," Zhuang Zi kindly warned him, "or tonight you'll end up not eating and instead carrying it all home." When couples are sweet-talking, if Chen Han inserts himself like Makaba, who else deserves a beating but him? Chen Han angrily wrapped the meat skewer in a large pancake, deeply condemning Shen Jinian for forgetting her friends for love. Finally, when Shen Jinian finished chatting idly, she clumsily sat back in front of their small stove. At the right moment, Zhuang Zi pushed the meat skewers in the small dish toward the two of them. They're perfectly cooked, tender and flavorful, even more fragrant than the 10-year veteran master chef downstairs at the barbecue shop. Shen Jinian took a bite and was somewhat surprised at Gu Yan's skill. "Not bad, you actually have this kind of talent." Gu Yan placed a napkin beside Shen Jinian's hand nonchalantly. He casually said, "If you work in a trade, you learn something about it." Suddenly stopping with the meat skewer in her mouth, Shen Jinian asked cautiously, "Did you learn this during your part-time job?" Gu Yan didn't show much emotional fluctuation about it, calmly nodding, then picked up several ingredients again to place on the flames. Unexpectedly, Shen Jinian suddenly found the meat skewer in front of her less appetizing. Just then, a delicious pineapple beef skewer was suddenly offered to her, and Gu Yan asked, "This is my first attempt, can Miss Shen give some suggestions?" Shen Jinian took it. Gu Yan continued, "Sometimes working part-time jobs isn't solely about earning money, learning needs to guide people. Barbecuing is also a form of teaching." After working part-time for 2 days, he thoroughly understood the boss's recipe and the timing control of various vegetables and meats, learning much faster than from books. Gu Yan handed her a yogurt, softly comforting Shen Jinian, "These little things aren't worth ruining your good mood over." Shen Jinian feigned ignorance, overreacting, "I'm in a great mood." Although the roasted pineapple juice was less abundant, its sweetness doubled and matched perfectly with the tender, fragrant beef. Shen Jinian enjoyed this strange yet wonderful taste combination. Delicious. Satisfied, Gu Yan turned his attention back to continue cooking. Dinner lasted nearly 3 hours. Seeing that Gu Yan hadn't eaten much, Shen Jinian bravely volunteered to take over the grilling, inviting Gu Yan to come eat and even bringing along her strategist Zhuang Zi for assurance. Together, they made an aggressive move that ultimately reduced 2 whole pounds of meat into a mass of burnt blackness. The meat became crackling hard, and the bamboo skewers turned to ashes. Even Laozi, with skills like this, wouldn't have risked having his 8-trigram furnace overturned. Faced with the awkward scene of a stove full of black debris, Chen Han couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably, only to be predictably beaten up afterward. Gu Yan laughed halfway but stopped himself. However, Shen Jinian was exceptionally lenient towards him. While Chen Han was tidying up the area, she picked out edible pieces from the 2 pounds of roasted meat she made and handed them to Gu Yan. "You didn't eat much earlier tonight." "I'm already full." Gu Yan refused. "Do you look down on me and my meat?" Shen Jinian was very dissatisfied. She had already tried it, it could be eaten, albeit with a slight bitter taste. Unable to bear Shen Jinian's anger or sadness, Gu Yan reluctantly accepted the meat from her hands, picked out a few normally colored pieces with his chopsticks, and put them into his mouth. "Did you manage to learn 1/3 of Master Gu's skills?" Shen Jinian anticipated eagerly. Gu Yan rubbed the soft strands of her hair. "For the sake of life safety, Master Gu will take over providing teacher Shen's 3 meals a day from now on." Shen Jinian quickly swatted away Gu Yan's hand. He was given no quarter for his first barbecue attempt. Nevertheless, Shen Jinian took the tray of meat in different colors from Gu Yan's hands. "Don't eat anymore, we'll have instant noodles later." She really wasn't sure if this stuff was toxic or not. This time, Gu Yan did not argue with Shen Jinian. It was indeed harsh on the throat. Gu Yan accompanied Shen Jinian to dump the meat into the garbage bag, mainly to ensure it ended up there. After they returned, Zhuang Zi had already laid out a khaki picnic blanket by the stream and reserved 2 spots for them. He also hung a massive screen on the car. Apparently, Zhuang Zi and Chen Han had planned the sequence without their knowledge. Shen Jinian hurried forward. "Are we watching a movie?" Zhuang Zi waved the deck of playing cards in his hand. "We can play games too." "I rarely play cards." Shen Jinian glanced at Gu Yan as if seeking help. Chen highly strictly controlled him. Though he gave Shen Jinian plenty of pocket money each month, Shen was forbidden to associate with unsavory friends who indulged in random nonsense. Cards were not within Chen Hailei's restricted activities, but there was nobody around to teach Shen how to play. Zhuang Zi pulled Shen Jinian's wrist and made him sit beside him. "Then let's play, draw a devil card." The person who draws the devil card chooses either truth or dare. Shenzhenian. It seemed like no game venue could be without this classic game. Once he had disdainfully refused to play. But today, with Gu Yan by his side, he felt a little restless and eager. It must be said that this game was perfect for couples. Not only could it subtly uncover each other's secrets, but under the guise of a game, one could engage in affectionate behavior quite openly. And Shenzhenian wanted both. Clearly, Gu Yan thought the same way. So he sat next to Shenzhenian. No one opposed the game, and it proceeded smoothly. Since Zhuangzi didn't bring a dealing machine, he manually dealt the cards, drew a devil card, and within the blink of an eye evenly distributed all 53 poker cards to everyone. Shenzhenian spread out his cards. The two identical cards were taken out and set aside, leaving only one single isolated card in his hand. He was glad that he hadn't drawn the devil card. While others were still sorting their cards, Shenzhenian sneakily peeked at Gu Yan. The man calmly removed duplicate cards and placed them together with the ones he discarded. Half a minute later, everyone was ready. The game began with Zhuangzi drawing cards clockwise from the next person, following a match 3 rule. Once duplicate cards were drawn, the 2 cards would be discarded and set aside until all cards in hand were used. The winner would be whoever finished all their cards. However, the last person holding the devil card would face punishment. The rules of the game were simple. In the beginning, Shenzhenian played very relaxedly. After all, with so many cards in everyone's hands, even if he drew the devil card, he'd have another chance to discard it. But after several rounds, his stress increased significantly. When drawing cards, he would specifically glance at Gu Yan's expression. If he touched a card that made Gu Yan curl his lips upward, Shenzhenian wouldn't draw it. Conversely, if a card instantly caused Gu Yan's eyebrows to furrow, Shenzhenian confidently picked it up. It turned out to be the dreaded devil card. Shenzhenian. Smart move, playing tricks during a game, huh? Unfortunately, Shenzhenian's next player was Zhuangzi, so he couldn't show any reaction on his face, or Zhuangzi might figure out he'd drawn the devil card. Shenzhenian took a deep breath, reorganized the cards, handed them over to Zhuangzi for drawing, and then waited for his turn. Quietly, he moved closer to Gu Yan and pinched his thigh hidden behind his back, glaring red-faced at Gu Yan. Gu Yan feigned innocence and took the opportunity to draw Chen Han's cards. Coincidentally, all of Gu Yan's cards were gone, leaving 3 people to continue drawing cards. Despite 2 anxious rounds of drawing, Shenzhenian failed to pass off the unlucky devil card. Until everyone else's hands were empty except for Shenzhenian, who was still gripping that hot potato. Seeing the worried look in Shenzhenian's eyes, Zhuangzi quickly reminded him, gambling requires acceptance. As he spoke, Shenzhenian hurriedly took out his truth or dare condition cards from his bag. They were the same size as poker cards, but their content was filled with game punishment tasks. Shenzhenian was asked to draw a card and complete the punishment task written on it. This way, it would be fair and just, and no one could accuse them of deliberately targeting someone. Chen Han looked at his well-prepared equipment with slight surprise. You even bought these? Zhuangzi smiled cunningly. It's one of the gaming props. Come on, Genian, come and draw a card. With a stiff face, Shenzhenian stepped forward and drew a card. After flipping it over. Dare. Coquettishly cajole the person to your right. The person to his right. Shenzhenian glanced at Gu Yan beside him. Chapter 104, Adventure. Absolutely. No. Way. Although he had compromised his alpha identity to be with Gu Yan, there was no way he would do something as cutesy as acting adorable. Especially not when the adjective before adorable was coquettish. Shenzhenian's face showed difficulty, clearly super reluctant to accept this task and worried about it. Chen Han, leaning on her chin, enthusiastically persuaded Shenzhenian, this adventure is so simple. It's just being cute once, sitting in Gu Yan's lap and calling him big brother, isn't that all? Shenzhenian knew Chen Han could actually do this. Forget being cute, she would throw tantrums without hesitation in front of Zhuangzi. But he wasn't Chen Han. For Shenzhenian to sit coquettishly in Gu Yan's lap acting cute, it might be better to kill him outright. He imagined Gu Yan wouldn't want to see such a nauseating scene either. One game shouldn't punish 2 people. Anxiously, Shenzhenian placed the card at the center among 4 people and politely asked, can I apply for a change? Logically speaking, once the card is drawn, there shouldn't be any replacement. Otherwise, the game rule would seem unnecessary. But seeing Shenzhenian's troubled look, Zhuangzi decided to give him another chance. Unexpectedly, Chen Han spoke up first, presenting her view to ease the tension. I think there's no need to replace the card, but we can reduce the difficulty of the task. For example, change to, call the person on your right big brother. This degree was certainly far from embarrassing anyone. Zhuangzi quietly swallowed his words, agreeing to replace the card, and gave Chen Han an approving glance, silently appreciating her suggestion. Someone had already let off some water. This time Shenzhenian didn't have the excuse to resist. Only feeling his throat dry and scorching hot, the word brother rolled around in his mouth, taking 32 turns, yet never finding its way out. Suddenly, a cool hand was secretly held and clasped within a warm palm. Gu Yan's body temperature seemed always high, like warm sunshine, transferring warmth non-stop at any time. Shen Jinian suddenly felt endowed with courage. He looked up to face Gu Yan, cheeks burning hot, yet his voice sounded loud and determined, like joining a party declaration. Big brother. Big brother Gu Yan. Good big brother Gu Yan. After saying it, he even lacked the extra thought to observe Gu Yan's reaction, quickly straightening his body, withdrawing his hand from Gu Yan's palm, pretending to be calm. Is this okay? Gu had seen Shen Jinian's enchanting side during his receptive period, so he wasn't disappointed now. He nodded, taking the initiative to hand over a bottle of water to Shen Jinian, giving him a chance to cover his embarrassment. Chen Han hadn't seen Shen Jinian coyly calling someone brother, only witnessing Shen Jinian being pushed into a corner, with regret visible in his facial expressions. However, the person had completed the task as required. He couldn't find any fault. So, they continued the game. The game rules were very simple. By the second round, everyone had gotten much more familiar, making the game speed significantly faster. This time, it was Zhuang Zi who drew the joker. Shen Jinian breathed a sigh of relief, reshuffling the task cards for Zhuang Zi to draw. Omega pulled out a card. Adventure. Send a text to your ex, are you free tonight? This task obviously went beyond the scope of the game, and Chen Han actively snatched it from Zhuang Zi's hand. Throwing it angrily aside, these foul adventures shouldn't even appear on the task cards, don't you think so, Jinian? Play or play, it's best to avoid touching these bottom-line issues. Shen Jinian also nodded in agreement, there's nothing wrong with redrawing. Gu Yan added a sentence, it's just a game, happiness comes first. Zhuang Zi clutched his cuffs, a stream of unspeakable warmth flowing through his heart. Since getting married, he hadn't made new friends nor experienced the feeling of being taken care of for a long time. Still, he wasn't weak enough to be bound by a single card. No problem, Zhuang Zi took out his phone, it's a trivial matter. Seeing this, Chen Han got up and leaned in, covering Zhuang Zi's screen with her palm, her voice hoarse, there's no need to provoke him. But it was too late, Zhuang Zi's send button had already lit up. The message soon came back, have you reconsidered asking me for reconciliation? Zhuang Zi treated it as a laughable matter and showed the message to everyone. Following this, his fingers danced swiftly on the screen, typing a barrage of words into the text box, I've discussed with your sixth uncle and it's settled, no mirror in the house but there's plenty of piss. Why don't you take a look at yourself and see what kind of person you are? You really think someone would give up 2 piles of dirty money and follow you faithfully? Go dream about that. Who in their right mind would want to be with a 30-year-old husband who can't even have children? If you have time, go to the hospital, book an appointment for plastic surgery, and use lasers to burn away your bad roots, otherwise, spraying as much brand-name perfume as you like won't cover up your stench of being a worthless piece of trash. Rotten man, phew. Zhuang Zi cursed until he felt refreshed. The anger he had been holding back for 3 years finally erupted in this very moment, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as though he could ascend. After cursing, he added his ex-husband to the blacklist. Freshly released from prison, the man already had some fear of Zhuang Zi and surely wouldn't retaliate or cause trouble. Sitting by and witnessing everything, Chen Han suddenly froze like cement had poured into his body, leaving only his eyes blinking, unsure whether to look at Zhuang Zi or Shen Jinian. No, it was not like that. Although Zhuang Zi seemed gentle and frail, her words were surprisingly devastating. Zhuang Zi noticed the incredulous expression on Chen Han's face and, after putting away her phone, raised an eyebrow, what's wrong? Nothing, Chen Han scratched his head. Just as he wanted to invite everyone to continue playing cards, Zhuang Zi suddenly asked, do you feel surprised that I know how to curse so nastily? Chen Han sensed a hint of detachment and coldness in Zhuang Zi's soft voice testing him. He could confirm without a doubt that if he showed even a little dissatisfaction, Zhuang Zi would definitely end things just as decisively as she ended her marriage with her ex-husband, giving him no chance to explain or turn back. How could I? Chen Han shook his head quickly, I just feel sorry for you having endured such humiliation all these years before speaking out today. On that day, I should have beaten him even more fiercely and completely crippled his 3 legs. Zhuang Zi hesitated for a second, then laughter returned to her features, and she resumed her usual elegant composure. The Omega extended a hand to pat the dog's coarse hair, saying softly, I probably don't have enough money to bail you out. Chen Han grinned honestly and said, if it makes you feel better, it's worth it. Zhuang Zi gazed deeply at Chen Han for a moment and said nothing. Then, she continued to enthusiastically invite everyone to play the game again. The fortune wheels kept turning. Others turned their luck, but Shen Jinian didn't. He once again drew the Joker card. Adventure. Please send a message to your first chat contact, will you be my partner? Chapter 105, Response. Shen Jinian felt a wave of dizziness. The first contact on his WeChat was you. He raised his hand and signaled, I request to change my account. Chen Han said, you can't switch to only your brother's secondary account. Shen Jinian thought there was no need to change it. But now, besides his brother, there was also you, so it would be better to use his main account. Shen Jinian switched to his primary account and displayed it to everyone in sequence, am I someone who doesn't make sense? As he spoke, he found his message page in front of everyone. Due to the various group chats he was involved in, Shen Jinian changed his posture and used his finger to swipe from bottom to top twice before reaching the top. The punishment rule was to send a message to the first friend. He located his first friend from the group chat cracks. It was his secondary account. Not only was it his secondary account, but the chat history also contained the business card he had sent to his secondary account for Hiyu. Afraid that Gu Yan might find out, Shen Jinian anxiously deleted the chat window quietly. This way, the first friend became Gu Yan, who had messaged him at noon asking if he wanted to eat sticky rice cake. Shen Jinian's palms were sweaty with tension. Shen Han and Zhuang Zi couldn't wait to see who the first friend on his phone was. After looking, the two people glanced at each other and then looked at Gu Yan, who was obediently waiting on the side. They couldn't help but sigh, "Isn't this what you truly desire?" Zhuang Zi knelt beside Shen Jinian, sticking her head to watch his screen. She excitedly waited for Shen Jinian to type and send. Shen Jinian awkwardly opened Gu Yan's conversation box. There were still messages from their private chats, including the baby videos Gu Yan recorded for him, eating, playing with toys. The most genuine life being peeped into. Shen Jinian felt somewhat embarrassed again. He could only open the keyboard and push up the previous messages so they wouldn't see them. "Let's be together." Just 6 words. Zhuang Zi spent a minute typing over 100 words to curse her ex-husband, but his short 6 words took 52 days. Shen Jinian clicked send. 2 seconds later, the phone in Gu Yan's pocket rang with a ding-dong sound. The man couldn't hide the smile on his lips, and his heart rate reached an unprecedented speed. Zhuang Zi propped her chin on her hands, her eyes curving with laughter as she stared at the couple immersed in the flirtation phase, urging Gu Yan, "Reply." Shen Jinian suddenly sat straight, stopping the teasing Zhuang Zi and Chen Han, "Wait." The three of them all looked at him. Shen Jinian moved his position, kneeling down to block half of Gu Yan's body. "The dare only requires me to send a message, not for Gu Yan to reply. Even while playing games, one shouldn't go too far." Chen Han returned to her seat reluctantly, "All right." Anyway, Gu Yan would have to reply tonight, and by checking Shen Jinian's mental state the next day, he'd know the result. Shen Jinian also returned to his seat. The game continued. For the 4th time, Gu Yan drew the Joker card, and once again, the Dare card. However, Gu Yan's task was much simpler than theirs. Check the private photo album. Shen Jinian's private photo album had always been empty from the moment he got his new phone until it was scrapped. He was a little worried that Gu Yan's might be empty too, wasting such a good Dare opportunity. But fortunately, Gu Yan looked just as troubled as when he was sending the text message. "Can't we look?" Shen Jinian leaned his head, supporting his temple, observing the situation from afar, while Chen Han and Zhuang Zi dared not tease Gu Yan. He himself provocatively teased, "Do you have some dirty stuff in your private photo album?" Gu Yan suddenly looked at Shen Jinian, a sharp gaze instantly shooting toward him, yet his tone remained steady. "That is disrespectful to you." Shen Jinian didn't expect Gu Yan to react so strongly. He involuntarily reined in his laughter and sat upright. Upon realizing it, he found himself amusing. Why fear Gu Yan? Shen Jinian hurried to reclaim his dignity, then prove how disrespectful it is. Gu Yan seemed helpless. After hesitating for a moment, he resignedly unlocked his phone. His phone model was old, and entering the private photo album required inputting a password. Gu Yan's fingers quickly clicked several digits on the screen. Shen Jinian felt those digit positions and sequences were exceptionally familiar, identical to his own habit of setting daily passwords. Yes, his birthday. Gu Yan used his birthday as the password for the private photo album. Before Shen Jinian could recover from the shock, Gu Yan had already opened the photo album and took it out to show everyone. Shen Jinian realized belatedly amidst the incessant croaking sounds from Zhuang Zi and Chen Han. He quickly went forward and took a look at the phone. Just that one glance made his cheeks flush bright red instantly, leaving him flustered and unsure whether he should turn off the phone screen or return the phone to Gu Yan first. How could this be? In Gu Yan's private photo album were pictures taken with him. There were only 14 photos in total, each with him and the child. Judging by the background in the photos, they were taken in his bedroom, likely on the night when Gu Yan first braved the heavy rain to come over and take the opportunity to stay over. But he was completely unaware that Gu Yan had taken so many photos, from all angles and expressions. The man smiled faintly in front of the lens, the emotion in his eyes so intense it seemed ready to overflow from the screen. Moreover, the lighting effects in the photos were exceptionally vivid. The photos taken by Gu Yan exuded warmth and harmony, like a regular family of 3 documenting their daily lives. Shen Jinian turned off the phone, feeling as if he had a fever. His ears visibly flushed with heat. At the sight of this, Gu Yan embraced him and gripped Shen Jinian's hand. "It's getting cold. I'll take Jinian to change clothes in the tent and then come back out to play." Zhuang Zi glanced meaningfully at the two. "Sure, no rush." After seeing them leave, he quietly began packing up the cards. Chen Han sat beside confusedly. "Are we not playing anymore?" Zhuang Zi looked toward the tent where lights had just lit up, reflecting perfectly 2 dark silhouettes huddled together. He explained, "There's a new game to play, probably won't need these anymore." Shen Jinian removed his coat and grabbed a bottle of mineral water, pressing it against his skin to cool down his burning cheeks. Unfortunately, the more he thought about those photos, the hotter his face got. By the time the 2 bottles of mineral water had warmed to lukewarm, he still hadn't calmed down. Gu Yan. Shen took a deep breath. How could you? Can I not delete them? Gu Yan replaced the water bottles for him, gently asking as he pressed them to Shen Jinyan's cheeks. Shen Jinyan, shaken by his gaze, indifferently looked away. Do whatever you want. Thank you. Gu Yan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling like scattered stars. Actually, aside from that, I have another secret. Do you want to hear it? Shen Jinyan. The man continued, for the dare earlier, I did want to reply. I wanted to say, I agree. Chapter 106, Agreement. Why bring this up all of a sudden? That round of the game, isn't it already over? He wasn't prepared to respond, having just managed to fool Chen Han and the others. But Gu Yan instead reiterated the matter. Shen Jinyan's nerves were taut. Gu Yan replaced the mineral water in his hand, sat across from him, and blocked the cold wind coming in from the tent zipper with his body. The tent instantly warmed up. Shen Jinyan was drawn by Gu Yan's small actions. Don't be afraid. The man's voice was deep and rich as he let his long lashes fall to hide the loss reflected in his pupils. I know the message earlier was just your inevitable game task, so it definitely doesn't count or hold any truth. In an instant, Gu Yan had collected himself and sincerely explained with a calm attitude, but my response has nothing to do with the game, it's something I couldn't help myself. Deep affection brewing inside him multiplied, filling his heart until it felt tight and sour. If Shen Jinyan would give him even a sliver of an opportunity, Gu Yan would overflow with endless love akin to surging waves. Shen Jinyan and Gu Yan's gazes intertwined. Silence fell between them, quiet enough for the dropping of a pin to be heard. However, the pheromones growing stronger in the tent became more intense. Strawberry and cedar entwined, blending together. Until Shen Jinyan's pheromones were completely embraced and enveloped by Gu Yan's, at which point the 2 pheromones fused harmoniously. Shen Jinyan's breathing went slightly off-kilter under Gu Yan's blazing stare. He shifted positions to ease the awkwardness, silently pulling on a jacket while seated on a soft pad. His eyes glanced away nervously, letting out a cold huff. Who made you speak for me? Gu Yan furrowed his brows. What? Shen Jinyan finished putting on his coat, then squatted down in front of Gu Yan, leveling their heights as he stared straight at him. I'm saying, you don't even know what I'm thinking. How can you be sure the message from before was only because of the game? Shock immediately replaced the doubt in Gu Yan's expression. He remained motionless in that spot for a full 3 minutes, parsing each word Shen Jinyan spoke before understanding its meaning. Once his brain accepted the information, he was even more stunned, frozen in place without daring to move. The man's pupils shrank visibly, trembling, and the color drained from his face almost instantly, as if he had heard some horrifying news. Shen Jinyan was highly dissatisfied with Gu Yan's reaction. Clearly, moments ago he sounded sincere, but once Shen Jinyan gave his agreement, Gu Yan pretended not to understand, acting like Shen Jinyan was some sort of terrible monster. Empty words, no real feelings. Just as Shen Jinyan was about to turn around and find a broom to sweep Gu Yan out the door. A hot palm suddenly grabbed his arm, the intensity burning into his skin, leaving reddish marks within seconds. Gu Yan said incredulously, you mean, you've agreed? I haven't agreed, and I regret it now. Shen Jinyan gritted his teeth, prying Gu Yan's fingers off, holding up his wrist that had turned a little purple red. Not officially together yet, and there's already signs of domestic violence. Let you succeed, and you'll start bossing around in my house. Gu Yan had lost track when he was distracted and hadn't noticed how much force he was using. Upon seeing Shen Jinyan's pathetic wrist, he quickly let go and fetched a canned cola to cool Shen Jinyan's skin with the icy aluminum. Self-reproach replaced his previous overjoyed look. Sorry, I hurt you. You're noticing now? Shen Jinyan snapped. Gu Yan's eyes filled with pity. Let me apply some cold compress on the bruised part first so it won't swell. Whatever punishment you wish to give later is fine, right? He'd always known Shen Jinyan's skin left marks easily. It was his own fault for losing control and frightening the treasure he had only just gained after much difficulty. Shen Jinyan grunted softly. His silence was equivalent to agreeing. Gu Yan bent over, looking down as he cradled Shen Jinyan's hand carefully, gently blowing air onto his wrist. The cool cedar-scented breeze touched his skin, ticklish and tingling. Afraid that his supposed calm, distant demeanor would falter under his breath, Shen Jinyan quickly pulled back his arm. However, the tent was too small. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't escape Gu Yan's searing gaze. The temperature in the tiny tent suddenly soared. The man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling as his voice turned hoarse. So, we're together now, Jinyan. Hearing his name come out of Gu Yan's mouth sounded low, sexy, and tinged with desire. A wave of shivers ran up Shen Jinyan's spine as he struggled to maintain composure. Don't try to change the subject. You haven't been punished for pinching my wrist blue earlier. Gu Yan's throat was dry. All right. Shen Jinyan cradled his arm and thought carefully. Then, as punishment, we'll break up for a week. The man felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day. He had only officially become a couple for less than half an hour, and now his qualification to be in a relationship was cruelly cancelled. Gu Yan pleaded almost desperately, Xiao Bao, it's too long. Even one day without seeing Shen Jinian already felt like years. Breaking up for 7 days would be no different from throwing him into the cold palace. Shen Jinian rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment, seemingly finding some merit in this, then make it 3 days. Gu Yan, I. Shen Jinian quickly silenced him, say another word, and I'll add 3 more days. The man could only swallow the rest of what he was about to say. Does that mean, we're just not officially a couple temporarily? Gu Yan still harbored some fear, lacking security. 3 days after that, you'll regain your title. Shen Jinian nodded. Suddenly, Gu Yan stepped forward and approached the other person closely. Startled by the sudden appearance of the man in front of him, Shen Jinian lost his balance and tumbled backward onto the soft mat, his body swaying unsteadily. With quick reflexes, Gu Yan grabbed his neck with one hand, pressing down due to momentum, inadvertently pinning Shen Jinian beneath his body. So, can I hold you now? Shen Jinian's heart was already pounding hard from being startled. Now staring at the magnified face looming over him, with the pressure of the other man's abdomen against his own, he felt even more embarrassed and uncomfortably hot all over. Shen Jinian turned away his eyes. Aren't you holding me already? I got too excited and forgot. Gu Yan chuckled lightly. Suddenly, he buried his head into the exposed pale hollow of Shen Jinian's neck, taking in a deep breath of the scent emanating from his body. He had used rose-scented shower gel today, its allure silently bewitching. Gu Yan's body began to lose control, his embrace around Shen Jinian tightening as the sweet smell grew more intense. His reaction became unmistakable. Shen Jinian also gradually sensed something amiss. This realization caused his face to flush red then pale alternately. After much arduous mental processing, he finally remembered to push Gu Yan away, only to be thwarted by the man's quick reflexes. One of Gu Yan's hands trapped both of Shen Jinian's wrists, rendering them immobile. His voice brimming with a burning passion, Gu Yan asked, "Can I kiss you now?" Chapter 107, Stay with me. Shen Jinian was shaking, his very soul trembling from the heat. He turned his head away, not daring to look at the man lying on him who was clearly aroused, and said nothing. Gu Yan was quite patient. He tilted his head, forcing Shen Jinian to make eye contact, forcing Shen Jinian to fall into this together with him. He hoarsely called out to Shen Jinian in a gentle voice, "Baby." Shen Jinian's forehead glistened with sweat, his chest heaving, "I." Gu Yan lowered his voice seductively, "Can I?" Shen Jinian's gaze wavered, "You." Gu Yan persisted, "Just one kiss." Shen Jinian suddenly became furious, angrily whispering to Gu Yan, "Do you even know what it means to be a couple? If you keep asking questions like this, I won't let you kiss me anymore. What does this alpha know about romance? He hasn't refused but keeps asking for permission anyway. In the heat of passion, who cares about temporary breakups or being a gentleman?" The more Shen Jinian thought about it, the more he wanted to wrap Gu Yan's thick skull to see if there's anything inside. Shen Jinian propped himself up, pinched Gu Yan's chin with one hand, and leaned forward, planting a fierce kiss. His movement was abrupt and swift. Even Gu Yan didn't react in time. By the time the scent of strawberries filled the air, Shen Jinian's soft, sweet lips had already taken hold of his lower lip. The moist, ambiguous atmosphere spread between them. Their second kiss of the day was as dazzling as fireworks. Neither of them knew any technique, they simply followed the purest emotions of their hearts. Shen Jinian's lung capacity clearly wasn't as good as Gu Yan's, so his cheeks soon flushed red, his eyes hazy as he panted heavily against the man's shoulder. It felt like being reborn in the surging river of love. Gu Yan gave him half a minute to catch his breath before leaning in again. Shen Jinian's head was tilted back when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 sneaky shadows flash across the tent. He grabbed Gu Yan's shirt. Between gasps for air, he squeezed out a few words, "Gu Yan, turn off the light, mmm." Gu Yan fumbled to switch off the light. Then, his fiery hand slipped under Shen Jinian's shirt, fingertips brushing against his slick, soft skin. Shen Jinian trembled all over from the touch and abruptly came to his senses. Quickly, in the dark, he caught Gu Yan's wrist, his voice shaky, "No, we can't, I'm not ready." Gu Yan immediately withdrew his hand and wrapped his arms around Shen Jinian's waist. The man was covered in sweat, his entire body inflamed by desire. After drawing in a few deep breaths of cool air, he lay beside Shen Jinian. "Sorry, I scared you." He was really too happy today. All he could think about was Shen Jinian, without realizing what he was doing. Shen Jinian straightened his clothes. Bringing up this issue made him slightly embarrassed, at least after we get our marriage certificate. "Alright," Gu Yan agreed without hesitation, "I'll wait until you're ready." Shen Jinian let out a humph and turned over, his back to Gu Yan. He never imagined that kissing would be so exhausting, more intense than half an hour of aerobic exercise. His clothes were soaked with sweat. After 10 minutes of rest, he still heard their hearts pounding like drums, loud enough to deafen them. Now calm, Shen Jinian began to feel a little awkward. He hesitated and asked Gu Yan, "Should we go play cards?" "Unnecessary," Gu Yan immediately replied. Since both of them were spied on earlier, they naturally understood what had happened inside. Zhuangzi would surely stop Chen Han from disturbing the two of them again. Caught in the sage moment, Shen Jinian was somewhat embarrassed, oh. So much so that even Gu Yan noticed the anomaly. The man sat up. I'll step out for a bit, you stay here and rest. Shinjinian suddenly sat up as well. What are you going to do? Gu Yan didn't say a word. But when the lights came on, Shinjinian saw his body's obvious condition and immediately fell silent. It was sinful. He didn't understand why Gu Yan was so sensitive, otherwise, when Gu Yan had asked for that kiss, he would have slapped him so hard that he'd end up far away. Shinjinian looked away, his ears red, urging Gu Yan, go quickly. Gu Yan kissed Shinjinian's forehead once more. I may come back a little late. Rest if you're tired. Shinjinian, don't boast so much. Gu Yan couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Shinjinian's hair, then got up and left. After the man left, Shinjinian also put on his jacket and took a towel to find hot water to clean himself. Just as he came out, Zhuangzi and Chen Han were watching a movie. When they saw him come out, their expressions became very interesting. Zhuangzi, seeing Shinjinian holding a small plastic basin with some strands of hair still sticking to his skin, kindly asked, Jinian, are you going to clean yourself? Shinjinian nodded. Chen Han scrutinized Shinjinian from head to toe, making sure there was no abnormality in his walking posture, then said regretfully, Gu Yan doesn't seem to be doing well. Moreover, it was surprisingly fast. It had only been half an hour since the two left. He deeply regretted leaving Shinjinian with Gu Yan. Shinjinian didn't hear what Chen Han mumbled because he was standing far away. Feeling awkward, he didn't stay to chat more but quickly prepared a basin of warm water before returning to the tent. The conditions here weren't great, so none of them could take a shower. They could only do a quick wipe down and change their dirty clothes. Shinjinian was relieved that he had brought along a white V-neck pajama, otherwise, sleeping in sweat-soaked clothes would have made his night unbearable. After washing up, Gu Yan still hadn't returned. Shinjinian checked the time, it had already been over half an hour. That's quite long. Thinking about this, Shinjinian quickly crawled under a small blanket, covering his head to avoid imagining how he'd face Gu Yan when he came back. Though he tried not to think about it, in the end, his mind still wandered to the scenario. The best idea was for him to fall asleep immediately so that he wouldn't have to face Gu Yan. Shinjinian proved that this plan indeed worked by promptly dozing off. He didn't even realize how he drifted off until midnight when he woke up with a full bladder and found that Gu Yan beside him had already fallen asleep. He quietly got up, opened the tent zipper, and peeked outside. Dark clouds obscured the moon. The faint remnant of moonlight illuminated the green mountains and rivers, making the surroundings look even more desolate and eerie. The cool wind swept through, causing the surrounding grass and trees to rustle together like the ominous prelude in a horror movie, as if at any moment jump-scare monsters would burst out from the woods. Shinjinian was a coward. So, without hesitation, he zipped the tent closed again. Then, enduring the discomfort in his abdomen, he silently crept back to bed, trying to hold on until morning. But, no matter how he lay down, it felt uncomfortable. Tossing and turning for 10 minutes, he finally gave up on this plan. Shinjinian knelt on the soft pad and gently nudged the man beside Gu Yan, calling his name, Gu Yan. At the sound of his name, Gu Yan woke up instantly, still drowsy. Shinjinian leaned close to his ear and asked shyly, I need to go to the bathroom. Can you accompany me? Chapter 108, Revenge. Gu Yan immediately got up, helped Shinjinian put on his prepared coat, and also grabbed a flashlight they had ready. The two of them went to the woods and bushes about 100 meters away from the tent. Shinjinian didn't dare to stay too far from Gu Yan, but he was embarrassed to let him see. He pointed at a robust tree for Gu Yan, wait for me behind this tree. The wind is loud, don't go too far. Gu Yan handed the flashlight over to Shinjinian, reminding him carefully. If you're scared, you can call me. I understand. Shinjinian took the supplies Gu Yan prepared, holding the flashlight himself, and walked into the forest. He found a place not too far from Gu Yan but where he couldn't be seen by him. The howling wind carried rustling leaves, transforming in Shinjinian's ears into screams, cries, and even slow, heavy footsteps. Shinjinian was frightened out of his wits by his own imagination. After taking care of business, he quickly left. He hadn't gone 2 steps when he inexplicably heard footstep sounds becoming increasingly clear, not the kind that could be made by leaves rubbing or colliding with each other. Shinjinian instinctively turned around, Gu Yan. The flashlight's light swayed and fell right in front of him, perfectly reflecting a tall, imposing figure. In the wild forest miles away from the city district, he saw not Gu Yan, but a stranger in a windbreaker with a hat covering his face. Reacting swiftly, Shinjinian immediately shouted loudly, Gu Yan. His opponent acted faster than him, agile and efficient, almost in the blink of an eye, rushing forward and covering Shinjinian's mouth and nose with a towel, cutting off his cry mid-sentence. The strong wind drowned out the half-sentence, unluckily preventing it from reaching Gu Yan's ears. Shinjinian instantly released his attack pheromones. Pheromones of double S rank have undeniable suppression and control effects on lower-grade alphas. Not to mention Shinjinian's inability to properly control the intensity of his pheromones in his panic, his glands releasing strawberry-like bursts akin to an overflowing dam. The powerful double S rank alpha pheromones immediately diffused throughout the forest within 100 miles, wreaking havoc on the man's mental strength. Apparently, the enemy underestimated him, and the hands restraining Shinjinian suddenly weakened, filled with disbelief. How could you be an alpha? While the man was incapacitated by the pheromones and unable to fight back, Shinginian immediately seized his wrist, quickly spun around to face the man in the windbreaker, then forcefully kicked his leg out, landing a kick squarely on the man's abdomen. It was a fluid and relentless move. The man staggered back 3 steps under the fierce pain, losing balance due to tripping over a young sapling, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, unable to lift even a single finger. With the upper hand in this confrontation, Shinginian fearlessly continued releasing pheromones, crossing his arms and looking down haughtily as if the man with the fallen hat were nothing more than a fat-headed worm. He sneered, "I'm your daddy, little bastard." "Damn. Someone's here." Infuriated and humiliated, the man spat viciously. Undeterred, the man immediately pulled a small crossbow and potent anesthetic from his pocket used for trapping wild animals and shot without hesitation toward Shinginian's position. Shinginian noticed the crossbow, but before he could react, a powerful force from behind embraced him. Gu Yan stood slightly behind Shinginian, moving deftly and effortlessly dodging the speeding needle. Shinginian smelled the distinct safety emanating from Gu Yan, and thus retracted most of his pheromones. Gu Yan looked pale but undeniably angry. One arm hugged Shinginian's waist while the other encircled his neck, possessively caressing his hair. "Xiao Bao, why didn't you call me?" Without hesitation, Shinginian stepped firmly on the man's shoe, disdainfully accusing Gu Yan for arriving late. "I did call, you're hard of hearing." "It's my fault," Gu Yan admitted sincerely, lightly pecking Shinginian's ear. "Go back to the tent and wait for me." Shinginian, glancing at the fierce-eyed man lying helpless on the ground, retracted his gaze and kindly reminded Gu Yan, "He has many weapons, be careful." Gu Yan nodded understandingly, urging Shinginian to return and rest. Only after the small alpha's figure completely disappeared from sight did he leisurely walk over and crouch in front of the man. "Who sent you?" Gu Yan was idly toying with a small pebble in his hand, but his expression was frighteningly gloomy. The man in the windbreaker lying on the ground appeared much more timid when he looked at Gu Yan. Instinctively, he could sense that Gu Yan was hundreds of times more dangerous than the alpha from before. After waiting impatiently, Gu Yan's tone turned completely cold. The pebble in his hand shot out like lightning straight at the man's throat. "Speak." The windbreaker man's throat suddenly flared in sharp pain after being hit by the pebble, rendering him speechless. He could only gasp for air, dry-mouthed. In what seemed like no time, Gu Yan had picked up a small silver-white metal dart with a hexagonal body. Its sharp tip gleamed under the dim moonlight. The man instantly lost half of the blood in his face. It was his own dart, capable of easily piercing through a throat. Shaking profusely, the man attempted to rise, but the lingering pressure from the pheromones left him powerless. After 2 futile movements, all strength drained from him, and he rasped out, "No, no one sent me here." Gu Yan narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" The man stammered, I just came out to hunt some wild fowl. When I accidentally saw someone in the woods, I chased after them." Gu Yan's tone became icier, like a death sentence. "Then what?" Aware of the other's foul mood but too afraid to lie, the man quivered as he replied, I found him attractive, so I developed evil intentions, but I didn't know he was an alpha." Gu Yan's aura turned even colder. Despite being outdoors where the air freely flowed, the oppressive atmosphere almost suffocated everyone present. "Does that mean it's okay to behave irresponsibly if it's an omega?" "No. It wasn't intentional." The man hurried to defend himself. "I will never dare again, please let me go. Your begging won't help. It's your fault you grew 2 legs." Gu Yan stood up, playing with the small dart. As the man begged for mercy, he took aim at the man's leg and with a slight force, the half-pound dart quickly fell from his hand, cutting through the air and piercing straight into flesh. "Ah!" The man winced in pain, howling aloud. Gu Yan said calmly, "That wasn't intentional either." As he finished speaking, his phone rang. Shinginian's impatient voice came through, "Are you done yet?" Gu Yan brushed off the dust from his hands. "I'm coming, Xiao Bao." Chapter 109, Departure. Shinginian's voice, processed with a current of electricity, sounded like playful anger and carried a touch of pride. "Can you stop calling me baby? It feels weird." Gu Yan laughed as he walked back. "Then what should I call you?" Shinginian remained silent for a moment, not coming up with an alternative. It wasn't until the tent was pulled open from outside. Gu Yan appeared in front of him with a chill. "Have you decided yet?" Shinginian shook his head. "Let's talk about it later. You come in first." He had been startled earlier and now felt on edge, fearing Gu Yan might get attacked from behind while facing outward. Gu Yan crawled in and zipped up the tent, sitting face to face with Shinginian. After this ordeal, both of them were completely sleepless. Shinginian, filled with adrenaline when confronting the man in the windbreaker, began feeling fear after seeing Gu Yan. He wrapped himself in a blanket and lowered his voice. "Did you take care of it?" Gu Yan, "I did." Shinginian was still uneasy. "Was he a kidnapper? Does he have accomplices? Will they follow us again?" "He probably won't." Gu Yan calmly analyzed the man's behavior. An inferior alpha, only capable of using simple weapons, poor mental resilience, doesn't resemble a hunter trained by the black market. Gu Yan also took the opportunity to check the contents of the man's pockets. He found a slingshot and scattered glass marbles, clearly tools used for hunting wild animals. The man was likely one who usually avoided work to hunt game. Shinjinian sighed in relief. Though usually carefree, hearing that the danger was over, he immediately grinned and asked Gu Yan, "Was I stylish fighting just now? Have you ever learned?" Shinjinian nodded. "I studied martial arts for 3 years in junior high, but there hasn't been any chance to show off my skills, so I'm a bit rusty." His good looks made him a focal point wherever he went. People generally wouldn't dare provoke him. Who would have thought since university he'd encountered all sorts of strange things, being mistaken as an omega more than once, which led to challenges. The first time, he admitted, was due to his carelessness, getting caught in a trap and losing his chance to fight back. Otherwise, he might have had a better warm-up session. Gu Yan sincerely praised him, very stylish. As long as it was stylish. Satisfied, Shinjinian reviewed his graceful and smooth moves, trying to find any flaws in the scene for improvement next time. After 2 rounds of consideration. Nothing. He was simply too perfect. Shinjinian was still lost in reminiscing when Gu Yan interrupted his cheerful memories, frowning. "However, we need to leave." Shinjinian understood Gu Yan's concerns. Being out in the wild truly isn't safe. Although encountering such incidents is extremely rare, they happened to meet one. Shinjinian asked, "Should we return home now?" "There are 3 hours until dawn," Gu Yan explained. "Let's wake the others and go to the car to rest first, then pack up and start our journey when the sky is light." Shinjinian followed his words. Immediately dressed and draped in a blanket, he enthusiastically volunteered to go wake Chen Han and Zhuang Zi in their tent. Upon arrival, he discovered they were already awake. Chen Han asked Shinjinian anxiously, "Did you hear screams earlier? Lest it be related to some shark corpse case." "It was Gu Yan and I meeting a criminal. You guys should wake up, bring your blankets, and rest in the car for the night." Shinjinian had recovered mentally after the event. But Chen Han's heart suddenly tightened upon hearing this. "How did you encounter bad people? Are you hurt?" "No," Shinjinian shook his head. "You and brother Zi pack quickly, we'll discuss this afterward." Chen Han and Zhuang Zi immediately got up and packed the essentials they needed. After Shinjinian notified everyone, Gu Yan on the other side had already finished packing, waiting for the 2 of them to leave together. Zhuang Zi's business van could adjust to a resting position at the back, but it could only fit 2 seats, and each seat wasn't spacious enough for 2 people. Chen Han suggested Zhuang Zi and Shinjinian rest in the front. Shinjinian felt specially treated. Alpha pride wouldn't let him accept being specially taken care of by Chen Han. Insisting, he asked Chen Han to sit in the front with Zhuang Zi, and he'd rest with Gu Yan at the back. Chen Han glanced at Gu Yan. The latter slightly nodded. Thus, Shinjinian naturally sat together with Gu Yan. The back seat was spacious, and even though he was extremely tired, it wasn't impossible to sleep there. Especially for someone like him, who hadn't slept well already and then went through a scare, the sudden relaxation of his tense nerves quickly brought on drowsiness. Shinjinian could smell the faint cedar aroma from Gu Yan. Soon, he began to feel sleepy. Gu Yan covered Shinjinian with a blanket. "You can rest by lying on my lap. Then won't you sleep?" Shinjinian blinked his already drooping eyes. "I remember you didn't sleep for long either." "My sleep duration is shorter than that of normal people," Gu Yan explained. "Today has been enough." Shinjinian wasn't sure whether Gu Yan's words were true or not. But seeing the clear-eyed gaze, it seemed as if he really wasn't feeling tired at all. "If you're sleepy, just let me know," Shinjinian said. "You can switch places with Chen Han in the front and go there to sleep comfortably." Chen Han, who had been eavesdropping on their love talk. "The fate of a tool person matters too." Gu Yan nodded and invited Shinjinian to lie down. Shinjinian naturally lay on his lap and adjusted the small blanket. Though it wasn't very comfortable, under the overwhelming wave of fatigue, he soon dozed off for a little while. During this time, Gu Yan did not move at all, maintaining the same posture with his back perfectly straight as if afraid that any movement would wake Shinjinian. Until dawn arrived. Shinjinian woke up with an aching neck, stirred awake due to discomfort. Opening his eyes, he met Gu Yan's gaze looking down at him. The man's deep and intense eyes openly revealed affection. Shinjinian's memories rapidly came back. With one swift motion, he sat up from the man's lap and looked around. There was no one else left in the car except for them. Shinjinian asked, "Where's Chen Han?" "They've already gone ahead to clean up," Gu Yan replied. "Once you're awake, we'll head out directly." Through the car window, Shinjinian indeed saw 2 figures who had already finished packing, including dumping the garbage into the trunk. Gu Yan handed over the leftover breakfast from his bag to Shinjinian. "Eat something first to line your stomach, and then we'll leave." Shinjinian looked puzzled at the 3 people, realizing there was no driver. "Who's going to drive?" As he spoke, Gu Yan had already moved to the front door. "I will." "You actually know how to drive." Even though they all knew how to drive, the revelation about Gu Yan having this skill still came as quite a shock. Shinjinian strangely felt a sense of excitement similar to when a son scores 100 points and proudly brings home the results to show his father. After everyone got in the car, Gu Yan immediately started it and pressed the accelerator. With implied meaning, he said, "I know how to drive many types of vehicles." Chapter 110, Celebration. After securing their status, staying at Shin Jinian's house felt much more grounded. For the first 3 days, Gu Yan was extremely cautious, barely daring to make a sound for fear of angering Shin Jinian and delaying their reconciliation. However, these few days Shin Jinian's mood had been good. 3 days later, Empress Yan returned to the palace. That morning, the man woke up early and busied himself all morning, spending his own money to prepare a large table of celebratory food. The table was filled with dishes that Shin Jinian liked, even changing the snacks for the little one to a more expensive brand. Shin Jinian slept until late morning. The delicious aroma awakened him through the door. Gu Yan was busy in the kitchen wearing a yellow duck-patterned apron 3 sizes too small for him. The cute cartoon apron clashed strangely with his solemn, emotionless face, creating an amusingly mismatched picture. Shin Jinian crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. "What are you doing?" Gu Yan looked up upon hearing the voice. At the sight of Shin Jinian, the coldness melted from his face and he beamed with joy. "I'm preparing our first meal as we enter this new phase of our relationship." Shin Jinian suddenly remembered that it had been exactly 3 days since they returned from the picnic. Following his former promise, starting today, he would officially become Gu Yan's boyfriend. This shift in identity made Shin Jinian feel particularly uneasy, causing him to blush and find an excuse to go and freshen up. He spent an hour and a half in the bathroom and didn't come out. Gu Yan, holding the little one, went to knock on his door, calling him with the cutest possible voice, "Papa." Before the word had finished leaving his lips, Shin Jinian's room door was pulled open in an instant. Seeing his father's stern expression, the little one quickly quieted down and turned to snuggle into Gu Yan's embrace, sticking his bottom toward Shin Jinian. Gu Yan held the baby. "It's time for dinner." "Okay." Shin Jinian took 2 steps and closed the bedroom door behind him. "You go ahead, I'll be there soon." Gu Yan quietly agreed. Carrying the child, he went to the dining room. Shin Jinian came out a bit later. Just as he passed the entrance hall, the doorbell rang. Shen Han and Zhuang Zi cheerfully brought gifts and baby toys into Shin Jinian's house, dumping them all inside. "Congratulations. You're happy again, Shin Jinian. May you live together forever in happiness. Hurry up and get married, have a second kid soon." Shin Jinian stood frozen where he was, completely stunned by what he heard. Gu Yan came over in time and hugged Shin Jinian, moving them back to make space for Chen Han and Zhuang Zi to come in. Shin Jinian pointed at Chen Han then at Zhuang Zi, stammering without knowing what to say. You too. How did they know everything?" It seemed that the two had already overheard everything that night, even knowing about the kiss he initiated. Death might be acceptable, but not social death. And social death wasn't even enough. 3 days later, they were dragging it out for everyone to hear. Chen Han blinked rapidly. "We're here just in time to deliver our blessings." He originally planned to come in the morning, but Zhuang Zi said the lovers might not wake up after their first morning together, so they waited until the afternoon. Surprisingly, Shin Jinian just got up. Chen Han now understood the exceptional level of control Gu Yan must possess. Shin Jinian caught the significant glance in his best friend's eyes and pretended to know nothing, walking away awkwardly with both hands mimicking each other toward the dining room. Gu Yan held the child while taking care of receiving the guests on behalf of Shin Jinian. "Have you eaten?" Chen Han told the truth. "No." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhuang Zi pinched his waist, signaling he had said something inappropriate, reminding him not to disturb the couple's lunch. However, it was already too late for Chen Han to retract his comment. It had been more than 2 minutes. Gu Yan cautiously looked at Shin Jinian. "Would you like them to join us?" Shin Jinian did not respond but also did not refuse. So the 4 sat at the same table. The little one, trying hard to fit in, was taken by the nanny to drink milk. Zhuang Zi grinned brilliantly, waving goodbye to the baby. "So cute. Do you guys have any plans for another baby? If so, I'd love to be the godfather." Shin Jinian was sipping sweet soup when she asked this. He instantly choked, his face turning red as he crouched down to hold his chest and cough for quite some time before finally regaining his composure. He hurriedly stopped her from pursuing the topic, not interested. Even if he and Gu Yan could somehow biologically evolve to give birth, he wouldn't do it. Alpha giving birth is ridiculous. "I see," Zhuang Zi gripped her chopsticks, "then the family of 3 suits well. But isn't the baby already 7 or 8 months old? Have you considered hiring a new babysitter? A confinement nanny takes care of an omega who has just given birth and the baby, but once the child grows older, a childcare nanny suitable for educating older children is needed. This is our first time raising a child, so we're not very familiar with these things," Shin Jinian said. "We'll look into it in a few days." Zhuang Zi nodded vigorously and offered enthusiastically, "If you need help, you can ask me. I attended a class before to learn about child-rearing knowledge. It's just a pity that she doesn't have a child herself." Shin Jinian nodded. "All right, if needed, I'll bring the baby over to see you." Zhuang Zi smiled. The topic came to an end. None of the 4 people could think of what to say next, so they silently finished lunch soon. Gu Yan was the first to get up to relieve the confinement nanny for her meal. With him gone, the remaining 3 had a slightly livelier atmosphere. Chen Han put down his chopsticks and took the initiative to ask Shin Jinian, "Do you remember the man we ran into that night?" The event left a deep impression on Shin Jinian. Chen Han continued, when we were packing our luggage, the police just happened to come and take him away. They also took brief statements from all of us. However, I received a call from the police this morning saying, that man's leg was completely ruined, and he was demanding compensation. Shen Jinian knew nothing about this. He didn't know that Gu Yan had broken one of the man's legs, nor did he know that the police had visited while he was asleep. Just as Shen Jinian was confused, Chen Han continued, but half an hour later, the man changed his mind and refused the compensation, even sneaking out of the hospital secretly, buying the nearest train ticket and leaving town. I just wondered. Did haughtily get involved in this? This incident was strange, as if someone was chasing after the man. Despite being crippled, he still fled hurriedly. It's unlikely that ordinary people would possess such ability to threaten others. Hearing this, Shen Jinian blankly shook his head. No. How could Shen Haughtily have intervened when he didn't even know about this? Zhuang Zi reminded them appropriately. At that time, all three of us gave our phone numbers to the police. Could it be Gu Yan? Chen Han couldn't think of any other possibility. He warned Shen Jinian, anyway, there's a high chance it's Gu Yan. You should pay more attention to Gu Yan, beware if he's hiding something from you, or if he has ulterior motives. Shen Jinian rested his chin on his hand and pondered deeply. Indeed, he hardly knew anything about Gu Yan's family situation, only aware that his parents divorced, and he has a younger half-brother by the same father, who seems somewhat mentally unstable. And all these details were discovered through his own observation. Gu Yan had never spoken about them voluntarily. Beyond that, he knew nothing else. Just as the three were huddled together whispering, the man at the center of their conversation suddenly appeared behind everyone, holding the baby with an ominous tone, asking, "Were you talking about me?" Chapter 111, Are You Coming? Gu Yan arrived soundlessly, and even the baby cooperated by staying quiet without a peep. The three of them failed to notice a man over 190 centimeters tall approaching quietly. Shen Jinian wasn't sure how much Gu Yan had overheard. In theory, their voices had been very low. Even if Gu Yan had heard something, he couldn't have caught everything. He quickly straightened his body, full of confidence. We were just chatting casually, gossiping. Gu Yan, holding the baby, sat back in his original spot, glanced around once, and let out a muffled sound from his throat. Zhuang Zi cleverly steered the conversation away, not hesitating to reopen old wounds. We're gossiping about my ex-husband's infidelity. Jinian condemned him fiercely for me and reminded me to be cautious about his ulterior motives. Shen Jinian nodded repeatedly, his gaze sincere. Gu Yan looked at Shen Jinian's seemingly innocent expression, and it seemed he believed it. He cradled the child close to Shen Jinian's side and whispered softly into his ear, words only the two of them could hear. You don't need to worry about such situations happening between us. I only want you. Shen Jinian felt dazed upon hearing this. Afraid of being discovered, he still forced a nearly frozen smile on his face and bit back a whisper, stop saying things like that in front of others. Gu Yan suddenly lowered his head and chuckled darkly, then we'll leave it until tonight. You should just go as far away as possible. Shen Jinian actively wriggled free from Gu Yan's arms and moved the chair to sit opposite him, to prevent Gu Yan from always making such suggestive remarks that disturbed his peace of mind. Thankfully, Gu Yan was sensible and didn't continue speaking nonsense in front of the guest, intentionally provoking his anger. Seeing the two bicker, Zhuang Zi initiated, can I hold the baby? Sure. Shen Jinian gave Gu Yan a look, signaling him to pass the baby to Zhuang Zi. Zhuang Zi loved this soft little bundle, carefully wiping his palms before cautiously receiving the baby from Gu Yan's hands. Will he cry? No words were needed. The little one extended his tiny arms and actively burrowed into Zhuang Zi's embrace, spontaneously hugging his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Mua. Not only did he not cry, but he even stole a kiss. Little rascal. This left Chen Han green with envy. Zhuang Zi was startled by the adorable little treasure, instantly mesmerized. He lowered his head to rub the baby's chubby cheeks, making the baby giggle. What's your name? Upon hearing this, the baby instantly nestled deeper into Zhuang Zi's sweet-smelling embrace as if it had touched on a sad matter. Shen Jinian, we haven't named him yet. Gu Yan, didn't you say we'd call him Big Nyo? Shen Jinian shot a sharp glare at Gu Yan. What if I say it again? Never again. Alright, let us know when you've decided on a name, Zhuang Zi said. Chen Han and I will give another red envelope to the baby. Zhuang Zi gently patted the baby's back to comfort him. This little fellow got allured by the handsome uncle, doing everything possible to win his favor, selling himself cutely and competing for affection against Uncle Chen Han. Seeing Zhuang Zi so, Chen Han suddenly felt a twinge of sadness. Do you like children? Without hesitation, the Omega answered, of course. Finding a husband who's handsome, having kids who are cute. For a superficial person like him, those are the ultimate pleasures in life. Chen Han no longer spoke. After holding the baby for quite some time, Zhuang Zi had to eventually hand him back to the nanny as evening approached, and Chen Han reminded him to leave. The two of them bid farewell to Shen Jinian and exited the room together. Suddenly, Shen Jinian realized something odd. Are the two of you already living together? Once spoken, he also remembered encountering Chen Han and Zhuang Zi traveling together multiple times before, clearly indicating they spent a lot of time together. Chen Han admitted, to prevent crazy dogs from chasing after him and biting recklessly, I protect him. It was the first time Shen Jinian fully grasped how much Chen Han's obsession contributed positively in courting Zhuang Ziyi. Even their meddling ex-husband became his assistant. Shen Jinian went outside to see off the guests, asking Gu Yan to take the trash along the way. The man obediently gathered it. As they went down the stairs together. Once outside, while Chen Han was distracted taking a phone call, Shen Jinian secretly handed Zhuang Ziyi a red envelope. 2 red bills contained a small note inside, "Our cooperation has been smooth." Zhuang Ziyi accepted the money. Pressing his voice down, Zhuang Ziyi asked, "When did you customize the truth or dare cards?" Gu Yan, after deciding to work together. Anyone who thought about it for a moment would know there would be this game. The truths and dares all came from tasks he personally wrote, confirmed by Zhuang Ziyi to have no issues before they were played with, including the card that simulates an ex-husband sending text messages. Every card was purposeful. Zhuang Ziyi and Gu Yan exchanged a glance for a second, offering their positive review as thanks for the transaction, wishing you a harmonious life together. Gu Yan replied, "You too." After a brief discussion, Gu Yan turned around first and left to dispose of the food waste in his hands. After returning home, Shen Jinian sat face to face with the baby on the carpet arranging small building blocks. The little baby clapped happily for Shen Jinian, as if admiring how great his dad was. Tranquil days. Gu Yan also sat behind the baby, pulling the child into his embrace, and the two of them used the blocks to build a warm little home for the baby. Once completed, Shen Jinian took 2 photos and posted them on social media. Shen Huili quickly liked the post. Then a message arrived in the chat window, "Are you together now?" He deliberately paused for 3 minutes before replying with just one character, "Yeah." He's not half bad. It only took a few days to make you go soft for him. Shen Jinian sent back a cute emoji of someone playing with a phone, pretending to be oblivious. Shen Huili, I'll be coming over again in a few days, since he's already halfway part of the Shen family. As your brother I need to reassess whether he's suitable to marry you. Suddenly, Shen Jinian remembered the chaotic scene from the last time Shen Huili visited the house and began preemptively dreading his next visit. Without hesitation, he refused, "Don't come. I'll directly bring him home for you to see later." Shen Huili, "No way, I want to meet my sister-in-law." Shen Jinian, "No. Shen Huili, I'm coming." Shen Jinian decisively blocked him. Still, he visibly became increasingly anxious and flustered, embarrassed at the thought of Shen Huili asking unspeakable questions. Like having one's secrets discovered by adults when you're still a kid. Shen Jinian's awkwardness and anxiety continued for 2 hours, leaving him somewhat distracted even after taking a shower. Gu Yan turned off the TV which was repeatedly showing advertisements. "It's 10:30, let's rest." Shen Jinian suddenly grabbed Gu Yan's hand. The man froze on the spot, squatting down and looking up at Shen Jinian with concern. "What's wrong?" Shen Jinian's action was completely subconscious. Once he came to his senses, he sheepishly pulled his hand back. "Tonight." He seemed reluctant to say more, hesitating for a long while before finally finishing, "Will you come sleep in my room?" Chapter 112, Help. Gu Yan was taken aback by Shen Jinian's sudden invitation. Even more surprisingly, Shen Jinian not only invited him but also deliberately handed the little one over to the monthly sister for a nap. The vast bedroom now had only the 2 of them left. The evening atmosphere became heated all at once. Gu Yan sat awkwardly on Shen Jinian's soft big bed, hearing the continuous sound of the shower in the bathroom, and his mind couldn't help but wander in various thoughts. He sat anxiously for 15 minutes. Finally, the water flow in the bathroom stopped. Shen Jinian rustled as he put on his clothes, and soon pushed open the bathroom door. He was only wearing a thin black silk robe, with a loosely tied belt around his waist, leaving about 1½ palms wide, just enough for Gu Yan's 2 hands to grip. Shen Jinian didn't notice at all how sexy and tempting his casually worn robe was, looking lazily and carefree while holding a towel and randomly drying his hair, letting the remaining water droplets from the ends of his hair drip into his neck, soaking through his clothes, tightly clinging to his body. It felt dry. But Gu Yan furrowed his brows. His amorous thoughts were interrupted by Shen Jinian's actions. Worried that the other person might catch a cold, he immediately stood up, grabbed Shen Jinian's arm, and forcibly pushed him down in front of the dressing table in the walk-in closet, finding the hairdryer. "Didn't you blow-dry your hair before?" As Shen Jinian felt the warm wind brushing against the top of his head, he looked at Gu Yan in the mirror. "Depends on my mood." "Are you in a bad mood today?" While drying his hair, Gu Yan massaged Shen Jinian's hair strands. His hair texture was very soft and felt great when touched. Shen Jinian denied Gu Yan's doubts. "Nope. He had a pretty good mood. It's just that he was lazy and intentionally hadn't blown dry his hair, since he believed Gu Yan would surely help him out after seeing this. Then next time after showering, remember to blow dry your hair. If you don't want to, you can call me," the man reminded, "otherwise, you'll catch a cold." "I won't blow dry it. You come over later to blow it dry for me." Gu Yan curled his lips. "My pleasure." Shen Jinian watched in the mirror as Gu Yan styled his hair in all kinds of ways, eventually creating a neat Japanese messy style with clear textures, which differed greatly from his usual appearance. It actually made him look a bit like a handsome and compliant Omega. Strangely fitting when standing beside Gu Yan than before. "Shen Jinian. I don't suit this hairstyle. You look very handsome." Gu Yan sincerely complimented, a different style, other alphas in school wouldn't be able to pull it off as well as you. Shen Jinian ignored Gu Yan's brainwashing and insisted on his opinion, that's because I naturally look good, so the hairstyle looks good too. I'd still look good even if I shaved my head. Gu Yan lacked taste. Only praised the hairstyle, not him. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Shen Jinian, Gu Yan helplessly gave himself an out, silently raising the corners of his mouth to acknowledge Shen Jinian. Indeed, I underestimated you. You're underestimating me. Suddenly filled with righteous criticism, Shen Jinian said, and those who voted for you are shallow too. When you finally manage to pursue me and our child, be secretly happy every night. Not just at night, always. Gu Yan said. Shen Jinian, flirtatious. He got up, no longer asking Gu Yan to blow his hairstyle back to its original state. After adjusting his own sleeping robe, Shen Jinian walked ahead of Gu Yan toward the bed, urging him while walking, come to my bed. Once again, Gu Yan's heart returned to the same rhythm as it had been half an hour ago, breathing hurriedly. He didn't know what Shen Jinian meant by this. 3 days ago, Shen Jinian had mentioned they could only do such things after getting the marriage certificate. Could it be that Shen Jinian had entered the love phase, with hormone levels surging and couldn't wait? However, those essential items weren't prepared yet. His needs in that aspect were quite exaggerated. If not done properly, Shen Jinian would definitely get hurt. Gu Yan had a fierce inner struggle in his mind, wanting to go ahead on one hand, but worried Shen Jinian might get injured on the other. After much deliberation, he decided to try persuading Shen Jinian at least until tomorrow after he had bought the required equipment before attempting anything intimate. Gu Yan made up his mind. And quickly left the wardrobe room. When he came out, Shen Jinian had already covered himself with a thin blanket and was playing with his phone. At the end of the bed, there was his blanket. Between the two of them, a series of small plush toys clearly divided the space between them. Gu Yan, ah. Shen Jinian put down his phone and patted the bed next to him, come on up. Gu Yan suddenly realized that Shen Jinian's invitation to share the bed was purely for sharing the pillow and nothing inappropriate would happen. Even though the child had been sent away, there were still countless other children between the two of them. Gu Yan was extremely disappointed. But he didn't dare to show even a hint of it in front of Shen Jinian. He quickly climbed into bed and lay down next to Shen Jinian, the distance between them like the Milky Way that separates the cowherd and weaver girl, gazing at each other from afar. Do you have something you want to say to me? Gu Yan asked. Shen Jinian was surprised as he turned his body sideways, regarding Gu Yan's little head with newfound respect. How did you know? I guessed. For Shen Jinian to mysteriously invite him to sleep in the room, based on Shen Jinian's personality, it was clear there must be some private matters he wanted to discuss with him. After all, only during this time at night could they avoid being disturbed. Shen Jinian cut straight to the point, expressing several topics directly to Gu Yan. The first thing is, my brother said he wants to come and evaluate you. Gu Yan sighed in relief, that's not a big problem. It is a problem. Shen Jinian suddenly sat up, explaining this issue very seriously to Gu Yan, he's very annoying. Shen Haughtily last time accidentally caught them unprepared, so he couldn't fully perform his antics. Now, after more than 10 days, the cunning old fox had plenty of time and would surely intentionally come to torture the two of them. Shen Haughtily was smarter than him since childhood, with countless devilish ideas. He had suffered many times under Shen Haughtly's sly tricks over the years. Including but not limited to. Shen Haughtily secretly imitated his handwriting to write love letters to the Omegas in the same class, then reported them to the teacher as the parents, causing him to be beaten for 3 days at home. Or he would sneak chili powder into their father's cigarettes and deliberately leave his pheromone trace on the cigarette tip, resulting in him being beaten for no reason again for another 3 days. These types of incidents were countless. But every time, he would eventually receive a compensation from Shen Haughtily worth anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Without needing to think, Shen Jinian knew that Shen Haughtly's evaluation was just an excuse, purely out of boredom at work, and he was about to start messing with Gu Yan. Gu Yan hadn't interacted much with Shen Haughtily, and still held a favorable impression of him. I'll figure something out, don't worry about these things. Shen Jinian couldn't explain Shen Haughtly's irritability in just a few words, so he gave Gu Yan a resigned look, letting him experience it firsthand later. This matter was put aside. Then I have another thing, Shen Jinian continued, Gu Rong's birthday. The familiar name fell into Gu Yan's ears, and the man's attitude noticeably cooled by a large margin, not even reacting as strongly upon hearing Shen Haughtly's name. Shen Jinian noticed that Gu Yan seemed to not particularly like this younger brother. Isn't he your favorite? Gu Yan spoke frankly, to me, Gu Rong is merely someone who has a title of younger brother added compared to a stranger. Their storylines had intersected for only 5 short years of their childhood. After that, they lost contact completely, and his familial bond with Gu Rong wasn't particularly profound. Saving him was simply because he didn't want to see such a vibrant life wasted in the square cage of the Gu family. Shen Jinian, don't you like him very much? Gu Yan was direct and honest. Compared to me, Gu Rong is just someone who happens to bear the title of younger brother. Shen Jinian cautiously probed, is it because of the half-sibling relationship? Gu Yan, partially. Shen Jinian paused for a moment. They too were a 4-person family, with a brother above them. Shen Haughtily treated him better than his own father, so it was hard for him to understand the atmosphere in Gu Yan's family. At the same time, Gu Yan seemed somewhat evasive on this topic, and Shen Jinian clearly felt Gu Yan's mood gradually dropping, even making his responses increasingly brief. But even so, the other party still suppressed his inner distress to respond to him. Shen Jinian was hesitating whether to continue probing Gu Yan's family background when the man voluntarily opened up. His mother is a murderer. Gu Yan spoke through clenched teeth yet vaguely. It took Shen Jinian a long time to react to the deeper meaning of Gu Yan's words, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The murderer whom Gu Yan hated so deeply must have hurt someone close to Gu Yan. His mother. Sorry. Shen Jinian suddenly regretted using such a direct way to explore Gu Yan's secret. He had already asked Yu for help in investigating, but he still couldn't wait and tore open Gu Yan's bloody wound impatiently. Shen Jinian hurriedly explained, I didn't know, I didn't mean to. Gu Yan pressed down on the stuffed toy on the bed, leaned over, and hugged Shen Jinian's shoulder. It's not your fault. In a relationship, we indeed need to be honest about our personal situations. This is something I should have told you proactively. Still feeling guilty inside, Shen Jinian directly threw away the toy and hugged his quilt, leaning into Gu Yan's embrace to make it easier for Gu Yan to hold him. Shen Jinian tilted his head up and looked at the man's cheek in the dim light. It was hard to distinguish Gu Yan's emotions clearly. Are you sad? Gu Yan's Adam's apple moved, and his voice was hoarse. Will you console me? One has to take responsibility for one's own mistakes. Shen Jinian prepared himself mentally, quietly taking a breath at his chest, then suddenly leaned forward and kissed. The unexpected sweet strawberry flavor startled Gu Yan for a second. The next moment, he took control, supporting Shen Jinian's nape. He deepened this kiss forcefully and intensely. Until Shen Jinian's lips turned red, with his clear eyes filled with shimmering tears, his flushed cheeks struggling for breath. Shen Jinian struggled to break free from the man's embrace. After covering his chest and taking 2 quick breaths, he casually wiped off the moisture on his lips with his hand. Are we good now? When Gu Yan looked at him, his eyebrows were curved slightly, but his voice remained rough and low. We just kissed for 3 minutes. Is that not enough? Shen Jinian was shocked. He almost suffocated, but was 3 minutes still not enough? Just scratching the surface. Gu Yan lowered his gaze and caught Shen Jinian's unbelieving expression, revealing an almost imperceptible smile, but I'm already very happy. Shen Jinian harbored a deeply rooted competitive spirit towards Gu Yan. After being challenged by Gu Yan, he suddenly felt motivated. He got off the bed, straddled over Gu Yan's legs, and sat directly on Gu Yan's knees. Following the pose where Gu Yan had previously pressed his neck, Shen Jinian mimicked it, forcibly tilting Gu Yan's head to look straight at him. Shen Jinian gripped Gu Yan's chin and bit down hard. Caught by surprise, Gu Yan unintentionally let out a muffled groan. Shen Jinian was extremely pleased. Previously, all initiative was taken by Gu Yan, and he never expected that taking the lead could be so stimulating and satisfying. He wished he could swallow Gu Yan whole. Shen Jinian set a timer and kissed for 4 minutes. How's that? Gu Yan, just getting started. Seeing Gu Yan unperturbed with a determined gaze as if ready to join the party, Shen Jinian couldn't help but doubt him. This time, he smartly pinched Gu Yan's nose while kissing him. Before even 2 minutes passed, the man couldn't resist anymore, his ears turning red and breathing heavily. Shen Jinian was highly satisfied. Sitting on Gu Yan's leg, he crossed his arms smugly, looking at Gu Yan as if he were his defeated opponent. How about now? After catching his breath, Gu Yan still didn't say a word. Thinking he might have pushed Gu Yan too far, Shen Jinian patiently waited another 5 minutes before repeating, have you surrendered yet? Gu Yan still didn't respond. Shen Jinian, what's wrong? Shen Jinian, mute mode expert. Shen Jinian, admitting defeat is not shameful. With these 3 sentences, within 2 minutes, Gu Yan's face grew redder, avoiding his gaze. Shen Jinian thought something wasn't right with Gu Yan. When he stood up correctly and turned on the light to observe closely, he suddenly noticed some feelings, which seemed somewhat unusual. This sensation was familiar to him as a male alpha. Scared stiff, Shen Jinian dared not move on Gu Yan's leg, his arrogance immediately fading away. He became as obedient as a kitten. Gu Yan. Only then did the other person react slightly. The man groaned lowly, Shen Jinian trembled cautiously, did I cause trouble? After a long deep breath. Gu Yan, no trouble, just ignited a fire. Shen Jinian cupped Gu Yan's face and forced him not to look down. I said it wasn't intentional, do you believe me? With great difficulty, the man nodded between his palms. However, are you going to keep sitting there? Shen Jinian indeed felt it getting more dangerous, making him uncomfortable. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, he immediately got up and quickly retreated back into his blanket, glancing furtively at Gu Yan. It was his fault. Watching this made Shen Jinian feel a bit guilty. What are you going to do? Gu Yan had already broken the ice in front of him once, so he was calm about doing it again. You rest first, I'll go to the bathroom. Shen Jinian pointed to his own bathroom. You use my bathroom. Late at night, going outside for such a thing wasn't good, it would be embarrassing if the nurse found out. Okay. Gu Yan responded heavily. Shen Jinian watched him get up and switched on the bedside lamp. This time, he became more clearly aware of how out of line he had been just now. Shen Jinian asked cautiously, do you need my help? Gu Yan paused in his steps. What? I said, do you need my help? Chapter 113 Title. Mr. Shen, it's time to take your medicine. Lu Siming had prepared warm water in advance, carefully placing it in a coffee cup. He opened the medicine bottles on the desk and took out the prescribed doses as per the doctor's instructions. He then brought them to Shen Haughtily, who was furrowing his brow while staring at the computer screen. Hearing this, the man pushed up his frameless glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Lowering his lashes to conceal the exhaustion in his eyes, he gently massaged his temples before accepting the pills offered by Lu Siming. With practiced ease, he swallowed all of them in one gulp. He proceeded to type a few more words on the keyboard, a look of satisfaction finally gracing his features. Lu Siming silently appeared behind Shen Haughtily, his hand resting on the man's temple, gently massaging his tense forehead before skillfully removing the glasses from his face. His palm traced down Shen Haughtili's cheek and nimbly undid the deep blue gemstone button at the neck of his shirt, slipping inside to pinch the tender flesh underneath with his fingertips. A slight pain jolted through him. Shen Haughtily swiftly grabbed the wrist of Lu Siming's probing hand. It's too late today. Lu Siming, dissatisfied, reminded him, it's only 8:30. I have an appointment with the doctor for psychological counseling today. Shen Haughtily said this while subtly pulling Lu Siming's hand away. The latter turned around and sat on Shen Haughtili's desk, staring down at him with furrowed brows. Then, suddenly sighing, he asked in concern, you've been twice this week already, has it happened again recently? Probably because of too much work, I'm feeling a bit tired. There was a new business deal that the company was competing for. Driven by determination, Shen Haughtily had been working overtime for a month straight, coming home only in the middle of the night. Consequently, his previously stabilized condition began fluctuating again. Looking at the faint bruise under Shen Haughtili's eyes, this despite him using concealer in several layers, Lu Siming could see how utterly exhausted he was. Standing up, Lu Siming picked up Shen Haughtily from the boss's chair like a princess, sitting himself in the chair and placing Shen Haughtily on his lap. Don't put yourself under such great pressure. Moreover, second master will be able to help next year. At the mention of Shen Jinian, Shen Haughtili's weary gaze momentarily brightened. Then, shaking his head, he told Lu Siming, if there's no accident, Jinian will get married soon. If we force the loving newlyweds apart to come to work, aren't I any different from an executioner? Getting married? Lu Siming was surprised for a moment. It had been less than a month since they decided to talk about marriage. With that person? Yes, the father of the child, Gu Yan. Shen Haughtily envisioned Shen Jinian and Gu Yan walking together in their wedding attire down the aisle, even picturing the upcoming scene where the family of three would face their parents upon returning home. This must worry Shen Jinian to death. Whose good kid goes off to university abroad only to return fully settled? Lu Siming pondered over the name Gu Yan, repeatedly mulling it over. He thought he'd heard something related to it recently. Gu Yan. The Gu family. The eldest grandson of the Gu family who ran away from home. His eyes darkened instantly, and his expression became grave, but just as Shen Haughtily turned his head, Lu Siming managed to school his features. Lu Siming wrapped his arms around Shen Haughtili's waist, tapping softly at the soft meat near his hips. What's wrong? I've made a set of questions for the future daughter-in-law. Would you like to take a look? Lu Siming couldn't hold back a mocking laugh, daughter-in-law. He didn't see any signs of Shen Jinian having the capability to manage someone like Gu Yan, not in terms of demeanor or height. Besides, the 2 times he had seen Shen Jinian, the latter always exhibited spoiled arrogance, giving people the impression he still needed a children's smartwatch. Shen Haughtily, upon hearing the mockery aimed at his younger brother, suddenly sat upright, his face serious as he solemnly questioned Lu Siming, is there a problem? Seeing this, Lu Siming did not rush to speak. Once again, he forcibly embraced Shen Haughtily, bringing his lips close to his neck and breathing hot air onto his throat, planting a gentle kiss on the white, smooth neck. I wouldn't dare to expect too much. After saying this, he let go of the hands covering Shen Haughtili's eyes, then with a sudden shift of topic and a mischievous gleam in his eye, asked, didn't you say you wanted me to take a look at the test questions? Just wait. Shen Haughtily closed the work page, finding the prepared test questions in the document. From multiple choice, fill in the blank, true/false questions to short answer questions, the PP industrial file took up 1 GB of memory. He maneuvered the mouse to display the first question for Shen Haughtily. Multiple choice. Based on junior high and high school graduation photo clues, among the options below, who is Shen Jinian's close friend? A. Han Shuqiao. B. Chen Han. C. Zhou Ziheng. D. Li Yuan. Lu Siming didn't need to look at the graduation photos, he roughly recalled these names as mostly belonging to young masters from business families. He didn't know anyone except for B. Second question. Situation-based multiple choice. The day after marriage, Shen Jinian surprisingly gets up at 6 a.m. He clutches his empty stomach and complains, I'm hungry. Please choose which of the following foods you would prepare for him. A. Fragrant crispy squid pancakes. B. Soft seafood porridge. C. Cheese sunny side up toast. D. Chicken cutlet seaweed rice roll. This question was clearly beyond Lu Siming's grasp. After glancing at Haughtily, he helplessly gave up and requested to move on to the next question. Multiple choice. For your choice of wedding type. A. Church wedding. B. Traditional Chinese wedding. C. Destination wedding. Lu Siming leaned on his chin, gazing blankly at the question. Is this a pre-wedding evaluation or a survey for the daughter-in-law? It seemed like all these questions were rather straightforward and simple, not designed to intentionally trouble Gu Yan. Haughtily, both. His main focus was certainly on Shen Jinian's best interest, otherwise, why would he go through such lengths to personally compose these questions? Lu Siming grabbed Haughtily's hand. Well, you've worked hard enough. He held Haughtily's hand firmly in his own. These are trivial matters. Let's tidy up and head over to the psychologist's office. Haughtily, wait a moment. I'll send the questionnaire to Gu Yan. Lu Siming obediently gave way, allowing Haughtily time to deal with the current matter. With swift precision, the man exported the file and sent it to Shen Jinian, instructing him to forward it to Gu Yan and then return it after completion. He intended to score the responses. A score lower than 60 meant postponement of the wedding. He needed some serious consideration regarding whether this daughter-in-law had the right to join the family. 10 minutes after sending the message, Shen Jinian did not reply. Haughtily suddenly felt an overwhelming sadness that his younger brother was growing up and no longer within his control. He stood up, picking up his coat. Calling out to Lu Siming, let's go. Lu Siming obediently let Haughtily lead the way. Chapter 114, The Exam. Shen Jinian was indeed busy. He looked at Gu Yan now and felt extraordinarily at a loss, not knowing what to do with his hands or feet. He stood stiffly in front of Gu Yan like a punished elementary school student, his eyes wandering aimlessly, unsure where exactly he should look. If he looked up, he would be flushed red by Gu Yan's lustful gaze. If he looked down, it made him even more embarrassed. The atmosphere in the bathroom was intense. Shen Jinian swallowed and, with reddened ears, looked up at Gu Yan and said, just wait for me a moment. Gu Yan responded with a deep him. Watching Shen Jinian flee, Gu Yan thought that it might have been the other's shyness about their first time, wanting to relax outside. Gu Yan was filled with joy but didn't want to pressure Shen Jinian too much. He was considering letting him off the hook. After all, on their very first day together, there was no need for such haste. But, he hadn't expected this. Shen Jinian not only didn't run away, but also returned with a solid-colored tie. Gu Yan was taken aback. Shen Jinian explained hoarsely and dryly, use it to cover your eyes. Alright. Gu Yan had thought Shen Jinian was still at the level of playing on swings and listening to childish stories from Dad's father, but unexpectedly, he drove straight into a Maserati from the start. And it came with a little spice. Following Shen Jinian's instructions, Gu Yan stepped into the bathtub filled with water and sat down himself. Shen Jinian fumbled as he removed his bathrobe, took a deep breath, and carefully climbed into the bathtub, sitting face to face with Gu Yan. With a splash, he knelt before Gu Yan, tying the tie before Gu Yan's eyes. Instantly, Gu Yan's vision turned pitch black, yet his other senses were heightened infinitely. The water surface churned, water splashed everywhere, and the sound of gushing water echoed through the spacious bathroom. Still, it couldn't mask the two people's panting. Shen Jinian felt scalded. Tenser than he had ever been in the past. His arms trembled involuntarily, unsure if it was the steamy warmth of the water or his own internal heat causing his vision to blur. Gu Yan's face was half concealed in the mist, with flushed cheeks and an upward curl of the lips, appearing unusually bewitching. Shen Jinian asked softly, are you okay? Gu Yan's voice was hoarse, you're doing great. Having been praised, Shen Jinian seemed instantly reinvigorated. In the 36th minute of their bath, Shen Jinian, dazed by the steam in the bathtub, struggled on for 10 more minutes before finally plopping down in the water, saying, I can't continue, Gu Yan. What a joke. Gu Yan, a heaven-sent prodigy. For almost an hour, he remained radiant and imposing. Leaning forward blindly, Gu Yan grasped Shen Jinian's wrist, massaging his tired hands tenderly. You must be exhausted, Baozi. Let me rest, I'll take care of myself. Listening to Gu Yan's voice already imbued with affection, Shen Jinian suddenly felt guilty towards him. It was he who had unintentionally attracted Gu Yan, it was he who offered to help, but because of fatigue, he had fled. Twisting his wrists and legs, he got back up in front of Gu Yan once again and firmly declared, no worries, I keep my promises. Before Gu Yan could say anything, Shen Jinian went all out again. But this time, Gu Yan wouldn't let him struggle further. After barely enduring 5 more minutes, he fully released Shen Jinian. He unfastened the tie, carrying Shen Jinian to the shower to clean up. Then hurriedly dressed properly and went to the bedroom to massage his sore muscles. Too exhausted to move, Shen Jinian let Gu Yan handle everything after the night preparations. Lying sprawled out on the bed, blanking his mind out. Nightmare. He didn't even dare to think how bad it would get if things progressed further. He should have considered more carefully before agreeing to Gu Yan's dating request. Now he was already feeling scared. The more he thought, the more fearful he became. Until the sudden vibration of the phone on the bedside table interrupted his thoughts. Haughtily asked, are you asleep yet? Shen Jinian immediately stopped Gu Yan's massage, climbing up to grab the phone beside the bed. It was then that he realized Shen Haughtily had sent countless messages while they were in the bathroom, as if chasing after a life debt. Shen Jinian scrolled up. He saw a PP worksheet. And Shen Haughtily was asking him to send it over to Gu Yan to solve the problems. Since Gu Yan was right beside him, Shen Jinian didn't even need to forward it. Instead, he downloaded and opened it directly. To his astonishment, the contents displayed were practice questions in a peculiarly familiar style. There were even point values. However, every single question from start to finish revolved solely around him. As Shen Jinian flipped through a few pages, the more he read, the funnier he found it. He really handed over the phone to Gu Yan. My brother wants you to solve the problems. Gu Yan also read through everything carefully, asking Shen Jinian cautiously, do I have to score full marks to marry your wife? Shen Jinian didn't know and gave no response. All these questions are related to me. Don't you have confidence in scoring full marks? Of course he did. Gu Yan held the phone and started reading the questions. Shen Jinian thought just waiting dryly wouldn't be meaningful, so he projected the phone screen onto the super large screen in the bedroom, allowing both of them to do it together. And he could correct answers on the spot. Starting from the beginning. Question 1. Which of the following names is a good friend of Shen Jinian's? Gu Yan carefully observed the junior and senior high school graduation photos of Shen Jinian. However, instead of looking at the other men, he only stared intently at Shen Jinian's youthful face, a faint smile curling on his lips. He observed for 10 minutes. Shen Jinian couldn't wait any longer. At this speed, you might only be able to score 30 points. Gu Yan came back to reality. Sorry, the first question selects ACD. Shen Jinian secretly looked at Shen Haughtlly's answers using another device. Oh. It was really ACD. No option B, Chen Han. According to logic, Gu Yan should only know Chen Han and shouldn't think ACD was right. He was puzzled and asked, why? The question only asks for names. Gu Yan said, the question was set by Brother Haughtily. In his eyes, Chen Han can only count as a bad influence. Shen Jinian. Damn, he guessed it right again. Shen Haughtily indeed scolded him and Chen Han every day for being like-minded and bad influences. He urged Gu Yan, then look at the second question. A situational selection question. What kind of food would you choose if you were hungry in the morning? Gu Yan only glanced at it and answered without hesitation, eliminate A. Shen Jinian nodded approvingly but made no comment, still deliberately setting traps to mislead Gu Yan. I love squid pancakes the most. Your stomach isn't great, breakfast shouldn't include greasy or salty foods. Gu Yan touched Shen Jinian's hair gently. Moreover, grilled squid pancakes have a strong smell that lingers all over you. Shen Jinian surprisingly valued his appearance. Naturally, he wouldn't allow himself to go around with a greasy smell early in the morning. Actually, Shen Jinian had such thoughts because he only liked to eat squid pancakes from street vendors, which weren't available in the morning. So let's see the third question, he continued, our wedding. Chapter 115, the date. Wedding. This word seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies, landing heavily in Gu Yan's heart. He had never dared to weave such a dream for himself before, fearing the heavy disappointment upon waking would destroy the fortress he had painstakingly built. Shen Jinian lay in bed carefully considering every option on the test question. He had even imagined the scenario in detail. But he hadn't yet received Gu Yan's thoughts on it. Suddenly, he sat up, frowning and questioning the man. Gu Yan, you're not thinking of not having a wedding, are you? Afraid others will mock you for marrying an alpha? Xiao Bao, don't overthink things. Gu Yan pulled Shen Jinian close, letting him rest against his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat conveying his emotions. Any kind of wedding is fine, but only the one you like is the best. That's why. Shen Haughtily didn't choose option D. The question seemed to be asking for his opinion, but it was actually testing how much he valued Shen Jinian. The whole document was full of traps deliberately set by Shen Haughtily, and one misstep would mean going home with 0 points. Shen Jinian rested his chin in his hand and thought about it for a while, then frankly confessed to the person beside him, actually, I haven't thought about this either. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly. Not even registering the baby's household registration or naming the baby had been arranged, let alone the matter of him and Gu Yan getting their marriage certificate. What day is it now? Shen Jinian asked. Gu Yan looked at his phone, July 13th. According to logic, Gu Yan's DNA paternity test results should be out by now. A few days ago, he secretly pulled out one of Gu Yan's hairs and cut off a little bit of his nails when he was resting, sending samples to the testing agency to prepare a surprise for Gu Yan once the delivery came back. Shen Jinian noticed the time on Gu Yan's phone. It was already 11:30. After bathing and doing the questions, he felt a bit tired. Drowsiness came quickly. Shen Jinian no longer wanted to look at the questions sent by Shen Haughtily, so he simply transferred the file to Gu Yan and told him to do them himself, then pass it back to Shen Haughtily the next day. The indoor lights and sound turned off. Only a dim bedside lamp remained lit. Shen Jinian curled back into his thin blanket, eyes hazy, remembering something important. He said to Gu Yan, I plan to take the baby home at the end of the month. Gu Yan was startled momentarily. His hand paused while tidying the blanket. In the dim room, his expression was unclear, but his voice was filled with deep concern. Will there be difficulties? This matter was far from trivial. Yes, which is why you must go with me. Shen Jinyan's words were decisive. He would definitely get beaten if he took the child home alone, but if he took the child and Gu Yan home together, Gu Yan would be the one getting beaten. Anger needs an outlet. Their biological son and the son's boyfriend who lured him away, as long as they're real parents, surely wouldn't dare take it out on their own son. Gu Yan suddenly leaned toward Shen Jinyan, just a handspan away, both staring at each other, their breathing interwoven. Alright, I'll go. After saying that, Gu Yan jokingly worried, but what if I get beaten to disability or lameness by uncle and can't take care of you anymore? I'll prepare a bowl for you and take you to the bridge. Shen Jinyan grinned, revealing a single small tiger tooth on one side, his mischief clear. At that time, everyone seeing your bumpy fate and good looks might pity you more and give a few bucks. The baby's milk money will all depend on your face. In that case, I'll have to work hard, day shifts and night shifts alike, to support my two treasures. Gu Yan suddenly lowered his head and used his forehead to rub Shen Jinyan's cheek from the side, as if teasing a kid. Shen Jinyan felt Gu Yan like a little dog, always loving to rub against him, his hair brushing across the skin, causing an itch. Shen Jinyan buried his head in the quilt, muttering grumpily, seemingly somewhat flustered, enough talking, let's sleep. Gu Yan held Shen Jinyan in his arms under the quilt, slightly releasing some pheromones to help Shen Jinyan rest more soundly. Good night. For the first time, there was nothing separating the two of them. They slept on the same bed. Pheromones were no longer tense, even seeing Gu Yan first thing upon waking no longer filled them with fear. Shen Jinyan had a good night's sleep. Gu Yan's pheromones worked better than the consecrated cinnabar stone hanging by the head of the bed. However, what made him happiest was that Haughtily unexpectedly sent a message early in the morning, changing his tune and saying he was too busy with work to come over. Shen Jinyan felt refreshed, radiant and energetic. Even the maternity nurse could tell that Shen Jinyan, after being doted on, was entirely different from his former spiky, prickly self. He now radiated a calmness as if he were capable of saving all living beings. Over 5 consecutive days, Shen Jinyan and Gu Yan's relationship rapidly warmed up. Though they hadn't slept in the same room, they always stealthily stayed together until midnight, wishing each other good night before separately heading off to bed. However, today was an exception. The clock's hands ticked away, reaching 8 p.m. After taking a bath, Shen Jinyan waited in bed for Gu Yan who didn't show up. Once the maternity nurse returned with the baby, Shen Jinyan retied the loose knot of his pajamas, covering the exposed skin of his chest, then quietly slipped into slippers and made his way to Gu Yan's room. Carpets lined every corner of the house, and Shen Jinyan walked soundlessly, even opening the door without a creak. Standing on the open balcony, Gu Yan was on the phone, a breeze ruffling his clothes slightly, making the cloth ripple like the leaves trembling in autumn under the faint yellow light. As Shen Jinyan drew closer, he heard the voice coming through the call. Despite the processed tone, he could discern the sorrow in Gu Rong's voice. I only ate 1 piece of cake. The rest is left for you and brother Shen. But, the cake melted. Shen Jinyan suddenly remembered that today was Gu Rong's birthday, his 18th, the milestone marking adulthood. The hotel manager had prepared a simple birthday banquet for him, but the cake melted before Gu Rong managed to wait for Gu Yan to arrive. The clumsy and innocent fool didn't realize that Gu Yan never intended to attend his birthday celebration in the first place, he just felt guilty about failing to protect the cake meant for Gu Yan. Gu Yan sighed lightly, if it can't be eaten, throw it away. What about brother? Gu Rong asked cautiously, his voice laced with sadness. Brother doesn't have any cake now. I don't like eating cake, Gu Yan replied simply, adding, happy birthday. Gu Rong didn't respond for a while. Then, after a long pause filled with thick sniffles, he spoke hesitantly, saying with a heavy voice, thank you, brother. There wasn't an ounce of emotion in Gu Yan's reply. He urged Gu Rong to go to bed early after the celebration. At this point, Gu Rong broke down and cried audibly over the phone, his hopes crushed despite trying so hard, but still managing to politely say, good night, brother. Gu Yan responded with a quiet, good night, then hung up the phone. But he didn't move a muscle. He remained leaning against the railing of the small garden on the balcony, gazing out at the bustling traffic and the flashing neon lights of the city. The world was lively and boisterous, but Gu Yan stood alone, lost in deep thought. After 10 minutes of reflection, he turned around and came face to face with Shen Jinyan, who had been standing rigidly there until his legs and feet ached. Gu Yan looked uncharacteristically flustered. Why did you come here? I was worried you might attempt suicide. Shen Jinyan plopped down on Gu Yan's bed, finally giving his legs a moment of rest. Gu Yan pocketed his phone. Sorry, Gu Rong suddenly called me. Shen Jinyan said casually, I heard everything, it's not like some fragile Omega was confessing to you, why panic? Gu Yan moved closer and sat beside Shen Jinyan. He carefully studied Shen Jinyan's expression, asking cautiously, do you think I'm cold-hearted? Are you talking about not celebrating Gu Rong's birthday? Gu Yan nodded. Gu Rong was, after all, harmless toward him. He treated Gu Yan like an older brother, sending him secretly saved snacks when he was just 5 years old during Gu Yan's 9th birthday, earning himself a beating from Tan Wan. What's more, after Gu Yan left home, Gu Rong continued folding thousands of paper stars every day for blessings, keeping Gu Yan's memory alive. And yet, Gu Yan tried to sever ties with Gu Rong and even avoided attending the most important birthday of his life, his 18th birthday celebration, leaving him alone in the hospital eating the cake by himself. Suddenly, Shen Jinian interjected, cutting into Gu Yan's hesitant thoughts. Why do you have such an idea? For a moment, Gu Yan was speechless. His messy past was tangled like a yarn ball torn apart by a cat, unsure where to start. Shen Jinian continued, saying, last time I saw a text message that the hotel reminded you about Gu Rong's birthday, but the hotel wasn't luxurious or expensive. Logically speaking, they wouldn't go through great lengths to prepare a birthday cake for their customers. He paused briefly, then abruptly asked, was it you who paid extra to hire the hotel concierge to arrange Gu Rong's birthday celebration? Caught off guard, Gu Yan suddenly looked at Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian had a determined expression with dark, bright eyes reflecting the ambient lighting of the room, making him appear radiant. He was quite intelligent but often chose not to express himself. Gu Yan's heart stirred again. Shen Jinian tilted his head, suddenly thinking about Gu Yan's family, and asked casually, so, how did you celebrate your 18th birthday? Gu Yan's Adam's apple moved. The silence in the air was so thick that you could hear a pin drop, as if it was difficult for him to speak. After 3 minutes, Gu Yan said, I spent it at the cemetery. Shen Jinian abruptly shut up. He shouldn't have asked anything about Gu Yan's family. Each question felt like touching a live wire, provoking big surprises. He didn't get the ceremony marking his 18th year as an adult. Shen Jinian suddenly understood why Gu Yan had left home. Having a stepmother essentially meant also having a stepfather. Living under someone else's roof was indeed hard to endure. He suddenly got up and pulled open Gu Yan's wardrobe. He quickly picked out an outfit for him and tossed it on the bed. Get dressed, brother Shen is taking you out to make up for it. Gu Yan was surprised by Shen Jinian's sudden actions and sat there for a moment before snapping out of it. He grabbed Shen Jinian's wrist, pulling him onto his lap with one hand around Shen Jinian's waist. Baby, don't feel sorry for my past, things are good now. Shen Jinian paid no heed to his attempt at reassurance and stood up firmly from his embrace, shoving all the clothes into Gu Yan's arms. Who's feeling sorry? If I want to make up for it, it's because I want to. This isn't something for negotiation, it's a notice. Meet at the door in 20 minutes. After speaking, Shen Jinian went to pick out an outfit for himself, deliberating for a while before grabbing a backpack. He stuffed his ID card in a package he had received just 2 days ago, which he hadn't yet found the right moment to send away, into his bag. Gu Yan arrived 5 minutes earlier than him. They set off according to Shen Jinian's arrangement. Both stepped into the rooftop terrace on the 101st floor in the city center. It was renowned far and wide as a couple's restaurant. The restaurant located at the highest point in the entire city allowed patrons, through its large panoramic windows, to overlook the whole metropolis with breathtaking views. However, the place was tailored for premium clients, only serving 2 guests per night, at very high prices. Even with its exorbitant costs and difficulty in securing a meal, reservations here were always fully booked throughout the year. Shen Jinian still managed to coordinate well using some means and resources. The restaurant mainly offered candlelit dinners. There was no main lighting, and hundreds of flickering candles illuminated the elegant decor across the 520 square meter space, creating an exceptional atmosphere. Shen Jinian and Gu Yan were invited to the main table. The distinct scent of roses greeted them but dissipated quickly, leaving behind just a faint whiff tugging at their hearts. The piano music started softly playing from somewhere in the room. Valentine's Day. The melody floated through the space, gentle and romantic, perfectly setting the tone. Shen Jinian didn't need to order, the waiter had already prepared everything. Red wine was served, mooncakes lit for the evening, they quietly retreated outside the door. In such an ambience, both first-time lovers were unusually awkward, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Gu Yan gently clinked glasses with Shen Jinian, the crystal-clear cup wall reflecting the two faces. Gu Yan's voice was low and rich, I really like it. Shen Jinian sipped a mouthful of red wine. The concentrated aroma blossomed like fireworks in his taste buds. He smiled warmly, put down the glass, and picked up his knife and fork lightly cutting a small piece of beef steak which he placed on Gu Yan's plate. His eyes were shining brightly, filled with anticipation. Gu Yan leaned forward slightly and took a bite of the beef steak Shen Jinian had cut specially for him, finding it more delicious than any previous meal. Shen Jinian said, you didn't eat much dinner, it's a great opportunity to catch up on a meal. Catch up on a meal. How could Gu Yan not know that the price of one meal here alone could reach 6 figures, and Shen Jinian had gone through a lot of trouble negotiating with people to jump the queue, costing countless funds. What touched him most was Shen Jinian's silent yet deep-hearted sentiment. Gu Yan's voice had already become somewhat dry, thank you. Shen Jinian proudly gave a snicker, you're welcome, this is what you should be grateful for. Gu Yan laughed and said, then I need to think about how to properly thank you. Shen Jinian suddenly grabbed the knife and fork and stopped Gu Yan from continuing. His face, bathed in the firelight, looked extraordinarily handsome and kind when he smiled. Shen Jinian tightly held the backpack he had brought along, mysteriously saying, let's think about it later tonight because I have another big gift for you. Gu Yan, huh? Shen Jinian kept the secret and didn't speak, I'll tell you tonight. Chapter 116, Gift 1. Shinjinian arrived without doing proper reconnaissance. He had absolutely no idea that this restaurant would give guests a free hotel stay voucher after dining, which could be exchanged for a room key at the hotel downstairs. Shinjinian felt awkward upon receiving it. Refusing it would have implied indecent thoughts, making the situation even more awkward. While Shinjinian was battling with himself mentally, Gu Yen stepped in front of Shinjinian and smoothly accepted the room exchange coupon. Thank you. After Gu Yen took the coupon, Shinjinian quickly grabbed his wrist, his ears red, and forcibly dragged Gu Yen towards the elevator outside in large strides. Shinjinian hurriedly pleaded his innocence, blinking twice as fast. This room card wasn't arranged by me. Do you believe me? I believe you. Gu Yen nodded and brought the mortified Shinjinian onto the elevator. This kind of sales method isn't uncommon, but I'm a bit surprised they gave a room card instead of roses. That single sentence redirected Shinjinian's attention to the next topic. Shinjinian looked up at the man's smooth jawline. Do you like roses? Gu Yen sensitively realized this topic might lead to an unpleasant memory, worried about bringing up old matters that might affect Shinjinian's mood. Gu Yen lowered his head and met Shinjinian's gaze. Roses or wild chrysanthemums, the difference is that I only like those you give. Upon hearing this, Shinjinian patted Gu Yen on the shoulder. With great earnestness, Shinjinian promised grandly to Gu Yen, envisioning the future. Don't worry, Gu Yen. After marrying into the Shin family, I'll plant you a rose garden, make rose tea, and bathe in rose water, becoming a rose princess. All the roses at home will be under your rule. That's not necessary. Gu Yen, listening to Shinjinian's playful words, reached out and gently tousled Shinjinian's soft hair. I just want this one rose from you, and it's enough. Shinjinian scratched his head, turning his face away from looking directly at the man, but he could feel his heart racing in reality, yet unwilling to admit it. And he'd even retaliate inwardly, feeling annoyed that Gu Yen had too much of a love-addicted brain, devoid of any sense of humor. Repeatedly realizing that every time they had a subtle conversation filled with sarcasm, it felt like hitting cotton, though strangely warm. There was a slight wind outdoors. The damp heat in the air had largely been dispersed, combining with the moving currents and moisture to bring a surprisingly cool sensation at night. Gu Yen raised his wrist to check the time. It's 10:30, baby. Should we go back now and rest? Do you mean going home or returning to the hotel? Gu Yen, clutching the room key, finally found a chance to tease Shinjinian. There's no difference, whether going home or staying in a hotel, we're sleeping together anyway. Words spoken so, but their relationship made going to a hotel seem inexplicably intimate. Gu Yen understood Shinjinian's hesitance and cautiously suggested, why don't we stay at the hotel? It's our first date. Let's see it through completely. For that reason alone, Shinjinian agreed without hesitation, all right. Before departing, Gu Yen removed his jacket. Seemingly casually placing it over Shinjinian's shoulders, the faint scent of snow pine pheromones wafted around his nose, providing unparalleled comfort unmatched by any fragrance. But Shinjinian glanced back at the nearby hotel, less than 100 meters away. He hesitated slightly but still didn't reject Gu Yan's goodwill, wearing the warm, fragrant jacket and taking the free ticket to check into the hotel room together. It was a lakeside suite that Shinjinian was quite pleased with. Through the window, one could directly see the lake illuminated by countless city lights, creating a colorful spectacle that rippled gently with the breeze, resembling a massive pop art painting composed of smudged watercolors. Shinjinian stood by the window, gazing afar at the urban night view. Gu Yen quietly approached from behind, encircling Shinjinian's shoulders. Instinctively wanting to turn around, Shinjinian was held too tightly and couldn't move an inch. Instead, the jacket hanging on his shoulder accidentally slid off. Under the short sleeves, skin touched skin. Even the mere touch of arms was enough to make Shinjinian burn all over. Gu Yen immediately sensed his warm skin. Did you catch a chill just now? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? This question left Shinjinian struggling to respond. From birth to now, a full 20 years and 10 months as a peony dog, Shinjinian had never been in love or made zero-distance contact with anyone, causing his body to become overly sensitive. Now even the slightest touch would make him feel overheated. He couldn't just rush into being teased by Gu Yen. Shinjinian broke free from the man's embrace, keeping a straight face while his heart was pounding. It's just a normal reaction to the sudden change in temperature. My skin has always been sensitive like this. I'm going to take a shower. With that said, Shinjinian didn't give Gu Yen time to respond, and immediately fled, an obvious attempt to cover up something suspicious. Gu Yen looked at the back disappearing around the corner, a slight smile forming on his lips. While Shinjinian was away, he took the opportunity to delete all the booking information from his phone. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, he saw a damp little cat sneak out of the bathroom, clutching the hem of the pajamas tightly to hide his thighs, then darted off to the laundry room to toss all the clothes into the washing machine for washing and drying, before swiftly retreating back to the living room and sitting upright on the sofa, composed but tense. The reason for this posture was clear to Gu Yen. Shinjinian had left without bringing a change of underwear. And neither had Gu Yen. However, after Gu Yen finished his shower, Shinjinian had already regained his earlier calm demeanor. The washing machine had stopped, and the thin summer clothes were quick to wash and dry. 20 minutes was enough for Shinjinian to regain his sense of security. When Gu Yan emerged from the bathroom, Shen Jinian hastily blocked the island counter with his body, waving him over with a mysterious look on his face. Gu Yan, come here for a second. Gu Yan momentarily tidied up the dirty laundry. Then he went straight to Shen Jinian's side. What is it? Shen Jinian remained silent, hiding his joy behind a serious expression. When they were 10 centimeters apart, Shen Jinian suddenly raised his hand and covered Gu Yan's eyes. He voice-activated the lights in the room, turning them all off. As the closed space plunged into darkness, Shen Jinian quietly moved behind Gu Yan, but his hand never left the man's eyes. Unaware of Shen Jinian's intentions, Gu Yan called out softly, Xiao Bao. Shen Jinian's body pressed closely against Gu Yan's back, moving forward together with him. When they were 30 centimeters from the island counter, Shen Jinian stopped and quietly removed his hand. A beam of warm yellow candlelight suddenly pierced through the shade covering Gu Yan's sight. It flickered along the edges of a cream cake, its dim golden glow encircling both of them. In the silent stillness, it felt as if only the two of them existed in this moment. Under the candlelight, Shen Jinian's smile shone even brighter. Of course, an adulthood ceremony must include cake. Gu Yan shifted his gaze from Shen Jinian's smiling face to the cake. What met his eyes was a stack of wobbly cake layers, an uneven and rough icing job, and a barely recognizable family portrait of 3 people on top. There was no doubt it was all Shen Jinian's work. Shen Jinian explained further, I did consider waiting until your birthday to make up for the adulthood celebration, but October is too far away and I can't wait. It's better to enjoy the present and timely pleasure. Besides, this way we can celebrate 2 birthdays this year, double the happiness. But, this time I won't wish you a happy birthday, you understand, right? Gu Yan's throat tightened with emotion. Don't just stand there dumbfounded because you're touched, idiot, Shen Jinian urged. Take a bite of the cake first, hurry up, I still have a gift for you. Chapter 117, Gift 2. Gu Yan saw through the candlelight that there were many messy tools and paper towels piled up on the kitchen countertop, with various colors of cream smeared all over the kitchen. He understood at a glance, Shen Jinian had bought a semi-finished cake and hastily assembled and decorated it while he was taking a shower. The haughty young master clumsily prepared an unprecedented surprise for Gu Yan from 5 years ago. Gu Yan sat in a chair, cut a piece of cake, and offered it to Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian took the cake but didn't eat it. Instead, he looked at the man expectantly, quietly watching Gu Yan eat the entire time. Does it taste good? Crystal clear tears silently fell in dark droplets in the darkness, but Gu Yan acted as if nothing happened. Though the cake was fragrant and sweet, he couldn't swallow it. Gu Yan lowered his head to forcibly control his emotions and swallowed it whole. It tastes good. As long as it tastes good. Thankfully, Gu Yan hadn't seen him being defeated by the cream, that spatula he just couldn't use. In the end, he had worn gloves and used his hands to smear it on, much like playing with clay. Shen Jinian felt reassured. He leaned over and lightly kissed the man's lips. Whispering softly into Gu Yan's ear, do you want to see the gift now? Gu Yan's hair was fluttered by Shen Jinian's breath, tickling his skin slightly, as the atmosphere quickly fermented under the romantic candlelight, subtly reaching a mutual understanding between the two. Gu Yan teased, is this gift to be seen with the lights off or with them on? Shen Jinian forced himself to stay calm despite his pounding heart and maintained a composed demeanor. Both are possible, so which one do you want to open first? A cool breeze blew past the unsecured glass window, causing the indoor firelight to flicker, shifting between light and dark. Their vision became blurry before each other, but Gu Yan's voice remained clear and determined. I want to save the climax for last. All right. Suddenly crouching down, Shen Jinian magically pulled out a large gift box from under the table, though it seemed unexpectedly light. The gift box was handed over to its main recipient, Gu Yan. This was the first time Shen Jinian formally gave him a present, and the moment Gu Yan received the gift, his emotions reached their peak. Even if there was just a puff of air teasing him, Gu Yan would remember this moment for life. He was no longer alone. The elegant bow-tied silk ribbon was deftly undone by Gu Yan's fingers, falling quickly onto the countertop. The gift box was now unrestrained, and the cardboard cover automatically opened. Presented before Gu Yan's eyes was a limited edition pop-up book. The Little Prince. Even though Gu Yan's mind was tense and scattered, at this moment he could fully understand Shen Jinian's intention. You, and only you, are my one-of-a-kind rose dot. Gu Yan's gaze lingered on the book cover for a long time until his vision started to blur and lose focus before moving to the next step. When he picked it up, he suddenly noticed something odd about the thickness. It was exceptionally thick at the center, making it unable to close properly. Gu Yan casually opened it and found a folded sheet of paper right at the center. Not entirely sure what was going on, his hand instinctively obeyed his brain's command, picking it up and unfolding it to read. After just one look, Gu Yan suddenly became flustered and lost control. His palm subconsciously clenched the entire sheet, crumpling it tightly in his hand, the color draining visibly from his face until it turned deathly pale. Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian was particularly confused by this unexpected scene. What are you doing? Gu Yan suddenly felt a wave of weakness and fatigue. Did you see it? Before Shen Jinian could respond, Gu Yan hurried to explain. It wasn't intentional that I kept it from you. But since we've been bound by the child from the very beginning, I was afraid that breaking this tie would, suddenly make me lose you. Shen Jinian wasn't touched at all, rather, he felt exasperated. are you blind, Gu Yan? He wished he could shove Gu Yan into a dryer to evaporate all the water from his brain, those big round eyes that blinked endlessly without seeing anything. Gu Yan snapped back to reality after a brief daze. Realizing belatedly that he had started to distort the meaning of this piece of paper, not reading even a single word fully before his body reacted reflexively, rejecting this paper. This is the gift I give to you. Shen Jinian reminded the man. Gu Yan spread out the paper again, pressing it firmly against the table and smoothing it out bit by bit. With the help of candlelight, he skillfully located the position of the test result. Gu Yan froze on the spot. After painstakingly scrutinizing each of the dozen or so words, it took Gu Yan a full 10 minutes to fully digest the content on this sheet of paper. Gu Yan's voice was already raspy. Did you send another sample for testing while you were blow-drying my hair that day? Shen Jinian sat across from Gu Yan, propping his chin up with his hand. Yeah. Otherwise, you dummy, you wouldn't have even noticed your sample had been switched, and you didn't even do a second test. At the time, he had meticulously conducted 2 appraisals. I didn't get the chance. Gu Yan responded offhandedly. In reality, he just lost the courage. He had confidently assured Shen Jinian that the child was his, yet the initial appraisal results brutally contradicted him. Afraid to confess to Shen Jinian, he also lacked the courage to face the results of a second test. He originally planned to gather strength internally before retesting. Never did he expect Shen Jinian to burst through obstacles like a little prince descending from the sky, directly driving away all his gloomy clouds. Gu Yan's trembling hands repeatedly smoothed out the crumpled paper, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure on an auction block. So, are you happy now? Shen Jinian revealed a sharp canine tooth in his smile. Of course, Gu Yan replied, his heart racing, I've never been happier. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Jinian suddenly blew out the only candle in the room used for lighting, plunging the room into pitch darkness instantly. The only light came from a thin sliver of moonlight seeping through incompletely drawn blackout curtains, piercing through the glass and softly illuminating between them, barely enough to make out each other's outlines. Without making a sound, Shen Jinian silently stood beside Gu Yan. A milky white bow tied with smooth satin ribbon adorned his neck, precisely resting at the V-neck opening of his silk robe, looking especially inviting. Shen Jinian handed over the 2 ends of the ribbon into Gu Yan's hands, tilting his exquisite chin upwards, showing him the most beautiful gift of the night. There's still one last gift, would you like to open it? Gu Yan's Adam's apple moved. Am I allowed to untie it? Shen Jinian arched a brow, appearing alluring and mysterious under the glowing moonlight. If you undo it, you'll need to complete the permit afterward. Alright, Gu Yan agreed without hesitation. With a slight exertion of force, the bow fell silently, landing on the floor together with Shen Jinian's silk robe. Quotation from The Little Prince. Chapter 118, Gift 3. The hotel suite was fully prepared. There were even some little gadgets that both of them couldn't figure out. Even though they couldn't understand, it didn't stop the flush on their cheeks. Shen Jinian threw everything into the wardrobe, out of sight and out of mind. Facing each other, there was a mixture of embarrassment and nervousness in both of their hearts, as if time had traveled back to the day they confirmed their relationship. Shen Jinian silently crawled over to turn off the lights. Behind him, Gu Yan's magnetic and deep voice slowly asked, do you need me to clean up for you? No. He had actually already cleaned up just moments ago. But saying such a thing aloud would sound like he was too eager, offering materials for Gu Yan to tease him with later on. At this moment, there was a sudden pang of regret. Just before, he thought he had things under control, strategizing wisely, but now that he truly had lured Gu Yan, doubt started creeping in, regrets hard to remedy. He had a feeling that he'd regret it, so he closed his eyes, lay down flat, and urged Gu Yan on, can we start? Gu Yan's lips curled subtly. Approaching Shen Jinian, their lips tangled and rubbed against one another, the quiet room filled with an ambiguous intimacy. The room was unlit. However, he had intentionally left a window open for the moonlight, revealing Shen Jinian's red cheeks and hazy eyes through its glow. Exactly the same as during his false sensitive period. But at this moment, Shen Jinian was incredibly aware. In a soft tone, Gu Yan reminded him, if it gets uncomfortable, tell me. I'll stop. Shen Jinian, his eyes red at the corners, tightly gripped the thin blanket and nodded slightly. Unsure whose breath he heard, quick and surging, it rang especially clear in the vast, quiet room. Suddenly, Shen Jinian saw Gu Yan's focused and passionate gaze. Amidst this atmosphere, it felt like a feeble spark capable of igniting him entirely. Deciding then and there, Shen Jinian flipped over, laying face down on the bed and not looking at him anymore. Letting Gu Yan use the moonlight to practice online theoretical knowledge into reality. Time seemed to have become tangible in this moment. For every full breath Shen Jinian took, 3.5 seconds passed. Covering his eyes with his hand and suppressing his gasps, he held on for a full half hour. As pheromones interwove in the air, a faint fragrance floated about. In the end, Shen Jinian couldn't help himself, biting his lower lip, crying out softly. Gu Yan immediately stopped, prying apart Shen Jinian's teeth. Seeing a ring of red tooth marks on his skin, he held the person tightly in his arms, asking worriedly, what's wrong, baby? Lower the air conditioning. Weakly pulling the blanket over himself, Shen Jinian found a chance to steal a breath once Gu Yan stepped away. Yet the man soon returned. Looking at Gu Yan's face now brought psychological shadows to Shen Jinian, unconsciously making him shrink back a bit more. Gu Yan. Seeing Shen Jinian's unusual reaction, Gu Yan took a step back, standing awkwardly about half a meter away, pityingly watching the frightened and uneasy person. With a lump in his throat, Shen Jinian said, "Is it because you can't, enter?" Gu Yan. His theory hadn't been wrong. Original equipment was genuinely helpless in this aspect. Wrapping himself in a bathrobe, Gu Yan helplessly sat next to Shen Jinian. The latter rustled as he climbed up, turned on the indoor light while lowering its brightness, so it wouldn't hurt the eyes after suddenly stepping out of darkness. Kneeling by his side. This situation touched upon the fringes of his knowledge base. For a moment, Shen Jinian was unsure how to comfort Gu Yan, or even if certain perspectives meant that Gu Yan needed no comfort. So, what do we do? It was obvious that Gu Yan was disappointed and anxious. Nevertheless, only a few minutes passed before he regained his composure and gently embraced Shen Jinian around the waist to soothe him. Next time. Otherwise, it would cause harm. After hearing this, Shen Jinian pinched the bridge of his nose. If not this time, definitely not the next either. Before, seeing it, he was only surprised, never imagining this issue. By then, the cool breeze from the central air conditioning had completely cooled the temperature inside by a third. Shen Jinian wrapped his arms around himself, feeling a bit cold, silently got out of bed, and adjusted the settings. Upon returning, Gu Yan was searching on his phone. Sitting dejectedly on the edge of the bed, he looked pitifully like a drenched Samoyed. Shen Jinian calmed down. Moving forward, he grabbed Gu Yan's phone, turned off the light again, locked his arm around the other's chin, pulling Gu Yan back to his previous position. Shen Jinian pecked his lips gently. "It's not like this is the only way." The man being stroked raised his eyes. Full of doubt, he looked at Shen Jinian. "Shen Jinian, let me teach you." Exactly 3 p.m. The sound of water in the bathroom had just stopped. Shen Jinian's consciousness was blurred and it was inconvenient for him to walk, so Gu Yan helped him take a shower and sent him back to the guest bedroom to sleep. All day today had drained too much energy and strength, his entire body was already limp. Now he couldn't even keep his eyelids open. However, he could still clearly feel the sweetness in his heart, as if he had eaten that small cake which he hadn't had the chance to taste yesterday, while still in a dream. Between half dream and half awake, Shen Jinian felt a sharp pain on his leg, waking him up instantly. He then discovered that Gu Yan had bought ointment and was gently applying medicine to him. Even his accidentally bumped and swollen knee was treated with antiseptic. Shen Jinian closed his eyes again in peace. His awareness drifted away. Until the morning sunlight pierced through the blackout curtains, sneaking into the room. Gu Yan's biological clock woke him right on time. He glanced at his phone to check the time. It wasn't yet 8, so he quickly got out of bed to find out what Shen Jinian would like for breakfast. Because of yesterday's slight injury, he wasn't too convenient to move around going down to the restaurant, in case the old wound worsened with the new. Gu Yan put on his coat and made a round trip to the bathroom. He then went to the living room and kitchen for another inspection. After searching every corner, there was no trace of Shen Jinian, his clothes and shoes were gone. If it weren't for the dirty sleeping robe left in the laundry basket, he would have really doubted whether the past 2 months' experiences, including last night, were all just an illusion. With a solemn expression, Gu Yan went back to the bedroom to fetch his phone, only to realize that a note was pressed under his hand. The elegant handwriting belonged to Shen Jinian. "Urgent matters at home, take care of the child." Gu Yan felt uneasy. No matter how urgent the matter at home was, why did he leave without a word? He didn't even take the ointment that Gu Yan had bought for him. Anxious, Gu Yan rushed downstairs to inquire from the front desk staff. They provided a very definite message: Shen Jinian had left at 6:40 a.m., walking fast and looking pale-faced. After thanking them, Gu Yan checked out. In the car, he sent a message to Shen Jinian. "Is the situation serious? Contact me if you need anything. Don't be afraid, I'm always here for you." There was no reply. Obviously, he was on the plane. Choosing the fastest route, Gu Yan spent half an hour getting home. Upon arriving, he directly knocked on Chen Han's door to ask about Shen Jinian's situation. Chen Han had just woken up and looked drowsy, obviously unclear about the details. Fortunately, Shen Jinian's message had already arrived. Chapter 119, Critical Condition. Shen Jinian's first stop was not his hometown, but a top-tier general hospital in the country. Shen Haughtily was currently unconscious in the intensive care unit. Through the hazy glass, he could see his brother's bandaged forehead and his ashen face devoid of any color. It had only been a little over half a month since Shen Jinian last saw Shen Haughtily. He hadn't expected how much weight his brother had lost, even the blanket covering him barely showed any rise or fall. Shen Jinian's hand resting on the glass couldn't stop trembling. He furrowed his brow, holding back the lump in his throat, and asked his parents behind him, who looked old and fragile overnight with slumped bodies, what happened? Mr. Shen Songen, supported his wife, who had sobbed herself hoarse. His shaking figure turned to Shen Jinian and said, "Come with me." The three eventually ended up at a small inn without a sign near the hospital. Calling it an inn, it was essentially a black market hotel under a more legitimate name. One bungalow was partitioned into 8 rooms, each only 10 square meters. The bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom were all set within this tiny space, rented out monthly for 2,500 yuan to families who needed to take care of their sick relatives. Shen Jinian didn't know which foot to step forward with upon seeing it for the first time, but his parents had already entered. Once seated, Shen Songen cautiously locked the room door. With trembling hands, he took out from his bag a thick stack of examination results. Some were tests Shen Huili underwent in the hospital last night, while others were from his psychological assessments. Primary brain injury. Acute myocardial infarction. Multiple abrasions on the abdominal wall and limbs, dilated pupils, no light reflex, no spontaneous breathing. Even worse, there were also severe depression and serious drug addiction issues. The flimsy papers felt like they weighed a ton, he couldn't even move them. There were still more pages left beneath Shen Jinian's hand, but he lacked the courage to look further at the diagnostic contents. These few words alone suffocated his chest and made breathing difficult. How? How could it be? Shen Huili had just a few days ago set exam questions for Gu Yan, even marked her test paper, and mischievously deducted 2 extra points from her score so she didn't get a perfect 100. But now, in the blink of an eye, he has no spontaneous breathing. In panic, Shen Jinian threw the pile of examination reports onto the bed. Unexpectedly, a photo about half the size of a palm fell out from the middle. The content of the photo showed Shen Huili, kneeling with dazed eyes before a man. Lu Siming. Shen Jinian frowned and carefully identified the blurry figure in the photo. It was indeed Lu Siming, Shen Huili's assistant hired not long ago. Shen Songen, unwilling for his son to have such a compromising situation seen by outsiders, took the photo directly and burned it with a lighter, watching Shen Huili's face gradually turn into ash. He completely lost control and started crying. Although the elder was over 60, well off and well cared for, he never appeared so old as he does right now. Even his speech became slow and unclear. Shen Songen covered his face, but tears streamed down along the edges of his palms and dropped onto the concrete floor forming 2 small puddles. It's my fault. I thought your brother was a child with business talent, and I entrusted the company to him early. I gave Huili too much pressure. He hasn't reached 30 yet, so young, working hard on his own without family support, even enduring illness for 2 or 3 years without complaining, secretly taking dozens of sleeping pills, but still managing to force himself to wash his stomach before the drugs fully took effect. I didn't know any of this. Shen Songen was now crying uncontrollably. I didn't even know that he had once been abducted by competitors and auctioned off. Though rescued by that human skin-wearing assistant, it was just jumping from the frying pan into the fire. The doctor said that your brother suffered a sudden cardiac arrest from overwhelming anger and fell off a building, fractured ribs pierced through internal organs, and when he was brought here, both pulse and heartbeat had stopped. But what's most serious is that there are many complications. The doctor suggested that after your brother's vital signs stabilize somewhat, we go abroad for treatment. Shen Jinian paused abruptly, his breath hitching. Then how about the current surgical result? The elder's voice had become so weak as to be almost inaudible. The surgery isn't optimistic. Huili's psychological problems are serious, and he suffered intense stimulation. The doctor said, your brother's will to live is not strong. Lu Siming colluded inside and out, monopolized and sealed our core technology, stole new projects, and ruthlessly suppressed the company using extraordinary means without leaving a way out. Shen Jinian pieced together the whole story instantly. Shen Huili had already suffered from serious psychological disorders, and under those circumstances, it was effortless for Lu Siming to manipulate him. He could even exploit Shen Huili's depression and drug addiction to control his emotions, making him increasingly dependent. Gradually transforming the once spirited young CEO into a golden oriole caged by his own influence. Shen Huili willingly walked into Lu Siming's trap. But he was the prey of his own making. Suddenly feeling helpless, Shen Songen grabbed Shen Jinian's hand. Our company is gone, your brother's efforts were stolen by Lu Siming. The old man's eyes were so swollen that only a narrow slit remained through which he could just barely see Shen Jinian, but we still owe payments. The court is coming tomorrow to clear our debts. Shen Jinian held his father's hand, his emotions breaking apart while he tried hard to maintain calmness in front of his elderly parents. He managed a steady voice, it doesn't matter about the company as long as your brother is fine. However, we have no money left. The company owed billions. Even ignoring these unpayable damages, even if they temporarily set aside compensation for the company, selling their house and 3 cars might not be enough to cover Shen Huili's current medical expenses. Shen Jinian knew hospitals burned money like water, let alone this one, ranked at the top in the nation for its medical resources and equipment. Shen Huili's costs here would certainly be more than 10 times higher than in a small city. Shen Jinian clenched his teeth resolutely, sell them first. If they couldn't sell for 10 million, then sell for 5. If 5 million wasn't possible, then 3 million, treating the illness was the priority, and he would figure out the rest later. Shen Songen wiped away his tears, I am sorry to you both. Don't say things like that. You haven't wronged us. Right now, all we can do is raise funds for treatment, and we'll face any real guilt later when there truly is nothing left for your brother. Shen Jinian handed his father a tissue. Then he poured 2 cups of water for his parents. I'll go to the hospital and find out the situation. You and mom stay here and rest. If we need to sell the house or cars, let's wait until I come back to discuss it. I won't give up on brother's case. Shin Songin hugged his speechless wife and sobbed while nodding. As he wiped away his tears and looked again, all he could see was his son's increasingly tall and determined back, disappearing quickly from view. Shin Jinian closed the door gently. He wiped the tears pooling in his eyelids, picked up his phone, and replied to Gu Yan, "Don't worry, my brother was injured and hospitalized due to a fall. You don't need to care about me or visit. Stay home and take care of the kids. No calls are allowed in the hospital. Let's communicate via text from now on." Chapter 120, Raising Money. Shin Jinian always felt that his words did not have much of a deterrent effect, so he added another sentence to Gu Yan's message and sent it out. "Moreover, I've temporarily put aside the plan to disclose our relationship. Do not come over here on your own as it will cause me trouble." Gu Yan quickly replied, "Alright, take care of your brother at the hospital and also take care of yourself. Don't eat overly dry foods or consume cold items. Avoid staying up late at night. Contact me whenever you need help, Xiao Bao. Shin Jinian, Little Cat OK.jpg." Shin Jinian put away his phone and hurriedly walked towards the hospital across the street. During the journey, he waited for a long red light that lasted for 70 seconds. The road in front of the hospital was relatively wider, but the vehicles coming and going were jam-packed. Every second, luxury cars drove in and out of the hospital gates. Shin Jinian couldn't help but sigh. Life was truly fragile. No matter how wealthy one was, no one could escape the pain of physical ailments. Even Shin Haughtily was the same. When he was young, he always believed that his brother was a superman, capable and powerful beyond measure. Growing up, he witnessed Shin Haughtily, the new tycoon who dominated the business world with unrestrained flair and energy. But only when he saw the pale man lying on the hospital bed, all those glowing halos vanished instantly. Shin Jinian was pulled back to reality. All the identities and powers of his brother should belong first and foremost to the original Shin Haughtily. He had to be himself. Yet, the pressure carried by Shin Haughtily never gave him a moment's rest. Shin Jinian once again approached the intensive care unit. He gazed through the glass at the weakly breathing man inside. Just then, a doctor came over to check the vital signs. Shin Jinian waited politely until the doctor finished and then called out to the doctor, "Hello Dr. Zhai, I would like to know about Shin Haughtly's current condition." The doctor, who was passing by in a hurry, suddenly stopped upon hearing this. Pushing the glasses perched on his nose, the doctor looked at Shin Jinian's face, which bore some resemblance to Shin Haughtly, and guessed, "Are you the patient's younger brother?" "Yes, I am." Shin Jinian nodded continuously. The doctor closed the medical record folder and sighed involuntarily, "Come to my office." This reaction from the doctor gave Shin Jinian an uneasy feeling, as if a blade had pierced his heart, causing each step to tug painfully at his heartstrings. The two bypassed other doctors and nurses and went into the office located in the center of the floor. At this time, most of the doctors were busy elsewhere, leaving them as the only two people in the spacious office. The doctor casually borrowed a chair from a colleague for Shin Jinian to sit on. "I assume you've already learned something about Mr. Shin's condition from the family, but based on observations made in the last few hours, his status is not good. He can only rely on drugs and equipment to sustain his vital signs. Moreover, when I checked earlier, it seemed that the condition of his cardiac circulation was also not optimistic." Shin Jinian's breath tightened. What needs to be done? The problem comes as we deal with it. The doctor took a sip of tea water to moisten his throat. "We will certainly do our best to treat him. However, I suggest that after Mr. Shin stabilizes somewhat, he should be transferred overseas for further treatment where new strategies can be devised for brain damage and psychological care." Shin Haughtly's situation was both special and severe, and the medical technology targeting these conditions in foreign countries was more advanced than domestically. "Alright, I understand." Sitting on the office chair, Shin Jinian subconsciously clenched his fists hidden under the fabric. "Can I ask approximately how much the treatment will cost?" "It's hard to say. So far, the expenses have totaled around 2 million and several hundred thousand yuan. If surgery is needed again, the cost would double or even triple." Although the doctor had worked for decades, he was still helpless in the face of high medical costs alongside family members. Shin Jinian showed no expression on his face. After thanking the doctor, he left. He secretly moved to the window in the elevator room and leaned against it, gazing at the distant mountains while lost in thought. In less than 12 hours since entering the hospital, they had already spent over 1 million yuan. If Shin Haughtily required emergency care or had to go abroad later, they would need at least 10 million yuan minimum, a number not to be underestimated. Even during normal times, several tens of millions weren't something their family just casually played with, let alone now when there was practically no money left. Shin Jinian suddenly craved smoking. Although he had never touched cigarettes before, at this very moment, he desperately wanted something to relieve his anxiety. Until his hand, shoved into his pocket, brushed against a hard paper strip. He found a small colorful wrapped candy. Strawberry flavor. It was the kind Gu Yan often gave him. He didn't even realize when Gu Yan had secretly placed it in his pocket. The fortress Shin Jinian built with temporary scraps of paper was instantaneously destroyed by this tiny strawberry-flavored bomb. All the fear and unease hidden in his heart were exposed without any place to hide. He peeled the candy wrapper off and stuffed it into his mouth. It doesn't seem as sweet as before. Shen Jinyan clutched his stomach, which was spasming from hunger. Once the energy from the candy had alleviated his hunger, he used his phone to contact someone to evaluate their second-hand cars and house. There weren't many properties under the family name, most were registered under his brother's. But now they were sealed off, so he could only sell the house he had grown up in, along with the 3 cars at home. Shen Jinyan anxiously waited for more than 20 minutes. The other party finally replied, analyzing the valuation in detail from various aspects and providing an approximate number. 24.8 million yuan. They explained that although the house was top-tier luxury, its location wasn't ideal, so they couldn't offer a very high price. If they could inspect the car and house offline, the price might increase somewhat. However, since Shen Jinyan intended to sell quickly, this price would have to be halved or even less. He asked several companies. Most offered numbers fluctuating around this figure. Shen Jinyan understood clearly, these sharp minds had already targeted their sudden downfall and were deliberately suppressing the price. But, he had no other options. Shen Jinyan forwarded the chat records to the family group chat. After a long while, his parents eventually replied with one message. We'll follow your decision. Shen Jinyan checked Shen Huili's medical card and found there was still about 500,000 left inside. If he didn't enter the operating room, it could last for 2 more days. He bit his teeth and decided to sign the contract to sell the house and cars, but just put them on hold first, without rushing the sale. In the afternoon, he took some time to pack and tidy up items at home, selling whatever he could online. His brother's belongings were packed and sent back to the rented apartment for temporary storage. Shen Jinyan looked at the few pairs of limited edition sneakers in the wardrobe that he loved the most, and could vaguely recall the joy of receiving each pair. Unfortunately, they didn't share much destiny together. He hadn't even unwrapped the tags before having to list them online at a low price. In the end, after all was said and done, he gathered 80,000 yuan, intending to hand it over to the hospital first. After finishing everything, the sky had already grown dark. After going without food for the entire day, his body couldn't hold out anymore. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred due to hunger, his stomach cramped painfully, and cold sweat dripped continuously from his temples. Shen Jinyan found the nearest small shop nearby, sat down, and ordered the cheapest beef noodles. The owner saw that he wasn't feeling well and, with a strange accent, asked if Shen Jinyan needed him to call 120 to send him to the hospital. Shen Jinyan shook his head, explaining that he had low blood sugar. Upon hearing this, the kind-hearted boss quickly went to the counter and brought him a bottle of drink, telling him to drink it first. He also specially added extra meat slices to the beef noodles, and Shen Jinyan expressed his gratitude despite his pale face. As soon as he swallowed a couple bites of noodles, the hospital called. Chapter 121, Deterioration. Hello, this is City Hospital. Are you Mr. Shen Jinyan, the family member of Shen Huili? The patient suddenly experienced heart failure which caused severe kidney failure. The situation is extremely critical. The doctors are currently performing emergency treatment, and we need you to come to the hospital immediately to sign the surgical consent form and the critical condition notification. Shen Jinyan suddenly felt an intense pain in his stomach. His throat was so sore that he couldn't make a sound. The noodles in his mouth that he hadn't swallowed yet were involuntarily all thrown up into the trash can. Shen Jinyan endured the discomfort, helped the boss clean up the garbage bag, and went forward to scan the code to pay for the price of the drink. After finishing everything, he immediately took a taxi straight to the hospital. Shen Jinyan's sanity had completely lost, his face pale without any blood color, tears involuntarily overflowing from the corners of his eyes blank and stiff without color. The driver happened to see him through the rearview mirror. He was startled. Young man, you're an alpha, aren't you? How come such a strong man is crying like this? After the words came out, he suddenly remembered that the passenger's destination was the hospital, and instantly realized he said the wrong thing, hurriedly finding an excuse. Humph, don't panic or be anxious, our hospital is one of the best in the country. Even King Yama has to give it some respect. There's no disease they can't cure. Just don't cry yourself sick, let your loved ones see and feel sad. There's no obstacle you can't overcome, young man. You're so young, you shouldn't be the first one to fall apart. I've gone through something like this a few years ago. I was almost at death's door, but I was saved by the doctor. Now I'm physically great, climbing mountains and swimming are no problem. Looking at your demeanor and appearance, you seem to be someone with good fortune. Your family will definitely be safe. Shen Jinyan borrowed a tissue to wipe away the tears on his face. The kind comfort from the driver was like a small flame in the coldest days of winter. Though it might not be enough, it melted a little bit of ice in his heart. At this moment, even vague comfort seemed tangible as a straw, allowing Shen Jinyan, who was aimlessly adrift on the icy lake, some peace. He wiped his face clean. Sorry, scared you. With my age, what else can scare me? The driver intentionally laughed happily to lighten the atmosphere. You just don't scare yourself, and don't bring bad energy to yourself. Think more about positive things. Shen Jinyan took a breath and quietly said, All he could think of now was Shen Huili. Besides worry and fear, he couldn't think of any information. Seeing that he was hanging his head silently, the driver also closed his mouth silently and dared not disturb too much. There was no further conversation between the two during the journey. 30 minutes later, Shen Jinian rushed to the hospital entrance. The driver gave him a fist gesture. "Come on, young man." "Shen Jinian, thank you." As the words fell, he quickly ran into the hospital, paying no attention to any rules or regulations, civility or otherwise, and squeezed into the elevator to grab the last position. In the midst of complaints from an uncle, he apologized with folded hands and expressed regret to the person. Since there were too many people in the elevator, it took him at least 15 minutes to get there. When Shen Jinian panting reached the operating room door, his parents were already sitting on the chairs waiting, their backs hunched and silent. Naturally they didn't notice his arrival either. Shen Jinian didn't know if it was his own illusion. He felt like his parents had aged 3 years more, as if entering their 70s in a flash. Shen Jinian squatted down on the ground, looking up at his parents and breathing heavily asked, "How's it going? What did the doctor say?" His mother heard his voice and looked up sharply. Because of the long-term bowing down, she felt dizzy and unsteady, subconsciously letting out a soft, "Ah." "Mom, be careful." Shen Jinian acted quickly and held her shoulders, otherwise, she would have fallen flat onto the floor. Mother Jingmiao hoarsely made a strange sound and gestured toward her son with her fingers for a while but couldn't say a word. Feeling powerless, she slumped and hugged her younger son, sobbing softly. Shen Jinian hugged his mother's shoulders and frowned, asking Shen Tsongan, "Did the doctor not treat mom's throat?" Shen Tsongan shook his head. The doctor said there was no damage to her throat. "It's a heart issue, and psychological therapy is needed." Shen Jinian closed his eyes and exhaled a long sigh. It's fine, take it slowly. Once my brother stabilizes, I'll figure out a way to arrange psychological counseling for the doctor." He pretended to be calm. "Let's talk about my brother. What did the doctor say just now?" "The doctor said there was a sudden onset of heart failure and kidney failure. The heart can be stabilized, but the kidneys need a transplant. For now, medication could keep the kidneys functioning, but they would need to gather the surgery fees soon in order to perform the kidney transplant." Shen Jinian suddenly tightened his grip on his mother's hand. "Does that mean my brother, he'll be saved?" Shen Tsongan nodded, but his expression remained grave. "The doctor said he's stable for now." Shen Jinian sighed in relief. It was fine as long as he could be saved, it was fine as long as there was a way to treat him. Shen Jinian suddenly remembered something and pulled out his private bank card from his pocket, shoving it into his father's hands. "There's about 20 or 30,000 left from the money my brother gave me. I just sold some unused items, and now I've gathered around 1 million yuan. Take this and give it to the hospital first." Shen Jinian paused for a moment and added, "I know this isn't nearly enough. Let me think of more ways." Shen Tsongan held on to Shen Jinian's bank card, overwhelmed by guilt flooding his mind. In his youth, he had lacked both ability and ambition, opening only a small company with a dozen employees. He had planned that being worry-free for food and clothing would be enough for life, which led to him not saving much money and having no financial awareness. After Shen Haughtily took over the company, Shen Tsongan felt even more embarrassed asking his son for money. Over the decades raising Shen Jinian and taking care of his wife, half of what he spent came from his own savings. Now, with Shen Haughtily unconscious in the hospital, after paying the first day's fee, Shen Tsongan had nothing else left to give. Even when he thought of borrowing money from his old friends who had worked alongside him, all he received was an unwilling transfer of 20,000 yuan, followed by being blocked by them. Shen Tsongan's voice trembled, filled with self-blame and regret. "It's because Dad is useless, unable to even gather enough for the medical expenses. When I unreasonably asked your brother to take over the company business, I didn't realize I failed to look after your brother well." Mother Jingmiao grabbed Shen Tsongan's hand and began sobbing quietly as well, suppressing her voice. Hearing these words, Shen Jinian felt distressed at heart, but facing the overly sorrowful elderly couple, he could only find a way to console them. "Don't cry in the hospital. My brother will be fine. I will figure out a way with the money." Saying this, Shen Jinian pretended to clutch at his stomach, faking discomfort. "I'm going to the restroom. If my brother wakes up, remember to call me." Zheng Miao's eyes brimmed with tears, nodding as she hurriedly pulled out her empty backpack and handed over the tissues inside to Shen Jinian. He accepted the tissues but didn't head toward the restroom. Instead, he made his way back to the elevator bay. Shen Jinian scrolled through his contact list, searching for anyone he could temporarily borrow money from. Chapter 122, Successful Surgery. Shen Jinian didn't need to socialize as much as Shen Haughtily, so he detested the sycophantic behavior he encountered at school. Thus, he had very few friends who were truly close to him. Chen Han, Han Shuqiao, Li Yuan, and Zhou Ziheng. The options that Shen Haughtily gave Gu Yan were a few of his best friends from back in the day. Shen Jinian shamelessly messaged each one to inquire about their well-being, humbly asking if they could spare some money. However, after waiting for a long time, the 4 chat windows remained silent. Staring at the screen, Shen Jinian bitterly smirked, realizing only now that the sense of camaraderie from years ago was long gone. When the towering tree is uprooted, who would care about a frail blade of grass once protected under its shade? Shen Jinian powered off his phone. The dark screen reflected his weary and dull eyes, no longer clear and bright as before. The next second, the phone screen lit up suddenly, catching his eye. Chen Han's message appeared on the screen. "Jinian, I've already heard about Brother Haughtily. Don't be too upset. I just withdrew 800,000 yuan, and Z added another 200,000. We barely made up 1,000,000 yuan. Tomorrow, we'll bring it to you. Shen Jinian's vision blurred as he took some time to fully read Chen Han's message. He quickly sent a thank you to Chen Han. Chen Han replied soon with a new message, if it's not enough, I can try borrowing a bit more from Dad. Don't worry these next few days, and comfort your aunt and uncle. Shen Jinian, I understand. Thank you. Chen Han followed up with, did Gu Yan go back with you? Shen Jinian, no, I left him at home to take care of the baby. Gu Yan can't help much with my family issues, so I don't want to drag him down into my sadness. Besides, he didn't want Gu Yan to see him in such a despondent state. Then, Shen Jinian hastily typed another message to Chen Han, you shouldn't tell Gu Yan either. I'll personally inform him once I've gathered enough money. Chen Han knew Shen Jinian always had his own ideas and disliked others interfering or making decisions for him. After agreeing, their conversation gradually died down. Unexpectedly, messages from Li Yuan and Han Shuqiao arrived shortly afterward. Li Yuan mentioned that due to studying abroad, he'd just woken up and saw Shen Jinian's message. If Shen Jinian needed to borrow money, he was willing to lend some, but since he wasn't in the country and lacked local currency for a direct transfer, he suggested Shen Jinian come to his house to collect it. Li Yuan, I'll let my parents know. They will contact you shortly. Clutching his phone, Shen Jinian responded, thank you. I'll pay you back eventually. Li Yuan sent an emoji, don't mention it. If it weren't for you protecting me that night and preventing those disgusting alpha bullies from hurting me, I might not be alive today. Alright, my mom will get in touch with you soon. Let me go back to sleep now. Shen Jinian immediately messaged him, then I won't bother you further. Once you're back, I'll visit personally to thank you. Li Yuan, too kind, Jinian. Not long after receiving this message, Shen Jinian was about to check Han Shuqiao's message when a text notification popped up on the top of the screen. It was from an unknown number. But he recognized his own name within the message. Shen Jinian paused mid-action and instinctively opened the text to take a look. Hello Jinian, this is Yuan's mother. Just received a message from Yuan. My husband and I sympathize deeply with what your family has gone through, but we're currently handling Yuan's engagement preparations with his husband-to-be, so we lack liquid funds to lend. However, I have a friend who specializes in financial lending. If you're in urgent need, you can ask them. I'll send you their contact information. After reading the message, the flicker of hope that had ignited in Shen Jinian's heart was doused by the sudden downpour. The attitude of the Li family was quite clear, they weren't willing to get involved, and they even provided contacts for high-interest loans. Moreover, they specifically reminded him not to approach Li Yuan anymore. Now that Li Yuan has an alpha partner and is set to get married, the Li family doesn't want any unnecessary trouble because of an alpha like him. Shen Jinian didn't feel particularly angry. At this moment, he even understood Mrs. Li. After all, their family has fallen far, and lending money now feels akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. He was standing for so long that his feet began to ache. But squatting in the bustling elevator bay felt uncouth, so he merely pressed his toes against the floor and twisted slightly, loosening up his somewhat sore muscles. Shen Jinian recalled that Han Shuqiao had also sent him a message. He quickly returned to the app to check it. The man's message was brief, unlike Chen Han's concern or Li Yuan's enthusiasm. Han Shuqiao seemed indifferent, changing the topic casually, tomorrow is my birthday, we can talk more then. Without thinking, Shen Jinian readily agreed. Han Shuqiao sent him a location by the Bund, the yacht sets sail at 6:30 p.m. Be sure to come and join me. Shen Jinian had no reason to refuse this invitation. However, Han Shuqiao's location wasn't in this city, it wasn't too far either, requiring only a 1.5-hour high-speed train ride. After finishing the conversation with Han Shuqiao, Shen Jinian's eyes felt somewhat strained as he glanced at the time, realizing he had been in the bathroom for an entire hour. He hastily put away his phone and returned to the front of the operating room. The doctors were still working feverishly to save Shen Haughtily. Outside, his parents appeared completely exhausted. Shen Jinian remained silent, quietly sitting beside his mother and letting her lean her head on his shoulder, offering some comfort and support. All three sat there silently without exchanging a word. After waiting another hour, the operating room door finally opened, and the group of doctors poured out. Immediately, Shen Jinian helped his mother stand up and asked about Shen Haughtili's condition. This surgery was very successful, the doctor's face was relaxed with joy as he gave them the good news, smiling warmly. However, we need to wait for a kidney donor for the renal transplant, which will have to be done later. Chao Tsongin immediately stepped forward, his legs trembling as he asked, Dr. Zhai, what about my kidneys? Would they work? The doctor's hands were preoccupied, but he reassured the elderly man with a look, saying, don't rush, we've heard there's a potential donor in the neighboring city. The director is contacting them now. Chao Tsongin sighed in relief, this being the first truly great news they'd received all day. All right, thank you so much. The doctor shook his head, smiling, you're welcome. The patient is currently being stitched up and will enter the ICU shortly. Take this time to rest while we tend to him. Shen Jinian nodded repeatedly, understood, thank you very much. The doctor gave him a kind smile before leaving swiftly. Shen Jinian followed the departing doctor with his gaze before turning back inside himself, heart filled with gratitude. Chapter 123, keeping the appointment. Shen Huaili's figure was visibly getting thinner. This time, without the glass barrier, his current state of health was even more realistically presented before the three individuals. However, with too many bandages wrapped around him, only Shen Huaili's ashen cheeks were visible. Mother was overwhelmed by sorrow and fainted on the spot. Father quickly took out the heart-saving pills, placing them in her mouth, pinching the philtrum for over a minute until she gradually regained consciousness, yet she couldn't help but cry continuously. Shen Jinian thought that keeping his parents in this hospital environment would likely make it impossible to control their emotions, so he urged the two of them to go back and rest, assuring them with conviction that one person, himself, would be enough. As he spoke, he exchanged a meaningful glance with his father. Though naturally worried about his son, Shen Songan realized his wife was also very frail, so he had no choice but to heed Shen Jinian's advice and take her away. The hospital left Shen Jinian alone to keep vigil beside Shen Huaili. Throughout the night, he watched his unconscious brother's face. By the late hours of the night, utterly exhausted, he briefly dozed off while sitting on a chair. He was later woken up by a nurse who kindly offered him a care bed. With this, Shen Jinian managed to get 3 hours of rest. At 8:30 the next morning, his parents came to relieve him, bringing a small basket of steamed buns as breakfast for Shen Jinian, urging him to eat and rest after finishing. Shen Jinian did not decline. Chen Han had just messaged him, saying he couldn't come temporarily due to some family trivial matters that needed handling, and he would join in a day or two. But the money would already be transferred into his bank card, asking him not to worry. Shen Jinian was exceedingly grateful to Chen Han. However, apart from meeting with Chen Han, he had an appointment with Han Shuqiao in the afternoon. He also needed to return home to bathe and tidy up, setting out earlier for the trip. Han Shuqiao reminded him at noon, "Jinian, let me know when you arrive at the station, and I'll send a driver to pick you up. By the way, if you're having financial difficulties, there's no need to buy me a gift." That was what he said. But he couldn't go empty-handed. Shen Jinian had bought a bouquet in advance and set out 3 hours earlier for the neighboring city. However, he didn't trouble Han Shuqiao's driver to pick him up but took a taxi to the designated location himself. It was 5:15 when he arrived at the destination. There were already people entering intermittently. Several familiar faces were drinking and chatting nearby. Their eyes occasionally glanced toward his direction. Shen Jinian awkwardly stood 100 meters away from them, contacting Han Shuqiao via phone. He didn't have an invitation, so he couldn't get inside. Moreover, people passing by kept giving him peculiar, mocking glances, looking at both him and the cheap birthday present he held. Shen Jinian suddenly felt relieved he hadn't found time to cut his hair today, slightly lowering his head could allow his overly long bangs to cover his eyes. In this ostrich-like manner, he believed no one could recognize him. 3 seconds passed. Shen Jinian felt suffocated, wondering why being recognized mattered so much since he was here to borrow money for medical treatment, not for doing anything underhanded or disgraceful. Raising his chin once again, he revealed the delicate brows beneath his fine strands of hair. Fortunately, this internal conflict didn't last long. After receiving the message, Han Shuqiao quickly came over. The man looked debonair, holding a champagne glass that was halfway finished, greeting Shen Jinian with an immediate warm smile. "You came so early." Upon seeing Han Shuqiao's smile, Shen Jinian was momentarily disoriented. Recovering instantly, he handed over the sword lily bouquet in his arms, saying, "Happy birthday, Shuqiao." "Thank you." The man gave the flowers in his arms only a brief glance before immediately turning his eyes back to Shen Jinian's face, saying, "This is the first time you've given me flowers." Han Shuqiao's gaze was unbearably intense, burning with something unfamiliar. It made Shen Jinian uneasy, yet the behavior was polite and well-mannered. He wasn't sure where this discomfort stemmed from. Following Han Shuqiao, Shen Jinian entered the birthday party venue. A yacht was docked by the seaside. The man directly led him aboard, introducing him along the way to his friends with patience, stating Shen Jinian's name and identity. It seemed like a patron showing off his pet canary emerging for the first time from the basement to a group of friends. After hearing this introduction, these friends would then look at him again, their expressions shifting meaningfully as they turned their gaze away, smiling ambiguously to Han Shuqiao, "Have fun at your birthday today." Han Shuqiao patted the shoulder of the leading man, replying, "I definitely will." After that, they laughed and pushed each other jokingly as they left. Shen Jinian didn't know where Han Shuqiao was taking him. After walking through the crowd and meeting over a dozen friends, they still didn't stop. He couldn't help it any longer, shouting his name and jumping straight to the point, "Shuqiao, I want to borrow some money from you." "I know." Han Shuqiao finally circled back to the deck, giving Shen Jinian a glance and motioning for him to rest on the sofa. Then, thoughtfully handed him a glass of juice. The friends aboard the yacht noticed Han Shuqiao had brought along a stranger and was taking particular care of him, so they left promptly, vacating the deck for the two. "You seem to have gotten even more beautiful." Han Shuqiao swapped his champagne for a glass of juice identical to Shen Jinian's, taking a sip in front of him. Shen Jinian didn't particularly like being described as beautiful, but at this moment, he had to bow his head to Han Shuqiao. Of course, he understood why Han Shuqiao refrained from mentioning anything. Waiting for him to speak up instead, "Do you expect something in return?" Upon hearing this, Han Shuqiao's lips curled slightly, his body drawing closer to Shen Jinian, genuinely praising him, "You've always been so smart. An interest rate is also fine, if I borrow, I'll definitely repay." Shen Jinian's expression was resolute, and his words were said with unusual decisiveness. Han Shuqiao suddenly stifled a laugh, pressing his forehead against it, his shoulders trembling as he tried to suppress his amusement. Shen Jinian was clever but not entirely perceptive. "I don't need you to pay me back." Shen Jinian's hand gripping the cup unconsciously tightened. By now, he had fully realized Han Shuqiao's intention. However, the man acted faster, swiftly sitting next to him and encircling his waist with an arm. "You probably don't know this, but my sexual orientation is toward beautiful alphas." The man's voice was seductive, and the desire in his eyes was unmistakable. This scared Shen Jinian into instinctively standing up in 1 second, causing the juice in the cup to spill all over him due to the unsteadiness of his movement. The red liquid soaked through the white fabric right at the neckline. Ignoring his own clothes, Shen Jinian quickly moved a meter away from Han Shuqiao, furrowing his brow as he warned him, "I already have a partner, and we're getting married soon." Soon. Han Shuqiao stood up as well, walking casually toward Shen Jinian, his slightly taller height imposing great pressure on the other. "That means you're not yet married. Since you don't have a legally recognized partner, why not try me out?" Han Shuqiao backed Shen Jinian into a corner. "Spend one night with me, and I'll cover a day's worth of your brother's medical expenses. How about that?" Shen Jinian started releasing faint oppressive pheromones. Han Shuqiao was of a lower grade, feeling a bit uncomfortable when exposed to Shen Jinian's scent, but it didn't affect his current enthusiasm. "You'd better not attempt to use pheromones to suppress me. Your parents wouldn't want to see one son in the hospital and another in jail, would they?" As he spoke, Han Shuqiao's hand already grabbed Shen Jinian's clothing. With just a little force, it could tear the thin material of Shen Jinian's outfit, exposing the tender flesh that haunted his dreams every night. Shen Jinian didn't rein in his pheromones but instead seemed to enhance them subtly. His bloodshot eyes stared daggers at Han Shuqiao, the atmosphere tense. "If you take another step closer, you'll end up in the hospital too. You don't dare, your brother still relies on you for the loan." Han Shuqiao laughed confidently. Just at that moment, the mobile phone in Shen Jinian's pocket rang. Chapter 124, Negotiation. The phone rang 3 times. Shen Jinian took it out of his pocket and just as he clicked the answer button after seeing the name flickering on the screen, Han Shuqiao swiftly snatched it away from him. At the same moment, Gu Yan's voice immediately came from the phone, "Bao Bao." Baby's soft call followed right behind, "Papa." Shen Jinian glared coldly at Han Shuqiao, immediately stepping forward in an attempt to seize back his own phone. Unexpectedly, with one step of his foot, he fell into the trap that had been set up by the other person. Han Shuqiao immediately turned aside, taking the opportunity to embrace his waist. With a little more effort, he pulled himself into the man's embrace, perfectly sticking together. Shen Jinian smelled the unpleasant pheromone scent. The irritation in his heart instantly transformed into fury. The moment he was hugged and embraced by Han Shuqiao, it felt like being doused with gasoline, burning fiercely under the sky. Shen Jinian was afraid Gu Yan might hear something wrong. He closed his mouth tightly without making a sound. But his movements were smooth and decisive. Without hesitation, he stepped hard on Han Shuqiao's foot, using all his strength, pressing down repeatedly with his entire body weight. Han Shuqiao suddenly felt pain and instinctively loosened the arm holding Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian took the chance to retreat half a step, standing opposite to Han Shuqiao, his palm clenched into a fist. In a flash, he pinpointed the location and, accompanied by a fast-moving air current, struck forcefully at Han Shuqiao's chest. Even if S-level alphas haven't eaten for 2 meals, this punch could still cause significant damage to Han Shuqiao. Han Shuqiao let out a low groan, taking 2 steps back before collapsing onto the sofa. Wrinkling his brows, he clutched his chest, seemingly not having recovered. Shen Jinian grabbed his own phone. In the howling sea breeze, Gu Yan detected some fabric noise and the sound of a strange man in agony over the phone. He suddenly dropped his tone and asked, "Are you fighting?" "It's a small matter." Shen Jinian held the phone, his palm grinding against Han Shuqiao's clothing decoration, subtly starting to swell and hurt. But when speaking to Gu Yan, he was casual. "I ran into a thug." "Is it resolved?" "Resolved." Gu Yan trusted Shen Jinian. He was clear about Shen Jinian's pheromone level and combat skills. As long as he wasn't drugged or tricked, these lower-tier alphas would pose no problem for Shen Jinian. But Gu Yan worried, "Does your hand hurt? I'll take a taxi to see you shortly." "No." Shen Jinian refused decisively, "Don't come over and add trouble." Gu Yan's voice suddenly sounded disheartened, "Then I'll order a tube of ointment online and send it over to you." Shen Jinian gently emmed. Gu Yan wanted to say more. However, Shen Jinian didn't have time or the opportunity to chat further. "If there's any emergency, message me first. I'll reply once I'm done." Gu Yan picked up that Shen Jinian's mood wasn't good and also understood that Shen Jinian's current environment wasn't suitable for lengthy conversation. He sensibly shut his mouth and stopped disturbing, finally reminding the other party, "Remember to send me your location. Next time, if you encounter thugs again, you don't need to fight. Just toy with them using your pheromones, I will handle the aftermath." Yeah, noted, Shinjinian responded, husband, see you later. I love you, bow bow. As the words faded, Shinjinian's heart shivered slightly. But at this very moment, he had no extra time for sentimentality, so he could only hang up on Guyan's call. On the other side, Han Shuqiao had already regained his noble posture. Not only was he not angry, but he also sat on the sofa watching Shinjinian with interest. Discovering some novel and entertaining secrets, you actually can have children. Shinjinian narrowed his eyes. The man across spoke calmly but was very certain of his judgment. Your mate isn't an omega, and the child is yours, right? Shinjinian's courtesy toward Han Shuqiao had completely worn out. Faced with his malicious questioning, he couldn't control his annoyance. What's it to you? An alpha whose reproductive cavity has been marked by enigma will undergo renewed development until it matures, allowing for normal fetal incubation like an omega. However, Shinjinian, you haven't been marked. Shinjinian did not have the smell of enigma on him. Han Shuqiao had hesitated earlier, guessing that the child might be adopted, but he specially tested Shinjinian. Judging from his reaction, it wasn't. It was biological. S-level alpha twins are actually born freaks. This discovery made Han Shuqiao become even more obsessed with Shinjinian. When I was in school, I obviously didn't misjudge you. His gaze was fervent, carrying a pathological obsession that wasn't normal. How about we re-establish the exchange rule? You bear a child for both of us, and as a reward, I will deposit 1 billion into your brother's medical account. Sounds like a great deal, doesn't it? Perhaps it wouldn't take more than 3 times, and you could carry my offspring. Shinjinian looked at Han Shuqiao with unfamiliarity. The alpha who followed him to help Li Yuan, later getting nose bruised and face swollen while writing the self-criticism report together, how did he turn into this deranged person now? Shinjinian coldly spat out 3 words, psycho. Han Shuqiao leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and commented on Shinjinian with an elegant demeanor, I'm willing to risk losing all my money by lending it to you, but you still refuse to pay any cost. Shinjinian, you're somewhat ungrateful. First of all, I haven't taken a single penny from you, and instead, I was forced to endure over half an hour of mental abuse. It's you who are overstepping boundaries, Han Shuqiao. A wave of sorrow and anger surged across Shinjinian's chest. Realizing that he had wasted too much time arguing with this psychopath. Han Shuqiao wasn't the Han Shuqiao he used to know anymore, so there was no point for him to stay longer. I won't be in touch anymore, and I won't come to beg you either. Shinjinian tucked his phone into his pocket and turned around to leave. Think carefully. Han Shuqiao's voice suddenly became louder, as long as you dare to step off this yacht, starting tomorrow, no one will lend you a penny, and your beloved brother Shenhuaili who raised you from childhood, will soon be kicked out of the hospital. It's not your place to manipulate or threaten me in this lifetime. Shinjinian suddenly stopped in his tracks. How am I threatening you? I'm simply pursuing you. Shinjinian suddenly sneered at Han Shuqiao, his eyes full of ridicule. Even our dogs need to be screened for color, breed, and lineage when they go out for breeding. Someone like you, a mongrel, not even worthy for our dogs to glance at. Han Shuqiao swirled his wine glass toward Shinjinian, raising it high. Sharp-tongued little pets usually don't have good endings. There was nothing left for Shinjinian to say to the conceited psycho. He glanced at the clock. It was 6:10. The boat hadn't sailed yet, so it was still possible to move freely. Shinjinian quickly left the deck where Han Shuqiao was and found the direction to get off the ship according to his memory. Just as he was about to leave, Han Shuqiao somehow had already silently followed behind him. The man looked relaxed with his arms crossed. Shinjinian kept a distance away from the person as a precaution. Having learned from previous experiences, Han Shuqiao dared not approach Shinjinian too closely. Still, he wore a disingenuous smile on his face. Rest assured, I won't send people to tie you up. Forcing someone to love doesn't appeal much to me. I'll wait until you humbly come to me every 3 steps. You're sick. Shinjinian quickened his pace and left. Chapter 125, The Deal. Shinjinian wasted no time heading to the station after coming out, managing to catch the last bus back to the neighboring city with just 10 minutes to spare. By the time he was checking in, beads of cold sweat were already breaking out all over his body. He finally forced himself to board the vehicle despite feeling unwell, and found a seat. As soon as he sat down, he suddenly felt weak and collapsed, falling unconscious on the small tray table. Fortunately, a flight attendant noticed that his face looked abnormal, unlike someone who was simply sleeping, and provided first aid promptly. Otherwise, after being unconscious for a long time, he might have ended up in the hospital alongside Shenhuaili. Shinjinian had candy in his mouth, held a handful in his hands, and his pockets were also filled to the brim. Time seemed to flow backward rapidly until it settled more than a decade ago when he and Shenhuaili would sneak around their neighborhood the night before New Year's Eve to beg for candies. Shinjinian thanked the stewardess. However, they obviously weren't very reassured and continued to show concern for him, even giving him water and snacks. Upon disembarking, they arranged for a manager to escort him out of the station. Shinjinian's heart, which had been deeply wounded by Han Shuqiao's humiliation, slowly began to heal under the care of strangers. In the moment he bid farewell to the manager, he felt as though he had finally escaped from a hell full of demons into the human world. On the taxi ride back to the hospital, he took the time to edit a thank you letter on an app. Just 1 minute before getting off the car, he sent the email. As usual, Shinjinian went to the hospital to take turns caring for his brother with his parents. However, the moment he saw the serious expressions of his parents, who hesitated to say anything, a sudden sense of unease swept over his heart. What happened to my brother? Shin Songin shook his head, looking at Shinjinian with a worried gaze. The kidney source has been secured, and the third surgery can be carried out in a few days. That's good news. Shinjinian let out a sigh of relief, his face showing a rare sense of ease and joy over the past 2 days. Hearing this, his father bowed his head and didn't say another word. Shinjinian could see the worry in his father's expression and realized the situation wasn't so simple. He then sat across from his father and quietly asked, did something happen? Shin Songin raised his eyes but could only make out a blurred shadow of Shinjinian. Uncomfortably squeezing his blurry vision, Shinjinian quickly rummaged through his father's bag to find eye drops and administered them for him. Once his father could finally see his son's face clearly, he spoke softly, the house has been returned, and none of the brokers I contacted dared to accept it. But your brother is about to undergo surgery. Shinjinian hadn't expected Han Shuqiao to act so swiftly. After being stunned for a moment, he gripped his father's icy hand. I've managed to gather some money, and Shin Han also lent me some. There's about 2 million yuan, which should cover the cost of my brother's surgery. Shin Songin shook his head. There's also the kidney donor fee, subsequent anti-rejection medication, and continuing treatment for haughtily right now. These funds won't last a week. Shin Songin withdrew his hand and instead firmly grasped Shinjinian's. The elder's emotions had now calmed considerably, but this calm came at the cost of many dried tears and inflamed eye membranes. Continuing, Shin Songin said, tomorrow, you stay with your mother at the hospital while I go out and try to borrow more money. Shinjinian lowered his eyelashes. We'll deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow. Maybe new hope will come once we wake up. You foolish child. Shin Songin leaned forward and patted Shinjinian's hair. He always thought his younger son was still the same aimless little wastrel who enjoyed food, drink, and play every day. But unexpectedly, now Shinjinian's shoulders could bear a great burden. They chatted for much longer. Both of them avoided heavy topics involuntarily, bypassing discussions of money altogether. Shinjinian listened to his father recount memories from the past 2 years, telling stories of the gifts prepared for both brothers during their trips, and informed Shinjinian that Shin Haughtily was secretly preparing a birthday party for August 20th. After mentioning this, Shin Songin paused, worried about upsetting Shinjinian, and quickly wrapped up the topic. It was already 9 o'clock. That night, Shinjinian slept again at the hospital. Luckily, the nurses were familiar with him. They had specially set aside a companion bed and a pillow for him today. Shinjinian was extremely grateful and took out the candies from his pocket to distribute among everyone, delighting a few girls. The night passed quickly. Perhaps due to knowing his brother's condition was improving and unexpectedly securing an external kidney donor so soon, Shinjinian slept soundly. When he woke up the next morning, the window revealed another bright, sunny day outside. Shinjinian got ready after washing up simply, planning to check on his brother. He didn't expect to run into a familiar middle-aged couple. He paused for a moment, quickly searching his mind for their identity. After a few minutes of hesitation, Shinjinian finally managed to recall some impressions. They were once collaborators with his brother, discussing new project partnerships at home 3 years ago, and even giving him a separate gift during the gifting ceremony. Shin Haughtly's business partners rarely paid attention to him, the second son who indulged in extravagance, but this couple had thoughtfully prepared the limited edition gaming console he wanted at the time. Shinjinian retracted his thoughts and politely greeted them, Uncle Zhang, and he. The woman handed over a full package of gifts to Shinjinian. Jinian, you've grown so tall. Are your parents not here? Not yet. She nodded thoughtfully but quickly continued, with such a big incident happening, it's indeed not good for them to always be in the hospital. Their age is catching up, after all. By the way, we specially came to visit your brother Haughtily. Is he doing any better? Still holding on. Shinjinian took the two of them far away for a brief glance at Shin Haughtily. At that exact moment, Shin Songin also arrived at the hospital with Jing Miao. The woman nudged her husband subtly, giving him a hint. The man immediately understood. He stood up and actively approached Shin Songin, clearly having a specific purpose in mind. While talking, he subtly led the two elders away from the ward and into the stairwell to chat about old times. In front of Shin Haughtly's ward, only Shinjinian and Auntie remained. Once they confirmed there wouldn't be anyone else nearby. Auntie suddenly smiled gently and initiated the conversation with Shinjinian. Jinian, does your brother need a large sum for medical expenses right now? Shinjinian cautiously looked at her. I owe your family a favor before. So I'll come straight to the point. My son and my husband are currently very ill, and neither Western nor traditional Chinese medicine has worked. Out of desperation, we sought advice from a master through fortune-telling. The master said that we need a young person with a compatible zodiac sign to bring blessings. And, well, I could only think of coming to you. Facing her words, Shinjinian remained calm, having already anticipated their profit-driven motives. And he noticed his cool expression and quickly softened her tone, nearly pleading as she added, of course, I'm not asking you to actually get married. No official registration is necessary, and you don't even have to marry our son officially. We just want to borrow your zodiac compatibility so the master can help us clear my son's negative energies. I've already consulted, and this might cause some adverse effects on your body, but my family is willing to compensate you with 3 million yuan. Genian, could you help us out? Her voice grew weaker as she spoke, becoming more desperate. Before she finished, tears started rolling down her cheeks in big drops. We only have one son, and you only have one brother. Could we mutually benefit each other? Please, consider it. I really want to save my son, but currently, this is the only way. Genian, and he would never harm you. Our child is so severely ill that no medicine works. Can you please consider this? Just consider it. Chapter 126, Xiaobao. For fear that Shen Jinian wouldn't believe her. She also dug out her son's medical records and videos. There were several gigabytes of video on her phone, all showing her son looking haggard, lying in bed near death, his life worse than dead, exactly like Shen Huili in the ward. It was no different from tearing open her own wounds to show the bloody scene to others, each time it caused her unbearable heartache. Shen Jinian secretly observed Madame He's expression and condition. As she cried, her foundation and concealer were washed away by tears, revealing dark circles under her eyes. This was clearly the result of long-term lack of rest. Shen Jinian didn't respond directly about this matter but took a tissue from his bag and handed it to Madame He with concern, asking, "Can the hospital not detect the cause of the illness?" The woman wiped away her tears, hanging her head and shaking it. In a voice choked with sobs, she made a last-ditch attempt at confession to Shen Jinian. "We are desperate and can only turn to you now. I know that confessing the truth to you might cause discord between our two families, or you may think ill of me. But I have no other choice. We just want to try, even if you refuse in the end, it would count as my effort." Madame He kept talking while crying. After shedding a couple of tears, she managed to control herself, wiping off the tear marks on her face, then pulled out a large package of coins neatly wrapped in newspaper from her bag. "Here are 100,000 yuan, take it first. It may be just a drop in the bucket for the current situation, but it counts as our token of goodwill." Suddenly, Shen Jinian had a heavy pack of money stuffed into his arms. He did not rush to catch it but looked down at the $10,000 hesitantly, like a hot potato. The woman perceived his hesitation and could only personally grab Shen Jinian's wrist, placing it on the money so that Shen Jinian could hold it. "This 100,000 is us lending it to you, not trying to buy your sympathy. Mr. Shen's health is most important. Take it first to pay for your brother's medical fees." Seeing Shen Jinian still doubting her sincerity, without making any further move, Madame He suddenly burst into laughter through her tears. "You and your brother share the same rigorous personality." With kindness in her teary eyes, she continued, "Our family also has a sick child, so I can empathize with how you feel right now. Rest assured, we will not later exploit these 10,000 and bite you back." After hearing her explanation, Shen Jinian's gaze moved again from Madame He's face to the cash in his hands, lowering his eyelashes and slowly blinking. After pondering for 2 seconds, he said thanks hoarsely, "Thank you for helping when I'm in need." Shen Jinian quickly flipped through his bag for paper and pen. He prepared to see Han Shuqiao, writing neatly under the coinage, an IOU. Below he filled out the loan information clearly according to the format he previously asked about, leaving his name and Alpha ID number in the final position. He then tore off the sheet and handed it over to Madame He. Shen Jinian firmly guaranteed, "This money, I will definitely return to you with interest in the future." A good child, the woman tremblingly received the paper, reading it from beginning to end before carefully folding it up and putting it back in her bag. There they stopped, without another word exchanged. Coincidentally, Shen Songan arrived with Jing Miao after finishing their chat to meet together. Seizing the moment due to the distance, Madame He quickly added another reminder to Shen Jinian in a deliberately lower tone, "Jinian, please consider my request." Shen Jinian didn't get the chance to reply because his parents had already come over. Both elderly ones were visibly in a good mood today, seemingly unaware of some good news Uncle Zhang shared with them. Together they exchanged polished, polite remarks, eventually dispersing. As usual, Shen Jinian was arranged back to a small inn to rest. But with things on his mind today, he couldn't fall asleep. All he could think about were the requests from Aunt He today. 3 million yuan. If in hand immediately, it could solve the immediate financial problems. After his brother's surgery, it would give his parents a breather, and during this period, he could quickly go out and look for work, earn some extra income to support the family. Shen Jinian fidgeted around with his phone thinking it through. When his head started to hurt, he decided to inquire with another intermediary about selling houses. Ultimately, he confirmed that he had been blacklisted by Han Shuqiao. Surprisingly, no company was willing to take over this commission, everyone avoided it like a plague. Even when he tried with a different account, the situation remained unchanged. Shen Jinian sighed. His eyes landed on Hiyu's chat window, and he boldly asked if he had started investigating Gu Yan's background. If not, could he return half the money to him? Hiyu quickly returned all 100,000 yuan. Shen Jinian was deeply moved, praising Hiyu in various ways and promising to introduce more clients to him in the future. Hiyu's reaction was quite unexpected. Coldly, he only replied with a single word and punctuation mark, "Okay." This attitude was unprecedented, something Shen Jinian had never seen before. The excitement in Shen Jinian was abruptly extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water. He clearly understood that the other party was upset about his breach of contract, so he dared not say more and silently closed the chat window. His thoughts again circled back to those 3 million yuan. Shen Jinian clenched his teeth, made up his mind, and dialed the phone number of an old master who read his fortune previously, seeking advice from the professional. After stroking his beard and contemplating for a long time, the old man asked, "You mentioned using your 8 characters, birth chart, to neutralize bad luck?" "Yes, is this a common method?" The old man tapped on the table and huffed, "It's possible, but we upright people generally don't use such malicious methods. It can deplete one's yang energy, at best, it leads to constant illnesses, at worst, it shortens one's life. So there won't be any other side effects?" Shen Jinian asked anxiously. "Are you out of your mind?" The old man's voice rose 2 octaves in anger, scolding Shen Jinian and trembling his beard, "Is reducing your lifespan not severe enough? This isn't just about living fewer years peacefully, but rather dying suddenly when the time comes, possibly through various accidents." As the old man scolded him, Shen Jinian suddenly gripped his phone tightly. In plain terms, this method nearly equated to trading one life for another. Will it always be this serious? There may be survivor bias, but it also depends on whether the merits accumulated in your previous life can withstand this defiance of heaven. Can you calculate my destiny? The old man stroked his beard, furrowed his brow, thought deeply for a long time, and shook his head doubtfully. I can't see clearly. When he last examined Shen Jinian's birth chart, it was clear he would have abundant blessings, but now he couldn't see, as if surrounded by thick fog, where even the hand couldn't be seen when stretched out. What lay at the end of the fog? He couldn't see. It might mean prosperity, or it could imply decline. Hearing this, Shen Jinian didn't press further into questioning the old man. Even he himself was confused about his own future, let alone the old man who had met him only once. Then Shen Jinian sent Shen Huaili's birth chart over. "Can you calculate my brother's fate?" The old man replied quickly this time. Shen Huaili's results were particularly clear. Mr. Shen will overcome adversity and enjoy boundless happiness thereafter. Shen Jinian sighed in relief. All the gloom in his heart disappeared. After learning his brother's future condition, his wavering heart gradually made its decision. If there was a chance to save Shen Huaili's life, he was willing to try. Wedding ceremonies and exorcism rites are interconnected concepts. Madam, he explained that marriage wasn't necessary, simply using his birth chart, they would channel some yang energy to her son to suppress the evil forces rampaging inside his body. Once the boy had gained some vitality, they would continue with acupuncture, dissipating these notorious evil spirits until forcing them away. However, this sort of matter required perfect timing and conditions. Shen Jinian would need to arrive at their house at 1:30 in the morning, using detailed birth charts and fingertip blood as mediums for a simple ritual. To show sincerity, Madam, he directly transferred 1 million yuan as a deposit to Shen Jinian's bank account, and upon success, the remaining 2 million would be paid to Shen Huaili's medical card. Shen Jinian agreed. He returned to the old family home without telling his parents and took a good shower. At 9:15. Gu Yan sent a text message asking, "Are you asleep, Xiaobao?" Shen Jinian had just climbed onto his long-missed bed, covered in a quilt that smelled warm and fragrant after being dried in the sun, and made a video call to Gu Yan. After a long while, Gu Yan's face finally appeared on the phone screen. Shen Jinian squinted his eyes looking at the unfamiliar background in the picture, and pondered for a long time before confirming that Gu Yan wasn't at home. "Where did you go?" Gu Yan turned the phone around, showing Shen Jinian the surroundings. Holding a child with one hand, he had just left a maternity store, carrying a large bag of baby products. Finally, the camera panned to the baby. In a soft and tender, "Papa," Gu Yan explained to Shen Jinian, "I brought the child out for some fun and just happened to buy diapers on the way." Shen Jinian smiled calmly, his gaze focused, but his blink rate dropped significantly, showing he was lost in thought. He didn't hear a word of what Gu Yan had said. His eyes were full of the image of the little white bundle waving its tiny hands and holding the phone, smacking the screen where it showed the father repeatedly kissing back. Shen Jinian's voice unconsciously softened as well, coaxing the baby. He asked, "Did you miss Daddy?" The baby didn't fully understand what Shen Jinian meant, blinking with large black eyes just like Shen Jinian's, while sucking his finger. "Woo." Gu Yan leaned close to the baby's ear, slowly pronouncing the syllables to teach the child how to speak. Miss. The baby became excited. "Woof." Gu Yan corrected clearly, "Miss." The baby, "Woof woof." On the other end of the video call, Shen Jinian. Oh no, he'd uncovered the truth. He already knew Gu Yan's true nature was a dog, and now it seemed his son also carried half the canine genes. "You stop teaching him," he helplessly interrupted Gu Yan's lessons. "I don't want to raise a furless little dog." Gu Yan admitted there wasn't that much chemistry between himself and the little one yet. Silently moving the camera back, letting Shen Jinian be forced to look at him, Gu Yan's affectionate gaze was so warm it seemed almost eloquent. However, his feelings were always straightforward enough not to require an expression through his eyes. "I miss you." Shen Jinian was momentarily stunned. He averted the lens, unwilling for Gu Yan to see the moved expression on his face. Not until after several minutes did he quietly reappear in the frame, softly telling the man. "Me too, a little." This time, you lost. Gu Yan gave off a teasing vibe reminiscent of 3 years ago when they were rivals in challenges. But his next words made Shen Jinian's heart soften. Me and the baby, we have lots. Shen Jinian let out a light, short chuckle. Gu Yan couldn't bear seeing his embarrassment, so he changed the topic by asking, is your brother doing better? We still need another surgery. Are you tired at the hospital? Do you need anything? Gu Yan asked. Shen Jinian turned over and showed Gu Yan the current environment around him. I'm at home now. It's not that tiring, and I don't need your help. Have you been eating properly? Is the money sufficient? Gu Yan inquired. Shen Jinian frowned sensitively. He could understand the earlier concerns, but that last question. He was a rich second-generation heir, it wasn't a secret at school. Gu Yan knew he had money and his daily consumption was normally about 30 or 50,000 yuan. So, why would Gu Yan suddenly ask this? As if the man had already probed into the real situation within his family and decided to directly bring it up. Shen Jinian probed cautiously, what, are you going to donate for my brother? I want to share some of the responsibility. Baby Bao is precious, I can't bear you being too exhausted. Gu Yan looked at the emaciated young master on the screen, feeling discomfort in his chest. Shen Jinian understood. Gu Yan wanted to make a good impression before marrying into his parents' home, trying to shape a positive image, right? Not married yet, no need to rush showing kindness towards my parents, Shen Jinian reassured Gu Yan. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to spend money in the future. Then I won't meet your uncle and aunt. Can I come over just to take care of you? Gu Yan stepped down from the higher expectation, earnestly. Shen Jinian suddenly lowered his lashes. You can just take care of the kid. There's no difference between taking care of me or the child. If you come, only the monthly nurse will be left to take care of the child, I wouldn't feel safe. Behave yourself. Next week, I'll go back and talk to you in detail. Alright? After saying that, without giving Gu Yan a chance to open his mouth again, Shen Jinian pretended to yawn, his eyes blurred as he told Gu Yan, tired. Let's chat tomorrow. Shen Jinian, I. Good night, honey, Shen Jinian paid no attention. He resolutely hung up the phone. He threw the phone aside carelessly. Suddenly, silence fell heavy, and his mood plunged instantly to its lowest point. Gu Yan must not come. Even if he did, all he'd do was stay with Shen Jinian and add unnecessary worries. It wasn't worth losing self-respect over a few million yuan and humiliating himself as an alpha. But, things would get better after tonight. Once Haughtily finished his final surgery, the medical expenses would drastically decrease, and he could borrow and work hard bit by bit to find solutions. Shen Jinian felt lighter inside. He lay on the bed for 2 hours. When the hour hand of the clock reached 11:45, his phone alarm went off on time. Shen Jinian immediately sat up. He went to the wardrobe and looked for some clothes. After getting ready, he got into the car Mrs. he had sent over and headed to her house for a ceremony meant to ward off misfortune. As Shen Jinian stepped out of the door, he suddenly paused in his tracks. There were 2 cars parked before him, they differed in brand, with the one on the right obviously several times more luxurious and even exuding a grander presence. Shen Jinian was taken aback. Mrs. He's arrangements even included a bodyguard vehicle for him. Without hesitation, Shen Jinian entered the far more expensive top-of-the-line Maybach. The middle-aged man driving glanced at Shen Jinian through the rearview mirror as he fastened his seatbelt, politely saying, Mr. Shen, we're setting off. All right. Shen Jinian replied. But for some reason, the driver's voice seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 127 Gu Yan. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Shen Jinian had yet to reach his destination. Looking out the window at the increasingly darkening road and scenery, a sense of restlessness began to grow within him. Madam, he had said it was crucial to arrive by 1:30. He was already late. If he truly missed the time, they would need to find another way to raise the money for his brother's surgery, which was scheduled just within the next few days. The urgency of the matter kept him sleepless. Shen Jinian called Madam He using the contact information from the newspaper, trying to inquire about the consequences of his tardiness. However, her phone rang unanswered for a full minute, and when he called back, it was already switched off. Shen Jinian. Could she be upset? Worriedly raising his eyes, his heart sank significantly as he glanced at the driver through the rearview mirror, revealing half his side face. Are we almost there? We've arrived, Mr. Shen. As soon as the words were spoken, the driver sharply turned the wheel, following the signposts to make a 360-degree U-turn. Within 100 meters, they drove into an early opened European private estate with its main gate wide open. The brightness in Shen Jinian's vision returned. All the lights in the manor were lit up, the overlapping beams driving away the darkness and illuminating the scene before him as if it were broad daylight. The driver steadily pressed down on the brake, opening the car door for Shen Jinian, escorting him out. Just as Shen Jinian stepped out, not even having time to take in his surroundings, a professional butler dressed neatly and gracefully approached with a warm smile. Mr. Shen, welcome. Time was foremost on Shen Jinian's mind, leaving him no patience to go through formalities with the butler. With a stiff shallow smile, he urged, hello, could you please help me guide the way to meet Mrs. He? The butler nodded, clearly aware of his intentions. Sure, mister, he instructed us early this morning that a distinguished guest would be arriving tonight. The butler respectfully raised his hand to lead the way for Shinjinian. Please follow me. Shinjinian trailed a half step behind the butler, closely following the man ahead. Perhaps due to his unease, Shinjinian's pace quickened, until he had overtaken the butler by half a step. Within 5 minutes, they had walked to the villa's living room. After pouring him a cup of water, the butler stepped aside and left. Sitting on the sofa, Shinjinian looked around anxiously. In the vast villa, there wasn't a single hired servant, even the furnishings seemed meticulously designed, cold and precise, like a top-notch model apartment, lacking any signs of daily use or a familial atmosphere. Shinjinian looked around. His brows furrowed tightly, sitting restlessly. He didn't know what missus he intended. It seemed as though she was deliberately ignoring him, taking advantage of his discomfort, punishing him for his lack of punctuality. Cold sweat seeped into Shinjinian's palms, his limbs cold, and a faint pain twisted in his stomach. Just when he was feeling most panicked and helpless, a light, familiar, intoxicating pheromone fragrance suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Cedar. A loud hum filled Shinjinian's brain, as if fireworks had exploded, small sparks severing his jumbled thoughts, leaving only the primitive fierce heartbeat in his chest. Shinjinian stood up, searching for a familiar figure. He saw Gu Yan getting out of the car from the direction he had entered, tightly wrapped in a blanket, cradling a soundly sleeping child. Shinjinian froze in place, motionless, until the man had come to stand right in front of him. Tears suddenly welled up in Shinjinian's eyes, intense grievances and yearnings congealing in an instant, spilling over. Like broken string pearls, they silently splashed onto the carpet. Gu Yan gently handed the child over to the nursemaid. For a moment, the living room contained only the two of them. The man pulled out a tissue, cradling Shinjinian's cheek in his hands as he wiped away the tears streaming down his face. His gaze held untold sorrow. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Shinjinian tilted his head up to look at Gu Yan, biting the soft flesh of his lower lip, distorting his features as he tried to suppress the tears forcing them back into his eyes. Though he restrained himself from crying, he couldn't help but choke, lifting his crystal clear and tear-drenched deer-like eyes with heavy nasal voice and sobbing. Sorry for what? For arriving too late, making you suffer. Gu Yan did not hide his remorse, the tissues in his hand were soaked with tears. He could only gently wipe away Shinjinian's tears with the pads of his fingers. Finally, tenderly rubbing the skin near Shinjinian's lips, he subtly redirected his attention to make him release the teeth clamped on the soft flesh. Shinjinian buried his head in Gu Yan's arms. Clutching at his shirt, Shinjinian wiped away his tears and snot indiscriminately, leaving them all on Gu Yan. The next second, Shinjinian took the initiative to embrace the man's waist, pinning him onto the sofa as he unhesitatingly pressed his lips against Gu Yan's. Their tongues intertwined passionately. This kiss of long-awaited reunion carried the explosive release of suppressed emotions. It was rough and fierce. Even as Shinjinian's cheeks turned red from lack of air and tears kept falling, he couldn't bear to let go of the man in front of him. As if trying to melt himself into Gu Yan's very bones, searching for a lost sense of security. Fortunately, Gu Yan remained rational. Worried that Shinjinian might suffocate, he pinched the man's chin and forcibly broke off the kiss. He comfortingly cradled the back of Shinjinian's neck, letting him press against his chest. Bauer, calm down first. Shinjinian, with reddened eyes and flushed cheeks, continued to let tears fall onto the clothes, soaking the fabric on both their bodies. While hiccuping, Shinjinian sobbed, haltingly uttering a sentence after a while. I don't know how to tell you this, my mind is so confused. Then don't say anything for now. Gu Yan held Shinjinian and shifted direction. Letting Shinjinian lie down on the sofa, Gu Yan supported his body with one hand as he stood above Shinjinian and gently wiped away the tears streaming down his face. He lightly pecked at Shinjinian's lips. On my way here, I've already covered all the costs for your brother's surgery, and I've paid back our family debts under your name. Don't worry about it anymore. Shinjinian hugged Gu Yan's waist. With a heavy nasal tone, where did you get all that money? Gu Yan hesitated slightly in his expression. After I left the Gu family, I also earned some money. Initially using his late mother's inheritance to study finance and investment, later to avoid the Gu family's surveillance, he could only collaborate with Hiyu, who acted as the external general manager overseas. However, the real decision-making and controlling power lay with Gu Yan. Gu Yan honestly revealed his past experiences. He had money, more money than he could ever spend. But initially, when the poor boy persona attracted Shinjinian's attention, he decided to play along and portrayed his poverty convincingly. Gu Yan thought he had gotten a piece of candy. Unknowingly, he planted a bomb himself. Upon learning about Gu Yan's true identity, Shinjinian turned over and avoided looking at Gu Yan. Suddenly uneasy, Gu Yan looked down carefully at the rosy eye corners of the person in his arms and became cautious. Are you mad at me? Shinjinian shook his head. I have no reason not to be happy. Although Gu Yan concealed it, it was out of consideration. After crying, Shinjinian's voice still sounded muffled. How did you find out I was short on cash? Gu Yan lifted Shinjinian up by wrapping his arms around his waist, letting him sit on his lap and cuddling him close as he brushed against Shinjinian's ear while exhaling. I noticed you were hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have randomly called him hubby without cause. Afraid of rash actions offending Shinjinian, Gu Yan asked Hiyu to investigate. After spending an entire night, Hiyu organized all of Shinjinian's experiences after returning home and sent them to Gu Yan. Only belatedly did Gu Yan realize what kind of oppression Shinjinian had endured in these 35 hours. He wanted to rush immediately. But the baby suddenly started becoming restless, almost constantly crying and whimpering, wanting to find its father. Gu Yan panicked. He could only take the baby to the hospital first. At the same time, he assigned Hiyu to handle Shenhuili's bill at the hospital but unexpectedly encountered a group of henchmen sent to cause trouble. Hiyu spent some effort to deal with them. With dual efforts hurrying together, they finally managed to meet Shinjinian that evening, preventing any unfortunate accidents. Shinjinian's tear-streaked red cheeks quickly paled, gasping heavily while asking, "What happened to the child?" Gu Yan consoled, "Nothing serious, pheromone fluctuations." In the hospital, they gave the baby some soothing agents, and it returned to normal. If there had to be an explanation, it might be due to father-son bond through shared bloodline. The baby somehow sensed Shinjinian was in danger. Shinjinian sighed in relief. As long as the child was fine, he was reassured. Gu Yan kissed Shinjinian's forehead, observing the dark circles under his eyes, and spoke tenderly, "This house is bought under Hiyu's name. It's never been lived in. I'll take you upstairs to rest first, and we can visit your brother tomorrow, okay?" The tension that Shinjinian had carried for several days finally slackened in this moment, and a wave of overwhelming fatigue washed over him. Collapsing into Gu Yan's arms, he didn't want to move an inch. With lazy indifference, he nodded slightly and wrapped his arms around the man's shoulders. "Shower me." Gu Yan hummed in agreement, silently letting out a sigh of relief in his heart. Shinjinian was deliberately being playful. He could tell. Only when one's mood is good would they act playfully, and Gu Yan's anxiety dissipated. This time, while showering, he behaved himself properly, careful not to cross any boundaries and avoiding intimate areas whenever possible. Shinjinian was exhausted and needed rest. He didn't want to burden Shinjinian further. Gu Yan carefully wrapped up the half-asleep Shinjinian with a towel, picked him up in his arms, and carried him to the master bedroom's large bed. As soon as he touched down on the mattress, Shinjinian suddenly woke up, eyes snapping open. "Did I wake you?" Gu Yan asked gently. Shinjinian didn't reply, staring blankly ahead. He belatedly remembered something. Grasping at Gu Yan's tie abruptly, he couldn't believe it. "You just said. Hiyu is your cousin." Gu Yan hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly. "So if I've been pretending to be someone else all along, even getting him to investigate you, don't you know everything about that already?" He thought his cover was unshakable, yet it turned out he'd long been toyed with by two people. Gu Yan replied calmly, "Yes, I know." Hearing this, Shinjinian stiffened all over. "You were the one who refunded me that 100,000 yuan." Gu Yan nodded affirmatively, "That's correct." By that time, he had already met up with Hiyu, just in time to see Shinjinian's refund request. The young lord's tone had been cautious and full of flattering intentions, showing a humility Gu Yan had never seen before. After refunding, he deleted Shinjinian from Hiyu's account, along with all their chat records. Shinjinian. Doesn't he have any sense of professional ethics? Why does a perfectly good CEO moonlight as a detective to earn extra money? And why did he end up giving Gu Yan another laughing point against him? But Gu Yan didn't find it embarrassing or dishonorable at all, rather, it filled him with immense joy because it showed that Shinjinian cared for him. "I won't mock you, Bauer." Gu Yan smoothed Shinjinian's tousled hair strands as he sat on the edge of the bed. "But I do feel hurt." Lowering his gaze, Gu Yan continued, "If you can turn to Hiyu for help, why can't you come to me? We are partners who should face challenges together." Shinjinian calmed down slightly, but still looked dispirited. Leaning closer, he hugged Gu Yan's waist apologetically, "I didn't want to bother you. It costs money to take care of brother Gu Rong in the hospital, and you need money to take care of the baby too. And since we haven't even registered our marriage or held a wedding ceremony yet, I thought I shouldn't involve you in my brother's affairs. Sorry, hubby." Looking at Shinjinian's sunken cheek, hearing him call him hubby with deliberate sweetness, many things stuck in Gu Yan's throat for a long while. In the end, he didn't say them, merely echoing Shinjinian's 3 words, repeating, "Sorry." When he first got together with Shinjinian, he should have revealed his true identity. But he was cowardly and timid, afraid of the slightest change or disturbance that might upset their relationship and feelings. Shinjinian suddenly grabbed Gu Yan's hand, "Let's go to sleep." Gu Yan nodded, "I'll take a quick shower first." Shinjinian immediately let go, "Alright, after you finish, come lie with me, I really miss you." "Not just a little bit. A lot." Gu Yan chuckled, agreeing immediately. Rising obediently to follow the small master's orders, he found some pajamas and quickly went to the bathroom to clean up. Unwilling to make Shinjinian wait too long, he spent only 15 minutes rinsing off and came out. The first thing he saw was Shinjinian side lying on a pillow, already asleep. Gu Yan's hurried movements slowed significantly. He pulled a blanket over Shinjinian's naked body and slightly raised the room temperature via the air conditioning. The strawberry ice cream scented pheromones began to circulate. An astonishingly high 98% compatibility rate. They unconsciously tempted him to release his own pheromones, intertwining with theirs. Gu Yan emitted a slight amount of soothing pheromones to help Shinjinian sleep more peacefully. Unexpectedly, Shinjinian repelled his soothing pheromones entirely, finding no comfort in them whatsoever. Instead, the sweet aroma of strawberries returned stronger, entangling his glands and seeking his cedarwood pheromones. Gu Yan resisted, suppressing the urge to give in. Closing his eyes, he tried to fall asleep. But unexpectedly, his own attempts to block the scent only made the strawberry aroma even stronger. His sleep was disturbed. He struggled with it for 2 whole hours. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Shinjinian's recently adjusted biological clock woke him right on time. The alpha's eyes were blurry, his breathing rapid, and his body weak and powerless. Gu Yan noticed his unusually flushed cheeks and quickly went over to feel his forehead. It was burning hot. "Sweetie, you've got a fever. I'm taking you to the hospital." Shinjinian grabbed Gu Yan's hand, gritting his teeth and speaking painfully, one word at a time. "My sensitive period has started." Chapter 128, So Stupid. Gu Yan quickly got out of bed, found a cooling patch from the first aid kit, and applied it to Shinjinian's forehead. After finishing, he bent his body forward, trying to support Shinjinian who was lying limply on the bed so that he could drink some water to moisten his throat. The blanket that had been loosely covering Shinjinian slid down by gravity, soft and fluffy, landing on his abdomen, revealing skin flushed pink with fever. Gu Yan averted his eyes. He swiftly fetched another blanket, draped it over Shinjinian's back, pulled it forward, and fastened it at his chest with a button, all while preventing this embarrassing scene from worsening. Gu Yan allowed Shinjinian to lean against him, offering him a glass of lukewarm water, watching as Shinjinian drank slowly, like a kitten sipping from a cup. Gu Yan asked, "Isn't your sensitive period still a month away?" Shinjinian, with red eyes, finished drinking the last bit of water in the cup and wiped away the tears that involuntarily rolled out of the corners of his eyes. His voice heavy with nasal congestion, he grumbled. "I don't know." The prediction for the onset of the sensitive period was only an approximate range. However, the fact that it came a month earlier clearly indicated something was amiss. But Shinjinian himself was well aware, these were symptoms of the sensitive period. He leaned his head against Gu Yan's chest. The burning side of his face pressed against Gu Yan's cool skin, seemingly sensing that the other's body temperature was much lower than his own, making it feel especially comfortable. Shinjinian willingly climbed onto Gu Yan's lap, straddling his legs. Hugging Gu Yan's waist with both arms, he used his lover's chest to cool down his heated cheeks. Shinjinian couldn't help but admire it. "It's so cool and soft." Gu Yan, unable to bear the sight of the scene before him, looked away. Still, he didn't push Shinjinian away. Instead, he gently held him in his arms, unbuttoning the top few buttons of his shirt with one hand, exposing his pectoral muscles to make it easier to cool Shinjinian down. Gu Yan caressed the young master's soft hair, feeling his long, thick lashes tremble as they lightly brushed against his skin, creating an irresistible itch. The man spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your sensitive period isn't normal, should we go see a doctor first?" "I'm hot." Upon hearing this, Shinjinian lifted his head unhappily, furrowing his brows in apparent grievance, looking pitifully vulnerable. "Let's go after the sensitive period is over." "But, the suppressants for dual S-level alphas also need to be prescribed at the hospital," Gu Yan cajoled like soothing a 3-year-old, lowering his speech rate and softening his tone, patiently reasoning with him, "We'll have to visit the hospital anyway, little treasure." Shinjinian immediately sat upright. Incredulous, he stared at Gu Yan. "You, suppressant, me, forget it." Gu Yan patiently waited for Shinjinian to gather his thoughts. Unexpectedly, Shinjinian slackly slumped off his legs, nimbly rolling up the thin blanket piled by the bedside into a cocoon around himself, forming a white spring roll shape, turning his back to Gu Yan in a huff. "Jinian." Shinjinian dodged Gu Yan's touch, curling up at the foot of the bed, throwing a fit. "Are you upset?" Gu Yan turned around, walking to the other side of the bed to check on Shinjinian. "Then how about calling the doctor to come here, alright?" Shinjinian rolled to the other side of the bed. Being weak already, after rolling twice, he began to feel breathless, his chest tight with difficulty breathing, causing his face to flush even redder. He had no choice but to open his lips and breathe through his mouth. Gu Yan simply climbed onto the bed, cornering Shinjinian and leaning down to quickly place a kiss on his lips. Panicking instinctively, Shinjinian tried to escape, but realized there was nowhere to go. Taking advantage of this moment, Gu Yan pinned him beneath him and asked, "Why are you throwing a tantrum?" The man's gaze was upright and resolute, without a hint of lust. Shinjinian bit his lower lip, refusing to look at him. Stubbornly silent, he refused to say anything. Gu Yan embraced him and kissed him again, attempting to use kissing as a method to extract information from Shinjinian. Shinjinian had been angry at first, but after enduring several kisses, the atmosphere gradually changed, along with the intentions behind them. With the heightened waves of emotion brought on by the sensitive period, it surged tenfold through his entire being. Feeling utterly drained of strength, Shinjinian could only lie where he was, allowing Gu Yan to freely kiss him. When Shinjinian could no longer control his reason, his body arched into a small shrimp-like position, hiding the growing discomfort beginning to materialize within him. His entire body radiated with red heat, almost emanating steam, biting out harsh words, yet sounding tender like a cat begging, "No more, stop kissing." "Gu Yan, then let's see the doctor first." "Gu Yan." Shen Jinian expelled a puff of warm air, its strong strawberry scent spraying onto Gu Yan's face. You brute. Beyond saving now. If we can't do it, then scram. It's my sensitive period. Shen Jinian lay flat, glaring with frustration at the man above him despite his good looks that could devastate the world. But at this moment, he was fuming mad. Do you understand, the significance of the sensitive period? Gu Yan looked at his red-rimmed eyes and the tears on the verge of falling. He understood what Shen Jinian was referring to. His hand involuntarily clenched into a fist, suppressing his emotions in the face of such an enticing situation. We aren't even engaged yet. The rules are dead ones. Shen Jinian took deep breaths as he lifted his chest. Are you, having the same issue? No supplies have been bought. Gu Yan tried to soothe him. Can you hold on for 10 more minutes? I'll be back on time after 10 minutes, alright? Shen Jinian grabbed Gu Yan's hand, guiding him to feel the intense abnormality and discomfort he was experiencing, clearly indicating to Gu Yan that waiting another second might kill him. Furrowing his brows, Shen Jinian struggled to speak. No need for those things anymore. I'm in so much pain. Wait until tonight to buy them, would that be alright? The sensitive period lasts 7 days. Gu Yan held Shen Jinian's waist, wiping his sweaty palm mixed with other moisture onto the towel. Baby. His voice sounded nearly strangled. Tightly hugging Shen Jinian, he embraced him harder, the suppressed desire that had been locked away for years feeling like it would soon break free, escaping all bounds to fully release. Shen Jinian exhaled with difficulty. Gu Yan, I'm suffocating. Gu Yan gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain. Me too. With all his strength, Shen Jinian slapped Gu Yan across the face. His flushed cheeks were beginning to turn slightly purple, unable to catch his breath. You brute, I said I am going to be suffocated by you Gu Yan quickly loosened his grip on Shen Jinian. Holding him around the waist, he swiftly patted his back to help him breathe normally again, watching as Shen Jinian gradually returned to normal. Gu Yan grazed his lips, trailing downward to leave a small pink mark on his neck, soft and gentle like the wind and water. I'm sorry. I got a little carried away just now, is this okay? Shen Jinian groaned softly. I like the tender Gu Yan. If it really continued to escalate as it did earlier, he would die. Chapter 129, Second Round. Shen Jinian felt as if he had died, but Gu Yan proved through his actions that he was not yet completely dead. He unreasonably pulled on his arm, pinched his neck, dragging him into an endless abyss until he was reborn. Shen Jinian felt that in his previous life, he might have been a creature slightly more powerful than a cat. After all, cats only have 9 lives, and within these 6 days, the number of times he fainted and saw his soul leave his body was definitely more than 9. Fortunately, his hyperesthesia came quickly and left quickly as well. By the 6th day, Shen Jinian's condition had improved significantly. At least those days of being unconscious, like a doll manipulated by Gu Yan, were over. Besides feeling pain all over his body, he didn't experience any other discomfort. The male caretaker, Gu Yan, took good care of him. He didn't even need to get out of bed to take a shower or brush his teeth. 3 meals a day were served directly on a small table beside his bed, fed to him mouthful by mouthful with thoughtful detail. Tending a baby couldn't be much better than this. But it was all karma coming back to Gu Yan. Every time Shen Jinian thought about how nasty Gu Yan looked when he had bloodshot eyes, his legs would tremble in fear, and his whole body would ache as if disassembled. The result was that now he suffered from muscle strain, unable to move, just like omegas who sit for rest after giving birth. Still, fortunately, Gu Yan showed a good attitude in admitting his fault. Shen Jinian wasn't very angry anymore, plus today's condition was quite good, allowing him to try sitting up. His complexion was no longer as pale as before, and Gu Yan suggested having a video call with home. This suggestion hit the mark with Shen Jinian. He carefully buttoned his shirt all the way up to the top, covering all signs of intimacy. However, feeling guilty inside, he asked Gu Yan repeatedly to tidy his clothes and hair, ensuring that his appearance seemed normal to his parents before hesitantly dialing his father's video call. Shen Tsongan was slow to answer. After Shen Jinian called 3 times, he finally saw his dad panting breathlessly reaching the elevator area, finding a quiet corner where it wouldn't disturb patients or medical staff, then answering his call. The face on the square screen looked just as aged as Shen Jinian remembered, yet he acutely noticed that Shen Tsongan seemed in a decent mood. At least the corners of his eyes weren't drooping, and the edges of his lips curved upward into a smile that hadn't been seen in a long time. Little Nian, are you doing better during the hypersensitivity period? Shen Jinian nodded. I'm much better. I'll go back to the hospital in a couple of days. Shen Tsongan cared about his son. If your body isn't fully recovered, don't come over just yet. The latter days of the hypersensitivity period are when the body is weakest, avoid catching colds. There's no need for you to worry here. Your friend has already arranged surgery for haughtily, hired nursing assistants, and given us a new residence. Everything is being carried out systematically. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian glanced behind his phone at Gu Yan who was focusing attentively on making lemon tea for him. As if sensing his gaze, Gu Yan's deep eyes quickly met his sight, looking even more heated and intimate. Shen Jinian held out less than a minute before surrendering voluntarily. Blushing, he continued watching his father on the screen. Shen Tsongan finally waited for Shen Jinian to notice him, pretending not to know there was a man in Shen Jinian's house acting intimately towards him, and kindly asked, "Wouldn't it be nice to invite your friend over after your brother's surgery?" Shen Jinian suddenly sat upright. Not ready to introduce them to mom and dad yet. Shen Jinian was flustered and spoke without thinking, "No, it's because I'm afraid you're not ready." His friend comes with a bonus. Buying a smaller one gives you a larger one for free. Perfect life. With an aging father who had witnessed his brother being stabbed and falling unconscious, Shen Jinian figured they might not handle this shock right away. He scratched his head nervously and joked around, then. "I'll ask him." Shen Tsongan nodded in satisfaction. "This dinner is something we must have. The person you mentioned saved your brother and is also the savior of our entire family. Dad will always keep his favor in mind. You don't need to be afraid, nor do you have to worry." Shen Jinian's gaze continuously stole glances at Gu Yan, distracted, and failed to pick up on his father's underlying meaning. He simply nodded and agreed carelessly. Then leaned forward to accept the juice Gu Yan handed over. The shirt on Shen Jinian's body was sized for Gu Yan, 2 sizes too big, loosely hanging on him. Any slight movement would reveal a delicate neck. Including the ambiguous pink marks on his neck. There were many. Deep and shallow, new and old. Layer upon layer. It was enough to make one blush. Shen Tsongan's expression had suppressed the laughter, approaching the threshold of 60 years old, such subtle traces were obvious to him at a glance. No matter how Shen Jinian tried to hide them, they wouldn't stay hidden. That oversized shirt alone was proof of the remarkable relationship between Shen Jinian and his friend, far beyond that of ordinary friends. He didn't want to burst his son's carefully crafted illusion. Shen Tsongan blinked and pretended to be physically unwell. "Dad is going to rest now. Remember to invite your friend over to our house after some time for a home-cooked meal." "All right." Shen Jinian nodded quickly in agreement. "By the way, is Mom continuing her psychological treatment?" "Yes, your friend has been exceptionally meticulous and considerate towards us. The psychologist he hired is also among the top. Your mom has improved significantly these past 2 days." "Good, good." Shen Jinian felt reassured after hearing this and hung up the call with his father. Gu Yan sat attentively at the foot of the bed, listening intently. A slow smile curved at the corner of his lips as he watched Shen Jinian's every move with bright eyes, just like a big dog wagging its tail waiting for praise. "Don't overthink it, Gu Yan." Shen Jinian instinctively wanted to kick him but found his legs too sore. Helplessly, he shot a glare instead. "You've tormented me almost to death. Let's just call it even." "Not true, little treasure." Gu Yan stepped forward, straightening his collar to cover up the dense marks. "I just think things will go better this way." Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian. What? Did he just adjust my collar? All those marks were exposed. Dad already saw everything. In an instant, Shen Jinian felt overwhelmed with shame, burning hot all over, quicker by 100-fold than the hypersensitivity period could bring. He suddenly felt no more pain in his waist or soreness in his legs, making a smooth turn to quickly dive under the covers, hiding both his head and ears from reality. This way, it wasn't awkward for him. Gu Yan sat beside the bed. "Baby, let nature take its course. Why didn't you warn me when you saw?" Shen Jinian muffled his voice from under the blankets. "Damn you, Gu Yan. I'm gonna report you to the police. Uncle already saw the moment it got exposed. Hiding it would only add fuel to the fire. You're better off accepting it, isn't that your character?" Shen Jinian thought about it, and it did seem accurate. He walked upright, acted straightforwardly. What was done was done. But, it's still embarrassing. Shen Jinian continued to hide under the covers, ignoring Gu Yan, stubborn and determined not to come out for an entire afternoon. By evening, Gu Yan had finished cooking dinner and went to find Shen Jinian in the room. When he pulled back the blanket, there lay Shen Jinian with red, puffy eyes, tears dripping down his cheeks. Choking on his words, he sobbed pitifully. "Hypersensitivity hasn't ended yet." Chapter 130, I agree. Gu Yan noticed that Shen Jinian was not feeling well. He quickly pulled the person out from under the covers. It was an intense period for alphas, their pheromones so thick they overwhelmed him in a flood of sensation. Gu Yan felt the force of it. Enigma's pheromones were completely out of control, like a dam breaking, sweeping through the entire room with unstoppable momentum. The two accidentally injured their ally, to varying degrees both suffering mental disorientation due to each other's overwhelming psychic energies. Gu Yan managed better. Shen Jinian, however, was worse off, already in his sensitive period, and now with Gu Yan's pheromones adding fuel to the fire. The influence of their high compatibility was far more terrifying and profound than the simple descriptions found in biology textbooks. His head hurt, his glands hurt. He wanted to be bitten. Shen Jinian stared with eyes blurred by mist, only able to make out Gu Yan's rough outline. "Gu Yan. Weren't you hiding poison in your pheromones? Otherwise, why would an alpha have such absurd, ridiculous thoughts?" Gu Yan. He always failed to understand what wild imaginings filled Shen Jinian's mind, leading to moments that left him speechless. The man reached out to brush away the tears seeping from the corners of Shen Jinian's eyes, patiently explaining, "No poison. Your pheromone secret has already revealed its answer during your last pseudosensitive phase. What? The alpha's thoughts were in disarray, trying hard to keep his mind clear but achieving little. He was confused by Gu Yan's words. He remembered being together with Gu Yan during his false sensitivity period, but couldn't recall what had been said or done. His rationality had completely disappeared then. The next morning brought no trace of memory. Unable to remember, Shen Jinian insisted on questioning him again. What answer? Gu Yan leaned close with a smile, whispering into Shen Jinian's ear, deliberately teasing, I've forgotten as well. Shen Jinian threw a soft punch at Gu Yan's shoulder, devoid of any real menace, akin to a kitten playfully swatting without baring claws, warning only with soft pats. You won't say. Then I can guess on my own. Shen Jinian pressed his fingers against his temples, managing to appear serious and calm. Given the sensitivity to pheromones, it pointed to only one conclusion, high compatibility. Facing Gu Yan directly, Shen Jinian bluntly stated, it's our compatibility. It's over 90%, isn't it? Gu Yan. Indeed, not difficult to guess. Between pheromones, there wasn't much else connecting them besides compatibility. Fortunately, Shen Jinian's mental capacity currently only allowed him to realize the high level of compatibility without delving into the question of how two alphas could possibly exhibit any kind of compatibility. The alpha, sensing some kind of celestial surprise gift, brushed back the strands of hair at the nape of his neck to expose smooth skin. Then your high compatibility pheromones, can they help me get through this sensitive period? With intent clear and openly expressed, Gu Yan frowned deeply. They cannot. Why? Asked Shen Jinian. The man looked away. You're still sick. I can't take advantage of you while you're vulnerable. The alpha wiped away the constant stream of moisture accumulating in his eyes, shaking his head and assuring Gu Yan. I still have my sanity. Despite the torment of the sensitive period, having Gu Yan beside him these days hadn't been enough to completely overwhelm him mentally. Shen Jinian grabbed Gu Yan's sleeve. Aren't you just scared? Chapter 131, I can. Shen Jinian broke free from Gu Yan's hand, her beautiful gland flaunting right under his eyes. Gu Yan patiently explained to Shen Jinian the concerns and consequences of marking. Marking is something that needs serious consideration. The imprint will stay with you for life without fading, unless I. Moreover, you are a double S-level alpha. He could imagine how much disdain and ridicule Shen Jinian would face if the top alpha had another man's mark on his neck. What's more fatal is that while omegas who have been marked might at least be able to have surgery to remove it, alphas cannot. The glands of alphas and omegas differ greatly. Few enigmatic alphas come in for cleaning procedures, so the technology isn't well developed, and there has not been a successful case globally. He was worried. But Shen Jinian feigned ignorance, refusing to listen. She even withdrew one hand to cover Gu Yan's mouth, sternly forbidding him from saying anything gloomy. Her mind clouded, she leaned on Gu Yan's shoulder and responded firmly and confidently to his concerns, stop talking. I am willing, I like it, and I can. Indeed, her pride couldn't bear for any alpha to mark her, but Gu Yan was an exception. If need be, she would also bite Gu Yan back, leveling their relationship where neither could oppress the other. Gu Yan caressed the person in his arms tenderly with his eyes, won't you regret this? Alpha squeezed out the tears that had overflowed due to physiological reactions, lifting her head to look intently at Gu Yan's fine-featured profile, I say what I mean. Are you sure you've considered everything? Gu Yan held Shen Jinian's cheeks, stroking the skin below her jaw with his fingertips repeatedly, yet his gaze showed nothing but hesitation. Shen Jinian solemnly nodded, yes. In that instant, the suppressed light in Gu Yan's eyes reignited once more, permanently binding Shen Jinian was something he hadn't dared to hope for even in his dreams. But now it wasn't a dream. The opportunity lay right before him. Permanently marking Shen Jinian meant they'd share life and death, never having the chance to separate again. Gu Yan felt rare tension. In the air, intense strawberry ice cream pheromones had already begun to spread, an aroma no one could refuse. It was like fierce alcohol, which only needed to be sniffed to make someone intoxicated, losing reason. Gu Yan's hand hidden behind Shen Jinian clenched tightly into a fist, with so much force veins were bulging, barely maintaining clarity of thought. Shen Jinian gently reminded him, please give me your pheromones. Her sincere and earnest request made her sound small cat-like, pitifully adorable. And he replied humbly, I will never betray you. Upon finishing his words, fireworks burst inside the gland. This caused Shen Jinian to instantly tear up, her thoughts becoming extremely muddled. She involuntarily furrowed her brows and sucked in a cold breath, Gu Yan. Are you really a dog? The man lightly patted her back, shifting attention to soothe her, does it hurt? Through gritted teeth, Shen Jinian sobbed bitterly. You, guess. There was no need to guess, his teary-eyed wobble alone announced her pain and unease. Gu Yan gently cradled the alpha's cheeks, tenderly wiping away her tears. Wait just a little longer, my treasure, I'll apply medicine soon. Do we have to wait? For how long? Subconsciously, Shen Jinian wanted to retreat, but a gentleman's word is as good as 9 iron promises, once spoken, she never takes it back. Thus, she settled for gripping Gu Yan's thigh forcefully, compelling him to empathize with her suffering. The wall clock tick-tocked for 10 minutes. Snow pine pheromones followed Shen Jinian closely, with a 98% match rate, forever binding their fates together, making separation impossible. Enigma's permanent marking completed. Gu Yan and Shen Jinian became a family ahead of time. Chapter 132, I like it. He thought being marked by a highly compatible partner would be a relief during the heightened sensitivity period. It turned out that reality was far from what he had imagined. He was completely wrong, embarrassingly wrong. He was thoroughly making things hard for himself. The alpha's glands were not suitable for marking. So when the mark took effect, the pheromones in his glands would suddenly go haywire, like a tumultuous storm surging through every part of his body. The overwhelming force seemed to want to destroy both his body and mind. His head was dizzy, 10 times worse than before. Shen Jinian felt utterly drained, slipping from Gu Yan's embrace. He was so exhausted that it was as if he had just been fished out of water, his robe completely soaked and tightly clinging to his body. He collapsed onto the bed, not wanting to move an inch. It was as though all his strength had been instantly drained, leaving behind only a weary shell. Shen Jinian gripped Gu Yan's fingers and couldn't bear the sticky clothes. I want to take a shower. Wait a moment, Bao. I'll carry you over. Gu Yan wiped off the sweat beads on Shen Jinian's forehead with a towel. Then, he found waterproof patches from the first aid box, covering up the freshly marked gland to prevent inflammation. SSSS. Shen Jinian furrowed his brow, my neck hurts, be gentle. Gu Yan released some pheromones, gently alleviating his discomfort with patience. Do you feel better, Bao? Though grumbling unhappily, most of the irritation and pain vanished from Shen Jinian's face, indicating he had indeed improved somewhat. Gu Yan hadn't expected that marking would cause such intense pain. He picked up the drowsy Shen Jinian, and they went to the bathroom together. Fearing Shen Jinian's weakened body wouldn't be able to sustain itself, Gu Yan simply discarded his loungewear and joined Shen Jinian in the bathtub to rinse off. The water temperature Gu Yan adjusted was just right, the slow flow of water effectively dissipated the unease caused by the heightened sensitivity period. The warm steam enveloping his face deepened Shen Jinian's sleepiness. He unconsciously leaned against Gu Yan's chest. Half asleep. Drowsing. Within 3 minutes, he had completely lost consciousness. His head tilting to the side, falling into the cradle of Gu Yan's arms. His dense eyelashes covering his closed eyes, his cheeks flushed red and lustrous from the heat, soundly sleeping without a care in the world in Gu Yan's arms. After one glance, Gu Yan couldn't bear to look anymore. To prevent Shen Jinian from catching a chill, Gu Yan didn't linger too long in the bathroom and carried the already sleeping figure back to the bedroom, carefully tucking him under the blankets. Sensing a familiar scent, Shen Jinian turned contentedly in his sleep, curling deeper into the quilt, exposing only half his face still tinged red. Gu Yan sat by the bed where he could clearly see the pristine white nape of Shen Jinian's neck, imprinted with the ENJGMA mark he left not long ago. He couldn't suppress the unusual emotions rising in his heart, growing stronger by the moment. In the end, he had no choice but to get up and take another shower. This time it lasted much longer. When he came out, the minute hand on the clock had made a full circle. Exactly 6 o'clock. Shen Jinian woke up an hour later after a deep sleep. Since entering the sensitive period, this was undoubtedly his most peaceful dream. After waking, his breathing was smooth, his whole body feeling relaxed, as if he had become a celestial being. Shen Jinian shakily lifted his hand, touching his slightly painful nape which had been bitten. SSS. It hurt. At this very moment, the clouded thoughts cleared up. Gradually realizing he had been marked. Shen Jinian lay in bed for a while, turning his wrist and stretching his limbs, surprisingly finding that the discomfort from his sensitive period had diminished by more than half almost instantly. How incredible. Shen Jinian scratched his head. Yet he distinctly remembered. An alpha marking another alpha wouldn't relieve the sensitivity period. The mark would only bring psychological comfort and satisfaction to the partner, thereby reducing physical pain. Primarily still dependent on personal emotions and psychological effects. However, after Gu Yan bit him, the concentration of pheromones in his body had actually returned to normal levels. Shen Jinian felt something was off. But he couldn't recall anything, his chronic issue of memory loss during the sensitive period preventing him from uncovering even the slightest clue. For now, the only plausible explanation was 1. He was an Omega. 2. Gu Yan was an ENJGMA. However, known clues currently were 1. He wasn't an Omega. Shen Jinian narrowed his eyes, the seed of suspicion taking root and growing in his heart. At this exact moment, Gu Yan came in after opening the door. Upon seeing that he was awake, Gu Yan immediately went over to ask with concern, when did you wake up? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Shen Jinian grabbed the man's hand and shook his head, the heightened sensitivity period is over. Help me sit up. Gu Yan picked up 2 pillows from the bed. He placed them under Shen Jinian's waist. Just as he helped Shen Jinian sit up, the man couldn't wait to pass on the message, He has arrived. Hearing that name made Shen Jinian uncomfortable. His scalp tingled at the mention of it, leaving him silent. Do you want to go receive your guest? Shen Jinian blinked her eyes, making no mention of her wearing a pseudonym while looking for Detective He. Go busy yourself if you have something to do. No, it's about the hospital matter. My brother. Shen Jinian suddenly sat straight, mentioning Shen Haughtily made her heart immediately tighten up. Is there an emergency situation? Gu Yan shook his head. Don't worry, everything is normal. He sat on the edge of the bed. He came by to inform us that elder brother Haughtily can undergo the last surgery tomorrow, and in about 10 days can be transferred abroad for more detailed professional rehabilitation. Shinjinian suddenly let out a breath of relief. Her pale complexion visibly started regaining its color. As long as her brother was fine, everything else was secondary. Gu Yan watched Shinjinian's emotions rise and fall like a roller coaster, quickly drawing closer and hugging her in his arms. The man's voice was gentle and deep, sounding as melodious and pleasant as a cello. He brought the attending physician over too. He originally wanted to update you on elder brother Haughtly's recovery status and the arrangements for tomorrow's surgery. Your sensitivity period has just passed, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so I didn't make any decisions without consulting you. Jinian, how do you think we should proceed? There wasn't any reason to hesitate on this matter. Shinjinian hadn't been to the hospital for 7 consecutive days and wasn't very clear about her brother's condition, which had already made her anxious. Now with the attending doctor visiting personally, how could she be impolite enough to avoid seeing him? Shinjinian immediately perked up, sitting upright in the man's embrace and fumbling to get out of bed. Then change your clothes and go. Gu Yan pushed him back into the pillow once again. Rest first, I'll fetch your clothes. The family had prepared Shinjinian's clothing just a few days ago. The styles were all bought according to what was in his wardrobe. Gu Yan was afraid they might not be comfortable after the sensitivity period, so he specifically chose soft, smooth Sea Island cotton fabric. Gu Yan took out a couple themed set matching his own loungewear, nonchalantly dressing Shinjinian despite his shocked gaze. While Gu Yan was buttoning up his shirt, Shinjinian leaned close, teasingly blowing into Gu Yan's ear, acting frivolous and scatterbrained like a little thug. You're acting like my concubine, secretly wanting to wear a couple's outfit. Gu Yan kept his head lowered and didn't speak, unbeknownst to Shinjinian who couldn't see his curved smile. After tying the last knot, Gu Yan grabbed Shinjinian's ankle and pulled the trouser leg over his ankle. Shinjinian suddenly grabbed Gu Yan's wrist, urgently stopping him. I haven't put on underwear yet. The skin is still swollen, excessive friction from fabrics won't be good. Gu Yan said halfway through before lowering his voice further, I chose a larger size top for you, it covers well so it's unnoticeable. Shinjinian's ears turned red. Did you plan this out long ago? Did you even buy any for me at all? Gu Yan, I did buy them, I personally went. But it's better to wait until the broken areas heal before wearing them, otherwise the wounds won't heal properly. What Gu Yan said wasn't unreasonable, his current skin was delicate and prone to injury with even the slightest touch. Even softer clothing fabric couldn't directly touch the wound. Okay. Shinjinian gradually loosened his grip, letting Gu Yan dress him properly. After putting on the loose-fitting garment, Shinjinian prepared to slide towards the bedside in search of his slippers, but unexpectedly Gu Yan bent down, firmly picking him up in a tight embrace. The world spun around, suddenly weightless. Startled, Shinjinian hurriedly hooked her fingers around his neck, then realized how ambiguous this posture was. He quickly released the arms that embraced Gu Yan. I should be able to walk myself. You couldn't even sit up earlier. Gu Yan smiled, exposing his stubbornness. Earlier was earlier, now is now. Shinjinian insisted on walking himself. I've recovered quite a lot. Otherwise, there was Hiyu outside and one doctor. 2 strangers seeing them hugging closely would ruin the decorum. Especially since he had just come out of the heightened sensitivity period. It seemed deliberate to flaunt certain matters in front of everyone. He'd be mortified. Then you give it a try. Gu Yan couldn't persuade Shinjinian otherwise. He could only slowly let go of the hands that had been holding Shinjinian's legs, letting his feet touch the ground so he could stabilize himself. Unexpectedly, the moment Shinjinian stepped onto the carpet, it was as if his entire leg lost all sensation. His knee buckled uncontrollably and his whole body became unstable, causing him to fall forward straight away. Fortunately, Gu Yan reacted quickly, grabbing hold of his waist just in time. The man bent down and gently carried Shinjinian back into his arms, suppressing a smile at the corner of his eyes. Still, being in my arms is safest for you. Shinjinian felt utterly humiliated. But he wouldn't admit it. Isn't this all your fault? If Gu Yan hadn't gone crazy night after night, would he have no strength to even walk? Sorry little treasure. Gu Yan quickly kissed his hair affectionately. Next time I'll be gentle. Don't talk about it. Shinjinian didn't want to recall this unpleasant and less than beautiful past experience any longer. With a solemn expression, he allowed Gu Yan to carry him out of the room. As the man said. In the living room, Hiyu and the attending physician were seated. Upon seeing the two of them finally appear, Hiyu narrowed his eyes, leaning back on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. He deliberately stretched out his tone, teasing Shinjinian. Being married is certainly different. You 2 lovebirds may smell like a sea of pheromones but made us sit and wait for half an hour, drinking up all your tea. Shinjinian sat opposite Hiyu. Upon meeting the man again, he didn't expect it would be under such an awkward circumstance, momentarily blanking out and unable to think of retorts to Hiyu's sarcastic comments. He glanced at Gu Yan. The man immediately understood and came to sit next to him, giving Hiyu a sidelong glance. Someone without a wife can only envy. Gu Yan paused briefly. Also, the tea you drank was brought from my wife's family home, priced at 30,000 per tael. I'll charge it to my wife's account. Hiyu. Chapter 133, Compatibility. The Black-Hearted Couple. He had traveled 1,000 miles to work tirelessly at the hospital, running errands back and forth for them, working for an entire week, and in the end, he still owed them 10,000 yuan. He sat up straight. He despised Gu Yan's betrayal, forgetting his friends once he got a wife, using him and then throwing him away. He pointed accusingly at the two of them. Do you two have even an ounce of humanity left? Shen Jinian was caught between a rock and a hard place, quickly retreating behind Gu Yan, pretending to be weak and helpless, completely unaware of what was happening. Gu Yan lovingly embraced his rarely submissive wife. The two were inseparable, sweet and affectionate. He felt sick to his stomach. Ah. Ah. He turned around, closed his eyes, avoiding the deliberately affectionate display. Eye injury. You two need to figure out a way to compensate me, 10,000 per hour. Transfer it to my account later. Gu Yan said, go through the process of recognizing the workplace injury, follow the company procedures, and apply to the supervisor. Would the application even be accepted? Are you being so generous? Gu Yan, no, I'll reject your application. Are you insane? You stupid Gu Yan, if it weren't for the fact that he felt pity for him when he was isolated in the Gu family, he wouldn't have ever taken the initiative to befriend him. Now he realizes, it's all deserved, he hides 100 caddies worth of ill intentions inside. Shen Jinian watched as they bantered back and forth, silently leaning on Gu Yan's shoulder. She sneaked a glance at Hiyu but whispered quietly into Gu Yan's ear, your cousin, seems not too bright. I only played with him as a child because he was dumb. Gu Yan lowered his gaze. You're truly virtuous. Shen Jinian noticed Gu Yan wasn't lying, managed to hold back the laughter that almost escaped by biting her lower lip until it hurt, which caused her face to twist slightly as she tried to suppress herself. Though Hiyu may not be very smart, he has a good heart. Shen Jinian silently acknowledged this. What are you two whispering about? The not-so-smart one saw Shen Jinian's trembling shoulders from the corner of his eye and immediately realized that the two had something up their sleeves. Shen Jinian held on to Gu Yan, signaling him not to speak and avoid escalating conflict between the two. Tonight, they could only watch as these cousins bickered over words. We didn't say anything. Shen Jinian politely thanked the visitor. My brother has been troubling you all recently. He shot a contemptuous look at Gu Yan but softened his attitude toward Shen Jinian. He recrossed his legs. If you know how much trouble there is, let your husband give me a raise. I wake up every day at 7, sleep at 3 in the morning, spent an entire week contacting influential doctors and arranging medical resources for your brother, and your husband gives me a mere 10,000 per day as a subsidy. It doesn't even cover gas expenses. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian frowned, gripping Gu Yan's wrist tightly. The man softly coughed, giving Hiyu a meaningful glance. Hiyu knew that Gu Yan feared his wife worrying about money and couldn't bear to see her anxious, repulsed by this lovey-dovey smell. He decisively shut his mouth, stood up, and left the meeting room, heading aimlessly to raid the stockpile of fine wine from Gu Yan's collection in the dining room cabinet. In the living room, only the three of them remained. The doctor waited a moment before taking out a thick stack of copies from his bag and placing them on the table. These are Mr. Shen's daily physiological data feedbacks. Things are generally improving, though the only flaw is Mr. Shen still hasn't woken up yet. Please take a look. Shen Jinian's heart sank again. Is it due to hitting his head after falling from upstairs? The doctor pulled out Shen Huili's brain CT scans and pointed out the abnormal area to Shen Jinian. There indeed was some bleeding in the brain causing slight cerebral edema, but, based on observation, most of it has already been absorbed over the past week. However, Mr. Shen's consciousness remains clouded. We speculate it might largely be due to psychological factors. The more the doctor explained, the heavier the atmosphere grew. He quickly switched topics, but, once the body heals fully, other issues can gradually be addressed through psychotherapy. I understand, thank you. Shen Jinian did not feel much relief internally. Yet, fearing that she might add pressure to Gu Yan, she showed no expression on her face. You're welcome, the doctor smiled and continued, Mr. Shen's surgery tomorrow will start at 2 p.m. Barring any surprises, it should conclude within 8 hours. Shen Jinian asked, what is the success rate of the surgery? It's high, don't worry. Gu Yan held Shen Jinian's hand and said, I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow. All right. Shen Jinian finally sighed in relief. The doctor had covered everything that needed to be said, and there was nothing else to convey. He smiled warmly at both Shen Jinian and Gu Yan, then stood up. That's the current situation. I have some work left at the hospital, so I won't disturb you two further. Gu Yan stood up to see the doctor off. Thank you for your trouble. After taking a few steps and noticing Gu Yan following him, the doctor turned back quickly with a smile. There's no need to see me out. Mr. Shen has just been permanently marked and is physically frail. You should care for him instead of venturing outside. Shen Jinian instinctively touched the gland at the back of her neck. Gu Yan had already applied an isolation patch. Can this still be detected? After a permanent marking between partners, pheromones may partially blend. Your compatibility with Mr. Gu is high. I can smell the distinct strawberry scent in Mr. Gu's pheromones, the doctor explained. Then he kindly reminded them, by the way, alpha glands differ from omega glands. If redness or inflammation occurs within 3 days, please remember to seek medical attention immediately. Embarrassment surged as they realized they were fully seen through. Shinjinian managed to force out a surprised expression despite being clearly uncomfortable, resulting in her lips curving awkwardly. Got it, thank you. Rest well. After the doctor gave his final reminder, he decisively left without hesitation. Shinjinian watched Gu Yen as he sent the doctor off at the door. Only after the doctor was driven away by the butler did Gu Yen return inside, meticulously checking that all doors and windows were closed. Without wasting a moment, he scooped Shinjinian from the sofa into his arms, seating her right in his lap. Are you hungry, little treasure? Gu Yen. Shinjinian grabbed the man's collar, pinning him close enough for a punch, the alpha glaring coldly, seeming on the brink of anger. Gu Yen quickly recalled everything that happened in the past 10 minutes, but he found no clue about which part might have upset Shinjinian. He could only blindly guess what seemed most likely. He obediently bowed his head in apology. I will reduce the amount of pheromones injected in the future. Shinjinian narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. I haven't even spoken yet, and you already know where you went wrong? Shinjinian, where did you go wrong? Sorry, little treasure, I didn't know. Shinjinian wasn't entirely satisfied. Looks like your confession and apology aren't sincere enough. Gu Yen. Helpless, the man acted foolishly, rubbing against Shinjinian's neck like a dog. Wife, why are you angry? Shinjinian almost lost balance under the assault from the furry big head. Grabbing Gu Yan's chin, she furrowed her eyebrows seriously to stop his playful behavior. Once she calmed herself, Shinjinian stared deeply and coldly. Gu Yan, how much is our compatibility level? Though her tone remained steady, it struck chills through Gu Yan's bones. The man froze, feeling unexpectedly relieved. You figured it out. Chapter 134, Leniency for Those Who Confess. Shinjinian climbed down from Gu Yan's lap and sat upright on the couch, which made her look more authoritative. Gu Yan saw Shinjinian's posture and knew she was about to lose her temper big time. He confessed frankly, the compatibility rate is 98%. After saying that, he immediately moved forward, shamelessly hugging his wife and acting coy. Baby, this story has a long tail. Shinjinian got so angry that her mouth went dry. She wriggled free from Gu Yan's flattery, picked up the warm water on the table, and sipped it to moisten her cracked lips. She exhaled deeply with a hoarse voice and seriously asked, so you've known all along, the child is yours? Gu Yan remained silent, obviously accepting by default. Gu Yan. Shinjinian grabbed a pillow nearby and threw it at Gu Yan's head, trying to shake some sense into him. You've known all along but hid it from me. You dare to fool with me? Her anger clouded her mind. No wonder Gu Yan instantly recognized the baby as his son when he saw him. She had chased him away repeatedly, yet he kept haunting her like an inescapable ghost. Even his subordinates owned assets dozens or even hundreds of times more than her family, yet he dressed in cotton shirts and pretended to be poor. Who would have imagined that there would be a hidden enigma of the second gender right beside her, and they even had a baby in the parallel world? What infuriated her most was that she and Gu Yan clearly had an incredibly high compatibility rate, allowing him to effectively alleviate her discomfort during the sensitive period with pheromones. But, every time she woke up after the sensitive period, she would lose her memory. Each time, she missed the opportunity for Gu Yan to reveal his true identity, resulting in not noticing anything unusual about him for such a long time. Shinjinian didn't know who to turn to for justice. It could be said that Gu Yan intentionally concealed this information from her, but Gu Yan had already released pheromones 3 times during her sensitive periods without her noticing any of it. Shinjinian held her chest, feeling the pheromones beginning to surge again, vaguely as if ready to burst. Gu Yan noticed Shinjinian's abnormal state, hugged her shoulders, and pulled her back into his arms. The man carefully embraced Shinjinian in a possessive pose, imprisoning her in his arms. No, baby. Gu Yan's voice was muffled. An enigma's glands are inherently dangerous, so I modified the second gender. Keeping silent was because I feared someone might harbor ill intentions towards you. Shinjinian couldn't see Gu Yan's expression and naturally didn't see the unadulterated sorrow in his eyes. In a calm tone, Gu Yan patiently explained. Enigmas usually conceal their second gender until they become adults with self-defense capabilities. But even if an adult enigma has an indestructible mental power, gland hunters will still find opportunities to act. They target spouses and children first. Gu Yan didn't know if he would encounter such situations in the future. He wouldn't risk Shinjinian's life for the unknown either. Thus, he directly stifled all possibilities before they even sprouted. Shinjinian's little tantrum calmed down considerably, but her grievance wasn't over Gu Yan's lack of honesty. I understand. I remember the news we watched last time. But as your partner, you should trust me enough to believe that I won't disclose your second gender. Gu Yan stroked Shinjinian's soft, messy hair strands. His grievances were hard to express. I trust you. But there are countless ways to pry open one's mouth. A person of strong resolve can't withstand sweet words from a lover and drugged honey water. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have died innocently because of it. It was my oversight. I thought hiding it from you would prevent such things from happening again. Shinjinian heard Gu Yan mention the past involving his deceased mother for the first time, and she stood stunned. Your mother, also because of the enigma glands. Their gazes met. Gu Yan grunted affirmatively. All of Shinjinian's agitation and anger disappeared in that moment, leaving a sudden silence between them. Just then, another voice drifted down from upstairs. Gu Yan, you really haven't told your wife anything, huh? He sat lazily at the foot of the staircase with a freshly peeled apple in hand, took a crunching bite, and bit so hard into the firm fruit that it hurt his teeth and drew blood. He pretending to be strong, acting like he didn't see. Shinjinian looked up, following the sound toward He who was slowly getting up and descending the stairs. The man casually descended while munching his beloved apple, resuming his laid-back seat on the sofa. He first gave Gu Yan a dissatisfied look. You two are together and still don't tell the truth, that's not nice. Then, he grinned at Shinjinian. Intentionally seizing the opportunity to win her favor in front of Gu Yan, I'm his cousin. If you want to know anything, I'll tell you. Thank you. Shinjinian was polite and courteous. If it weren't for Hiyu's reminder, he almost forgot the purpose of his conversation with Gu Yan. One thing should be dealt with separately, the second gender matter could wait and be archived aside for now. Shinjinian redirected her focus back to Gu Yan. Is there anything else you've kept from me? Hiyu chipped in. Yeah, something big happened recently. Earlier, someone said their family was sick, but in reality, they were pretending to be innocent while wreaking havoc back at the Gu family. Shinjinian frowned. What do you mean by wreaking havoc? Gu Yan sent a cold glare towards Hiyu, then turned around to explain obediently to Shinjinian. No, baby. It was just an excuse to collect information while paying my respects. Hiyu added further explanation. It was dealing with a murderer hidden in the Gu family. Tanwan. Speaking of which, Hiyu couldn't help but express admiration for Gu Yan. To avenge Tanwan and retaliate against the Gu family, Gu Yan had been patiently enduring for years. He had long known that Tanwan was indirectly responsible for what happened, but due to lack of evidence, there was nothing he could do about her. So, as an alternative solution, he decided on another plan. He cultivated Tanwan like a parasitic worm beside Gu Qingjing, feeding her resources from the Gu family in secret. As Tanwan grew more and more greedy, she began swallowing the Gu clan until it teetered dangerously close to collapse, even drawing suspicion from Gu Qingjing himself. At this moment, Gu Yan only needed to guide Gu Qingjing slightly to stir up chaos within the Gu family and take back his mother's dowry. The side branches of the Gu family went mad trying to wrest control from Gu Qingjing over the nearly depleted family assets. All Gu Yan had to do was sit and wait for them to destroy each other, then reap the benefits. The trip back to the Gu family compound earlier was necessary only because the time was right, and it coincided with his deceased mother's anniversary. Shinjinian roughly understood Gu Yan's plan, yet she still worried deeply. Isn't it dangerous for you to get involved with so many people? It won't be. Seeing her concern, Gu Yan seized the opportunity to move closer like an attachment fiend. I won't let you or anyone else close to me enter a dangerous situation. I'm asking about you. Since falling in love, Gu Yan's intelligence had plummeted. Even simple sentences needed to be explained multiple times. You forgot, I'm an enigma, he said it casually. Had it not been for concerns regarding exposing his second gender, his combined abilities with He would far surpass what they were now capable of achieving. Those inferior alphas from the Gu family wouldn't even make it past the first round. Shinjinian insisted firmly, but still, you must be careful. The gland trade was dirty and despicable. Gu Yan, with top-tier mental prowess as an enigma, was essentially marked for a premium price in that market. There were undoubtedly desperate individuals willing to fight to the death for such valuable glands. Despite Shinjinian's nagging care, Gu Yan found it extremely satisfying. With baby by my side, I feel much safer. He felt covered in goosebumps. How nauseating. So nauseated, in fact, that he reminded Shinjinian to change topics, preventing the young lovers from getting too mushy. He still has secrets. Hearing this, Shinjinian suddenly pushed Gu Yan away. Any trace of warmth was gone. Alright, Gu Yan, you're the master of planting mysteries everywhere. Are you expecting a harvest in autumn after sowing all these secrets in spring? After saying that, she crossed her arms and closed her eyes. Fine, speak. What else have you kept from me? Hiyu replied, you didn't know this, but the first person he fantasized about during puberty was you. Shinjinian choked on her own saliva out of sheer shock. Chapter 135, No Natural Justice. Shinjinian anxiously in the corner of the sofa, lacking a sense of security. He then picked up 2 cushions quietly and hugged them to his chest to cover his abdomen. A very standard defensive posture. At this moment, he looked at Gu Yan and Hiyu as if they were 2 deep-thinking old foxes, capturing him, their poor, weak, soft, and helpless little white rabbit. Shinjinian cautiously looked at Gu Yan. Is it real or fake? The man's eyes were clearly evasive, beating around the bush. Gu Yan had never experienced such an awkward situation. It was obviously true. Shinjinian thought about it and found it didn't add up, suddenly shifting the blame to Hiyu with an unusual angle. Who is Gu Yan's fantasy target, and how would you even know? Are your relationship too subtly ambiguous? Hiyu was the perfect example of someone who lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. I am his cousin, and also a famous detective. Knowing more isn't unfounded. Shinjinian narrowed his eyes and glared at Hiyu, attempting to see a hint of unease on his face. It happened to be during my sensitive period when he came over to visit. As Gu Yan listened, he found Hiyu's explanation getting weaker. Fearing Shinjinian would misunderstand, he could only grit his teeth and confess to this matter. I discovered it by accident. Shinjinian. So it's real then, did we know each other before? He left for university and only learned of the existence of this annoying person, Gu Yan, on the first day of school. Anyway, in his memory, there was no record of Gu Yan. At least, this was the first time he disliked someone so much. The man nodded with conviction. We knew each other, long ago. I met you when I was 9 years old, back then you were 6 years old, like a little potato freshly dug out of the mud, hugging a similarly dirty little white cat. Back then, after the banquet. Children didn't like the environment where adults toasted each other with drinks, so children of similar age gathered together in the garden to play. He wasn't favored by Gu Qingjian at that time. Children from business families learned early from their elders, quickly mastering the art of reading people, thus none of them were willing to associate with him. Gu Yan never expected that night to encounter a small, dirty soft bundle sneaking onto the hotel terrace. In a childish voice, trembling, calling out to him, "Brother." 9-year-old Gu Yan turned around and saw a child shorter than himself by half, drenched and radiating cold, with a babyish face smudged with sand, the elegant little suit on his body stained into a dirty earthy color. He was holding a muddy white kitten. Gu Yan carefully sat down while maintaining a safe distance from Shinjinian, asking cautiously, "What do you want?" "I saved a little kitten." Shinjinian gently shook the kitten peeking out timidly from his arms, pointing a small finger at a group of laughing and noisy children downstairs. Just now, they threw the kitten into the fish pond. "Did you jump in and save the cat?" Gu Yan followed the direction of Shinjinian's finger and indeed saw an unfinished fish pond, fortunately not yet in use, its water not very deep. Shinjinian nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Can you take care of the little cat? Why don't you keep it since you saved him?" Gu Yan could tell Shinjinian really liked that cat. Unexpectedly, the little one shook his head, turning around to show Gu Yan the mud on his body. "My clothes are all dirty, Dad will get angry and hit me." He continued, "I'm 6, but I won't die from being hit, but the little cat can't handle it." Shinjinian pleaded with red eyes, "Big brother, can you take care of him, please?" Gu Yan's hands hidden under his small formal attire clenched into fists. "Why me? How do you know I can take care of him? They're bad people, you're not." Shinjinian witnessed those villains trying to drown the kitten, but Gu Yan didn't do such things, and you look good. One's face reflects one's heart. He must be a kind-hearted person. Gu Yan found it amusing. His situation in the Gu family was worse than that of the kitten roaming freely in the wild. He snorted, "Then you're going to be disappointed, Shinjinian." Before Gu Yan could finish his sentence, it was interrupted by a mid-aged male voice full of authority and anger, causing Shinjinian to shiver and instinctively push the kitten into Gu Yan's hands. "Hurry and bow," he said hastily, "his name is Xiao Bai, big brother." After blurting out in a hurry, Shinjinian ran off like lightning and disappeared. Gu Yan held the trembling little kitten in his arms, then deliberately looked for the child who had given him the cat, but couldn't find any trace of Shinjinian. He even inquired with the manager. Only then did he learn that Shinjinian had already left, amidst everyone's ridicule. The seasoned entrepreneurs from families with deep backgrounds looked down on them, small factory owners who succeeded purely by luck. They mocked Shinjinian for wearing a suit worth hundreds of thousands yet only knowing how to roll around in the mud pits. Gu Yan held the kitten tightly in his arms, feeling for the first time such intense aversion and repulsion towards his current life situation and environment. Shinjinian rested his chin in his hand, completely engrossed. "I have some memory of it. I remember my father beating me when he returned home because the suit was unwashable. It was ruined as soon as we got home. But I didn't expect that person to be you. However, thinking about it, it wasn't his fault. The people attending the banquet that night were either rich or noble, and if Gu Yan had pretended to be poor, he definitely wouldn't have fit in." Shinjinian probed further, "How is my cat?" Gu Yan suddenly fell silent. "Damn cruel Gu Yan, you didn't rescue him, did you?" Shinjinian clenched his fists. Gu Yan spoke deeply, "I saved him. But its fate wasn't good. Tanwan feared cats and wanted to kill it right there. Gu Yan sent the barely alive kitten to the hospital, guarding it during 2 hours of surgery that managed to save the kitten's life. In the end, he helplessly handed the kitten over to be adopted by the hospital." Shinjinian was furious. How can such truly wicked people exist? If I ever see her, watch me beat her up until she doesn't know human from beast. And that's including your share. Gu Yan's eyes softened with laughter as he clasped Shinjinian's hand, intertwining their fingers. "You will never meet her again. Did you mete out justice for me already?" Gu Yan gazed at Shinjinian with unfaded tenderness. She got what she deserved. "If anyone bullies you next time, tell me, and I'll stand up for you." Shinjinian rubbed Gu Yan's head. "I'm being bullied right now," the man said innocently, looking especially wronged. He suddenly sat up straight, sensing something was going awry. He stood up abruptly, shouting loudly, not you too. I helped reconcile your relationship, don't glare at me. I gave the mean old dog Gu Yan a chance to confess his heart, don't hit me. How could you treat me this way?" He fled at breakneck speed, cursing as he ran. "I give up on you crazy young lovers, love makes you insane, a bunch of live fathers. Go ahead and talk, but once allergies kick in later and the belly swells into a big lump, he'd sure not bother helping look for a hospital again." Chapter 136, Getting Revenge for Him. The surgery was scheduled for the afternoon, but Gu Yan had already arrived at the hospital with Shen Jinian by 8 in the morning. Perhaps they knew they were about to meet Gu Yan. Shen's parents dressed up specially, wearing clothes that were usually reserved for business meetings with clients. This clearly showed their high regard for Gu Yan. The elderly man rose shakily from his recliner and solemnly clasped Gu Yan's hand tightly for 10 minutes. Shen's father bowed deeply with tears in his eyes and said earnestly, "Good child, thank you." Gu Yan helped the elder back to his recliner. "It's what I should do, uncle." The old man shook his head, tears brimming in his cloudy eyes. "We are fortunate. If not for your help, Shen Jinian and I would still be frantically trying to raise money, far from preparing Chili's surgery so quickly. Fortunately, I could lend a helping hand. As long as brother Chili gets through the critical period safely, none of this is worth mentioning." The gentleman was polite and composed. Shen Tsongan was increasingly satisfied with Gu Yan. He cared for Shen Jinian thoroughly and was even willing to exhaust all his resources for a stranger. If seeing Gu Yan in person left an unexpectedly deep impression due to his calm demeanor and humility. Relieved and pleased, Shen Tsongan then asked, "Has our Jinian been any trouble these few days?" Jinian has been very obedient. Upon being called out directly, Shen Jinian immediately sat straight up, tense and rigid. Instinctively, he touched the glands at the back of his neck to confirm that the seal-blocking pheromones was intact before letting out a sigh of relief. "How could I be any trouble? Don't start favoring your son-in-law over me." Shen Jinian expressed dissatisfaction with Shen Tsongan's lack of trust in him. After all, it was Gu Yan who was practically killing him. His waist ached so much these days that he barely managed to get up today despite his physical discomfort. Thanks to Gu Yan's attentiveness, a pillow was brought to support his lower back. Shen Tsongan understood the whimsical temperaments of his youngest son well, and when noticing Gu Yan's indulgence towards him, momentarily ran out of words. After appraising both Gu Yan and Jinian closely, Shen Tsongan and Jing Miao followed the doctor into the office to sign the surgery consent forms. In the meantime, Chen Han arrived with Zhuang Zi to visit Shen Haughtily, Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian did not expect the two to show up, and was surprised enough to stand up. Unfortunately, his sudden movement twisted his sore waist. Chen Han seemed to realize how different Shen Jinian was acting today, overly delicate, unable to maintain standing without needing Gu Yan's support to sit down after only 3 minutes. Suddenly stepping forward, he looked Shen Jinian up and down several times, astonished beyond measure. "Holy shit, didn't someone spoil you rotten?" Immediately, blood rushed to Shen Jinian's temples. He wanted to beat up Chen Han but his body was too exhausted. Thus, he pointed at Chen Han, ordering imperiously, "Kick him for me." Zhuang Zi reacted swiftly, grabbing Chen Han's sleeve to pull him back. Unfortunately, she pulled too hard, causing pain where his wound was, making him gasp in pain, his face turning pale as he carefully held his shoulder. "What happened? Were you also spoiled?" Despite his own discomfort, Shen Jinian insisted Chen Han sit down. Chen Han was covered in bruises, gritting his teeth against the pain although looking resolute and unbothered. "No way. It was just a small beating, it didn't hurt." At this rare sight, Zhuang Zi couldn't help but feel her eyes well up with tears. She explained in detail to everyone. "Chen Han confessed our relationship to his family recently. Currently, they haven't calmed down yet. But aren't his uncle and aunt urging him to fall in love recently? The matter of Chen Han worrying about blind dates wasn't long past. Why would they get so angry?" Chen Han shot a glance at Zhuang Zi. There were things he couldn't quite articulate openly. Zhuang Zi, however, spoke freely, though subconsciously lowering her lashes to hide the dejection in her eyes, her voice carrying a rasp as if she just cried and regathered her emotions. "Mainly my fault. I'm remarried, alone, and my family has no significant power, making us unsuitable matches." Chen Han suddenly gripped Zhuang Zi's cold hands, furrowing his brows to interrupt the Omega's words. "My situation doesn't deserve you. My father has no business acumen yet sets his sights too high, always dreaming of marrying into a powerful family to elevate his company, not realizing his own worth." Sigh. Indeed, neither of them possessed the astuteness for business. All he wanted was to find a wife and live a quiet, simple life. Why must one go out of their way to grab a piece of the upper-class society? And doing business, it's not so easy anyway. Brother Haughtily, even as a commercial genius, didn't he stumble just because of a momentary misstep? Chen Han let out a heavy sigh. Not sure what to say. The conversation suddenly turned serious. Shen Jinian quietly asked Chen Han with concern, "Have you applied medicine on your wound?" "Long ago, Zhuang Zi took care of it for me." The man proudly raised his chin. Zhuang Zi had originally wanted to take him to the hospital to dress the wound, but Chen Han refused without hesitation. How could he miss this chance for close contact? "What do you plan to do next?" Chen Han wasn't in the least worried. "Since my parents want an Omega with family prestige so badly, why don't they just try harder and have a second child? I'm obviously off the board." He had already made up his mind about Zhuang Zi. Even if the heavens themselves tried to tear them apart, he wouldn't budge. He would marry Zhuang Zi, even at the cost of his life. A sudden silence fell over the group. Gu Yan stood behind Shen Jinian with his hands in his pockets, listening quietly for a long time before finally speaking. "Parents desiring strength in mates is less about envy and more about showcasing personal value in front of them." Zhuang Zi was startled by Gu Yan's suggestion, then quickly shook her head. "Do you mean getting a job?" But after graduating, I got married. Normally, I only learned flower arrangement and baking at home. The knowledge I once studied is long gone. What was your major back then? Medicine. If you have the intention, you can try contacting me. As Gu Yan was about to hand Zhuang Zi a business card, he realized his pocket was empty, remembering that today he wore casual clothes while accompanying Shen Jinian out. He discreetly dropped his arm. You can also contact Jinian. Shen Jinian tilted his head. Isn't your company overseas? Very soon we will expand within the country. Gu Yan patted his head. We still need to wait a little longer. When the opportunity comes, the entire Gu corporation will be absorbed into his domain as nourishment. Shen Jinian didn't ask any more questions. This was Gu Yan's private matter. His not mentioning it actively indicated that Gu Yan had his own considerations. While they were chatting, a nurse suddenly hurried over and asked, "Excuse me, is Mr. Shen Jinian still here?" At her words, all eyes simultaneously focused on the nurse. Embarrassment surged to her heart, making the young girl's face flush red from shame. Realizing this, she quickly explained, "There is a person downstairs in the ward who insists on apologizing to Mr. Shen Jinian, and our security guard cannot persuade them to leave. Could you handle it conveniently?" Shen Jinian instinctively looked toward Gu Yan. Chapter 137, Nauseating Person. Han Shuqiao. Shen Jinian's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly stood up to look down from the hospital room window. Thanks to the building not being too high, and without significant myopia, he just happened to see a crowd gathered downstairs in large numbers, encircling tightly layer upon layer. They were watching as if for entertainment while Han Shuqiao knelt every 3 steps and was rushing towards the ward. Is he crazy? Chen Han furrowed his brow, although he did not quite understand what had happened between Shen Jinian and Han Shuqiao, but for such a well-regarded young nobleman to lose face and kneel in apology. It was likely this person had done something rebellious behind the scenes that enraged Shen Jinian and Gu Yan. What should we do? Chen Han asked. Shen Jinian did not respond, only gazing deeply at Gu Yan. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth to ask, "Was this your doing?" It was He Yu's work. Gu Yan slightly shrugged, looking at the miserable state of the man below, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Minor punishment, major lesson. Some people don't know their place. Shen Jinian glanced at the time. His parents had been talking with the doctor for half an hour already. He guessed it wouldn't be long before they came out. He didn't really want his parents to find out about him being sexually harassed by Han Shuqiao. Gu Yan could see the hesitation on Shen Jinian's face. If you don't want to see him, I can have someone deal with it. Shen Jinian shook his head, raising his eyebrows. No need. Seeing him makes me sick. The image of being forcibly held by Han Shuqiao and molested still lingered vividly in his mind. Just hearing his name made him nauseous, let alone seeing that face. Then you rest with your friend for a moment, I'll be right back. Gu Yan embraced Shen Jinian and lightly kissed the alpha's forehead. He left the ward shortly after saying these words. Shen Jinian watched from upstairs. Soon, he saw Gu Yan appear downstairs, towering over Han Shuqiao. Gu Yan was very tall. And along with ENJGMA's inherent advantage as a top-tier figure, standing in front of ordinary people gave off an aura of dominance far beyond that of normal individuals. Especially when standing before Han Shuqiao, who looked completely devastated and pathetic, Gu Yan exuded superiority and power even more evidently. This was the first time Shen Jinian saw such a commanding side of Gu Yan. Surprisingly, he found it a little entertaining. Leaning against the windowsill with his arms crossed, he observed how Gu Yan handled the situation. He imagined it might be exactly like those CEO novels depict, Gu Yan making a call to summon some bodyguards hiding around, all coming together, marching with overwhelming momentum, accompanied by dramatic soundtracks, and dragging the groveling Han Shuqiao away to be abandoned in the nearest muddy ditch to fend for himself. Currently, Gu Yan did take out his phone. He made a call. 10 minutes later, more than 10 police officers arrived. After showing their credentials to Han Shuqiao, they immediately hoisted him up from the ground despite his fierce resistance. Without a word, they took him directly to the police car and drove off. Shen Jinian. He'd overestimated Gu Yan. This man went straight for the most efficient method. When Han Shuqiao was taken away, and completely removed from the hospital, Gu Yan suddenly looked up towards the 16th floor window where Shen Jinian was located. Although he couldn't make out his expression clearly, Shen Jinian guessed the man must be smiling kindly with a strong intent to please. Shen Jinian lost himself in his thoughts for a long time. Until Chen Han, browsing local videos nearby, came across clips of Han Shuqiao and Gu Yan and couldn't help laughing aloud, getting so absorbed in laughter that he pulled at his wound, drawing a sharp intake of breath due to sudden pain. Shen Jinian turned around and faced Chen Han, whose face was a mosaic of emotions, unsure of how to react. You better not have turned into a beta secretly. Why are you so energetic? Don't spread rumors, Shen Jinian. You're just stereotyping everyone as a beta because you became one yourself. My relationship with Z is strictly an AO romance. With that, Chen Han showed him the phone. Look at this. The video displayed the exact scene of Han Shuqiao kneeling before Gu Yan. In the first-person perspective, the man seemed even more handsome. Stop drooling, idiot, check the comments section. Following Chen Han's indication, Shen Jinian browsed through the comments. In the monotonous life of a hospital, encountering this kind of incident was akin to water splashing into hot oil. It was bound to attract great interest from bystanders. There were many speculating on the relationship between the two men. Judging from appearances, both seemed to be alphas. This penance act feels like chasing after one's wife in the hospital. And, the handsome one seems already married. I was close enough to smell the pheromones of another person on him, suspecting that it was this kneeling alpha who drove his boyfriend into the hospital and now he has been discarded, leading instead to a happy ending with the handsome man. Or could it be that these two alphas were a couple, with the kneeling one committing infidelity and seeking forgiveness only to later discover the handsome one has moved on with someone else? No juicy details, but there's gossip about whose apology the kneeling figure was after. Shen Jinian felt dirty just looking at their guesses. It was disgusting how he was somehow linked to Han Shuqiao. And even more nauseating to imagine Gu Yan having any connection with Han Shuqiao. Chen Han noticed Shen Jinian's face scrunching up in discomfort and swiftly took away his phone. How did you get back in touch with him? This guy never seemed like a good person. He always had a different face for you, depending on whether he was around or behind your back. When I went to borrow money, he wanted to sleep with me. Chen Han hesitated for a moment, so it's no wonder why Gu Yan messed with him. He stepped on an iron nail. A 2:1 situation. Shen Jinian didn't want to recall the events of that day, yet he was curious about what kind of move Gu Yan made to make Han Shuqiao lose face and chase after him, kneeling down to apologize. Right as this thought emerged in his mind, Gu Yan, who had gone downstairs to handle Han Shuqiao, returned to the ward. The air of aloof arrogance dissolved from the man's demeanor the moment he entered the room, leaving nothing but overwhelming tenderness upon seeing Shen Jinian for the first time. As Shen Jinian was about to speak, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was a local number. He glanced at Gu Yan before answering. To his dismay, he instantly recognized the voice, a voice he hoped never to hear again, wailing in heart-wrenching despair. Jinian. Jinian, I'm sorry. I'll never dare touch you again, I'm willing to apologize. Please let my family off, okay? My father has already been taken away for questioning, no news for 3 days, we don't know if he's alive or dead. Jinian, I know you have connections. I beg you. It was my lack of foresight, my mistake to even consider touching you. Tell me what I should do to make you feel better, I'll do whatever you say, please forgive me this once. Please, Jinian, give my family a chance to survive. Shen Jinian's ears buzzed from the call. He'd already blocked Han Shuqiao, not sure where this guy got another number to harass him. Without hesitation, he cut off the connection. Suddenly, silence filled the ward. Gripping the phone tightly, Shen Jinian anxiously rubbed his ear as he looked at Gu Yan, furrowing his brow. What did you do to make him go insane like this? You dug up some corruption evidence from his family, collaborated with a few influential friends, and reported it upwards through formal channels. But don't worry, all procedures followed legal protocols, there are no hidden consequences. Han Shuqiao's family mingled in politics, though holding minor official positions, they had significant corruption under their belts. Their downfall was inevitable, and Gu Yan merely added a catalyst. Still, this idiot coming here to beg Shen Jinian was practically digging his own grave. Families like theirs usually concealed their children's identities to avoid dragging each other into unsavory affairs, but Han Shuqiao, with seemingly no brains, jumped out when he had no way out. His dirty past actions would only add to his father's crimes exponentially. Gu Yan continued, if he comes to create trouble again, I plan to station a few bodyguards downstairs. Would you mind? Shen Jinian shook his head, it's for our safety. Why should I mind? In that case, I'll arrange for them to be ready by evening to ensure he doesn't disturb your parents. Shen Jinian left everything to Gu Yan's preparation, leaving Chen Han utterly dumbfounded. You two have become awfully close. It was clear they had transitioned from previous animosity to sweetness and harmony within a short period. The power of love is indeed inexplicable. Especially this kind of mature love. Judging from this alone, Chen Han suspected he probably stood less chance than Gu Yan in Shen Jinian's heart. What a bastard. Years of brotherhood between the two had been surpassed by a random man within 2 months. Watching this growing bond made Chen Han increasingly envious of Gu Yan. Unable to tolerate seeing his buddy cuddling with his husband so affectionately anymore, he rudely interrupted the two, I need to check on haughtily. Shen Jinian stood up but pulled Gu Yan's arm, signaling him to stay, I'll bring you along. Stay here, Gu Yan, and wait for my parents. I'm afraid they might need something. The man grunted, take it slow when going up and down the stairs, don't rush. Shen Jinian knew Gu Yan's reminder was well-intentioned, but his thoughts kept drifting back to that side involuntarily. The more he thought about it, the hotter his ears grew. He responded vaguely and quickly took Chen Han and Zhuang Zi away. Shen Huaili's private ward wasn't on this floor, so the three of them waited a long time for the elevator to go upstairs. As they had just stepped off the elevator, they were unexpectedly bumped on the shoulder by a tall man who was heavily bundled up, wearing a mask, cap, and sunglasses. Shen Jinian almost lost his balance. The other party clearly hesitated too, opening their mouth to apologize until they saw Shen Jinian's face, then immediately lowered their head and hurriedly entered the elevator. Shen Jinian froze for a second. It dawned on him suddenly, remembering his name, Lu Siming. The elevator doors closed in that moment, with the electronic screen showing the numbers decreasing rapidly. Shen Jinian momentarily forgot the soreness in his body and pressed both elevator buttons frantically, even sending a text message to Gu Yan asking him to intercept Lu Siming downstairs. What an idiot, showing up at his brother's ward like this. Shen Jinian's face turned ashen with anger. Right beside him, a nurse specifically assigned to care for Shen Haughtily had just finished checking the data and saw Shen Jinian in the elevator lobby. She immediately approached him and asked, "Would you like to see Mr. Shen now?" Shen Jinian, filled with rage, asked sharply, "Wasn't there a man visiting my brother just now?" The nurse paused briefly. "Yes. Dr. Bai said that person is Mr. Shen's organ donor. Have you not met yet? Didn't they say the donor was a patient from a neighboring city?" The nurse responded instantly. There was an error in the first communication from that hospital. A kidney had already been reserved by an elderly lady. Mr. Shen's external kidney was provided by that gentleman just now. Otherwise, waiting for a kidney could take years, and we wouldn't have found a matching one so quickly. Shen Jinian clenched his fists tightly all of a sudden. Damn it. Doing all this. Harming his brother this way and turning around to act like a good guy. Chapter 138, Showdown. I reject Lu Suming's organ donation. Shen Jinian pushed the surgery consent form his father had just signed to the doctor, resolute and unyielding in his stance regarding this matter. What right did Lu Suming have to manipulate everything about Shen Haughtily, controlling Shen Haughtley's life and death? What right did he have? I apply for a postponement of the surgery. My brother doesn't necessarily need him, even without Lu Suming, I still have my brother. At worst, we'd rather rely on dialysis while waiting for the next donor. In short, they didn't need Lu Suming. Shen Haughtily had already been ruined enough by him. If they transplanted Lu Suming's organs into Shen Haughtily, he would live the rest of his life under Lu Suming's shadow, each breath forcing him to remember that a murderer's kidney was buried inside his body. He wanted to save Shen Haughtily but also needed to take responsibility for his future life. Shen Jinian bristled with anger and told the doctor, "Check my compatibility then, I'll donate to my brother." Gu Yan suddenly grabbed his wrist, his expression so heavy with concern it seemed like it might overflow. "Jinian, I'll handle this." "But how can you deal with this?" Currently, except for family member donations, there were no better options. Moreover, brother's illness couldn't be delayed. He had already made arrangements with hospitals abroad. Once the time came, they would go overseas for further treatment. Gu Yan's voice resonated in the quiet office, calm and steady, giving infinite security. "There's a way, but don't involve yourself or ask questions, follow my plans completely. The surgery will proceed as scheduled in 3 days. Just rest well, okay?" Shen Jinian shook his head and had already guessed part of Gu Yan's intentions. "Gu Yan, I don't need you to hurt yourself as a cost, going to this extent." They were partners who had children. But Gu Yan truly didn't need to sacrifice this much for their sake. What their family owed could not be repaid. Gu Yan smiled faintly, patting his hair gently as if comforting him. "Don't worry, that's not what I mean." "Really?" Shen Jinian hesitated for a moment. Though he had come to know something of Gu Yan's means over these past days, some uneasiness still lingered in his heart, fearing that the man would do something irrational behind his back that he would eventually regret. "Little Bao, I've sworn that I wouldn't deceive you." The man's expression showed no trace of lying. After much consideration, Shen Jinian chose to trust Gu Yan. "All right." Saying this, he reminded Gu Yan earnestly again, "But if you hurt yourself without me knowing, not only won't I appreciate your gesture, I'll reevaluate our relationship. Understand?" "I know," Gu Yan swore. "So I guarantee I won't." Shen Jinian looked at him several more times anxiously, ensuring there wasn't any deceit in Gu Yan's demeanor and expression before he finally let go of his worry. Thus, he handed the handling of Shen Haughtly's surgery over to Gu Yan. After returning to the ward, they informed Shen's parents together about the discussion result. The elderly couple became fiercely emotional, ready to confront Lu Suming and exact revenge for Shen Haughtily, until Shen Jinian and Shen Han managed to calm them down. They then continued listening to Gu Yan's arranged organ transplantation plan. The two elders were satisfied with his arrangement, and all parties involuntarily rejected accepting Lu Suming's insincere offer. This matter was thus temporarily settled. It also resolved one problem hanging over Shen Jinian's heart. That evening, Shen Tsongan invited Gu Yan and Shen Han to dine at a nearby restaurant, but Shen Han declined, citing an urgent matter at home. So, the dinner was left to the four of them. Shen Jinian suddenly felt uneasy, his whole body stiffening out of tension. With just a glance, Gu Yan noticed his discomfort, quietly stretching out his hand to support Shen Jinian's waist, leaning slightly closer to him. "What's wrong?" Shen Jinian scrutinized the composed man up and down. "Aren't you nervous?" Gu Yan was puzzled. Nervous about what? Realizing belatedly, Shen Jinian said, "Aren't you nervous about meeting the parents? You're working too hard, little Bao." Gu Yan showed him the time on his watch, chuckling at Shen Jinian. "We arrived at the hospital at 8 in the morning, now it's 8 in the evening, 12 hours passed, and you've just realized we met the parents today." "Oh. That was right. It had already been 12 hours. Shen Jinian felt awkward and moved slightly to the corner, reclining on the car seat with his legs crossed. Fiddling with his fingers, he explained, "Perhaps I didn't have much feeling about meeting my parents, or maybe it wasn't the right atmosphere in the hospital." But as the four of them squeezed into this small, closed space, the atmosphere began to feel a little awkward. Shen Jinian glanced again at Gu Yan, who remained perfectly calm. The man's features were as gentle as ever, but Shen Jinian couldn't help but feel that there was a trace of cold ridicule in Gu Yan's expression, as if he was laughing at him for being stupid. Inside, Shen Jinian smirked secretly. No big deal, soon enough Gu Yan would be the nervous one. The restaurant was located nearby. It took less than 15 minutes to get there by car. Shen Tsongan pulled Jing Miao into the private room first, followed closely by Gu Yan, but Shen Jinian stood still by the door, constantly glancing at the elevator not far away. Shen Tsongan walked out after entering. What are you waiting for? Shen Jinian looked at the time on his phone. There's a friend I want you to meet. Shen Tsongan furrowed his brows. This late, and you're expecting a friend? Shen Jinian nodded. Shen Tsongan glanced at Gu Yan in the room and secretly nudged Shen Jinian's arm, reminding him, today, little Yan is here, isn't it inconvenient for us to invite guests? Shen Jinian's attitude was very resolute as he told his father, you must meet this friend, sooner or later. Shen Tsongan stared blankly at his son for a few seconds, sighed, and though it all felt inexplicable, he did not insistently demand Shen Jinian abandon the idea. Just then, during their conversation, Gu Yan also came over. He clearly had no knowledge of Shen Jinian's arrangements and immediately embraced the slim waist of the alpha. Why don't we take our seats? Shen Tsongan, he's waiting for someone. Gu Yan hesitated momentarily, and when he met Shen Jinian's mischievous eyes, something clicked, suddenly realizing whom Shen Jinian was waiting for. Gu Yan's gaze wavered. Shen Jinian suddenly leaned close to his ear, whispering like a demon, are you getting nervous? Gu Yan whispered back, suppressing his voice, are you really ready to introduce me to your uncle and aunt now? Shen Jinian gripped Gu Yan's hand, noticing how unusually icy his palm was, even exuding a fine layer of cold sweat. Gu Yan was nervous. Shen Jinian, we'll have to tell them sooner or later. You might use this time to think about how to convince my parents so you don't get beaten up. Chapter 139, Chatting. Shen Jinian waited for 20 minutes but didn't see anyone. At the 21st minute, he received a message from the driver about traffic congestion. With no choice, he could only go to have dinner with his parents first. Shen Tsongan noticed his distracted expression and quietly nudged Shen Jinian's foot under the table. What are you thinking about? Why don't you talk to Xiaoyan? Shen Jinian was daydreaming while propping his chin in his hand. Suddenly being asked by his father left him staring blankly with chopsticks in mouth. There's nothing to say. Shen Tsongan suddenly sat up straight, incredulously looking at his foolish son, subtly reminding him, do you and your boyfriend have nothing to talk about? Shen Jinian's brain froze momentarily upon hearing this question. It took several minutes for him to slowly nod his head dazedly. Yeah. He and Gu Yan had known each other for 3 years. They've already scolded each other enough. What else is there to talk about? Shen Tsongan frowned deeply, particularly annoyed at Shen Jinian's attitude and behavior. Your mother and I have been married for 40 years and still have things to talk about. How do you expect to live happily? All of this is because they've spoiled their child too much. Spoiling Shen Jinian more than ordinary children, making him more self-centered, accustomed to the world revolving around him, never learning how to maintain or care for couple relationships. Shen Jinian silently held his bowl and sipped a spoonful of sweet soup. Then his father kicked his foot again under the table. If you don't know what to say, can't you at least serve some dishes to your husband? Even if Gu Yan loves him dearly, he wouldn't want to face a cold companion every day. Shen Jinian was abruptly caught off guard. Covering his chest, he looked up with reddened eyes misty with water droplets toward Gu Yan on his left. The man was holding a glass of lukewarm water. Drink some water to calm down. His demeanor was calm, showing no trace of schadenfreude. Shen Jinian narrowed his eyes to scrutinize Gu Yan a bit more carefully, truly finding it hard to discern any upward curve of his lips. Shen Jinian accepted Gu Yan's water. Thank you. Shen Tsongan interjected appropriately. Why don't you learn from Gu Yan, who is so considerate, instead of behaving like this? Even if Gu Yan loves him, he won't be willing to daily face an icy partner. Shen Jinian squinted his eyes to look at Gu Yan a few more times, actually unable to notice any trace of a rising arc on his lips. Shen Jinian accepted Gu Yan's water. Thanks. Shen Tsongan couldn't help but insert, how come others like Gu Yan know how to take care of people, but you don't even bother to learn? Shen Jinian felt a chill down his spine and put down the cup reluctantly. He said, Dad, you really don't need to worry about our relationship. We're fine. Shen Tsongan looked at his youngest son and then at Gu Yan sitting beside him, sighing deeply. Your father just wants you to lead a smooth life in the future. After all, it's their child's first romance. They're also anxious. Their sole aim is to wish Shen Jinian happiness and peace. I and Gu Yan have our own way of getting along. Shen Jinian caressed Gu Yan as if explaining his theory systematically. If I'm too good to him, he'll be scared. Just as dry mountain pigs aren't used to refined food. If he really followed his father's suggestion and fawned over Gu Yan, doing everything Gu Yan wanted, it would scare Gu Yan to death. Shen Tsongan, you've always been full of reasons. Shen Jinian secretly tugged at Gu Yan's sleeve and gave him a look, signaling for Gu Yan to explain. He couldn't say anything. Shen Tsongan's fondness for Gu Yan has already overtaken his affection for his own son. There's no problem, uncle. Gu Yan pushed the cup of water that Shen Jinian casually placed near the edge of the table closer, gazing deep and earnest. I admire him and love him, not wanting to force him to provide emotional value for me. He just needs to be himself. After listening to this, both Shen Songen and Jing Miao exchanged glances inadvertently. The expressions on the faces of the two elders clearly relaxed significantly. However, Shen Songen's words were still not kind to Shen Jinian. He has quite a bad temper. You don't have to keep coaxing him to talk. Just get along normally, neither should always yield to the other. Gu Yan smiled and gripped Shen Jinian's fingers. Uncle, I understand. Then let Jinian give you a small pork rib. Shen Jinian. Is this thing still unresolved? Does this small pork rib non-negotiably have to be fed by him into Gu Yan's mouth? Yes. Everyone was watching him intensely, including his doting mother, whose face showed affection but also carried a somewhat mischievous expression, enjoying the spectacle without disapproval. Shen Jinian had no way out. He picked up the chopsticks and clamped a rib in front of him onto Gu Yan's dish in front, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Eat, Gu Yan. Gu Yan served a shrimp ball to Shen Jinian. Xiao Bao should eat too. This scene pleased the two elderly individuals immensely. Their younger son and his partner's harmonious compatibility was undoubtedly one of the most comforting pieces of news during this time. However, Shen Jinian couldn't fully show his intimacy with Gu Yan in front of his parents. The alpha quietly blushed at the ears, changing the subject and urging everyone to eat. It's getting cold, let's eat quickly. Jing Miao noticed her son's embarrassment. She also transferred a spare rib to Shen Jinian's plate, trying to redirect his attention. The atmosphere among the four gradually became more peaceful. Shen Songen started asking Gu Yan various questions, about his family, his studies and career, when he fell for Shen Jinian, and his future plans. Meanwhile, Shen Jinian, the party being discussed by others, was overwhelmed by all this talk about him. He tried hard to tune out the conversation between the two men, but his ears would always unconsciously perk up as he listened to Gu Yan recounting past experiences, including his take on their daily lives together. He wasn't the unreasonable person that Shen Songen described. Some habits in how he treated people, he could slightly adjust for Gu Yan, but only a little, not too much. After supporting his head and listening for half an hour though, he didn't hear even a single complaint from Gu Yan about him. Instead, Gu Yan told his parents everything about their 3 years at school where they had conflicts, such as secretly purchasing black market items under Shen Jinian's name repeatedly and reading them before bedtime every night, or accidentally sabotaging one of Shen Jinian's awards by secretly casting votes, and so much more. Listening to Gu Yan's explanations, Shen Jinian finally understood. Gu Yan's original intention was never to embarrass him, it was to secretly get closer to him, to know him better. But in reality, things were often beyond his control. Even starting school with white overalls carrying urea bags, which overshadowed Shen Jinian's style, was due to an accident on the road. Gu Yan's suitcase got severely damaged, and it was only thanks to a kind-hearted uncle who provided him with a urea bag that barely contained all his personal belongings during the emergency arrival at school. The grudges held earlier that evening had finally been clarified. It turned out there were so many misunderstandings between them, yet Shen Jinian had truly hated Gu Yan for 3 years. Shen Jinian held on to his chopsticks for 10 minutes without moving. Until Gu Yan realized he was lost in thought. The man whispered gently, Jinian. Shen Jinian snapped back into focus just in time. Right then, the phone in his pocket rang. It was a message from the driver telling him that they had arrived downstairs. Chapter 140, Little Kid. The restaurant manager accompanied the postpartum nanny upstairs. Shen Jinian met the baby he hadn't seen all day at the foot of the stairs. Their nearly 8-month-old little bundle had been nurtured to be plump and chubby. The moment he saw Shen Jinian, a radiant smile appeared in his almond-shaped eyes. One hand held the milk bottle in his arms while the other hooked around Shen Jinian's neck, eager to cuddle into his embrace. The baby's pronunciation was much clearer now, Papa. Shen Jinian kissed his cheek gently. He glanced at the closed door but didn't rush to enter yet. Instead, holding the baby, he lowered his voice to give instructions, we are going to see Grandpa and Grandma. Upon hearing familiar terms, the baby quickly associated them with people and extended one small finger in the air as if tracing something. Yi. Up, AJ. Yes, my father and mother. Shen Jinian knew that what would happen next might be hard to control, so he prepped the child in advance. No matter what happens later, you must not cry, okay? The baby obediently nodded. Then both hands clutched Shen Jinian's neck, burying his head in Dad's neck. Shen Jinian hugged the child's back tightly and took a deep breath. Suddenly he said, if Dad gets beaten, you can cry. The baby pushed himself up slightly, holding onto his bottle. Woo. If Grandpa beats Dad, then you should cry. Understand? He continued, adding another sentence, if Dad Gu is beaten, cry too. The baby blinked his crystal-clear almond eyes innocently, nodding heavily as if he understood everything. Though unclear why he should cry, he figured there must be some reason behind Dad's instructions. Shen Jinian gave himself another boost of courage again. With gritted teeth and determination, there was a soft click when he pushed open the door. He only peeked in halfway, his face appearing pale, and did not bring the child inside immediately. Gu Yan noticed this and reflexively stood up, striding to the doorframe. Looking down on Shinjinian with hidden fists clenched under the sleeves, blue veins protruded from his knuckles, showing his inner tension even more than Shinjinian. Shen Tsongan and Jing Miao watched their suspicious behavior with confusion. Is your friend here? If they're here, why don't they come in? We can have dinner together. Why do you two look so secretive? Shinjinian pressed his lips together lightly, eyelashes fluttering nervously. My friend, cannot eat. Huh? Did they already have dinner? Shen Tsongan asked, puzzled. Why didn't you invite them earlier? As soon as Shinjinian thought about the baby clutching the milk bottle in his arms, several black lines seemed to streak across his mind. No, it's because my little friend hasn't grown teeth yet. With these words, Shinjinian carried the baby inside. His back remained straight as he struggled to keep his gaze steady and level, concealing the panic and discomposure within. The child still clung to his neck, affectionately pressing against Shinjinian's cheek. Standing together as a family of three, the resemblance between the little one and Shinjinian left no doubt about their relationship in everyone's eyes. The digital number on the central air conditioning remained unchanged, but the temperature in the room plummeted swiftly, dropping below freezing point in mere minutes, making both adults gasp for breath. They leaned cautiously against the wall as if penalized to stand there silently. But the shock and fear on the faces of Shinjinian's parents surpassed that of Shinjinian and Gu Yan. Especially Shinjinian's father, who squinted his dim eyes repeatedly, until tears welled up and moistened them, sharpening his vision further after confirming multiple times what just happened before him. He hadn't mistaken anything. It wasn't an illusion. You two. What have you two done? What have you done behind our backs? He was completely out of his mind. Shen Tsongan's face flushed red, visibly turning a bit purple within moments. Pointing at Shinjinian and then at Gu Yan, his trembling fingers caused his entire body to sway. All his positive feelings towards Gu Yan shattered instantly like ashes scattered by wind. But since Gu Yan had once saved Huaili's life, he couldn't figure out how to respond. You two. Shen Tsongan shivered with cold, gritting his teeth tightly and suppressing his voice to avoid alerting waiters outside about the commotion indoors. How could you two produce a child? Everyone was aware of Shinjinian's second gender. And Gu Yan certainly didn't resemble an omega. So, how did two alphas manage to have a child? Beside him, Jing Miao fell back into her chair as if she had lost all her strength. Shen Tsongan quickly supported his wife's shoulders, gently and swiftly patting her back to ensure she wouldn't become overstimulated again. Gu Yan led a blood-drained Shinjinian into the room and sat down in the same spot they had occupied before. He first gave a calming kiss on his partner's forehead, then softly and slowly patted Shinjinian's hand to assure him not to be afraid. Next, Gu Yan stood up and poured a cup of wine for Shen's father as an act of repentance. Uncle, there is something I haven't yet managed to confess to you. Actually, I am an enigma. He can mark alpha status. Redeveloping the alpha's uterine cavity until it becomes mature again. However, this child wasn't born from Genian. Gu Yan quickly added. You might find it hard to believe, but he indeed traveled from a parallel dimension. He's our real child from another dimension. Gu Yan took out their child's parenthood certificate from the bag, including Shinjinian's quarterly health examination reports, and their police filing records. Afraid that electronic versions would be inconvenient for elderly people to read, Gu Yan specifically printed out the documents in paper form and handed them over to Shen's parents. Shen Tsongan received all the materials and distributed one copy to his wife. This verification document was brief, but it took both older adults half an hour to digest what had just happened. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Until finally, a soft childish voice broke through the silence, startling the little baby who timidly addressed them. Yi. Up, AJ. The conclusion of intergenerational affection applies to all living beings alike. No one could resist the irresistibly cute assault of a human baby, let alone one who opened his arms pitifully for a hug. Shinjinian tentatively asked, Mom, Dad, would you like to hold him? The baby was carefully transferred to Jing Miao's arms. As soon as the warm and milky-scented bundle nestled into her embrace, all anxiety and nervousness melted away under the charm of the tiny cuddly infant. Shen's mother looked at the baby resembling her son, a strange feeling washing over her heart, rippling slowly. The baby kissed her cheek, solemnly but unclearly calling her Upper AJ. Upper AJ. Jing Miao's face softened with maternal tenderness as she cooed back to the baby in her arms. Shen Tsongan secretly held the baby's little hand, though his expression remained serious and cold, casting his gaze towards the two small fathers beside him awaiting judgment. So according to your explanation, this child was conceived by Shinjinian in a different world. In what way? He couldn't bring himself to say that word. Nor dare imagine Shinjinian carrying the burden of nurturing new life. Chapter 141, A Family. Now, the one who is not only astonished but also shocked is not just Shen Tsongan. The main character, Shinjinian, already has flushed ears and would rather drill under the table to hide himself. Disappearing from everyone's sight would be the only way for him to properly process his embarrassment. What does it mean by his what? Although judged by his and Gu Yan's secondary gender, this child is indeed 100% his in another world. However, such words, such truths, are hard to accept when laid out plainly. Most importantly, Shinjinian himself feels a bit awkward even imagining it. Dad, some issues you and I know inside our hearts are enough. There's no need to single them out and stab me with them. And definitely don't fantasize about strange things, it's really quite terrifying. Shin Songin, who's terrifying? It's the two of you who are terrifying. Bringing his boyfriend home in the morning, then suddenly bringing over a plump baby in the evening without giving any time to buffer, telling them, your son not only has a boyfriend, but also has offspring. The moment he saw the child, his brain almost overheated. He quickly analyzed the child's age and reverse calculated the birth date, realizing that last year Shinjinian and Shinhuili were abroad for a week adjusting their schedule, making it impossible for them to suddenly have such a grown-up son. It wasn't until Gu Yan explained that his mental knot was finally untied. Alright Shinjinian, there's nothing to say tonight, let's talk about the child instead. Shin Songin maintained an authoritative look on his face. The pressure of the bloodline from three big names remained undiminished. Shinjinian sat stiffly on the chair. After exchanging a glance with Gu Yan, he proactively grabbed the man's hand and forcibly pulled him to sit next to him. Sitting side by side, they gathered two parts of courage to endure scolding. Shin Songin looked at his son's small gesture of depending on Gu Yan, inexplicably feeling his anger dissipate. It seemed like he was some sort of ferocious beast deliberately tormenting the young couple. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath to stay calm, Shin Songin randomly picked a question to ask Shinjinian. The information says you found the child 2 months ago, why didn't you tell your parents? At that time, I had school to attend, and I was also busy dealing with Gu Yan, this clingy person. Every day my head hurt so badly I could barely think straight. There was simply no mental space left to handle too many things. Those 2 months were truly dark days. Every day as soon as he opened his eyes, there were endless tasks, and now just thinking about it made him feel utterly exhausted. Of course, it was more exhausting mentally. Shin Songin had gone through 2 periods of raising children, and naturally understood the hardships and psychological pressures Shinjinian briefly described. His gaze towards his son immediately softened with sympathy. If you can't focus, you should have asked your parents for help in the first place. Besides, we're not those stubborn unreasonable people who would force you to abandon the child. Zheng Miao listening attentively also deeply agreed with Shin Songin's words. She even texted Shinjinian on her phone, yes, dear, you don't have to bear sudden situations alone. Mom and Dad will always be your and your brother's strong support. I know what you guys are afraid of. The matter of Shinhuili has already left a significant psychological shadow on his parents. Shinjinian hurried to comfort his mother, don't worry, Mom, I understand what's right. Zheng Miao nodded, but her gaze toward Shinjinian still carried unresolved worries. Gu Yan followed closely, saying, in the future, I will take good care of Jinian and the child. Shinjinian immediately echoed, yes, after finding the baby, Gu Yan also helped a lot. I'm not the only one raising him, and brother knows about this. Shin Songin let out a sigh of relief just then but suddenly caught the key point. Frowning seriously, he questioned, so, your brother also knows about the child? Shinjinian closed his mouth and urgently avoided the issue. You told even your brother but didn't tell your parents? Not being trusted by his son felt like a sharp blade piercing into his chest. Sadness surged within Shin Songin, forcing him to act angry for his face's sake. Your mom and I have worked so hard to raise an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Shinjinian scratched his head guiltily. The real situation was actually that Shinhuili wasn't told either. Shinhuili accidentally discovered the matter himself. But he was afraid Shin Songin would think too much and come up with strange reasons to scold him, so Shinjinian decided to keep quiet, enduring silently while his father cursed him thoroughly. Father was nearly mad with anger. The mother beside him suddenly knitted her brows upon hearing the conversation. She picked up the little bundle in her arms, her lips to tease the child, causing the baby to giggle uncontrollably, resembling young Shinjinian. This sight caused her to fall into deep thought once again. After much deliberation, she called out to Gu Yan and typed on her phone to ask, is it because you like Shinjinian or because of this child that you're with him? Shin Songin, didn't Xiaoyan say he wanted to pursue Jinian right at the start of school? Zheng Miao typed for Shin Songin to see, that's just one side of the story. Shin Songin immediately fell silent. Shinjinian also remained silent, unusually lacking confidence as he responded on behalf of Gu Yan to his parents. His relationship with Gu Yan had indeed transformed after finding the child, he had never considered this point before. One who loves is always anxious and insecure. He also wanted to hear Gu Yan's answer. The man grasped his wrist, transferring warmth from his broad palm without any pheromones, but Shinjinian suddenly felt a sense of calm. Gu Yan said, Uncle and Auntie, I am willing to raise a child with someone I love, but I will not force myself to like someone just because I need to raise a child. The baby was indeed an unexpected joy, however, Jinian is my lifelong pursuit. I know these words may lack credibility, so I humbly request you give me some time to prove my actions. I truly love Jinian, and even without the child, I would still strive to pursue him. Moreover, Shinjinian and I have a 98% compatibility rate. From a biological standpoint, we are destined to be together as mates. Zheng Miao stared at Gu Yan for a long time. The man's eyes did not waver in the slightest, his conscience clear granting him full confidence. Ms. Shin suddenly smiled, handing her phone to Gu Yan. Auntie overthought this. Sorry. It's no problem, Auntie. I understand your concern stems from love for Jinian, and I love him too. Gu Yan poured Jing Miao a cup of mulberry rose tea for beauty and health, but his tone became half quieter. I also envy him. To be cared for and loved so meticulously by parents, emotions shifting with worries and joys all centered around his future. A sudden wave of loss spread through Gu Yan, which Shen Jinian sensed from their 98% compatibility rate. Shen Jinian reached back and tightly clasped Gu Yan's hand, intertwining fingers in reassurance just like when comforting a baby. What do you envy? Isn't this something you can easily obtain? The hand in Gu Yan's grasp was warm and soft. Shen Jinian's voice continued in his ear, in the future, my parents will also be your parents, my child will also be your son. You'll have everything, you won't be alone in your rented apartment, wandering like a stray dog anymore. What matters most, Gu Yan, is that you are my chosen family. Chapter 142, Getting the Certificate 1. To become real family, requires both individuals' names to be imprinted on the same certificate. Therefore, after the banquet ended unexpectedly, Gu Yan sat in the car returning to Shen Jinian's house. His thoughts had yet to withdraw from Shen Jinian's confession, only to be hit by an even greater surprise. Gu Yan felt dazed and lightheaded as if he was falling into a dreamlike world. Not until Shen Jinian grabbed his hand, his little finger teasingly brushing over the palm, did he ask, dazed? A little. Gu Yan's voice was deep and rich. The orange streetlights outside the car window draped his shoulder, casting shadows onto his cheekbones. Gu Yan turned his body, following the sound of Shen Jinian's voice, and looked at Shen Jinian's flushed face due to nervousness. He stared intently at Shen Jinian, like watching a leading actor on stage. Shen Jinian squinted his clear eyes, openly revealing his disdain right before Gu Yan. Then he fished out 200 yuan from his pocket and slapped it into Gu Yan's hand. Why don't you get your brain checked at the hospital? I don't want to marry a fool. 200 is only enough for a taxi and registration fee, little Bao. Isn't 200 yuan enough for one day? Shen Jinian sighed and shook his head. Gu Yan, your post-disclosure life is too extravagant. Gu Yan didn't hurry to discuss the issue of the 200 yuan with Shen Jinian, but instead quietly pressed a button, raising the partition between them and the driver, isolating their space. In this closed space, Gu Yan slowly leaned closer to Shen Jinian, a smirk curling on his lips. He embraced Shen Jinian around the waist and tucked him tightly against himself. His low, magnetic voice whispered near Shen Jinian's ear, after reflecting, spending 200 a day is indeed too much, it's my fault. Now there's a remedy that doesn't cost any money, but it requires a kiss to work as the catalyst. Would you save me, brother Jinian? Shen Jinian pinched Gu Yan's face, which kept moving closer, mimicking his way of speaking, and said through gritted teeth, you're really a very unruly baby Gu. As the words fell, Shen Jinian added coldly, I won't save you. How will I take care of you guys if I become an idiot? Gu Yan's tone was filled with concern, but his expression was full of smiles and expectations. Shen Jinian saw through his trick long ago. Do you want to hear, even if you turn into an idiot, I'll still take care of you? Shen Jinian was not pleased to say cheesy sweet talk, nor could he bring himself to say such things. Both were aware of this fact. I know you would take care of me even if you don't say it. Gu Yan smiled and tenderly rubbed the soft alpha hair, providing a ladder down for both. Shen Jinian raised his head, proactively rubbing his head against Gu Yan's palm. Don't worry, abandoning small animals harms merit. As long as there is food for me Shen Jinian, there will always be a bowl left for you Gu Yan. Thank you. That's what you should thank for. Gu Yan couldn't do anything about him. He didn't get the kiss or the sweet words, and was assigned his position in the family. Truly losing where he shouldn't have lost. During their conversation, the car had already come to a steady stop at the entrance of the manor. Although Shen Jinian's home was located remotely, it was a grand private estate spanning over 1,000 square meters. Through the intricately decorated European-style garden gate, one could see the carved beams and painted pillars inside, standing silently in front of the magnificent arches of the villa. Lit by the lights within the house, it appeared even more opulent and luxurious. Unlike the regular and disciplined old Gu family house, Shen Jinian grew up like a prince in a castle. Gu Yan pulled back his gaze, and suddenly a random arm wrapped tightly around his arm. Shen Jinian held on to Gu Yan's clothes, trying hard to keep his balance as he tiptoed to look at another car following behind the chauffeur. Only after seeing his parents carefully carrying their sleeping child off the car did he finally feel relieved. The family of 5 went inside together. The baby was handed over to the nursemaid who continued lulling it to sleep in a guest room, leaving Shen Jinian and Gu Yan in the living room, waiting tensely for their parents to continue questioning them. Unexpectedly, the mother was beaming with happiness. She brought out a locked mini password box from her bedroom, and it was filled with numerous albums documenting Shen Jinian's and Shen Huaili's growth. She struggled to take out the household register hidden under everything else, and solemnly handed it over to Shen Jinian and Gu Yan. On her phone was the message she had prepared on the road. I originally planned to wait for both of you to graduate before getting married, but I didn't expect Jinian to secretly raise a child without telling mom and dad. Your father and I discussed it. Since the two of you have already permanently marked each other, and have been jointly raising the child for some time, there's no need for further consideration. Besides, the baby urgently needs household registration, birth certificate, and identity information processed. We will also go abroad soon to take care of your brother. So, mom is handing over the household register to you now. Once you've thought about this relationship carefully, you can get the certificate yourself. In that long speech, Shinjinian only caught 2 sentences. 1. You have been permanently marked. 2. You can get the certificate by yourself. The first one was crucial. His face suddenly grew hot, the flush spreading from top to bottom until his neck turned red. The indoor air conditioner was set at the most comfortable temperature, yet Shinjinian felt himself sweating all over. He straightened his body on the sofa, picked up the water cup, crossed his legs, pretending to be busy to cover up his embarrassment, but his fingers kept involuntarily touching the back of his neck. There was an infohormone blocker patch right there, conveniently covering the wound and Guyan's infohormone mark. Could they really smell that? Shen Tsungen noticed his son's fidgeting movements out of the corner of his eye, coughed twice to clear his throat, and lowered his voice to remind him, Guyan carries your scent. This wasn't hard to figure out. During the hypersensitivity period which lasted 7 days, the two had lived together constantly, and this morning Guyan had even brought a small cushion for Shinjinian. This fact was so obvious it left no room for speculation, only Shinjinian was deceiving himself. The room suddenly fell silent, with audible breathing. The loud beating of Shinjinian's heart stood out unusually in the quiet. Zheng Miao picked up her phone again, the sound of typing keys interweaving with his heartbeat like a melody. After finishing typing, she showed the words to Shinjinian, good boy, don't overthink it, this is perfectly normal, everyone goes through it, and we parents understand you and your brother. Alright, rest well tonight. It was embarrassing enough that someone needed to console him about this matter after he finished reading. At this moment, Zheng Miao's phone displayed another message for both of them to see, however, the only guest room in the house is occupied by Auntie and the baby. There are currently no empty rooms. So, should you cohabit with little Yen or would you prefer moving into your brother's room while letting little Yen use yours? Chapter 143, Certificate 2. Still awkward. Under the influence of this emotion, Shinjinian almost unhesitatingly chose the latter. One reason was that it was hard for him to actively invite Gu Yen to live together in front of his parents, and secondly, now sleeping with Gu Yen had left him with a bit of psychological shadow, feeling as if his whole body would ache when lying next to him. Zheng Miao was quite surprised at his choice. She originally thought that they had already reached a point where they no longer felt shy about cohabitation, but unexpectedly Shinjinian seemed unusually pure-hearted. However, she did not force the issue and let them be free. Shinjinian was still immersed in the shame from half an hour ago, leading the way with clumsy movements, guiding Gu Yen upstairs to his own room. Upon opening the door, the decoration matched the overall style of the villa, dazzling and luxurious. This is my room. His ears were still bright red, but he pretended to be calm while introducing it to Gu Yen. Next door is my brother's room. If you need anything, just knock on the wall, and I'll hear it. Your pajamas and bedding will be sent over after Auntie disinfects them. I kind of want to sleep with you. Gu Yen sat on the bed, looking up at Shinjinian who was near within reach, wrapping both arms around the other's waist, forcibly trapping him between his legs. Uncle and aunt already know about our relationship, so why can't we sleep together? Shinjinian. You always bother me at night, disturbing my sleep, and we have to get up early tomorrow morning to go to the hospital with mom and dad. Disappointment could be seen in Gu Yan's eyes. He loosened his grip, instead choosing to hold Shinjinian's waist, pressing his cheek against the other's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat, finding some satisfaction in his heart. His voice was still low, I will resolve the surgery issue at the hospital as soon as possible. After the observation period ends, I'll let you accompany uncle and aunt to help transfer Haughtily to abroad, and at the same time, we can find a scheduled psychiatrist to treat his mutism. Shinjinian felt Gu Yen hugging tighter, perhaps due to something said or done that touched a certain emotion in him, causing the man to subconsciously tighten his arms, as if wanting to rub him into his bones. Shinjinian took advantage of the situation and sat on his lap, attempting to escape from Gu Yan's restraint. You don't need to feel too much pressure about my brother's situation. I've consulted with the doctor, currently, he can still rely on dialysis and medication for treatment. Still, we should try our best to avoid everyone worrying every day, Gu Yen said. Alright, I only ask that you don't exhaust yourself because of matters in my family. Shinjinian grasped Gu Yan's hand, and upon feeling the body temperature next to him, suddenly became calm, realizing how even with a 98% compatibility rate, touching the other person's skin could have a soothing effect. While Gu Yen was distracted, Shinjinian abruptly exerted force to grab onto the man's wrist and pulled Gu Yen onto the bed. The two sank into the soft mattress, lying side by side. Shinjinian's voice floated lazily into his ears, but, before my brother goes abroad, I'd like to register our marriage and handle the household registration for our baby. This way, my parents won't be worried all the time. What do you think, Gu Yen? It was a great unexpected joy. Yet, Gu Yen surprisingly fell silent. The expression on the man's face changed unpredictably, clearly happy but also filled with heavy concerns and worries. Are you unwilling? Shinjinian's voice grew cold, quickly sitting up in an abrupt motion. But forgetting his own physical condition, his sore back made him gasp for air. This upset Gu Yen, prompting him to clarify. The affectionate cuddler immediately embraced Shinjinian once more, I'm willing with all 10,000 hearts, little treasure. However, there are still waves in the Gu family, and I'm afraid Gu Qingjing might cause you trouble. Shinjinian countered, won't he be able to find out anyway without us getting certified? Acting hesitant isn't your usual style. Yes. In his daily life, everything was full of Shinjinian. If Gu Qingjin wanted to investigate, such matters couldn't be hidden anyway. Gu Yan suddenly firmly changed his stance, then let's go get certified. Upon hearing these words, Shinjinian suddenly became bashful again, urgently shifting attention. Then what about the date? Should we consult the old man? It's late today, I'll make a call tomorrow morning after getting up, responded Gu Yan. Okay. Shinjinian paused for a second, then abruptly got up to wave at Gu Yan by the door. It's really late. I'll go back to my room and rest. The man didn't move after sitting up. His eyes followed Shinjinian persistently and stickily, like a loyal dog reluctant to let its owner leave for work, seemingly grievous but obediently not adding troubles to the owner. Don't you say goodnight? Shinjinian narrowed his eyes. With his low spirits soothed, Gu Yan stood up and leisurely chased Shinjinian all the way to the door. Again he hugged Shin's waist from behind, hooking his arms around Shin's slightly leaning back spine with force, forcing Shinjinian to look up on tiptoes while gazing into each other's eyes. Enigma's face kept zooming in closer, and a kiss smelling like cedar came unexpectedly. But Gu Yan only lightly touched him, stopping after just a brief taste. His voice was hoarse and deep. Good night, honey. It took Shinjinian a while to realize that he had been teased again, and without hesitation, he stepped hard on Gu Yan's disposable slippers and pulled open the door. He suddenly came face to face with the aunt who was bringing over the pajamas and blankets. Fortunately, Gu Yan quickly pulled Shinjinian into his arms, otherwise, he might have fallen flat on his face. Seeing this, Shin family's aunt apologized repeatedly. After putting down the clothes and bedding, she hurriedly left the scene of the young couple's intimacy. Shinjinian also broke free from Gu Yan's embrace and immediately slipped back into Shinhuili's room, falling onto his brother's bed gasping for breath. What bad luck indeed. Every time he was with Gu Yan, they got caught doing something awkward or revealing secrets by others. The probability was just too high. However, fortunately, he had already become hardened steel. Flipping over, Shinjinian buried his head under the pillow, stretching out his whole body lazily with a yawn. As the 10 o'clock alarm in Shinhuili's room started to ring, the gentle piano music flowed past his ears, dispelling the fatigue caused by long periods of tension. Shinjinian listened as the alarm looped for 5 minutes, hypnotizing him until he began to nod off. Less than a minute later, unable to fight against his heavy eyelids any longer, his consciousness faded completely. Still wearing his loungewear and not yet changed into his pajamas, he sprawled out on the big bed and fell fast asleep. At the moment when sleep was the deepest, he vaguely felt that his body became weightless, floating freely like a feather in the air aimlessly. But instantly after, he began to feel himself transformed into a white peacock, freely swaying with the ripples of the stream. Until he finally lost all sense of awareness and memory fragmentized. When he woke up again, feeling refreshed and already dressed in clean pajamas, lying on his own bed. He turned over and groggily searched blindly around him. All he touched was empty air. Gu Yan had risen early and suddenly opened the small balcony door, holding his phone and entering the indoor area before crouching down next to Shinjinian's window. The sunlight illuminated both his gaze and Shinjinian's cheek. Do you want to go back to sleep for a while? Shinjinian remained still, silently restarting his phone. After 3 attempts, he pushed himself out of the thin blanket, covering up a yawn while searching for his teary eyes, asking him, what did you go out for? Gu Yan replied, I asked the old man when it would be suitable to get certified. Suddenly, all traces of drowsiness were swept away from Shinjinian, who wasn't tired anymore, but wide awake. When? The earliest date is the day after tomorrow, the man said. Chapter 144, Certificate Part 3. There's another piece of good news. Gu Yan made a mysterious pause, then sat on the edge of the bed and reached for a tissue. He carefully folded it and gently wiped away the tears from Shinjinian's eyes. With great interest, he watched the alpha in the bed who was sleep-rumpled yet struggling to sit up. Just like the 3 kittens in the cat room, who hearing the sound of the automatic feeder lazily crawl out of their nest and eagerly run over waiting for food. Shinjinian grabbed Gu Yan's sleeve, not caring about his own messy appearance as he anxiously asked, what good news? Is it related to my brother? Gu Yan didn't respond to Shinjinian's guess, instead holding his chin with tender care, and placed a kiss on his temple. Little treasure is so smart, Gu Yan smiled, the matching has passed, and the surgery can be performed in 3 days, the timeline still aligns with what the doctor mentioned. You were so fast. It had only been 1 day since Gu Yan had relocated a kidney source. He was surprised halfway through before asking cautiously, you wouldn't have secretly gone back to Lu Siming, right? This time Gu Yan was decisive, no, I won't do something that irritates you or puts you in a difficult position. Shinjinian visibly relaxed, then we can just register the day after tomorrow and go to the hospital the next day to look after my brother. However, these 2 events are quite closely scheduled, you might get tired. Gu Yan said with genuine concern. If your body feels strained, let me know. We have a spacious car at home, it will be more comfortable for resting. His consideration was thorough, his care delicate. Shinjinian grunted as he threw himself into Gu Yan's embrace and hugged him tightly. A profound sense of regret filled his emotions, his voice thick with a nasal tone. In the past, I was blindly obstinate, stubbornly believing that you wanted to suppress me. I've also done many bad things, including paying to intentionally guide public opinion against you. I'm sorry Gu Yan, I'm sorry my husband. Gu Yan tilted his cheek slightly and gently shook his head, rubbing Shen Jinyan's hair softly as sunlight filtered through the window enveloping the two of them. Morning light bathed the floor, bright and dazzling. It was my deliberate provocation. This is my cause and effect, not your burden, little treasure. Gu Yan supported the person on his shoulder, gazing warmly at Shen Jinyan who was half a head shorter, fortunately, without tears. His warm hand touched his side cheek, using his fingertips to gently press and lift the corner of Shen Jinyan's mouth, forcibly pulling a Gu Yan-style handmade smile onto his face. Gu Yan, I suddenly really like you. The nasal tone was light, the confession came across especially pitiable, evoking empathy. Shen Jinyan's almond eyes round reflected radiant sunlight, the shine in his eyes unmasked sincere affection. Shen Jinyan's feelings were like a clear pool of water encased by solid ice. As spring warmed, the flowers bloomed and the ice melted, revealing liquid gold under the scorching sun. After 14 years of cultivation, Gu Yan's rose finally met her prince. Without hesitation, he embraced Shen Jinyan tightly. I have always liked you. From beginning to end, consistently. The burdens of the past lay to rest, ahead lie cloudless journeys, boundless horizons awaiting. Gu Yan would never forget today. Tomorrow. And the day after. The night before the registration, neither of them slept well. Shen Jinyan had anticipated this result, so he firmly chose to sleep separately from Gu Yan. One room each, avoiding losing sleep together and feeling embarrassed later. Yet, he had underestimated the fragility of his own skin. The next day, obvious dark circles hung below his eyes, leaving no choice but to urgently summon a makeup artist to cover them. Through the mirror, Shen Jinyan saw Gu Yan sitting idly on the couch opposite, his face perfectly clean, radiant, and without a hint of insomnia. On the contrary, he looked spirited and energetic. A feeling akin to studying with someone else who secretly reviewed behind your back. However, Shen Jinyan didn't want any negative emotions today, so he closed his eyes and allowed the makeup artist to apply foundation around his eyes with a small brush. His face had received countless praises throughout his life, an immaculate treasure. Any makeup would seem excessive. Nevertheless, for better looks on camera today, the makeup artist lightly applied some blush to cover the paleness of his cheeks due to lack of sleep. However, when Shen Jinyan arrived at the civil affairs office, those blush patches seemed superfluous. His cheeks flushed red like double layers of wax, forming a striking contrast against his pale complexion. Shen Jinyan could feel his own heat radiating like smoke. Clutching both cheeks in urgency, Shen Jinyan turned his head and forcibly argued with Gu Yan, it's so hot today. Gu Yan went along with him, taking out a bottle of mineral water that he had put in the small fridge earlier that morning. Yeah, do you want to wipe your face with a napkin? Yes. Gu Yan got out of the car and dampened the napkin at the greenbelt. He only handed it over to Shen Jinyan after the water, warmed by the sunlight, was no longer icy cold. Shen Jinyan eagerly wiped off the blush, using several wet tissues to cool his burning cheeks, but his gaze remained glued to the registration office outside the car window. Until his view was blocked, revealing Gu Yan's face before him. I've booked BJP services for the morning, we're the only ones being served, so no rush. Shen Jinyan calmed down and continued cooling his face. When he finally regained his composure, a pair of large hands silently arrived, voluntarily clasping his palm, intertwining their fingers. Are you nervous, little treasure? Shen Jinyan shook his head firmly, not at all. I am nervous, could you lean on my arm and support me a little later? Shen Jinyan suddenly laughed out loud, indeed hooking his arm around Gu Yan's, his tone laced with mockery. How can your pheromones be cedar? They should be green tea. This tall man over 190 centimeters was always scheming ways to win his affection. Now there's technology that can alter the scent of pheromones. Do you like green tea? Gu Yan asked. I'm joking. Can't you tell? Shen Jinyan noticed Gu Yan's serious expression, afraid he would really take such risks, and quickly teased him, you're so boring. Gu Yan let out a deep explaining, I just wanted to become someone you'd like more. Don't, I like you. Cedar is good, I like cedar. Shen Jinyan hurriedly covered his mouth. Gu Yan's pleaser personality was too open, occasionally overwhelming Shen Jinyan with its intensity. But the man who halted suddenly smiled. His lips tickled against Shen Jinyan's fingertips as he passed them over, and a flash of mischief danced in Gu Yan's eyes. No. Shen Jinyan became alert. That bastard Gu Yan dared to set a trap for him. Deliberately leading him to say such ambiguous words. Shen Jinyan made a move to step on him, but Gu Yan skillfully dodged, unable to hide his victorious smile, and even when apologizing, his corners were still curving madly. Sorry little treasure, I've realized my mistake. Let's get the certificate first. Once we're done, I'll accept any punishment you give, alright? Chapter 145, Congratulations on your marriage. Shen Jinyan had already researched the procedures for getting a marriage certificate in advance through Baidu. But upon arrival, he found that the process for Alpha and Enigma registering their marriage was different from that between an Alpha and an Omega. They had to sign a voluntary marriage agreement. Gu Yan then followed Enigma regulations and signed another agreement with a staff member to ensure confidentiality of his second attribute. Afterward, they needed to undergo premarital health examinations, including testing for pheromone compatibility before they could finally receive their marriage certificate. After Gu Yan finished signing the agreements, a staff member guided them to proceed with the basic physical examination. The final item was the pheromone compatibility test. Shen Jinyan's steps were light and unstable along the way, with an anxious and restless heart, and his grip on Gu Yan's arm tightened unconsciously, clearly due to nervousness. "Would you like to go outside and take a deep breath?" Gu Yan asked. "No problem, it's just the smell of disinfectant that is a bit sharp," Shen Jinyan pretended to be calm. "We have to endure it sooner or later, let's go in." With determined brows, there was even a touch of resignation in the tone. "Gu Yan, are you afraid of the pheromone matching test?" "Not." Shen Jinyan quickly rebutted. "I'm not. How could an S-level alpha fear such a trivial pheromone test? Don't mock me. Then are you feeling unwell physically? Your face is pale." Shen Jinyan shook his head, "The air conditioning is a bit cold. I have a spare coat of yours in the car. Let me ask the driver to bring it over in a moment." Shen Jinyan hastily stopped him, "No need, it won't look good in the photos later." At this point, Gu Yan completely realized that Shen Jinyan was lying, and he didn't even have the courage to make eye contact, only staring at the tip of his new shoes, lost in thought, and didn't even realize when they paused their steps. It wasn't until Gu Yan's foot came right next to his own. Only then did Shen Jinyan realize that Gu Yan had turned around and stood in front of him. Though the man was towering over him, there was no sense of pressure. On the contrary, his face was filled with deep concern as he quietly guessed aloud, "Jinyan, are you afraid of measuring the pheromones?" The meaning of the silence was very clear. Having been revealed by the other person's guess, Shen Jinyan no longer tried to hide his fear. Instead, he clearly displayed his worries in front of Gu Yan. "Do we need to extract gland fluid?" "No, it's taking blood from the fingertips." Originally, he was afraid of extracting gland fluid because of the pain involved. Extracting gland fluid required medication to stimulate pheromone secretion, after which a doctor would insert a needle into the gland to draw out the mixed gland fluid in the blood. The skin near the gland is both sensitive and fragile, with pain exceeding 10 times that of a finger. Whether marking or extracting gland fluid was always a torment. Shen Jinyan's worry was understandable, everyone fears pain, even him. Hearing this, Shen Jinyan's expression immediately relaxed 7/10. "If we don't need to extract gland fluid, then let's go ahead." Shen Jinyan put his mind at ease and even entered the pheromone testing room ahead of Gu Yan. As Gu Yan had said, it was indeed just about taking a drop of blood from the fingertip. The staff quickly sent the sample into the testing machine. After 15 minutes of rapid analysis, 2 reports were handed to them. The complex values analyzed beforehand made little sense to him. Judging by the 4 paternity tests he had previously seen, Shen Jinyan directly flipped to the last page. Pheromone compatibility rate. It was higher than what Gu Yan imagined. 98.7%. A mere smidgen away from 99%. Shen Jinyan remembered that his parents' pheromone compatibility was only 81%, while he recalled one uncle and aunt who had married for business purposes, whose match rate was less than 60%. Their families employed various methods to achieve the union but ended up divorcing eventually. In contrast, couples like him and Gu Yan, with high compatibility rates, who managed to stay together successfully, were extremely rare. It was no wonder Gu Yan had confidently proclaimed that they were a divine match. Shen Jinyan carefully kept the identification results and asked the staff, "Can we get the marriage certificate now?" The staff smiled and removed gloves, guiding them toward the direction. "Yes, turn left at the front intersection to fill in the information, then go to the hall to get the certificate." This was the final step. Shen Jinyan took the initiative to hold Gu Yan's palm, and the two walked shoulder to shoulder in the direction indicated by the staff. The procedure went smoother than expected. After the staff registered their information online, they handed over 2 small dark red booklets stamped with steel seals. Although it was merely a small booklet made of paper, its weight felt enormous upon landing in their hands. Echoes of blessing surrounded them. "Congratulations on your marriage. Congratulations on your marriage. Forever together, 100 years of perfect union." Gu Yan was busy responding to these words of blessing. Shen Jinyan, however, flipped through the marriage certificate and rigorously inspected his photo, which he had carefully selected. Gu Yan's body was slightly tilted toward him in the picture, looking into the camera with deep and gentle eyes, definitely at the camera's angle, but it felt as if they were gazing at him in this moment. Shen Jinyan suddenly regretted that he'd only been trying to look cool, while his photo exuded 3 parts indifference, 2 parts mockery, and 7 parts nonchalance. Compared to Gu Yan's passionate sincerity, his expression fell short of expressing how earnest and devoted he felt about their relationship. Damn it. He wanted to retake the photo. But all the staff kept sending endless congratulations, which looped 36 times in his ears without break, and someone handed him a big box of wedding candies, leaving Shen Jinyan no chance to interject and ask for a retake. After getting in the car, he was still feeling gloomy. The man beside him, as always, seemed unusually oblivious to Shen Jinyan's mood. Gu Yan couldn't help but repeatedly examine the marriage certificate with fascination, as if unable to grasp the dreamlike reality that he had really obtained a marriage certificate with Jinyan. He took careful photos of it and tucked them away safely. Just when he was about to discuss the lunch arrangements with Shen Jinyan, he saw the sullen face of the alpha. It was as if Gu Yan's heart had been doused with a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing his excitement and joy. His precious Genian didn't seem happy after obtaining the marriage certificate. Do you regret it? Gu Yan asked. A bit. Shen Genian replied, not even raising his head. His eyes were fixed on the marriage certificate, but his mind was chaotic, reminiscing over the countless photos in the camera, wishing he had chosen one where he looked just as tenderly at Gu Yan. That would have shown the world how deeply rooted their love was. How regretful could he get? Gu Yan's mood completely plummeted. The man who had just declared his intention to transfer all cars and houses into Shen Genian's name, give company shares to him and their future children, and promised eternal devotion, now felt utterly disheartened and overwhelmed by sorrow, with both his throat and nose tingling with acidity. Xiao Bao, I want everything, cars, houses, all under your name after we're married. Company shares will go to you and our baby. I'll always be good to you. So, can you reconsider our feelings a little more? He didn't want a divorce. Shen Genian abruptly snapped back to reality and raised his head, furrowing his brows. What? What nonsense are you talking about? How strange. Poor Gu Yan, overwhelmed by sadness and fear, dared not even take deep breaths. Didn't you regret getting married? Suddenly, Shen Genian remembered Gu Yan's odd earlier question. He thought Gu Yan was asking about selecting photos, but instead, Gu Yan questioned whether Shen Genian regretted marrying him. No way, big brother, does anyone regret a marriage right after tying the knot? Shen Genian laughed in amusement, leaned over to Gu Yan, wrapped an arm around his shoulders, tilting his head up against the support and placed a soft kiss on the corner of the man's lips, explaining. Chapter 146, Dog Man. Gu Yan, I really regret not choosing medicine when I was selecting my major. Otherwise, after passing the postgraduate entrance examination, I would have a chance to start a new research topic, the feasibility of installing a toilet in the human brain. Gu Yan. Shen Genian first gives a sweet date and then delivers a slap, curling his index finger and tapping Gu Yan's skull with his knuckles. Are you stupid? Who regrets their marriage just after getting married? I'm just regretting that the picture didn't come out looking good. After Shen Genian hit him 3 times, Gu Yan grabbed his wrist and pulled it down, holding Shen Genian's hand in his palm. His fingertips lightly brushed over Shen Genian's knuckles as if helping to soothe any pain. He calmed him down, then let's take another one. Shen Genian allowed Gu Yan to rub his hands, sighed, and looked at his legal partner opposite with bright, clear eyes. Never mind, let's talk about it later. He changes his preferences daily, has 8 ideas every day. What he likes today might not even catch his eye tomorrow, so it's better to settle down on thinking and aesthetics for a while. Maybe one day he will have a different view of this photo. I'll do what you say. Gu Yan responded, you can think, and I'll be responsible for making the rest happen. Shen Genian readily accepts being spoiled. Can you pick stars from the sky? You can't pick stars, Xiao Bao. Gu Yan hasn't lost his mind to the extent of detaching from reality. He feels somewhat exasperated yet amused by Shen Genian's deliberate difficulty but still manages to accommodate his needs. But I can give you one, which you can name. No thanks, I can't even come up with names for our children, let alone names for stars. Would you want to name a star something like Urgu? Shen Genian called out again to Gu Yan, give me the marriage certificate, I want to take a picture and post it on my WeChat Moments. Post on WeChat Moments? This was something Gu Yan had never anticipated. Shen Genian is an alpha. Gu Yan clearly remembers how tough it was for Shen Genian to accept having a child. But regarding the matter of marrying him, Shen Genian publicly announced the news without hesitation or embarrassment, filling Gu Yan's heart with warmth. He handed both marriage certificates over to Shen Genian. After finding the right angle and light, Shen Genian efficiently processed multiple photos and saved them all into the gallery. Shen Genian carefully cropped and selected filters before finally posting it on his WeChat Moments. Gu Yan saw clearly, Shen Genian didn't use any privacy settings. Their relationship was visible to everyone. Gu Yan also posted on his WeChat Moments. He had already taken the photos long ago, including a blurred back profile of Shen Genian and their marriage certificates. Soon, someone liked Shen Genian's post. Chen Han, sensing the gossip aroma, came immediately. What? What happened? You and Gu Yan got married. The pig has really been tamed. Shen Genian's ears were buzzing under the bombardment, and he quickly turned off the volume, rapidly replying on the screen, it was bound to happen eventually, isn't there a pyramid of astonishment for your reaction? Chen Han, that's not the point, are you really ready to be zero in love for the rest of your life? If you can't speak properly, please shut up. Shen Genian's expression darkened completely upon seeing Chen Han's reply. A faint aura of anger radiated from him, lowering the temperature in the car to freezing point. Gu Yan didn't intend to look at Shen Genian's screen, but under the influence of his spouse's mood, he couldn't help it and turned his head to glance at Shen Genian's side face. Why did you suddenly feel upset? That shark-brained Chen Han, Shen Genian accused, mocked me for taking a subordinate position. Gu Yan began to get a headache. He was very concerned that Shen Genian's pride would suffer setbacks, and he hadn't expected Chen Han, that idiot, to directly touch Shen Genian's pain points, stepping into the forbidden zone. So what do you think? Gu Yan carefully asked probing questions. Shen Genian answered resolutely, I want to tear apart Chen Han. Alright, I'll find a way to bring him over for you to tear apart. Gu Yan continued to ask, Xiao Bao, I also want to know how you think about the matters between Alpha and Enigma. Would you feel pressured? Shinjinian suddenly paused, stopping his fingers mid-typing. His gaze slowly shifted from the phone screen to Gu Yan's face, somewhat confused. Why do you think so? Shinjinian was somewhat surprised. This question had popped up in his mind for only 3 minutes and was quickly resolved, but he hadn't expected it to bother Gu Yan so much instead. Shinjinian patiently explained, I believe that emotions don't follow established norms and doctrines, there is no need to determine superiority or inferiority. My marriage with Enigma doesn't mean I will become a pitiful daughter plant depending on Enigma for survival. An alpha marrying an Enigma isn't a matter of lowering oneself, on the contrary, Gu Yan, we are a powerful combination. Moreover, their compatibility was 98.7%. A perfect match. Even if input into an electronic program, data algorithms would give them the conclusion of recommended marriage. So why should they care about others' opinions just because they were together? Gu Yan was overwhelmed by Shinjinian's resolute look and unexpected answer, struck with amazement. His emotional value was instantly filled. Just as ripples were forming in his eyes, Gu Yan couldn't help himself and leaned over to touch Shinjinian's porcelain cheeks, passionately yet carefully biting his lips with his teeth. He was too eager to even raise the partition. Shinjinian was startled, his heart racing as redness crept onto his ears. His fingers fumbled for the button beside him, raising the car partition. Only when completely isolated from the driver's sight did he bite back, albeit feebly. Unlike Gu Yan who showed tenderness, Shinjinian bit hard without mercy, scraping off a thin layer of skin on the man's lower lip until it slightly bled. Gu Yan winced in pain. Shinjinian quickly let go. Seeing the blood droplet at the corner of Gu Yan's lips, Shinjinian froze momentarily before hurriedly taking out a tissue to wipe it off. I was just startled by you. Gu Yan, upon seeing the small drop of blood on the tissue, smiled indifferently. I lost control just now and upset you. Shinjinian, I'm not angry. Does your mouth still hurt? A minute passed, and Gu Yan's wound was almost healed. The man said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Kitten bites don't really hurt anyway. Don't scare me next time. He only likes surprises, not scares. When I get scared, I can't help but lose my temper. Sorry Xiao Bao, I didn't know. How would you have known? It's Shen Huili's fault. As Shinjinian spoke, another message from Chen Han popped up on his phone. This time, however, it was a large red envelope followed immediately by a blessing phrase he searched online, complete with thumbs up and red roses, quite over the top. Shinjinian showed it to Gu Yan. After looking, Gu Yan turned away. He reminded Shinjinian, collect the red envelope. Oh, right, almost forgot. Chen Han transferred 660,000 yuan as a separate engagement gift, with more to come for the wedding. Shinjinian, thank you, boss.jpg. Chen Han replied quickly, no need to thank me, you'll be paying it back double soon. Shinjinian realized what he implied, do your parents agree? It's not my parents, it's Zi. Chen Han sounded rather pleased as cute cat emoji packages kept coming, which wasn't his usual style. Shinjinian didn't need to guess, these were the ones commonly used by Zhuang Zi. Chen Han, Zi. Zi said she wants to, you know. Shinjinian. Shinjinian, have you already had a physical relationship? Chen Han hastily defended, no. My intention was to wait until after the marriage, in case anything unexpected happens, adding unnecessary harm to Zi. Shinjinian, understandable. He had initially agreed with Gu Yan that they should at least wait until after the engagement, but failed to resist temptation and ended up spending their honeymoon night early. Shinjinian suddenly remembered, isn't her heat period coming soon? Chen Han, not yet, Zi initiated this while fully conscious, and even specifically bought, so it wasn't a momentary lapse. Shinjinian, alright, stay strong-willed. If you can't hold on, make sure to take precautions. Anyway, he didn't believe Chen Han could resist such allure, especially from Zhuang Zi, who smelled sweet like a perfectly ripe peach, inviting without even needing to be peeled. The sly friend sent back a cheeky emoticon package, reverting to his own self, don't worry, I'm very rational. Shinjinian poked Gu Yan, showing great interest. Do you want to play a betting game with me? Gu Yan, supporting his chin, fully took in the sight of the cunningly smiling alpha before him. I bet on how many days Chen Han can struggle against the temptation of a beauty strategy. Gu Yan asked again, then what's the wager? Shinjinian thought for a moment, if I win, I can put out. He suddenly paused. It seems like I don't have anything left. His material wealth had all but disappeared. His family was on the brink of bankruptcy, apart from the house they were living in and the car in the garage, none of these things belonged to him. All he had was one child. A sudden sharp pain struck Gu Yan's heart, prompting him to rub Shinjinian's hair. Intentionally ignoring Shinjinian's train of thought to comfort him, he slightly narrowed his eyes, then I'll choose my own dish. If I win, I request to extend the duration of our wedding night to 7 days. As expected, Shinjinian quickly snapped out of his sadness. In response, his body instinctively began to ache, here and there. Gu Yan, are you not worried about premature aging? Whose good guy could handle 2 consecutive weeks within a month? It made sense why they had a child in an alternate universe. He even began to suspect how many children existed in that world, Wouldn't the baby end up having 7 or 8 siblings? Shen Jinian's face turned pale. Gu Yan pretended not to understand. I just want to enjoy a child-free world with you, Xiao Bao. What are you thinking about? Deliberately. Dog man. Shen Jinian was 100% sure Gu Yan meant that. He was defiant, yet he couldn't forcefully argue without making it seem like he was eagerly anticipating something. Shen Jinian instantly flushed red with indignation. Worse still, Gu Yan leaned over close to his ear, breathing warmly. If you really want it, it's not impossible. Chapter 147, Have you thought of a name yet? There were countless family matters to attend to, as numerous as the hairs on a cow's body. Fortunately, they were all good news, and even if they kept everyone busy day and night, there was still a sweet satisfaction that made it all worthwhile. Of course, Gu Yan wasn't enjoying this joy. The consequence of his teasing Shen Jinian was being kicked out of the bedroom on their wedding night. On one of the most important nights of his life, the man could only sulkily spend the night alone in an empty bed. He had planned to sneak back in when Shen Jinian was sound asleep. Unexpectedly, Shen Jinian held the child in her arms. He barely climbed onto the bed before waking her up, causing the little bundle of trouble to cry and wail with tears streaming down its face as it sought refuge in Shen Jinian's arms. Pointing its small, white finger at him, the root cause of the chaos, it tattled on him to Shen Jinian. Gu Yan, as expected, received another kick. A slender, pearly white calf emerged from under the covers, and a light kick landed on his thigh where his sleeping robe lay. It didn't hurt, but instead ignited a surge of fire within him. Gu Yan, as expected, did not climb back into Shen Jinian's bed. His current physical state also wasn't suited for staying there any longer. The next day was Haughtly's surgery date. Shen Jinian hadn't slept all night worrying about it. Before dawn, he carefully carried the sleeping child to Gu Yan's room, crawling into the thin blanket with the baby. Gu Yan had a light sleep. From the moment Shen Jinian quietly opened the door, he was awake. The faint strawberry scent in the air announced the arrival of his long-awaited alpha. As Shen Jinian prepared to lie down, Gu Yan caught the moment out of the corner of his eye and reached out to pull both mother and child into his embrace. Startled by the sudden movement, Shen Jinian stiffened. Not until his eyes met Gu Yan's dark, glossy gaze illuminated by moonlight did his heart return to its place, allowing him to relax into Gu Yan's arm. Why didn't you say something when you woke? I almost woke the baby. Didn't rest well tonight? In the dim light, Gu Yan's gaze fell on Shen Jinian's side profile, his eyelashes occasionally trembling. Shen Jinian let out a muffled, I couldn't sleep. Gu Yan released some pheromones, which softly enveloped the room and embraced the two people in his arms. I called Mr. Shi last night to ask about the surgery prognosis. He said everything would go smoothly, so don't worry too much, little treasure. Shen Jinian's expression visibly relaxed, then talked to me to ease my anxiety. I'm not sleepy, said Gu Yan, showing keen interest in Shen Jinian's suggestion. What kind of topics do you want to hear about? I want to know what sneaky schemes you plan to use on me in the future if I hadn't picked up this child back then. That's not scheming, corrected Gu Yan, flipping his wrist and supporting Shen Jinian's jaw. His warm fingers grazed over his porcelain-like skin as he continued, to be honest, I considered turning Chen Han against you, but I worried his intelligence wouldn't stand up to your eyes. Later, I thought of mimicking other Omegas and writing love letters to you. In fact, I did write them, but... Shen Jinian, but what? A hint of unprecedented embarrassment appeared on Gu Yan's face as he confessed openly to Shen Jinian, they never got to you in time. Shen Jinian's curiosity was piqued, and he suddenly half rose, it's not too late for you to show me now. They're at the house that got flooded, I didn't bring them over. Gu Yan patiently negotiated, I'll read them to you during our wedding, alright? Alright. Disappointed, Shen Jinian lied back down. After chatting a few more words with Gu Yan, his emotions were stirred, unexpectedly consuming a lot of energy. Now lying back beside Gu Yan, a heavy drowsiness began to creep over him. Like a storm brewing for days, it finally burst forth on the last damp, gloomy day, quickly becoming uncontrollable. Shen Jinian yawned and couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness after blinking once, sinking deeply into sleep. Gu Yan reined in some of his pheromones, surrounding both of them to ensure a peaceful sleep. However, this sleep wasn't long. Shen Jinian, preoccupied with Haughtly's surgery, woke up at 7 o'clock, having slept less than 5 hours. On the road, Gu Yan took out a small blanket, draping it over Shen Jinian's legs to shield his lower leg from the car's cold air conditioner. Rest a bit longer. No, I can't sleep anymore at this time. Shen Jinian aimlessly scrolled through videos but found it hard to focus. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his eyes lit up briefly, I told Chen Han about our bet. I bet 1.5 months, and you bet half a month. Will Chen Han hold out for a month and a half for you? Gu Yan asked with a smile. He said he is also part of our game. He will absolutely not touch Z before we get married. Shen Jinian, of course, would not refuse such a generous idiot walking right into their trap. It was clear that Chen Han had come to earn some rewards. However, once Chen Han joined in, the nature of the game changed. Before, Shen Jinian was still intent on winning over Gu Yan with full force, but after the current reversal of the situation. Their eyes met and they exchanged knowing smiles. An unspoken understanding flowed through their gazes. Shen Jinian's mood stayed pleasant all the way to the hospital. The doctor came back to confirm the surgery plan with them and sign the consent form. In the afternoon, Shen Huili was wheeled out of the ICU, his unconscious form much thinner now. With no blood color left in his face, surrounded by a team of doctors and nurses, he was pushed into the operating room. The surgery proceeded normally. The oppressive atmosphere at the entrance to the silent operating room hung heavily in the air. Whether it was the lack of sunlight in the hospital's long corridors or the stark white walls and pungent disinfectant, Shen Jinian momentarily felt as if his breathing became labored. Sitting beside Shen Jinian, Gu Yan grasped the cold hands of the person next to him, whispering softly in an audible voice only they could hear, "The surgery will take a few more hours. Why don't you accompany your parents to the ward for some rest? They look quite tired, they probably didn't sleep last night. I'll be fine here with just me." His strategy was practical. At a time like this, either Shen Jinian or Shen's parents wouldn't individually follow advice, but when they were all together, their effects completely reversed. Parents cared about the children, and the children worried about the parents. Shen Jinian took the two elders away, leaving Gu Yan alone outside the operating room. Not too long afterward, Shen Jinian surprisingly returned and sat side by side with Gu Yan, familiarly leaning her head onto the man's shoulder and closing her eyes to rest briefly. Gu Yan whispered quietly, "Why did you come back?" Shen Jinian felt uncomfortable from the slight vibration of his words, narrowing her eyebrows lightly and responding coldly and curtly, "To keep you company." Gu Yan paused momentarily. These two words stirred something deep in his memories. The sealed childhood gears began to turn as buried images were rewound and replayed, one who grew up hearing, "Do it yourself," and "Get lost," and yet never heard, "I'll stay with you." Some cracks within were being silently smoothed over. Gu Yan leaned slightly, letting Shen Jinian lean even more comfortably against him. After stabilizing his voice, he spoke lowly, "Thank you." Shen Jinian didn't understand why Gu Yan gave such an unexpected thank you and therefore lazily chose not to respond any further. The two of them sat quietly for 2 hours before Shen's parents came to relieve them, urging both to go back to the ward to rest. Even Gu Yan himself couldn't escape his own clever little scheme. Together with Shen Jinian, they returned to the ward. It wasn't until around 6 in the evening when Shen Huili's successful surgery concluded, directly heading back to JCU, Jiangqing Critical Care Unit, for 3 more hours of observation without any abnormal reactions in his body. With the success of the surgery, from this point onward, Shen Huili's health would steadily improve towards better conditions. Shen Mother cried uncontrollably in her excitement, while Shen Songan even knelt down in front of Gu Yan, terrifying Shen Jinian to death. Fortunately, Gu Yan quickly reacted and held up the future father-in-law before things escalated too far. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to face Shen Jinian or her family. "You shouldn't be so courteous. Jinian and I have already obtained our marriage certificate, we are legally considered one family. These things are what should be done as a junior member." Shen Songan, shakily pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away tears, replied, "Regardless of what happens, you will always remain our family's benefactor. If you need anything from us in the future, both your father and mother will do everything in our power to assist you." Gu Yan responded politely with a smile, "I understand, Dad, Mom. Good child, having you around, I can rest assured handing Jinian over to you. Jinian is also a good child, there's no need to worry about him." Shen Songan, already jubilant, laughed naturally upon hearing a joke, "Good child? You're seeing beauty through love, you've exaggerated this compliment too much." Shen Jinian sat on the bedside watching these 3 people conversing endlessly, it seemed they could talk forever. And oddly, most of it was bad-mouthing him. Whenever he tried to interject, it only made him seem guilt-ridden, so he huddled in the corner holding his empty stomach which growled unhappily. "Really hungry." Gu Yan's sharp hearing picked up Shen Jinian's voice instantly, honed over years of university life spent identifying Shen Jinian's words among crowds. Immediately after finishing talking with Shen's father, he couldn't wait to reattach himself to Shen Jinian's side. "Since it's not convenient to eat out today, I've already ordered a private chef's cuisine earlier. It should be arriving soon. Let's go wash your hands and prepare, shall we?" Shen Jinian immediately hopped off the bed and quickly pecked Gu Yan on the lips while her parents weren't paying attention. "You are truly so considerate." Before, she didn't think there was anything charming about Gu Yan besides his face, but after they opened their hearts to each other, she realized more and more how excellent he was at taking care of people, except for occasionally talking back, and not following her wishes in certain situations. Shen Jinian cheerfully went to wash her hands. When she came back, she found that dinner had already been set on the table as a surprise, appearing faster than she had expected. The 4 of them sat down at the dining table in the ward. Today's atmosphere was unprecedentedly light and high-spirited. After Shen Huili's surgery was successfully completed, it felt like one major burden was lifted from everyone's mind. Now all that remained was waiting for Shen Huili to slowly recover and awaken, then later seeking psychological therapy and counseling. At the moment, Shen Jinian was the focus. Shen Songan, with flushed cheeks, asked with a chuckle, "Do you plan to register the child tomorrow? What's the child's name?" Shen Jinian, "Not yet. 2 months have passed and you still haven't named your baby." Shen Songan was astonished. "Even the 3 cats at your place have names. Shen Jinian, Xiaobai, Xiaohua, and Xiaomi, those don't require much thought. It's different with a baby." Shen Tsongan doesn't even have a nickname. Shen Jinian, Dainyu. Zheng Miao coughed violently, choking. Shen Tsongan was thoroughly infuriated by his son. Though years ago, people believed naming a child something humble would make them easier to raise, society had progressed rapidly now. Would the baby be condemned to a lifetime of low self-esteem bearing this name? Other kids were called Tingxia, Shirqin, Ruoyan. Their child was named Dainyu. What kind of formality was this? Shen Tsongan, I oppose it. He glared fiercely at Shen Jinian and then turned to Gu Yan with some regretful look before sighing, I know you genuinely love Jinian, but you can't go along with such nonsense. The baby's name absolutely cannot be Dainyu, not even as a nickname. Tonight we'll work overtime and discuss the baby's name seriously. Shen Tsongan gave an order. But if Jinian is tired, she can go to sleep. This wasn't out of consideration, but disdain. Shen Jinian was deeply saddened by her father's lack of trust in her. Chapter 148, Nice Name. Naming a child is of paramount importance. Especially for this baby across generations, the level of emphasis placed by Shen's parents far surpasses that for their own biological child. After discussing all night without reaching a conclusion, they eventually decided to spend money and consult a professional teacher for naming guidance. However, it wasn't entirely fruitless, at least Shen Jinian's casually proposed nickname was unanimously rejected. Before the meeting adjourned, Gu Yan gave the baby a new nickname, Mai Dong, symbolizing and hoping for resilience and courage in their child. Shen's parents passed this nickname unanimously. They praised the name as cute, with positive and beautiful meaning, indicating Gu Yan had more talent and better judgment than Shen Jinian. Throughout the discussion, Shen Jinian remained silent, leaning against the wall with crossed arms sulking and letting Gu Yan guess what was wrong. His tactics were quite effective. Gu Yan could precisely notice even when Shen Jinian's lips curved downward by just 0.5 centimeters and quickly investigated the reason why he was upset. You don't like this name, do you? The guess wasn't completely accurate. Shen Jinian avoided eye contact, still remaining silent. This obviously didn't match Shen Jinian's character. If Shen Jinian disliked or looked down upon something, he should have pointed it out unhesitatingly, mocked it, and resisted or argued back, much like how Shen Jinian clearly rejected his own advances before. Instead of being so quiet and showing no intent whatsoever. For a moment, Gu Yan was stunned but then instantly understood. He grabbed Shen Jinian's hand and clasped it tightly in his palm. He stopped asking about the reasons and changed the subject to bid farewell to Shen's parents. After returning home, he first visited the sleeping baby, then went to Shen Jinian's room door and gently knocked on the wooden door. The alpha had just finished bathing, and his body radiated a warm moist scent. The sweet strawberry fragrance enveloped him, like Shen Jinian suddenly falling into his embrace. However, the reality was exactly opposite. Shen Jinian sat on the farthest edge of the bed, meticulously drying his wet hair, and even though he saw Gu Yan standing at the door, he showed no intention of acknowledging him. An intentional Cold War. Since the mountain wouldn't come, Gu Yan went instead. Gu Yan strode forward, gently grasping the section of pale wrist exposed outside Shen Jinian's bathrobe, taking the towel already soaked in water from his hand. Don't scrub your hair too hard, it'll make it dry and damaged. Let me blow dry it for you, baby. Shen Jinian cared deeply for his hair. Climbing onto the vanity as if following Gu Yan's cue, though it was difficult for his prideful nature to initiate conversation with Gu Yan. The sound of the hairdryer wasn't loud enough to hinder normal communication between the two. Gu Yan combed up Shen Jinian's strands one by one, blowing them dry according to their natural growth direction. His movements were skilled, effortlessly recreating the style Shen Jinian favored. Were you jealous tonight? Gu Yan finally styled the stray hairs on Shen Jinian's forehead, turned off the hairdryer, and held both shoulders of the alpha from behind, trapping him within his embrace so he couldn't escape. No, Shen Jinian was pleased with Gu Yan's skills, his focus now diverted and thus not as upset anymore. My dong sounds good, I'm just tired. Your eyes are speaking, when lying, your blink frequency speeds up. Gu Yan lifted Shen Jinian, making him sit sideways on his lap. From this angle, he could only see the side of his face. Are you jealous of my interactions with mom and dad? Shen Jinian broke free from Gu Yan's embrace and, having been caught out, naturally became annoyed. No, you're truly trying to stir things up. I saw it, you're upset because Shen's parents and I have recently communicated too much, inadvertently ignoring you. Just like the start of the school term, his presence captured everyone's attention, unexpectedly snatching Shen Jinian's spotlight and leaving him heartbroken for days. Absolutely not. I'm not that petty. Shen Jinian passionately countered but then seemed to deflate, leaning wearily against Gu Yan's chest. I just suddenly realized I haven't done anything right. He didn't help with his brother's matter, failed to address the issue of naming the child for 2 months, and even needed Gu Yan to deliberate over the baby's nickname overnight. Of course, there was also a hint of jealousy. Their parents' gaze always rested on Gu Yan, circling around him. Any question was asked first to Gu Yan before making a decision, and even serious considerations from him would be overlooked. In half a day, he completed more than 200 levels of Candy Crush on his phone. He knew Gu Yan was a benefactor, and his parents acting this way was reasonable. But the flower nourished with love from early childhood couldn't endure several days of neglect like this drought. You've been too tired recently, Xiaobao. You were so exhausted that you seemed a bit disoriented. Gu Yan comforted Shen Jinyan's sensitive emotions and analyzed, the courtesy level of Shen's parents towards me is evident to both you and me. Do you think such hospitality resembles more of a business partner or family relatives? Shen Jinyan, they show great respect towards you. Yes, they treat me as a savior rather than Shen Jinyan's husband. Of course, they pay extra attention to guests, but this doesn't amount to the kind of affection that would replace you. You are their beloved son from childhood, in their hearts, I can never take your place. Gu Yan watched Shen Jinyan's expression carefully, noticing how he contemplated for a moment before responding with a counter-question, what do you think? Would you be hurt then? Shen Jinyan thought of Gu Yan first. Parental love was like a sharp blade wrapped tenderly within the heart of this man. Do you feel disappointed knowing my parents' true thoughts? Gu Yan confessed honestly, no. In 23 years at the Gu residence, no father-son affection had ever blossomed, let alone during these insufficient 10 days since he met Shen's parents. There's no point forcing things unfairly. Seeing Shen Jinyan's mood improving, Gu Yan appropriately stopped the conversation and didn't delve deeper into this topic. Instead, he changed the subject to steer Shen Jinyan's focus elsewhere. However, there's one aspect of tonight's discussion I don't entirely agree with, allowing a stranger to name our baby. Why supplement what's missing in life into a name when a name deeply considered by parents, filled with loving intentions, offers the child their greatest blessing? Gu Yan said this, and Shen Jinyan also agreed. He found it reasonable. Family naturally divides tasks. Since I came up with the baby's nickname, the responsibility of choosing the formal name should rest on Xiaobao. Shen Jinyan, are you not afraid I might come up with something ridiculous, like Fugue, prosperity, or Taizhu, iron pillar? Gu Yan trusted him immensely, I'm not afraid. I know you have measure, you wouldn't joke around with the child's name. Just like last time when Shen Jinyan suggested calling the baby Denyo, but never actually used it verbally, making it clear he knew better. At this moment, Shen Jinyan suddenly felt puffed up, as if his whole body radiated golden brilliance, being praised to heaven and beyond. Unconsciously, he took on this significant task. This responsibility troubled him all night long. He held his phone, checked books, discarded one name after another, moving on to the next after scrupulous research. Crumpled paper balls accumulated around his feet like a little mountain. After spending the entire night searching through countless names and researching, Shen Jinyan had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. Eventually, Gu Yan forcibly pulled him to bed. Fine, let's sleep. Yet even in dreams, Shen Jinyan's mind buzzed with deliberation over which name sounded best. The next morning, Shen Jinyan woke up without hitting snooze for once. Unable to wait any longer, he slipped out from under the blanket, turned over, and called out to Gu Yan, who was sitting stiffly while staring intently at his phone answering messages, I've picked one. The man immediately set aside both his stern expression and his phone. His gaze softened unconsciously as he looked at Shen Jinyan, what is it? Mingzhao. Shen Jinyan wished the baby to be wise and perceptive. Gu Yan hoped the child to be resolute, courageous, and travel far with boundless wind under its wings. Both fathers drained their wits, wishing nothing but to bestow all beautiful words upon their child. Regrettably, two characters couldn't encompass every sentiment a dad wishes to convey. Ultimately, all emotions crystallized into a single kiss pressed onto the baby's cheek, confusing the just-awakened soft white bundle into a daze, not quite comprehending what happened. Gu Yan truly loved this name, Shen Mingzhao. It sounds good. Chapter 149, A Little Loss. Mao Dong's ID card was quickly processed. Shen Jinyan bought a large picture frame and mounted the child's identification information alongside his own and Gu Yan's marriage certificate, carefully storing it in the study. The baby, nestled in Gu Yan's arms, looked up at the photo on the marriage certificate, pointing at Shen Jinyan and Gu Yan and calling them each, Papa. He remembered seeing this photo a very long time ago, the overlap of memory and reality gave the baby immense security. He knew that the fathers had reconciled and returned to their usual affectionate state. His hope had come true. Excited, the baby hugged Gu Yan's neck and wriggled around with his little bottom sticking out. At this age, children can clearly differentiate between happiness and sadness. Comrade Shen Maodong couldn't help but feel an overwhelming joy, burying his little head in Gu Yan's chest and giggling foolishly. The two dads glanced over at the sound, looking perplexed. Is there something dirty in the house you bought? Shen Jinyan was scared but still toughened up as he took the baby from Gu Yan's arms, examining him left and right without noticing anything wrong. They moved back into Gu Yan's house for convenience when going to the hospital and also happened to have just unpacked the delivery containing the framed marriage certificate. The moment the baby entered the house, his excitement skyrocketed. The intensity of his gaze made them feel uneasy. But he wasn't like this yesterday, was he? No, Gu Yan patiently explained to Shen Jinyan's absurd question, the location and residential feng shui of the house were all checked beforehand, there's no problem. But why is he acting so scary? Shen Jinyan lifted the baby high. The little one who was still happily cheerful suddenly paled, grabbing onto Shen Jinyan's two fingers, anxiously looking toward his belly. Papa. In his mind, he remembered, Dad Gu doesn't allow Dad Jinyan to make such large movements, fearing it would hurt the father. The baby, now frantic and wailing, swung his short legs and stretched his arms toward Shinjinyan's embrace, timidly burrowing into his dad once inside, not daring to move an inch. Seeing that Shinjinyan seemed fine with no abnormalities, he finally exhaled in relief. The baby was nearly scared to death. "You're really strange today, Shin Maodong." Shinjinyan noticed every action of the baby, alternately laughing foolishly then sighing inexplicably. "Are you possessed? Or did you suddenly bind to the male lead system?" The baby didn't understand, only blinking confused eyes. "Papa Mua." The soft, white baby planted a kiss on his face with a sweet milky breath, perfectly capturing Shinjinyan's heart in every way. Humans can't resist anything cute. Even though this baby was picked up halfway through life without cultivating deep bonds from early years, Shinjinyan was currently feeling as tender-hearted as a spring water lake. Until Shin Maodong reached out for Gu Yan. Shinjinyan. It seemed his love had been misdirected after all. Cold-faced, Shinjinyan shoved the child to Gu Yan and turned away, retreating back to the bedroom to sulk alone. After more than 10 minutes passed, Gu Yan arrived leisurely. Shinjinyan lay down exhausted waiting until he heard the door open, slightly lifting his left eye to check the time on the bedside table. As expected, he'd waited a long time before Gu Yan noticed his mood. Angrier now. The bed suddenly sank beside him, a familiar and pleasant smell drawing closer. Gu Yan's shadow blocked Shinjinyan. "Just now, the baby was sleepy and wanted me to cradle him to sleep." Gu Yan's voice was low and warm. "I guess, he chose me because he was worried about tiring you out." Shin Maodong is only 7 months old. How could such a small person understand these things? Although he said this, it was clear his small tantrum had already been pacified. He might appear stern but was actually quite easy to console. The baby is smart and has a good memory, likely thanks to our influence in the alternate world. Gu Yan paused and continued, "But I think, the baby was worrying about you tonight." "Worrying about me?" "Yes," the man nodded confidently. "When he was lifted, he looked at you and your belly with panic." Shinjinyan rolled over, facing Gu Yan with skeptical questions. Was this also due to what we taught in the other world? He had never lifted Shin Maodong so high before, naturally not knowing the proper reaction. It's possible. Gu Yan had a vague clue in mind but didn't feel it appropriate to mention it to Shinjinyan. Shinjinyan felt a sweet sense in his heart. He must have accumulated boundless merit and virtue in his previous life, which was why he had infinite blessings in this one. Right from birth, he had loving parents and an affectionate older brother. Later on, he met Gu Yan, who indulged him without limits, and now Shin Maodong had fallen from the heavens to care about him. His luck meter was always maxed out. Shinjinyan was lost in her thoughts, completely failing to notice Gu Yan get up to answer a call. The man soon returned, sitting beside Shinjinyan. He casually flipped the calendar on the counter. The page, with its smooth and thick white card, showed the number 28 marked in red. It was Sunday. Gu Yan spoke gravely, relaying the news. "You said that everything's ready overseas, and the documents for leaving the country have been processed. Elder brother Haughtily and our parents will be departing next Tuesday." Shinjinyan abruptly sat up. "That's fast, it's only been a little over 10 days since the surgery." Gu Yan corrected her offhandedly. "Tomorrow will mark the 16th day, the observation period is already over." The person on the bed suddenly fell silent, lying back down without another word, eyes fixed straight on the luxurious chandelier on the ceiling that perfectly hit his aesthetic tastes. Until Gu Yan's face came into view instead. He was looking up at the man, but even at this unflattering angle, there wasn't a single flaw visible in the man's features, handsome to the point of being pleasing to behold. "I know you don't want them to leave, but Xiao Bao, your brother and mother need treatment," Gu Yan said softly. When he spoke, his blink rate was slower than usual by about 0.3 seconds, something Shinjinyan had roughly calculated in his mind. "We can visit them whenever we want during the long holiday or by the end of the year. What do you think?" The shape of his lips was also attractive, as if carefully sculpted by God to have just the right curves. As they moved, there was a faint scent of cedar. "Jinian." Shinjinyan finally snapped back to reality, placing a kiss on Gu Yan's lips, cutting off whatever the man was about to say. "I'm not a kid anymore, I understand all these things." "Why were you so sad then?" A trace of strawberry fragrance lingered on Gu Yan's lips around Shinjinyan's nose. "I wasn't," he explained. "I was just lamenting how I never thought my family would be turned upside down by a man, someone who couldn't afford medical fees, whose illness couldn't be cured, forcing 2 elderly people well into their 60s to travel tens of thousands of miles across oceans with their unconscious son for treatment. And furthermore, deep down, Shinjinyan secretly harbored a bitter disappointment he couldn't bring himself to voice. The day after his parents left the country was his birthday. Chapter 150, Bread and a Wife Will Come. Every year, his birthday would be celebrated with great fanfare. His parents and older brother knew he disliked trouble and lacked patience, so they would kindly take full responsibility for the arrangements. The parents would personally select the venue and style of the banquet a month in advance, while Haughtily would put down work to take a plane to purchase sweets and delicacies because Shinjinyan's private favorite snacks were at the other end of the city. But this year, the house was eerily quiet. This stark difference made him even more melancholic. Everything reminded him of the current upheaval before his eyes. Life felt like a dense, substantive ink cloud, surrounding him so tightly that he constantly dwelled in an anxious state of fear and unease. Fortunately, there was Gu Yan and my dong. Shen Jinian yawned, a tear squeezing out from the corner of his eye. Lying down to gather strength, he sprang up with agility and latched onto Gu Yan's arm. Let's go. It's getting late. I'll take a shower first. Gu Yan didn't budge from where he sat. With this immovable man anchoring him, Shen Jinian naturally couldn't get off the bed either. Gu Yan incredulous, are you asking me to prepare your bathwater, or, to shower together? Shen Jinian pronounced each word clearly, I want you to wash me. Despite its flirtatious and ambiguous overtones, the invitation rang out with clarity and authority. Gu Yan grabbed Shen Jinian's wrist. Xiao Bao, do you understand how dangerous this is? This situation is akin to leaking hydrogen encountering an open flame. Had it been any other time when faced with Shen Jinian's invitation, without hesitation, he would have carried the person straight to the bathroom to indulge. But now it wouldn't work. Shen Jinian needed to conserve his energy for accompanying their parents at the hospital tomorrow and then later had to head to the airport by car. Gu Yan, Shen Jinian mimicked Gu Yan's earnest tone, his gaze locked on the man's face. I'm merely asking you to help me bathe, no permission has been given for anything else. Can you download a cleanup master and clear the garbage out of your mind? Sorry, Gu Yan apologized promptly, then picked him up horizontally, jiggling him slightly, but what's in my head isn't garbage. Startled, Shen Jinian instinctively clung tightly around Gu Yan's neck and buried himself in his arms as the warmth of the man's breath sprinkled across his skin, leaving faint traces of redness. Naturally. The night's bath still lasted a whole 1.5 hours. After washing his hands, Shen Jinian fell into a deep slumber inside the bathtub. In the end, Gu Yan dried off the wet droplets from his body and tucked him into a light blanket. The alpha, once in bed, turned away from Gu Yan with his back even as he slept, subconsciously hugging the quilt. Gu Yan. It irritated him that Gu Yan deliberately prolonged it all, ranting at him non-stop for half an hour in the bathroom, but yet, Shen Jinian hadn't vented his anger fully. Gu Yan found another blanket and carefully covered Shen Jinian's belly. Lights off, sleep commenced. Shen Jinian might be bad-tempered and petty, but he had an exceptionally bright advantage, he didn't hold grudges overnight. All minor frictions between him and Gu Yan would quietly be erased in dreams, destroyed without a trace. So, the next morning, just like every day, Shen Jinian found himself side-lying in Gu Yan's embrace like an octopus, both arms clasping the man's back spine, and his long legs locking the other's waist firmly. At the sudden lift of his head, he met Gu Yan's deep eyes. Shen Jinian nearly fainted from fright. If you need to get up, call my name. I don't have mood swings upon waking. Absolutely not. All depending on Shen Jinian's subjective standards. Gu Yan dared not say anything. I wanted you to sleep a bit longer, said Gu Yan, because today we'll visit the hospital and also deal with some procedures outside, it may be exhausting. Hearing this, Shen Jinian glanced at the time. Seeing the number 8 on the screen led to a second jolt of panic. Oh no, Gu Yan. The doctor is going to make rounds at 8:30, and afterward will talk to us. We're almost late. Saying this, he urgently dragged Gu Yan along to clean up and eat breakfast. He managed everything essential about the morning in record time, not forgetting to give Shen Maidong a peck before stepping out. Yesterday I was so exhausted that I forgot to set the alarm. Why didn't you wake me? Shen Jinian sat in the car gasping, unable to avoid a little complaint. There's still time, Gu Yan helped smooth Shen Jinian's disheveled hair, revealing delicate features hidden beneath fragmented locks, unexpectedly asking, does your hand still hurt today? Recalling frame by frame. Shen Jinian adjusted his seat into rest mode, I'm sleepy. Decisively rejecting Gu Yan's replay request. But in reality, every detail from last night kept surfacing in his mind without his consent, annoying him so much that he found a coat to cover his head in an attempt to block them out. Gu Yan didn't provoke him again throughout the trip. At the hospital, they just happened to catch the doctor coming over to discuss important points with the family, including signing the transfer agreement. Everything was perfectly under Gu Yan's control, down to the smallest detail. All tasks progressed far too smoothly. However, after finishing their tasks, it was past the hospital's working hours. He would stay overnight on the hospital's caregiver bed while Gu Yan went home to look after the child. The next day, they proceeded as planned to contact the hospital for medical relocation. Shen Jia's parents accompanied Shen Haughtily into the aircraft cabin, where the accompanying doctor and nurse settled the patient and immediately began monitoring vital signs. Shen Jinian tried to peek at the situation but was completely blocked by a tall man wearing sunglasses and a dark red floral shirt. He grinned as he took off his glasses, revealing a dazzling array of rings on his fingers that blinded Shen Jinian, forcing him to retreat a step behind Gu Yan. The man nonchalantly hung his six-figure sunglasses on his tacky yet expensive floral shirt bearing the LG logo, grinning in a rogue manner, happy anniversary, cousin's wife. Gu Yan acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Contact me immediately if there are any special situations on the road, and remember to update the patient's test results and physical condition 24 hours a day. I know. He had taken on this big job reluctantly because he once accepted 20,000 yuan from the younger sister-in-law and now was being pressured by Gu Yan to be fully responsible. It felt like he owed them from a previous life. He tilted his body slightly to sneak a glance at Shen Jinian standing behind Gu Yan. Seeing the intimate couple made him feel instantly irritated, turning his words acidic. Your husband is really devoted, neglecting billions of business back at the company, indulging in domestic bliss and romance. And instead pressuring me to work around the clock. Gu Yen stepped forward, shielding Shinjinian. Yet Shinjinian voluntarily showed his face, unafraid if he used pointed accusations, asking directly, are you married? He you. Shinjinian continued, no girlfriend either. He you. Shinjinian, then aren't you the perfect worker chosen by the heavens? He you. I'll fight against all of you married people. Being mocked by Gu Yen daily was bad enough, but now even the younger sister-in-law dared to ridicule him, making fun of a 30-year-old single senior. So what if he doesn't have a wife? He will surely get one sooner or later. Chapter 151, Birthday Gift 1. The day of the birthday arrived without a ripple. The sun still hung high, a few piercing rays of light squeezing through the disheveled blackout curtain to shine directly onto his eyes, scorching his skin to a searing heat. Shinjinian reflexively closed his eyes tight, turned over, and reached out toward the bed on his side. Before he could feel anything, a sudden wave of unease flashed through Shinjinian's mind, causing him to stiffen. In an instant, he sat up straight. The surrounding environment had completely changed. The scene in front of him was nothing like his memory from when he went to sleep. What happened? Had he also traveled into a different time-space continuum? What about Gu Yen and Shin Maidong? Shinjinian was frozen with fear by this terrifying thought that popped into his mind out of nowhere, holding his breath for a long time until the chest-tightening discomfort reminded him to breathe again. After a few minutes, he quickly flipped over and got out of bed. The chirping of birds was clear and crisp to his ears, while the laughter of children came faintly through the slightly open window. Shinjinian pulled the curtains apart and leaned out, gazing far into the distance. As far as the eye could see was a boundless expanse of green waves undulating under the wind, where the sky met the sea, and both clouds and small ripples rippled gracefully. It was a small island. There was no Papa a dash. Shin Maidong's voice called out from downstairs, full of vigor and echoing loudly. Shinjinian's gaze followed the sound. For a moment, he didn't recognize. The little soft lump was entirely covered evenly in mud, looking like glutinous rice dumplings brushed with a layer of chocolate sauce. Without any hesitation, Maidong even sat in the muddy ground, not caring if it dirted his skin or clothes, waving his little hands at Shinjinian to greet him. Pa! Shinjinian sighed in relief. Even though he still didn't know where he was or how he teleported here, fortunately, he hadn't fallen into a strange world. But the current sight of the child left him feeling helpless. What are you guys doing? Shin Maidong picked up 2 pink petals in his arms, looked up, and held them high for his dad upstairs to see. F.A. F.A. Upon seeing the petals in the child's hand, Shinjinian momentarily froze. Earlier consumed by fear and anxiety, there was no spare thought for observing all the things around him. Only after seeing Shin Maidong did he notice. His baby was surrounded by an endless expanse of pink roses. Shinjinian, who was well-versed, couldn't help but be struck by awe at the sight. Roses are plants that prefer arid conditions, unsuitable for planting near the seaside. Yet, the roses downstairs flourished luxuriantly, their bright blooms were as red as the dawn sky, swaying gently with the sea breeze like waves and tides. Shinjinian was amazed for a moment, then refocused his attention back on the child, shouting anxiously as he hurriedly put on his slippers, "Where is your father? That damn Gu Yen! How could he leave the baby alone in the rose garden? What if Shin Maidong fell and impaled himself with thorns?" Shinjinian rushed down the stairs, unfamiliar with the old house layout and having to take a few detours before finally finding the exit. He forcefully pushed open the elaborately carved European classical entryway, and sunlight streamed in from the narrow cracks, flooding the indoor space so brilliantly there was no filter needed for illumination. Shinjinian squinted painfully, closing his eyes tightly, wiping away the tears involuntarily flowing from the corner of his eyes. When he adjusted to the brightness, what was once glaringly white now transformed, and there stood Gu Yen bathed in light, becoming the main character of this moment. In his arms was a lush bunch of roses blooming vibrantly and beautifully, each one carefully selected by Gu Yen himself, yet none could outshine the brilliance of his genuine heart. Shinjinian had spent the day cycling through shock surprise, his mind now utterly confused and almost non-functional. Even as he watched Gu Yen step forward and stand directly in front of him, Shinjinian made no move whatsoever. Until the man hooked his waist, kissed his lips, and dropped to one knee. Presenting the roses as precious treasure before Shinjinian, "Little treasure, happy birthday." That large bouquet of roses weighed more than 2 Shin Maidongs combined, nearly causing Shinjinian's arm to droop when he tried to hold them. Rich and intoxicating fragrance instantly filled the air around him. Without thinking, Shinjinian took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, a ring, gleaming in the light, appeared right before him. Shinjinian suddenly stared at Gu Yen. With a smile, the man said, "Wife, happy wedding anniversary." Shinjinian remained dazed for several seconds before regaining consciousness. He extended his left hand toward Gu Yen, letting the man slide the ring onto his ring finger. Shinjinian noticed that Gu Yen also had a ring on his hand, similar to the one he just received, a matching pair. Why did you think of buying this?" Shinjinian looked at the ring on his finger, which still shimmered brilliantly and fit perfectly. Suddenly, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Although he and Gu Yan had officially registered their marriage, the transition in identity happened so fast that Shen Jinian hadn't truly realized they were now married, nor had he ever thought about the transformation between their roles. Not until the ring slipped onto his finger. Only then did Shen Jinian fully comprehend that he and Gu Yan were now a legally recognized couple. Of course we have to buy rings when we get married. Gu Yan embraced Shen Jinian tightly. It was just that this one was ordered a little late. The time from the design drafts, to selecting gemstones, to choosing the materials took longer than I anticipated, unfortunately missing our wedding registration. But fortunately, it arrived in time for your birthday. Is this my birthday gift? Shen Jinian repeatedly examined the ring on his hand and asked. No. Gu Yan held Shen Jinian's waist and guided him step by step out of the door. You can start unwrapping your present now. The scenery outside the island house was vastly different from what was inside. Shen Jinian knew there were flowers downstairs, but he didn't expect an endless sea of flowers. Before his eyes stretched an ocean of wild roses, forming a flower-filled wonderland akin to something out of a fairy tale, breathtakingly beautiful. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shen Jinian wasn't sure what kind of expression he should display in response to such deep affection. Until he heard a soft voice calling, Papa. Shen Jinian's attention followed the sound and fell upon Shen Maidong, who was crawling excitedly around on the only patch of open ground in the rose garden, pointing excitedly, F.A. Shen Jinian's expression changed instantly, suddenly remembering something. He turned quickly, thrusting the bouquet in Gu Yan's arms, and rushed toward his son. Didn't you say Maidong is allergic to rose pollen? Last time, after visiting Zhuang Zi's flower shop, the child started sneezing right away. Gu Yan caught his hand, slowing down Shen Jinian's steps. That was my mistake last time. Maidong isn't allergic to rose pollen, he's allergic to omega pheromones. He had worried about this issue while preparing for Shen Jinian's birthday, so he had the baby tested for allergens. What he hadn't expected was, the little guy being allergic to omega pheromones. That day, when the flower shop opened and there were so many people coming and going, he couldn't recall if any omega had accidentally released pheromones. Shen Jinian. He shouldn't have laughed at Hiyu. Now karma had come full circle, manifesting on his son. With a sigh of helplessness, Shen Jinian called the nanny to take the dirt-covered child to bathe, insisting 3 rounds of cleaning. Shen Maidong left against his will. For a moment, only the two of them remained outside. The garden is beautiful. Shen Jinian crouched down, arranging toys as he asked Gu Yan, but how exactly did you bring me here without me noticing? We came by yacht, it wasn't exactly quiet or discreet. Gu Yan joined Shen Jinian in tidying up the toys. I just didn't expect you to sleep so deeply. What does that have to do with me? Shen Jinian suddenly paused. It was you who insisted we play until 3 a.m. last night before letting me go to bed, and now you're blaming me for sleeping too soundly. As soon as Shen Jinian finished speaking, realization struck like cold water splashed on his face. No, you deliberately kept us up so late. This way, he would certainly be asleep the next morning, giving Gu Yan the perfect opportunity to sneak him off somewhere. Good job. You little devil. So this is my birthday surprise? Shen Jinian re-examined the rose garden, delighted yet somewhat regretful. Your roses are stunning and surprising, unlike anything I've seen before as a gift, but I only have my birthday once a year, and if no one takes care of them, these roses will likely wither quickly. It would be cruel if so many flowers lived just for this one day. We can come back frequently. Gu Yan anticipated Shen Jinian's worry. Shen Jinian scratched his head, unable to follow Gu Yan's logic. But can we grow flowers on someone else's land? Gu Yan patted Shen Jinian's hair gently. We can. I've already purchased this entire island under your name, it's your place, so naturally you decide what happens here. What? This time, Shen Jinian was genuinely dumbfounded. He abruptly stood up, looking around in disbelief. The island wasn't large, surrounded by water on all sides. Transportation was needed to reach it. He couldn't make out where exactly this place was located. Shen Jinian pointed at the antique yet distinctly European-style villa where he had woken up. Then, what about this house? It's also yours. Gu Yan picked up Shen Maidong's little dirt-scooping toy car and repeated to Shen Jinian, everything in sight belongs to you, including me and Maidong. Is this my birthday present? Shen Jinian was so overwhelmed by Gu Yan's declarations that his mind felt muddled. His previous birthday gifts were mostly luxury items, the most extravagant of which was a car worth millions given by Shen Haughtily, which later caught fire during maintenance and turned into a metal shell. Yes, this is one of the presents, Gu Yan said. There's also a star. Gu Yan couldn't pluck a star from the sky but could give him one nonetheless. Shen Jinian paused for a moment before understanding what Gu Yan meant. Did you spend 500 yuan to name that star? To name it, though not through some random online store for 500 yuan, Gu Yan explained, I bought it through an international astronomical organization. The name you submit will be officially recognized and can be associated with the planetary number for future use in astronomy. Shen Jinian suddenly grasped the man's hand. Choking up, unsure what to say, but Gu Yan's gaze burned too intensely, eagerly awaiting his next words. But Shen Jinian said nothing. Instead, a fierce kiss claimed the corner of the man's lips. Chapter 152, Birthday Gift 2. Gu Yan's gift was not prepared in a day, and it went far beyond this. In every corner of the house, gifts prepared by Gu Yan could be seen everywhere. There was a refrigerated birthday cake in the kitchen fridge, on the dining table were bouquets made of fresh fruits, on the glass cup stored at the water bar, the words, "Happy Birthday," were engraved in English. Behind the cushions on the sofa lay a gift box tied with a bow, inside which was an old wristwatch. Shen Jinian was overjoyed, his face vividly expressing surprise. "How did you redeem it? How did you know this is my watch? It's something you used to wear often before I met you. It must be very important." So he went to the brand's headquarters to check the orders from recent years, traced Shen Jinian's watch number, and found out who the current buyer was. He redeemed it for 3 times the price. Gu Yan was making juice for Shen Jinian in the open kitchen, carefully placing a slice of lemon on the edge of the glass, then placed it together on a tray and served it to Shen Jinian. "It's very important." Shen Jinian treasured it even more after regaining it, stroking the dial somewhat disbelievingly. "This was the gift for my coming-of-age ceremony given to me by Mom." It was the most unexpected gift he had ever received. He had never told Gu Yan about the history of this watch, nor had he mentioned that he had sold it one night to raise medical expenses. But Gu Yan noticed, Gu Yan investigated, and helped him redeem the watch. Shen Jinian felt a slight sourness at the tip of his nose. He thought that the best and most thoughtful gift today was that rose garden, but unexpectedly, Gu Yan pulled out a naming agreement for a small planet. When he thought this gift was the most special and meaningful, Gu Yan gave him back the wristwatch he once cherished the most. Surprise built upon surprise, capturing his emotions just right. He would never forget his 21st birthday, or the person who celebrated it with him at the age of 21. Just as Shen Jinian was about to burst into tears, Gu Yan presented another carefully sealed file folder, solemnly pushing it towards him. "What is this?" Seizing the moment when the man wasn't paying attention, Shen Jinian quickly blinked away the tears in his eyes so he wouldn't appear childish and foolish. "It's the Shen Group." Gu Yan's voice was deep and mellow. As Shen Jinian was about to take it, his hands suddenly froze in place, stunned for several seconds, but still didn't reach out to accept the heavy document folder. Shen Jinian couldn't figure out what Gu Yan meant, but whatever information was inside, he didn't want to touch it. Seeing that he wasn't willing to open it, Gu Yan didn't force Shen Jinian. However, he eventually intended to explain its contents clearly. The company can be refunded and acquired. Because there are multiple subsidiaries under the group, the subsequent management issues are also complex and tedious, so the main shareholder currently is me. After Brother Haughtily has recovered well, I will transfer the shares to him. Is that okay? You, the company, but... Shen Jinian had a very low capacity to accept this shocking news. There were thousands of questions swirling in his head, but he didn't know where to start. Finally, he took a deep breath. "But my dad said Lu Siming has already taken away our family's business." Gu Yan shook his head. He did use some tactics to bring down the Shen Group, but Lu Siming doesn't have enough influence or wealth to revive it, nor does he have the ability to run such a large enterprise. Moreover, his purpose isn't to fight for the business. Shen Jinian suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze deeply focused on Gu Yan. "You seem to already know the truth. Otherwise, why would he speak so fluently, even knowing exactly what Lu Siming's goals were?" Gu Yan didn't hide anything from Shen Jinian, though a flash of tension crossed his expression. "He has been investigating, but during that period, we were urgently preparing for the surgery, and I was worried it would distract you. So can you tell me now?" Gu Yan suddenly fell silent. "Why can't you say it now? I don't want you to be unhappy on this day." He originally hesitated whether to present the acquisition agreement today, fearing that Shen Jinian would pursue details about Lu Siming, but he simply wanted to make Shen Jinian happy. "Rest assured," Shen Jinian confidently declared, gritting his teeth, "I've long thought it through. Rather than stewing in silence, it would be better to kill Lu Siming outright. And I'll find out sooner or later anyway. That man completely wrecked my family, and my brother's matter will not go unresolved either." The more Shen Jinian spoke, the angrier he became. With a sudden bang, the clenched fist hit the table, causing violent vibrations that splashed the juice inside the glass. Gu Yan pulled out a napkin and handed it to Shen Jinian, then wiped off the spilled juice for him. Looking up to meet Shen Jinian's expectant eyes, Gu Yan realized he couldn't avoid speaking anymore. Gu Yan straightened his posture, his expression serious and tone formal, which highlighted just how grave the matter was. "Do you know Lu Siming is only 20 years old?" Shen Jinian blurted out. "How could I possibly know? If it weren't for my brother saving him, he might not have even lived to be 20. Lu Siming is 20 years old. But Lao Yi Lu, the patriarch of the Haiyu group in Xicheng, is already 86 years old, and suffered a sudden cardiac arrest a few years ago. The facade of prominent families often appears brilliant, but behind the scenes, there's always hidden turmoil. Lu Siming is a bastard child, raised far away since childhood. He shouldn't have any inheritance rights," Gu Yan continued. But because of internal strife between the Lu family's legitimate sons, fighting among themselves to the point of bloodshed, Grandpa Lu became extremely disappointed. In a fit of anger, he allowed the illegitimate child from afar to participate in this battle for power. And to prevent further chaos within the family, Mr. Lu switched the selection method for the heir into external business warfare. All competing enterprises were devastated, including yours. Lu Siming is like a worm released by the Lu family. His plan was to parasitize on haughtily, draining all his resources until he succeeded. None of the Lu family members are as ruthless as Lu Siming. Their methods generally involve disrupting supply chains or intercepting contract orders, or poaching key employees from their competitors. None of them ever went as far as to truly aim for someone's downfall. Except Lu Siming. After ruthlessly destroying haughtily, he took credit for the other man's hard work, using it as a stepping stone to climb to the top of the pyramid. Shen felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't sure if he was infuriated at hearing the reasons or terrified by the merciless nature of such a man. Shen clenched his fists, his face pale. Did Lu Siming get the inheritance? The Lu family, a cake adorned with jewels and precious gems. Anyone who stood at the peak of the Lu family would control half the lifeline of Nanchang. Greed and ambition made this temptation irresistible to anyone. Gu Yan suddenly let out a derisive chuckle, his gaze briefly flickering over the document folder before lifting his eyes to look across at Shen. His disdain for Lu Siming was unmistakable. What do you think? Chapter 153, Birthday Gift 3. None, right? Otherwise, this document wouldn't be so easily placed in front of him, and Gu Yan wouldn't have openly revealed such a contemptuous mockery. Yes. The man nodded to affirm Shen rhetorical question and repeated the earlier question again. Then would you like to guess again as to the reason why? After learning that Lu Siming had not gotten what he desired, Shen let out a sigh of relief. Now, at the prospect of watching Lu Siming fall further, Shen became more spirited. He even adopted a position for idle entertainment, crossing his legs. I guess, Mr. Lu never planned from the beginning to give him inheritance rights, right? Lu Siming is just not worthy enough. Shen straightened his posture, determinedly deducing an almost correct truth. Gu Yan clinked his glass of juice with him, so smart, little treasure. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially when Lu Siming's status could not reach any grand occasion. His actual role was merely a pawn used to attract fire and pacify internal family turmoil. There's another point, Gu Yan added. Actually, the most important thing is that Lu Siming's heart is venomous like a snake or a scorpion. After being neglected by Mr. Lu for all these years, it's only natural for resentment to grow within Lu Siming. How could someone as wild and dangerous as a wolf with sharp teeth possibly stay close by? Lu Siming indeed possesses intelligence and courage, but his background has determined that he will forever remain in the shadows. Like a demon bound in hell, yearning for light yet unable to break free from the shackles on his feet. Harming others for personal gain, selfish and self-centered, it's fitting that bad people meet their match and he gets utilized. As Shen heard about Lu Siming's current situation, he felt relieved but still choked up inside, wishing nothing more than to personally eliminate the bastard. This is the fastest karmic retribution I've ever seen. Shen mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. 1 second ago, he was mocking Lu Siming's tragic end, and the next second, anger surged through him, causing trembling throughout his body. Gu Yan refilled Shen glass with juice and once again handed the glass over, then sat beside him. We now have a clue about this matter, but don't let emotions rise for unworthy people. Shen grabbed the juice and gulped down a large mouthful. The cool watermelon juice finally helped him swallow the grudge that had been lodged in his chest. I'm not angry, it's just that if I don't curse him a few times in this atmosphere, it seems like something's missing. So, do we need to do anything more regarding Lu Siming? Gu Yan released some soothing pheromones and lightly patted Shen back as if to ease his emotions. I want him to pay the price. Shen unhesitatingly turned Gu Yan's interrogative sentence into an affirmative one. After speaking, he showed some concern for Gu Yan, tilting his head with care-filled eyes. Will it bother you too much? Gu Yan replied, doing things willingly won't feel troublesome. Shen clenched his fingers, but you must not take risks alone. If it doesn't work, then forget it. A pest lasts 1,000 years, there will be no shortage of opportunities to deal with him later. The man nodded and naturally embraced Shen pulling him close to his arms, his voice filled with laughter. I am glad you care about me so much. This is something he once couldn't dare to dream of. Does something as simple as this make you happy? Shen tilted his head, mocking him for being inexperienced in worldly affairs. Then you must be ecstatic tonight, to the point of madness. Gu Yan paused for a moment, realizing the deeper meaning behind Shen words. During the previous period, the two of them went crazy beyond measure. Shen took a long time to recover and wouldn't allow him to sleep in the same bed, sneaking into his room every night after midnight. Gu Yan subconsciously straightened his posture and stiffly remained seated in place, asking incredulously, do you really mean it? This time, it was Shen who brought it up himself. The alpha nodded resolutely without hesitation. Do you remember the bet we had last time? I bet that Ching Han would absolutely not hold out against beauty tactics for half a month. Gu Yan replied, I remember. It had already been more than half a month, but since they hadn't contacted Ching Han, they didn't know how the progress was going. Shen didn't care about the truth, he just needed an opportunity. He frankly told Gu Yan, I lost. Shen swallowed hard, his dark lashes fluttering minutely. Wager accepted, for the next 7 days, I belong entirely to you. Entirely willing to follow Gu Yan's whims. A hoarse and magnetic voice, akin to a sudden cello melody, little treasure, actually. Stop talking. Shen Jinian covered Gu Yan's mouth, preventing the man from continuing further, breathing heavily and reminding Gu Yan in large gasps, I'm emotionally overwhelmed right now. The more you say, the clearer-headed I'll become, and then you won't get to rest the entire day. Gu Yan obediently shut his mouth. Opportunities like this are rare, and he must seize them well. To prevent Shen Jinian from sobering up, he was particularly silent all day today. Even when Shen Maizhong called him daddy, he only grunted a sound from his throat without opening his mouth. The maternity nurse was scared, thinking that the two had quarreled on their most important day, so she specially went to find Shen Jinian for an explanation. Unexpectedly, Shen Jinian's face turned bright red, stuttering for a long time and unable to make sense. In the end, he drove her out of the room. The maternity nurse and Shen Maizhong stared at each other, wide-eyed. In short, both of their reactions were quite strange, and this eerie atmosphere continued until night. Shen Jinian finished bathing before 8 o'clock. Just as he was about to change into his pajamas, the door behind him made a very soft creaking sound, slowly being pushed open from outside. After all, the old villa was built in an era long ago. No matter how well maintained, there would be unavoidable wear and tear to varying degrees. Gu Yan stood at the door, still radiating heat after taking a bath. Shen Jinian quickly fastened the hidden buttons on his clothes, hastily covering his chest that was still dripping with water, reprimanding Gu Yan in hushed tones, are you crazy? It's not even 8:30 yet, Maizhong and Auntie haven't slept. I just came to see if you need any help, Gu Yan explained, plaintively, I'm not in a hurry. I have hands and feet, I don't need your help right now. As Shen Jinian tried to push Gu Yan out of the door, the man stood firm like a copper wall, inviting Shen Jinian to join him, then shall we go downstairs to rest for a while? There's a newly installed swing in the garden, perfect for enjoying the sea breeze. Are you planning to try it out there? Shen Jinian hesitated and probed. He wasn't unfamiliar with such scenarios. Gu Yan felt that Shen Jinian was being overly cautious towards him. No, I just planned to go down for digestion. The man's expression was sincere, showing no other intent. If you wait a moment, I'll change my clothes and accompany you downstairs. Shen Jinian drove Gu Yan out of the door, rummaging through the wardrobe for a silk loungewear set, hurriedly putting it on before heading out to find Gu Yan and go downstairs. The man was already waiting by the door. Since he didn't have to wait long for Shen Jinian, he was somewhat surprised upon seeing him. Did you change so quickly? Shen Jinian did not reply to this obvious question but grabbed the man's hand and urged, let's go, or it will get cold outside later. Gu Yan responded with a single, He let himself be led by Shen Jinian, following closely behind as they descended the stairs together. Gu Yan hadn't lied. There indeed was an old shipwood swing tied on the east side of the old house, encased in the dim yellow light seeping out from inside, quietly nestled amidst countless roses, swaying slowly with the sea breeze. Life passes in a flash. Shen Jinian experienced this feeling once again. Romantic environments truly are catalysts for emotions, just like now. The swing wasn't large. With Gu Yan sitting beside him, it was even a bit cramped, inevitably leading to skin-to-skin contact as they sat together, exchanging body warmth. Shen Jinian savored the special flutter brought by love. Even every touch caused secret fireworks to bloom in his heart, bringing inner satisfaction. Leaning back lazily against the swing's backrest, Shen Jinian instinctively reached out to hook Gu Yan's shoulder, openly embracing his partner. As the sky grew darker, the lustrous moonlight intertwined with shimmering ripples, all immersed in the fragrance of roses. The sea breeze blowing toward them was sweetly fragrant. Shen Jinian took a deep breath. His chest felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Propping his cheek up with his hand, his eyes slightly squinted as he gazed at the man, his smile carefree but his tone earnest and sincere. Thank you for all the gifts today. I originally thought this year would be the most boring birthday ever, but instead, it has been the most fulfilling one. Keep it up next year too. Shen Jinian's eyes sparkled brightly under the crystalline moonlight. Juicy strawberries were just within reach. With a slight tilt of his head, Gu Yan easily planted a butterfly kiss on Shen Jinian's forehead. Don't rush, little treasure. There's still one last gift you haven't unwrapped. Shen Jinian didn't hear clearly and stopped in confusion, asking, what? As soon as his words faded, a loud bang exploded suddenly near Shen Jinian's ear, lighting up the darkened sky instantaneously with dazzling fireworks. Fireworks of various colors burst in full bloom in the air like flower buds and fell swiftly like shooting stars. Sitting on the swing, Shen Jinian tilted his head motionlessly, staring fixedly at the firework display changing forms and colors endlessly in the sky. The light reflected tears of happiness, making them shine transparently and luminously. An arm had somehow found its way around his waist, tightly confining him in a broad and warm embrace. Gu Yan wiped away the tears from under his eyes, his voice barely audible over the crackling of fireworks. Why are you crying? Shen Jinian hastily blinked away his tears. Leaning close to Gu Yan's ear as if he might not hear due to age, Shen Jinian shouted loudly, I'm not crying. The light is too bright. It hurts my eyes. It wasn't a lie, his eyes really did hurt. Combined with a slight touch of sentiment deep inside. Gu Yan, I forgot to bring sunglasses. Shen Jinian, are you crazy? Who wears sunglasses to watch fireworks? Gu Yan made another suggestion, then let's watch them from the room. The smart glass in the bedroom can adjust the brightness of incoming light, so it won't hurt your eyes. The hidden intention was now laid out plainly for all to see. Though Gu Yan spoke formally, Shen Jinian knew well that entering the bedroom was no different than a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger. But right now, he was willing. Chapter 154, Missing. Life was unlivable. When Gu Yan went berserk, he became like a crazed beast with bloodshot eyes, losing his senses once he clamped onto the neck of his prey. He wouldn't listen to pleas for mercy and never left room for retreat. Shen Jinian bitterly regretted his impulsive actions. He shouldn't have underestimated Enigma's physical capabilities. Neither should he have willingly given Gu Yan the chance to dominate the situation. Shen Jinian regretted it deeply. After trying to escape with all his might only to be dragged back by the ankle, Shen Jinian eventually ran out of strength after several attempts and began lying flat, abandoning any further effort. It was too late to regret now. Shen Jinian thought things couldn't get worse, but he didn't expect Gu Yan to send Shen Maidong, the nurse, and the private chef home, leaving just the two of them alone on the vast island. An ominous red light flashed in Shen Jinian's mind. He knew this wasn't a good sign, yet he was completely powerless to stop him and could only helplessly let himself fall into Gu Yan's control. The duration of Shen Jinian's sleep started increasing significantly. Gu Yan initially planned a 10-day vacation, which was then extended to 20 days as he stayed with Shen Jinian for recovery in the same place. Although Xiao Maidong occasionally came over during this time, neither Gu Yan nor Shen Jinian was in a position to take care of him properly, so he had to return to the estate. Not until early September did they finally go home. News from abroad arrived. Under the constant counseling of a psychologist, their mother had started speaking again slowly, showing significant improvement from her aphasia. At the same time, Shen Huaili's health was also gradually recovering. This was certainly a double blessing. Shen Jinian listened as he, an endlessly chatty person, reported noisily to Gu Yan about various matters before rambling on about everything else, criticizing Gu Yan for lacking human decency. All of this made his ears buzz painfully. When he first appeared as a detective-themed skin, although somewhat pretentious and formal, he still seemed polite enough. However, after his fall from grace, he seemed to let loose entirely, capable of matching 4,000 ducks with his chatter. Distressed by the noise, Shen Jinian burrowed into the blankets, covering his head. Just at that moment, the lumpy, moving lump of a bedspread was being recorded by Gu Yan's camera, causing He to abruptly stop talking and ponder for a while. Considering the time difference, isn't it around 3 in the afternoon your time? Gu Yan raised an eyebrow. Unbelievingly, He asked, you haven't even gotten up by 3 in the afternoon? Realizing something mid-sentence, he quickly corrected himself, no, it's not right. Shen Jinian has always been lazy getting up, and there's no way Gu Yan would stay in bed that long unless you caught them during one of their intimate moments. Shit. How shameless in broad daylight. Is this video call just part of your playtime together? The video was initiated by you. Gu Yan reminded. Why didn't you reject it? He questioned. Gu Yan chuckled softly, there's no need. Unable to bear the overt provocations anymore, He decisively ended the video chat with Gu Yan. He was like a flammable and explosive hydrogen balloon, bursting into flames upon contact with anything hot. Red-faced with jealousy and feeling thoroughly humiliated by the two of them, He vented his frustrations by peeling all the apples in Shen Huaili's hospital room. Leaning close to the unconscious Shen Huaili's ear, he hissed vindicatively, your younger brother doesn't want you anymore. The poor cabbage has been hogged by the pig and is being ravaged daily, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You just sleep Shen Huaili, sleep for 3 years. When you wake up, there will be 2 chubby nephews calling you uncle. A sudden stroke of luck, isn't it stimulating? Biting into an apple, He paused to catch his breath. But I still suggest you wake up sooner rather than later, so I don't waste my time running to the hospital every day. It's bad enough wasting energy, but it's also eating up half of my time affecting my blind dates, impacting my encounter with true love. These apples are actually quite fragrant. Chomp chomp chomp. Your family really pays attention to detail. There are 2 plates of apples placed in the hospital room symbolizing peace and safety. Unfortunately, you can't eat them, and they end up being wasted on me every day. Chomp chomp chomp. Humph. As He voraciously chewed the apple, he looked at Shen Huaili's pale but handsome, lifeless face and sighed deeply. I can't figure out why you, so good-looking, don't seek anyone out, instead stubbornly hanging on to someone unworthy. In terms of romance, you really should learn from your younger brother, who manages to captivate people effortlessly despite his huge differences from you. Both surnamed Shen. One gets hanged, the other ties others down. What a gap. Sitting on the sofa, He shook his head in lamentation, showing respect by sympathizing with Shen Huaili for 3 seconds before turning his hatred towards Gu Yan and Shen Jinian again. The resentment of a 30-something-year-old single dog was powerful. Shen Jinian, miles away, also felt its effects, sneezing twice in succession before stopping. He hurriedly went to the bathroom to wash his hands and rinse his mouth. When he returned, he firmly reported to Gu Yan, it must be your cousin cursing me. Gu Yan leaned against the headboard, I'll deduct his salary tonight. Don't bother. Shen Jinian climbed back into bed and flipped to sit on Gu Yan's abdomen, you shouldn't be harsh with your employees over such trivial matters because of me. Besides, you'll still need him to help you recover Gushi Industries later, won't you? Xiao Bao, you've been very polite lately. Gu Yan held Shen Jinian's waist with both hands so that he wouldn't lose his balance. Concern and doubt filled his eyes when he looked at Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian scratched his head, am I? Isn't this just the normal way a person should think? Moreover, my dad specifically instructed me before leaving for abroad, told me to respect you more. Gu Yan shook his head and analyzed with utmost seriousness, you haven't cursed me for almost a month now, and you haven't even asked me to go sleep in another room. I don't curse you because I don't have the energy to, plus with my recent difficulty getting out of bed, it's natural for me to keep you around to take care of me, isn't it? Shen Jinian was utterly confused by the question. He felt that Gu Yan thought too much, any slight abnormality from his side would make Gu Yan overly worried. Is that really the case? The man wrapped his arms around Shen Jinian's waist, pulling him close to snuggle against his chest. It's not because I helped Wily brother and you're giving me leeway, right? Shen Jinian avoided eye contact with Gu Yan, no, definitely not. Gu Yan studied the frequency of his blinking, which was clearly different from usual. He was lying. However, Gu Yan didn't press on or try to counsel Shen Jinian further. As an alpha, he had strong subjective views about dealing with matters and people, he needed to accept things himself before feeling at peace. He didn't heed others' opinions. What he could do was provide Shen Jinian with enough security. Let him understand there's no one owing the other in a relationship. Seeing Gu Yan hesitate but ultimately say nothing, Shen Jinian felt that he probably had some grievance towards him. Just as Shen Jinian was about to pry and demand a thorough explanation. The phone by the bedside rang again. He and Gu Yan had the same new model as a couple, so naturally, their ringtones were the same too. Shen Jinian immediately frowned and told Gu Yan to pick it up, your cousin hasn't cooled down yet, has he come back to yell at us again? Gu Yan felt for the vibrating phone. After glancing at the name on the screen, he handed it over to Shen Jinian, Chen Han is calling. Shen Jinian didn't take the phone, instead using Gu Yan's position to press the answer button. Before he could speak, Chen Han's sobbing voice came through first, sobbing uncontrollably and gasping between breaths, Jinian. Z has gone missing. Chapter 155, The Sad Puppy. Disappeared? How long has he been gone? Shen Jinian still took the phone that Gu Yan handed over, her face serious as she urgently questioned. I checked the surveillance, and he left at 2 in the morning. It's already been over 10 hours, his phone is off, no contact. Chen Han was frantic and on the verge of despair, I can't even trace his movements. Zhuangzi had lived here for 3 years and naturally knew the distribution of all nearby surveillance cameras. Quietly leaving without a trace wasn't difficult. Especially since Chen Han was slow-witted. If Zhuangzi intended to hide from him, it would be effortless. Shen Jinian instantly realized this was something Zhuangzi had been meticulously planning for a while, and couldn't help but sit up straighter, frowning deeply. He left on his own, with no backup. Have you guys argued recently? Z packed his clothes and daily necessities, then transferred ownership of the flower shop before leaving. We didn't argue. Shen Jinian tapped her chin thoughtfully, feeling that Zhuangzi didn't seem like the type of Omega who deceived others' emotions, especially since he hadn't taken a single penny from Chen Han. Shen Jinian frowned, no abnormal behavior at all recently. Chen Han opened his mouth but suddenly felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. The words he was about to say turned around and went back into his stomach, leaving him stuttering incomprehensibly for a while. However, his sobbing continued unabated. Shen Jinian reminded him in frustration, if you don't tell me, I won't be able to help you come up with a solution. Think carefully, Chen Han. Chen Han knew Gu Yan was nearby too, so the more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, eventually sounding like the buzz of mosquitoes. He's always been begging me recently for an intimate relationship. I finally couldn't resist, but it only happened once. Chen Han hurriedly added, I believe that after having relations, one must take responsibility, so my plan was to notify my parents the next day when I returned home. But at the time, Zi's health wasn't good, so I didn't bring him along. But he clearly said he'd wait for me to come back and get our marriage certificate together. The more Chen Han talked, the more confused his head got. After reviewing these events thousands of times, he still couldn't figure out what exactly went wrong or where he failed that angered Zhuangzi. Recently, he could distinctly feel Zhuangzi becoming more reliant on him, their way of interacting not unlike that of a couple. Could it be that his haste in determining their relationship made Zhuangzi afraid? Or was Zhuangzi's invitation just a test, and because he couldn't resist the temptation, he failed Zhuangzi's examination? Why? Chen Han's mental state was unstable, alternating between crying, acting crazy, and eerily quiet moments where he seemed lost in thought, akin to a mentally stimulated patient. Shen Jinian, could it be that his ex-husband is pulling strings behind the scenes, forcing him to go back? Chen Han shook his head, denying it, I checked right away from the start, nothing's there. That man, having learned his lesson, wouldn't dare come near Zhuangzi again. Yet upon hearing of Zhuangzi's disappearance, his emotions were clearly agitated, and they even scuffled for a bit. His reaction didn't suggest someone aware of the details. Shen Jinian raised her gaze to Gu Yan. Neither of them spoke, exchanging looks in silence that clearly indicated many doubts surrounding the situation. Gu Yan took Shen Jinian's phone and spoke low into the receiver, follow the normal procedure first and make a copy of the surveillance video backups from his neighborhood, try to find out Zhuang Zi's identity information and contact his family. If that doesn't yield results, we'll have to report him missing after 24 hours. Gu Yan paused momentarily, but I'll warn you, his sudden departure without a word means he probably doesn't want you to find him. You need to consider carefully whether you act according to your own feelings or respect Zhuang Zi's choice. Chen Han suddenly fell silent. There was complete silence inside the phone, not even a sound caused by movement. Chen Han was deep in thought. After 3 minutes of silence, he responded resolutely, at the very least, I need to clarify what he truly thinks. If he really refuses, I'm not going to force the issue. There's no need for him to go through such trouble to avoid me. Shen Jinian leaned in and interrupted, then let me ask my cousin Gu Yan, maybe his friends within the industry can lend a hand. Thanks for your help. Chen Han took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. But the disappointment and overwhelming despair hidden in his words couldn't be concealed. Though Shen Jinian now enjoys a blissful marriage, unexpectedly, she can empathize with Chen Han entirely. Listening to Chen Han's repressed cries brought her an indescribable bitterness and depression, as though her heart was being tightly gripped by a fist. Chen Han was her only childhood friend, naive and simple, focused solely on gaming and gossiping. His first love was Zhuang Zi, but the road of romance has proven tough and fraught with difficulties. After Shen Jinian hung up the phone, she let out a long sigh. She reclined backward and fell into the soft, large bed. Her mood was low, her eyes staring blankly off into space. Gu Yan leaned over and wrapped his arms around the alpha's back from under Shen Jinian, comforting her gently, I'll help with this matter, don't worry. It's not that I'm worried, Shen Jinian stared directly at Gu Yan, then abruptly turned away, rolling onto her side. I know Zi's brother isn't in any danger, but I just can't figure out why he left. Anyone could see the ambiguous and subtle atmosphere between them, like a couple deeply in love. We had thought that after Chen Han convinced his family, all obstacles would be gone, but unexpectedly, even more difficult barriers lay ahead. And the barrier no one expected was Zhuang Zi. Gu Yan loosened his embrace on Shen Jinian, he must have his own considerations. We'll understand everything once we find him. Guessing without solid clues is futile. Alright, then we'd better go back to that place early to help Chen Han. Chen Han's rented apartment was in the city where they attended school, and it was also likely where Zhuang Zi disappeared from. The search should begin there. Besides, after school starts, both of them have to return anyway. The man raised no objections. The two immediately came to an agreement, saying they'd act right away. They packed their belongings on the third day and were ready to go. Shen Jinian's body recovered well. After getting home, she immediately sought out information from Chen Han and also got in touch with her domestic peers through Hiyu, together trying to find Zhuang Zi. With Shen Jinian by his side, Chen Han felt a bit calmer. His spirit that had been strained for 72 hours without sleep suddenly snapped, and he lost consciousness while lying on a small table in front of Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian carefully checked his breathing, confirming that he was still alive. Then she slapped Chen Han's face, producing a crisp sound. The alpha opened his eyes hazily and looked at her. Shen Jinian bent down, looking down at him, are you awake? If so, go to your room and sleep properly. Chen Han regained more consciousness. My legs are numb, help me up. She grabbed his arm, helping him stand up and reluctantly letting him lean on her shoulder to stabilize himself. As Chen Han drew closer, Shen Jinian suddenly frowned again. She smelled an intense coffee scent coming from the alpha, making her stomach turn, which annoyed her immensely. When did she become so sensitive to coffee? Chapter 156, Spring Drowsiness and Summer Laziness. The smell was truly unbearable. Shen Jinian pinched her nose, barely tolerating the discomfort. After Chen Han's legs recovered from the numbness and he could move his limbs freely again, Shen Jinian quickly pushed the man away. Chen Han had never expected Shen Jinian to be so morally restrained. After marriage, they couldn't even touch each other more than necessary. Suddenly using force on his shoulder, his whole body fell onto the bed without warning, bouncing 3 times on the soft mattress. Although the bed was soft, it pulled both new and old wounds. Chen Han immediately furrowed his brows in pain, taking a sharp intake of cold air and curling up on the bed, afraid to move. Shen Jinian was also shocked by what she saw. It took her 3 full seconds to recover before carefully asking, are you okay? Are your injuries not healed yet? Chen Han was in excruciating pain and dared not move an inch. Clutching his teeth, he finally nodded, the wound from last time has mostly healed, but this time I angered my family when I returned home. Shen Jinian exclaimed incredulously, did your uncle and aunt hit you again? Otherwise, how else would there be such anger? My parents have secretly planned my arranged marriage for a year or 2 now. They've even mapped out the support and development of our family business after my alliance through marriage. Ouch, it hurts. Chen Han gave a bitter laugh, thinking of his parents filled him with nothing but desolation. Since elementary school, they've always asked me to ingratiate myself with certain classmates and flatter friends. Every month, I had to attend over a dozen banquets, fully treating me as their tool for socializing for business purposes. Now that the unfilial son has shattered their dream of climbing the social ladder via influential connections, I'm lucky they didn't kill me outright. Such a situation was hard for Shinjinian to bring up, but she still privately thought Chen Han's parents were somewhat delusional and unrealistic. People are precious for self-awareness. If one's virtue does not match their position or their wealth exceeds their capability, calamity is inevitable. Shinjinian helped Chen Han sit up, her fingers touching a wet and sticky patch of fabric. She immediately frowned and urgently called out to Chen Han, "Don't move first, I think your shirt is stained with blood." Shinjinian instructed Chen Han to take off his shirt himself. Countless scars crisscrossed the alpha's skin, the old ones had just scabbed over and grew new flesh, while the new wounds were still raw, oozing fresh red blood. Shinjinian could identify that most of these wounds were from beatings with sticks or whippings with belts. A horrifying sight indeed. "Were you beaten so severely that you didn't go to the hospital for treatment?" Shinjinian rushed to hail a taxi to take them to the hospital, finding Chen Han's stubbornness exasperating. Finding Zhuang Zi day and night had made him neglect sleep and food. Not even attending to his wounds shows that being in love can decrease one's IQ, but she didn't expect Chen Han's IQ to drop to negative numbers after a breakup. "I applied medicine already," said Chen Han, blood smudging his hands, briefly startled himself upon realizing that after all these days, none of the wounds had healed at all, maybe because the wounds are too deep, so they heal slowly. Shinjinian interrupted him, "Don't blame the wound for your brain dysfunction." She stood up to fetch the family first aid kit, simply applied some medicine to stop the bleeding for Chen Han. Both of them then directly went to a nearby hospital in a hired car. Surprisingly, Chen Han's condition was worse than expected. His wounds were improperly treated and had become infected, which then led to a rise in temperature. The specific situation would need to be judged after test results came out. Currently, it was required that Chen Han come to the hospital daily to change his dressings and receive intravenous anti-inflammatory treatment. Ideally, he should be admitted to the hospital for convenience. Shinjinian agreed on behalf of Chen Han, instructing the doctor to issue an admission slip, sparing Chen Han from staying alone at home in despair, even neglecting to treat his wounds. Chen Han persisted in refusal, "I still need to check the surveillance." Shinjinian countered, "Brother Gu Yan introduced and arranged investigators for us, you don't need to handle this." Chen Han sat straight, ready to argue with Shinjinian with all his might, only to be stopped by a single glare from Shinjinian, silently closing his mouth. He obediently signed the admission form and was led by a nurse to get intravenous treatment. By the time everything was finished, it was already evening. Shinjinian, who accompanied Chen Han throughout the process, was utterly exhausted, having skipped dinner altogether and calling Gu Yan to pick her up. The man had been eagerly waiting all day until finally receiving Shinjinian's instruction, rushing over hastily to embrace his newlywed wife back home. Gu Yan couldn't wait any longer, even on the way home, he buried his head in Shinjinian's neck nestling and inhaling deeply. The strawberry ice cream pheromone was exceptionally sweet. "I miss you so much." Shinjinian's skin itched from his prominent nose brushing against it, instinctively sidestepping slightly to push Gu Yan away. "Stop doing that, today has been exhausting, let me rest for a while." Gu Yan complied, holding Shinjinian back gently to her original position. "You've worked hard, baby. Then tomorrow I will rest and I'll go talk to Chen Han." "No need," Shinjinian lay semi-reclined, not wanting to move at all, lazily closing his eyes and looking utterly exhausted. "There's nothing you can do to help anyway, we'll go after he's discharged." Now they were mainly waiting for news. Gu Yan agreed with a hum, he followed Shinjinian's arrangements in everything. He now cared more about Shinjinian's health. "Haven't you rested well these past few days?" Shinjinian turned uncomfortably, facing away from Gu Yan. Lazily, he responded casually, "Spring drowsiness, summer lethargy, fall napping, it's just easy to get tired in summer." "Alright, then rest first." Gu Yan no longer disturbed him. Shinjinian didn't say anything. Not long after, light and even breathing came from him, indicating he was dead tired and fell into deep sleep in the car. He didn't even wake up when Gu Yan carried him out of the car upon reaching home. The days that followed continued as usual. Sleeping until noon every day, taking another 5-hour nap in the afternoon, his time with Xiao Maidong significantly decreased, yet Shinjinian showed no other abnormalities. As time passed, Gu Yan finally could not resist and kindly discussed with Shinjinian, "Shall we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Shinjinian, who had just woken up from sleep, still had blurry eyes, and his soul seemed to be floating around somewhere without returning. It took a while for him to murmur 2 words, "Don't want to." He just wanted to sleep, there was no need to burden the doctors with extra work, and hospitals weren't good places anyway, full of people and diseases. Besides, they had such a little one at home. Gu Yan did not go against Shinjinian's decision easily. However, he secretly planned to hire a family doctor to at least check Shinjinian's pulse. Just as he was thinking, Shinjinian suddenly sat up. With a serious expression, he asked Gu Yan, "How many days has it been since I returned from the hospital?" "At least a week." After hearing this, Shinjinian's demeanor became clearly more anxious. He quickly flipped over, stepped into his slippers, and said, "Lately, I've been sleeping too much, my brain isn't functioning well. I forgot to ask about Chen Han's situation. According to reason, Zi's investigation should have results by now." Shinjinian found his randomly discarded phone, only to see it completely devoid of any missed calls or messages. This made him wonder why Chen Han hadn't informed him. Could it be that Zhuang Zi's information wasn't found yet? Shinjinian hurriedly dialed back. The phone rang for a minute before being hung up. Unyieldingly, Shinjinian tried again. After 5 attempts, the call was finally answered. The loud music sound blared through the phone, and Shinjinian instinctively moved it slightly away from his ear. Then, Chenhan's drunken, unclear voice came through. Who is it? Chapter 157, went to the hospital. Empty liquor bottles lay scattered haphazardly across Chenhan's table. Chenhan himself was drunkenly slumped on the desk, motionless except for the occasional loud and heavy belch. Are you crazy? Shinjinian grabbed him by the shoulders, forcibly propping Chenhan up against the soft padding behind him, looking up at him. Your wound hasn't healed yet and you're drinking. And this much? Chenhan heard amidst the chaotic noisy music a voice he recognized, struggling to open his eyes to take in the person standing before him, but due to excessive tears, he couldn't clearly see the shadowy figure swaying before him. But he could recognize Shinjinian's voice. He could also smell the faint strawberry ice cream pheromones. Shin-Jinian. Chenhan spoke each word deliberately. Shinjinian stood with arms crossed, staring down at him and snorted. Not drunk yet? I thought you'd be calling me Dad soon. Dream on. Chenhan, barely making out what Shinjinian said, kicked his perfectly clean new sneakers. I've never liked you, kid. Every time you're upset, you step on me, kick me, and even call me an idiot. Shinjinian. He endured the strong smell of alcohol, gritting his teeth as he half-dragged, half-carried Chenhan away from the sofa. They settled the bill. The front manager had long been familiar with Shinjinian's face and immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. Long time no see, Master Shen, he flattered openly. In recent times, we've always heard about your good news. So our club has specially prepared some gifts for you, to congratulate you and your partner on your happy marriage, and wish the baby health and prosperity. Upon finishing speaking, he casually called over a passing waiter, his expression turning stern as he sternly urged, Xiaohan, go get 2 people to bring the gifts we've prepared for Master Shen. Be quick, don't keep the honorable guest waiting. All right, came a low, subdued response from the man holding champagne behind him, who then promptly left in the opposite direction, leaving Shinjinian with a strikingly familiar back view. Shinjinian stared intently at the retreating figure until it vanished around the corner into the corridor. However, that strange sense of familiarity continued to make him suspicious. What's his name? Shinjinian asked the manager. Ah. Xiaohan. The manager's smile momentarily froze, glancing around evasively. Sorry, he's not my direct charge and tends to be quiet, so I didn't remember his name for the moment. I'll ask him later. Never mind, I was just curious. It would seem odd if he were too insistent on knowing the name of this male model-like server, it might suggest something untoward. To avoid giving the manager or others the wrong impression, Shinjinian decided to stop pursuing the matter. As their conversation ended, 2 young men arrived carrying the gifts. Shinjinian first glanced at their faces, neither was the person he'd noticed earlier. The manager interjected, pulling Shinjinian's attention back. They're not special gifts, just a little token of appreciation from all of us here. We hope you won't be offended. Shinjinian took a quick look at the most conspicuous delicate wooden box. The golden Romaniconti winery name shimmered under the club's lighting, featuring a bottle of top-tier wine. The vintage wasn't clear, but regardless, it represented considerable investment by the club. The other gift was a luxury branded toy for the baby. Shinjinian accepted them without objection and added a membership card worth twice the value of the gifts, subtly maintaining a purely client relationship with the club. Shinjinian provided his address and requested the manager send the gifts when convenient. To show sincerity, the manager immediately assigned an alpha beside him to hail a taxi and deliver the presents. Shinjinian politely remarked, "You've worked hard." The handsome alpha repeatedly smiled in accompaniment. "No problem, Mr. Shen. If you have nothing else, I'll head back to work. Bu Shuqiao is still keeping an eye on things for me." Wait. Hearing a familiar name, Shinjinian suddenly called out to both, incredulously asking, Han Shuqiao? The alpha was unsure why Shinjinian reacted so strongly and paused, nodding slowly. Yes, he's one of our new employees. Do you know him, Mr. Shen? Not very well, just heard his name. Why is he working here? The alpha chuckled bitterly. Who in their right mind does this job unless they're short of money? Han Shuqiao needs money. Shinjinian couldn't help but recall the extravagant birthday banquet he attended on the cruise ship. Although it paled in comparison to what Gu Yan had given him, it was more than enough to cover the living expenses of an average family for 3 to 5 years. The alpha lowered his voice, speaking quietly so only Shinjinian could hear. Yes, he doesn't lack money either, nor would he do something like that. The man, fearing to dirty Shinjinian's precious ears, quickly changed the subject. His family seems to be in pretty bad shape, his father is in jail and his mother is severely ill. Every month, tens of thousands of yuan are spent without even making a ripple. Fortunately, he's good-looking and has many clients, otherwise, how could he earn so much money? Moreover, I heard a bit of gossip, he might have offended some big shot. All companies in the market refuse to accept his resume, not even the tiniest restaurant dares hire him to wash dishes. So, he could only apply for places like ours. As Shinjinian listened to the chatter around him, he fell into a long silence instead. The alpha noticed he was zoning out and realized his talkativeness might have disturbed the customer's mood. He immediately stopped talking and tentatively asked, "Mr. Shen, do you need me to do anything else?" "No." Shen Jinian shook his head. He reminded the alpha beside him, "Don't let a single word of our conversation slip out." "Don't worry, Mr. Shen, my lips are sealed." The alpha solemnly swore to him and then quickly left in a taxi, disappearing from Shen Jinian's sight. Han Shuqiao was repeating the same misfortune as before, but worse than his own at that time. With no way out, he had to resort to this path. As for who orchestrated all of this, Shen Jinian didn't need much brainpower to figure it out. Erg. A dry heaving sound erupted nearby as Chen Han clutched his chest and squatted next to the trash can on the side of the road. The alcohol inside his stomach surged upwards again and again into his throat. He had nothing but alcohol to throw up, and besides that, his stomach was completely empty. Shen Jinian pinched his nose and threw a pack of tissues to Chen Han, showing no hesitation to express his disdain. "You're disgusting." After throwing up, Chen Han seemed to become clearer. Looking at Shen Jinian with raised eyes, he silently gave him the middle finger. Then continued vomiting. When he finally felt somewhat better after throwing up, a bottle of mineral water and a strip of pills appeared in front of him, along with a face full of contempt from Shen Jinian, for sobering up. Chen Han took them without any ceremony, not even bothering to check the dosage before shoving all the pills into his mouth, gulping them down greedily with the mineral water. Then, he let out a deep breath. Much better after puking. Shen Jinian's expression remained serious. "Since you're more awake now, why don't we have a talk?" It was late at night. The two of them rarely found an appropriate spot by the lake to chat. Perhaps because they were far from the streetlights and the area was dim, there were few people here to disturb them. Cool breezes blew in their faces. Chen Han lay on the grass, eyes unfocused. "Zhuangzi doesn't want to see me. Did you manage to contact him?" Shen Jinian leaned against a thick tree trunk, observing Chen Han under the moonlight. "No," Chen Han said, "the investigator said he's actively erasing his tracks in reverse. It must be someone professional handling it for him. His purpose is definitely to prevent me from tracing him." Perhaps due to the pale and cold moonlight, everything covered by it looked particularly desolate and bleak when surrounding Chen Han. "I can't understand why he's being so heartless and ruthless. The only reasonable explanation would be, he doesn't love me at all. So, he obviously doesn't care if I feel heartbroken or disappointed." "Is your wound healing?" Shen Jinian asked. Chen Han turned his head. "The one on my body or the one in my heart?" "The physical one has mostly healed, but the emotional one keeps getting deeper and deeper." "So what do you plan to do next? Do you still intend to continue investigating?" Even professionals couldn't find a single clue, they would probably end up achieving nothing. "I need to take a break first. The recent incidents have far exceeded his tolerance limit." Chen Han could feel his heart beginning to experience frequent premature beats, nightmares increasing in frequency, sleep quality plummeting, and even hallucinations starting to occur. If things continue like this, he might not survive until the day Zhuangzi comes back to him. Shen Jinian also agreed, "Taking a break recently may improve your emotions." Chen Han sighed, his voice drifting into emptiness. The night grew deeper, and the wind picked up. Behind Shen Jinian, the ginkgo leaves rustled, lush green leaves falling gracefully from the branches, spinning through the air until they landed on Chen Han's chest. He casually plucked it up. Under the faint moonlight, the ginkgo leaf looked like a butterfly without life. Chen Han called Shen Jinian while lying on his side, suddenly noticing a black shadow flash behind him and hide behind the tree trunk. All remnants of intoxication vanished from Chen Han. In a split second, he leaped up and shouted, "Shen Jinian, over here quickly." Unaware of what was behind him, Shen Jinian trusted Chen Han 100%. Almost instantly, he readied himself for running, pressing his feet firmly against the tree roots and forcefully propelling himself forward about 2 meters. Just 0.1 seconds after Shen Jinian left, a black-clad hooded man suddenly darted out from behind the tree trunk, clutching a short dagger and wildly slashing toward his original position. Shen Jinian's heart raced wildly at the sudden ambush. He quickly bent down to grab Chen Han, who hadn't yet managed to stand up, and in an instant, the black-clad hooded man was already rushing to just a step away from Shen Jinian, swinging the dagger that seemed to be right by his ear, producing a clear cutting sound through the air. "Chen Han, stand up." Clenching his teeth, Shen Jinian yanked Chen Han, whose body felt weak and powerless after drinking. The latter gritted his teeth and strained to use his strength to stand. In the blink of an eye, he caught sight of the black-clad hooded man beside Shen Jinian raising the blade high, about to slash down rapidly. Blood in his veins seemed to freeze instantly, but he didn't know where the burst of strength came from. He used his head to slam into Shen Jinian's chest, shouting with all his might, "Dodge!" Shen Jinian didn't even need to dodge. In 1 second, Chen Han's iron-headed attack sent him flying 3 meters away, causing him to finally lose balance and fall on his bottom with a crack, as if his bones had fractured. Clutching his slightly uncomfortable stomach, disregarding any passerby nearby, Shen Jinian immediately released large amounts of ultra-high concentrated dual S-level suppressive pheromones. Shen Jinian looked urgently at Chen Han. He saw the knife that should have pierced into his neck stab straight into Chen Han's shoulder blade instead. A large amount of dark red blood flowed down his white work shirt to his arm, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. As for the man wielding the knife, under the influence of the pheromones, he collapsed in agony, kneeling on the ground while clutching his glands and head, breathing heavily and breaking down in screams. The entire event happened so fast, taking mere seconds. Shen Jinian didn't waste time reminiscing. He rushed forward, carrying Chen Han away, dialed 120, and called for security to control the black-clad hooded man subdued by the pheromones. Apparently due to the man's low rank, he remained incapacitated after being oppressed by the dual S-level pheromones, making it effortless for the park security to subdue him. The hood fell back, revealing a familiar face. Han Shuqiao. Shen Jinian unconsciously tightened his grip on Chen Han's arm. Indeed. That familiar shadow he saw earlier in the club was Han Shuqiao. He saw Shen Jinian, followed him here, and attempted to murder him. The man was drenched in sweat, pale-faced, and with hateful eyes glared at Shen Jinian, enunciating every word through gritted teeth. You must die. You'll die sooner or later, Shen Jinian, along with Gu Yan. Shen Jinian perceived something abnormal in Han Shuqiao's mental state. Pale complexion, dark circles around the eyes, indeed resembling a demon from hell. Still ringing in his ears were the madman's soul-rending curses. You ruined my family, you've committed endless evils, eventually you'll face divine retribution. Your children will all not survive this winter. Too painful, my glands are rotting. Shen Jin, you'll pay for your sins. Han Shuqiao's terrifying curses left Shen Jinian feeling disconcerted, stepping back a pace with Chen Han. To prevent further violence, the guards directly handed him over to the police station. Not long after Han Shuqiao was taken away, the ambulance arrived late. Chen Han was rushed into the operating room to treat his wound. Shen Jinian sat dazedly outside the operating room door, his hands covered in dried blood, staring absent-mindedly, but his heartbeat remained thunderous. Gu Yan arrived upon hearing the news. The man didn't even change from his house clothes, throwing on an overcoat, and quickly strode directly to Shen Jinian's side, grabbing his wrist and pulling him into a tight embrace, firmly holding Shen Jinian's back. Don't be afraid, bow. Seemingly comforting Shen Jinian, yet his voice couldn't remain steady either. Shen Jinian stood there blankly, failing to reciprocate the hug. His voice was so faint that Gu Yan could barely hear it, just now. Han Shuqiao seemed like he wanted to kill me. It's my fault, I'm sorry. Gu Yan held Shen Jinian's nape and pulled him close, his barely controlled fear spiraling out of control when Shen Jinian spoke. The tall man couldn't help trembling. It's my fault that I acted too harshly out of anger, severing all of Han Shuqiao's future paths and escalating his hatred. I'm sorry. Held in silence for a long time by Gu Yan. Only when his feet went numb, and pain spread throughout his body did Shen Jinian finally make his next move, slowly pushing away Gu Yan, sitting on the waiting chair to ask, if his attempt to kill me fails, will he be sentenced? Gu Yan didn't know how to respond and sidestepped the issue. He has a mental illness, and his glands were injected with drugs. He can no longer live independently. Someone will be responsible for supervising him going forward. Shen Jinian fell silent. Just as the atmosphere between the two dipped once again into an icy standstill, the operating room door opened. The doctor's expression was solemn. The situation isn't good. Chapter 158 The Scent of White Magnolia. The knife was stabbed very deeply, and not only that, the person holding the knife likely received some kind of stimulus at the scene, which caused the blade to gouge upward after piercing flesh and blood, finally snapping and lodging in the bone joint. The broken blade shot out, severing the ligaments. Currently, we've retrieved the blade, but the patient has lost too much blood and has fallen into a coma. After hearing this, Shen Jinian's heart finally sank in despair. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist, cold sweat breaking out on his palm. Is his condition dangerous? The injury is severe, but it won't be life-threatening. It's just that the recovery period might be quite tough because the wound is large and on his back. His entire right arm will likely be immobile. Will the ligament recover to normal function? Chen Han loves playing basketball. If his right hand gets affected, it would be a devastating blow for him. Besides, he is already under significant psychological stress. Rest assured about this, the doctor consoled him. Thanks to the timely medical care, with proper rest and recovery, he can gradually regain normal function. The doctor added, after suturing, the patient will be moved to the recovery room to wake up from anesthesia. Both of you can go and accompany him. After the drug effects wear off, there will be a lot of pain. We understand. Thank you for your hard work. As if a huge rock had suddenly landed, Shen Jinian felt all his strength drain away as he gave a slight bow to see the doctor off. Not long after the two stayed put, Chen Han was wheeled out of the operating room. The wound had been bandaged, but his face was exceptionally pale. A familiar scene replayed from memory, interweaving with an overwhelming fear. Shen Haughtily also came out of the operating room looking utterly lifeless. In just 2 short months. His close relatives and friends have entered the operating room one after another, frequently as if cursed. Gu Yan held Shen Jinian's hand, interrupting his wandering thoughts. Do you feel unwell anywhere? You should get checked too. I'm fine, I just lost my balance and fell down, said Shen Jinian. His hands, still uncleaned of blood, struggled to evade Gu Yan's touch. You go ahead and accompany Chen Han, I need to wash my hands. Are you really okay? Anywhere that hurts? Gu Yan was filled with trepidation. Although he had roughly examined Shen Jinian earlier and didn't find any wounds on him, he was still extremely worried and couldn't relax. I'm really fine, Shen Jinian reassured him repeatedly. If I feel unwell, I'll definitely tell you, alright? Okay. After deliberating, they parted ways and later gathered silently in the recovery room for nearly an hour. The anesthesia had worn off, but Chen Han hadn't woken up yet. The doctor explained that his body and spirit were severely drained, so it would take longer than usual to regain consciousness. However, unexpectedly, Chen Han slept for 2 whole days and nights. 48 hours later, Chen Han woke up purely due to the pain, so much so that it made him scream, even uncontrollably shedding tears like any other man wouldn't dare show. Damn it, I'll kill Han Shuqiao. It fucking hurts so much. SSSSS, SSS. My arm feels numb from the pain, Shen Jinian. Can you ask the doctor to give me another injection of painkillers? This pump isn't helping at all, it hurts so bad. Chen Han broke down. At the time, his brain had unconsciously issued the command to rush over to save Shen Jinian, but never imagined being subjected to such excruciating agony now. The pain level in his shoulder was far beyond what he could bear. Shen Jinian helplessly went to look for the doctor. Chen Han was in unbearable pain, almost fainting. The doctor had no choice but to inject him with pain relief medicine, providing temporary relief. At this moment, Chen Han's parents walked in, carrying various bags of daily necessities. Shen Jinian stood up with Gu Yan, uncle, aunt. Chen Han's parents knew the background of Shen Jinian's family well. Although it had briefly declined, it rebounded in an impressive manner. They surmised that the backing behind them must exceed their imagination. And that support most likely referred to the man standing beside Shen Jinian. Ignoring their son, the 2 middle-aged adults carefully looked over Gu Yan for a long time before casually asking through Shen Jinian, "We haven't seen you in ages, Jinian. You seem to become more outstanding in appearance each time. Is this your boyfriend?" It was clear to anyone what their intentions were. Gu Yan wrapped an arm around his waist, declaring his ownership. Shen Jinian awkwardly introduced with a smile, "Uncle, this is my partner, Gu Yan. We just got our marriage certificate a while ago." "Oh, you've already gotten your marriage certificate so quickly?" "Uncle and aunt haven't received the news yet, so we didn't prepare a wedding gift. We'll make it up to you after Han's injury heals and he gets discharged. Please don't take offense, Jinian." The remark poked at him multiple times. It was said with apparent embarrassment for not preparing the gift in time, attributing the lack of knowledge to his ignorance. Although Chen Han was his best friend who had already sent over a red envelope, would his parents really be unaware? Additionally, the name, Chen Han, was deliberately emphasized, meant to remind him that this knife wound Chen Han took was on his behalf, constantly reinforcing the fact that Chen Han was his savior. Shen Jinian felt the pressure build abruptly. Evidently, Chen Han also keenly detected his parents' intent. Seizing the brief moment of silence among them, he spoke up, "Mom, Dad, when did you arrive?" Chen's mom immediately sat by the bedside, gazing sympathetically at Chen Han's pale cheek. "We came quite early but left to buy essentials since you were still unconscious. It will help us care for you later." "That's unnecessary. Jin Yan and I are being well cared for by the nurses," responded Chen Han between labored breaths. "Besides, too many visitors would only bother me. How can Mom and Dad be regarded as bothersome visitors?" Chen's mother stiffened her expression immediately, then softened her voice due to others present. "We came specifically to take care of you. Even if you took the blade for Jinian, how can Jinian always be troubled?" "First off, I didn't take the blade for Jinian," stated Chen Han seriously, setting the record straight. "Han Shuqiao is our mutual classmate who has gone insane. A madman's blade might not necessarily target Jinian. My chances of getting injured were 50%. So, please stop making such a fuss about my action and refrain from using this favor to morally coerce Shen Jinian." Chen Han understood his parents well. They craved proximity to the wealthy and powerful almost to the point of madness. If a rare opportunity to latch onto someone appeared, they would certainly not let go of Shen Jinian easily. Chen Han's father, seeing his son intentionally trying to decline recognition for his heroism, became extremely irritated. He hurried forward, lowering his voice to scold his son quietly so Shen Jinian wouldn't hear. "What nonsense are you saying? You don't understand anything. We've already questioned the police, no need for you to tell lies." Chen Han was exasperated and turned his head away, ignoring him. Seeing this, Shen Jinian stepped in to mediate. "Uncle, the doctor indeed mentioned that Han needs peace and quiet for recuperation, which would better facilitate wound healing. And ultimately, the situation was mainly due to my own responsibility. Therefore, you and aunt should rest properly after all this traveling. As long as I'm around, everything will be fine." Of course, both Mr. and Mrs. Chen wanted to see Shen Jinian frequently, facilitating more direct interaction. Perhaps, through Shen Jinian, they could collaborate with the influential Shen Corporation behind him. Mr. Chen chuckled inwardly at this development while outwardly reprimanding his son. "Look how considerate others are. Not only does he observe propriety perfectly but also cares deeply for his parents, settling down at an early age without troubling his family." Chen Han muttered, "Yes, they enjoy their free love relationship with full support from the family. Obviously there's nothing for their open-minded parents to worry about." Hearing this, Mr. Chen flew into another rage, twisting his mouth sideways in anger before slapping the back of Chen Han's head. Not too hard, but it definitely hurt. "You dare to talk back. Chen Han instantly shut his mouth. His frustrations and anger swiftly transformed into sorrow that brimmed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth firmly, forcing the tears back. With a raspy, slightly nasal tone, he spoke, "Genian, my wound seems to have reopened. Could you call the doctor to check again?" Shen Genian feared something untoward could happen, so he asked Gu Yan to fetch the doctor. In collaboration with the doctor, they pretended to wheel Chen Han away for rest stitching, thereby seizing the chance to send his parents back to the hotel. When they returned to the ward, Chen Han's mood had clearly deteriorated significantly. He stopped screaming out in pain altogether. Perhaps some wounds ache more than the ones visible. Bothersome. Chen Han groaned, pressing his face forward into the pillow. Muffled words echoed from beneath, "Can we persuade them to return home tomorrow?" Sitting by the bed, Shen Jinian sighed, "Han, I cannot offer advice on this matter. Then can Gu Yan cut off the supply routes of our family business or poach key employees? Just get them anxious enough to rush back home and deal with their company affairs. Their presence each day makes my life miserable. If it comes down to this, I'd rather shamelessly stay with you two instead." Since his teenage years, this mindset persisted unswervingly. He'd rather endure Shen Jinian's bullying, following him across towns and schools, than remain with his parents. Shen Jinian glanced at Gu Yan. He was familiar with fighting business wars, but suddenly being approached to provoke one left him momentarily at a loss. "Chen Han, I'm serious." Gu Yan's expression faltered slightly. Helplessly, he said, "You just need to leak the information to the competitors, I don't have to take any action myself." Chen Han thought about it and agreed. His small family definitely didn't require Gu Yan's direct involvement, it would be using a cannon to kill an ant. With a little scheming, he anonymously sent intelligence to his sworn enemy uncle, then blocked the man and removed his SIM card. Then he waited impatiently for 5 days. A week passed without a single ripple. His parents still came every day. Their main goal was to latch onto Shen Jinian and Gu Yan. Their secondary purpose was supposed to be concern for their unfilial son, though the concern was merely expressed as various reasons to scold him. Chen Han grew increasingly restless, his clenched fists showing prominent veins. Even the visiting doctor couldn't bear it anymore, the patient needs proper rest. I suggest that family members refrain from upsetting him further, lest his wound splits open again. Parents educating their children is only natural. Chen's father wouldn't let even the doctor off easily, showing no mercy. Chen's mother, deferring completely to her husband, chimed in, "If he had actually listened to us and settled down by arranging a marriage properly at home, right now he'd be peacefully living with his fiancée instead of going out for amusement in bars and getting into this absurd mishap where he took a knife." The doctor resisted, rolling his eyes despite feeling provoked, restraining himself thanks to professional etiquette. Regardless of the reasons, the patient needs quiet recuperation. After giving this warning and fearing that the two relatives might continue unreasonably, the doctor hurriedly exited the room. When the doctor was far enough, Chen Han finally revealed his thoughts again. "When are you going back?" "We're going back when you get discharged, and not just us, you're returning with us." Chen Han lost all patience on the spot, shouting, "In your dreams." Previously, when he was healthy and active, he always managed to evade his parents' clutches so they couldn't force him to attend blind dates. But now, with an injured arm confining him to bed, he felt like fish on a chopping block, ready to be sliced up once he got home. Returning together was absolutely impossible. The moment they heard this, Chen's parents flew into a rage. Just as they stood up from their seats, sleeves rolled up, ready to give their son a stern lecture, the door shook. A nurse paused for a few seconds before slowly pushing the door open, her voice gentle, "Is this room 2316, Mr. Chen Han? A friend has sent you a bouquet of flowers and a fruit basket, asking me to deliver them." After speaking, she stepped aside and waited until the patient nodded his consent, entering directly holding the flowers inside. Chen Han, unable to raise his head, could not see the exact position of the flowers in the nurse's arms but recognized their scent immediately. His throat tightened. What kind of flowers are these? The nurse had never been questioned by a patient like this before, entirely caught off guard. She froze for a second, fortunately able to identify some of the blooms as a regular customer of flower shops. "There's champagne roses, Siberian lilies, and orchids." "Are there no white magnolias?" asked Chen Han. The nurse checked carefully and replied confidently, "No." Chen Han's tone dropped noticeably, evident disappointment seeping through. "All right, thank you." Chen Han requested Shen Jinian to help receive the flowers, then turned to ask his parents, "I feel like eating some fruit. Could you help me wash some?" Such a simple request, they wouldn't dare refuse, not in front of Shen Jinian and Gu Yan at least. They wanted to keep up appearances of basic family affection. Chen's mother took the fruits and left. Chen Han strained to turn his head toward his father. "My test results have come out. Could you please go collect them for me?" The middle-aged man glared fiercely at him before leaving the ward as well. The obvious intent behind dismissing his parents wasn't subtle, anyone could tell what Chen Han was planning. When the ward door was finally shut, Shen Jinian went straight to the point, asking him, "Do you have something you want to say?" Chen Han could finally contain his overwhelming emotions no longer. The redness appeared almost instantly at the corners of his eyes, his body shaking uncontrollably. "The nurse said there were no white magnolias, but I clearly smelled the aroma of magnolia in the bouquet. This bouquet must have been sent by Zi." Chapter 159, Selling the Struggle. Really? Shen Jinian quickly took in 2 big breaths, but he didn't detect any trace of magnolia fragrance in the air. Perhaps after being marked, his sense of smell was now dominated by Guyan cedar, making it less sensitive. Chen Han was extremely confident. There's no way I could be mistaken. The information about Zhuang Zi's pheromones was permanently imprinted in his mind. If there were even the faintest hint of this scent, he would never make a mistake identifying it. Chen Han couldn't suppress his emotional turmoil and struggled to sit up in bed. His intuition told him that Zhuang Zi's act of sending flowers this time wasn't an indication of coming back, it was likely their last farewell. Seeing this, Shen Jinian quickly rose and pressed Chen Han back into bed. Your wound hasn't healed yet. You can tell me what you want to say, and I'll pass it on for you. I want to see him. Chen Han grabbed Shen Jinian's hand, trembling all over his arm with anxiety. I want to talk to him. Don't rush. Your uncle and aunt are still here. We'll pick a time to separate them, then invite brother Zi over. Otherwise, there will definitely be conflicts among the 3 of us. Chen Han nodded anxiously. I'll get rid of them right away. Jinian, please help me search for Zi downstairs. Please hurry. I'm afraid he might leave already. This could be my only chance. Shen Jinian exchanged a glance with Gu Yan. Gu Yan stood up earlier than Shen Jinian, pressing down on his shoulders and forcing him back onto the sofa. You rest, I'll go look. Despite this, Shen Jinian insisted on standing up, accompanying Gu Yan outside the ward to carefully close the door behind them. Out of Chen Han's sight, he voiced his concerns. He clearly didn't bring the flowers upstairs because he doesn't want to confront anyone. Can we really find him? Gu Yan replied, I'll do my best. Shen Jinian nodded solemnly twice, using both hands to press on Gu Yan's shoulders until he bent down on one knee to match Shen Jinian's height. He leaned forward slightly and gently rubbed against the corner of Gu Yan's lips. He waved to Gu Yan, go quick. I'll handle things here. Both men coordinated perfectly. Shen Jinian returned to the ward to wait for Chen Han's parents to come back so he could send them away. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be far simpler than anticipated. There was no need for him to speak. The elders dropped off fruit and examination reports in a hurried manner and immediately bid them farewell before leaving. Not just leaving the hospital, they bought train tickets right away and returned to their hometown. Chen Han's moral stand against his own family had taken effect. A crisis of unprecedented proportions had struck the family company, leaving it teetering on the brink. Hearing this news, Chen Han couldn't help but laugh aloud, feeling a kind of post-retribution relief. He cared nothing for whether his family's assets would be bankrupted due to this, nor did he worry about possibly experiencing the nomadic life of his childhood again. Don't you care if uncle finds out the full details? Chen Han's free-loving behavior had already impacted the elders' future plans for the company, nearly bringing it to its knees. And if they ever learned that their family business had been handed over through manipulation by their own son, it was possible they'd attempt to beat Chen Han to death. Whatever. Chen Han gave a bitter smile. When I was young, they always mocked me as the crude offspring of nouveau riche, saying how different I was from real lords. That part is true, my father didn't rise through proper means either. It was only a matter of time before he faced this downfall, especially since our businesses were already nearing exhaustion anyway. That's why they were so eager to have me arrange a marriage alliance. The decline of the family business was inevitable, and his message was just the catalyst. Shen Jinian said, the difference is, you'll end up taking more beatings. Chen Han closed his eyes, but I feel good too. Years of suppressed rebellion fully clouded Chen Han's rationality. Just as they chatted briefly, Gu Yan showed up at the door rather unexpectedly. It had been barely half an hour since he went downstairs, short enough for everyone's hopes to fall. How's it going? Shen Jinian asked the question for Chen Han. 2 pieces of news. Without waiting for them to ask, Gu Yan directly explained. He cannot meet with Chen Han, but if you agree, he consents to texting communication. It's fine. I don't mind. As long as Zi is willing to talk to me, that's all I need. Chen Han immediately reached for the phone beside his bed. However, he suddenly remembered, a week ago, he had thrown away his SIM card casually. Regret flooded his chest instantly. Shen Jinian, let me go buy you a new one. Chen Han was overjoyed, thank you, Shen Jinian. You are the Cupid of this world and the modern-day version of Chai Dao Huang. I will never forget your great kindness in my life. Once Zhuang Zi and I achieve our happy ending, I'll definitely set up a special banquet table for you on our wedding day to heavily thank your efforts and help. When we have kids, you'll surely be the first choice as godfather. Shen Jin. Shen Jinian teased and immediately left afterward, fearing that Chen Han might invite his 8 generations of ancestors next to join in thanking him. 10 minutes later. Gu Yan also got so irritated that he proactively left the ward. Coincidentally meeting in the same store without prior arrangement, Shen Jinian had already purchased a new SIM card. He paused briefly upon seeing Gu Yan's silhouette but quickly understood why he was here. Indeed. Chen Han had made significant progress. Even Gu Yan, with such a limitless temper, could not tolerate him and chose to escape. Shen Jinian, witnessing his expression which darkened like the bottom of a pot yet held back words, couldn't resist mocking him. I didn't expect your nemesis to not be me or Shen Maidong, but Chen Han. Gu Yan anxiously grabbed Shen Jinyan's wrist, his voice hoarse and nearly pleading. I hired 3 senior caregivers to take turns looking after Chen Han. Can we go home tonight? You haven't returned home to rest for almost a week. You've lost weight. The man's fingertips grazed the dark circles under Shen Jinyan's eyes, revealing his concern without reservation. He had never seen Shen Jinyan with such heavy shadows beneath his eyes before. Gu Yan lowered his tone, both our child and I miss you dearly. Shen Jinyan hesitated for a moment. On one side were his newlywed partner and child, on the other, a close friend who had sacrificed everything to save him. His conflicting loyalties left him torn. In the end, Shen Jinyan chose the latter. Then tonight, I'll video call my dong. Gu Yan understood his commitment and swallowed the words already on the tip of his tongue. But Shen Jinyan willingly wanted to stay and care for Chen Han, yet unexpectedly, Chen Han refused his request to stay overnight. After chatting with Zhuang Zi, Chen Han seemed invigorated. Even the pain from his wounds disappeared. With excitement, he climbed off the bed and started bustling around, trying to drive them both out of the room and lock them outside. Sniffling pitifully, he then sent a voice message to Zhuang Zi, baby, I'm so pitiful. Friends caught up in family matters can't visit, parents neglect me entirely, nurses maliciously ignore me. Now, I'm all alone with no one to take care of me. Chapter 160, Can't Hold On. Chen Han, shamelessly playing the victim, actually managed to squeeze out a sob towards the end of her speech. Shen Jinyan, separated by a door panel, was utterly speechless. The result was that 3 people waited until 11:30 at night, but Chen Han's supposed betrayal by all didn't elicit even a flicker of sympathy from Zhuang Zi. The little dog had suffered a serious emotional wound. Worn out and quietly heartbroken, it insisted on kicking Shen Jinyan and Gu Yan out without saying a word. Left alone in the hospital room, it endured the loneliness and chill brought by the long night. Shen Jinyan. Everyone present could see through his deliberate act of self-pity, aimed at making Zhuang Zi, who was observing from the shadows, soften her heart. Love-addled, beyond salvation. That night, Shen Jinyan disdainfully dragged Gu Yan back home. It was still the small rented place they shared. They hadn't been back for quite some time, and the first ones to greet them were 3 tiny furry bundles of fluff. After Shen Maidong fell asleep, it was the kittens' free-for-all playtime. They could romp around the entire house, enjoying their carefree lives without having to worry about wind or sun. As soon as Shen Jinyan opened the door, he saw 3 little heads huddled together, 3 pairs of shiny big eyes blinking expectantly at him. 3.5-month-old kittens trotted over and rubbed against his legs, mewing cutely, meow meow. I missed you. Shen Jinyan immediately gathered all 3 into his arms. Happiness tripled. Gu Yan changed clothes, then helped Shen Jinyan take off his coat and hang it up carefully. It's past 12 o'clock, baby. Go clean up, shower, and sleep. Stop playing with the cats. Too tired, I want to lie down first. Shen Jinyan casually kicked off his wide outer pants and lazily curled up on the couch. The 3 kittens snuggled compliantly in his arms, rubbing their wrists non-stop, showing no stinginess with their affection for Shen Jinyan, meow meow. Gu Yan sat beside Shen Jinyan, grabbed Shen Maidong's small blanket and draped it over Shen Jinyan's thighs, covering them carefully. Her gaze lingered briefly on his stomach. Jinyan, did you eat too much tonight? Shen Jinyan immediately shot up like someone stepped on his tail, his face darkened as he whispered demonically, what did you say? How long have we been together? And you start criticizing how much I eat? If you ate too much, don't rush to sleep. You can kneel and rest for a bit. I'll go boil some hawthorn water to aid digestion, said Gu Yan, amused by Shen Jinyan's sensitivity and petty-mindedness. With tenderness in her eyes, she gently coaxed, I'll be right back. Play with the kittens for a while, all right? Shen Jinyan's anger dissipated instantly. He gave Gu Yan a thumbs-up sign, silently pressing his legs under his buttocks and kneeling, reminding Gu Yan, you'd better not breathe heavily next time. Clarify any remarks that undermine unity or create conflict at once, otherwise, my fists won't wait. Gu Yan turned around again, bent down, cupped Shen Jinyan's cheek and kissed his brow center. I will reflect thoroughly. Shen Jinyan turned his head, avoiding eye contact. Though they had been together for a long time, he still felt embarrassed by Gu Yan's sudden affection. By the time he came back to his senses, Gu Yan had already put on an apron and entered the kitchen, proficiently finding dried hawthorn slices from the cabinet that even Shen Jinyan didn't know about. She proportionally added clear water and slowly cooked it in the pot. Gu Yan's height was quite tall compared to the average person. The kitchen design was somewhat inconvenient for him. He had to constantly bend over to chop vegetables and wash dishes, and even needed to squat down to use some appliances. However, every day, this man cheerfully ran into the kitchen to prepare late-night snacks he craved or newly learned desserts for him. Shen Jinyan watched Gu Yan's busy figure and let his thoughts wander. He had only been kneeling for less than 10 minutes before he couldn't help feeling mentally fatigued. Right before Gu Yan turned off the stove, Shen Jinyan directly dozed off on the sofa. When Gu Yan emerged holding the bowl, which was increasingly hot, he saw Shen Jinyan curled up like a ball, sound asleep, his alpha form both peaceful and relaxed. All the kittens had burrowed into his embrace, found their most comfortable positions, and nestled together obediently resting with Shen Jinyan. Gu Yan set the increasingly scalding bowl aside. Then, he went to carry the sleeping Shinjinian from the sofa. The side kittens, sensing the movement, promptly opened their round bright eyes, tumbled up their plump little bodies, and lined up to follow Gu Yan, enthusiastically patting behind him into the bedroom. Gu Yan tucked Shinjinian into bed. He squatted down by the doorway, facing a whole row of kittens neatly sitting at the entrance. Stretching out one finger, he said, "Jinian is resting now. You can play with him tomorrow." The tortoiseshell cat tilted its little head and patted Gu Yan's finger with a paw, as if understanding the man's words. It responded with a tiny and short meow, meow. Seeing the kitten looking at him pitifully, Gu Yan couldn't help but open 2 more cans of food and evenly divided them among the 3 kittens. Taking advantage of the kittens focusing on their meal, he quietly left and closed the door. Holding Shinjinian in his arms, they slept the most peaceful sleep they'd had in days. Shinjinian did too. So much so that when he woke up the next morning, he forgot all about accompanying Chenhan to the hospital. He spent his morning amusing Shin Maidong and then teasing the kittens. Breakfast stretched until 8 o'clock. Only then did he belatedly remember something. "Oh, I forgot about Chenhan." He wondered whether the young man had eaten yet or if he'd been slapped by the nurse. Shinjinian hastily stuffed a couple of bites into his mouth before rushing off to change clothes in the closet. Gu Yan, holding Shin Maidong, followed closely behind. "You don't have to go, Chenhan sent a message this morning telling us to rest at home." Shinjinian picked out an outfit, prepared another one to pack, and casually replied to Gu Yan, "No, I can't live with myself if I don't take care of him." Gu Yan realized Shinjinian was truly worried sick. He explained honestly, "He has someone taking care of him now, and he asked us not to come over and ruin the atmosphere." Shinjinian paused mid-motion, clutching the hanger. Unbelievable, Zhuangzi finally softened her heart. Gu Yan nodded. Although he didn't know what tricks Chenhan had used to play up the pity card and make the Omega feel sorry for him, he could confidently say that Zhuangzi surely had some space in her heart for Chenhan. Even just a corner would still count. This time Shinjinian was fully reassured and put the clothes back, casually reaching over to take the baby from Gu Yan's arms. Shin Maidong wrapped his little arms around Shinjinian's neck. "Pa." Gu Yan lingered behind the duo and only asked after they sat down, "When Chenhan is discharged, do you want to go visit elder brother haughtily abroad?" "Will you go?" Shinjinian asked. Gu Yan avoided eye contact as he entertained the baby. "I need to stay here to handle some matters." Listening to his dad's talk, Shin Maidong stretched out his arm trying to catch Gu Yan's fingers, but no matter how hard he tried, Gu Yan's hand kept moving further away. Frantic, Shin Maidong suddenly broke down in tears. "Papa." Chapter 161, Crying Gets You Candy. The crying drew everyone's attention. Gu Yan and Shinjinian were busy talking and hadn't noticed Shin Maidong. After much ado, they finally understood. The little one wanted Gu Yan to hold him. Shinjinian was sulking, annoyed that the little brat preferred whoever fed him, purely a naive wolf of rolling eyes. He hadn't had time to go home even once in a week, yet Shin Maidong didn't seem to miss him at all, cuddling up to Gu Yan for kisses and hugs. With an acidic undertone in his words, Shinjinian jealously remarked, "You see, I can't take him abroad. His favorite daddy now is you. Children's preferences change frequently. He cried for dad when you weren't around as well." Gu Yan held the baby's wrist, guiding the child to grab Shinjinian's fingers, shaking them slightly in an attempt to mollify him. He continued, "If you're willing to go, I can send you both over. Will you return right after delivering us?" Shinjinian asked. "I might stay a day or 2. At least enough time to visit the hospital." Shinjinian instinctively felt that Gu Yan was hiding something from him, otherwise, the clingy person wouldn't send them abroad, leaving himself alone in the house. "What are you doing alone at home?" Shinjinian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gu Yan's micro-expressions. "Are you planning something shady behind my back? Are you cheating on me?" "Not." Gu Yan, startled by Shinjinian's words, immediately sat up straight and firmly cleared himself. Just moments later, he lowered his voice to a level only Shinjinian could hear, calmly stating, "The fish has bitten the hook and needs someone to reel it in. He isn't in the country, and I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on taking care of you and the baby later." Shinjinian subconsciously didn't want to be apart from Gu Yan. "I can do it myself." But his gaze fell upon the clueless baby, and he swallowed his words. He couldn't, he wasn't confident. Shinjinian lapsed into silence again. Gu Yan tentatively asked him, "So, we'll make this agreement. I'll come to pick you both up once everything is done, alright? About how long will it take?" Unable to participate in Gu Yan's plan, he could only try to cooperate as much as possible. Gu Yan still hesitated briefly here, with a bit of fear in his voice. "Maybe 2 months. So long." Shinjinian extended a finger to calculate. The more he calculated, the more distressed he became. "By 2 months, it'll already be near the spring festival. I'll do it as quickly as I can, alright, little treasure." Gu Yan stood up, bringing the baby and sitting beside Shinjinian, freeing one hand to pull Shinjinian into his arms. "We'll just deal with these people before the spring festival, so we can rest assured to spend New Year's Eve with our parents." Although Shinjinian wasn't picking a time, he still thought 2 months was too long. What does 2 months even mean? By then, Shen Maidong would know how to crawl, their cat would have grown twice its size, who knows, maybe Chen Han and Zhuangzi could reconcile and set a wedding date. 2 months really is such a long time. Even during the most hostile times with Gu Yan, they had never been apart for 2 months. Shen Jinian didn't want to be. Gu Yan gently stroked his hair. I'll often call you, video chat with you, and buy tickets to visit you whenever I can. How about that? Shen Jinian responded disinterestedly, oh. No real reason to stop, but he could vent his dissatisfaction. Gu Yan laughed softly as he nuzzled against his face. Tonight, let Auntie take my dong to sleep. Shen Jinian was out of sorts, still sulking. Whatever Gu Yan said, he would absent-mindedly agreeing but failing to fully comprehend the underlying meaning. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian immediately pulled away from Gu Yan, stepping onto his thigh to keep a distance. When I say 2 months is long, it doesn't mean I can't hold back because I want to do that kind of thing with you. I know, you just miss me. Gu Yan smiled mischievously, swiftly grabbing Shen Jinian's ankle. It's me who wants to do those things. After struggling a couple of times and being unable to break free from Gu Yan's grip, Shen Jinian simply gave up and lay flat on the sofa. Surprisingly, only tonight. Happiness came too suddenly, directly stunning Gu Yan. I meant, is it just tonight from now until we go abroad? Enigma's voice was hoarse. I want full attendance. Shen Jinian wanted to kick him again, so he deliberately freed up another foot. Gu Yan held the child with one hand, and without any extra hands left to restrain Shen Jinian, naturally punished Gu Yan for his deliberate verbal harassment. After discussing such topics, both fell silent, avoiding eye contact like strangers, creating an atmosphere awkwardly similar to having just quarreled, seemingly in a Cold War. Fortunately, the duration was not long. Both of them ate a little less for dinner without prior agreement, and before bedtime, Shen Jinian stealthily took a few chocolates and some drinking water from the snack cabinet. The next day, he sneaked out of the door to dispose of the garbage in the bedroom when the housekeeper hadn't woken up yet. For 3 consecutive days, the two acted furtively like thieves. On the 4th day, Shen Jinian couldn't bear it any longer and found an excuse to take care of Chen Han as a reason to escape from Gu Yan's arms. He only let out a sigh of relief after arriving at the hospital. Fortunately, he had run fast enough, otherwise, he would have died young sooner or later. These past few days had exhausted him almost to death. His back and waist ached with pain, even more tired than continuously taking care of Chen Han for an entire week. Chen Han noticed that Shen Jinian's complexion was abnormal, so he asked the nurse to help pour some water and fetch some desserts for Shen Jinian. He then criticized bluntly, you didn't rest well during these 3 days off but spent all the time tangled up with Gu Yan. Shen Jinian was embarrassed by his straightforward comment, his scalp tingling with discomfort. Ignoring what Chen Han said, Shen Jinian changed the topic and asked, why do I feel like there's someone missing? As the conversation touched upon his lover, Chen Han became interested in chatting with Shen Jinian. Despite the regret in his voice, happiness radiated from his face. Zhuangzi can only sneak in at night, leaving before dawn. Why? This sounded very absurd. Chen Han answered seriously, my parents talked to Zhuangzi. They stated that the Chen family will not accept a second marriage Omega who has lived with another man. They told Zi, if I insist on staying with him, they would sever ties and never care about my well-being thereafter. Zi is an orphan. This is his Achilles heel. He knows the hardships of being an orphan in life, so Zi doesn't want me to repeat his misfortune. What's worse, my parents even found the elderly grandmother who adopted Zi. Knowing she had undergone heart surgery and was under medication, they threatened Zi that they would exaggerate his divorce scandal, painting him as enticing me, and tell this story to her, disgracing their relationship. Regardless of whether Zhuangzi divorced due to proper new love or infidelity within marriage. People were bound to enjoy hearing the latter version more. Never had Chen Han imagined his parents could be this ruthless. To achieve their goals, they wouldn't hesitate to fabricate rumors using the elder's fragile life. Did Zi tell you this? Chen Han. You might not believe it, but I just remembered that I had installed a hidden camera at home a few days ago. At the time, it was because I was afraid of harassment from his ex-husband, but since there wasn't any trouble afterward, I forgot about it. He checked the surveillance and naturally overheard Zhuangzi's phone call. He also saw Zhuangzi sitting motionless in the room for 3 hours alone. Only when the sky turned dark did he get up and pack his luggage in the bedroom. And quietly left at midnight. That bouquet of flowers was delivered only after Zhuangzi had agonized over it for a long time. He assumed that Chen Han had so many friends, no one would notice anything unusual. But Zhuangzi underestimated the depth of the alpha's feelings for him. Chen Han precisely traced his location based merely on the trace amount of pheromones left behind. This discovery caused his decision to leave to waver again. It wasn't until he received Chen Han's call in the early morning. A 20-something alpha bawled his eyes out, collapsed twice from crying, and was revived twice, before he reluctantly came to the hospital. Chapter 162, Let's have a physical examination. Isn't that outrageous? Chen Han's words made Shen Jinian extremely angry. Especially when she heard about their intention to slander the reputation of an Omega and use an elder's life to threaten Zhuangzi, Shen Jinian was filled with revulsion. It's not just been outrageous for 1 or 2 days. This kind of thing often happened in Chen Han's daily life, it had become commonplace. For instance, the company was seized when they forced a partner into a corner. When Chen Han was young, he didn't understand, but as he grew up, he realized that his parents' cruelty had always left signs. Shen Jinian, then you two can't keep sneaking around at night all the time, right? Of course not. Suddenly raising his voice, Chen Han said, we fell in love freely, without stealing or robbing, so we don't have to be stealthy. It's just that Ziyi is anxious now and doesn't want trouble. As soon as I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll take him away. I also happen to be leaving for a while. Coincidentally, their plans aligned perfectly. Shen Han was going to move out with Zhuang Ziyi, while he, Shen Jinian, was on leave and planned to travel abroad with Gu Yan. Upon hearing this farewell, Chen Han felt somewhat unaccustomed. 2 months is too long. We've played together for so many years and have never been apart for 2 months. Do you want to bring Ziyi along with me? Shen Jinian asked. After a moment of deep thought, Chen Han finally shook his head. No, Ziyi has his grandmother to take care of. When did you start caring so much for others? Shen Jinian looked at Chen Han like he was a stranger. Could it be that people's brains and their lovesickness grow separately? Chen Han scratched his remaining good hand and said, you're kidding, aren't you? You haven't gotten any smarter being with Gu Yan either. The moment the words slipped out, Chen Han belatedly realized he had stepped into a sensitive topic. Predictably, Shen Jinian's expression changed faster than turning a page, and the atmosphere in the room turned icy cold instantly, just like a prelude to someone getting killed off in a suspense drama. Chen Han's guess proved correct. Shen Jinian would not go easy on him even if he were sick. Now his other hand had also retired. With no way to beat him, Shen Jinian simply tied him up so he couldn't move, utterly crushing the restless alpha Chen Han. Fortunately, Zhuang Ziyi came over at noon to deliver lunch. Seeing Chen Han's arm rubbed red from being tied too tightly, he quickly soaked a towel in icy water to clean Chen Han's wrists. Only after the red marks had faded considerably did he completely relax. Initially wanting to torture him, Shen Jinian ended up witnessing some public displays of affection between them instead. He found it hard to play along with their antics. Feeling satiated before eating lunch, Shen Jinian decided not to eat and let them enjoy their intimate moments. Besides, why should he stay since Zhuang Ziyi seemed to have forgotten to prepare his lunch anyway? However, Chen Han wouldn't let him leave. He insisted Shen Jinian stay in the ward, even offering his own portion of food. His purpose was clear. He wanted Shen Jinian to witness how considerate his Omega boyfriend was toward him and the inseparable bond they shared. It bordered on smugness. Without waiting, Chen Han promptly served Shen Jinian part of the chicken leg he'd prepared. Ziyi is a great cook, just as good as Gu Yan. Try it and see what you think. With the food practically shoved under his nose, Shen Jinian could hardly refuse without being disrespectful. He accepted his share. The honey scent of the glazed chicken legs immediately wafted to his nose, making his head spin. He disliked the sweetness then, and even more so now. Just sniffing it made him dizzy and nauseous. He lost his appetite entirely. Seeing Shen Jinian hesitating to take a bite, Chen Han inquired, do you not like it? Seizing the opportunity, Shen Jinian put down his chopsticks, not really. I've had a poor appetite these past few days. Sometimes he'd throw up, and his stomach would feel uncomfortably bloated. Could it be what I'm thinking? Chen Han scrutinized Shen Jinian thoroughly. It was entirely possible. They went crazy before marriage and became even more unrestrained afterward. An alpha's uterine cavity, once marked, could develop again, completely making it plausible. Not a chance. Shen Jinian's ears turned bright red in an instant, firmly denying this possibility. Even though I agreed to marry Gu Yan, having children isn't within our immediate considerations. There's no need to even think about it. Both Shen Jinian and Gu Yan were very cautious each time. Shen Maidong absolutely will not have younger siblings. Chen Han rubbed his nose and exchanged a glance with Zhuang Ziyi beside him. Anyway, you two should be more careful. After Chen Han finished speaking, Zhuang Ziyi added, if you can't eat, don't force yourself. I won't mind. Shen Jinian really had no appetite. I'll treat you to a meal after I'm discharged from the hospital. Chen Han said, why are you being so polite? Call Gu Yan and let her take you out for a meal. After eating, go home and rest. Don't forget to apply some medicine on the scratches on your neck, otherwise they might get infected. Shen Jinian felt as if he was suddenly roasted in a fireball, almost scalding hot all over from embarrassment. Instinctively, he touched his collarbone. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel a slight pain. Gu Yan. In the rush to leave earlier today, he forgot to wear a high-necked shirt. That dog Gu Yan also particularly liked biting the skin around the collarbone. Shen Jinian took a late-night high-speed train to escape but still felt his face burning after Chen Han uncovered his secret during their chat. He called a taxi to take him home. The instigator was sitting on a blanket reading picture books with Shen Maidong. The baby was pointing at the little rabbit in the book and babbling. Seeing him come in, Gu Yan's eyes lit up brighter than Shen Maidong's. Have you eaten? Shen Jinian sulked and ignored Gu Yan. He put down the just-bought desserts, picking the softest one for Maidong. But the man preemptively reached out, took it, and ate it himself. Thanks, wife. His cunning little trick worked. Shen Jinian finally spoke, it's for the baby. McDong is reading, he can eat after he finishes. Gu Yan smiled up at Shen Jinian, looking carefully hopeful. Can I have another? Gu Yan knew exactly what attitude, expression, and tone would strike Shen Jinian's soft spot. Confidently, the man triumphed again. Shen Jinian tossed the whole pack to Gu Yan. You pick what you want. Then he headed toward the bedroom to rest. Aren't you going to eat? Gu Yan's gaze followed Shen Jinian's retreating figure. Not very hungry. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yan spoke. Little treasure, you've been eating very little these past few days. Are you feeling unwell? Shen Jinian reflected and indeed realized he hadn't been eating much lately. I don't feel unwell. I've always been like this in summer. I lose a few pounds every year. Still, Gu Yan couldn't help reminding, tomorrow, McDonald will get vaccinated. We can take the chance to do a medical checkup too, okay? Chapter 163, Shen Haughtily woke up. Gu Yan thought he would need to coax Shen Jinian for a while, like how he had to coax my dong into getting an injection. But that didn't happen. Shen Jinian today readily agreed with his suggestion, so unusually that Gu Yan suspected the other was still sulking. What was even stranger was that Shen Jinian wasn't sullen at all. Shen Jinian's expression was lively and natural, showing no emotion at all. It was probably because Gu Yan had bothered him enough. Shen Jinian simply agreed to go for a checkup, sparing Gu Yan from incessantly nagging him like setting off little firecrackers in his ears every day. Gu Yan was afraid Shen Jinian would renege at the last minute. The next day, he drove the two of them out alone, only feeling reassured by keeping a close eye on Shen Jinian's every move. My dong's vaccination was simple, one shot and it was over. Shen Jinian, however, would need to register and queue up for a checkup. Unable to wait, Gu Yan reported to Shen Jinian, who was sitting on the resting chair amusing the child, before going to find the director for a fast-track passage. Shen Jinian nodded without even looking up. However, more than 10 minutes later, Shen Jinian was holding little my dong, his face filled with anxiety, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Gu Yan. Gu Yan steadied Shen Jinian's shoulder, giving support to his staggering body. What is it? Don't rush. Shen Jinian wiped away the tear hanging from his eyelashes, but the sweat inevitably mixed into his eyes anyway. He didn't care about the stinging pain as he hurriedly said, my brother woke up. Gu Yan was stunned by this surprising news. Is it fresh information? Yes, I want to visit him today. Shen Jinian quickly voiced his purpose, not allowing room for negotiation. Gu Yan didn't refuse. That's reasonable, but shouldn't we do the checkup first? Which hospital can't conduct a checkup? We should buy tickets and go now, or we will have to wait until the afternoon after finishing the checkup, and arrive at midnight. Even if they don't mind, Shen my dong is still young. Shen Jinian had already compromised by agreeing to the physical examination. Gu Yan felt that forcibly making him finish the checkup before leaving would likely provoke his defiance. Besides, the weight of the matter concerning Shen Haughtily was indeed much heavier in Shen Jinian's heart. Alright, but you must get checked tomorrow. Gu Yan wiped away the sweat beads from his face. Don't make me worry for another day. Shen Jinian gave him a fist bump to reassure Gu Yan. I will definitely get checked next time, and if I don't, I'm a puppy. After this agreement was settled, Shen Jinian couldn't wait to take Gu Yan home. They directly booked tickets on the road and hastily prepared some necessary items for the baby after returning home before departing immediately. Shen Jinian remained tense throughout the journey. The person who usually slept when traveling astonishingly maintained a mood of high spirits for 8 hours, his eyes sharp and focused. Until landing at 8 in the evening. After converting the time difference, it was just afternoon locally. Shen Jinian even arranged transportation in a flurry, booked a hotel, and investigated nearby restaurant closing times, reserving 2 extra meals. These matters were normally entirely handled by Gu Yan, but Shen Jinian organized everything without falling short of Gu Yan. The man, holding the child, followed closely behind Shen Jinian. The two entered the hospital one after the other. The attending doctor had already received the message that Gu Yan and Shen Jinian were coming over and had waited ahead in the ward according to their landing time. At around 3 o'clock. Shen Jinian finally saw Shen Haughtily. The man had been unconscious for nearly 2 months, emaciated to the point of being unrecognizable. Having maintained life with long-term use of nutrition fluids, the man's complexion was especially pale, with no color at all on his lips. He looked completely different from the image in Shen Jinian's memory. Shen Haughtily. Shen Jinian rushed 3 steps to the bedside. How is your body feeling? Anywhere uncomfortable? Have you let the doctor examine you yet? Shen Haughtily tried to open his mouth to speak, but his throat was so parched that only a rasping sound emerged, similar to the wheezing of an old, broken-wind chest. Mother Jing Miao, after receiving treatment and psychological counseling, had recovered significantly. She voluntarily explained to Shen Jinian, too long without speaking, recovery period needed. Shen Haughtily lightly nodded at his younger brother. His movements were small, afraid of tugging on any wounds. Even so, Shen Jinian was incredibly excited, recounting everything that had happened recently in the hospital room to Shen Haughtily. I've registered marriage with Gu Yan, but we haven't held the wedding yet. We're specifically waiting until your body recovers for the ceremony. Shen Haughtly's gaze fell vacantly on Gu Yan, seeing the little baby in his arms just then. The baby immediately opened its mouth, sweetly calling out, V.U. V.U. The baby had grown for 2 months, and even the pronunciation had changed. But Shen Huili still caught the baby's earnest call of uncle. The person on the bed, for the first time in a long while, showed a faint trace of a smile that was barely noticeable, easing the tight brows by a fraction. Shen Jinian took the opportunity to introduce the baby to Shen Huili. The baby also has a good name now, Shen Mingzhao, with a nickname Mai Dong. Shen Huili tried to open his mouth but didn't produce any sound. No one knew what he intended to say, but Shen Mai Dong squirmed his chubby little body, wanting to cuddle closer into Shen Jinian's arms near his uncle. Stretching his body forward cautiously, he gently grabbed Shen Huili's fingers. Shen Mai Dong lay down and planted a soft kiss on Shen Huili's hand. VU. He was comforting himself. Shen Huili understood the baby's thoughtful effort. Unfortunately, his hand couldn't lift, unable to pat the baby's head. Shen Jinian held the child close, letting them share an intimate moment before interrupting Shen Mai Dong. That's enough, you've already monopolized uncle for 10 minutes. It was now Shen Jinian's turn, there were still so many things left unsaid to Shen Huili. Shen Jinian forcibly removed the soft little bundle from Shen Huili's side and handed him over to Gu Yan. Shen Mai Dong hadn't expected his father to be this stingy, allowing no emotional bonding with his uncle. Infuriated, the little one clung onto Gu Yan's neck and started grumbling in dissatisfaction like a piglet. Gu Yan gently coaxed him, after daddy finishes talking, you can go play with your uncle. Let's go downstairs for a walk first, okay? Shen Mai Dong rubbed against Gu Yan's cheek, wova. Gu Yan exchanged a glance with Shen Jinian. Just before leaving, Shen Jinian reminded him, come back early. Gu Yan held Shen Mai Dong's little hand, waving toward Shen Jinian tenderly, Mai Dong knows, see you later, daddy. Bye-bye. Shen Jinian bade farewell to the two of them. The next period of time was given once again to Shen Jinian and Shen Huili alone. After much hesitation, Shen Jinian recounted everything about Lu Siming to Shen Huili, including all the details. As for the reasons, Shen Huili himself was clear, it wouldn't be any angrier than before. However, the aftermath could help release this pent-up frustration, which would benefit future treatments. Shen Huili's eyes darkened slightly, and his brows furrowed. When Shen Jinian mentioned they refused to let Lu Siming near Shen Huili anymore by blacklisting him at the hospital, he finally exhaled with relief. Shen Jinian continued chatting until evening. Shen Mai Dong had already grown too tired to keep his eyes open. The family kept urging them to rest, yet they lingered beside Shen Huili unwilling to leave. Not until he came to switch shifts, stifling yawns as he entered the room and saw two familiar figures, did they decide to go. The Alpha's mighty frame jolted awake, sleepiness vanished immediately, scalp tingling, what the hell? Did he see ghosts? These two troublemakers were back. When they don't show up, they boss him around via phone non-stop, and now that they're here. Dark days ahead, already predictable. But as a member of Gu Yan's family, showing dissatisfaction in front of Shen's people wasn't appropriate either. So he plastered a forced grin and chatted aimlessly, long time no see. Shen Jinian noticed how tense his lips were, long time no see. Fearing he use awkwardness. And worrying about Shen Huili's flagging energy. After he greeted them and cleverly escaped into the room. Shen Jinian quietly gripped Gu Yan's wrist and softly suggested, shouldn't we return and rest? Mai Dong is tired too. Alright. Gu Yan smiled and said to Shen's parents, we'll come again tomorrow. The hotel manager waited downstairs the whole time. After bidding farewell, the two left directly for their rented hotel without delay. Shen Mai Dong fell asleep as soon as he got in the car. Shen Jinian waited at least until after his shower, his tightly strung nerves only relaxed under the warm steam, gradually slipping into sleep. Gu Yan dried Shen Jinian's body and carried him to bed. At that moment, the bedside phone suddenly vibrated. He could only set aside the wet towel and answer the call. The man was about to step onto the small balcony when the content of the phone made him stop in his tracks. Gu Yan's voice deepened, tomorrow. After a while, Gu Yan hummed in agreement, proceed according to plan, report anything unexpected to me directly. Meanwhile, consolidate all information to Vice President He, other matters will be handled upon my return. See you tomorrow. The voice in the phone abruptly cut off. Gu Yan frowned, gazing distantly at the swaying tree shadows outside the window. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Shen Jinian had been awake for some time. Sitting up in bed, he softly asked, are you going back? Gu Yan's spine stiffened as he slowly turned around and approached Shen Jinian's bedside. I have something to do. Baby. I know about this matter. If you should go, then go, Shen Jinian said, lifting his head. Don't worry about us. Isn't this the day you've been waiting for, to bide your time? Sitting beside him, Gu Yan replied, I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. I haven't even had the chance to accompany you for a medical checkup yet. However, I've already arranged bodyguards for you and the baby. Be cautious if anything unusual happens. They just want control of the Gu family business, and both me and the baby are surnamed Shen anyway. Besides, we're thousands of miles away in a foreign country, so a fire far away shouldn't harm the fish here. The issue concerns you too, and I always feel uneasy. Gu Yan frowned deeply with concern etched on his face. In short, you and the baby should stay close to the hospital as much as possible. If there are any special circumstances, call me immediately. Even if you can't get through, you can contact you. Shen Jinian nodded and patted Gu Yan's shoulder. I understand, don't worry. Grasping the hand on his shoulder, Gu Yan added, I'll contact you as soon as I'm done dealing with things, baby. Take care of yourself too. As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Jinian's stomach, which hadn't eaten anything in 10 hours, started growling. Stretching his arms, he changed the subject. Let's eat first. I'm hungry. Gu Yan immediately stood up and sent an internal message to the housekeeper. Within 5 minutes, the meal that Shen Jinian had pre-ordered was delivered. Foreign cuisine is mainly meat-based, and at first, the aroma filled Shen Jinian's nostrils, making him salivate. But once the lid of the meal tray was lifted, the intense smell of meat made his stomach churn uncomfortably. Noticing Shen Jinian's diminished appetite, Gu Yan called the housekeeper, asking, can a medical service provide checkups at home? The housekeeper confirmed that it was possible. After inquiring about the symptoms, a doctor was scheduled to come for a basic examination. Shen Jinian didn't put up much resistance anymore. He realized late but instinctively understood, perhaps, likely, his body might indeed be experiencing issues. The doctor arranged by the housekeeper arrived shortly. Without traditional Chinese methods like observation, auscultation, inquiry, or palpation abroad, the doctor could only laboriously bring along a large toolkit with basic medical instruments for a home visit. Seated on the sofa, Shen Jinian watched the doctor fill out patient documentation. Shen Jinian. 21. Alpha. Married. Shen Jinian absent-mindedly touched the tip of his nose. This was the first time he learned how detailed the information required for a medical visit abroad could be. It felt almost like a population survey. Only after completing the form did the doctor begin the diagnostic process, recording Shen Jinian's symptoms onto official documents and performing an initial examination targeting frequent feelings of nausea. Afterward, the doctor checked for signs of rebound tenderness in his abdomen and auscultated for bowel sounds. Shen Jinian's belly was rigid. As the doctor pressed down, the pain was sharp enough to make him wrinkle his brow and want to roll over in discomfort. Thankfully, the procedure didn't last long. After conducting the preliminary tests, the doctor had formed a rough judgment. Nevertheless, he still suggested going to the hospital for a more comprehensive examination to receive a detailed health report before prescribing medication accurately. Anxious, Gu Yan quickly followed up, what illness does my wife have? Chapter 164, Gu Yan leaves. It's chronic gastritis, preliminary diagnosis. The patient already had a stomach condition, and during this period, the diet and rest were not regular enough, so it induced a more severe gastric disease. However, the doctor didn't dare to fully guarantee. I can prescribe some medication for you, but, sir, I suggest you go to the hospital for a more detailed and comprehensive examination. The complete cure of any chronic illness is very, very tricky. The hotel medical services are after all not as good as hospitals, being able to provide basic diagnoses and blood tests satisfies most customers' needs. But there isn't much relation between stomach diseases and blood tests. Besides, the hotel could not offer more specialized services. Gu Yan refused the doctor's prescription. He messaged a nutritionist from China asking about dietary therapy, which briefly alleviated Shen Jinian's nausea. After receiving the list of food items from the nutritionist, he went back and forth to the bedroom to discuss with Shen Jinian, I'm worried that taking the wrong medicine might be bad for your health, so I will first cook some therapeutic soup. It might not taste good, but can you at least drink a little? Don't worry, I won't let your efforts go to waste. Shen Jinian rested his head on Gu Yan's lap, speaking slowly and lazily. Gu Yan pressed forward, I've already informed you. He'll accompany you to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. Once we have the results, we can treat the symptoms accordingly. With a heavy sigh, Gu Yan continued earnestly, Xiao Bao, don't avoid the checkups anymore, alright? You relax. Shen Jinian gradually opened his eyes, staring directly at Gu Yan, now I know I'm sick, I naturally won't hide my illness or avoid treatment. Tomorrow, I'll go myself, then send you pictures of the lab results and the doctor's prescription, okay? Gu Yan smiled, his eyes crinkling, and his fingers brushing through Shen Jinian's hair, I trust you, Xiao Bao. The soup in the kitchen began to boil. The man got up to turn off the heat. Fortunately, drinking the soup also produced some effect, at least allowing Shen Jinian to eat something for dinner. The two hadn't rested for 20 consecutive hours, having to conserve their energy due to the multitude of tasks ahead. Unconsciously, they both went to sleep early. Shen Jinian had been unusually sleepy lately. On the contrary, Gu Yan woke up extremely early because he had to catch a flight. After breakfast, he wrote down everything he thought of as precautions on a small note and left them for Shen Jinian. Before leaving, he couldn't resist placing a light kiss on Shen Jinian's cheek. Shen Jinian woke up. Reaching out to hold Gu Yan's neck, his gaze was blurry, are you leaving? The journey is a bit far, so I need to leave early. Gu Yan bent down, looking firmly at Shen Jinian who was still half asleep. As soon as his words fell, Shen Jinian made a muffled groan. In less than 3 seconds. Shen Jinian forced himself out of the dream and sat up quickly like a carp leaping over a dragon gate, then I'll see you off. You should rest well, it's not necessary to bother. Gu Yan was surprised by such an honor. How many times has he experienced such glorious days? I'll reunite with you as soon as possible after I deal with things. Yawning incessantly, tears lingering on his eyelids, Shen Jinian said, I'll wait for you for at most 2 months. Understood, Officer Xiao Shen. Gu Yan wiped away Shen Jinian's tear droplets with a tissue. I'll return on time and report back. In that case, bye-bye, Soldier Gu. Shen Jinian stood at the room door, waving goodbye to Gu Yan. Looking at the short distance of less than 50 meters, Gu Yan fell into deep contemplation. Sending him off at the door is just sending. He should have known. Even if the sky collapsed and the world ended, Shen Jinian wouldn't stay out of bed longer than 3 minutes when waking up early. Gu Yan bade farewell to him. After Shen Jinian sent Gu Yan off, he returned to take a 3.5-hour nap. It wasn't until late afternoon that Gu Yan reported his safe landing. Only then did Shen Jinian take Shen Maidong to the hospital. By coincidence, Shen Haughtily was awake, and his parents were discussing going out. Every word Shen's mother spoke, Shen's father would meticulously write into his phone's notes. Shen Jinian approached holding Shen Maidong. What's happening? Hearing his voice, the two people suddenly realized there were 2 extra people in the room. Shen's mother relaxed her expression somewhat, looking up at Shen Jinian. Your brother needs to buy daily necessities. Your dad doesn't speak foreign languages. Shen Jinian nodded twice, indicating he understood, and glanced at the contents recorded on Shen father's phone. Turns out, they spent half the day searching for the foreign names of those daily necessities, planning to show the translated list to the store guide. Shen Jinian forwarded the content to himself and asked his parents, where is there a mall? I can help purchase them. Shen father took Shen Jinian to the window and pointed out a large mall on the southeast side of the hospital. Xiao he usually takes us there to buy things. It's very close, only 15 minutes walk. Shen Jinian thought for a moment. Handing the baby in his arms to Shen father, then I'll go buy them. You take care of Maidong first. Shen Tsongan sighed with relief as if the big stone that had been bothering him finally fell off his chest. With the worry resolved, he immediately felt an uplifting sense of relief. Shen Jinian took the list and went out to purchase the items. Though the hospital was nearby, he had quite a lot to buy. In addition to the list provided by his parents, he also needed to purchase daily necessities for himself and Shen Maidong, including infant formula, diapers, and plenty of extra clothes, along with a mobile phone SIM card. There were a lot of different items, and it all seemed so scattered. Shen Jinian asked the manager to deliver some of the purchases back to the hotel while he personally returned the remaining goods to the hospital ward. Back and forth, he ended up spending over 4 hours. Shen Jinian suddenly remembered something he forgot. Right when he saw the attending doctor conducting rounds before leaving for the day, it hit him. He hadn't yet completed his own medical checkup. He panicked for a moment. But after calming down quickly, he reassured himself that tomorrow would be just fine as well. After all, Gu Yan's medicinal soup still remained. He could simply have another serving of that. After settling his thoughts. The next day, Shen Jinian realized, due to differences in national systems, the healthcare process overseas wasn't the same as in China. Whether seeking a doctor's visit or conducting tests required prior appointment scheduling, results couldn't be obtained on the same day either, and even after receiving test results, one needed to schedule another appointment with a doctor to interpret them. For non-emergency patients, it might take 3 days just to obtain test results. Shen Jinian considered switching hospitals. But he was informed other regular hospitals wouldn't be any better. Eventually, bracing himself, he made the necessary appointments and waited 3 more days to complete the tests. In the meantime, he requested from Gu Yan the ingredients for preparing medicinal soups, learning to make 2 pots himself, keeping them in the microwave for daily reheating. However, he hadn't measured the ingredient quantities properly. A single sip not only caused him to vomit but also highlighted how minor his previous nausea issues had been. On the 3rd day, Shen Jinian finally got his checkup done. The afternoon was sunny. A good time to go to the mall to restock Shen Maidong's milk powder supply. Shen Jinian handed the child to Shen father. Dad will be back soon. Stay and play with grandpa, grandma, and uncle. Maidong hadn't rested well, her eyelids flickering. While rubbing her eyes, she stretched out her little hand to wave goodbye to Shen Jinian. Papa. Shen Jinian affectionately rubbed the little one's cheek. Goodbye Maidong, see you later. Chapter 165, Bad News. The progress on my side is very smooth. Gu Qingzheng's evidence of negligent homicide is solid, and he has already been imprisoned with no chance of turning over. The remaining people are my second uncle from the main family and a group of collateral branches, which is not a big problem. Gu Yan's voice sounded a bit tired. Even with the sound of electricity, his exhaustion could still be heard. Shen Jinian put the milk powder in the shopping cart, while gripping the mobile phone, asked Gu Yan, so currently the biggest threat is your second uncle, right? Gu Yan nodded in response. Although Gu Chengqi also works together in the Gu family, he has been hiding his talents under Gu Qingzheng for many years. I have only roughly figured out his bottom line, but I cannot fully confirm it. Isn't this very thorny? Shen Jinian asked worriedly. Although he hasn't experienced the struggle for power within prestigious families, it must be that the matter isn't simple if it can make Gu Yan worry. Gu Chengqi has private assets abroad, but they are hidden very strictly without any leaks. If it wasn't for He Yu and a few top-notch friends in the industry conducting joint investigations, we wouldn't have obtained this news. Gu Chengqi must be concealing some secrets that cannot be revealed. Xiao Bao, you must take good care of yourself there, try to avoid leaving the hospital and hotel as much as possible. When Gu Yan learned about Gu Chengqi's untraceable secrets, he started to feel uneasy, and what made him more anxious was that Gu Chengqi's secrets were abroad. Gu Yan once again reminded Shen Jinian to pay attention to safety with concern, and also arranged twice as many bodyguards around Shen Jinian. Alright. Shen Jinian couldn't completely empathize with Gu Yan's anxiety and restlessness, so he could only repeatedly comfort him to make him slightly relieved. I will be careful, don't worry too much. Anyway, whether it's the hospital or the hotel, they are all crowded places, and since you've sent so many bodyguards, I'm very safe here. Gu Yan fell silent for a moment. It seemed like Shen Jinian's comfort worked. The man's emotions stabilized quite a bit. I hope both you and my dong are safe. It's inconvenient for you not to go out during this period. I'll buy tickets at the end of the year to come see you. Alright, you need to be careful too. Me and the baby will wait for you here. Shen Jinian looked at the ingredient list of solubility beans in his hand, and instructed Gu Yan while speaking. Gu Yan hummed over the phone. He heard Shen Jinian always seemed absent-minded, busy doing something else. After saying a few more words, the man bid farewell and cut off the call, as it wasn't very convenient to disturb Shen Jinian shopping for things. Just after Gu Yan hung up, another urgent call dialed in immediately. Shen Jinian saw that there were already 7 or 8 missed call notifications on the screen. It should have been automatically disconnected when he was chatting with Gu Yan earlier. Shen Jinian was surprised for a moment when he saw his father's name flashing on the screen. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He quickly put the items in his hand back into the shopping cart. Then he answered immediately. But before he could say anything, a breathless cry came through the phone instead, the elder's voice trembling so much that it couldn't form a complete sentence. Child, child. My dong. Child, children. The elder's voice broke into sobs. The noise of the mall was deafening. Shen Jinian didn't hear clearly enough. What happened to my dong? Shen Tsongan tightly gripped the phone with both hands, forcing himself to steady his emotions. After a long suppression, he finally managed to utter a sentence. The child disappeared. Shen Jinian heard it clearly. Perfectly clear. The clamorous sounds around him suddenly vanished. He could only hear his own heartbeat and heavy breathing. Like a huge stone sinking into a tranquil lake surface, instantly creating surging waves. Chapter 166, Missing. Shen Jinian felt her blood rush to her head, causing her to feel dizzy for a moment. She nearly collapsed and fell to the ground due to weakness in her legs. Shen Jinian handed all the items she had in her hands to the cashier, then quickly left the mall, running with all her strength straight to the hospital. The journey there usually took 15 minutes. On the way back, it only took 5. Shen Jinian, drenched in sweat, rushed into the ward and stood stiffly in front of her mother, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Her voice was hoarse, barely able to form words. What happened to my dong? Her mother wiped away her tears, hurriedly getting up. Apparently affected by stress, her old ailment relapsed, and she fumbled in the air with her fingers, unable to utter a single word. Maj. My. Shen Jinian grew anxious. Failing that, she turned to Haughtily for hope. She forced herself to calm down and asked the man lying weakly on the bed, struggling to breathe, Brother, where's my dong? How could he go missing? Haughtily took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. He tried to bear the pain, lifting his arm to point towards the door and opened his mouth arduously. Dad. My dong went out to play, infant care room, gone. Shen My dong disappeared in the infant care room. But wasn't the infant care room a closed-off area? How could someone have taken Shen My dong without making a sound? Shen Jinian had a rough idea of what might have happened. She became flustered, shaking like a sieve. After 1 minute of excruciating headache, she finally managed to pull herself away from her agony and confusion, forcing herself to stay composed as she rushed to the first floor of the hospital. Shen Jinian was eager to check the surveillance. In her hurry, she knocked Yuchuang off his feet as he came to visit. The man got up just in time to see Shen Jinian's retreating back. He looked at Haughtily, then Shen Jinian, utterly confused. What's wrong with him? Haughtily, feeling increasingly uneasy, his face much ruddier than the previous few days, sighed painfully. The child, lost. What child? Shen My dong. Is my nephew lost? Yuchuang's mind buzzed for a while. Haughtily had said enough, he couldn't produce any more sound in response. He could only nod painfully. Yuchuang cursed under his breath and immediately sprinted off in the direction Shen Jinian had gone. As he ran, he called Gu Yan. Awakening Gu Yan, who had just rested late at night, he spoke quickly and urgently. Shen My dong is lost, and I'm looking with Shen Jinian. This situation arose suddenly, so I'll inform you. It's not clear yet if it's related to the Gu family. In any case, prepare yourself well, and preferably buy a ticket to come here. Gu Yan didn't ask anything, responded with a simple, okay, before hanging up. With everything ready. Gu Yan sent a text message to Shen Jinian first, consoling him not to worry or alarm the police unnecessarily. He and Yuchuang had already mobilized a great deal of manpower and resources to investigate thoroughly and would dig up heaven and earth to find the child. Shen Jinian was busy checking the surveillance and hadn't seen the text message. Based on Shen Tsongan's account, he and Shen My dong were simply playing with other children in the small garden downstairs in the hospital. Unfortunately, while drinking milk, Maidong accidentally soaked his clothes. Therefore, Shen Songin had no choice but to take Shen Maidong to the nursery room in the garden to change his wet clothes. During this time, Shen Songin placed the child on the small bed, turned around to look for Maidong's clothes in his backpack. This entire process lasted only a minute. By the time he turned back, Shen Maidong was gone. When these words fell silent, any remaining hope hidden in Shen Jinian's heart was also completely extinguished. Shen Maidong did indeed enjoy going to the garden recently to play with other kids. However, there were so many children using the nursery room, and none of them had ever been reported missing. Yet, Shen Maidong disappeared. There must be a reason, something inevitable. Shen Jinian finally empathized with Gu Yan's unease from the past few days. Struggling against her fear and breakdown, she took out her phone and called Gu Yan. Her screen lit up suddenly, revealing dozens of unread messages from Gu Yan piled up over 2 days. It took Shen Jinian 2 minutes to read through them all, but when she attempted to call back, Gu Yan's phone had already been turned off. He Yuchuang pushed open the door of the monitoring room, holding a stack of documents, glancing around until his gaze landed on Shen Jinian. Gu Yan will land in an hour. Are you going? Shen Jinian responded indirectly, her nose tingling and her voice hoarse. Have there been any updates about Maidong? He Yuchuang hesitated for a moment, his eyes wandering. Although he was truly naive, he wasn't pretending to be. The implication of this reaction was crystal clear to Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian pursued further, was it Gu Chengqi? He Yuchuang hesitated momentarily, how do you know it was Gu Chengqi? Did Gu Yan tell you? I guessed. Shen Jinian furrowed her brows, the nauseous feeling in her stomach began churning again. Her chronic gastritis flared up fiercely when she was emotionally charged, otherwise, no one would go through such great lengths and put themselves at risk to kidnap a child right under the parents' noses. He did, but this isn't exactly bad news. At least we all know what Gu Chengqi's objective is. He Yuchuang calmed down and analyzed to Shen Jinian, he took the child to counterbalance Gu Yan. Once Gu Yan arrives, Gu Chengqi will naturally contact Gu Yan. But Gu Yan also said that Gu Chengqi's purpose isn't just for the deteriorating Gu family company. If he has other undisclosed intentions, isn't Maidong in even more danger? Shen Jinian's mind was in complete chaos. At least now we know who's pulling the strings, which saves us half the time on investigation. He Yuchuan consoled her, let's go meet Gu Yan first. Shen Jinian had been spoiled since birth, having never experienced any hardship or training, so naturally, she lacked the ability to stay calm. He Yuchuan could see that Shen Jinian's emotions were spiraling into collapse. The current priority was to take her out of the hospital and help her step away from these overwhelming emotions before Shen Jinian lost control and harmed herself. Shen Jinian got into He Yuchuang's car, and the two set off for the airport. Once quiet, the entire enclosed space fell into an oppressive silence, with only the sound of the engine audible. Shen Jinian, filled with anxiety, watched the fleeting scenery outside the window as her headache and stomach pain intensified. He Yuchuang noticed her increasingly pale complexion. What's wrong with you? My gastritis seems to have flared up. Shen Jinian was drenched in cold sweat, curling up on the seat unable to move from the pain. Where's your medication? Do you have it with you? He Yuchuan glanced up and down. Shen Jinian's clothes had no pockets. What medicine do you usually take? Shen Jinian, soaked with sweat, was too weak to lift even a finger, whispering faintly, I don't have any medicine. Didn't Gu Yan take you to see a doctor? It was unexpected, though He Yuchuan didn't comment further. I'll take you to the medical service station at the airport. Let the doctor check you and give you an 4 first. We'll return later and let Gu Yan accompany you to the hospital for further treatment. Shen Jinian nodded slightly in agreement. Chapter 167, An Unexpected Ally. He Yu was afraid that Shen Jinian might have an accident, so he left a few people to accompany him. He Yu, on the other hand, went to wait for Gu Yan. Time passed by minute, and the sky gradually grew darker. He Yu anxiously searched through several groups of people for Gu Yan's face, but even with blurred vision, he didn't see even a corner of the man's clothes. Gu Yan's phone couldn't be reached. And the person couldn't be found. Suddenly, He Yu had a premonition and cursed under his breath. He quickly went to the medical station to find Shen Jinian. The latter's 4 drip was already halfway done, seeming to have taken effect as the alpha's complexion had slightly regained some color. Are you feeling any better? Shen Jinian nodded. Where is Gu Yan? He Yu hesitated, unable to speak easily. Shen Jinian had just improved a little. If he told the truth, it would likely upset him and affect his health again. But if he didn't say anything, Shen Jinian himself was too astute and could figure things out. In that moment of hesitation, Shen Jinian realized everything. This time he completely lost his composure, rising from his seat in anger. Gu Yan was taken away. He Yu, it's only possible. Maybe Gu Yan discovered something amiss and went there on his own. Shen Jinian's chest rose and fell dramatically. No, he said he'd come back to me. He definitely will come. Gu Yan's silent disappearance could only mean encountering danger beyond their plan. Shen Jinian called He Yu. Gu Yan told me that Gu Chengqi has a lab abroad, but he doesn't know its exact location or what kind of experiments are being conducted there. Can you investigate this? He Yu, I am aware of this, but Gu Chengqi has excellent confidentiality measures. We've tried investigating a few times, but failed each time. Then we are utterly powerless against him. Shinjinian, disbelieving, looked up at Hiyu helplessly. Not quite. Gu Yan will definitely leave us a message. Gu Yan wouldn't seal off all escape routes. Even if he was coerced by Gu Chengqi to leave, he would certainly leave a mark to pass on information. Such baseless words did not comfort Shinjinian at all. His patience and calm were completely exhausted. He called over the nurse to help remove the needle from his hand. The tall man who entered was wearing a mask covering his whole face tightly. He squatted down carefully tearing off the adhesive tape from Shinjinian. This wasn't the same person who inserted the needle earlier. Shinjinian narrowed his eyes examining his facial features, carefully distinguishing the scent on the man. Once the needle was smoothly removed, Shinjinian spoke confidently, "You're not local, right?" The male nurse paused, slowly lifting his head while squatting on the ground, looking up at Shinjinian. Lu Saiming. Shinjinian took a sharp breath. At first, he noticed that the man's eye sockets and eyebrow arches were much different from those of foreigners. With lessons learned from Gu Yan and Shin Maidong, he became suspicious, fearing that this was one of Gu Chengqi's people. Who knew it was Lu Saiming? Are you trying to threaten my brother again? Shinjinian signaled Hiyu to drive him away, saying, "Stop your delusions." Lu Saiming stumbled backward. Managing to steady himself on the doorframe, he slowly took off his mask, frowning and explaining, "This time I'm not here for Mr. Shen, I came specially for you." Hawk greeting chickens. Shinjinian, I don't want to see you. Lu Saiming was full of confidence, if you want to save your son, you will want to hear what I have to say. Shinjinian froze for only a moment before immediately understanding Lu Saiming's intention. Shinjinian was beside himself with rage, pointing at Lu Saiming's arm tremblingly, "You motherfucker colluded with Gu Chengqi, harming my brother first and now coming to harm my child, right? Mr. Shen's misfortune was indeed my fault, something I deeply regret, but this time I've come specifically to apologize." "If you're willing to listen," Lu Saiming said without his usual high and mighty demeanor. It seemed that being manipulated like a puppet had dealt him a heavy blow, destroying all his confidence and arrogance. Lu Saiming's silence about rebutting Gu Chengqi indicated that there was indeed collusion between the two. Shinjinian calmed down and sat on the hospital bed. Even though he hated Lu Saiming to the point where he wished to slice him into pieces, at this moment he quieted down and listened. "Speak, but I might not believe you. First, Lu Saiming and Gu Chengqi have not colluded. He did indeed extend an olive branch to me a year ago." Lu Saiming gave Shinjinian some time to react before continuing. "He has been conducting gene recombination and mutation experiments for a long time now, such as artificial intervention in the second gender of embryos, forced-level evolution by modifying alpha-gland genes, enigma gene synthetic embryos. There are also more insane experiments involving human-animal gene fusion, all part of Gu Chengqi's confidential projects. And the implementation of these experimental projects requires large quantities of glands and genetic materials. High-grade pheromones were among Gu Chengqi's targets." Shinjinian was chilled to the bone, so, the frequent disappearances of children and adults over the years. Lu Saiming, at least a third of them can be attributed to his doing. Shinjinian frowned, eyeing Lu Saiming with full defense, half believing his words. He probed, "How would you know about this? Gu Chengqi's secrets would not be easily revealed to just anyone. There had to be some mutual benefit involved between the two." Lu Saiming, "Because I was born in the dark market, I've seen plenty of dirty business like this. And, his experimental support needs money. Thus, both the Gu and Lu families. Both were targets Gu Chengqi sought to control. He proposed helping Lu Saiming wrest back his family fortune but demanded an equal share of their assets. Lu Saiming wasn't interested in cooperating or in his experiments, so their meeting ended on bad terms. But Gu Chengqi still intended to win him over, believing he would eventually seek help himself. And indeed, later, he did. That group of despicable Lu family members were crushed underfoot. Thus, now the Lu family's money went to Gu Chengqi, while the Lu family business fell into Shen Huaili's hands. "Shinjinian, when did my brother take something from you?" "Bad omen. Mr. Shen didn't, it was arranged through Gu Yan's subordinates. This is part of my apology." Lu Saiming said calmly, "I apologize to Mr. Shen." Psycho. Shinjinian had no words for Lu Saiming, overwhelmed by how he arbitrarily burdened others based on his own ideas. "My brother will never forgive you, give it up." "I'm not asking for forgiveness, but Shinjinian," Lu Saiming sighed, his tone serious and stiff, "Gu Chengqi wouldn't reveal so many secrets without reason. He'll try to silence me, so if you want to save your child and your partner, you should listen to what I have to say as soon as possible." Shinjinian had no choice but to suppress the rage building inside him. Lu Saiming continued his analysis. "The experiments he explained to me weren't detailed, nor did I conduct a site inspection, but experiments that violate ethics and morality will definitely be concealed. The laboratory must be located in a remote, uninhabited place and hidden well. Moreover, discarded test subjects need to be promptly destroyed to avoid detection. Disposing of a large number of bodies might mean they're used as fuel to supply electricity and water for the lab. So, you can locate private islands or mountain ruins, scanning areas with temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius or significantly higher than the surroundings, which are likely locations of Gu Chengqi's laboratory. There's another point, Gu Yan fell victim to Gu Chengqi lying in wait, which means his laboratory must be close to our country, or possibly even within the country. After hearing Lu Ximing's analysis, Shen Jinian looked toward He Yu. The latter had mentioned previously that he and Gu Yan investigated Gu Chengqi. Though they had little information, they surely knew something about the situation. Currently, only He Yu could determine whether Lu Ximing's statements were true or false. Shen Jinian stared keenly, pinning all his hopes on He Yu. Seeing He Yu's pale face, his frown turned towards Lu Ximing as he cautiously asked, "What's your purpose in telling us all this?" "I've already said, it's my apology." Lu Ximing wasn't ugly. When he smiled, he seemed open and straightforward. If it weren't for the clear scar visible on his forehead, no one would have associated him with someone capable of cold-bloodedly harming someone nearly to death. He Yu grimaced, "I don't believe you." Though exposed, Lu Ximing showed no annoyance. Turning and sitting on the sofa, he nodded frankly, "True, aside from apologizing, I also want you to protect me." For so many years, Gu Chengqi managed to keep his secrets absolutely concealed, requiring absolute silence from those in the know. But there are countless ways to force someone to speak. Dead men tell no tales. In order to stay alive, one always has to take a gamble, right? Chapter 168, Bland. The truth turned out to be more dramatic than anyone could have imagined. Gu Yan met Gu Chengqi on a plane. Caught off guard, the latter used his influence to halt the flight of Gu Yan's private jet for various reasons, forcing Gu Yan to buy a commercial ticket to travel abroad instead. Gu Chengqi was seated right next to him. A meeting between uncle and nephew. What should have been an intimate and harmonious relationship was unusually tense. The face of Gu Chengqi, etched by time with numerous wrinkles, looked like a crudely made puppet when he smiled, evoking a strong sense of the uncanny valley effect. It was both eerie and unsettling. "Do not even think about using your engsub pheromones to attack me, wise nephew." Gu Chengqi extended his hand, keeping up polite appearances with a light handshake with Gu Yan, and warned, "This is a confined space, your pheromones would indiscriminately harm everyone. I don't want you to end up in jail and thus miss the last chance to see Xia Maidong." His intent was far too obvious. While his words advised calmness, every single word seemed deliberately designed to provoke Gu Yan. An obvious trap lay before them. Whoever fell for it would be a fool. Gu Yan retracted his hand and neatly folded up the newspaper on the tray table. He glanced at the man to his right and said, "Uncle, there's no need for you to go through such roundabout ways to take my dong. Isn't your real target me? Without Shen Mingzhao, would you have willingly come to see me?" Gu Chengqi chuckled slowly as if watching Gu Yan perform some act of pretending ignorance. The sparrow stretches its neck to peck at the cicada, unaware that a pellet lies beneath. "You're too young, losing due to greed. It's too early to draw conclusions, uncle." Gu Yan raised his gaze, remaining composed despite the formidable adversary beside him. Gu Chengqi remained silent, merely smiling lightly, the disdain clear on his face. It seemed to mock Gu Yan for overestimating himself. He glanced at his wristwatch, clearly dissatisfied with the airplane's speed, wishing they could land immediately so he could take Gu Yan away. To remove what he had coveted for years, those tantalizingly engsub glands. With other passengers present, it wasn't convenient for the two to continue their deep conversation. Moreover, the network on board the plane had been deliberately cut off, leaving Gu Yan unable to send any messages to the outside world. The two waited silently until the plane finally landed. Gu Chengqi walked ahead of Gu Yan first. "Shall we sit down and talk?" Gu Yan glanced back. Coincidentally or not, all the passengers on the plane followed Gu Chengqi's steps closely. Were these really passengers? They were all subordinates brought by Gu Chengqi, determined to capture him. Without any choice, Gu Yan handed his backpack to a strange man who came close. A pheromone monitoring ring was placed around his neck. If engsub pheromones leaked, this electronic ring would release a large amount of electric current. However, this monitoring ring was clearly modified, and Gu Yan was unsure of its exact punitive measures. After ensuring he possessed no offensive weapons, Gu Chengqi invited Gu Yan to leave together. In the space between the two of them, Gu Chengqi appeared significantly more relaxed. Looking at his nephew, whom he hadn't seen in over a decade, his interest in Gu Yan grew, his eyes constantly curving into a gentle arc. "Actually, I thought you hated my good-for-nothing brother to the extreme, but unexpectedly, you still gave away Tan Wan's plans to him out of pity." Gu Yan didn't directly respond but slightly furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing the comment, feeling that events seemed to be gradually closing the loop from a kidnapping case many years ago. "Tan Wan was your mole." Gu Yan uttered this seemingly casual statement. It now made sense how a woman with such a simple background could connect with the shadow chamber, get hold of dirty drugs, and convince Gu Qingjing to stay silent about certain matters. There had indeed been assistance and direction behind her. Her goal had never been the Lu family fortune, but rather, it was him, Gu Yan, or rather, his gland. "Yes, I've said it before, you're smart," Gu Chengqi sincerely praised Gu Yan, extremely satisfied with this nephew. "Since you've guessed it, let me tell you another secret. Tan Wan will inevitably die at the hands of Gu Qingjing. Only then will he be completely expelled from the Gu family." Originally, Gu Chengqi had planned to do it himself sometime later, but he hadn't expected Gu Yan to suddenly return home and unintentionally help accomplish this wonderful thing for him. He grew increasingly satisfied with Gu Yan. Every move this nephew made aligned perfectly with his wishes. Unfortunately, he was the son of the older brother. That foolish brother, born only seconds apart from himself yet sharing the same mother, managed not only to control the company based on his birth advantage but also to have priority in choosing a gentle and virtuous wife, producing an outstanding son chosen from 10,000 others. They bore identical faces, yet he found himself always trailing behind Gu Chengqi like a perpetual shadow. Gu Chengqi's admiration for Gu Yan morphed into jealousy and eventually fermented into an intense and turbulent hatred. Thus, he set his sights on obtaining Gu Yan's gland. However, extracting the gland was extremely challenging. It required cutting open the human spine without anesthesia to gouge out the intact glandular tissue, a procedure that violated moral and ethical boundaries, and therefore, was not permitted in the world. Forced to act covertly, Gu Chengqi let doctors carry out secret experiments, dissecting one test subject after another to extract their glands. Streams of crimson blood flowed from the workbench, twisting and pooling around his feet, soaking his trouser legs as if countless vengeful spirits tugged at his clothes, pulling him into a pitch-black abyss of hell. But Gu Chengqi eventually saw dawn break. The experiment succeeded. When Gu Yan locked eyes with the man's complex gaze, he chose silence. But Gu Chengqi couldn't suppress his smugness. Leaning back casually with one leg crossed over the other, he stretched his body as if reunited with a long-lost relative, enthusiastically recounting years of upheavals within the Gu family to Gu Yan. Years buried under dust were suddenly unearthed, filling the air with choking layers of heavy smoke, pricking noses and clogging hearts. Even after 2 hours, Gu Chengqi's deep resentment had still not been fully vented. But time was running out. Swallowing down the unspoken words, that once familiar uncle instantly disappeared, replaced by a chilling and detached businessman. They arrived at a secret laboratory nestled in the center of a remote island. Designed like a labyrinth, the entire lab sprawled across tens of thousands of square meters, its end nowhere in sight. The exterior walls were densely covered in mirrors reflecting the sea and the island, making it visually hard to detect the actual location of the lab. What surprised Gu Yan most, though, was that there wasn't a single guard or bodyguard outside the massive facility. As if sensing his doubt, Gu Chengqi didn't rush to provide an answer but slowly pricked a drop of blood onto the genetic lock at the entrance, waiting patiently for the system to analyze before unlocking. The doors swung open from the inside. "We don't need guards," Gu Chengqi invited Gu Yan in first, proudly introducing it. "This genetic lock has the top security performance globally. One failure, and the lasers would instantly slice anyone into pieces." Suddenly leaning close to Gu Yan's ear, Gu Chengqi gave a light laugh, whispering in warning, "You'd better pray your newlywed wife doesn't foolishly come here to risk her life. Otherwise, no one will be able to collect what's left." Apparently stimulated by the bloody image conjured in his mind, the man couldn't help but burst into ecstatic and insane laughter, shaking all over like a drug addict high on stimulation. "I want to see Shen Mingzhao." Gu Yan looked coldly at the man. Gu Chengqi sneered contemptuously, sizing up Gu Yan. "Gu Yan, do you really think you're in any position to bargain with me right now?" Gu Yan shot back, "Then why did I willingly follow you here?" Pointing at the electronic collar around his neck, Gu Yan asked, "Do you think this thing can threaten me?" His gaze shifted to the gene lock, continuing, "Or do you believe I'd fear your laser trap? It's about time you thought through whether we should upgrade our deal." Gu Yan regarded Gu Chengqi disdainfully, sure of how the older man would react greedily. "Uncle, an S2 level Engma gland, unique in the entire world. Source, Tang Lang Buchan, the cicada and the praying mantis." Chapter 169, 172 Children. Familiar toys were hanging at the airport's lost and found. Shen Jinian immediately recognized the blue elephant teether as Shen Maidong's, because a piece of the elephant's ear was bitten off. According to Gu Yan's description, Shen Maidong left his dad for too long and became sad, so he bit the toy while sleeping, and over time, a small part was worn away. Shen Jinian quickly went forward to claim the toy. The residual pheromone smell on it was exactly the same as Shen Maidong's. "Why is there a baby's toy?" He casually asked, "Did you lose it last time?" Shen Jinian shook his head, "I was in a hurry when I brought my dong out and didn't bring any toys for him. This toy can only possibly be." His voice became quieter and quieter. Everyone understood that it was a signal left by Gu Yan. "There are too many interferences here. Let's talk outside." He packed up the things in his hand, gave Shen Jinian a helping hand, and sent him a glance. The two deliberately broke free from Lu Ximing. But that did not stop Lu Ximing from shamelessly following them. He took Shen Jinian back to the car. The next second, he suddenly closed the car door, leaving behind a cold and distant expression for Lu Ximing. In the enclosed space, only the two of them remained. He reminded Shen Jinian, "If we don't let him see, how would we know whether he truly surrendered or if he's still a mole? Indeed, Lu Ximing has two faces. It's better to be cautious with those who have such records." Shen Jinian clutched the teether. This was information left by Gu Yan. The elephant teether had only its ears suitable for chewing, and the head was a three-dimensional circle containing colorful small balls which produced muffled sounds when shaken. After examining for a long time, he couldn't find anything suspicious. Shen Jinian propped his chin and pondered deeply, "Shake it." He picked up the teether and shook it. The collision of small balls made more noise than before, and there was another distinct sound mixed in. Clearly something was amiss. Shinjinian frowned and borrowed a pair of scissors, cutting the toy open from the middle. The internal small balls instantly jumped out and rolled to his feet. Shinjinian paid no attention to tidying up but took out a white cylindrical object resembling a micro-button battery from inside the toy. It was wrapped in a layer of cling film, seemingly deliberately protected. Shinjinian didn't know what it was. But Hiyu was familiar with it. Without hesitation, he said, "This is the receiving device of a listening bug." Hiyu took it over, peeled off the cling film, and skillfully connected its power supply. After some operations, the tiny white button lit up with a blue light. A faint crackling sound arose. Then came an endless stream of rustling strange noises. "Are your settings correct? Why are there only statics?" Shinjinian wished to press his ears onto the device, somewhat distrustful of Hiyu. "We often use this device, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. However, I don't know where Gu Yen hid it, and too much interference might be due to its peculiar position." Hiyu's voice fell silent. The device then showed some activity. The unfamiliar voice inside was like having been soaked in water, deep and dull, transmitting out. Though unclear, it was still possible to distinguish the content of what was being said. "If you dare to resist once using pheromones, I will immediately order the cutting off of your son's arm. I want you to watch right in front of your eyes how your son dies miserably in front of you. Gu Yen, don't make futile struggles. Even if your wife, friends, or even your cousin finds this place, they cannot save you. Don't waste effort either, you and your son will become my perfect test subjects." Gu Chengqi has gone mad. The darkness in his heart has completely swallowed up humanity. He wants to become stronger and be the most noticed presence among all humanity. No need to follow Gu Qingjing around, to be his shadow anymore. Shinjinian quickly figured out what Gu Yen was going through on the other side and lost all interest in hearing more. Suddenly, a cool hand clenched Hiyu's wrist, above which was Shinjinian's pale, bloodless face. "Stop listening." Shinjinian struggled to maintain composure on the verge of breaking down, his grip on Hiyu's palm tightening increasingly. "Investigate the address first. Listening to more serves no purpose. Rest assured, we've already started the investigation according to Lu Siming's inference." Shinjinian's voice was unsteady, thus making his tone unusually heavy. "Narrow down the scope of the investigation. Gu Yen has only been gone for 2 hours, they must be nearby. No one vanishes without a trace, Gu Yan's pheromones will linger in every corner he passed through. Deploy the pheromone detector. If that doesn't work, we still have specially trained dogs." "Shinjinian, don't be too anxious yet," Hiyu said as he inserted the earpiece of the listening device. "Gu Yen is a top-tier enigma, and nothing bad will happen to him. Besides, he left us the bug in advance, showing he anticipated this situation. Gu Yen is gathering information for us from inside." Hiyu's words flowed smoothly like a stream, extinguishing the burning unease in Shinjinian's chest. What Hiyu said wasn't without reason. But worry clouded his judgment. Shinjinian suddenly felt all his energy drain away as he slumped back into the leather car seat. In the heat of his agitation just moments before, he hadn't noticed it, but now with calmness returning, a wave of discomfort swept over his entire body. Shinjinian pressed his thumbs firmly against his temples, rubbing hard. While Shinjinian was unusually quiet for a moment, Hiyu seized the opportunity to open his laptop and process the real-time information feedback from their search commission. When scrolling down to the latest email, Hiyu paused. After sending the address to the driver, Hiyu called out Shinjinian's name. "We've located a suspicious island." The instant Hiyu spoke the first word, Shinjinian's gaze snapped toward him, then followed Hiyu's lead and landed on the computer screen. Potus Island. There was also an accompanying image. However, due to the vast distance between the island and the mainland, they only managed to capture a blurry silhouette. The patch of land seemed barren, with no sign of vegetation. Standing abruptly on the desolate terrain was a square house, its walls bizarrely fitted with mirrors reflecting the surrounding scenery. Shinjinian's intuition told him this was the right place. By the time he wanted to ask Hiyu to start driving, he belatedly realized the car had already been moving for quite some time, steadily gaining speed. Shinjinian leaned back into his seat again. Hiyu tossed him a candy. Familiar pink and rainbow-wrapped paper came into view. Shinjinian tilted his head questioningly, ? Hiyu responded casually, "Eat it. Don't want you fainting later because your legs go weak." Shinjinian unwrapped the candy, and a sweet strawberry flavor spread across his taste buds. "Is there any more news from the listening device?" Hiyu's expression grew grave. "Yes. Gu Yen sent over the rough situation inside the lab." His complexion turned pale, something rare for Hiyu who usually remained composed, and now seemed hesitant to reveal the full details. Shinjinian asked, "What happened?" Hiyu looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting, his whole person sinking into great panic. "I thought Gu Yen could use pheromones to balance against Gu Chengqi, but I underestimated the situation. There are 172 children hidden in Gu Chengqi's laboratory used as gene experiment subjects. If Gu Yen wished to kill Gu Chengqi using enigma pheromones, those 172 children would die as well, none spared. Including Shin Mingzhao." Chapter 170, An Old Friend. Before heading to the island, Hiyu contacted a friend over here to prepare 2 guns with bullets, more portable short knives, and pheromone-blocking rings. Shen brought along the bodyguards assigned by Gu Yan. Just in case, he also summoned an old professor from the International Bioengineering Research Center under Hiyu's name. After ensuring everything was foolproof, they exchanged a subtle glance and departed without delay. Since their destination was an island, Shen feared tipping off others prematurely and quickly arranged for a submarine to travel to the center of the sea. The two of them still did not call Lu Siming. It seemed the man's departure was restricted. He stood motionless on the dock, watching as the submarine grew smaller until it disappeared beneath the ocean waves. Shen contemplated thoughtfully, he shouldn't be Gu Chengqi's mole. Hiyu's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Why do you say that? Can you still hear any updates from Gu Yan? Shen didn't answer directly. He needed evidence to confirm his suspicions before revealing his thoughts. Hiyu fell silent. He focused intently, listening to the sounds in his ear. A few seconds later, he nodded, yes. That makes sense. Shen analyzed for the man. Firstly, Gu Chengqi wouldn't send someone with deep animosity towards me to act as a mole. It doesn't make logical sense. Secondly, if Gu Chengqi and Lu Siming really had seamless communication, then our discovery of the signal earlier would have been known by Gu Chengqi, and at this moment, Gu Yan may not have been able to safely relay information to us. Still, this wasn't enough to completely clear his suspicion. Hiyu tapped his fingers against his knee, lowering his eyelashes in contemplation. After digesting Shen hypothesis and working backward through several possibilities, he provisionally believed that Lu Siming wasn't playing the role of a villain. In any case, this remained the only good news so far. Though the other side's sudden defection left them no time to understand their true motives, in the current situation, fewer enemies were always better than more. From that point forward, the two men unconsciously ceased speaking, leaving the cabin eerily quiet, where one could even hear a pin drop. By contrast, Shen Maidong's cries from the listening device came through loud and clear. Little Meidaon had cried for so long that his voice was hoarse and raw. He screamed out desperately, calling out for Papa, Papa. Shen figure trembled slightly, knowing full well that the child's cries weren't directed at him but still felt the inevitable tug at his heartstrings upon hearing his bloodline cry. The sounds continued to be transmitted from the listening device. Clanging metal and harsh reprimands intertwined in an overwhelming racket. Shen momentarily calmed emotions surged back into panic. But compared to him, things were even worse on Gu Yan's end. The device seemed to have experienced some violent shock. The once clear voices had been replaced by static, crackling and sputtering like an old TV losing its signal, broken and intermittent. Gu Yan is in danger. Shen suddenly looked up, stating what both already knew all too well. With an equally grave expression, Hiyu placed a finger gently on his lips to maintain absolute silence. Their connection to reality snapped again when that piece of surveillance equipment responded. Despite being muffled by numerous lines of electric currents, Gu Chengqi's agitated, severe voice came through clearly. Doctor, equipment, ZZZ, in half an hour, Zla. Glands, ZZZ, Ka. Kada, ZZZ, the kid, gene fusion, penguin. A pale hand suddenly appeared, seizing the tiny surveillance device, cutting off the already garbled sounds completely. Hiyu's voice jolted Shen back, reminding him, we're here. They'd already observed the surroundings beforehand. This strange house looked bizarre and intimidating but wasn't particularly safe in reality. What puzzled Shen most was how such an important base lacked even a single guard or henchman. The tightly shut door was little different from the iron exterior doors seen in houses, except it was twice as tall. Its somber black hue was reminiscent of a tombstone, standing silently before them. As Shen was about to step forward and inspect the door for small mechanisms, Hiyu's hand quickly rested on his shoulder, halting his movement. Wait. Hiyu took out a palm-sized cardboard box from his pocket. Inside lay a thin white mouse after opening it. He casually peeled 2 paper-skinned walnuts and let the white mouse smell them. Tempted by the fragrance, the starved white mouse immediately dashed toward the door of the lab. Pleased, it hugged the fragrant walnut kernels and began gnawing furiously right there, having been famished. Shen and Hiyu cautiously waited for about a minute. The massive gate gave no response at all, silent and normal as if it were truly just an ordinary door. As Shen hesitated and glanced sideways at Hiyu, he only saw the man's pupils suddenly contract sharply. In his black irises reflected several bright red beams, flickering like lightning. Instinctively, Shen turned back to check on the white mouse. But instead of the expected streak of white in his vision, there was only a small patch of blood and half a walnut lying next to the stones. Lasers. Laser cutters. Hiyu exhaled deeply. So far, they had discovered one trigger condition: any living being staying more than a minute before the laboratory entrance would be mercilessly shredded by lasers. Shen felt his life spared but with immense afterfear coursing through his body. His limbs turned icy cold, and the discomfort in his stomach reared up again, which he suppressed between gritted teeth. Insane madman. No country in the world would permit such a weapon to be used, yet Gu Chengqi had blatantly installed it at the entrance of his base. How can we expect him to have any shred of humanity when he's capable of fiddling with animal gene fusion? Hiyu said lightly, though he was more terrified than Shen. After all, Gu Chengqi was his own uncle. Realizing that this demon had been lurking so close to him without notice, the accumulated fear over 30 years began spreading rapidly through every limb. But Jin Yan, we don't have time to sit around and do nothing. You observed the house thoroughly. There's a lock on the door, along with the laser traps. With our current abilities, we probably don't stand a chance at opening it directly. We need to approach from another angle. But how many more laser traps might be hidden in the seemingly impregnable walls? A single misstep, and their end could be exactly like the white mouse's, no burial place for their remains. No wonder Gu Chengqi dared to snatch Gu Yan so brazenly. He clearly believed Gu Yan couldn't escape, nor could anyone rescue him. I'll lead a team to inspect from the left side first, you take care of the rest. You sized up the lab's land area, calculating how long it might roughly take to search everything. Shen Jinian didn't respond, his face pale. He looked like he'd been scared witless. Concerned, you called out his name again. What's wrong? Is it your stomach ache? Not that. Shen Jinian remained still, but his brain raced. Deeply, he said to Hiyu, I just feel like I've seen this door, this lock before. But he couldn't recall. It shouldn't happen. After all, he was just a spoiled rich second generation who lived for leisure and indulgence, never venturing too deep into serious matters like these illegal contraptions. Such forbidden knowledge should not belong to someone like him. Realization flashed in Shen Jinian's eyes. In the movies. Laser knives, genetic locks. Damn it, Gu Chengqi had outright replicated them. The genetic lock uses the principle of extracting DNA similarity from a highly variant region to unlock. It requires either the individual themselves or a relative with over 60% DNA similarity to activate it. But that came with its dangers too. Because they didn't know precisely which section of DNA similarity was required as the prerequisite. Additionally, does your uncle have any other blood relatives? He shook his head, only my maternal grandfather. He never married, never had offspring. And with his grandfather lying in the hospital, naturally, there was no way he could come to unlock it. They were doomed not to enter. Despair overwhelmed them like a tidal wave. The temperature-perfect weather suddenly felt freezing, the cold seeping through their bodies. A trace of metallic taste surfaced in Shen Jinian's throat, but he forced himself to swallow it down. Find other ways, separately. Without hesitation, Hiyu stepped away immediately. Shen Jinian lagged behind slightly, still unmoving. From behind, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded. The person hesitantly said, I can try. Chapter 171, The surgery is about to start. Jinin brother. Hiyu cousin. Gu Rong suddenly appeared behind Shen Jinin without either of them noticing. In the 2 months they hadn't seen each other, he seemed to have grown a little taller, though his frame remained slim and frail. A strong gust of wind nearly made him stumble. Shen Jinin was just about to say something when his eyes involuntarily glanced past Gu Rong to the man standing behind him. Surprisingly, Lu Siming, who had been abandoned on the shore not long ago, was with him. They must have come together. However, this was not the time for such concerns. Shen Jinin looked at Gu Rong's fragile figure, unsure whether he should be moved by his willingness to risk everything to save Gu Yan or reprimand him for coming here dangerously unprepared. Shen Jinin's once amiable demeanor turned severe as his stern voice carried through the wind. Who told you to come here? It's dangerous. This is no place for you. Gu Rong seemed to realize the urgency of the situation and also feared that Shen Jinin would turn him away without hearing him out. It's Grandpa who asked me to come here. I can open that lock. That's not an ordinary lock, Shen Jinin frowned. DNA unlocking requires an extremely strict match, even between biological father and son. The similarity in highly variable gene regions might only reach 50%. Let alone you and Gu Chengqi being just uncle and nephew, so don't take the risk. I've opened a lock identical to that one before, in Uncle Tu's office. The boy quickly removed his backpack from his shoulder, rummaging through it while explaining, this is what I took, from Uncle Tu's locked cabinet. Finally, Gu Rong found at the very bottom of his bag a folded piece of A4 paper, pressed flat into the size of a palm. He handed it over to Shen Jinin with both hands. With just a glance, Shen Jinin recognized the contents, a map of the experimental base. You focused on another issue, you've opened that lock. He repeatedly scrutinized Gu Rong's face but could find no difference. Gu Chengqi and Gu Qingjing were twins. Even if Gu Rong was Gu Chengqi's offspring, there would be no visible distinction to the naked eye. Gu Rong nodded firmly, I can do it, brother, please trust me. You still wanted to say something. But Gu Rong had already stepped forward under everyone's gaze, lowering his head to study the lock briefly. The sound of the howling wind filled their ears. You have only 1 minute, be careful. All the complex emotions within Shen Jinin melted into the wind as he reminded Gu Rong anxiously, heart heavy with trepidation. Just as the words left Shen Jinin's mouth, Gu Rong at the laser door figured out the solution too. He was completely sure that this genetic lock was exactly like the one he'd encountered in Uncle Tu's office. Without hesitation, Gu Rong placed his finger on the hidden blood drawing area of the gene lock. Upon recognizing human temperature, the electronic device immediately transmitted instructions to the main system. A sharp needle tip quickly ejected automatically, piercing through Gu Rong's skin with pinpoint accuracy. Small droplets of blood seeped from his fingertip. Everyone held their breath instinctively. It was as if the island was covered by an invisible barrier, disconnected from the rest of the world. Wind and water sounds gradually faded, and the air seemed to solidify, suffocatingly tense and somber. Snap. Click. The subtle operating sound of the electronic components inside the gene lock sounded like a firecracker burning crackling in the ear. When it was finally spent, it might produce a brilliant burst of fireworks or perhaps a thunderous explosion. Success or failure would be determined within seconds. Shenjinin's palms dripped with cold sweat, his veins prominent, body stiff, all attention concentrated solely on Gu Rong's condition. 1 minute began its countdown. Gu Rong stood motionless in front of the door, unwavering and unafraid. When the last second came, the gene lock suddenly emitted a rapid and intense alarm beep, followed by a deafening explosion close to the ear. Shenjinin's last hope crumbled. Alpha's face was pale. He closed his eyes reflexively, unable to bear witnessing the bloody scene before him, unsure of what kind of attitude to adopt toward this event. The sight of lab mice was enough to terrify anyone. Let alone someone like Gu Rong. Shenjinin gave himself 3 seconds to prepare mentally. Before he could finish steeling himself, however, a cheerful and familiar voice reached his ears, "Brother Jinin, I succeeded." It was Gu Rong. Shenjinin suddenly opened his eyes, seeing the wide-open gate and Gu Rong standing there unscathed, ? Hiyu's expression was especially intricate. He knew that the Gu family was murky and complicated, but it was clear that what he knew was still insufficient. It was unimaginable that Gu Rong could be Gu Chengqi's child, and even Gu Chengqi himself might not know about it. The shock was overwhelming. Hiyu massaged his temples. "You." Shenjinin wanted to say something but stopped in the middle of her sentence, "Thank you." "No, it's no big deal," Gu Rong grinned widely, "I'm glad I can help save brother Gu Yen." Shenjinin glanced at her watch again. They received a message from the listening device that the surgery would begin in half an hour, and now they had only 15 minutes left. Their specially trained guards had also gathered one by one, lurking underwater. Shenjinin sent a signal to the leader among them, instructing him to take Gu Rong away and make sure he was safe since the upcoming confrontation in this dangerous lair might not be suitable for someone who had just turned adult. After ensuring Gu Rong was safely settled, Shenjinin went to rendezvous with Hiyu. The exchange of glances between the two clearly showed their concerns about Lu Siming's situation. Lu Siming could feel the tension around him and voluntarily took out an ID card from his pocket to hand over to Shenjinin. "I have nothing left. If you are so upset, then arrest me, but if you can, I'd like to finish solving this matter before being caught. At least, one more person gives us one more chance of success." "Madman, who would bother catching you?" Shenjinin sent someone to search Lu Siming, making sure he had no dangerous items, then handed him a short dagger. "We'll tentatively trust you once, but your life or death has nothing to do with us. Even if you're down to your last breath, I won't save you. That's what I deserve." Lu Siming chuckled lightly, the laughter drying up on his surface, leaving behind only remorse deeply rooted in his eyes. "Let's go. I'll be in front." Hiyu followed closely behind, while Shenjinin was flanked by 3 or 5 top-tier guards carefully selected by Gu Yen and some brawlers from the black market. As Shenjinin gazed at the intricately built high-tech structure, she always felt an ominous premonition hovering in her mind. Isn't our entry too smooth? When Gu Rong unlocked the gate earlier, an alarm was already triggered. There was no way the people inside wouldn't notice. Moreover, they had been inside for quite a while, yet they hadn't encountered a single guard or medical staff. Such a large laboratory, how could it be without anyone? "What time is it?" Hiyu asked. Both were well aware that the question referred to the countdown of the half-hour mark. Shenjinin lifted her arm and glanced at her birthday wristwatch. "There's still 10 minutes. Without hesitation, everyone paused simultaneously and came to an agreement in an instant: go straight to the operating room. Something about the ease was unsettling. Gu Chengqi hardly spared any time for dealing with these unexpected visitors, and currently, the gland transplant surgery was his utmost priority. Once the surgery succeeded, there would be ample time to handle these little troublemakers. Shenjinin suddenly turned around and sternly instructed the team of black-suited special guards behind her, "Bring all of us together and deploy another group of people from the land to stay on standby outside." I'm worried he assigned all his forces to the area in front of the operating room. The man leading the group quickly accepted the order and departed swiftly. On the other side, Hiyu held the map and scrutinized it repeatedly before finally calling out Shenjinin's name with a hoarse, dry voice, delivering news as thunderous as a lightning strike. "There's no operating room on this map." How could there be none? Gu Chengqi performed so many surgeries, how could there be no operating room? Shenjinin snatched the terrain map from Hiyu and meticulously checked it. Her reaction was not different from Hiyu. No operating room. How could there be no operating room? Then where were Gu Yan and Mai Dong? "Shenjinin, is there any information from the listening device? It's chaotic and noisy, we haven't heard Gu Yan's voice again." Hiyu retrieved the listening device and let Shenjinin listen. This was far from good news. Not hearing Gu Yan's voice meant either Gu Yan was controlled now, or the listening device was no longer on Gu Yan. Shenjinin's temples were throbbing. "Use thermal imaging and pheromone detectors. We'll split into 3 groups to search." Hiyu and Lu Siming acted swiftly upon Shenjinin's command, gathering people and setting off immediately, systematically searching every abnormality in each room. 10 minutes. Nearly 100 rooms. Even with 3 teams, the pressure was enormous. While searching for Gu Yan and my dong, Shen Jining brainstormed if there could be another faster method. 10 minutes is simply not enough. Shen Jining's headache worsened, and her clothes were already completely soaked with cold sweat. The chill in the room made her feel even colder. Time was ticking away. Not only had they failed to come up with a plan, but they hadn't even found any results from the most basic checks, achieving nothing. There were still 8 minutes left. What could they do? The makeshift fortress of defense constructed by Shen Jining had started to show signs of collapse. Just as it was about to completely fall apart, Lu Siming's voice came through the earpiece. At 7 o'clock direction, there's an anomaly detected in the sample management room. Shen Jining was quite close to this location. He dispatched his subordinates to continue investigating while he went ahead alone. The door lock on the sample management room was similar to the one outside, and Lu Siming had already sent people to fetch Gu Rong's fingered blood. Now the door lock was waiting to be unlocked. Once Shen Jining stabilized himself, the genetic lock was successfully opened. The metal door automatically popped open, revealing a dim and stifling room inside. There seemed to be no lights installed, and at first glance, the view was unclear. It was only after Lu Siming shone his flashlight that Shen Jining saw the shocking scene before his eyes. This unremarkable room in the experimental base took up at least 100 square meters, and the internal space was divided into many small cubicles by transparent glass. And each cubicle housed children of varying ages. The younger ones still needed cribs to sleep in and drink milk, while the oldest were teenagers whose bodies were just beginning to develop. Each child was confined in a glass cage smaller than a dog kennel, struggling to survive. The medical staff in the room who looked after the infants quickly discovered the intruders, and more than 10 blonde, blue-eyed people immediately rushed out like demons, guns in hand, pointing at them and shouting threats in a language Shen Jining didn't bother translating. He simply gave a look to his subordinate behind him. Take them all down, I need to interrogate them immediately. Among the dark-clad special operatives sent over by Gu Yan, everyone was carefully selected, their combat capabilities formidable. Their trigger response time was far faster than those medical personnel. Bang! 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 Consecutive gunshots exploded in their ears, and piercing screams filled the room along with the cries of frightened children inside the glass cells, which were deafeningly loud, louder even than the gunfire itself. The scene was terrifying and horrifying, as if the image of the 18 levels of hell had been presented to humanity. Shen Jining stepped over the sticky fresh blood and entered directly. Several medical staff who had been hit multiple times were controlled on the ground. Shen Jining picked the most ferocious one at random, towering over him and kicking his knee, using the tip of his sneakers to hook under the man's chin to force him to look up and ask directly, "Where is Gu Chengqi's operating room?" Gu Chengqi's subordinates certainly understood foreign languages. The male doctor's wrists and ankles were shot through, his knee stabbed with a short knife severing muscles and tendons, leaving him useless and utterly stripped of his earlier ferocity. "I don't know, I can only do my assigned work, I have no authority to inquire." Shen Jining switched to a shorter dagger. The man visibly panicked. I only know it's not on this floor." Without hesitation, the dagger pierced the man's shoulder. "Where are the adults and children that Gu Chengqi brought over today?" The male doctor was in unbearable pain, his body losing blood too quickly causing his temperature to drop rapidly. His face and lips began to turn deathly pale. I don't know." His consciousness started to blur. They weren't brought here, or they might be, in the operating room. Shen Jining kicked the man away and immediately conveyed the message to Hiyu. "Check the hidden door in the room leading underground." There were only 5 minutes left until the surgery would begin. Chapter 172, Go find Gu Yan. Find the hidden operating room within 5 minutes. Impossible as it is. Shen Jinyan's emotions had reached the brink of collapse. He began to act recklessly, saying, "Evacuate all the children, and find someone now to mix nitroglycerin. Level his lab." "Are you crazy?" Lu Summing couldn't believe what he was hearing. "This isn't saving people, this is mutual destruction." Shen Jinyan's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, his gaze desperate and wild when looking at Lu Summing. "Rest assured, I still have a grasp on this situation." Shen Jinyan wouldn't believe that Gu Chengqi could calmly perform surgery if his hideout was destroyed. F****K off. If they were going to die, everyone should die together. No one will live. You have a grasp. Lu Summing took 2 large strides forward, grabbed Shen Jinyan by the shoulders forcefully, forcing him to snap out of it, glaring at him with fierce intensity while harshly yelling at him. "Shen Jinyan, be rational. We can control the amount of explosives ourselves, but various chemical solvents inside will very likely cause secondary explosions once exposed to fire or heat. It's completely uncontrollable. Gu Chengqi indeed deserves to die, but what about your son and your husband? What else can we do besides this?" Shen Jinyan began to feel restless inside, experiencing an unprecedented headache as if his brain was about to explode. Hadn't Gu Yan promised to stay with him forever? What about their Maidong? Shen Maidong was so timid that he would cry in tantrum after just 1 day away from his dad. How much suffering must he have endured being taken by strangers for so long? With both hands holding his forehead, he inserted his fingers into his hair, crazily rubbing and pulling his head in an attempt to alleviate the intense pain. Shen Jinian's movements were wildly brutal, clearly reaching the apex of anxiety. In order to divert his pain, he pulled at his hair until unexpectedly knocking off the pheromone-blocking ring around his neck. After losing control of his emotions, even his pheromones surged out uncontrollably and violently collided outside. Without any awareness, Shen Jinian abruptly released a massive quantity of SS-level pheromones. The immense force nearly made Lu Summing lose his footing, becoming dizzy and feeling like his internal organs were brutally shattered and then reassembled. Lu Summing's pheromone rating wasn't as high as Shen Jinian's. This pressure caused him excruciating pain, so he let go of Shen Jinian's shoulder and leaned against the wall to support himself, covering his mouth and nose while gasping painfully, Shen Jinian, you're really crazy. Killing 1,000 enemies while sustaining heavy losses oneself. He wanted to kill Gu Chengqi, but such strong pheromone attacks would also be unbearable for those around them. Not to mention that overusing his body's pheromones like this would cause irreversible damage to Shen Jinian's glands and body. Lu Summing wiped away the blood dripping from his nasal cavity, raising a hand to signal Shen Jinian to withdraw the pheromones, or else everyone present would be wiped out under his pheromone attack. Before Lu Summing managed to speak, both of their earpieces crackled with static noise. Although he didn't feel too comfortable either, he managed to endure the discomfort and maintain his voice stability as he formed a sentence. I found the listening device. Shen Jinian had slowly withdrawn his pheromones and instead released large quantities of calming pheromones. I found the operating room. He forcibly dragged the exhausted Lu Summing without needing to hear the location report from the man in the earpiece, directly dragging Lu Summing toward where he was waiting. As expected, the position where the listening device dropped matched exactly with the position detected by using pheromones. The entrance to the operating room was most likely concealed here. He and Gu Yan had permanent markings, allowing them to recognize extremely subtle enigma pheromone residues. The listening device was also one of the signals left behind by Gu Yan. 3 minutes remained. There was no time to look for the entrance. Shen Jinian resumed the idea he hadn't completed, directly grabbing the simplest reagent solution and setting it on fire, not hesitating for a moment to blow up everything nearby. The tall walls of the experimental base exploded into rubble under intense and continuous powerful explosions, collapsing in a deafening roar and instantly turning into a pile of debris. The combustibles in the laboratory ignited after the explosion, flames immediately shooting up to the sky and releasing rolling black smoke. Before the fire could spread further, someone fetched fire extinguishing equipment to prevent excessive fires and accidental casualties. Without waiting for the embers to completely disappear, a striking anomaly was already visible. The hidden door, torn to pieces by the explosion, revealed the entrance to the basement. Among the desolate and broken walls, light emanated from underground. After clearing away the stones, they could see through a heavily processed composite glass, a clear sight of stairs leading down to the basement. Stairs? Actually, there were stairs. Shen Jinian frowned. 3 seconds later, he belatedly realized something was off. Instantly, he gave Lu Summing a look. It's unreasonable for the stairs to appear here. Gu Chengqi must have additional entrances and exits, at least 2. You should bring more people to surround the experimental base and expand the search range under the sea. Seal his exit off, don't let a single person get away, or we'll really be destroyed together. Lu Summing's expression became serious and restrained. He glanced at Shen Jinian and then at Hiyu beside him, nodding firmly. Rest assured, I will not let him escape. The two of you be extra careful when going downstairs. Through the gray smoke, Shen Jinian scrutinized Lu Summing. The man before him appeared blurred and hazy, unclear just like his purpose and identity, as inscrutable as observing flowers in the fog. At the last second before leaving, Shen Jinian suddenly turned around. You won't betray my brother again, right? He suddenly asked Lu Summing this question. The man hesitated for a moment, with an attitude of earnest sincerity. The same mistake won't be knowingly repeated. I won't betray him a second time, so I certainly won't help Gu Chengqi harm his own younger brother. Hope you can keep your word. Shen Jinian quickly took off the watch Gu Yan had just repaired for him, handing it over to Lu Summing. If we can't come out, please deliver this to my parents in the hospital, but you are not allowed to use this as an opportunity to go see my brother upstairs. All right. Lu Summing took the old worn-out watch. Its dial bore countless deep scratches left by shattered stones and debris, already damaged to the point that the pointers inside were barely visible. But its owner cherished it greatly. Lu Summing carefully placed it in his pocket. After Shen Jinian finished making his final arrangements, he immediately moved toward the center of the explosion. The staff lifted the thick glass panel and flipped themselves down, Shen Jinian and Hiyu following closely behind. The space on the first basement level was relatively small, having at least half less area than the above-ground research facility. However, it still maintained a labyrinth-like construction style, with numerous rooms of varying sizes compactly arranged. Finding the operating room would be a huge challenge. Fortunately, Shen Jinian and Gu Yan's permanent markings enabled them to identify subtle scents. Following this faint trail of pheromones, Shen Jinian directly found the door to the operating room. Hiyu approached and dripped a drop of blood preserved in a silicone tube. This gene-lock identification process seemed significantly reduced. Within 10 seconds, a clicking sound of operation started. But 15 seconds later, they did not see what they expected. Instead, alarms went off loudly, instantly filling the entire basement with piercing red lights, flashing frequently enough to make everyone struggle to maintain high concentration. Apparently, there was a problem with this unlocking password, yet no lasers were triggered. He leaned against the wall, raising the gun in his hand while keeping a cautious eye on the operating room. He asked Shinjinian, "Are you sure Gu Yan and the child are inside?" "Yes, Gu Yan's pheromone scent is very strong." 1 minute countdown. Before their eyes stood the solid copper-walled doors as if impregnable. Shinjinian was pondering whether the laser at the door could be made useful when unexpectedly, the operating room door emitted a buzzing sound, as if receiving an order, slowly starting to automatically open. Shinjinian's nerves were stretched to the limit. Unfamiliar with the weight, he struggled to lift his heavy gun, grasping the trigger tightly with all his strength, aiming it at the technological door slowly sliding open in the operating room. As soon as the door fully opened, they would be ready to fire. 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 3 meters. Suddenly, when they assumed the operating room door would open normally, it unexpectedly accelerated at an unforeseen speed. In an instant, the whole door was completely wide open, revealing the complex scene inside. However, before they could observe, Shinjinian felt sudden darkness envelop his vision. All power and lighting had been cut off. Only the red alarm light constantly flickering at the entrance to the operating room remained lit, providing brief moments of observation when it illuminated. Yet, the red light was especially harsh on the eyes. Shinjinian could barely endure for several minutes, clearly feeling the fatigue setting in on his vision, experiencing double vision and a haze. He blinked hard, and a shadow suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Ah. Before he could react, one of the bodyguards in front of him let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood and flesh fragments mixing with the red light from the alarm. The scene was horrifying. Shinjinian immediately tightened his focus, aiming his gun precisely at the fleeting shadow in front of him. After the moment of panic, he calmed down astonishingly well, and his aim at the shadow remained steady as he pulled the trigger. In the background, numerous gunshots were heard mingling with the agonized cries of wild beasts. The lion's warm blood splattered all over him. Shinjinian froze for a second, instinctively stepping back. He pulled out lighting equipment, illuminating their 10-mile radius brightly like daylight. Only then did Shinjinian notice. The lion that had pounced out of the lab bore little resemblance to what he remembered. While it had a lion's head, its body was as strong and robust as a water buffalo, twice or even 3 times larger than a normal lion. Bullets piercing its flesh caused almost negligible damage, only managing to restrain it briefly for 3 to 5 seconds. When the lion got up again, it was 100-fold more ferocious than before. Its tusks and claws, large as ivory, charged with strength as it lunged at their bodyguards. Reacting quickly, the bodyguards formed a protective shield tightly around Shinjinian, guarding him behind them. He seized the opportunity to throw a small grenade. Perfectly timed, it exploded right on the lion's head, tearing apart half its face so severely that white bone jutted out amid mangled, shapeless flesh. The beast roared in pain, the sound brimming with immense fury. At the same time, dozens of pairs of green glowing eyes lit up from all directions. As if answering a call. They stared directly at them. Eyes scanning the crowd, searching for whoever had injured the leading lion, ready to avenge its injury. He realized they couldn't waste any more time. He split off 3 small teams, pushing Shinjinian behind him. "You go find Gu Yan. I've got this." Shinjinian looked at the dozens of giant mutated animals nearby, shivering with fear and feeling icy cold all over. "I'll tell Lu Summing to send more people over. Can you hold out now?" "For now, 30 minutes should be fine," He said through gritted teeth, continuing to hurl grenades. Even these mutated beasts struggled to resist such attacks, forced to roar in rage just 3 meters away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shinjinian rushed into the operating room with half of the men. Gu Yan. Chapter 173, The Sound of Gunfire. The large operating room seemed as if a struggle had taken place. Surgical knives and reagent bottles on the operating table were scattered in disarray, while drips from reagents accumulated into puddles along the edges of the tables. Shinjinian was quickly exploring the surrounding environment under the protection of special guards, ensuring no gene-mutated beasts would suddenly attack from behind. But there were no wild beasts. Nor was Gu Yan found. Shinjinian sent people to check everywhere for hidden mechanisms or concealed doors. He was 100% sure that Gu Yan was in this room. With no sign of him, it could only mean Gu Chengqi had hidden him away. Shinjinian's mind rapidly analyzed all the objects before him. The pheromone scent at his nose tip fluctuated intermittently. Following the direction of the pheromones, he slowly moved towards the storage cabinet at the back of the operating table where surgical supplies and file folders were placed. This silver-white environment seemed ideal for quiet contemplation and calming emotions. Shinjinian's eyelashes trembled slightly as he examined this peculiar storage cabinet thoroughly, as well as the files neatly arranged behind the glass cabinet door without a trace of disorder. It wasn't normal. Although the operating room had been severely damaged, these important reagents and documents remained unusually orderly. Either this was an illusion or someone had deliberately tidied up after. Just as Shinjinian hesitated about how to violently destroy this mysterious cabinet, unexpectedly, the cabinet began to move automatically along its track, sliding quietly toward his left-hand side. Special guards searching nearby immediately noticed the abnormality and instantly aimed their guns at the storage cabinet. However, they were too far away compared to the gun resting on Shinjinyan's temple. With a wooden, stiff grin, Gu Chengqi remarked, "Nice to meet you, niece-in-law." As Shinjinyan's head was pressed by the gun, the special guards behind naturally dared not move an inch. Gu Chengqi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Would you like to come inside my secret chamber and meet your husband and child?" Shinjinyan kept a calm face and replied, "I'd be delighted." The man shifted his body, but the gun pointing at Shinjinyan did not change direction for even a moment. A smirk curled the corner of Gu Chengqi's lips looking at Shinjinyan's profile as he controlled the mechanism and shut a heavy dark door behind the storage cabinet. Gu Chengqi's secret room was only a third the size of the operating room, but it was fully equipped with all sorts of devices. As soon as Shinjinyan stepped in, he felt that the air pressure inside was off. Moreover, Shin realized something Gu Chengqi used could somehow neutralize the pheromones he emitted. No wonder. Gu Chengqi managed to single-handedly take away Gu Yan. Gu Yan was confined on the operating table while Shin Maizhong was trapped inside a glass cabin, sleeping soundly all along. Gu Chengqi kicked a chair by his side, which rolled over instantly due to wheels until it gently hit Shinjinyan's knees before stopping. Gu Chengqi said, "Don't hesitate, sit down." Shinjinyan observed carefully without showing any emotion and only sat down when he confirmed the chair was safe. A strong sense of hatred lingered in his eyes. Suddenly, Gu Chengqi burst out laughing. When the man laughed, his eyes didn't crinkle, his swollen face appeared stiff and abnormally blood red, not from healthy blood circulation, but rather as if the veins under his skin were stretched to their limit and ready to burst, exuding a sinister vibe. Truly fearless like calves fresh out of the womb, a 20-year-old kid who hasn't even figured out his own life yet dares to barge into my studio following Hiyu, the traitor. Or should I just submit an application report? Join a tourist group for a visit? Even if Shinjinyan was at the mercy of others, he couldn't lose in verbal exchanges. Gu Chengqi's rambling made him extremely irritable. Wasting time. How could Gu Yan possibly like someone as rude as you? Gu Chengqi had deep-rooted resentment against Shinjinyan. He greatly admired Gu Yan, his nephew. Naturally, he thought Gu Yan should find a gentle omega suited to him. Shinjinyan, this prick who lashed out every few sentences, didn't deserve a place in the Gu family. Let alone having birthed a dumb child who didn't understand anything and cried uncontrollably. Facing Gu Chengqi's apparent aversion, Shinjinyan was exceptionally disdainful. "Gu Yan likes me because we have a pheromone compatibility rate of over 98%. If you want to transplant Gu Yan's glands, then you're in for trouble. You will end up being deeply infatuated with me too, chasing after me like a dog. Gu Chengqi. You're really being outrageous, you beast." Gu Chengqi, at his age, couldn't bear having his face lost to others, and immediately became so enraged that his chest heaved violently. "Shinjinyan, all three of your family's lives are in my hands. Think carefully whether you have the right to provoke me before speaking. Do you know it's a 1 versus 3 situation?" Shinjinyan silently pulled out his gun from his pocket, deliberately mimicking Gu Chengqi's earlier move by pressing the barrel against the man's forehead. "I can take care of 2 while protecting myself, but you only have yourself." The alpha's teasing expression was replaced with cold indifference and cruelty, transforming Shinjinyan into an unfamiliar figure within moments. Gu Chengqi gave a cold laugh. But before he could speak, Shinjinyan took the initiative, "And I guess, you don't even control your own territory, do you, Uncle Gu?" For just an instant, Gu Chengqi's body tensed. But quickly, he acted as if nothing happened. This subtle change didn't escape Shinjinyan's eyes, further confirming his suspicion. Emboldened by this realization, Shinjinyan mockingly added, "From the moment we entered till now, not a single guard or doctor performing surgery has appeared. The reagent bottles on the operating table are all broken, all experimental data gone, except for a few mutant beasts left behind. Your partner ran off with your life's work, didn't they?" At first, Shinjinyan had guessed that all personnel might have been relocated to maintain normal operations during surgeries. It wasn't until finding the basement entrance did he realize things weren't as simple as he'd thought. They could randomly detonate explosives without interference, clearly proving that the entire research base had become a hollow shell. Meanwhile, the messy lab scenes pointed to fierce arguments that must have occurred here, precious medicine spilled across the ground. The neatly arranged folders in the cabinet suggested human manipulation, every experiment result and data were stolen to deceive Gu Chengqi. He now hid Gu Yan purely due to desperation and delusion. Gu Chengqi suddenly burst out laughing, mocking Shinjinyan's arrogance, deciding victory based merely on your speculations. Careful not to overthink and end up shooting yourself in the foot. So many years of plotting, only to be betrayed by someone you trusted most. "Are you boiling with rage yet helpless?" said Shinjinyan sarcastically. "Take good care of your temper, heart attack or stroke on an island like this won't get you emergency treatment." Being the same age as Gu Chengqi looked decades older because of prolonged exposure to radiated chemical agents inside the laboratory combined with his deep scheming nature. He disliked Gu Chengqi intensely, unwilling to accept appearing far older than him. Each word of Shinjinyan felt like a blade stabbing straight into Gu Chengqi's heart. By now, Gu Chengqi had reached his breaking point with Shinjinyan's constant provocations. Agitated beyond measure, he abruptly shot up from the chair, the gun in his hand shaking furiously as though struggling to suppress his fury. He might pull the trigger at any second. I'm not finished yet. Shen Jinian grinned mischievously, deliberately provoking, do you know why we managed to crack your gene lock? A flicker of gloom passed through Gu Chengqi's eyes. Shen Jinian's slightly sore arm moved slowly as he made a dramatic pause before whispering, it was your father, Mr. Gu Zhong, who played a major role in helping us. He knew we were destined to clash, so he journeyed far to stand firmly on the opposite side of you. Your father doesn't care about you. Rebellion from all sides signifies one's ultimate failure as a person. Especially for someone like Gu Chengqi, whose twisted self-respect verged on abnormality. As expected, Shen Jinian's cunning words soon sowed discord and confusion, causing Gu Chengqi to lose composure and rationality under intense anger. Gu Chengqi trembled from head to toe. His partnership falling apart bitterly, adenoid surgery interrupted forcefully, years of experimental achievement stolen, plus He Yu and Shen Jinian's relentless intrusion. All these accumulated burdens ultimately shattered his emotional stability. Originally, Gu Chengqi planned to bring Shen Jinian aboard as his next subject, but now there was no need. Pointing the gun directly at Shen Jinian's head, overwhelming anger took control of his mind. His stubby index finger quivered but unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive gunshots exploded. The sharp sounds of bullets cutting through the air rang clearly. Just a second later, vivid red blood splashed violently into view, and the strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. Gu Chengqi's knees were suddenly overwhelmed with intense pain, as if someone had stripped away his kneecaps. His legs instantly lost all support, causing him to crash down onto the ground in a kneeling position. The bullets from the handgun naturally followed the direction of his fall, whizzing past Shen Jinian's hair by a mere inch. Gu Yan's hands were restrained, making it inconvenient for him to use a gun. He could only manage to shoot Gu Chengqi's knees at maximum effort. Shen Jinian fired a second later than Gu Yan. His reaction time was faster than that of middle-aged or elderly individuals. Upon sensing Gu Chengqi's finger abruptly tighten, Shen Jinian instinctively leaned his body aside, successfully dodging the other's bullet. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Chengqi staggered downward, he hastily pulled the trigger in disarray. Due to nervousness, the bullet barely grazed the man's shoulder. Jinian. Catch it. Gu Yan called out Shen Jinian's name, discarding the gun he'd snuck from under the operating table and retrieved during the chaos earlier. He instead picked up a tiny syringe no bigger than a fingertip, filled with nearly 2 milliliters of pale red translucent liquid. With great force from his fingertips, Gu Yan accurately flicked it toward Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian had no idea what substance was inside. Nevertheless, he swiftly caught the syringe in his palm and, while Gu Chengqi was still recovering, forcefully injected it into the flesh of the man's neck. The entire process was seamless and executed in perfect coordination. All the liquid was quickly injected into Gu Chengqi's body. Kneeling on the ground, the man trembled as he looked up. As soon as the liquid entered his body, it immediately took effect, producing an excruciating pain far more severe than having a bullet pierced through his knee. His whole body drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth and struggling to catch his breath, he demanded, "What have you used?" Gu Yan replied coldly, "Adenoid fluid." It was pure engsub adenoid fluid extracted directly from his own gland, its oppressive force 100 times stronger than engsub pheromones. It was the ultimate weapon he had prepared years ahead of time. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Yan, his already pale face growing even paler. Adenoid fluid. Ha! A hoarse, coarse wheezing sound emerged from Gu Chengqi's throat. Realizing that Gu Yan had ruthlessly condemned him to certain death, he collapsed helplessly on the ground. Gu Yan, you are crueler than Gu Chengzheng. Injecting high-grade engsub adenoid fluid into any person would cause lethal damage. Especially for Gu Chengqi, whose rarely exposed secondary gender was a low-quality alpha. The man convulsed all over, feeling as though every internal organ was being torn apart by an invisible hand. It was akin to being crushed by powerful fists into a bloody mess, making it difficult for him to breathe as he shivered and curled up on the floor. Shen Jinian picked up the keys from the ground and unlocked the restraints binding Gu Yan's body. The alpha sighed in relief, helping the man off the operating table. Your body. Watch out. Before Shen Jinian could finish speaking, Gu Yan agilely rolled off the bed and forcefully pulled Shen Jinian's arm around his shoulder, positioning himself tightly between the danger and Shen Jinian's chest for protection. Shen Jinian hadn't yet realized what had happened. But when he felt a sudden jolt run through the body protecting him, a muffled groan emerging from Gu Yan's throat, and saw the usually carefree brows furrow tightly. Gu Yan. Gu Yan. Not until Shen Jinian touched the hot flow from Gu Yan's chest did he abruptly remember what he had just heard. Pfft. The sound was unmistakable, a crossbow piercing through flesh. Chapter 174, Save My Wife. Gu Yan. Gu Yan. Shen Jinian was in a panic, full of anger, and secretly cursed himself for forgetting to frisk Gu Yan. After firing a few more shots at Gu Chengqi, he quickly pressed his earpiece to notify Lu Siming to send someone to take Gu Yan away. But after calling 3 times in succession, Shen Jinian heard no response from Lu Siming. Not taking the time to analyze whether Lu Siming was in danger or had suddenly betrayed him, Shen Jinian placed Gu Yan in a safe area and then contacted He Yu. He Yu was still dealing with the mutated beasts on his side. The continuous gunfire and explosions drowned out Hiyu's voice, intermittently reaching Shen Jinyan's ears. Soon, crackle. Suddenly, the connection broke off entirely. The situation outside wasn't any better than what Shen Jinyan faced now. With no other choice, he once again pulled out his key and prepared to unlock Shen Maidong's glass pod, intending to bring the child out and leave with Gu Yan. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find the keyhole for the lock. Breathing weakly, Gu Chengqi emitted broken, intermittent laughter, his mouth full of blood, looking horrifying. There is no lock. Shen Jinyan froze for a moment, gripping the key tightly in his hand. King bullshit. He wanted to shoot Gu Chengqi dead, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to find the key if he did, so he settled instead for spitting in Gu Chengqi's face. How do you open the glass cabin? If you don't tell me, I'll cut you into pieces for fish food. Gu Chengqi smiled silently, closing his eyes, not bothering to hide the smugness on his face, as if he had finally managed to gain the upper hand. Shen Jinyan couldn't help but feel increasingly anxious inside. No longer willing to waste time arguing with Gu Chengqi, Shen Jinyan quickly got up and repeatedly studied the glass cabin, but could not find any mechanism that could open it. In the end, he had no choice but to shift his attention back to Gu Chengqi. Gu Chengqi fought to catch his last breath. I never intended for him to live. The glass cabin has no lock. Forced entry will explode. You all die. Ha, ha. As Gu Chengqi laughed, a mouthful of dark red blood spilled out. Shen Jinyan was utterly shaken. Grabbing Gu Chengqi by the collar, he dragged the nearly lifeless man off the ground, forcing him to look upward as he roared, where are the design plans? You mother of cur, speak now. Ha ha ha, Gu Chengqi continued laughing uncontrollably. There's no way. It can't be opened. Half an hour ago, a partner had requested that he let Gu Yan and Shen Maidong go to safeguard the experimental results instead, but Gu Chengqi insisted on forcefully completing his ultimate goal of transplanting the glandular tissue. They left on bad terms. The partner took all the doctors and security personnel with them. Gu Chengqi, deprived of his main support team like the wind-swept leaves, realized he might not be able to withstand Shen Jinyan's fierce attack. So, he decided to take Shen Jinyan's son down with him. Shen Jinyan's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his fist and struck Gu Chengqi's jaw, dislocating his entire jawbone. King bastard. Throughout the ordeal, Gu Chengqi stuck to his original words, can't be opened. He's telling the truth, said Gu Yan weakly, as he lost blood rapidly, causing the man to become incredibly weak. Startled upon hearing whose voice it was, Shen Jinyan momentarily froze before exploding with even stronger emotions. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Yan said calmly, it's a self-destruct device. Where in this world does such an absolute thing exist? There must be a loophole somewhere. Even if there's no unlocking procedure, Gu Chengqi is just a habitual liar. Though roaring in denial, Gu Yan's words had already sent a chill down Shen Jinyan's spine. As he spoke, Shen Jinyan grew closer to despair. Gu Yan, you can't lie. Large teardrops pooled in his eyes, blurring his vision. Try, and you'll know. Gu Chengqi seemed to have bitten something inside his mouth, causing an abnormal surge of adrenaline, which gave him enough strength to laugh wickedly as he slowly stood up. Shen Jinyan only noticed this when Gu Chengqi started speaking. After shedding tears, he turned his attention to see Gu Chengqi wobbling to his feet behind him. Furrowing his brow, Shen Jinyan attempted to grab Gu Chengqi by the neck, but the latter had long anticipated such an outcome, not allowing Shen Jinyan any time to react. Gu Chengqi swiftly raised his hand and without hesitation smashed it towards the glass pod containing Shen Maidong, using the hard edges of the metallic ring on his finger. Though the strong glass did not shatter, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the impact zone. Instantly, alarms sounded throughout the operating room. A hidden door suddenly swung open, and a group of specially trained guards stormed in with order and precision. Hiyu urgently rushed in. The man was covered in blood all over his face and body, making it impossible to see his original appearance. Upon seeing Shen Jinyan and Gu Yan's conditions, he immediately became serious. What's the situation? Shen Jinyan didn't have time to reply to Hiyu. His entire attention was focused on the glass pod where Shen Maidong was located. As Gu Chengqi had said, forcibly destroying the glass pod would trigger an explosion, and red numbers were flashing on the upper part of the pod indicating a countdown. Not only that, but the glass pod was quickly filling with water. 1 minute. They had only 1 minute left. Without Shen Jinyan needing to speak, everyone present knew the current situation. Hiyu froze on the spot, at a loss as to what to do. It was Shen Jinyan who first regained his composure. You take Gu Yan away and evacuate the crowd quickly, I'll be enough here alone. Since the glass pod had already been damaged. What can you possibly do? Gu Yan, holding his chest that continued to spill out streams of blood, shot Hiyu a cold glance. No one knows this operating room better than me. Both of you leave this place, I will definitely bring Maidong back safely. 56 seconds. Tears streamed down Shen Jinyan's cheeks. You knowing this place like the back of your hand is nonsense. You've been shot, how can you save Maidong? I know this operation room just as well. There's no time. Gu Yan gave the man across from him a significant look. Hiyu. Hiyu immediately understood Gu Yan's command. The needle in his hand was without hesitation inserted into Shinjinyan's vein. In less than 3 seconds, the alpha lost all strength and collapsed toward the ground. Fortunately, Gu Yan acted quickly to catch Shinjinyan and handed him over to Hiyu. Take him away. Hiyu's throat felt dry. Can you? That question, whether there was any way to rescue my dong, he couldn't even bring himself to ask. The chances of survival under such circumstances were slim, something he fully understood in his heart. It would serve no purpose other than wasting Gu Yan's precious time. So Hiyu didn't say a word, a mix of emotions swirling inside him, as he turned heavily around and carried the unconscious Shinjinyan. Then, together with others, they evacuated the experimental base as fast as possible. They had just left the island and entered the submarine when a fierce explosion erupted near their ears. 1 minute. A full minute. But the duration of the explosion lasted far longer than just 1 minute. As Lu Siming had said, various chemical reagents within the lab could potentially cause secondary explosions upon exposure to fire or heat. Only after the entire lab had been reduced to ashes did the firefighters work tirelessly throughout the night to finally put out the blaze caused by the explosion. The whole island had burned black and lay in ruins, looking desolate and broken. Hiyu and his team stayed behind the whole time. Once it was relatively safe, they immediately sent people to search for Gu Yan and the child. Sadly, no matter how hard they dug, nothing was found. Including Lu Siming. He too had completely vanished without a trace. Chapter 175, Abnormal Disappearance. Shinjinyan was seriously ill. That day, he had forcibly released an excessive amount of pheromones and suffered from shock, causing his body's self-protection mechanism to frequently send him into unconsciousness. The doctor conducted a detailed examination that very day. He nodded absent-mindedly, confused by the situation. Afterward, he added something as an afterthought. He said he has gastritis too, let's treat that as well. Gastritis? The doctor carefully reviewed the forms from top to bottom, scratching his head perplexedly. Alright, I'll arrange for a re-examination. Hiyu had mountains of pending tasks and did not dwell further on the doctor's odd behavior. After picking up the medicine prescribed by the hospital, he delivered it to Shinjinyan's ward before heading over to Shin Huaili's place. The overall atmosphere at the Shin household had been suffocatingly heavy these past few days. Upon learning of the calamitous news of Gu Yan's disappearance along with the child and his younger brother falling into a coma, Shin Huaili's condition worsened drastically. Shin's father and mother turned white-haired overnight. Fortunately, Shinjinyan finally regained consciousness. The alpha had narrowly escaped death, having been tense for several days, his body now aching as though crushed and reassembled. He felt weak, unable to move. Is there any news about Gu Yan? The first thing Shinjinyan asked upon waking was about Gu Yan's whereabouts. He didn't know how many days had passed, only that Gu Yan was no longer by his side. Hiyu, we've been looking continuously. Shinjinyan furrowed his brows, his voice dry and raspy like an elderly man, not a single clue. At least, we didn't find any human remains at the explosion site. Gu Yan and my dong might not be in danger. Self-deception. An explosion happens in an instant, the massive shockwaves and heat would leave no room for survival, especially since Gu Yan and my dong were at the center of the explosion. But at this moment, he chose to believe what Hiyu said. Shinjinyan turned his head to hide the misty eyes, letting tears drip silently into his hair during the brief closure of his eyelids. Hiyu sighed while sitting by Shinjinyan's bedside. Don't be so pessimistic. Your elder brother is also very worried about you. Don't worry. I'm just sad. I won't go around causing trouble for everyone. Shinjinyan's voice sounded muffled, thick with nasal tones, filled with despondent emotions. Hiyu didn't know how to console him further. Gu Yan's disappearance was an undeniable reality before them, and anything he could say seemed pale and powerless, leaving it up to Shinjinyan to comfort himself. Hiyu placed the food he brought onto the bedside cabinet. You rest first. I won't bother you anymore. Shinjinyan didn't respond. After Hiyu left, he arranged for twice as many caregivers to look after Shinjinyan, just in case he succumbed to despair. Unexpectedly, Shinjinyan did not wallow in depression for as long as Hiyu had imagined. In fact, he got out of bed the following morning. He proactively contacted the small team led away by Lu Siming, asking about their situation at the time and trying to trace Lu Siming's post-incident whereabouts. A member of the squad with relatively lighter injuries voluntarily came to see Shinjinyan in the meeting room of his ward. This man had suffered severe shoulder wounds and only managed to get out of bed a few days after surgery, despite the excruciating pain caused by moving, making the arduous trip to Shinjinyan's room. To recount the events of that time. They had encountered a partner of Gu Chengqi. When we met the foreign man, they were using a ferry to transfer large quantities of goods and scientific personnel. Captain Lu ordered us to launch a surprise attack and encircle the ferry, attempting to capture the people on board. But we underestimated them. Their numbers were roughly equal to ours, but the ship had been secretly modified inside, equipped with an abundance of weapons. It took great effort for us to find their vulnerability, pulling the conflict ashore. Afterward, things went rather smoothly. We managed to control their doctors and guards, until Captain Lu went to apprehend the leading foreign man and mysteriously disappeared. Shinjinyan noticed the peculiar point and emphasized, tapping his knee with his fingers, disappeared. Wasn't the partner of Gu Chengqi already handed over to the police? He had seen the news earlier today. Over 100 abducted children reappeared in public, creating an uproar of outrage and fury among the masses. Tens of thousands even jointly signed a petition demanding that all involved criminals receive the death penalty. Shen Jinian meticulously read the entire news report. It merely mentioned that the police arrested these suspects without a single word related to Gu Yan. Where exactly did Lu Siming disappear? Shen Jinian took out his notebook, uncapped the fountain pen, and carefully recorded every word the man across from him was saying. We didn't see exactly where Captain Lu disappeared. But when we found the foreign man, he was lying behind the rocks near the coast, unable to leave because of broken legs. We guessed, that's where Captain Lu might have disappeared. Actually, the term, disappeared, doesn't fully describe the situation. How could a living person vanish right in front of everyone's eyes? The most likely scenario is Lu Siming had already perished under the sea. Shen Jinian nodded, I understand. Keep these matters to yourself, don't utter a single word outside. I know, Mr. Shen. The man straightened his body, then after a moment suddenly hunched his back, timidly lowering his voice to ask, are General Gu and the others, all right? Shen Jinian nodded without hesitation, Gu Yan is fine, thank you for your concern. Your employment fee will be settled normally. The man shook his head, despite his intimidating appearance, he was inherently honest and kind. It's not about the employment fee. I never thought I'd have the opportunity to work with you and General Gu to combat evil and rescue over 100 children. This sense of accomplishment and pride isn't something the employment fee can provide. So I hope good people like you live in peace forever. Shen Jinian's hand holding the pen paused slightly as he processed those words. A large ink blot spread on the paper. Thank you. Shen Jinian's throat felt dry, and his voice came out particularly hoarse. After adjusting his emotions for a moment, he looked up at the man and smiled, I don't have any more questions for now. Thank you for coming all the way here. Focus on recovering in the hospital in the coming days, and do not leave. We may need to ask you some details later. Certainly. I'll stay put and be ready for you anytime. The man grinned repeatedly as he agreed. Once the special guard completely left the ward, Shen Jinian quickly asked the nurse to open the window to let some fresh air in. The man seemed unable to control his pheromones well, so the room was filled with the scent of unfamiliar alpha pheromones, which made him feel dizzy and disoriented. He barely managed to endure it until the man left. The nurse noticed his pallid complexion and asked, Mr. Shen, are you feeling unwell? Should I call the doctor? No need. It's due to the pheromones. Shen Jinian leaned heavily on the windowsill, breathing deeply to take in fresh air, alleviating the discomfort in his body almost immediately. Pheromones? The nurse was puzzled. There's no smell of pheromones in the room. Shen Jinian wasn't surprised, and turned to explain, you're beta, so you're not sensitive to pheromones. However. That wasn't right. After being marked by Gu Yan, he was clearly less sensitive to other people's pheromones and sometimes even couldn't detect them at all. But earlier. Something struck Shen Jinian, and his entire body stiffened in shock. Trembling, he reached to touch the gland at the back of his neck. Gu Yan had said it before. Nowadays, there's no technology capable of removing Enigma's permanent mark. If they wanted to sever their connection formed by the mark, the only method was for them to be separated by life and death. Shen Jinian felt his strength drained, falling onto the couch like a puppet with severed strings, frozen in place. Why was he now able to distinctly sense others' pheromone sense again? Chapter 176, Babies Back Home. Shen Maidong returned to a familiar home. She met her father-in-law Jin Yan, her father Gu Yan, and another Gu Yan. Shen Maidong. Shen Maidong. Wait a minute. She looked at the blood-soaked Gu Yan who was holding her, then at the opposite side where another Gu Yan wearing an apron was making baby snacks, as well as Shen Jin Yan sitting on the carpet playing toys with a little baby. Hold on, the baby. Shen Maidong stared carefully, frightening herself into crying loudly and hiding in Gu Yan's embrace. The baby looked exactly like her. Her wailing startled the alternate realities, Shen Jin Yan and Gu Yan, noticing suddenly that on their living room balcony stood an additional Gu Yan drenched in blood, and Shen Maidong is the source of the crying. Shen Jin Yan directly fainted out of fright. Fortunately, Gu Yan had more experience and remained calm. He just hesitated for a moment, then quickly called the emergency services, rushing his frightened unconscious wife and the blood-covered himself into hospital for emergency care. Everyone spent a hectic afternoon in chaos. There was nothing abnormal about Shen Maidong's body except she had been previously injected with anesthesia which could be harmful to children. In such a situation, the doctors were powerless too and could only monitor her changes during her growth. On the other hand, Gu Yan's surgery was completed at 6 o'clock in the evening. The short arrow shot by Gu Chengqi into his chest had completely penetrated his body, leaving only a bit of feather outside. The wound was deep and dangerous, making all the doctors at the hospital sweat nervously. However, fortunately, the arrow just grazed past the heart without causing any damage, this being the only good news. Shen Jin Yan and Gu Yan exchanged glances. Two staunch materialists were struck down by reality, forcing them to shatter and restructure their views of the world. Both had the same questions stuck in their throats, but the one man who could answer their doubts continued to sleep deeply in the observation room. By midnight, he still hadn't woken up. Before receiving medical treatment, Gu Yan could still hang on by a thread and bring Shin Maidong to safety, but when lying on the hospital bed, his body became extremely weak, his aftereffects starting to burst forth. After waking from the anesthesia, he began having high fever and slipping into unconsciousness again. His glands had been inhibited for too long by the neck ring's needles, severely inflamed. The doctors once again pushed Gu Yan back into the operating room, working for quite some time. When he came out again, he was finally fully awake. The kind-hearted young couple didn't pursue him late at night about what happened, giving him plenty of time to rest. And they even showed extraordinary generosity by giving him 3 whole days. On the 4th day, Gu Yan's savior Shin Jinyan and Gu Yan, each holding a Shin Maidong, visited the hospital together with baskets of fruits and flowers. This ritual-like visit was as if they were seeing a friend they'd known but hadn't seen for years, not someone's husband or a second version of themselves. The Shin Maidong wearing a small beige furry coat immediately leaned forward upon entering the room, urgently wanting to jump into Gu Yan's arms. Gu Yan, lying on the sickbed, was surprised for a moment, a warm current flowing through his heart, unable to believe that Maidong could distinguish between 2 identical people, recognizing naturally the dad he'd spent months with, even while being held by Gu Yan. Finally, Shin Maidong successfully climbed onto Gu Yan's hospital bed. Shin Jinyan placed the backpack brought along on the sofa, took out a bottle of warm milk, handing it to both babies, feeding them milk while saying, "Maidong is adapting very well at my house, don't worry, focus on recovering." Lying in the sickbed, Gu Yan nodded, but still didn't dare to move too much, "Thank you." Shin Jinyan and Gu Yan glanced at each other, their next planned question unintentionally aligning perfectly. But ultimately, Shin Jinyan couldn't wait to find out the truth. "Pardon my impertinence, but what exactly is going on here?" Looking at the lifestyles of these 2 people and Shin Maidong's age, Gu Yan guessed the timelines of the 2 worlds were progressing simultaneously, but events developing within each world didn't intersect. For instance, in this world, they hadn't experienced being threatened by Gu Qingqi, nor did an explosion drag them into another world. Gu Yan narrated everything truthfully to the 2 individuals. "I most likely do not belong to your timeline." Shin Jinyan, ? He was only 21, young and healthy without habits of staying up late or excessive drinking. How could he possibly be hallucinating? "I was held hostage by Gu Qingqi, and in the final critical moment, we accidentally fell into a gap in time and space." He still remembered how everything in front of him had gone black, swallowing all the sights before him, only to be followed by an excruciatingly bright white light. He had thought it was the explosion's reaction, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself holding Maidong on the balcony at home, facing another version of himself. "Here, Gu Qingqi was punished for multiple crimes and executed last year," Gu Yan said, picking up where he left off. "Gu Yan, did the changes in the Gu family not affect your life?" Gu Yan, "No, I detached from the Gu family long ago and married Shin Jinyan." After a long silence, Gu Yan asked again, "Is Maidong your biological child?" Shin Jinyan immediately felt awkward and uncomfortable. He coughed lightly, stood up from the sofa, pretending to be busy and took the 2 children's milk bottles to clean them. Gu Yan, however, remained more composed. He didn't find their mutual love's product difficult to talk about, yes. After pausing, he added, "But Shin Jinyan's health wasn't good, so the baby was later transferred to grow in the uterine chamber, and it was tough for her." Indeed, this timeline's development was completely different from his original world. However, in this space, Gu Yan was much luckier, winning Shin Jinyan's love earlier than he did. Shin Jinyan quickly finished washing the milk bottles. Coming back, he seemed to have composed himself again. His complexion looked as smooth and clear as usual, calm and natural. Seeing that both were taciturn, Shin Jinyan seized control of the situation and reseated himself on the sofa. Unable to contain his curiosity, he bombarded Gu Yan with lots of questions. Sometimes these questions were general, asking about their emotional progression in the other space, while other times they were detailed, inquiring into the frequency of their weekly intimate moments. Shin Jinyan made some rather curious comparisons between what he heard and his own experiences. In the end, he astonishingly discovered that at least 50% of their experiences were entirely different. Taking a simple example, here, he and Gu Yan had experienced the old-fashioned love at first sight and smoothly married, having Maidong not long after. But in Gu Yan's reality, the couple had started as sworn enemies before turning into lovers, and even their child fell through a temporal rift. It turned out that parallel universes weren't following the same storyline he'd imagined. Every key point in life could lead to countless divergent choices, producing vastly different lives. Just like a simulation game he'd played before. Thankfully, no matter which world, the partner standing by Shin Jinyan's side was always Gu Yan. After staying silent for a long time, Gu Yan finally mustered up the courage to ask the most pressing question once his wife had run out of steam talking, and was gulping down drinks. "How are you going to go back? He must be very worried about you right now." The pressure in the hospital room suddenly dropped sharply. Even the sunlight streaming through the windows on such a sunny day felt cold, as if he were living in an NPC-like virtual world. Gu Yan sorrowfully replied, "I don't know." Chapter 177, Attempting to Return to the Original World. Gu Yan was treated in the hospital for exactly half a month. It wasn't until his wounds healed and his glands recovered that the doctor allowed him to be discharged. He had no clue about the current time-space, so he could only temporarily live in a hotel with Shin Mai-dong while contacting his family's nanny, Aunt Chen, and revisiting the old man who had analyzed Mai-dong's origins for them before. But the results still left them disappointed and frustrated. The old man's suggestion was to simulate the events before the space-time travel happened, such as an explosion. However, Gu Yen didn't have the chance to make mistakes. After narrowly surviving, he and Mai-dong couldn't possibly risk their lives again just to test an unfounded guess. Anxiety led to illness. Gu Yen spent each day and night restless, unable to eat or sleep properly. His body, which had suffered serious injuries, also recovered slowly because of his physical state. The doctor repeatedly urged him strongly to return to the hospital, but Gu Yen refused on the grounds of urgent work commitments. He left the hospital. Then he sent emails to scholars who specialized in related areas and spent day and night researching materials in an attempt to find people who had gone through similar experiences as him, or some valuable references. But several days passed without any clues. What's worse? Just when he was most troubled, a series of bad things came one after another. Shin Mai-dong went through an explosion and had been separated from Shin Jin-yen for too long. The baby under a year old needed information from both parents, but even though they could see Shin Jin-yen every day, he inevitably developed an information deficiency syndrome. Crying teary-eyed every day, he clung to Gu Yen, longing for his father. Gu Yen had no choice but to take Shin Mai-dong frequently to the hospital and borrow some changed clothes from Shin Jin-yen to stabilize the child's emotions. But with another Gu Yen present, he couldn't interfere too often between the two, so most of the time he relied on medical pheromones prescribed by doctors for Mai-dong. However, children are children, and when they're unwell, they can't bear it easily. Shin Mai-dong's resistance decreased due to the lack of pheromones, and he accidentally caught the seasonal flu. With a pitiful look, the baby had no choice but to be hospitalized. Shin Jin-yen brought many toys filled with his own pheromones, homemade snacks, and Mai-dong's favorite picture books. The little one seemed to know that this Shin Jin-yen was not his real father. He has his own Shin Mai-dong baby, so he endured the surging thoughts of longing inside his chest and did not call out, "Dad." After the fever, Shin Mai-dong's face became red and watery eyes brimmed with clear tears, clutching onto Shin Jin-yen's fingers. He gently kissed his knuckles, weakly saying, "Mua." Shin Jin-yen lifted him up and carefully embraced him. "When you miss me, ask your dad to call me, okay?" "Yeah," Shin Mai-dong obediently nodded, hugging his shoulders and burying his warm little face into his neck. Mai-dong did not cry and fuss. Instead, he was unusually quiet. After sniffing the pheromone of Shin Jin-yen, he let go of his embrace and voluntarily asked Gu Yen to hold him back to his crib, holding an old shirt as he rested. At 9 months old, this child was sensible and irresistibly cute. Shin Jin-yen saw everything clearly. Even though this was not his biological child at home, this was Shin Mai-dong, the child genetically linked to him from another world. This feeling was like having his heart tightly gripped, a mixture of sourness and pain fermenting together, becoming so intense that it made his breathing uneven. Shin Jin-yen kissed Shin Mai-dong's cheek and released a lot of pheromones, then sat opposite the crib and gently stroked his burning forehead with cool fingertips, providing great comfort. Shin Mai-dong actively moved his head, rubbing against his palm. Shin Jin-yen asked, "Do you feel better?" The little baby breathed heavily, his thick eyelashes blinking. "Wova. Nice. Very comfortable." Although pheromones had no effect on treating the flu, their temporary soothing effect on calming anxious nerves was enough for Shin Mai-dong to fall asleep soundly. Surrounded by extreme fatigue, the baby gradually fell into a deep slumber. "Looks like Mai-dong lost some weight. Do you still have no leads on how to get back?" Shin Jin-yen asked. The dark circles under Gu Yan's eyes were particularly noticeable, his entire being exuded unprecedented weariness and a sense of desolation. "I only have ideas." "Are you really going to try?" Gu Yan was exactly the same Gu Yan, their thoughts were interconnected, and Gu Yan could instantly grasp his intentions without him even speaking. But even so, Gu Yan still couldn't accept that Gu Yan intended to take Shin Mai-dong on a risky adventure. "Are you planning to simulate an explosion?" "There's no need to take such a huge risk for a baseless guess." Shin Jin-yen immediately understood their heavy gazes and panicked, standing up abruptly with a pale face. "And what if something happens to you too? Won't he have absolutely no hope left?" He paused and continued, "Mai-dong ended up in your world by chance, and you and Mai-dong also ended up here in our world by coincidence. If time-space has already become unstable enough to oscillate twice within just half a year, isn't there hope that a third occurrence will happen soon? I am Shin Jin-yen himself, and I don't want my husband and child risking their lives to test the unknown just to see me. If it's about Mai-dong's information deficiency issue, there's no need to rush. We can always come over to look after him. Gu Yen, consider this more carefully." Shin Jin-yen, at his core, was a kind and gentle person. Gu Yen had always known this, even in other worlds, it remained unchanged. "I contacted 3 demolition teams the other day. Engineers have comprehensively simulated and practiced the entire process. There will be reliable safety measures in place during the operation, everyone need not worry." Gu Yen said, "I know my limits." Shin Jin-yen was infuriated by Gu Yan's stubbornness, almost wanting to kick him to death, but remembering that it wasn't his real husband, forced himself to calm down. "Do you have any certainty at all? Do you even realize how dangerous this experiment is?" This attempt would offer zero chances of survival if it failed. After finishing his sentence, he still couldn't let go of his anger and ended up stepping on his real husband in a fit of rage. Gu, unrelated victim, Hien. Well, it was fine as long as his wife released her emotions. Getting stepped on didn't matter, it didn't hurt, not one bit. To his surprise, Shen Jinyan instead took the initiative to check on him with concern, alpha pheromones with hints of strawberry and apology wafting through the air. Does it hurt, honey? An opportunity for sympathy presented itself right before Gu Yan, who skillfully milked it for all it was worth, a little bit. Shen Jinyan flipped her mood in an instant. Good. You both deserve it. Can't you come up with another way? The silence lingered in the hospital room. The answer seemed clear in everyone's hearts, but no one was willing to admit this dead-end situation aloud. It was as though not saying it would leave some chance for a reversal. Finally, Shen Jinyan, unable to bear the oppressive quiet and near-suffocating atmosphere, broke the deadlock. Fine, think carefully about it yourself. Let's go eat. Gu Yan had to stay at the hospital to keep watch over my dong. By around 6 or 7 in the evening, the door to the ward opened again. The two of them deliberately packed a meal for him to bring along. Upon seeing each other again, Shen Jinyan earnestly reminded him not to act rashly, insisting they should act only once they had a foolproof plan. Gu Yan nodded, don't worry. Whether or not he would truly agree was something only Gu Yan knew clearly. With worry etched deep into his heart, Shen Jinyan closed the door for them and glanced at the sleeping child before leaving with unease. If you were in the same situation, would you do the same? He asked the man beside him. Enigma chuckled softly, his gaze filled with tenderness as he embraced his shoulders. I am Gu Yan. Under conditions ensuring the child's safety, he would also attempt various methods despite knowing the odds of success might be minuscule. Shen Jinyan deliberately stepped on the man again. His response to Gu Yan was far from satisfactory. In such a scenario, your own safety should come first. People with fate will eventually meet. There's no need to force the outcome. Understand? The man mumbled an indistinct "oh," hurriedly speeding up to enter the elevator as though too busy to properly acknowledge what was said, feigning ignorance. Shen Jinyan. Well, even if Gu Yan found himself in such a situation, there would surely be another Shen Jinyan in the alternate world trying to reason with him, just as he was trying his best to persuade Gu Yan. Following behind Gu Yan, Shen Jinyan waited until the black-clad man wearing a cap stepped out of the elevator before lifting his foot to follow inside. At the moment the elevator doors closed. A pair of black, deep eyes like a falcon's pierced through the increasingly narrow gap, landing directly on Shen Jinyan without any hesitation, examining his face closely. Chapter 178, Are you looking for me? The man in black duplicated their access card and effortlessly opened the external door to the pediatric ward. He strolled unhurriedly down the long corridor of the inpatient department. Casually pulling off his mask, he sniffed delicately, carefully distinguishing the pheromone scent hidden beneath the smell of disinfectant. Keenly, he detected a faint trace of cedar fragrance. The VJP ward where Gu Yan was located was precisely pinpointed. However, instead of rushing inside, the man slipped into the stairwell and observed from the shadows for a moment. After the doctors and nurses finished their shift changes and the hospital's on-duty staff let down their guard, the man stepped out of the blind spot. He meticulously straightened out the small creases in the corner of his clothes, adjusted his black overcoat, and pressed down his baseball cap to completely conceal his face. With cautious steps, the man headed directly towards the ward where Gu Yan and Shen Mingzhao were staying. Using another magnetic card, he unlocked the door to their room. Exactly 8 o'clock. Gu Yan was holding Shen Maidong while feeding him formula. Both large and small, they were weak from illness, with their hearing and reaction abilities rapidly declining. The sound of the magnetic card being verified was as faint as a fallen leaf drifting into the vast sea, making it even harder to detect. By the time Gu Yan heard the closing door, the man in black had already moved silently behind them both. A well-crafted, immaculately cleaned black P322 pistol was quietly aimed at his head. Gu Yan instinctively tightened his grip on the baby but remained calm, sitting composedly on the sofa and tilting his head to carefully inspect the towering figure before him, covered from head to toe. Are you here to seek revenge? Naturally, Gu Yan's hand shielded Shen Maidong's eyes and turned him to face his own chest so that the child wouldn't witness this scene directly. HM. A brief, hoarse sound escaped the throat of the man in black. Whether out of disdain or an inability to speak, he did not respond to Gu Yan's question. Gu Yan sat calmly on the sofa, gently patting the baby's back from time to time. Shen Maidong felt something unusual about Gu Yan, and his little hands left the bottle to clutch Gu Yan's clothes instead, whispering softly, Papa. Gu Yan gave him the bottle again, saying, Good boy, drink your milk. Daddy needs to talk to Uncle. Maidong dared not interject further. He tucked his chubby little face tightly against Gu Yan's chest, clinging motionless to his father's waist. Afraid. Holding the child securely, Gu Yan looked up and met the familiar gaze of the man once more. Since you've gone through such great lengths to find the hospital and seen 2 identical Gu Yans, yet you managed to accurately locate me, it only means, you're deliberately seeking me out for revenge. So go ahead and shoot. I'm cornered with no way out. The man smirked smugly, noticeable even though concealed entirely by his gear, you know your place. The fingers gripping the pistol teasingly loosened to crack the joints before suddenly tightening around the handle again. Rest in peace. Aiming at Gu Yan's head, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! Sinjinian, gasping heavily after running all the way, burst into the room and urgently screamed, his face flushed red and drenched in cold sweat. Gu Yan, run, quick. Before he could finish his sentence, a streak of white fire flashed past. A muffled gunshot rang in his ears after passing through a silencer and echoed persistently. Sinjinian froze momentarily, instinctively clenching his eyes shut. When absolute silence returned, he dared to open them slightly. Yet everything before his eyes was horrifying. There wasn't a soul in the ward aside from the living furniture and treatment equipment. The Gu Yan and Mai Dong who were just sitting upright on the sofa were nowhere to be found. Vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the bottle of infant formula lying on the floor, which Mai Dong hadn't finished drinking, and the scattered old clothes on the bed, Sinjinian would truly doubt that everything happening these few days had been just a dream. Gu Yan, embracing the child, arrived slightly later to the ward, confusedly glancing around the empty room and asking, "How is he? Is he all right?" While descending the stairs, Sinjinian had felt an uneasiness building in his heart. Once reaching the parking lot, this feeling skyrocketed. Realizing something was wrong with the man, he frantically sprinted back to the hospital from the parking area. But he was too late. Following the gunshot, Gu Yan and the child disappeared. The only things left behind were a gun and a tiny coin-sized duck toy with great elasticity. He picked up the gun. Aiming at an empty corner, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A beautifully crafted little yellow duck shot out from the gun's muzzle. Chapter 179, Where is he? Sinjinian hired more than 100 search teams from different countries before and after the new year. Focusing on the island, they conducted a carpet-style search of this sea area, not missing even a single strand of hair. Even though he had been advised that it was as futile as fishing for needles in the Eastern Sea, he still insisted on using a large amount of resources for the rescue operation. But the result was as expected by everyone. After a week, Sinjinian came up with nothing. Worse still, Gu Yan wasn't found, but Sinjinian's body, which had been taut for so long, collapsed quietly one night. He remained unconscious until the next morning. It was haughtily who eventually noticed something amiss. The doctors conducted 2 diagnoses. The first time it was determined that an alpha's marked cavity had undergone secondary development, causing nausea and drowsiness. The second diagnosis showed that his chronic exhaustion and poor eating habits resulted in severe gastritis. Sinjinian had no choice but to be forced to rest. For the entire day, he was forcibly confined to a hospital bed receiving 4 drips and resting. Actually, confinement wasn't necessary. When Sinjinian lived with Gu Yan, he would sleep at least 12 hours a day. Now, he barely got 2 hours of sleep every day. Insufficient rest caused his spirit to be depleted, and he slept over 20 hours without waking. Haughtily was genuinely concerned about another episode of unconsciousness. When Sinjinian had been asleep for 30 consecutive hours, Haughtily could not help but let his mind wander but could only peek through the video screen of a phone at his pale and emaciated younger brother, Jinian. A blurry voice penetrated his dream like distant winds blowing from the horizon. Sinjinian heard it. Yet his body felt stiff, as if concrete had been poured inside him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Despite his lack of response, someone kept calling his name persistently. He identified different voices around him, they switched between names and titles. Nyen. Jinian. Brother. Time passed, trapping him in his dreams. With each new sound, corresponding images would flash in his dream, cycling through scenes of his past life, just like frames in a film strip rolling past his consciousness. And he dreamt of Gu Yan. From rescuing a kitten trapped in the mud when he was 6 years old, it instantly shifted to the moment they met at the start of school, then to their adversarial yet intimate relationship evolving into shared beds. In the end, Gu Yan asked him if he wanted to get married. Sinjinian placed his hand in Gu Yan's, allowing the man to slide a ring onto his finger. He embraced Gu Yan voluntarily, saying, "I do." The man wrapped his arms around Sinjinian's back, resting his chin on his shoulder, his tone affectionate, "I do too, baby." These unrealized visions captivated Sinjinian, every moment unfolding before his eyes as if slowed down to half-speed, treasuring each frame instinctively. Suddenly, his wrist was grasped tightly by a pair of large and powerful hands, and involuntarily, he turned his head to see who was behind him. To his surprise, a face appeared identical to Gu Yan's. The man seemed desperate, his trembling grasp tight. "Baby, come with me. This is just an imagined scenario. If you linger in this nightmare, you'll never wake up. Baby." The sounds grew fuzzier in his ears, and there seemed to be a huge vortex in the void swallowing both versions of Gu Yan, followed by his ring and the nearby chapel. Soon after, everything around Sinjinian vanished completely. Only himself remained in this desolate and cold dream. "Baby, wake up." This voice wasn't distant. It sounded as if Gu Yan had leaned right beside his ear, warm breath brushing against him. "Papa." Shen Maidong's voice was filled with mingled fear and grievance, the child's cry bringing Sinjinian back to the day they first met. Sinjinian paused for a moment. Time in his dream froze momentarily, snow melting, dead trees blooming again in spring. All restraints on him crumbled away into the black void. The delicate footsteps became increasingly clear. The air began to feel fresh around his nose, carrying familiar cedar scent calming his once tense spirit. Struggling, he woke from his nightmare. Being shrouded in darkness for too long, he blinked directly into sunlight, his eyes stinging painfully and immediately watering, trembling tears lingering at the corners of his eyes. Shinjinian paid no heed to the discomfort in his eyes and immediately became alert, frantically searching through his tear-filled vision for Gu Yan's figure. He hoped with all his heart that the man would be just like he was in their everyday life, safe and sound, sitting by the bed giving him a stir of fruit juice. But, there was nothing. He rubbed his eyes, incredulously checking over and over again. Yet, the result remained unchanged. No Gu Yan, no Shen Maidong. No matter how vivid the dream was, it was still just a dream. Shen Tsongan and Zheng Miao quickly set aside what they were doing and rushed to the bedside, noticing Shen Jinian's complexion had become even paler than before. The elder was terrified, not knowing what to do, and after a while pressed the nurse call button. Nian Nian, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly sit up? You're still very weak, lie down and rest first. Shen Jinian looked at his parents' worried faces as sunlight reflected off the white hair shining so bright it stung his eyes. After a long pause, he finally shook his head, his throat raspy and sore from days without food or drink. Nothing, I had a nightmare. Shen Mother sat on the edge of the bed and placed the apple she had just peeled, sliced into small pieces, onto the storage cabinet beside the bed. Mom has prepared some apple. The doctor said it's good for the stomach, lifts one's mood, so eat a little to settle your stomach. That's right. After finishing her words, she hurriedly got up and went to the tea station to pour warm water for Shen Jinian. You've been asleep for 3 days. Are you thirsty? Let Mom get you some water. There's no need for all this fuss, Mom. I'll drink later myself. Shen Jinian felt his hopes dashed and drooped like a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of energy. Not only did he lose any appetite or thirst, but even the strength to sit up disappeared instantly. As Shen Jinian was about to lie back and take a breath, the door to the ward was pushed open by the attending doctor, followed by 3 or 4 nurses who also took care of Shen Jinian. The doctor, seeing that he was awake and had managed to sit up on his own, relaxed the solemn expression on his face. HJ, how are you feeling now? Shen Jinian nodded slightly. I'm okay. The doctor exchanged a look with the nurses behind him, signaling them to carry out a basic examination. Fortunately, the results were good. Blood pressure, heart rate, and body temperature were all within the normal range. The doctor smiled and told him, it's lucky you woke up. Otherwise, your friends would have worried themselves sleepless tonight. Just as he finished speaking, he fished a watch out of his pocket and handed it to Shen Jinian. Almost forgot. Someone asked me to give this to you. Shen Jinian's pupils contracted sharply. Clutching the watch he had given Lu Siming that day tightly in his palm, his breathing became somewhat erratic. He asked, each word deliberate, where is he? Chapter 180, Good night, little treasure. He was at the underground site, rescuing Shen Haughtily who had been captured and was about to be transported for auction. The bright moonlight pierced through the thin curtains, spilling onto the bed in the bedroom. Shen Jinian tilted her head slightly upwards under the dim light, sketching out with her gaze the clearly defined profile of the man. She asked tensely, then what? Gu Yan allowed her to lean against his chest, gently stroking Shen Jinian's hair which carried a hint of strawberry fragrance from root to tip as he recounted slowly. Lu Siming spent 3 days rescuing him, secretly escorting him back to the country, then anonymously sent the kidnappers' list to Brother Haughtily. He cooperated with the foreign police to dismantle their operation completely, ensuring no further harm would come. After that, you already know. Lu Siming disguised himself as a hitman, imitating Gu Chengqi's method to threaten me and my dong in the hospital. In the moment we were about to be shot, we suddenly returned to our original world. After Shen Jinian was discharged from the hospital, she insisted on hearing Gu Yan recount the events that transpired in the alternate world hundreds of times over. Each time she heard it, she felt both frightened and chilled to the bone, yet a little curiosity lingered deep within her heart. What happened to my brother later? Would he encounter the same experience in another world? Gu Yan chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, he doesn't know Lu Siming and didn't keep him as an assistant. That was good. As long as he wouldn't relive the unbearable pain again, it was fine. Even though Shen Haughtily from another world shared no direct connection with him, having never even met face to face, Shen Jinian still didn't wish her brother to go through such inhuman suffering ever again. With Gu Yan's reassurance, she finally set her mind at ease. Shen Jinian shifted her attention back to my dong and Gu Yan, feeling a mixture of admiration and astonishment. Doesn't that mean you figured out how to forcibly break through the space-time crack? Gu Yan didn't directly respond. Just a rough hypothesis. Does it have something to do with my dong? Shen Jinian jumped to answer. Gu Yan nodded, yes, my dong's danger triggers the distortion of space and magnetic fields. Therefore, when my dong fell into the space-time crack last time, he was likely experiencing danger. This conjecture had some connection with the missing pheromones in Bao Bao. When Shen Jinian first found my dong, doctors diagnosed him with pheromone deficiency syndrome. Back then, they had no clue under what specific conditions regarding my dong that might cause such deficiency. It wasn't until she traveled to another world that she finally understood. My Dong's information loss wasn't merely caused by being away from his parents for a long period, rather, it was highly possible that he underwent an extreme stress reaction after facing great peril after separating from his parents. Such a theory isn't hard to deduce. She and Shinjinian once spent nearly 7 days together on an island as a duo. During that time, My Dong only visited once, staying less than 24 hours before leaving. The rest of the time, he stayed entirely with the nurse. Still, he didn't develop pheromone deficiency syndrome. Conversely, even in the alternate world where they frequently encountered Shinjinian, despite the two being different independent entities, their pheromones were identical. Yet, My Dong still contracted pheromone deficiency syndrome in that setting. Hence, the primary trigger was possibly My Dong encountering extreme danger before departing from his parents, thus entering their world. During his stay in the other timeline, Gu Yan had guessed that time travel might have something to do with My Dong himself, leading him to take a risky simulation explosion. And it wasn't just him. Lu Siming also had similar speculations, which led him to conceal his identity and dress like a bounty hunter to make My Dong feel fear. Both men reached the same conclusion without consulting one another. Shinjinian looked toward the softly sleeping baby beside her in the faint glow. Shin Maidong's cherubic face was red and flush, his tiny hands tightly clutching the old clothes Shinjinian had changed out of. His sleep was restless. Seeing this couldn't help but tug at one's heartstrings. Shinjinian released some pheromones to soothe My Dong's furrowed brow. Actually, I have another guess. Gu Yan lowered his voice, whispering. I suspect that My Dong is actually our own child, only, he may be from the future. Why do you say that? Shinjinian asked. Recalling recent events, Gu Yan noticed that Shin Maidong maintained a noticeable distance from Shinjinian. He knew that Shinjinian wasn't his father, so he wasn't very intimate. But toward Shinjinian, it was different. From the moment they met, Shin Maidong stuck to Shinjinian like sticky candy, insisting on going home with him and immediately recognizing Shinjinian as his other father. Gu Yan didn't think this was a coincidence. Even though My Dong was young, he knew everything in his heart. Shinjinian fell into deep thought. I vaguely heard a theory, each of our pasts, presents, and futures happen simultaneously, like 3 parallel lines that never intersect. If My Dong comes from the future line, well, it makes sense. Just in their own parallel space-time. Anyway, no matter what, My Dong would always be their good baby. Shinjinian sighed, the pain for his baby clear on his face. Their child had truly faced many difficulties. He originally came to the past timeline just to escape, yet before even half a year passed peacefully, he suffered again. Don't take risks anymore, for the sake of My Dong. Shinjinian gripped Gu Yan's hand tightly, intentionally causing him pain. The man agreed without hesitation, I'll do whatever my wife says. This is something you willingly agreed to, and if there's any falseness in it, then you better file a report, we're getting a divorce early. Shinjinian gave him a stern order. He had experienced enough of these terrifying days filled with anxiety aftereffects once already. Judging by Shinjinian's tone and solemn expression, Gu Yan understood that the person in his arms wasn't bluffing but was seriously notifying him. Gu Yan wouldn't want to lose the wife he'd worked so hard to coax, no more, there won't be a next time. The Gu family estate was now back under his control, and the last wish was fulfilled. There would no longer be any need to put his whole family in danger for his sake. See how you behave. Shinjinian coldly sniffed, revealing no changes in his mood. Alpha flipped over, rolling away from Gu Yan's embrace towards My Dong's side and turned his back to Gu Yan, I'm going to sleep. Following closely behind, the man wrapped an arm around Shinjinian and the baby, good night. Then he quietly waited for their bedtime routine. Waiting for Shinjinian to grace him with a goodnight kiss to break the current stiff and awkward atmosphere. But despite waiting for so long that the flowers could wilt, Gu Yan still did not receive Shinjinian's kiss. Unwilling to give up, he leaned over to check, only to find that Shinjinian had already fallen asleep with his eyes closed. The Alpha's peaceful side looked serene, as if dreaming sweet dreams. With a helpless look, he bent down and gently kissed Shinjinian's cheek, good night, dear. I love you. The end. Happy New Year. Chapter 181, Spring Festival Extra. From Shenhuili's departure for treatment abroad until now, it has been exactly 120 days. Under the meticulous care in all aspects, he can already get out of bed and walk briefly. However, unfortunately, it was close to the Lunar New Year now. The cold air pierced through like invisible silver needles into his bones, and the recovery had to slow down involuntarily. The doctor did not recommend him taking the risk of being discharged home. This news made Shinjinian across the ocean extremely disheartened. Although he was often away from home, he would always be with his family during the New Year every year, watching TV dramas with his mother, setting off fireworks with his brother, and raiding their wallets when he came back. But this year's villa was so quiet and desolate. The contrast left a heavy sense of loneliness in his heart. This feeling of dejection continued to ferment for 2 days, becoming more concentrated, thickening, and hanging on Shinjinian's brows and beneath his eyes as an actual weight. Not only Gu Yan but also little Shin Maidong noticed his unusual state. The baby was holding Mr. Gu's favorite melt-in-your-mouth snacks, hesitating before pinching up a small one and cautiously offering it to Shinjinian's mouth. Learning from the postpartum nanny's way of soothing, the baby coaxed softly, Papa, Before Shinjinian could react, the tiny cookie was already stuffed inside his mouth. With big black eyes brimming with expectation, my dong tensely watched Shinjinian's reaction. Shinjinian immediately realized that the baby was trying to cheer him up. My dong's love was palpable, like the sweet fragrance of strawberries, countless like stars in the sky. Shinjinian gathered the baby into his arms tightly, saying affectionately, "My dong is the most obedient baby." Shin my dong blinked but remained worried. Shinjinian's gloomy mood cleared up instantly, and he seriously swore to my dong, "I'm not sad. I just didn't sleep enough." The baby patted its own chest, "Sudge." Shinjinian wasn't entirely sure what it meant. The baby's thought process and unclear expression were still beyond the complete understanding of these two novice fathers. My dong tilted his head high, closed his eyes, and explained in a childish voice, "Dang. Sudge. Is my dong uncomfortable?" Shinjinian was completely puzzled. The baby was desperate to explain to his dad but couldn't articulate properly, flailing around with hand gestures. Shinjinian stared blankly, thinking, "Good child, you're killing me." As he was clueless with the child's behavior, Gu Yen walked out of the study with a watch in hand, witnessing exactly the scene where my dong was casting spells on Shinjinian. One was jabbering unintelligibly while the other looked utterly bewildered. Gu Yen pondered aloud sitting on the couch, "Is my dong saying, he doesn't want to sleep with you tonight? How could a child have such a request? Did you two quarrel?" Gu Yen carefully probed Shinjinian. Shinjinian didn't respond immediately but sat beside Gu Yen and placed my dong on his lap facing him, asking, "Do you sleep with grandmother Chen at night?" My dong could identify keywords and enthusiastically nodded. The meaning was quite clear now. Shinjinian was somewhat surprised. He had never told my dong that Gu Yen would mix formula milk at night for which they might disturb each other's rest. Shinjinian felt astonished yet deeply touched and explained to Gu Yen, "We didn't quarrel. He's concerned about my rest." Then he sincerely clarified to my dong, "I don't resent you at all. When you are hungry, you should eat, that's self-evident. And my dong even endured his hunger without crying or bothering dad, why would you blame yourself?" Shin my dong touched Shinjinian's eyes gently, noticing the slight dark circles underneath. "Papa." After saying that, he suddenly leaned toward Shinjinian's cheek, planting a kiss unexpectedly, leaving a fragrant scent behind. "Mua." After kissing, embarrassed, my dong quickly returned to Shinjinian's embrace and burrowed deeper into his coat, resembling a cat that jumps around in the house after being held in arms. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yen approached and adjusted my dong's clothes a bit, hiding his entire face and laughed, "Are my dong knows shyness now, just like Father Jinian." Shinjinian glared fiercely and stomped on Gu Yan's foot without any concern for the presence of the child. However, since he wasn't wearing shoes, the threat was insignificant. He just kept up the appearance of fierceness, asking deliberately, "Who did you say?" Gu Yen pretended not to hear and attempted to please by presenting the watch in hand. "The watch is fixed," referring to Shinjinian's original one. "The surface glass was slightly cracked, so I replaced it with a new one." Shinjinian suppressed his anger, snatching his wristwatch from Gu Yan's palm to carefully examine it. It was indeed as Gu Yan had said, just the glass was replaced. All other functions were still working properly. When he handed the watch over as a keepsake to Lu Summing, he never thought it would come back to him. Yet unexpectedly, things turned around that day, and now the watch saw light again. However, Shinjinian was determined not to wear it outside anymore this time. He stored it carefully as a collectible, planning to display it in an exhibition cabinet. Gu Yen watched as Shinjinian placed the watch into a dust-proof bag. After he finished, Gu Yen cautiously leaned closer, asking gently in a casual tone, "The weather is getting colder with the new year approaching. The school will be on holiday in a week. Little treasure, do you have any travel plans for the spring festival this year?" Shinjinian suddenly looked up at Gu Yen. So he had known all along what was on his mind. With such a clear invitation on the table, failing to understand would make him seem dense. "Are you willing to go with me to spend the spring festival at a foreign hospital?" Without hesitation, Gu Yen replied, "Of course. It's a hospital, not a vacation," Shinjinian reiterated emphatically. "It'll be boring, tedious, and exhausting." Gu Yen looked down tenderly, cradling Shinjinian's face. "To me, whether going to the hospital or taking a vacation doesn't make much of a difference as long as I'm with you." Ultimately, it was just a way to cheer Shinjinian up. If Shinjinian would be happier staying by his parents and elder brother, then he would naturally be content too. "If you come with me overseas, you won't have to go pay respects to Auntie on New Year's Day, right?" Shinjinian asked again. There was a local custom of visiting graves on the first day of the new year to honor deceased relatives. With only his late mother as his sole family, Gu Yen would definitely go regardless. Unexpectedly, the man shook his head and smiled reassuringly, "It's not necessary. This is our first spring festival together. She would certainly understand us. One can't remain stuck in the sorrow of the past while ignoring the people before them." At this point, Shinjinian had no reason to hesitate. His dark eyes glistened clearly when he looked at Gu Yen, firm and sincere as he promised, "Then after we return, I will accompany you to offer apologies." "Idiot." Gu Yen couldn't help but smile ruefully, rubbing Shinjinian's hair and then holding his hand, delicately caressing the tips of his fingers. "You never need to apologize to anyone, Jinian. Accompanying you is both my choice and my responsibility. Even if mother were here, she would surely be moved and pleased. Shen Jinian's ears grew slightly warm. Gu Yan was always like this, earnestly pouring out heartfelt feelings every once in a while, unreservedly declaring his affection and repeatedly impressing it upon his ears in a rambling manner typical of an old man. Yet, Shen Jinian found it useful, enjoyable even. Alright then, let's go abroad for Spring Festival. Shen Jinian sealed the deal. The news spread instantly through their circle of friends. That very day, their three-person itinerary had to add Chen Han and Zhuang Zi. In the end, Gu Rong pitifully asked him. Brother, Gu Rong wants to go too, may I? Chapter 182, Spring Festival 2. Gu Yan bringing him to spend the new year with the family already made Shen Jinian very satisfied. Unexpectedly, after landing, they didn't go to the hospital but ended up at a 3-story old English-style villa. The house was far from the noisy city, alone in a secluded and peaceful valley at the foot of the mountain. Behind the house were endless snow-covered mountains, and in front was an unbroken expanse of coniferous forest thick with snow. Occasionally, a couple of bold squirrels would run across the window-sill glass, holding their tiny paws asking for nuts. Haughtily sat in a wheelchair facing the fireplace roasting fire, smiling eyes twinkling as he watched little My Dong taking small chestnuts to feed the visiting squirrels. The scene before his eyes was comfortable and pleasant. Until the door panel was slammed open by someone from outside, the violent vibration shaking loose the piled-up broken snow on the windowsill, scaring the little squirrel into fleeing stiff-tailed. He came in carrying various New Year's goods big and small, gasping for breath as he dumped them on the carpet by the entrance. I asked the butler to send over some couplets, window flowers, red lanterns, and also My Dong's favorite brand of milk powder, Gu Yan's unfinished files, the small umbrella stored in your wardrobe. Oh, that's right. Then he hurried out, bringing back a tightly wrapped white-gray aviation box from the car. Inside came the faint mewing sound of kittens. He took a deep breath. I brought your 3 cats. Shen Jinian quickly went to take the kittens, fearing they might be scared. Did you empty my home? How did you bring them along? Of course it's so that you can stay here worry-free without any concerns. Shen Jinian narrowed his eyes and bluntly exposed You just want Gu Yan to settle down so he'll help you with the lazy work you've accumulated. Thoughts clearly laid bare. Having his thoughts uncovered, feigned being calm. This is a baseless accusation, Shen Jinian, I am not that kind of person. Then we agreed, my husband won't help you overtime in the future. Do you have poison or something? Lucky for me I helped you all carry things over. It makes my heart chill in this cold winter. You didn't know whether he was angry or frozen, face red, neck thick with a whole body covered in cold air directly squatting next to Haughtly's wheelchair, treating him like a protective charm that could effectively prevent Shen Jinian's advances. Shen Jinian hummed disdainfully twice then turned around and knelt facing her abdomen leaning against the back of the sofa, playing with her phone carelessly. Soon, the phone sounded with a successful payment tone, shipping costs are transferred to you. Don't I my husband's vacation time? Speechlessly looked at Shen Jinian, then turned his head toward Gu Yan by the window with the children. As expected, the man's gaze came accordingly. Meaning flickered within the eyes unmistakably. Helpless to return both lady and soldiers lost, ground his teeth and resentfully returned Shen Jinian's transfer. After a brief skirmish, the two argued briefly, but the clock had already turned to 11. Zhuang Zi and Chen Han came out of the kitchen successively. Let's eat. Little Gu Rong immediately got up and smartly slipped to the kitchen to help bring out the dishes. Gu Yan followed closely behind, handing My Dong over to Shen Jinian to hold, then joined them in tidying up the cutlery. Shen Jinian remained seated on the couch immobile, letting little Shen My Dong wobble over and collapse into his embrace, laughing joyfully with the baby. Zhuang Zi wiped her hands while reminding, be careful the baby doesn't fall. It's fine, there's no child who doesn't tumble and fall, Shen Jinian said confidently about little Shen My Dong who has seen much turbulence. But what he cared more about now was the gossip in his belly. He waved at Zhuang Zi to call her over and sit together. Chen Han wasn't comfortable leaving Shen Jinian alone. She put down what she was doing and followed Zhuang Zi to sit down together. What are you two scheming? Shen Jinian, rest assured, I've already gotten my marriage certificate and wouldn't dare commit infidelity in front of our relatives. I just wanted to ask how things are progressing between the two of you. One sentence hit right into Chen Han's innermost thoughts. That loud-mouthed person wanted nothing more than to announce his relationship with Zhuang Zi to the world. The proud little dog eagerly grabbed the other's hand and intertwined fingers, my relationship with my wife. Even dignified and elegant Zhuang Zi couldn't help but turn red in the ears. Shen Jinian, already got married? Chen Han, yes, just the wedding ceremony left. Shen Jinian surprised yet shocked, your parents, how did you convince your parents? It's really commendable that such obstinate and stubborn parents could be swayed. The only thing that moves my parents is the most essential interest, Han Chen said, still feeling somewhat indignant but helplessly sighed as he continued, Zi has a friend who helped us secure a new supply chain which resolved the urgent needs of our company, and then they agreed. Han Chen, my previous hard work was nothing compared to just one business deal. Moreover, this entire affair from start to finish was absurd and brought shame to Han Chen. His parents looked down on Zi because she was an Omega remarried. Turns out, the friend who lent a helping hand was someone Ziyi met at a gala with her husband after marriage, a well-connected insider in the business circle. So his parents discovered, originally, Ziyi had value like this, and her past marriage could also bring benefits to the Chen family. Han Chen clenched his fists tightly, prominent veins popping on the back of his hands. Actually, it doesn't matter whether they agree or not. There will be no more contact between me and the Chen family in the future. So you came out for a vacation with me? Ji Nianshan casually interjected. Yes. Han Chen nodded and turned his anger into a smile. Not only that, but I also wanted to take this opportunity to check out some wedding venues. Ji Nianshan immediately sat upright, this fast. He hadn't even held a wedding ceremony with Yan Gu, yet Han Chen and Ziyi were already progressing faster than them. Ziyi didn't say a word, but during their conversation, her ears turned completely red, seemingly emitting waves of heat. This reaction was peculiar. Ji Nianshan found it hard to overlook. Is Ziyi running a fever? Ziyi shook her head. No. Han Chen grinned foolishly. She's shy. Ji Nianshan, question mark. 1 minute later. Ji Nianshan, exclamation point. Good heavens. He figured it out finally. This must be why Han Chen was eager to hold the wedding. All the blessings had rushed upon them ahead of time. When did this happen? Ji Nianshan acted even more excited than the parties involved. I should have kept you out of the kitchen earlier. We found out after getting married, so there's no need to be so tense. I just washed some fruits and vegetables, it's not a big deal. Ziyi was handed a cup of warm water. Congratulations to you both. Ji Nianshan patted the dopey dog Chen Han beside him on the shoulder, rare to express any affirmation toward him. Chapter 183 Bonus Chapter, Spring Festival 3. After Shen Jinian asked the opinions of the parties involved and got their agreement, he couldn't wait to inform Gu Yan about this news. Gu Yan was blow-drying Shen Jinian's hair at that moment. Upon hearing the news, he froze his wrist in mid-air, unintentionally blowing Shen Jinian's soft locks into an upward-standing style. Shen Jinian, looking at his reflection which resembled a lion dog with frizzy hair, stormed over to grab the hairdryer from Gu Yan and turned it off. Just as he was about to get angry, he met Gu Yan's gaze full of regret, fear, self-blame, pity, and even a hint of envy. Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian, what's wrong with you? Gu Yan sat beside Shen Jinian, forcefully turning him around to sit on his legs face-to-face while wrapping his arms around Shen Jinian's waist. Shouldn't we also have a wedding? He truly looked slightly aggrieved, murmuring softly, we've had our marriage certificate for a long time. Shen Jinian stared straight at Gu Yan. Were you so distracted by this that you messed up my hair? An alarm bell rang in Gu Yan's heart. He knew Shen Jinian all too well. The focus wasn't why he was distracted, but the accusation that he had ruined his hairstyle. A real man knows how to be flexible when facing his wife. Sorry, bow bow. Let me use the straightening comb to curl it back and then blow dry again, okay? Just help me dry my hair now, and we'll talk about other things later. Shen Jinian climbed down from Gu Yan's lap and sat back in front of the mirror, unable to bear looking at that strand of messy hair sticking up. I don't want to talk to you with such an ugly hairstyle, it would affect my mood. Gu Yan could only immediately stand up and skillfully rearrange Shen Jinian's hair, styling it into the precise 2/8 side parted back sweep that Shen Jinian had repeatedly praised but never managed to do himself. The alpha reflected in the mirror exuded even more cool charm, making even Shen Jinian feel captivated by his own handsomeness. His mood instantly improved significantly, completely forgetting the image of himself as a lion dog, approving of Gu Yan, not bad work. Gu Yan looked at the person in the mirror, because your face is good. Shen Jinian's pride swelled until his tail seemed to point towards the sky, my grooming has also been good. He had said before that no matter how his face looked, it was always handsome, and Gu Yan remembered it vividly. You little devil, so gentle. It was hard not to like him. Shen Jinian grabbed Gu Yan's wrist and forcibly pulled him to the bedside, throwing himself onto Gu Yan and pressing him flat onto the soft mattress. But Shen Jinian propped his arms up and faced Gu Yan closely, their breaths entwined. Sweet strawberry scent wafted towards the nose. Do you want a wedding? With his body held immobile, Gu Yan could only speak, I do. He hugged Shen Jinian's waist tightly and took advantage of the opportunity to flip them, switching their positions so Shen Jinian was lying down on the bed instead. Gu Yan continued, I've thought about it for a long time, I might even be unsure if I started thinking about it when we first met in school or even earlier. Since their very first meeting, only Shen Jinian didn't reject him when he was a lonely, cold, and impolite child. Gu Yan's voice was hoarse, his words slow and brimming with emotion. Shen Jinian, enveloped in the warm scent of cedar, felt so strongly impacted by its intensity that he became somewhat uneasy. He turned his cheek away, only to find his ears flushed red due to Gu Yan's heat. I didn't say no. Since Gu Yan couldn't see Shen Jinian's face, he became mysteriously anxious. He initiated the movement, helped Shen Jinian sit up, and forcibly made them face each other, explaining, I'm not complaining, bow bow. It's just a private wish for everyone to bless us like they blessed Chen Hanzhuang Ziyi. Human energy fields can invoke and gather positive energy, I want us to have a lifetime of happiness together. Shen Jinian, superstition. We will naturally have a lifetime of happiness together. Gu Yan's eyes brimmed with laughter, holding Shen Jinian's hand and intertwining their fingers, even if it's superfluous, I'm happy. In short, every bit of good luck Shinjinian gains adds up. I originally planned to wait until my dong can walk steadily before having the wedding, Shinjinian explained. I want him to be the ring bearer, witnessing and participating in this significant life event of his father's as part of his growing process. That's a great idea, Gu Yen nodded. Without needing further elaboration from Shinjinian, he could already imagine the scene, the weight of the moment, a luminous pearl that would forever shine brightly in my dong's future memories and their shared lives. Gu Yen pulled Shinjinian into an embrace. By then, Haughtily Ge's health should also have recovered fully, and he can attend the ceremony together, achieving perfection. Shinjinian tilted his head back, straining to look at Gu Yen. Are you willing to wait a little longer? I have no unwillingness. Anyway, aren't you always by my side? Shinjinian patted Gu Yan's head. Don't worry, little puppy Gu. I will always be with you, and I will give you all the necessary ceremonies and identities. Gu Yen contentedly hummed once, resting his chin on Shinjinian's neck, gently rubbing. Like a real puppy seeking affection to please its master. Shinjinian was slightly startled by the man's unusual behavior. Why are you acting like my dong today, so sticky? Don't know. Gu Yan's arms tightly encircled Shinjinian's waist, his fingers deftly lifting the corner of the fabric and smoothly touching the skin. Gu Yan. It's still too early. The hour hand on the clock had only pointed to 8. Shinjinian blushed, pressing his voice lower to whisper, my parents haven't rested yet. Gu Yan took a deep breath, speaking in a muffled tone as if he had a cold. Then let me just hold you for a while, I miss you. Haven't we been together all along? Shinjinian found Gu Yan increasingly strange. He forcibly prized apart the man's arms and turned around to scrutinize Gu Yan up and down. But his expression was calm, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Shinjinian tested him. You can't possibly be Gu Yan from another world who crossed the wrong timeline, right? This wild guess made Gu Yan unable to hold back a light laugh. I'm your sworn enemy for 3 years who eventually got married to you after receiving the certificate, genuine as possible. Shinjinian still felt that Gu Yan was a bit odd today. Then could it be, you've experienced a secondary differentiation and become an omega? Would you want me to turn into an omega? Gu Yan wasn't averse to Shinjinian's far-fetched imagination. In fact, he eagerly awaited hearing some heartfelt words from him. For example, baby, even if I become an omega, I will take care of you for life. Fool, I love Gu Yan, regardless of whether he is enigma or omega. But Shinjinian said, then you're done for, Gu Yan. The old Shin family's football team has hope now, Gu Yan. He abruptly pulled Shinjinian down onto the bed with a strong movement, using one hand to snatch the blanket, causing a gust of wind before it finally fell to cover both their bodies. Go to sleep. Shinjinian, so soon. It was barely past 8. Gu Yan, I'm a bit sleepy. Shinjinian, you're not capable anymore. Gu Yan. Men can't bear having their pride stimulated. He decisively flipped over again, pinning Shinjinian down, gripping his wrists high above his head, leaving him no room to struggle at all. Shinjinian surrendered. Now I want to sleep. Idiot. After those words were spoken, the man really did voluntarily leave him alone and obediently lay on one side hugging the blanket. He looked truly exhausted. But what did he do today? Shinjinian sat next to Gu Yan, kindly asking, are you sick? Gu Yan was half asleep, giving vague responses between dreams, no. Shinjinian refused to believe him and touched Gu Yan's head and neck, finding his body temperature normal, with no signs of fever. Alright, good night. At this moment, Gu Yan didn't respond any longer. The man had already fallen asleep when Shinjinian was checking his temperature. Shinjinian helplessly lay beside him and played with his phone. With great excitement, he gossiped with Chen Han until 11:30 p.m., chatting enthusiastically enough to make his whole body hot and even sweating. Shinjinian put down his phone and checked the air conditioner temperature. The temperature hadn't changed. Yet he felt like he had a fever, his glands burning painfully. Just as Shinjinian considered opening a crack in the window, he suddenly heard the man beside him taking a deep breath. Shinjinian suddenly remembered something and quickly turned to look at Gu Yan. Sure enough, the other person was now red all over, breathing out hot gasps. Shinjinian hurriedly replaced Gu Yan's thick blanket with a thinner one. Then he quickly squatted by the bedside, patting Gu Yan's shoulder. Wake up, Gu Yan, you're sick. Gu Yan, don't sleep. Wake up quickly. Enigma being uncomfortable was easily awakened by Shinjinian from his dream, drowsily seeing a worried face. You have a fever, get up and dress, I'll take you to the hospital. Gu Yan stayed lying still, his eyes unblinking as if engraved in their sockets, gazing at Shinjinian. Shinjinian anxiously spoke again, are you feeling weak? Then I'll dress you, you can rest for a moment. This time, Gu Yan finally moved. He suddenly grabbed Shinjinian's wrist, his eyes hazy and voice hoarse. Is today January 15th? Shinjinian replied without hesitation, the 14th. Gu Yan let out another hot breath. After a while, he stopped Shinjinian who was in a rush to fetch the clothes. No need. You're burning up like a fool. We can't trust what a fool says, hurry up and put on clothes to go to the hospital. Gu Yan closed his eyes, his skin burning hot. Get me an inhibitor, my dear. My susceptible period has arrived. Chapter 184, Spring Festival 4. Shen Jinian helped him pack his luggage, so she naturally knew that Gu Yan had placed the suppressant in the corner of the closet. After getting the suppressant, she even thoughtfully wrote down the sensitive period dates for him and archived them. Then, she fetched some iodine to disinfect his skin, and finally uncapped the needle to inject all the medicine into his vein. After doing all of this, she called a family doctor, urgently asking someone to come over to check Gu Yan's physical condition. Finally, it was confirmed that Gu Yan was just experiencing the sensitive period and didn't need to go to the hospital. Shen Jinian, who was hiding behind the doctor, let out a slight sigh of relief, but this breath was concealed under her cold face, not noticed at all by Gu Yan. During the enigma-sensitive period, partners are particularly sensitive to each other's pheromones. He sensed that Shen Jinian was angry. But before he could ask, Shen Jinian left the room with the doctor. Gu Yan's sensitive period came on strong, and before the suppressant took effect, he was completely overwhelmed by it. This discomfort lasted for 2 whole hours. Gu Yan lay in bed forcing himself to stay awake, every second feeling anxious not about his own pain but about Shen Jinian's bad mood. Once Gu Yan recovered some energy, disregarding the fine sweat still covering his skin, he hurriedly searched from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, eventually finding Shen Jinian eating instant food in the western dining room on the ground floor. The latter, upon seeing him, simply glanced up and immediately moved away with his bowl of instant noodles, half turning his back to Gu Yan. Clearly mad. Gu Yan didn't dare to get too close, fearing his sweaty smell would disgust Shen Jinian. Standing in the doorway leaning against the doorframe, he cautiously probed, "Xiao Bao, would you like some carbonated water?" Shen Jinian remained silent. Gu Yan went to the sideboard and opened the slightly ajar cabinet door. His eyes scanned from top to bottom, finally landing on the smallest purple can. Would grape flavor be okay? Shen Jinian didn't speak, but his second silence meant something different. Grape is acceptable. Gu Yan pulled the ring, poured it into a glass, respectfully presented it to Shen Jinian, placing it 10 centimeters to her left hand for easy reach. "Xiao Bao, is there anything else you want me to do?" Gu Yan asked after finishing. Yes, Shen Jinian's face was stiff, her whole demeanor colder than the snowstorm outside. Disappear from my sight. Gu Yan's heart felt struck hard, his wife was still upset. The key problem was that he couldn't figure out why she was mad. Is it because I didn't soothe you to sleep last night? Does an alpha towering above others need your comfort? I've been sleeping alone since I was 2. Shen Jinian became angrier. It wasn't that issue. Gu Yan pondered and recalled that the little anger only appeared after they rested, so the problem must be on him. Not much happened during this time, one by one elimination quickly found the answer. Gu Yan soon understood the root cause. Is it because I took the suppressant? Shen Jinian didn't reply, only heard the gulping sound of water being poured down her throat as if punishing herself for her anger. Without the expected rebuttal, her subtle actions increased rapidly. So, 8 or 9 out of 10, it was that. Shen Jinian was mad because he took the suppressant. Gu Yan suddenly let out a soft chuckle helplessly, all his anxiety and uneasiness being replaced by fulfillment and pleasure. What are you laughing at? Shen Jinian crossed her arms, gritting her teeth, unwilling to admit what Gu Yan guessed. Whether or not you take the suppressant has nothing to do with me. I should have explained earlier to avoid these unnecessary 2 hours of sulking. Gu Yan released some pheromones, allowing Shen Jinian to feel their concentration beyond normal levels. Shen Jinian covered her nose, choking. In the early stages of my sensitive period, I cannot control my pheromones voluntarily, and can only relieve myself to a normal level through suppressants, Gu Yan explained. Only when stabilized, can a partner seek relief. He wasn't avoiding touching Shen Jinian, just worrying about potentially harming her. Shen Jinian paused momentarily, her gaze shifting, as if embarrassed by her previous action, now determined to make Gu Yan share her shame. She mockingly said, "Too sentimental, I didn't say I wanted to help relieve your sensitive period. Just have more injections." As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily looked at Gu Yan more often. Shen Jinian rarely used the words "scorching" to describe anyone. Gu Yan suddenly gripped his wrist, a tinge of desolation mingling in the big man's expression. "I don't care about my own condition at all, it's just that I worry about not being able to take good care of you and my dong during this time. Shen Jinian, my dong has already grown up. I can handle taking care of him on my own, you go ahead and be flashy." Gu Yan instinctively ignored the latter half of what Shen said. My dong is a well-behaved child. Shen Jinian dug into his food, of course. The man crept behind Shen Jinian, abruptly wrapping his arms around Shen's waist from behind. A good child should know, he shouldn't cling to his dad during this period. Gu Yan held him too tightly for Shen Jinian to struggle free. "Gu Yan, I'm still eating. I'll wait until you're full." He couldn't bear to let go, settling instead for gripping Shen Jinian's clothes tightly, as if fearing the moment after the meal would bring a confrontation. Shen Jinian regretted having lazily cooked instant noodles. The texture of the noodles soaked in water could only last 15 minutes, leaving no chance to delay. Especially when Gu Yan's breathing was like a fiery ball, hitting against his neck, making his heart race anxiously. Shen Jinian forced himself through the final bite of food. Gu Yan eagerly scooped him up horizontally and carried him away like a prize. Ah, Shen Jinian, startled by the sudden levitation, quickly clasped onto Gu Yan's shoulders. An awkward tension mixed with anticipation hung in the air. Both knew clearly what was coming next. Shen Jinian's eyes seemed scalded by the touch, unconsciously dodging when they connected with Gu Yan's gaze. Eventually, he simply closed them and turned it back on Gu Yan. What do you want to do? The man's voice took on a raspy quality. Shen Jinian, ? That's wrong. Thoroughly pushed to his limits, Shen Jinian grabbed Gu Yan's collar angrily. You stupid Gu Yan, I didn't mean that. Put me down. No, this is exactly what I understood. Gu Yan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction from pulling off his plan. Without minding Shen Jinian's fierce resistance, he forcibly carried him upstairs. Shen Jinian wriggled like a little carp stranded ashore. Put me down. Gu Yan suddenly halted mid-step. Shen Jinian also froze, startled by Gu Yan's unusual reaction. In this moment, he finally noticed an uncomfortable sensation in his waist where something hard was pressing and grinding painfully. Shen Jinian. So large a diamond. Gu Yan breathed heavily, his voice dry. Wife, the suppressant's effect is wearing off. His barely suppressed heat flared up again. Shen Jinian stopped resisting intentionally while clutching Gu Yan's neck, also worried that Gu Yan might have a sudden episode in the public area and let everyone know they'd be deeply intertwined tonight. That would be even more embarrassing. Hurry up. Shen Jinian urged. Obeying his command, Gu Yan masked the flicker of amusement in his eyes as he carried Shen upstairs. Their figures quickly vanished around the staircase corner. In the quiet space remained only Gu Yan's abruptly heavy breaths and Shen Jinian's brief cries of surprise. 10 minutes later. A shadow in dark gray limped out of the corridor corner, moving like a newly transformed zombie, struggling with each step. He turned and pushed open the first door, uttering a sound of disapproval as he tossed his phone onto the bed. The screen displayed a video he had just recorded, frozen on a frame showing Gu Yan carrying Shen Jinian away. Shen Haughtily did not pick up the phone or press play. He sat slouched on the sofa massaging his numbed legs. You sent me a message calling me over, weren't you curious about what happened outside? Why aren't you watching now? What? Shen Haughtily felt completely bewildered. I just heard noises and worried there might be thieves outside, so I asked you to check. I didn't tell you to secretly record the private life of those two lovebirds. He crossed his arms, just ask whether I completed the task you assigned. Shen Haughtily, nerves. Shen Haughtily, how dare you? Meeting Shen Haughtly's look that regarded him as foolish, sulked spitefully. You dragged me out in the middle of the night to run your errands, and now you scold me. Shen Haughtily realized he was sitting hunched on the sofa facing away from him, his trembling arms sketching circles, which were likely curses for him. Shen Haughtily. Shen Haughtily, sissy. He received an unexpected blow, leaping up hastily. Who's being sissy? He imagined punching Shen Haughtily just like he had Gu Yan, but upon seeing the alpha before him and the various instruments by his bedside, his fist silently fell. It was clear Shen Haughtily was much more delicate than fragile enough to break at a mere touch. Chapter 185 Epilogue, Spring Festival 5. It was less than a week before the new year. Shen Jinian had been honorably injured. During an intimate night, excessive physical exertion accidentally led to a thigh muscle strain. It hurt every time he stepped on the ground, and he couldn't even get out of bed. To make matters worse, they lived on the third floor in an old-style villa without an elevator for him to go up and down. Gu Yan watched him toss and turn on the bed out of boredom, like mushrooms growing rapidly, and secretly bought a wheelchair identical to Shen Haughtly's, suggesting that he be pushed downstairs to chat and relax with everyone else. But Shen Jinian refused. Hugging his quilt, he flipped over to the edge of the bed, turning his back to Gu Yan. I'm not going out, I'm sleeping. He'd rather grow mushrooms. It's been half a month, the wound is almost healed, you should go outside and breathe some fresh air, said Gu Yan as she placed Maidong in her arms on the bed, quietly pointing at Shen Jinian, indicating for Maidong to go and persuade daddy. Little Maidong could now take a few steps without any help, which was just enough to walk to Shen Jinian. With a plop, he lay on Shen Jinian's body. Papa. Vaya. Shen Jinian turned over, letting Maidong lie comfortably on his stomach, carefully holding the baby to prevent him from falling off. What is it, Maidong? Asked Shen Jinian lazily. Ava. The little one grunted as he moved a bit higher, wrapping his arms around Shen Jinian's neck. Van. The baby was much smarter than normal children, and the pronunciation of the latter sounds was very clear. Shen Jinian completely understood his intention, to ask him to go downstairs and play. Shen Jinian pretended to be angry, holding the baby's chubby little face. You're actually also part of Gu Yan's group. The little baby didn't understand, babbling while sticking his butt out to rub against Shen Jinian's cheek, with the sweet milk fragrance wafting. Ang. Shen Jinian, bad kid. Maidong immediately looked sorrowful. It has nothing to do with Maidong. Haughtily asked about your condition today, and Maidong happened to overhear. They are all worried about you. Shen Jinian, I'm fine. In fact, the injury had healed more than half. He did want to see his brother's recovery status in person. But getting injured by playing with Gu Yan was simply embarrassing. His thin face couldn't bear the scrutiny of others, trapping him forever in a whirlpool of shame and embarrassment, leaving an unresolved knot in his heart. After careful thought, Shen Jinian rejected Gu Yan again. Maybe later, I was too tired recently and haven't fully rested yet. Sitting beside him, Gu Yan's gaze lingered on Shinjinyan's cheek. After a long pause, he laid beside Shinjinyan, softly persuading, "Baby, this isn't a big deal. Instead of hiding in the room fearing humiliation and endless internal exhaustion, why not just scold those who scrutinize you? Besides, you haven't done anything wrong." They were legally married, so no one's judgment should fall on Shinjinyan's shoulders. Holding Maidong tightly, Shinjinyan neither moved nor refuted, with a faint expression but deep thoughts clearly reflecting his careful contemplation of Gu Yan's words. However, before he had made any decision, a knock on the door came first. "Gu Rong, out of breath, brother Jinian, there are guests." Standing up, Gu Yan pulled Shinjinyan and then turned to ask Gu Rong at the door, "Isn't he you downstairs? He you says you need to come down and decide after meeting them." It was a problem even he you couldn't handle. Shinjinyan realized the seriousness of the matter, and instantly found the answer to the question he was pondering deeply. He put on slippers, grabbed a coat, and handed the child over for Gu Yan to hold. "Then let's go down." Gu Rong waited until both brothers were ahead of him, then dashed all the way to catch up, but didn't dare enter the reception hall. The atmosphere here was heavy and oppressive, each person having different expressions, clearly indicating the visitors weren't amicable. First validating this guess was Shinjinyan. As soon as he saw the man standing by the door, covered in wind and snow, his eyes immediately lit up with anger, and his furious strides weren't affected by the muscle injury. In 2 steps, he reached the living room, pointing a finger at the man's nose and yelling, "Lu Siming! Who allowed you to come and meet my brother?" Shen's parents were also furious to the point of trembling all over their bodies, agreeing with Shinjinyan, "Shen Huili has no relation to you. If you wish to maintain the barest face with our family, I advise you leave immediately. Don't ruin the joyous occasion of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new." Lu Siming didn't budge. The man was standing by the door, the snow on his body slowly melting and dripping from his coat onto the floor beside his feet, forming a small puddle on the dry wooden planks. He looked like a giant wet chicken over 180 centimeters tall. There was an inexplicable loneliness about him, completely different from the arrogant man they had met for the first time. Just as Mr. Shen and his wife were about to approach and shoo him away, Lu Siming finally spoke up in a hoarse voice, "I have something I want to give to Mr. Shen. We don't need anything from you." A USB drive lay quietly in Lu Siming's hand. Their video had never been released outside, and if Mr. Shen Huili hadn't mentioned it, none of those present would know what this USB contained. Yet even though everyone didn't know what it was, all fell silent involuntarily. Shinjinyan hesitated briefly, "You leave it here, and I'll pass it on to him." Lu Siming said, "I'd also like to say a few words." Shinjinyan's temper flared at the escalating demands but worried that if he refused too strongly, Lu Siming might take back the USB. After gritting his teeth, he stepped back. "I will deliver your message for you." Lu Siming shook his head slightly, almost pitifully begging, "I must speak in person, just this once. I swear after this, I won't bother Mr. Shen anymore." Shinjinyan frowned deeply, and a surge of anger surged in his chest. "Lu Siming, I acknowledge that I should be grateful for your saving people in the lab, but that's one thing, while another is our family giving you corresponding gifts, and all the companies under the Lu Corporation have already been fully returned to your hands. But my brother's issue has no room for negotiation. Not seeing him means not seeing him. It would be best if they lived separate lives forever." Shinjinyan's attitude was firm, yet Lu Siming stood stubbornly at the doorway, lost and at a loss, looking much like a homeless person unable to obtain bread in the severe winter months. An impasse formed between the two men. Suddenly, there was a faint creaking sound of old wooden floorboards being pressed down by heavy objects from behind Shinjinyan. Turning toward the source of the sound, he saw He wheeling Shen Huili out of the room. The latter sat on the wheelchair with a pale face and an indifferent expression. His hands were tightly gripping the wool blanket laid across his legs, prominent veins stood out on his tense knuckles, indicating Shen Huili wasn't in a stable condition at the moment. "Brother." Shinjinyan sighed heavily, "Why did you come out?" "I will make the final resolution," Shen Huili stated calmly. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Lu Siming, his voice colder and more distant than that of a stranger, "I can talk to you, but under the condition that a relative accompanies me." Shen Huili then covered He Yu's hand with his own cold palm, holding it tightly. The interlaced hands drew a look from Lu Siming that burned brighter than the midsummer sunlight. Chapter 186, Spring Festival 6. The location for the conversation was chosen to be in the villa's sunroom. Inside, more than 10 different kinds of flowers and plants were carefully cultivated. Their colors were understated, their fragrance subtle and tranquil, creating an especially pleasing view when combined together. Shen Huili enjoyed spending time tending to the flowers here, as if entering a utopia that allowed him to temporarily forget all his troubles and calm his thoughts. Right now, he needed this peace very much. After thanking He Yu, Shen Huili asked the man to temporarily leave, worried that Lu Siming might have another lewd plan that could cause secondary harm to him. But Shen Huili remained calm, "It's fine, he doesn't dare, and there's no need." He Yu could only scratch his head and leave. As Shen Huili said, Lu Siming did not dare to come closer. The other party had voluntarily kept a distance of at least 1 meter. The USB drive had already been handed over to Shen Huili. It was small but every video inside was like a sharp blade, each stab piercing Shen Huili's heart, leaving indelible scars. Without changing expression, Shenhuili tossed it into his pocket, then lifted his head again with a calm gaze. If it's about apologizing, then there is no need to waste time on it. It's completely unnecessary. But apart from apologizing, it seemed they had nothing else worthy of separate discussion. Huili. I'm sorry. Lu Ximing seemed deaf to everything around him, his voice dry and hoarse. Shenhuili immediately expressed impatience. Tisk. Wasting 10 minutes of his life. A sin. I know you don't want to see me, and you hate me. Lu Ximing hung his head, looking listless and weary. But, Huili, my original plan, really, wasn't meant to hurt you. At the time, I thought that if I had a chance to take the reins of the Lu family, I could also divide the Shen company and give control back to you, leveraging Lu's enterprises to expand even greater commercial territories. But, I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Shenhuili lost consciousness due to extreme anger and fell from a building. When Lu Ximing learned that Shenhuili's life was in danger, he was amidst a gunfight in the Lu family estate, eliminating all their enemies. Only after solving them all did he finally have the chance to secretly go to the hospital to try matching for organ donation anonymously, though in the end he was discovered by Shinjinian. Unfortunately, one misstep and everything was lost. Now, all the situations were completely beyond Lu Ximing's planning and control. So. Shenhuili listened quietly to his explanation, then suddenly sneered coldly. Am I supposed to thank you for your painstaking efforts on my behalf or scold myself for failing to live up to your good intentions? Lu Ximing, that's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? Shenhuili suddenly raised his voice. Are you coming here to explain your hardships to me, sell me your pity, or shift responsibility? Lu Ximing, regardless of your original intention, the result has already been contrary to expectations. So, you don't need to dissect your inner thoughts to me right now. Anyway, in my heart, it's all the same. Lu Ximing was silent for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice carried a heavy undertone. I do not deny the karma I've caused, nor can I presume your forgiveness. I just wanted to see you once. Shenhuili found it increasingly amusing to listen. Alright, I've seen you. I'm fine, can you go? Lu Ximing responded reluctantly out of reluctance but still nodded lightly for fear of angering Shenhuili. The man stood there hesitating for a while. After contemplating words in his chest for a long time, he couldn't help asking, do I really, not even have a chance to make amends? Shenhuili laughed again, sitting on the wheelchair and tilting his head up to look at Lu Ximing. You don't owe me anything. The company has already returned and is thriving under Gu Yan's management. My falling down the stairs happened because my own health wasn't good, and it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Lu Ximing, we once. Hearing this, Shenhuili frowned deeply and quickly cut off his words. In the past, I had psychological issues which led to our reckless days together trying to find solace, but Lu Ximing, I am now well, and I no longer need you. In other words, their past was merely mutual convenience. Shenhuili's words were clear and straightforward, leaving no room for compromise. An invisible chasm had already formed between them, impossible to cross. Shenhuili was standing farther and farther away on the other side until his figure became blurry. They would never meet again in this lifetime. Lu Ximing lifted his eyes and looked around nervously at the unfamiliar flowers and plants around him, fumbling his movements, pretending to relieve the soreness and fatigue in his eyes. After half a second, he lowered his head and asked again, is the person you need now Hiyu? At the mention of Hiyu, Shenhuili looked much more relaxed. Yes. Following up with a confirming tone, I heard that you two had some interaction before. He's not bad, right? Lu Ximing, yeah. He seemed distracted, his arms occasionally trembling beneath his clothes. But Lu Ximing didn't notice. The conversation between the two came to an abrupt halt. A trace of fatigue appeared on Shenhuili's face. Today's energy consumption had already exceeded his limit. Shenhuili spoke to Lu Ximing, initiating the conclusion, since all issues have been discussed openly, Mr. Lu, please return. Lu Ximing gazed at Shenhuili with a faint smile in his eyes. After hesitating for quite some time, still no words came out. With a hasty goodbye, rest well, Lu Ximing turned and left the sunroom without looking back. Amidst everyone's cautious eyes, he disappeared once more into the wind and snow at the road's end. Hiyu was the first to arrive at the sunroom. Shenhuili sat motionlessly in the wheelchair. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his shoulders, Comrade Hiyu would have almost suffered from cardiac arrest. He stepped forward, turning the wheelchair around and said to himself, let's go back inside. It's too cold here. Are you worried I'll get cold, or are you just dying to hear my jokes? Shenhuili's former stiffness was gone as he returned to his usual sarcastic demeanor. Hiyu exploded like a firecracker after a few words, you're like the dog biting Lu Dongbin. Why care so much about me and still slander me? Damn playboy. Oh, should I apologize then? Shenhuili narrowed his eyes slightly. How will you apologize? Hiyu countered. Shenhuili replied, if you kneel in front of me and put your ear close, I'll explain it carefully to you. Hiyu retorted, go to hell. No wonder Lu Ximing felt incredulous and somewhat imbalanced upon hearing Hiyu's name from Shenhuili's lips. What a fool, Hiyu. Thinking more, Shenhuili found Hiyu increasingly silly. A chuckle escaped his throat unconsciously, but realizing what he had done, he quickly regained his detached composure. However, He didn't detect anything abnormal. The big fool was still lost in the scene from earlier, reliving the moment repeatedly. Finally unable to resist, he whispered to Haughtily, "What did you mean by what you said to Lu Siming just now?" Haughtily paused, momentarily flustered. He wondered if he had overheard their earlier chat, especially the latter part where he deliberately drove Lu Siming away by admitting his feelings for He. Haughtily began to feel uneasy. Which words? He fidgeted awkwardly like an omega, muttering for ages before spitting out, "That, about me being your relative." Haughtily sighed with relief. "Problem?" He shocked, "Isn't that ambiguous enough to be considered a problem?" Haughtily responded, "You're the son of my younger brother's wife's sister-in-law's father. A distant relative, aren't you?" He What the hell, Haughtily, can you just die already? Chapter 187, Spring Festival 7. After the little episode, it was soon New Year's Eve. There is no spring festival tradition abroad, but the villa was still bustling with activity. The 9 of them hailed from different hometowns, both southern and northern regions represented. The New Year's Eve dinner had to cater to the tastes of people from both sides. The most basic dumplings and glutinous rice balls needed to be prepared in 2 portions, while the rest were composed of 1 to 2 dishes each person contributed, forming a sumptuous New Year's Eve feast. Gu Yan wanted to hire a private chef to come over, but Shen Jinian refused. Foreigners can't cook with the same flavor as at home. Besides, we want to get into the festive spirit by all pitching in together. Excluding their parents and Haughtily, Zhuangzi and Gu Rong could take care of simple tasks like vegetable and fruit cleaning. As for cooking, Gu Yan, and He were enough to handle it. Xiaobao, did you forget something? Gu Yan, kneading dough, turned his head to look at Shen Jinian. Shen Jinian was sitting beside him, washing vegetables in a small ceramic basin. What thing? Gu Yan, can you cook? Shen Jinian. Shit. No, he couldn't. I can fry the green vegetables my brother likes, Shen Jinian said defensively. Gu Yan mercilessly retorted, last time you fried green vegetables and mixed up the salt and sugar, soy sauce and vinegar. It ended up being a dark dish even dogs wouldn't touch. It was just a slip-up. Shen Jinian splashed water at Gu Yan in retaliation, smirking triumphantly. Could you cook like a star chef on your first try? Gu Yan raised his arm to shield himself from the water attack, smiling as he replied, You're right, I burned the eggs when I cooked for the first time. Shen Jinian regained some face, looking smug and satisfied. I told you, everyone needs to fall once to learn. But Gu Yan nodded earnestly. True, that time I was too busy thinking about how to pursue you, naturally leaving no energy for other things. Damn guy. Shen Jinian's ears suddenly heated up as he struggled against him. Let go of me. They're looking this way. With a smirk, Gu Yan leaned forward and kissed Shen Jinian's forehead. Even if they look, we are still legal. If that's the case, then kicking you off the bed tonight will also be legal. His husband-lover sighed dejectedly and reluctantly let go of him. Shen Jinian carried his vegetables out and sat with Zhuangzi, happily chatting while washing vegetables together. In the kitchen, Gu Yan glanced 87 times in an hour before Chen Han and Zhuangzi entered the room, making him slightly more restrained. A bigger problem arose though. They had belatedly realized that neither Chen Han nor He could cook. When Shen Jinian learned this dire news, he immediately reached for his phone. What's the contact information for the private chef? Zhuangzi dried her hands and stood up, offering her suggestion. Why don't I help cook? 2 people working would be much faster. However, Shen Jinian firmly and decisively rejected the idea. No, your current health condition can't handle the labor, and the kitchen fumes aren't good for you either. I'm fine, not that delicate. Moreover, these days, heavy snow has blocked the roads, our place is quite remote, and the news says transportation outside is almost completely cut off. Even if a chef can make it here, it won't be until evening. Zhuangzi's concerns weren't without reason. But Shen Jinian still refused to let her into the kitchen. To dissuade her thoughts, he simply handed over his vegetable washing bowl to Zhuangzi. The alpha rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a great battle. But before he could even reach the cutting board, Shen Tsongan grabbed him by the collar and threw him out. Move aside, there's me and the groom here, it's enough. Dad, hasn't it been years since you last cooked? Shen Jinian nervously called out from the doorway. Not doing it doesn't mean I've forgotten how. Shen Tsongan tied on his apron and gripped the knife handle with an air even more professional than Gu Yan's. Your dad once took a special course just to win your mom. Preparing a few home-style dishes was no challenge at all for him. Shen Tsongan instructed Shen Jinian, you guys prepare the ingredients outside, and remember to hurry up. Alright. Shen Jinian quietly brought the ingredients out and called Gu Rong and He for help. The latter were in Shen Huili's room assisting him with rehabilitation but dragged their feet, reluctant to leave, glancing back at Shen Huili often. They looked like primary school students about to leave their parents for summer camp. After waiting for ages, Shen Jinian couldn't help getting anxious. Hurry up already, don't tell me your eyes are glued to my brother now, are you two secretly into each other or what? He jolted upright like someone had stepped on his tail, his eyes wide open as saucers. Before he could retort, Shen Huili interrupted, if you keep badmouthing, I'll have Gu Yan take care of you. Shen Jinian lifted his chin arrogantly, smirking confidently, Gu Yan ranks lower than a dog in the household, he wouldn't dare do it. Shen Huili, Fine, then I'll deal with you myself. Shen Jinian instantly deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, unable to resist retreating step by step under the alpha's bloodline suppression. No need for you to bother, I'm leaving right now. As he left, he unceremoniously dragged Hiyu along, ruthlessly breaking whatever unspeakable atmosphere lingered between them. But instead of pulling him to the living room to help, Shen Jinian took advantage of everyone's distraction and shoved Hiyu into a corner, putting on a serious expression as if ready to accuse someone. Do you have feelings for my brother? Upon hearing this, Hiyu tried stepping back to avoid Shen Jinian, but he was boxed in the corner formed by two walls, giving him no way to escape. His gaze shifted nervously as he stubbornly denied, how could one alpha ever like another alpha? Alright, I get it, Shen Jinian threw a punch onto Hiyu's shoulder, shooting him a meaningful look. What a stealthy flirt. Even though Hiyu didn't explicitly admit liking alphas, he also never denied having feelings for Shenhuili. Lately, Shen Jinian had noticed that Hiyu had been acting strangely, diving into Shenhuili's room early every morning and staying there all day long. Even when Shenhuili scolded him, he wouldn't budge, an overly clingy behavior. When asked why, Hiyu claimed it was because he got paid by Gu Yen for showing up so enthusiastically. But previously, he'd never seemed this passionate about work. Recalling something, Shen Jinian suddenly grabbed Hiyu's clothes and gave him a serious warning. Even though I support my brother moving on and healing from old wounds through new love, I warn you, be upfront. If you like him, fine. If you don't, fine too. But don't toy with his emotions just to later complain about him being an alpha and end up making him miserable. In that case, I'll have Gu Yen dock your salary. After hearing Shen Jinian's words, Hiyu stopped mid-step by the doorway, retorting sharply, who said I liked your brother? Confused by Hiyu's embarrassed expression, Shen Jinian mocked him, every single detail of your expression, eyes, and actions reveal that you've wanted my brother for quite some time. No way. Hiyu categorically denied the claim, I look at everyone the same way. Do you ogle at Gu Yen the same way? Shen Jinian pulled out his phone, flipping through to find a close-up of Gu Yan's daily routine photo, holding it high in front of Hiyu. Try calling him, baby. Don't make me sick. Hiyu turned pale, instinctively pushing away Shen Jinian's hand. Calling such disgusting things about Gu Yen would be worse than being killed outright. You can't say it, huh? Shen Jinian then showed a covert snap of Shenhuili playing the piano at his own birthday party. Frozen in that moment, the man's side profile, illuminated softly by the refracted light from the hollow crystal chandelier above, appeared flawless and gracefully elegant. With his eyelashes lowered, Shenhuili's lips curved into a faint smile as he became entirely absorbed in the music. Every subtle gesture radiated magnetic charm effortlessly. Hiyu was mesmerized. Shen Jinian felt supremely confident yet still deliberately inquired, so, what is your mindset towards my brother? Hiyu was startled awake by Shen Jinian's sudden question. Coming to his senses, he realized Shen Jinian had caught him staring greedily in complete infatuation, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed all over again. The man's inexplicable competitiveness and sense of pride made him raise his neck. You rest assured. He stared firmly at Shen Jinian, even if we brothers are two fools, we won't both fall into your Shen family's pit. Alright. Shen Jinian coolly withdrew his gaze. Whether they fell or not, Shenhuili was already talented and outstanding from a young age, with both ability and good looks. He didn't need this half-baked moron with undeveloped cerebrum and entirely non-developed cerebellum who came from the north. Shen Jinian stopped wasting words with Hiyu and turned to accompany Zhuangzi in washing fruits and vegetables. Hiyu felt oddly uneasy after speaking. But Shen Jinian had already left, and he didn't have the shamelessness to renege and declare his liking for Shenhuili. So he strode away as well. Just a few steps later, Hiyu suddenly heard a clang behind him. It was Shenhuili's slightly ajar door slamming shut. Chapter 188, Spring Festival 8. The dinner was held at 9 o'clock in the evening. 16 dishes exhausted the two head chefs. After coming out of the kitchen, Shen Songen felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. He poured himself a glass of water and lay down on the couch to rest. Gu Yan's condition was slightly better, but not completely fine. The moment he saw Shen Jinian, all his strength seemed to leave him as he buried into Shen Jinian's arms, resting his head on his shoulder with a tired voice, wife. Standing over 6 feet 3, Gu Yan's towering height pressed down like a heavy mountain. Shen Jinian wobbled slightly, but fortunately was caught by the man around the waist so as not to fall. I'll help you lie down for a bit on the bed, we still need to tidy up before eating, Shen Jinian said. Although he didn't cook, he watched Gu Yan busy spinning like a top in the afternoon, fully imagining how hardworking he had been. I'm fine. The man leaned towards his neck and gently rubbed it, his warm breath brushing the back of his ear. A kiss from my wife will make me feel better. Shen Jinian's peripheral vision just noticed people walking nearby. Awkwardly turning his head to push away Gu Yan, he casually changed the subject, acting oblivious. You smell awful, go change your clothes. Gu Yan immediately straightened his body, stepping back a couple of steps to create distance between himself and Shen Jinian. Wait, I'll be right back, wife. Shen Jinian watched his figure quickly disappear at the stairs, and sighed silently as he took a step forward to follow. Zhuangzi happened to glance sideways just in time to catch his shadow, and shouted, Where are you going? We're about to eat. Shen Jinian paused his steps, leaning halfway over the staircase railing. Gu Yan is going to change clothes, I'll help him clean up. Then come down quickly, Zhuangzi urged. Despite the seemingly normal domestic conversation, Shen Jinian felt that Zhuangzi's words sounded strange, though perhaps he was assuming ill intentions where there were none. Not daring to delay any further, Shen Jinian hurried upstairs and pushed the door open. The room was empty, the clothes in the wardrobe hung neatly. Just as he wondered if Gu Yan had left through another door, suddenly a pair of arms embraced him from behind, gripping his shoulders. The smell of pine trees came rushing toward him. Before Shen Jinian could panic, he recognized the scent. Gripping the man's wrist, he turned within his embrace. Looking up at Gu Yan, "Are you changed? How did you come here?" There were only stairs in the house, and going to the third floor was exhausting, let alone Shen Jinian's legs hadn't fully recovered. "Shen Jinian, I came to check on you." Gu Yan curved his eyebrows and eyes, "Afraid I can't find my clothes." "Not really, checking if you still need energy restoration." Gu Yan paused for a second, "What?" Before the second word could escape his lips, Shen Jinian already cradled his cheeks. Realizing what he was about to do, yet too late, Shen Jinian kissed his lips in a blink. The kiss was sudden and entirely unexpected by Gu Yan. Until strawberry aroma filled his nose. Shen Jinian prepared to leave after kissing. Gu Yan suddenly regained consciousness, using one hand to cup Shen Jinian's nape, pulling him forcefully into an even deeper embrace for this energy replenishment. Shen Jinian struggled for breath, red-eyed, pushing Gu Yan's shoulders. Unexpectedly, the other didn't budge, instead deepening the kiss further. Furious, Shen Jinian stepped on Gu Yan's foot, deliberately using triple force. Gu Yan's eyebrows furrowed, and right before Shen Jinian almost suffocated, he finally reluctantly released him. Both their cheeks and lips were overly red, obvious to anyone who looked closely what had just transpired. He glanced angrily at Gu Yan and pulled both into the bathroom, splashing cool water on the reddened faces to hide the flush. We could have lied about feeling rushed to go downstairs or claimed it was too hot. Shen Jinian washed his face, then forcibly had Gu Yan wash his too, stuffing the wet towel into the man's mouth, except for Gu Rong who's young, he seems dim-witted, but others wouldn't be possible to misunderstand, right? Gu Yan obediently accepted the towel, cooling down his swollen lips. Shen Jinian appeared to hit upon something important. Recalling something else, leaning against the marble countertop, crossed arms, and tilted his head to ask Gu Yan, "By the way, he has been acting weird lately. Do you have any idea why?" Gu Yan shook his head sincerely, looking pitifully wronged. "Sorry, baby, I haven't paid much attention to him these last few days." Truthfully, he simply wasn't used to focusing on Hiyu regularly, it would have sounded revolting anyway. Shen Jinian was lost in thought, and with a wooden expression, said, "If you have time, pay more attention to your brother. I think he's up to no good." The man immediately understood what he meant, his expression turning serious at once. "I'll go remind him tonight." "There's no need to say anything specific to him anyway, even if you do, he won't admit it," Shen Jinian added, "just keep an eye on some of his daily behaviors. At the very least, make sure he doesn't have ill intentions towards Shenhuaili. Everything else doesn't matter." Gu Yan could feel that Shen Jinian's cheeks had cooled down from the cold water. As he pulled out his towel, he nodded in agreement, noted. During their brief conversation, Gu Rong, burdened with a mission, came upstairs to urge them for dinner. After knocking on the door 3 times, Shen Jinian and Gu Yan finally made their delayed appearance. Fortunately, the person waiting outside was Gu Rong, who couldn't discern the oddity and awkwardness of their actions. The youth obediently delivered the message, "Big brother, dinner is ready downstairs." Shen Jinian stepped out from behind Gu Yan, "Thank you for coming up." Gu Rong seemed pressed for time, his speech almost twice as fast. "You're welcome, brother Jinian. Hurry up, both of you. I still need to deliver food to brother Huaili." Shen Jinian descended the stairs along with him, asking in confusion, why does he need food delivered? Shen Huaili's rehabilitation has been very effective, he can now independently eat at the dining table and recently ate together with everyone else. Gu Rong shook his head, He seems angry but also not. Shen Jinian, ? Gu Rong looked somewhat guilty, I don't know either. Shen Jinian, it's fine. I'll go check on him. Delivering meals certainly shouldn't trouble the young Gu Rong. He prepared the meal box in the kitchen and personally delivered it to Shen Huaili twice. As Gu Rong said, the man indeed remained gloomy, lost in contemplation watching the snowflakes flutter outside the window, looking extraordinarily lonely. Shen Jinian locked the room door securely, pushing the portable dining table toward Shen Huaili. Are you upset? The man showed some movement but merely turned his head, his face maintaining a distant look signaling strangers not to come near and acquaintances to leave. Who told you that? Everyone says so. Shen Jinian wisely sat about 1 meter away, suddenly enlightened for no apparent reason, firmly stating, was it you who upset you? Why would I be upset with an idiot? Even saying this, Shen Huaili's face barely imperceptibly twitched, his expression becoming stiff. My leg just feels uncomfortable, and I don't want to go out. Do you want me to invite a doctor over? Shen Jinian focused his gaze on his legs, slightly narrowing his eyes. Shen Huaili casually brushed off the concern, no, I've already asked. The doctor says it's normal during the recovery period. Once I endure it, it will get better. Shen Huili cut in before Shen Jinian could ask further, but his expression was unusually unnatural. His hands were tightly gripping the blanket covering his legs, revealing his current tension. Shen Jinian hesitated about asking more questions. Instead, he said at the edge of his lips, "Well, after we finish eating, we'll take a family photo. Can you make it?" Shen Huili responded softly with a muffled, then nodded again. After briefly chatting, Shen Jinian stood up to leave, careful not to irritate Shen Huili any further. The door abruptly swung open, Gu Yan hastily caught up. What happened? Shen Jinian lowered his voice, should probably be having a spat with Hiyu. How strange, claiming his leg hurts when his face radiates health with redness, not even frowning, obviously he wasn't feeling unwell. Ah. Gu Yan doubted whether he heard correctly. This statement was rather subtle, and Gu Yan thought perhaps he misunderstood, since arguing and a spat are entirely different matters. Shen Jinian carefully reflected and still deemed sulking a better description. If they were arguing, there should be a loud commotion, not Shen Huili quietly seething in his room without knowing exactly why. Gu Yan was also taken aback by this unexpected information, then, let Hiyu apologize. The word coax stuck in his throat. After all, Shen Jinian had just reminded him to monitor Hiyu, but something felt off about the situation. Shen Jinian stroked her chin, troubled and contemplating. Shen Jinian. The door behind opened from the inside, Shen Huili operating the electric wheelchair slowly approaching the two. Shen Jinian and Gu Yan instinctively straightened their bodies, exchanging glances. Fortunately, it seemed like Shen Huili didn't overhear their previous conversation. The man's expression was as usual, tidy up the dishes inside, I'll eat outside. Gu Yan released Shen Jinian's hand, you take the older brother over, and I'll clean up. Oh. Although he didn't know why Shen Huili had changed his mind again, being able to go out for dinner was a good sign. Hiyu, busy at the table, noticed the two approaching. He slapped his forehead as if he'd finally remembered something he'd forgotten, and quickly trotted over. With a coordinated push from his shoulders and hips, he moved Shen Jinian aside and skillfully took over Shen Huili's wheelchair. Sorry, I was so busy today that I forgot you were left alone in the room. It's good to be busy. Shen Huili turned his head and glared at him, then shifted his gaze away disdainfully, saying to his younger brother, Jinian, push me over there. Shen Jinian, amused by the situation, glanced haughtily at Hiyu, and then proceeded to use the same method as Hiyu, pushing Shen Huili away twice the distance. Then, he pushed Shen Huili toward the table. Hiyu was somewhat baffled. But he didn't dwell on it, maintaining his enthusiasm as he pulled a chair out and sat beside Shen Huili, taking care of arranging the napkin for him as usual. Shen Huili, however, uncharacteristically grabbed Hiyu's wrist and forcibly pushed his hand back. I don't need your help anymore, I can do these things myself. Hiyu, ? The man leaned back, looking at Shen Jinian and asking with his lips, what happened to your brother? Shen Jinian rolled his eyes, who should I ask? Your conflict, how would he know? Hiyu was also puzzled. It seemed not only couldn't they get close now but Shen Huili wouldn't eat any food served by Hiyu either, pushing it all into the bone plate without hesitation. Hiyu. His headache started. He thought Shen Huili was just throwing a small tantrum, but unexpectedly, even during the photo taking in the evening, Shen Huili refused to be near him. Due to the wheelchair, Shen Huili could only sit in the front row, on the right side of their parents. The remaining couples sat together. Hiyu couldn't find a suitable spot, so he pitifully stayed close to Shen Huili, who then mercilessly assigned him the most peripheral position, keeping a distance. Hiyu. What the hell is going on? He hadn't done anything wrong to Shen Huili. Everything was fine this afternoon. Hiyu refused to believe this, stubbornly taking photos with everyone one by one. Finally, under the guise of needing only one more stamp in his collection, he sought to take a picture with Shen Huili. He was met with icy rejection. Is it necessary? Hiyu, ? It's the new year, I want to keep a memento, Hiyu said softly, trying patiently. Shen Huili maneuvered his wheelchair 1 meter away. For someone unimportant, even if the photo remains, it means nothing. Hiyu, ? Not. Has this guy taken the wrong medicine or something? What's wrong with you, Shen Huili? Did I do something wrong to offend you? Hiyu quietly asked after putting down his camera. No. Shen Huili answered succinctly. Hiyu sighed in relief. I'm just having a mood swing, Shen Huili added another sentence. Hiyu, then why are you having a mood swing? Shen Huili, idle boredom. Hiyu. No. What's wrong with you? Why has your temperament suddenly become so strange? Refusing to talk about your anger and making it impossible to figure out what's wrong with you. And, according to his observation, Shen Huili was perfectly fine with others but exceptionally abnormal towards him. This problem couldn't be carried over to the next day. Embarrassed though he felt, he boldly sought out Shen Jinian, who was currently cuddling with her husband Gu Yan. He forcefully pulled Shen Jinian away from Gu Yan's arms, finding a secluded corner and pushing Shen Jinian inside, cutting off her escape route. Shen Jinian watched him cautiously, warning, don't try anything funny, I'm your brother's wife. Rest assured, I don't have a masochistic tendency. The power of words could make someone flip their face in an instant. Before Shinjinian got angry enough to hit him, Hiyu urgently asked, I called you here to ask what's wrong with your brother, like a firecracker ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Don't you know yourself well enough? Shinjinian put her hands in her pockets, how did you speak to me earlier? Were you unaware of your own behavior? That's different. I've never spoken harshly to your brother. He couldn't possibly be mad about that. Shinjinian laughed bitterly, so you're dissing me instead? Hiyu frowned deeply, that's not the point is that your brother is mad. My brother is mad because of you, obviously, Shinjinian retorted. Why bother coming to ask him about such a matter? Stupidity knows no bounds, reverse analyze when he got mad, then recall what you've done. Obviously, we were fine in the morning. The voice grew quieter as Hiyu scratched his ear, lost in deep thought. Afternoon. There had been nothing unusual before he left in the afternoon. I can't figure it out, Hiyu said with a headache. I just forgot to push him out for dinner tonight, otherwise, there were no issues. But such a trivial matter, Shenhuaili definitely wouldn't care about that. So what was really going on? Was it because the room temperature was too hot today, or did the gloomy weather cause restlessness? He couldn't come up with an answer. Then you'd better review carefully, things you've done, words you've spoken. Maybe my brother knows some secret. This was all the help Shinjinian could offer, the rest would have to be figured out by Hiyu himself. The man looked at Shinjinian's retreating figure, still deeply puzzled. Things he'd done. Words he'd spoken. Chapter 189, Spring Festival 9. There shouldn't be, right? Racking his brains, he could not figure out what the issue was. That day, his conversation with Shinjinian was just a normal chat, he had even kept his voice down. With a door panel separating them, how could Shenhuaili have overheard? And even if she did hear, so what? Shenhuaili didn't like him anyway. Clarifying their friendship wasn't as though they had committed some unforgivable act. He couldn't comprehend it. The thoughts of an alpha were indeed peculiar. However, it wasn't a major issue. Even though he didn't know what he had done wrong, apologizing was the right thing to do. He prepared all night long. Early the next morning, he slipped into the kitchen and bustled about for hours. In the end, he served a homemade Chinese breakfast. On the plate, there was a wobbly ketchup heart, which he flatteringly presented to Shenhuaili. Shinjinian took a deep breath and unexpectedly found it fragrant. Hey you have quite the talent. Hiyu proudly lifted his chin, his tail practically flying off in pride, brimming with satisfaction. As Shinjinian looked at Hiyu standing still after serving the food, his face filled with puzzlement, he asked, then what about our breakfast? The peacock suddenly felt exposed, deflating immediately, dodging eyes, and weakly said, you two can handle your own breakfast. Just a little trouble. Shinjinian said, so you hogged the kitchen all morning just to make this one dish? Hiyu responded, it's my first time cooking, give me at least 2 or 3 chances to fail, the learning process definitely takes time. In this amount of time, it was only enough for him to make one portion. Shinjinian sighed deeply. What a fool. Dumb dog. Shinjinian added, since you've learned, why not make a few more to solidify it? Hiyu replied, to be honest, I'm completely fine personally. But there are no identical ingredients left in the fridge. If he had to relearn another dish, it would probably take another entire morning. Shinjinian was utterly speechless. He clenched his fists, ready to pound on Hiyu a bit. But before his fist flew out, Gu Yan's large warm hand intervened, saying, there are still handmade dumplings in the fridge. I'll go cook them, it will be quick. Shinjinian took a deep breath, forcing himself to swallow the frustration back inside. I'll help you too, there's ready-to-eat steamed buns in the cabinet, let's heat them together. Gu Yan readily agreed, leading Shinjinian away from the dining table. No one had much of an appetite. Shenhuaili naturally could not bring himself to eat the breakfast in front of him. Looking toward his parents, he pushed the plate towards them, you eat first, I'll wait for Jinian. The 2 elders were equally embarrassed and did not accept, saying, let Xiao He eat what Xiao He made. We're old and have bad digestion, not even feeling hungry. Hiyu didn't expect that the meal he personally cooked would instead become a hot potato, being passed around unwillingly. Eventually, no one was willing to eat it. Looking at Shenhuaili, Hiyu showed visible heartbreak on his face, your health is not good, don't be polite. I researched the whole morning according to tutorials, and only served it to you after tasting its flavor and finding it decent. Hiyu tilted his head, full of grievance. Mr. Shen, please have a bite. Even trying the taste counts, doesn't it? Shenhuaili ignored it, once again passing the breakfast back to Hiyu, maintaining the same distant attitude, no need, I'm still not hungry. Really? Hiyu turned his head, rolling his big eyes doubtfully, ate so little last night like a cat, and not hungry in the morning either. Mr. Shen, such a big boss, yet likes telling lies and throwing tantrums. Shenhuaili remained silent, lowering his gaze briefly looking at him. Hiyu awkwardly covered his mouth. This breakfast ultimately still ended up in Hiyu's stomach, because 5 minutes later everyone ate piping hot small dumplings. Hiyu was deeply hurt. After the meal, he voluntarily went to wash all the bowls, covertly paying attention to Shenhuaili's movements. When he learned that the man was going to the garden to draw for rehabilitation, he happily ran over to carry Shenhuaili's drawing board and hold his pen case. Shen Huaili, watching the busy figure behind him, remained silent. Not knowing what he wanted to do, but letting him do whatever he pleased. Anyway, it was all Hiyu's choice. Shen Huaili chose a favorite scene, adjusted the drawing board to the right position, silently mixed colors, and started sketching. When he fell down the stairs, his right hand had been injured, now gripping the brush made his hand tremble uncontrollably. Once, he could effortlessly color blocks and distinguish warmth and coolness within minutes. Now, it was unattainable, and half the day passed just sketching the outline. Shen Huaili clutched the paintbrush, painting colorful flowers, but his mood grew gloomier. 3 seconds later, a sudden buzzing sound resonated in his ears. Hiyu left and came back, carrying 2 electric mini spray bottles. He walked straight into the scene Shen Huaili had chosen, pretending to be leisurely as he whistled a tune while watering the flowers. For 2 hours. Shen Huaili didn't bother to call out his little game, continuing to refine and finish the painting at his own pace. Not much effort was put into this painting, 2 hours were just enough to complete it, leaving only the need for patience in waiting for it to dry. Shen Huaili simply left it in the sunroom, not planning to manage it further, then wheeled himself back to the room to wash his hands. Also left behind in the garden was Hiyu, who was pretending to water flowers and posing with his SE attitude. Once Shen Huaili had left, Hiyu set down the small spray bottle and couldn't suppress his excitement as he went over to see Shen Huaili's painting. His mind couldn't help but fantasize about the handsome profile of himself under Shen Huaili's brush. Until he finally saw the content of the painting. Hiyu froze in front of the canvas. It wasn't. Young master, you went out to paint from life in such a large garden, and instead of painting the grand scene, you only painted a flower. One flower. He already had 1,000 varied words of praise stored up inside him, ready to use them as a step to apologize to Shen Huaili, but in the end, the other party was too casual. With no other choice, Hiyu could only put down what he was holding and head straight for Shen Huaili's room with a clear goal. The moment the door opened, a sudden bright white light caught his eye. Hiyu quickly turned his body around, pretending not to have seen Shen Huaili's exposed torso. No, sorry. Shen Huaili quickly put on his shirt, casually tossing aside the clothes that smelled of turpentine oil. His voice was cool and calm. Why are you here? The rustling sounds near his ears stopped, and only then did Hiyu dare to turn around, but his gaze avoided falling on the man. I am here to bring you your medicine. He glanced at the elaborately styled antique wall clock. It's already 11:30. Shen Huaili, thank you, I've already taken it. Hiyu, oh, okay good. What would you like to eat for lunch? I'll learn how to make it. Shen Huaili, I want food made by Gu Yan. Hiyu. Alright, this was the 3rd time his chance was ruined. Hiyu took a deep breath, hypnotizing himself into thinking those who accomplish great things don't fuss over trivialities. Then I'll go learn from Gu Yan, and once I've learned, I'll cook it for you. In the end, Shen Huaili was thoroughly exasperated by the man's thick skin and gave up on pretending to be confused. He asked, what exactly do you want to do? Finally, Hiyu reached the topic he had longed for. I want to apologize to you. Reason. Hiyu, just a pure apology. Shen Huaili, are you a masochist? You don't even know where you're wrong, yet you insist on coming to apologize. Hiyu revealed his difficulty, lowering his voice considerably. But aren't you mad at me? Shen Huaili remained silent. The man's expression was serious, and his attitude sincere. I truly don't know why you're angry. Last night, I thought and reflected, and I believe, the biggest possibility is that you overheard my conversation with your younger brother. Now it was Shen Huaili's turn to feel restless. Just as he was about to open his mouth to stubbornly refute, he was cut off by a gesture from Hiyu. Actually, I'm not the meaning you think I am. I didn't say anything bad about you, nor do I dislike you. Just. Shen Huaili calmly watched his discomfort, originally wanting to rebuttal a few sentences, now quite interested in seeing what kind of excuse Hiyu could come up with. However, the other party indeed proved unexpectedly foolish. Hiyu confessed. I just wanted to sass Shinjinian a bit. He could be scolded by Gu Yan, but how could someone 10 years younger than him still rub his face in the dirt? At that moment, his self-respect and competitive desire crept in secretly. Shen Huaili, oh. Hiyu swore, what I said is true. Shen Huaili deliberately probed, what did you say to Shinjinian yesterday? Alarm bells rang loudly in Hiyu's heart. Wrong, it was a trap. If he repeated it again, it would definitely anger Shen Huaili, and he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Nothing, just chatting. Ah. A short sound without any ripples. Shen Huaili turned his wheelchair towards the laundry room, picked up his dirty clothes, and prepared to take them there, his back to Hiyu. Hiyu rushed forward in 3 quick strides, quickly gathering up the dirty clothes for him, cautiously asking, are you angry? Shen Huaili looked at him strangely, still coldly indifferent. No. I'm afraid if I say it, you'll get angrier. Shen Huaili, I'm not angry. Just unwilling to talk to him. Hiyu chased after the man, forcing himself to be in front of Shen Huaili, and bluntly burst out, you still say no? Your eyebrows are already furrowed together, and a lot of pheromones have leaked out. It's a sweet floral fragrance. Hiyu. What a hassle for a grown man. Startled by the reprimand filled with anger, Hiyu realized that Shen Huaili was indeed upset. Silently, he swallowed all his words. Do you really want to hear it again? Shen Huaili propped up his head with his hand, using his thumb to rub his temples, his ears ringing with irritation. I don't want to hear it. Remaining silent upsets you, and speaking also upsets you. He looked pitiful, never having seen someone so difficult to appease before. Every move felt like walking on thin ice. After taking a breath, he spoke up. Actually, that day, Shen Jinian asked me if I liked you. Chapter 190, Apology. Shen Huaili maintained a calm and composed expression, stopping Hiyu's next words with a gesture. I don't want to hear it right now. Hiyu asked him, because you've already heard it, along with my answer entirely. Right? Otherwise, Shen Huaili wouldn't have inexplicably become angry and indirectly questioned him about it today. Everything left trails. Shen Huaili's body stiffened for a moment before quickly regaining control to relax himself. But this subtle movement was enough for Hiyu to catch the abnormality. Hiyu faintly noticed an issue. So, you're really mad at me because of that? Shen Huaili firmly denied it. No. Then, fearing lack of conviction, he quickly added, don't flatter yourself unnecessarily. How do you always end up personally attacking me? Hiyu became irritated, but instantly, a reckless and annoying look appeared on his face. However, psychology says that when people rush to clarify, it's often because they've hit a nerve. Are you mad because I said I don't like you? Shen Huaili quietly looked at Hiyu. The man sitting in the wheelchair couldn't easily push him out of the room as before. But his current state was unusually calm. It seemed Hiyu's provocation had no effect on him. Shen Huaili lowered his voice and repeated, I said, don't flatter yourself. Hiyu scratched his ear. Shen Huaili, even though I have some unpleasant past experiences, I won't let others humiliate me every time. I never thought about having any relationship or entanglement with you, Hiyu. So, there's no need for you to avoid me as if I were the plague. Of course, I know you won't like alphas, and coincidentally, neither do I. Hiyu has taken care of Shen Huaili for so long and has never seen the man speak so formally and seriously to him in one breath. Although Shen Huaili looked calm on the surface, Hiyu always felt that the other party was trying hard to suppress the anger rising from within. Hiyu realized he had said something wrong again. It seemed whatever he said would make Shen Huaili unhappy. Hiyu squatted in front of Shen Huaili's wheelchair, hanging his head proactively, looking like a dog admitting fault. Sorry, I was just talking back to Shen Jinian. I didn't mean to insult you. Of course, whether liking omegas or alphas is all driven by normal human emotions. There isn't yet any country in the world that stipulates that love between two male alphas is illegal. Shen Huaili, stop being mad at me, okay? If nothing works, I'll cook meals for you every day as an apology, until you're satisfied. Shen Huaili. This wasn't an apology, it was a grand opportunity for personal vendetta. Not willing. Hiyu blinked his eyes, carefully identifying Shen Huaili's expression, concluding that he was indeed being rejected, but I don't have many skills either. Can't be your servant, right? That would be kind of gross. A slight change came over Shen Huaili's eyebrows. His gaze slowly landed on Hiyu's troubled expression. Hiyu, brother, you really want me to be your servant? Alright, fine, but please don't tell anyone about this, especially not Shen Jinian. Hiyu cautiously pleaded, stars twinkling brightly in his eyes, becoming more and more like a golden retriever except for the lacking intelligence. I'm tired of talking to you. Shen Huaili withdrew his gaze and controlled the wheelchair to retreat and turn, moving naturally and smoothly. Ignoring the disordered Hiyu behind, he left the room alone. Yet, the anger visible on his face had visibly eased. Even Shen Jinian, who usually missed the obvious, could tell that Shen Huaili had forgiven the past grievances. Brother, Hiyu finally managed to make you happy. Shen Huaili, go away. Shen Jinian hurriedly rolled into Gu Yan's arms. Husband, my brother is so fierce. Gu Yan smiled and patted Shen Jinian's hair, refraining from speaking. Even Shen Jinian dared not provoke him, let alone Shen Huaili. Family hierarchy remains fixed there. After those words fell silent, Hiyu eagerly ran out, faithfully treating himself as a servant. When Shen Huaili was thirsty, he took the initiative to take the cup out of the sterilizer cabinet to fetch water. When Shen Huaili watched TV, Hiyu could accurately find the channel the former liked. When Shen Huaili wanted to go to the bathroom, Hiyu enthusiastically went forward to help unbutton the zipper and got severely beaten by Shen Huaili, then got thrown out while holding his red swollen head. Hiyu met Shen Jinian's gaze, and his instantly turned into full-blown arrogance, his eyes darting to the roof raised 2.5 meters higher. Your brother is really brutal. Shen Jinian held the love especially prepared by Gu Yan, sipping it slowly while teasing, you must have some skills if you can make my brother happy. Hiyu's lips curled in smug satisfaction, his pride so high that his tail could have touched the sky. Completely forgetting the way he had to hide his head in front of Shen Huaili. Seizing the moment, Shen Jinian asked again, can you tell me why he was mad and how you managed to calm him? Hiyu found an outlet for his anger after suffering undeserved calamity, it's all your fault. You just had to ask me whether I like your brother without any reason. Did he hear it? Shen Jinian caught on quickly, so that's why my brother got angry. Hiyu moved closer, sitting on the sofa. Sighing deeply, he said, your brother has a very strange temper. Don't try to act cool. What you said that day was way over the line. My brother surely felt sad hearing that. Shen Jinyan added, he had just been betrayed by Lu Siming, right when his mind was most sensitive. He couldn't bear even one bad word then. That day, He showed clear disdain. If it wasn't Shen Haughtily, if it were Gu Yan treating someone this way, divorce would have been a certainty. After a long silence, Gu Yan inexplicably said to He, if you really don't want to take care of anyone, I can hire a new nurse. No need. He blurted out faster than he could think, adamantly refusing before he even processed what he said. Coming to his senses, he dryly added, compared to going to the company to deal with boring data, taking care of Shen Haughtily is better. Gu Yan didn't suggest it again, now understanding fully. Shen Jinyan, nestled on the sofa, felt slightly uncomfortable as his belly tightened and hurt due to drinking too much milk tea. Pulling Gu Yan's hand to press against his own stomach, he whined softly, help me rub it, it feels a bit sore. He, disgusted by the couple's affection, instinctively closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. But still muttered snidely, Shen Jinyan, Gu Yan has made your belly grow bigger. Next time, drink less milk tea. High sugar, high fat, it's not good for your weight. Shen Jinyan clenched his fists. Little dynamite ready to explode. If it weren't for Gu Yan stopping him, those hard punches would already have landed on Hiyu's face. Gu Yan hugged Shen Jinyan around the waist, carefully avoiding the lower abdomen, whispering soothing words, baby, let's go to the room and rub it there. The air outside wasn't good, murky and foul. Better keep their big and small treasures from being spoiled by Hiyu. Chapter 191 Extra, Falling Ill. Shen Jinyan still declined this suggestion. The bedroom was on the 3rd floor. He had been feeling lazy all day, not wanting to move at all. He wasn't sure if it was because he gained some weight during his trip abroad, he increasingly felt that his body was getting heavier. Just then, Shen Haughtily came out of the bathroom. The annoying Hiyu immediately rushed over like a gust of wind to take care of Shen Haughtily, so fast that only a black shadow remained. He provided better care than any nurse could have done. Shen Jinyan propped up his chin and squinted as he observed Hiyu and Shen Haughtily. After gaining some experience in love, one can easily distinguish between sparks or a nuclear reaction between two people. Suddenly unable to resist, Shen Jinyan snorted and said, die hard. Hiyu shot him an icy glare. Gu Yan nodded in agreement at the right moment, saying, I concur. Hiyu. And with another eye roll, he left. Shen Jinyan waited until they were both gone before turning to Gu Yan and saying, Hiyu has ill intentions toward my brother. This wasn't baseless talk. In fact, Hiyu's recent behavior had been too strange, sticking close to Shen Haughtily 24 hours a day. Before bedtime, he even checked on Shen Haughtly's room thoroughly, and gave a high-sounding reason for it, he was afraid Shen Haughtily would fall out of bed. How absurd. Shen Haughtily had yet to recover the use of his legs, but it wasn't due to cerebellar atrophy. Gu Yan continued to stare in the direction where the two had disappeared, and after a long pause, deeply agreed with Shen Jinyan's comment, then he might be heading for a breakup. Shen Jinyan wasn't particularly sharp at reading people's minds, but his instincts were always solid, so he wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Yan, my brother wouldn't like a fool. After many twists and turns in their thoughts, the two finally converged. It didn't take long. The news that Hiyu liked Shen Haughtily spread like wildfire throughout the small villa, becoming common knowledge among everyone. Even though Hiyu refused to acknowledge it in his heart, he also feared touching on Shen Haughtly's broken self-esteem and being angry with him again. Thus, this gossip fermented for half a month. Until the Lantern Festival. The door was knocked on early in the morning. Gu Yan, who was rolling yuanxiao in the kitchen, heard the sound first, but Hiyu reached the door quicker. When he opened it, a chilling cold swept in, enveloping his entire body tightly with the piercing cold air, and Hiyu froze on the spot. A bearded courier handed over a huge cardboard box, speaking somewhat broken Chinese, Good morning, sir, this shipment is yours. Hiyu turned around and asked Gu Yan, did you buy something? Gu Yan looked up, similarly confused for a second. I'm not sure, check the waybill. There were 2 delivery slips attached to the package, clearly indicating that it was shipped from China, addressed to Shen Haughtily but without revealing the sender's information. Not daring to act rashly, Hiyu temporarily left the package by the door and rushed straight to Shen Haughtly's room. The man had just finished cleaning up after waking up, exuding a fresh floral fragrance. Seeing Hiyu enter, Shen Haughtily instinctively tried to maneuver his wheelchair in the opposite direction, but was quickly stopped by Hiyu. Hiyu rushed straight to Shen Haughtily and grabbed the thick coat draped at the foot of the bed, draping it around Shen Haughtily. You have a courier outside, go check it out. I and Gu Yan cannot sign on behalf of you. Shen Haughtily instantly furrowed his brows, warily eyeing Hiyu, I haven't bought anything. I'm really not lying to you. Wear more layers and go check it out in the living room. As Hiyu spoke, he acted like treating a child, putting the coat on Shen Haughtily, and quickly dug through Shen Haughtly's wardrobe drawer to find a pair of thick slippers for his feet. Cold. Shen Haughtily rarely let anyone help him put on socks, even during his bedridden period he would handle things himself as much as possible. Such private matters became awkward after being done by Hiyu, causing him to involuntarily turn red in the ears, looking away uneasily, not cold. Hiyu didn't notice the fleeting hesitation in Shen Haughtly's voice and wheeled him directly towards the living room, walking swiftly while carrying the package box for Shen Haughtily to see, isn't your name on it? Shen Haughtily took a look. Still standing at the door, the deliverman shivered, trying his best to prompt, "May I ask you to sign for your items now? The cold weather outside is about to freeze me into the country's #1 handsome ice sculpture, gentlemen." Shen Huili was looking at the unfamiliar man at the door, when at this precise moment, Gu Yan handed over a small cutting knife. Shen Huili hesitated for a brief moment, then reached out and accepted it. He extended the blade and directly sliced open the tape at the opening. Right in front of everyone, the package was opened, exposing its contents to all once the shock-absorbing bubble wrap bags were gradually removed. At the center of the cardboard box was a beautiful pink gift box, a color that represented affection and was much loved by the locals. The package design featured elegant patterns combining minimalist rose lines with traditional spoons and yuanxiao, sweet dumplings. Considering the timing of this delivery, it was easy to deduce who had sent the set. Shen Huili tossed the package towards Hiyu. "Throw it away." Hiyu grabbed it like a bag of trash, his hands trembling as he discarded it through the slightly open door onto the street outside, and in unison with Shen Huili's disdain, muttered loudly, "What dirty stuff." The courier watched in disbelief at their actions. Coming back to his senses, somewhat angry, he raised his voice to declare, "Why are you doing this? You must bear the responsibility for destroying these items. This matter has nothing to do with me." Shen Huili's tone was cold. "It was my action, all you need to do is sign for receipt." The courier trembled all over, likely shaken, then waited outside their door for them to sign before hurrying back into his car to drive off in the snow. The room door was shut forcefully again. Shen Huili faintly narrowed his eyes, taking a long breath 3 seconds later as if dismissing whatever just occurred. "I'm going back to rest." Hiyu instinctively moved to push him along. But Shen Huili turned the wheelchair around swiftly, silently rejecting his help. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet below freezing point. The warm breeze from the central air conditioning felt ice cold on their skin. Both of them looked each other in silence, the air between them seemingly solidifying. This gloom was especially strong in Shen Huili's bedroom. The man locked the door from inside, a chilling sensation crawling across every bone in his body. He had noticed a hidden high-end brand LG, and using his identity information, he verified it on their official website. As expected, he saw last year's order for the same date. Back then, busy with work, holidays included endless nights buried in countless documents. Lu Siming cooked tangyuan, glutinous rice balls, after work and delivered them to the office. They sat face-to-face in front of the largest floor-to-ceiling window in the office building, discussing whether they'd eat nut or fruit-filling tangyuan next year. Lu Siming perceived Shen Huili didn't favor those flavors, smilingly promising a surprise for the next year. That surprise turned into a shock. The manager told him that Lu Siming had ordered many gift versions, even pre-ordering them for 10 consecutive years, asking if he should cancel the entire thing. Without hesitation, Shen Huili canceled the order and compensated a considerable amount for the breach of contract. Only after handling all this did he feel some relief in his heavy heart. By lunchtime, all the feeling subsided completely without a ripple left. At noon, Shen Jinian called him for lunch. Surprisingly seeing Shen Jinian there, Shen Huili refrained from asking what was on his mind and let Shen Jinian push him to the dining table. Shen Huili instinctively looked around. 3 seconds later, his brow furrowed sharply. At just this moment, Gu Yan walked out with a soup basin, politely responding to the concern raised by Shen Jinian's parents. He went out to take care of something, asked us to start eating. Where was Hiyu? Hiyu had stepped out to deal with some business. Relieved a bit, Shen Huili picked up the chopsticks beside him. Guh. Suddenly, painful dry retching sounds came from his right side. Gu Yan rushed over immediately, supporting Shen Jinian's shoulder so he could lean against him. Chen Han quickly retrieved a clean trash can and placed it next to Shen Jinian. Is your stomach upset? Did you eat something bad? Shen Jinian's father and mother approached worriedly, their voices full of anxiety. Tears streaming down his face from vomiting, Shen Jinian, having not eaten breakfast that morning, managed little more than dry heaves. After finally suppressing the nausea, Shen Jinian, his eyes red-rimmed, shook his head slowly and laboriously before recalling a fragment of memory and correcting himself. Yesterday, I ate 2 servings of ice pudding. Who eats ice pudding on a snowy day? Not only that, but you ate 2 servings. Shen father reprimanded angrily, but poured a cup of hot water and firmly placed it in front of Shen Jinian. Drink some water first to warm your stomach and try eating less congee today. Knowing he was at fault, Shen Jinian clutched the water cup and swallowed 2 small sips painfully. However, within 3 minutes, it all came back up, leaving Shen Jinian's complexion as pale as paper. Gu Yan frowned deeply, fetching a heating pad and applying it to Shen Jinian's stomach, then picking up the person from the chair and carrying him horizontally. You guys eat first, I'll take Jinian to the hospital. Shen Jinian slumped into Gu Yan's arms, too weak to even hold up his neck. Gu Yan carried him back to the room and changed into a thicker set of clothes, carefully hiding any exposed skin. Only 2 lackluster, exhausted eyes peeked out from beneath the layers. Shen Jinian had initially thought he was being overly dramatic. But as soon as they stepped outside, the cold wind crept through his slightly open collar, sending chills that made his neck feel like it was pierced by needles. Shen Jinian instinctively pulled his neck into his clothes, covering half his face. Men could adapt, and he gave in to the cold without hesitation. He urged Gu Yan with a muffled voice, hurry up and get to the car. Without stopping, Gu Yan's steps only quickened, but the snow had piled deep, nearly reaching their shins. This fairy tale-like scene turned brutally difficult, taking them 10 minutes to traverse the mere 100 meters to the car. By now, Gu Yan's breathing grew heavy, yet his footsteps remained steady as he carefully placed Shinjinian inside the vehicle. The hired driver arrived late and, after confirming the destination, immediately drove toward the nearest hospital through the heavy snowstorm. The hospital seemed miles away, and Shinjinian's condition worsened rapidly. Not only did he vomit profusely, but he also felt freezing all over. Even with 2 down jackets on, he shivered uncontrollably. Gu Yan held him tightly in worry but was unsure what else to do. The restlessness lasted an excruciating hour and a half. Finally, the car braved its way through every obstacle and parked steadily at the parking lot. Shinjinian was rushed to the emergency department, and Gu Yan paced anxiously outside the operating room door, his heart in his throat, struggling to breathe. Thankfully, the emergency room door opened within half an hour. Gu Yan sprang forward the moment it did, capturing sight of Shinjinian just in time. His alpha lover regained some color, lying in bed attached to an 4 drip while being wheeled out of the emergency room. Just as Gu Yan let out a breath of relief, the doctor appeared sternly, blocking his view entirely. She was furious, speaking rapidly, you moron who calls himself the patient's partner. ? Before Gu Yan could ask about the diagnosis, she unleashed her scolding. The blonde, blue-eyed middle-aged doctor slammed a stack of thick test results into his hands. 2 months. 2 months you've neglected coming to check his condition, even allowing him to eat excessive amounts of ice food. Are you insane? It was only today that Gu Yan learned Shinjinian had eaten 2 servings of pudding secretly, though now wasn't the time for reprimands. Gu Yan pressed anxiously, how serious is the situation? Is his body okay? Seeing the genuine anxiety and fear on Gu Yan's face, the doctor sighed. Your luck defies belief. The patient's test results indicate mild gastritis only. I've prescribed the safest medication possible. If there's no further adverse reaction, everything will be fine. That's good, Gu Yan nodded repeatedly, thank you very much. The doctor adjusted her glasses, sizing him up thoroughly before reminding seriously, if you care about that overlooked small thing, I suggest you go home and do some research. It's crucial. Gu Yan replied affirmatively, I'll study systematically. Thank you for your reminder. Satisfied, the doctor nodded at him, stepping aside to allow Gu Yan passage so he could attend to Shinjinian. Though still somewhat dazed, Shinjinian was not fully unconscious. He already knew his health status during the medical examination, physical discomfort earlier had left him too weak to dwell deeply on it. After treatment, the stomach ache was halfway healed, but when facing Gu Yan, embarrassment crept into his demeanor unreservedly. Being together with Gu Yan was one thing, getting married another, but the current state represented yet something else entirely. Each moment pushed the limits of his self-respect. Now, seeing Gu Yan triggered an involuntary response as he buried his head under the covers, burning red with shame, as if boiling shrimp. Muffled sounds came from under the blanket, go wait outside. The room is too small, and you're stealing my oxygen. A classic case of throwing a tantrum. Gu Yan paid no attention to this, instead approaching to forcibly pull the person's head out from under the blankets. Beneath tangled hair lay flushed eyelids and cheeks. As expected, Shinjinian threw a slap, dazing Gu Yan momentarily before quickly retreating under the blanket again, leaving only his eyes visible. What are you doing? Xiao Bao, Gu Yan said gently, brushing stray hairs from his eyes and revealing Shinjinian's striking features. This is merely illness. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Then turning, sitting by Shinjinian's bedside, he spoke soothingly, however, if you have any discomfort or psychological pressure, I will follow your wishes entirely. Why do you think that? All signs of Shinjinian's previous embarrassment disappeared, replaced by surprise as he sat up and stared directly at Gu Yan. I don't think I said anything. There's nothing. It's my fault. Gu Yan immediately regretted saying what he had just moments before. He should have observed Shinjinian's expression first before deciding whether or not to tell him these thoughts. Now, he'd inadvertently made Shinjinian uncomfortable. He was just pondering earlier. If Shinjinian felt humiliated as an alpha, Gu Yan would willingly give up this unexpected little occurrence. But in reality, things seemed fine. Shinjinian's punch was fiercely painful, showing no sign of psychological burden. Before Gu Yan could even let out a sigh of relief, a pair of hands descended from above, pinching his cheeks tightly and forcing him to look straight ahead. With all his might, Shinjinian's eyes were filled with suspicion and probing. Gu Yan, what are you hiding and keeping under wraps? Nothing, Xiao Bao. Seeing Gu Yan's skin turn blue, Shinjinian quickly switched to supporting the man's chin with both hands, pressing for answers. Ever since we came in, I haven't felt like you were really happy. Your pheromones are as heavy as damp air on a foggy day, suffocating. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Xiao Bao, there's really nothing. I'm just worried about your psychological pressure, Gu Yan said sincerely. For a brief moment, he did feel elated, but compared to that, he cared more about Shinjinian's emotional state. Is this the first day you've known me? A puff of resentment gathered in Shinjinian's chest, making him glare at Gu Yan like an angry pufferfish. The troubled expression on Gu Yan's face instantly deflated Shinjinian's frustration. Shinjinian reflected on himself. He wasn't new to knowing Gu Yan either, he should have already understood the overly sensitive and extremely insecure nature of the man. Even after they got their marriage certificate, Gu Yan still worried endlessly every day, being harder to handle than maidenhair ferns. Deciding to calm himself down, Shen Jinian sat on the bed, looking the man in the eye. Gu Yan, what you need to consider now is how to explain things to my parents. Chapter 192, My Brother and You. How should I inform them gracefully while maintaining my dignity? Shen Jinian emphasized the key point. The most important thing is his face. How outsiders see him is none of his business, but talking about these things in front of his parents is so embarrassing. Gu Yan smiled and gently rubbed Shen Jinian's messy hair, just as Shen Jinian had calmed his own inner unrest. He helped Shen Jinian lie back down on the hospital bed, then later you wait in the car, I'll negotiate and then carry you down, okay? Entrance at the end will draw even more attention, won't it? Shen Jinian's eyes, clear as black and white, fiercely glared at Gu Yan, dissecting Gu Yan's words word by word, revealing the thoughts hidden within. You're pretending to think for me while deliberately wanting to embarrass me, aren't you, Gu Yan? Gu Yan's spine stiffened, and his gaze began to shift. Even if he didn't have that intention, being said by Shen Jinian made it seem like he did. Gu Yan wouldn't fall into such an obvious trap, quickly changing his approach to avoid danger. Then I'll call mom and dad first and let them rest assured. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinian became agitated and grabbed Gu Yan's wrist with force. The latter looked at him calmly. Shen Jinian's Adam's apple moved slightly up and down, stammeringly reminding, then you go outside to talk. Don't let him hear a single word. Gu Yan nodded, then you stay lying there and don't move around, or the needle will have to be reinserted. Saying this, while taking out his phone to scare Shen Jinian on purpose, needles abroad are twice as big as those in the country. You should have seen them already. Shut up. Damn Gu Yan. It would be better not to mention it. Once mentioned, the pain in his hand began to flare up again subtly. Shen Jinian simply closed his eyes, angrily urging, go make the call quick. Before Shen Jinian could get emotional, Gu Yan quickly left the ward and carefully closed the door behind him, sealing it perfectly to ensure no sound from outside leaked in. Yet, despite all that, Shen Jinian was still extremely uneasy, unable to help but imagine what Gu Yan said and negotiated with his parents, brainstorming how his parents reacted to the news, whether they were pleasantly surprised or rebuked them for their youthful rashness. Shen Jinian's thoughts scattered like notes drifting further and further away from the musical score. He started retracing the days to when it happened. Whose fever period? Or which time precautions weren't properly followed? The more he thought, the hotter his ears burned. Time seemed to flow faster as he immersed himself in memories, not knowing how long it had been before the ward door opened lightly once more. Gu Yan put down the phone in his hand and pulled Shen Jinian's head out from under the blanket. Too hot? Gu Yan asked upon seeing his red and burning face. Shen Jinian, did you tell them? Gu Yan nodded. Dad and mom were very happy, but also worried. There's no need to elaborate on the happiness part. As for the worry, Shen Jinian had recently released a large amount of pheromones due to the incident at Gu Chengqi's lab, damaging his body to some extent. Moreover, raising Shen Mingzhao alone was quite challenging for them, and if another one came along, their life pressures would double. Ultimately, deep concerns outweighed the initial joy. It seemed Gu Yan was also affected by Shen's parents' emotions, worrying about Shen Jinian's physical condition now shifting towards the quality of his future life. Even Shen Jinian could see it. Are you worried about my health? Gu Yan nodded. The doctor didn't check and confirm everything was fine. And I've been well taken care of for the past few months, even gained some weight. It's been a long time since then, and he received the best treatment at that time too. You're worrying too much. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yan said, anyway, if you feel unwell, you must tell me immediately, understand? Shen Jinian, understood. Actually, there's absolutely no reason to worry. He's not that sentimental, tragic type. When Shen Jinian finished speaking, he pointed to the floor beside him, you contact the doctor, I'm almost done with the infusion here. Ask her when we can go home, the ward is too small and stuffy. Gu Yan, do you feel better? Shen Jinian reached out and touched his forehead, I'm fine, they prescribed powerful medication like we're cattle, I no longer feel any stomachache. The doctor says it's best to stay one night before going home to observe your condition. Did the doctor say that or was it Gu Yan speaking? Gu Yan is just conveying the doctor's thoughts. The man opened the blackout curtain so Shen Jinian could see the wind reflecting the snow outside the window, and at the same time, let him see the increasingly large snowflakes. It's hard to walk in the snow, it's best to wait until you're fully recovered before going home to avoid any sudden accidents. What do you think? Shen Jinian watched the snowflakes outside the window gathering like nails into a massive waterfall of snowfall, falling incessantly from the clouds, and he also secretly felt that Gu Yan's words made some sense. In this weather, it's better to stay a couple more days. After thinking it through, Shen Jinian still couldn't help but sigh. Gu Yan asked curiously, what's wrong? Shen Jinian, if I'm not at home, you might take the opportunity to cause some trouble. Shen Haughtily was still sitting in a wheelchair, unable to fight back, and was no match for Hiyu. How could that happen? Under the curious gaze of the other, Gu Yan smiled gently and explained softly, my point is that you underestimate Brother Haughtily too much. If the two were really to develop as Shin Jinian had expected, then he would be utterly dominated. After all, he was at an intellectual disadvantage. Shin Jinian was still worried. In the 2 days he stayed in the hospital, who knows what chaos might have erupted at home. No, it wouldn't do. After pondering for a long time, Shin Jinian still decided to go through with the discharge on the 3rd day of his hospital stay. As soon as the snowfall lessened, he dragged Gu Yen straight into the car. The return journey this time was much longer, and by the time they arrived at the rented house, dusk had already fallen. As soon as Shin Jinian entered the door, he drew everyone's attention. Especially his mother, who instinctively stood up from the sofa, hurried over, and supported his hand all the way, helping him sit on the sofa right next to her. Shin Jinian felt a bit overwhelmed. "Mom, I'm not that fragile. He's still young, be careful, a little gentle." Shin's mother became more cautious as she spoke, and eventually didn't dare to touch Shin Jinian anymore. "Are you feeling better?" Shin Jinian instinctively touched his stomach. "I'm completely fine." Hearing this, Shin's parents sighed slightly in relief. Just then, Chen Han and Zhuang Zi came out carrying a plate of washed fruits. Seeing Shin Jinian, they both broke into happy smiles and spoke simultaneously. "Congratulations, Jinian." "Chen Han, brother Gu Yen, you're truly impressive." Shin Jinian rolled his eyes at him. "Get lost." After saying that, he quickly avoided the horrifying topic and looked around the room. "Where are my brother and Hiyu?" Chen Han bit into an apple. Shin Jinian's heart suddenly tensed. Did something happen? Chen Han shook his head. Not exactly. This story has to start from the Lantern Festival day. Chapter 193, Hiyu is acting strange. It was really strange. On the Lantern Festival day, Hiyu didn't know what had gotten into him. Just before noon, he suddenly left the villa in a rush all by himself. The snow outside was heavy, and an unprecedented cold swept through, making people feel as if they were immersed in icy water below 0 degrees Celsius, their exhaled breath instantly freezing. Zhuang Zi advised him not to go out unless it was important. Traveling under such conditions was dangerous for one reason, and catching a cold would be another. But Hiyu insisted on going out and didn't return until late at night. He carried back a cartload of gift boxes all by himself with great effort, piling them up like a small mountain, saying that these were mooncakes and New Year's gifts he had prepared along the way for everyone. However, half of those items were intended for haughtily, luxury goods with high prices and ordinary little decorations designed to increase happiness, covering everything comprehensively. Most surprisingly, Hiyu gave haughtily a pair of gaming consoles. Haughtily hadn't played games since graduation, so when Hiyu pulled out this item, haughtily was particularly surprised. Hiyu behaved like a kindergarten graduate who just became a primary schooler. He threw a tantrum and cajoled haughtily into playing with him, specifically wanting to play a couple's game mode. They kept playing without rest until midnight. The next day, unsurprisingly, they fell ill. During breakfast, Hiyu didn't come downstairs, claiming that he was too tired and needed rest. No one thought much about it since he had been out all day. By lunchtime, Hiyu still hadn't come downstairs. This made haughtily suspicious, so he entrusted Chen Han to push him upstairs to check on him. It was better not to have seen him, but when they did, they found Hiyu almost delirious. The room was exceptionally warm, yet even so, he shivered under the blanket, his face flushed abnormally red, his entire body radiating heat. In a state of fever-induced dizziness, Hiyu kept calling haughtly's name, asking him not to bother with Lu Siming, whom he referred to as a big idiot. Haughtly rolled his eyes helplessly. He asked Chen Han to quickly fetch some antipyretics from the medicine box and force-fed them down Hiyu's throat. Driven by his physiological response, Hiyu wanted to vomit. Haughtly immediately pressed a hand over his mouth while striking his stomach twice with the other hand, causing Hiyu to involuntarily suck in air and successfully swallow the pills stuck in his throat. Chen Han watched in awe. He silently felt lucky that his wife Zhuang Zi was as gentle as spring breeze and would only softly coax him into taking bitter medicine. Still, he brought a cup of warm water and let Hiyu drink it down. Then the two left him there. Haughtly went again in the evening. Hiyu was still sleeping, though thankfully his fever had dropped significantly, sparing him from more medication. The next day, Hiyu regained some clarity. After recovering from his illness, his whole body ached weakly, visibly more haggard than usual, and the carefree attitude he usually displayed had completely disappeared. There was even a faint sense of pitifulness amidst his exhaustion. Cautiously pleading, he asked Haughtly not to enter, warning that the disease could spread. A typical example of Haughtly preferring soft approaches over hard ones, he was undoubtedly deceived by Hiyu's puppy-like demeanor. Not only did he bring Hiyu some medicine, but he also humbled himself further to pour hot water, albeit at 98 degrees Celsius. Even so, Hiyu was delighted. Unfortunately, after his happiness came no real improvement, his body remained weak and unable to get out of bed often. This situation continued until Shin Jinian returned home after being discharged from the hospital. After hearing Chen Han recounting the memory, Shin Jinian sharply sensed something amiss and confirmed, "Is my brother upstairs taking care of Hiyu?" Chen Han nodded eagerly. "They are probably playing games. Hiyu said it wasn't convenient for me to go upstairs, fearing I might infect Zi. And it's even more inappropriate to disturb uncle and aunt." Shin Jinian. Nonsense. Without hesitation, Shin Jinian bypassed Gu Yen and rushed straight to Hiyu's bedroom. Luckily, it was on the first floor so he didn't need to climb any stairs. In just a few steps, he reached the bedroom door. Pretending to be polite, Shen Jinian knocked twice. Then he pushed the door open without a second thought. There sat Hiyu, wearing a mask, cross-legged on the carpet beside the bed. Shen Huili was calmly seated at the foot of the bed, exactly 2 meters away from Hiyu as Chen Han had mentioned. Each holding a game controller, Shen Huili and Hiyu focused on the screen where sounds of regretful failure echoed due to their unsuccessful attempts at progressing levels. Shen Jinian, brother. Shen Huili hesitated for a moment, then immediately put down what he held, waving toward Shen Jinian, I'm a bit tired, help me back to my room. Shen Jinian had this idea in mind all along. Even if Shen Huili hadn't made the request, he would have found an excuse to take his brother away. Otherwise, how could he easily uncover the true face of the male seducer? Shen Jinian quickly returned to Hiyu's room and didn't even bother maintaining a pretense of politeness. In just a few swift strides, he reached Hiyu's bedside. The latter was already sitting where Shen Huili had been, completely composed, as though fully prepared for an inquisition. Shen Jinian. He knew Hiyu was strange. Shen Jinian, what exactly are you thinking? Hiyu suddenly flopped back onto the bed with a thud, lazily gazing at Shen Jinian. What am I thinking about? Just as Shen Jinian was about to speak, a hand suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind, gently supporting him as he sat on the chair. Gu Yan, under Shen Jinian's watchful eyes, asked aloud, when you rushed out that day, was it really just to buy gifts for brother Huili? Hiyu suddenly fell silent. All traces of mockery disappeared from his face, replaced by an unusually serious expression. After a brief moment, he abruptly sat up straight, indignant. I just can't stand Lu Siming, that fool, harming people like this and still having the audacity to infiltrate Shen Huili's life. All he did was casually tap on a screen and place an order, yet Shen Huili was forced to be trapped in memories of pain. The Tengyuan Lu Siming had ordered last year during the Lantern Festival was like a miniature time bomb. It smoldered quietly for a whole year before exploding on a plain ordinary morning. Hiyu was furious. He went out and bought Shen Huili a rarely touched gaming console, bringing him into contact with things he missed during his teenage years. He also gave him some personal accessories that were completely out of character for Shen Huili, as well as a set of bright and colorful thick winter coats. He wanted to replace the painful memories brought on by Lu Siming with something more impactful for Shen Huili. I've confessed everything. Hiyu glanced pointedly at Shen Jinian. Go ahead and mock my immaturity. Shen Jinian picked up the pillow by the bed and threw it at Hiyu's head. Who said I would laugh at you? After a brief pause, Shen Jinian spoke again. So, does this mean you've realized you like my brother? Hiyu instinctively wanted to deny it. But deep down, he truly felt possessive toward Shen Huili, even harboring intense resentment towards Lu Siming. Even he himself now began to feel confused about this situation. Chapter 194 Sidebar, Discovered. This issue had troubled Hiyu for many days. He had taken care of Shen Huili for almost half a year. Reflecting honestly, he had never spent so much time in close proximity with anyone else. Hiyu felt that he had strange feelings for Shen Huili, special feelings entirely different from how he treated Gu Yan. When Shen Jinian pointed this out to him at the time, he denied it hastily. Now, upon recollection, back then, he was like someone who had stolen the most beautiful pearl from a glass showcase and was caught red-handed by the shop owner. Embarrassment and shame overwhelmed his senses, causing him to unconsciously blur the truth of his inner feelings. Once calm, Hiyu could easily discern his emotions. Especially after Lu Siming unintentionally stimulated him, his possessiveness toward Shen Huili began to multiply exponentially. He liked Shen Huili. There was no doubt about it. With chopsticks in hand, Hiyu was lost in thought. The small shrimp at the tip of the chopsticks lost all its warmth to the air, turning cold without ever reaching his mouth. Shen's father noticed this and called out to him, Xiao Yu. Startled, Hiyu jumped, the shrimp falling into the plate. Hastily looking up, he said, Ah. Uncle. Is today's meal not to your taste? Hiyu knew today's lunch was prepared by Shen's father himself. Instinctively sitting up straighter, his survival instincts kicked in as he shook his head rapidly in denial. No, uncle, the meal is delicious. I was just thinking about how much cold medicine I have left in the cabinet. Not enough. There are ginger and green onions at home, great for dispelling wind cold. If you need it, uncle can stew you a bowl. It'll warm you right up and heal you. No. No trouble, uncle. How dare he trouble the elder family member, especially Shen Huali's father. I still have medicine, and besides, Gu Yan can bring some back tomorrow when she takes Jinian for a follow-up checkup. You keep track of it yourself. Don't hesitate to let uncle know if anything happens. My wife and I consider you part of the family, we'd like to find ways to take care of you more. Don't worry, uncle. I've long considered us one family. Saying this, Hiyu even extended his arm to drape over Shen Huali's shoulders, hugging him close. Shen Huali looked at him as though he were insane, his face a tapestry of disdain, annoyance, and stupidity-related adjectives. In the end, he glanced at Hiyu with reproach before pushing away, urging sternly, eat your food. With a faint floral scent lingering at his nose tip, Hiyu was satisfied. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hiyu prepared to nap. The bedroom door was suddenly knocked on rudely, with no rhythm or politeness. The only people in the house who behaved so discourteously towards him were Shin brothers. Since Shin Huali wouldn't bother, it had to be Shin Jinian. The sleepiness he had just built up disappeared entirely, replaced by frustration as he quickly sat up, slipped on slippers, and walked towards the bedroom door, tisk. Gripping the doorknob and unlocking it while complaining irritably, "What is it this time, Shin? Why don't you sleep in the middle of the day?" His words faltered mid-sentence as he saw the man standing there, bearing 7/10 resemblance to Shin Jinian but with an added touch of seriousness. "That wasn't what I meant." Shin Huali raised his head, waiting silently for Hiyu to concoct an explanation. Hiyu visibly flustered, first clutching his shirt corners then scratching his hair until he realized he should invite Shin Huali inside the room. Just as Hiyu turned around, Shin Huali stopped him coldly, "No need. My dad sent me to deliver fruit to you. Take it or leave it." "I'll definitely take it." Hiyu held Shin Huali's wheelchair firmly, apologizing humbly, "I spoke too loudly just now. I'm sorry." Shin Huali got goosebumps hearing such insincere words. "Let go. I'm leaving." Hiyu clung stubbornly, intentionally stalling for time by asking, "What will you do back there?" Shin Huali wanted to escape desperately and fabricated an excuse, "Nap." "Aren't you the type who doesn't nap?" Hiyu was well aware. "Starting now, I do." "In that case, I'll help out in your room and leave after you've fallen asleep." "Shin Huali, I don't want another breathing organism around me when I sleep." Hiyu pinched his nose lightly, even lowering his voice actively, "What if I breathe quietly?" Shin Huali. Obsessive nonsense. Expectantly, Hiyu awaited Shin Huali's approval. Shin Huali felt uneasy inside, quietly moving backward a few centimeters until his entire back pressed against the wheelchair with no way to retreat further, finally stopping. He looked up at Hiyu who was becoming increasingly peculiar. Shin Huali furrowed his brows, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Hiyu, take care of you." Shin Huali, "Did Gu Yen increase your salary?" Hiyu, "It has nothing to do with Gu Yen. I'm doing it voluntarily. Your parents have been so nice to me that I naturally want to find ways to repay them." Shin Huali, "They are equally kind to Chen Han." Hiyu's expression froze instantly for a moment, then he proudly lifted his chin and stubbornly persisted, "It's different, they are still more intimate with me. Even during meals, they mentioned being one family, which is enough to prove that in their hearts, he is much closer than Chen Han." This made him happy all noon. Facing Hiyu's clumsy performance, Shin Huali sighed softly and decided to come straight to the point, "What exactly do you want?" This odd state of the man had continued for half a week already, making people feel very uneasy. Hiyu trembled all over when asked this sharp question, as if Shin Huali had guessed his thoughts, suddenly becoming silent yet uncontrollably nervous and restless. He hesitated, not daring to look at the other person's face, with his ears blushing red from embarrassment. "Nothing." Saying that, he actively went around Shin Huali and sat on the side of the bed. Shin Huali turned his wheelchair and stared at Hiyu's messy hair from afar. "Is it related to me?" "Not." Shin Huali, "A hard to discuss problem?" "No." Shin Huali, his voice deepened, "A problem related to me that is hard to discuss, so are you thinking about quitting?" Hiyu pricked up his ears and hurriedly contradicted, "No. How could he possibly think about quitting? Caring for Shin Huali is much easier than serving Gu Yen, and he now finds joy in it." Shin Huali's black eyes remained unfathomable as he stared at Hiyu silently for quite a while. Hiyu thought the other party would stop speaking, just as he was about to raise his head and find some excuse to fool around. In that fleeting moment, Shin Huali's steady and calm voice suddenly sounded in his ear, the man sounding official as he asked him, "So are you in love with me?" Hiyu. Chapter 195, After the Discovery. Hiyu was caught off guard by Shin Huali's sharp question. His thoughts seemed to short-circuit, leaving his mind blank, and he even forgot how to breathe. Shin Huali clearly noticed the abnormality. He instinctively moved his wheelchair back a step. The coldness and aloofness on the man's face were mixed with disbelief. "Hiyu, are you serious?" Hiyu's heart raced like drums. His tongue felt tied, though his mind brimmed with ideas, yet he couldn't utter a coherent sentence after a long pause. Shin Huili had already lost all patience, finding Hiyu utterly absurd, feeling ice-cold all over. "Are you crazy?" Shin Huili tilted his head up, looking at Hiyu before him, retreating step by step until his wheelchair collided with the door with a clang, leaving no more room for retreat. Hiyu, startled by the loud sound, instinctively stood up to check if Shin Huili was injured, but Shin's cautious and uneasy expression froze him in place. Hiyu knew what Shin Huili feared, that he would be equated with Lu Siming. Suddenly overwhelmed with irritation, he grabbed his hair restlessly. "Does loving you necessarily mean I have to become a madman?" "But I'm not, Shin Huili." Hiyu let out a deep breath, seriously and voluntarily confessed, "I am now very clear and calm in my feelings for you." Shin Huili looked at him, silent for a long time. Without receiving a response, Hiyu slowly squatted down, voluntarily lowering his status to alleviate the pressure of being an alpha, like a little dog, gazing up at Shin Huili. "Huili, Huili," Hiyu softened and lowered his voice, pouring out all the words he had repeatedly pondered and wanted to say. "The psychiatrist told me. Although you seem composed at this moment, you're still unable to confront your past mistakes, trapped in memories, unable to break free. Hence, after regaining consciousness from surgery, you've been extremely distant towards everyone, completely closing off your inner self. The doctor also told me that the only way to counteract the shadow is to tear a hole in the dense dark cloud so that sunlight can shine through. I don't have the ability to become the light that shines into that crack and be the savior of your life movie, but haughtily, under the condition that you're willing and agree, I can try to lead you away from the shadow of those clouds. Shin has also warned me earlier this year, your current state doesn't trust unexpected feelings falling from the sky, but I am serious. I swear my affection for you doesn't contain any impurity. It grew slowly and genuinely from our daily interactions. If you need proof, I can transfer all my assets to your name, hand over all documents and resources to you, and give you full control over everything, including myself. You know I'm stupid, and this is the most secure method I could think of. As Shinhuili listened, his brows furrowed, his breathing suddenly accelerated, his chest rising and falling violently, his complexion turning ashen within moments. He acutely sensed Shinhuili's abnormality, hurriedly stepping forward to pat his back, quickly adding, "No, Huili, these words aren't meant for us to start dating or to gain any titles. Originally, I didn't plan to express myself so soon, but since you've already noticed, I'll admit it. I want to clarify that my feelings for you aren't trivial, and every word is carefully considered. You don't need to feel burdened or angry. If you dislike it, I won't mention it again in the future." You. Clutching his chest, Shinhuili's dramatic emotional fluctuations caused serious breathing problems, exhaling much more than inhaling, quickly showing signs of oxygen deficiency. His complexion worsened, pointing toward the door position and shouting loudly, "Get out. Now." Of course, he wouldn't obey his instruction and leave him alone. He immediately stood up straight, pushing Shinhuili's wheelchair swiftly to the garden terrace where air circulation was best, effectively alleviating Shinhuili's symptoms of suffocation. He rushed there heedless of others' strange looks. Pushing Shinhuili at a quick pace to the outdoor garden, he opened the window, allowing winter's cold breeze to flow in from the cracks, soothing Shinhuili's fear and unease. Shinhuili painfully curved his body, his forehead leaning against his wrist, listlessly collapsing on the wheelchair. He refused to use kind gestures for easing his breathing, using his fist to press against his chest in the wind, struggling hard to adjust his breath. After some time, his breathing finally stabilized to normal levels. The intense emotions gradually calmed down as well, but they were calmer than usual. It seemed like he had entered another extreme state. He, feeling uneasy, brought the pills prescribed by the psychologist and held a cup of warm water, squatting in front of him to gently coax, "Take the medicine first to relieve yourself. I've already called the doctor, who is on the way." "All right." Shinhuili knew that his heart felt much better after being exposed to the cold breeze, but his body still felt heavy as if filled with lead, lacking even the strength to lift his arms. Therefore, naturally, he did not take Hiyu's medicine. The latter thought Shinhuili was still upset about his sudden confession. He knelt before Shinhuili and carefully touched his fingers. "Don't punish yourself for my mistakes. It's my fault this time, and it won't happen again. Let's take the medicine first and wait for the doctor to check you over, okay?" Shinhuili remained motionless, utterly exhausted. Gazing far into the desolate snowscape outside the window, his voice was hoarse, rasping like rough sandpaper scraping against gravel. "Do I look like someone who desperately needs saving?" Hiyu's heart hung high in suspense, his throat dry. He wasn't sure what Shinhuili might be thinking and dared not open his mouth rashly. After a long moment, he lowered his voice and softly denied, "Huili, don't overthink. Hiyu said, it was presumptuous of me to say those things. It's not your problem." "Yes, it's not a problem." Shinhuili nodded slowly, pondering deeply. After a while, he used all his strength to reach out and take the medicine from Hiyu, swallowing the pills smoothly with the lukewarm water. "So, I guess I probably don't need anyone to save me either. Including Hiyu." He had once improperly managed his psychological issues by unloading all his stress onto Lu Siming, which led to an utter downfall. Now triggered by memories, everything seemed like a threat. When Hiyu suddenly confessed, his body reacted physically first, suffocation and dizziness followed closely behind. There was an unconscious urge to escape both this place and Hiyu himself. Shinhuili pressed his forehead against his hand, his expression heavy. "If there's nothing more to say, I hope you'll leave as soon as possible." A chill enveloped Hiyu's heart. He regretted thousands of times over revealing his feelings impulsively to Shinhuili, which resulted in the current situation. Hesitantly, he opened his mouth. "You take care of yourself. I'm fine alone, no need for two people." Shinhuili spoke clearly and rejected him just as explicitly. Hiyu could not possibly misunderstand that. Aware that he'd done something wrong, he slunk off dejectedly, closing the door firmly behind him as he left the small garden. He trudged off to find Shinjinian, recounting the whole incident and hoping Shinjinian would come by to look after Shinhuili. Shinjinian quickly rose without saying a word and left. As he watched Shinjinian's figure enter the garden and drag out a plastic chair to sit side by side with Shinhuili, they seemed to be exchanging casual conversation here and there. Hiyu retracted his gaze, finding his mind chaotic. Just as he wallowed in melancholy, a steaming cup of hot water was placed before him. The rising steam suddenly splashed onto his face, pulling his wandering thoughts back to the present. Gu Yan's voice drifted slowly. "Once bitten, 10 years wariness. This time, you were too eager for quick results. He looked up, his face full of remorse. He has already figured it out. Even if I deny it, it will only drive us further apart. Gradual estrangement is a process, always better than abrupt severance, Gu Yan remarked. That incident only happened 7 months ago. How can one recover so quickly from such trauma? He bowed his head, looking listless, his voice barely audible. It's my mistake. It was his fault, more than just a minor error. Besides neglecting Shen Huaili's psychological condition, there were significant problems with his words just now. With no romantic experience at all, his declaration was an unplanned draft entirely unprepared. Now reflecting on it, he indeed forced Shen Huaili too much. Speaking incessantly about proving his sincerity only ignored Shen Huaili's immediate feelings and gave him no time to react or accept them. His hasty barrage of declarations elicited such intense rejection from Shen Huaili, it was all his fault. He lay slumped on the table as if his soul had been sucked out, bitterly repenting. Gu Yan asked, what are you planning to do now? He clenched his icy palms, looking even more fragile than Shen Huaili. He must not want to see me again. But in the end, it's because of me that his heart ailment relapsed. Walking away now would make me appear heartless and ungrateful. As he continued speaking, he grew increasingly frustrated and slammed his face downward onto the table with a thud. What should I do, Gu Yan? So regretful, so overwhelmingly regretful. He would rather Shen Huaili reject him, and even punch him twice while cursing him for being shameless, than see Shen Huaili in such agony. He looked utterly disheartened like a frosted eggplant. What if I move out for a few days? Even if avoiding him doesn't erase my traces completely, at least he wouldn't be reminded so easily, just in case Huaili. Never mind, I'll move out. The primary goal right now was to help Shen Huaili detach from his conditioned reflexes. Gu Yan gazed distantly toward the environment outside the window. The snow is already a meter thick outside. Moving at this time might not be very convenient. My stuff isn't that much, packing up overnight should not be a problem. He straightened his body, leaning against the backrest with difficulty as he forced himself to stay upright. I've hired a doctor and caregiver to come home. Before returning to the country, please take good care of him on my behalf. Gu Yan said nothing. He had no better solution either. Staying would irritate Shen Huaili, but leaving would make it seem like running away irresponsibly. Either way, it wasn't a good choice. Before he could think too much, he had already stood up, his steps heavy as he walked toward his room. As he said, his belongings were indeed minimal. It only took 2 hours to pack everything up. He and the driver could carry them all in one go. Just as he was preparing to leave, he happened to bump into Shen Jinian coming out of Shen Huaili's room, carefully closing the door behind him. He waited for a moment, making sure the door was properly closed before stepping forward anxiously asking, is he alright? He's undergone psychological therapy and taken medication. Shen Jinian tilted his head toward Hiyu's back and asked, what are you doing here? Relocating? Yes, I'm worried he'd be upset if he saw me again. Yes, he needs some distance. Shen Jinian continued, the doctor said my brother is still recovering from trauma and shouldn't rush into another relationship so soon. This incident proves we weren't careful enough and let him discover something prematurely. It's mainly my fault, I didn't consult the psychologist first and went ahead with saying those things. Hiyu's eyes were sorrowful as he glanced toward Shen Huaili's room. For the things he dislikes hearing, there won't be a next time. That makes you really hard-working these past few days. Shen Jinian commented, my sister and I will arrange everyone's return as soon as possible. You can rejoin us when the time comes. It's okay, don't worry about me. I'll figure something out on my own. Hiyu patted Shen Jinian's shoulder. This time, I've wronged him, and I'll find a way to make amends. Shen Jinian watched as Hiyu suddenly seemed transformed into someone else. The man deftly shouldered his luggage, packing it all into the car, then left reluctantly step by step. Shen Jinian stood at the doorway, watching the man's car slowly drive away under the twilight. He felt something was off, as though this development was both reasonable and unreasonable at the same time. Unable to figure it out, Shen Jinian decided to let it go and returned indoors. Gu Yan put on a coat and draped it over Shen Jinian's shoulders. What did the doctor say? Not a big issue. He just needs 2 days of bed rest. Shen Jinian answered truthfully. With that, Gu Yan also relaxed. After this incident, Shen Huaili was directly promoted to the list of key protection. Since Hiyu had left, Shen Huaili's daily care fell onto his parents and the caregiver. Although Shen Huaili strongly demonstrated that he could manage on his own without any extra attention, the family insisted on keeping the caregiver anyway. Eventually, it turned out, this caregiver was indeed better off gone. He couldn't read Shen Huaili's expressions, nor did he understand Shen Huaili's quirky temperaments and preferences. During their period of adjustment, they exhausted each other to the point of complete exhaustion. The caregiver was driven nearly to tears twice within 3 days due to Shen Huaili's living habits. He would rather forfeit these few days' wages and quit, finding it impossible to serve such a high-demand client. Shen Jinian saw the poor fellow cry until his eyes were swollen and had no choice but to let him go. Watching the bedazzled substitute caregiver leave happily, Shen Jinian puzzled over Shen Huaili. Big brother, what strange requirements did you impose on him? Sitting in the wheelchair, Shen Huaili held a cup of hot water and sipped thoughtfully, nothing significant. After a pause, he added an explanation, I just instructed him on routine precautions. Shen Jinian clearly didn't believe him. Right then, Gu Yan handed over the phone. The page displayed the caregiver's resignation application, with the important part already highlighted and translated by Gu Yan. Shen Huili criticized the angle at which the caregiver placed his toothbrush and toothpaste, stating it was off by 5 degrees, messy, and lacked aesthetic appeal. He also complained that the caregiver's pheromone scent was too strong and had soaked into his clothes. However, Shen Jinian clearly remembered that the caregiver was a substitute for, meaning there should be no pheromones at all. On top of this, Shen Huili claimed the post-meal fruit had too much sugar and its arrangement lacked artistic sense. In the resignation letter, the caregiver tearfully wrote that he had checked Shen Huili's dietary records, showing the fruits he delivered were from the same batch Shen Huili had consumed before. Such complaints continued for over 3,000 words. Shen Jinian. He saw through Shen Huili's deliberate nitpicking. Never mind. For now, as long as Shen Huili was happy, it was fine to indulge him. Shen Jinian sighed and left with Gu Yan. After dinner, Shen Huili returned to his bedroom first, locking the door behind him as if to prove he didn't need any help and didn't come out again. Shen Jinian lay down at the stairwell entrance, exchanging glances with Gu Yan. After a moment of silence, Shen Jinian hesitantly spoke up, "Tonight. Can you sleep on the floor downstairs? Whatever Xiao Bao decides is fine with me, but won't it be inconvenient if you sleep alone?" Recently, Shen Jinian had been increasingly lazy. After waking up in the middle of the night, he would ask Gu Yan for water or other things. "No problem, I'm just unwilling to move, not incapable." Supporting his stomach, Shen Jinian gave Gu Yan a confident look. "Stay for one night, we'll adjust the strategy if anything happens tomorrow, okay?" Gu Yan lightly kissed his forehead. "All right." After deciding, they went upstairs together to arrange the bedding and necessities, placing them on the chaise lounge beside the fireplace. Gu Yan's tall figure made it very cramped to sleep there. Shen Jinian tried his best to fit another sofa together, his expression carrying some apology. "Sorry to trouble you, honey." Gu Yan carefully wrapped an arm around Shen Jinian's waist, one more kiss from Xiao Bao as a reward for enduring the discomfort. Shen Jinian wasn't particularly fond of such public displays of affection outdoors. After resisting slightly, and confirming that no one was watching, he finally relaxed. He moved forward, gently biting Gu Yan's lips. As the wet tongue grazed over his lips, Gu Yan stiffened instantly, standing completely still like a statue. Shen Jinian didn't notice anything unusual and took 2 steps back after finishing the kiss. "Good night, honey." When Gu Yan came back to his senses, Shen Jinian had already turned around and was about to leave. He immediately stood up and went to support him upstairs, which Shen Jinian didn't reject much either. Extra care during the first trimester was normal. When Gu Yan returned, he surprisingly found an unexpected visitor in the living room downstairs. Pausing his steps, he asked, "Why are you here?" He stretched out his limbs and stood in front of the blazing fireplace, letting the fire dispel the chill from his body. Upon hearing Gu Yan's voice, he quickly turned and sat on the couch, rubbing his palms to warm them and smiling as he said to Gu Yan, "This afternoon, I saw the caregiver leave, guessing that he didn't take good care, so I came over to check." "You saw that?" Gu Yan questioned curiously. "Where did you see?" He pointed north of the house. "I bought an assembled house and installed it in the nearby woods. It's very hidden, even Shen Huili couldn't find it." "Gu Yan. Are you stalking every day?" He immediately became unhappy. "Why do you speak like Shen Jinian?" "That's concern, not stalking." "What do you want to do?" I just want to take a look at him." Then, he pulled out 3 neatly folded A4 papers from his pocket. "By the way, these are Huili's living habits and some peculiar preferences. If I'm not around, you can refer to these, avoid mistakes. These are all based on previous experiences." Gu Yan opened it and took a quick glance. The paper was filled with tiny yet clear notes detailing Shen Huili's odd habits, far more meticulous than what he exhibited in his work, perhaps 10 times more thorough. Gu Yan accepted the papers. "All right, anything else?" "Yes." He eagerly stood up, sharing the plan he'd been holding back impatiently. "I'll go to the wardrobe from the back door after 12 o'clock, take a quick peek through the window, and come right back out." Gu Yan didn't refuse. Recently, Shen Huili took sleeping pills to assist with sleep before bed, and 12 o'clock was precisely when he fell into deep slumber. Gu Yan was confident he wouldn't get caught. However, he still felt compelled to warn him, "Don't disturb his rest." He tore open the information inhibitor patch and carefully stuck it onto his glands, making sure not a trace of pheromone would leak before giving the other person a thumbs up. "Don't worry." At 12:30, he emerged unscathed from Shen Huili's room. He had been cautious the entire time, not daring to make even a sound. Confirming Shen Huili's current state was good, he left the room with complete peace of mind. He patted Gu Yan on the shoulder. "Looks like he's recovering well and sleeping deeply. I'll come back and take another look tomorrow night." Gu Yan. He wasn't asking for his opinion, it was more of a verbal notification, not even waiting for Gu Yan to object as he went to pick up his coat from the sofa, prepared to leave. Gu Yan couldn't help but remind him, "There's still a high risk of exposure. Relax, I've used the suppressant patches, wore shoe covers, a hat, and gloves, not even a strand of hair will be left behind." He was confident. Equipped fully, he waved goodbye to Gu Yan. The next morning, Gu Yan anxiously and meticulously observed Shen Huili, relaxing only after confirming his behavior and expressions showed no signs of unusual awareness. At midnight, He still came according to their agreement, sneaking in secretly to check on Haughtily again. Before leaving, he handed Gu Yen a large bag of dried chrysanthemums and mulberries. I saw that his lips were a little dry cracked. He definitely hasn't been eating properly these days. Boil water and have Haughtily drink it. On the third day, He promptly arrived at the appointed time once more, furious and confronting Gu Yen. I finally know why he has so much heat. He's barely eating, just like feeding a kitten. It's strange he isn't sick. After venting, he started worrying, is the food not to his taste? From now on, I'll hire a nutritionist separately to cook. On the fourth day, He came again. This time more reckless, he brought many big and small packages of fresh local vegetables and snacks. He explained that due to the heavy snow, traveling became inconvenient, and he guessed Shinjinyan's supply of snacks must be running low, so he went far out to restock. Gu Yen. Why are you trying so hard to please my wife? He chuckled, once I win over Haughtily, we'll all be one family, so naturally I need to build rapport ahead of time. Gu Yen glanced at him with a serious face, reluctantly accepting, then the next day pretended they were his own purchases to please Shinjinyan. For several consecutive days. He would come secretly and leave an hour later, continuing until the planned date for Shinjinyan's return trip. Before this, they took Haughtily to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. The doctor said his recovery was unexpectedly positive and optimistic, allowing arrangements for the return trip, though regular follow-ups were needed. This good news filled the entire estate with an unprecedented sense of relaxation and ease. Except for Haughtily. Lately, he was often lost in thought, and no one knew exactly what he was pondering. It seemed like there was something on his mind he found hard to express. This state persisted even after returning home. Before Shinjinyan could realize anything abnormal, Haughtily proactively asked Gu Yen for company files, wanting to attempt taking them over again. After confirming with the doctor that his health was fine, everything was provided to Haughtily. Haughtily returned to the familiar realm he knew well, handling work-related issues with ease. Shinjinyan initially worried about tiring him out, but gradually realized he seemed to also control his workload intentionally, busy every day but not to the extent of burning the midnight oil or exhausting himself mentally. Naturally, there was no more spare time to space out. Life continued peacefully for 2.5 months. The Shin group made a triumphant comeback, stunning the business community for quite some time. Since then, Haughtily became famous, and anyone mentioning him inevitably had a mixture of awe and admiration on their face. In mid-May, Zhuang Ziyi and Chen Han's wedding took place as scheduled. In the end, the couple decided on a domestic wedding mainly because they were concerned that constant travel might tire Zhuang Ziyi too much. Also, considering Zhuang Ziyi's special family relations, Chen Han only invited his parents and close friends to attend the wedding ceremony. However, his parents ultimately did not show up at the scene but sent 2 heavy red envelopes instead, giving them to Zhuang Ziyi as their acknowledgement. Fortunately, both Chen Han and Zhuang Ziyi had enlightened minds and didn't let it bother them too much. They played and enjoyed themselves as per the planned schedule. Shinjinyan brought Shin Mingzhao to give the newlyweds their wedding rings. Gu Rong even caught Zhuang Ziyi's bouquet. Even Haughtily was invited to give a speech on stage with blessings recorded throughout the event capturing countless warm wishes from everyone present. The wedding lasted until midnight. Zhuang Ziyi and Shinjinyan, feeling unwell, were taken back to their room early to rest. However, the venue still buzzed with friends not yet ready to call it a night. As such, Haughtily had no choice but to temporarily replace Chen Han in overseeing the event. Unluckily, today's proceedings did not appear as tranquil as expected. 10 minutes after Chen Han left, the venue grew increasingly raucous. Initially, Haughtily thought the guests had simply become too immersed in their games and lost themselves in excitement. But when he heard sharp, angry curses and saw several men dressed in security uniforms rush into the hall, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, Haughtily could already tell who this intruder was. He slowly maneuvered his wheelchair toward the commotion, sneering coldly, "You can't even control a drunken lunatic? That speaks volumes about how watered down your security is." Just then, the tardy security captain overheard Haughtly's remark and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, quickly calling over more personnel to subdue the man while repeatedly apologizing. "Sorry, Mr. Shen. It just so happened we were switching shifts, and we overlooked this guy slipping in by mistake." "Save those excuses for your manager," Haughtily cut in sharply. He turned his head toward the stranger now enraged to the point of facial distortion, and gestured at him lightly with his hand, his tone icy and commanding. "He's creating a disturbance. Take him straight to the police station." The man resisted. Fueled by alcohol, his strength multiplied beyond normal bounds. Like a rabid dog gone berserk, he proved impossible to drag away, bellowing ferociously at Haughtily. "Who the hell do you think you are, some damn mutt trying to boss me around? Where's Zhuang Ziyi? Tell him to face me." "He won't come out," Haughtily replied flatly, his expression chilling into an abyss of indifference. His voice carried a weighty aura that seemed to suffocate the atmosphere, "and neither will you once you're inside. You're full of crap." The man panted heavily, lunging forward toward Haughtly's wheelchair before being held back tightly. Onlookers nearby found the scene akin to watching clowns in a circus, snickering derisively. "I see it clearly now, this guy, who acts like an obedient dog, is envious because his ex-wife remarried and humiliated him. A friend snickered nastily, well, even if you scream till daybreak, Zhuangzi won't hear you. He's got precious health issues to take care of now, plus considering the little baby, he's long home enjoying honeymoon pleasures. Shut up. You're full of crap. That single sentence ignited a deep sense of injustice and rage within the man. Painful memories began flooding his mind, cutting deeply into his remaining shreds of dignity. Red-eyed fury took over him instantly. Madly flailing without plan or purpose, he struggled violently, reaching for anything on the ground he could use as a weapon. By pure coincidence, he happened to be near where the guests had been drinking and playing games, leaving broken glassware scattered across the carpet. In the heat of his struggle, he managed to grab hold of an empty wine bottle. With astonishing speed, he swung it forcefully, aiming directly at the security guard restraining his arm. Blood spurted instantly from the security guard's temple. The sudden violence unfolded in mere seconds. With unexpected strength and speed, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, he seized another empty wine bottle and hurled it with all his might toward Haughtily. Despite appearing completely unhinged, his aim remained terrifyingly precise. The bottle hurtled directly toward Haughtily's forehead. Haughtily wasn't quick enough to maneuver his wheelchair out of the way. Just as the bottle was about to smash into his forehead, a shadow appeared suddenly before him, shielding him entirely. Bang! The man clenched his jaw in pain, emitting a stifled groan. A second later, recovering his composure, he angrily shouted at the surrounding security personnel, "What the hell are you useless buffoons doing standing there idly for? Are you waiting for this drugged-up psycho to counterattack and ruin you? Do you have brains made of straight colons? Even my dog would have done better than you lot." As he spoke with growing agitation, Hiyu involuntarily touched the wound on his back and tried to move. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body, making him suck in a cold breath. "SSSS, if I so much as get a scratch, every single one of you hotel staff will be paying through the nose until you're down to your undies." Haughtily grabbed his arm, signaling for him not to move. "An ambulance has been called." Hiyu immediately calmed down, stepping back twice to maintain a safe distance from Haughtily, scanning him anxiously for any wounds. Worriedly, he asked, "Are you okay?" "As you can see." "Thank goodness you're fine," Hiyu sighed with relief, but then angrily clenched his fists the next second. There's no need to provoke such ruffians, it would have been far more effective just to give him 2 good punches. It all boiled down to the security personnel being useless, they couldn't control a drugged-up drunkard who almost hurt Haughtily if it weren't for his timely arrival. "How are you?" Haughtily asked. Hiyu was unexpectedly moved by the other's concern, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. "I'm alright, a single blow won't cause problems, SSS, but it's a bit cold." "Haughtily, don't move. We'll go to the emergency room in a while." Hiyu obediently followed orders, standing still in front of him without daring to move, like a kindergarten child who had been criticized, feeling bot-hand trying to be good. Neither of them mentioned the incident that day. Hiyu also sensed that Haughtily seemed content to let bygones be bygones. Secretly delighted, Hiyu felt as though the ache from the bottle hitting his back had lessened significantly. But still, the hospital visit was unavoidable. To Hiyu's surprise, Haughtily followed wordlessly onto the ambulance and stayed with him through the examination. However, after receiving the test results, Haughtly's expression visibly darkened, his demeanor becoming ominous. Hiyu sat on the bed in the examining room, tilting his head to comfort him. "It's all right, I barely feel the pain anymore." "Haughtily, scapular fracture." Hiyu instantly froze. "Huh?" Haughtily showed him the test results. "The doctor said we can opt for surgery or conservative treatment, but the latter requires longer recovery time." "Longer recovery time?" Hiyu's dark eyes rolled quickly, and without hesitation, chose the latter. "I don't want surgery." Haughtily did not interfere with his choice, discuss the specifics with the doctor. Hiyu lay face down on the bed, slightly nodding his head. Just as their voices fell silent, the doctor happened to push the door open and cut straight to the point, giving Hiyu a detailed explanation of the 2 options Haughtily had raised earlier, emphasizing the pros and cons. Conservative treatment required longer immobilization of the shoulder and arm, while surgery was more complicated. Hiyu chose decisively again. "I want the conservative treatment." "Doctor, in case of conservative treatment, you'll have to keep your shoulders and arms immobilized for several months, and since it's your right side, someone definitely needs to take care of you." After these words were spoken, an awkward silence fell over the examining room. The air around them seemed to freeze solid, even the sound of breathing was imperceptible, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, Hiyu prepared to clear his throat to break this impasse, only to find that Haughtily coincidentally opened his mouth at the same time, and beat him to it. "I will make the arrangements." "I will make the arrangements." Haughtily personally making arrangements. Arrangements to take care of him. Hiyu was ecstatic inside, sweet as honey and filled with joy. That bit of awkwardness and pain secretly transformed into excitement and happiness, silently celebrating within his heart, more exhilarating than winning a few $1 million out of nowhere. Overwhelmed with happiness, his body started trembling uncontrollably. When his movement affected the wound, he instinctively drew in a sharp breath of pain, tears welling up in his eyes, making them shimmer. SSSS. Seeing the patient's pitiful and trembling reaction, the doctor intervened urgently. "Does it hurt?" "Don't move. The nurse will bring supports to help you wear shortly." He, pale-faced, looked at Shenhuili with a pitiful expression. It hurts now. The doctor, with an attitude implying he'd foreseen this happening. Now you know the pain, do you really have to fight when life is going well? He blurted out impulsively, I won't start it unless provoked, but naturally, I must stand my ground against threats. The doctor, young man, you're still too hot-headed. Family members should avoid conflicts leading to fractures like this. He. That's odd. What, family? He and that lousy man were certainly not family. He looked blankly at Shenhuili, as if silently asking whether he had any clue about what the doctor had said. Fortunately, Shenhuili's comprehension was more than 3 times stronger than He's. From the very first sentence of the doctor's explanation, he vaguely guessed the misunderstanding, that they were mistaken as family members. And even worse, the doctor assumed Shenhuili had physically abused He within marriage. With unflinching calmness, Shenhuili spoke up to clarify their relationship straightforwardly, we are victims, not family. He's fleeting joy abruptly came to a halt. The doctor became instantly confused and deeply awkward, He quickly apologized, sorry, just now when I heard from the nurse that you two came after fighting, I thought it was, well, that they were family. Both of them being handsome men, as modern young girls might say, a perfect match aesthetically. He let out a forced, ha-ha laugh twice, changing the subject immediately, when will the nurse come? It really hurts. Very soon, she'll be here in a moment. The doctor refocused on his professional duties instead of engaging further in casual conversation. Without delay, he stood up to wash his hands, disinfect them, and put on disposable gloves as previously mentioned. Just as the doctor predicted. The nurse arrived swiftly with a set of abduction braces. After conducting basic wound cleaning for Hiyu, she used the brace to stabilize his right arm, strictly warning him not to move randomly or the bones could grow incorrectly. Hiyu quickly assured her, got it. The doctor instructed, eat light food once you're home, remember not to overexert yourself, avoid staying up late, and most importantly, it'd be best to have someone care for your daily needs. After all, if the fracture doesn't heal well, it can be quite troublesome. Hiyu nodded vigorously, agreeing. Regardless of the illness, these points were familiar by heart, especially since he had meticulously taken care of Shenhuili before. After seeing the doctor and finishing the payment formalities, Shenhuili headed straight toward the parking lot on the B1 level. Behind him, Hiyu pushed the man's wheelchair one-handed and suddenly broke into a foolish chuckle. Between the two of them, one had an injured leg while the other had a disabled arm, together they didn't add up to a complete body. Their condition was pitiful to behold. Shenhuili glanced coldly at him but said nothing in the end. Without him speaking, Hiyu jumped ahead, perplexed as he followed Shenhuili's guided route and asked, where are we going? Shenhuili, my place. Chapter 196, Epilogue, refusing to leave. The pain in Hiyu's shoulder gradually faded, his heart racing at an unprecedented speed. The only sound he could hear was the pounding of his own heartbeat. He even began to doubt whether he had misheard what he just heard. Can I go to your place too? Hiyu asked nervously. I only called one driver. Shenhuili's attitude changed significantly. At least now, he could say a few more words to Hiyu candidly, if you don't want to, you can take a taxi and leave. Willing, of course I'm willing. Besides, my phone card holder fell at the wedding site, so I couldn't call a taxi anyway. I'll have to bother you for staying over tonight. Hiyu was beaming with joy. Taking advantage of Shenhuili's lack of attention, he formatted his phone and quietly threw it into the corner trash can, rounding out the fib that he carelessly told. The car waited diagonally opposite the elevator, quite a distance away. However, there weren't many vehicles coming or going at this time, making the underground parking lot eerily quiet, as if isolated from the world by some barrier. The only sounds were the faint squeaks of the wheelchair rubbing against the ground. It made Hiyu acutely aware, in every real sense, that the person he was pushing was truly Shenhuili, not a mirage from his dreams or some intangible figment of imagination. He couldn't help but grin, acting somewhat neurotic. Afraid passers-by might think he escaped from a mental hospital, Hiyu forced himself to suppress these uncontrollable muscle reactions. Soon, they got into the car. The night traffic was surprisingly good, almost like heaven itself was celebrating with him, giving them green lights all the way. The home Shenhuili referred to was the house where he lived alone. Situated in the bustling city center, it was originally purchased to minimize commuting time, allowing him to focus on work. Thus, at that time, there had been no plan for future scenarios where bringing someone home would be possible. Looking at the sole bedroom and the single oversized soft bed here, Hiyu's heart beat wildly up to his throat. He resembled a new bride, merely gazing at the matrimonial bed was enough to redden her ears discreetly. His thoughts flew aimlessly in the clouds, indulging in a soft dream even while awake. There's a foldable bed at my place. Shenhuili came out holding a new set of 4-piece bedding. He maneuvered the wheelchair toward the study door, turned back, and demonstrated how to unfold the hidden bed within the sofa. You can sleep here tonight. Hiyu's daydreams quickly shifted from clear skies to cloudy, then abruptly became an icy, thunderous downpour. He stood there for a moment without moving, his eyes fixated on the small bed which seemed to magically appear before his eyes. He felt the air around his nose become thinner, causing darkness to flash before his eyes repeatedly. Attentive as Shenhuili was, he could perceive subtle changes in Hiyu's expression with just a glance, kindly offering Hiyu plan B, if you don't want to sleep, you can go home immediately. The taxi fare will count as tonight's thank you gift. I don't mind, this bed is perfectly fine. To prove he wasn't picky, Hiyu immediately sat down and bounced slightly on it. There was still a trace of pure pheromone scent left on the soft sofa bed. It was Shenhuai's alpha pheromone smell. He could imagine Shenhuai leaning against the sofa after tiring days of work, resting his neck lightly against the backrest, brushing over the sensitive gland leaving subtle traces of pheromones. Sniffing the delicate fragrance, Hiyu felt quite content. Good, then rest well, Shenhuai said, I'll hire a nurse tomorrow. Nurse? Hiyu hesitated for a second before regaining his composure and quickly rejecting the idea, my other hand can still move freely, there's no need to hire a nurse. Hire a nurse. If a nurse was hired, wouldn't he then be sent home, never seeing Shenhuai again? Shenhuai, can you buy groceries and cook with one hand? Can you take a shower and dress yourself? Hiyu couldn't refute his reasoning, unable to make Shenhuai wash and prepare food for him, and therefore reluctantly responded, then who will take care of you? Shenhuai, I can do it myself. His body had recovered significantly recently, and a pair of crutches was added to his household recently. He could try standing for a few minutes, even though the duration was short, but it was sufficient for ordinary daily needs. Hiyu was still incredulous upon hearing this. Having taken care of Shenhuai habitually, it was hard for him to imagine how Shenhuai had managed to live independently during this period. Hiyu didn't know where he had summoned the courage and strength from, yet with overwhelming decisiveness, he snatched Shenhuai's phone and recalled the message about asking his assistant to hire a caregiver. How can you live alone? The doctor said that you'll need someone's care until your full recovery. Since you don't like having strangers around the house, I can move in and take care of you. Is that okay? Wait a second. Without even uttering a single word, Shenhuai had been fully outmaneuvered by Hiyu, who unilaterally decided everything without consulting him again. Hiyu observed Shenhuai's expression anxiously and tensely. Sensing something was off, he immediately took a step back and placed himself in the lowest position. I just came up with this plan out of concern for you. You can directly refuse if you don't want me here, I'll think of some other way. Will you take care of me? Shenhuai sat face to face with him, examining Hiyu closely with his eyes, then paused when they fell on his injured shoulder before slowly withdrawing his gaze, and starve me to death. If I can't cook, I can order takeaway. For things you cannot conveniently get downstairs, I can fetch them for you. Even delivering work messages at the company would be no problem. What about you? Shenhuai asked. Hiyu, I can hire a caregiver to look after myself. Shenhuai, nonsense. Don't abandon common sense while scheming like that. Shenhuai started ignoring him, give me my phone back and go to sleep. Though filled with disappointment, Hiyu still raised his hand to return the phone to Shenhuai slowly. He didn't dare defy the other party, fearing another overstep might force them apart in time and space once more. Fortunately, there wasn't any sign of anger from Shenhuai, who also permitted Hiyu to continue staying on the sofa bed in the study. That night, Hiyu slept very soundly. However, he still made sure to wake up early. His arm was immobilized, so he couldn't prepare breakfast. Plus, the food he usually cooked tasted quite unappetizing. As he prepared to use his phone to order a meal, he suddenly remembered that he had discarded it. Fine, he had discarded it anyway, but he had not a penny of cash on him. This sudden realization left him feeling crushed, as if wilting into an limp eggplant. After being slightly depressed for a moment, he still resolutely stepped outside. 7:30 a.m. When Shenhuai emerged from the bedroom, he immediately saw Hiyu clumsily and painstakingly transferring the takeout box meals into plates in the open kitchen. The scalding soup splashed onto his hands, making him suck in a cold breath of pain but too afraid to cry out, instead furiously blowing on the scalded area while turning his body. The wheelchair rolled silently over the carpet. When Shenhuai appeared behind him, Hiyu was startled, his back instinctively stiffening. As he recovered from the shock, realizing Shenhuai cared about him, Hiyu felt like he had plunged into a pot of honey. He rejoiced, I have tough skin, it'll stop hurting soon. Did you buy these dishes? Shenhuai scanned over, noticing the variety, which covered his large kitchen island generously. Yes, I got up early to buy them downstairs. Shenhuai, didn't you lose your mobile wallet? Where did the money come from? Hiyu confessed unabashedly, I sold my watch. Your neighborhood has excellent location, and the neighbors are all highly educated and experienced people. This morning, I easily sold it to an elderly gentleman as a collection item. Upon hearing this, Shenhuai immediately frowned. Although he hadn't paid attention to Hiyu's watch, based on this description, it must not only have been extremely expensive but also possessed high collector's value, its worth far surpassing monetary terms. Are you crazy? Shenhuai subconsciously tapped the table, how much deposit did you receive? It's not too late to go get it back now. Hiyu, I received an 800 yuan deposit. Shenhuai. He pulled out a stack of banknotes from his own bag and pushed it toward Hiyu, this breakfast I can cover as well. There's no need to incur unnecessary obligations. He disliked and didn't need this kind of repayment that weighed heavily on the conscience. It's fine, I originally planned to sell that watch anyway. Today, the old man and I hit it off, so I just sold it to him. It won't greatly affect my life, Hiyu explained. These words completely blocked any further intervention from Shen Haughtily, cutting off any opportunity for further questioning. Shen Haughtily stopped pursuing the matter further. Instead, he simply accepted the utensils he handed over and started preparing to eat breakfast without hesitation. In the afternoon, Shen Jinian and Zhuang Ziyi's families came together, mainly to take care of Shen Haughtly's physical condition as well as to visit the other patient. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing He Yu still full of life. Zhuang Ziyi insisted on covering all of He Yu's medical expenses and had arranged for a caregiver even before coming. He Yu clarified that his injuries weren't severe, declining for quite a while, until eventually dismissing the caregiver altogether. In fact, he had considered hiring one yesterday, but after quietly sharing breakfast with Shen Haughtily this morning, that thought was completely cast aside. Relying, man, this was such a great opportunity to pursue someone. How could he let a caregiver interrupt it? However, the others didn't understand his twisted little thoughts. They silently observed the two patients for half a day, making sure they were fine before finally agreeing to dine together for dinner and then leaving with peace of mind. The gathering broke up too late. Without a phone or money, He Yu had no choice but to stay over at Shen Haughtly's place once again. As usual, he went to the study, unfolded the bed, and nestled in Shen Haughtly's blankets, falling soundly asleep. Day 3, Day 4, Day 20. He Yu lingered for a total of 20 days, during which he fully adapted to living with one arm and managed to effortlessly take care of Shen Haughtly's daily needs. Just as he was deeply lost in this wonderful life, an extremely important event occurred in the Shen family. Shen Jinian's wedding. Shen Jinian had originally planned to wait until next year when his body would be fully recovered to have the ceremony, but Gu Yan, who seemed perpetually anxious, pressured him more than anyone else. Not only did Gu Yan experience consecutive insomnia, but also incessant nausea, visibly losing weight around the eyes. In the end, he decided to move the wedding forward, publicly announcing his love in front of friends and family, giving Gu Yan the reassurance he needed. This decision was agreed upon by everyone. Thus, Shen Haughtily started busying himself with the arrangements for Shen Jinian's wedding. Having always been in charge of planning his younger brother's birthdays since childhood, this time unexpectedly became the main force behind the wedding planning. From the overall process down to the placement of every single balloon, everything needed his personal touch. Shen Haughtily poured his entire focus into it, staying cooped up in the study day after day, forgetting both food and drink. During his busy times, even He Yu's intentional clingy behavior went unnoticed. This continued for half a month without pause. Seeing the dark circles under Shen Haughtly's eyes, He Yu approached with a cup of honey water, heartbroken and reluctant, trying to persuade him, should I invite a few wedding planners to help brainstorm? Shen Haughtily accepted the water but never took his eyes off the computer screen. No need, it's almost wrapped up. There's still a month until the wedding, we have plenty of time, there's no need to exhaust yourself like this. Even Jinian would feel guilty if he knew. My own brother deserves my undivided attention. Shen Haughtily raised the cup again, drank it all in one gulp, and then pushed the empty cup towards He Yu. Take it away. Helpless against Shen Haughtly's stubbornness, He Yu had no choice but to carry the cup out first. Half an hour later, when he pushed the door open again. Sure enough, Shen Haughtily had already fallen asleep on the desk. His breathing was steady, and even shaking his shoulders produced no reaction. Now finally assured, He Yu stepped forward and adjusted Shen Haughtly's position, allowing him to lean comfortably on the wheelchair. He successfully wheeled him out of the study to the bedroom, where he carefully carried him to the bed using only one hand. Operating with just one hand was exhausting. After finishing, He Yu was drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling sharply as he panted heavily, frozen in his last position. Bent over, with his arm propped up on the bedside, he hung his head and quietly gazed at Shen Haughtily, who was deep in sleep. With a soft voice, he apologized, I'm sorry, I mixed your sleeping aid medicine into the honey water. I don't approve of you working tirelessly day and night. Loving others begins with loving oneself. Sleep well, Haughtily. With that said, he instinctively leaned in to kiss Shen Haughtly's forehead. But just as he was about a centimeter away, he abruptly restrained himself. Instead, He Yu placed his healthy left hand over Shen Haughtly's forehead and lightly kissed his own palm. After gazing at Shen Haughtily a few more times with obsession, he finally left the master bedroom with reluctance. The subtle sound of the door closing echoed through the bedroom. In the darkness, Shen Haughtly's eyes gleamed with clarity, observing all of He Yu's small movements. It was just like that evening months ago when he had forgotten to take his sleeping aid medication. With the faint light from the bedside lamp, he clearly saw He Yu sneak through the snowstorm into his room, rearranging everything according to his preferences before quietly sneaking out again. Today was no different. That dosage of medication was only enough to make him rest briefly, it was far from enough to send him into a deep sleep. Chapter 197, Postscript. In the end, He Yu still took the risk of being thrown out and forcibly interrupted Shen Haughtly's work. On the eve of Shen Jinian's wedding, he went to the hospital for a follow-up examination again. The good news was that after nearly 2 months of rest, the bones had recovered significantly, and the plaster could be completely removed. However, he still couldn't lift heavy objects. That was fine, at least it meant better care for Shen Haughtily. Early June. Shen Jinian and Gu Yan's wedding came as scheduled. The venue was chosen according to Shen Jinian's preference, a quaint yet romantic small-town church abroad where the wedding was held. The weather was exceptionally fine on the day of the wedding, the warm sun enveloped the newlyweds radiating happiness. He sat beside Shenhuaili, secretly clutching a packet of tissues in his hand, worried that he might not have tissues if Shenhuaili started crying when he saw Shinjinian later. But he underestimated Shenhuaili. Throughout the event, the man looked extremely relaxed and satisfied. Even during the handwritten love letter segment from Gu Yan, Shenhuaili remained calm and unperturbed in his chair, which made others think he was silently opposing this marriage. He didn't fully understand Shenhuaili's thoughts. He carefully leaned closer, whispering, "Are you feeling unwell?" Shenhuaili slowly turned his head, looking at him with confusion. "What? Why do you look unhappy?" "Shenhuaili, there are too many people." Oh. He understood, it was indeed about maintaining the billionaire boss persona. His heart, which had been suspended, finally returned to normal as he focused on observing Shinjinian and Gu Yan's wedding. Thoughtfully, he recorded it on his phone and sent segments to Shenhuaili for later viewing. Since Shenhuaili had to maintain appearances now, they could return home later and let him relive the memories of the video more freely. He recorded for an entire hour. Due to Shinjinian's physical condition, the ceremony wasn't particularly long. But every moment was essential, carefully selected by Shinjinian and Gu Yan themselves, touching and tear-jerking, making one inevitably yearn to become the main character in such a wedding, immersed in the same kind of happiness as today. He subtly observed Shenhuaili's reaction. It seemed, there wasn't any noticeable reaction. Forget it. Once bitten, twice shy. As Gu Yan said, time was too short. Soon, Shinjinian and Gu Yan were raising their glasses in a toast, though only Gu Yan toasted while Shinjinian drank milk tea. Shenhuaili ultimately lost his composure here, unable to resist drinking several cups. All the wine served at the banquet were treasures he had kept for years, specifically taken out from the wine cellar on Shinjinian's wedding day to celebrate. After a few cups, the strong alcohol immediately clouded his brain. Fortunately, the alcohol content wasn't severe, and Shenhuaili, having honed his tolerance over years of business dealings, was far from getting drunk enough to lose consciousness. He maintained clarity of mind and kept up his refined demeanor, strictly controlling the entire wedding process on behalf of his younger brother, afraid that history would repeat itself with a madman suddenly interrupting. Thankfully, none of his fears materialized. The wedding ended perfectly. Accompanied by Shenhuaili drove back to their hotel suite, temporarily sharing the same suite but different bedrooms, which allowed to continue caring for Shenhuaili. Shenhuaili wasn't overly resistant to this arrangement. The relationship between the two gradually eased, although topics related to emotions still couldn't be brought up in front of Shenhuaili without triggering uncontrollable reactions. Worried, privately consulted Shenhuaili's psychologist, who was also at a loss and informed him of the worst-case scenario. There was a high probability that Shenhuaili's psychological trauma could never be completely eradicated. In other words, their relationship might forever stagnate at this current stage. Even if Shenhuaili harbored some favorable feelings toward him, they wouldn't be able to cross that thin barrier. Moreover, Shenhuaili couldn't endure another blow. The psychologist advised him, if you're not determined to stick with this road until the bitter end, then don't mess with him. Leaning against the balcony railing, he slightly pressed down on the burning ash, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke that merged into the dark blue wind. "I get it. Psychologist, since you figured it out, just stay by his side as a friend. If Mr. Shen doesn't take the initiative to break through this relationship, you mustn't bring it up either." He nodded twice. "All right, I'll take him to undergo psychological counseling after we return to the country in 2 days. You go ahead, I need to cook." The doctor's voice heightened in surprise as if he'd just heard some shocking news. "You can cook now? What's wrong? Don't you know pursuing someone requires sincerity?" He said, "Moreover, we still have several more decades ahead. Anyway, I don't want him to eat food cooked by other men every day. So even chefs make you jealous?" "Shut up. You're speaking nonsense." It wasn't that he was jealous of the chef, it was just that he always felt the takeaway meals lacked a bit of thoughtfulness. Plus, he had recently signed up for a cooking class and was confident that with serious study, his culinary skills wouldn't be bad. He was full of confidence. After Shinjinian and Gu Yan's wedding ended, he couldn't wait to invite a teacher home for personal tutoring and also signed up for baking and massage courses at the same time. He noticed how often Gu Yan made desserts for Shinjinian and how Shenhuaili occasionally would take a bite too, seemingly not disliking them. Buoyed by this observation, he enthusiastically spent each day immersed in the kitchen trying out new recipes, gradually evolving from burning meat daily into mastering how to stir-fry a dish of vegetables with normal coloration within half a month. Now, after 2 months, he was even advancing to carving flowers on radishes. He would seize opportunities when Shenhuaili was available to invite him to try his dishes. Despite unavoidable instances of vomiting during the beginning stages, later on, he surprisingly received high praise. He knew Shenhuaili was deliberately being lenient with him. Nevertheless, an indescribable joy bubbled inside him. This surely meant Shenhuaili had entirely let go of whatever happened during winter, truly moving past it all. Living together as friends with mutual support grew increasingly harmonious. He found satisfaction in their current state, which was further boosted by Shenhuaili's multiple hospital follow-up checkups where doctors consistently expressed astonishment over his remarkable physical and psychological recovery compared to ordinary people. Mid-October, morning. Shenhuaili woke abruptly after receiving a phone call. His heart filled with unease, he rushed to Hiyu's room and shook the still sleeping person awake. Before Hiyu could fully wake up, clothes came flying from nowhere and smacked against his head. Haughtily urged, "Hurry up and get dressed, we're going to the hospital." Still drowsy, Hiyu began dressing while puzzled, asking, "What happened?" Realization struck like lightning before he finished speaking. "Is it Shinjinian?" "Yes, Shinjinian fell and is experiencing abdominal and back pain. Gu Yan has already sent her there. Quickly prepare, we need to be there before 8. Daring no longer to delay, Hiyu immediately sat upright, entering the bathroom for a quick wash without any prompting from Haughtily. Within 20 minutes, they were both completely ready. He brought along a travel bag, stuffing it with various instant breakfast items and medications Haughtily needed to take daily. Driving towards the hospital, half an hour later they arrived just as Shinjinian exited the operating room. It appeared she had fallen quite hard. Her alpha complexion was pale, her brows tightly knitted even under the influence of anesthesia. Gu Yan swiftly followed behind the doctor, anxiously questioning about Shinjinian's condition. Underneath his glasses, the doctor's eyes relaxed significantly, his tone becoming lighter. "The patient's status is good. Families can rest assured. After the younger brother completes registration, the nurse will carry him to the ward." Not caring about anything related to brothers or sisters, Gu Yan firmly gripped Shinjinian's hand, his full attention fixed on staying beside Shinjinian while awaiting her awakening from the anesthetic. The incident left him shaken. Bloodstains still lingered on the edges of his clothing, uncleaned. As if struck on the head with a heavy club, a chill ran through him, and even his soul seemed to tremble. When he glanced at Shinjinian again, his vision started to blur. "Did you cry?" A warm hand lightly grazed his cheek. The finger wiped away a tear trembling on his chin before heavily returning to the bed. The anesthetic effects had worn off Shinjinian, but her body hadn't yet recovered much. Just one movement had drained her of all her energy. Gu Yan quickly pressed the call button, summoning the doctor for basic health checks. After a flurry of activity, they confirmed Shinjinian was physically well. In fact, from certain aspects, checking wasn't even necessary. Once awake, Shinjinian incessantly teased Gu Yan for secretly shedding tears, acting as if she'd caught him doing something wrong, too excited to focus on her own discomfort. Gu Yan tightly held on to Shinjinian, allowing her ridicule for what felt like years. Until the following October. The first birthday banquet for Gu Mingchen and Chen Anha. The two children were born less than 8 hours apart, so it was agreed that since their birthdays were so close, they might as well combine their first birthday celebrations. This event was also planned by Haughtily, and compared to the wedding, the atmosphere this time was much more lively. Not to mention, the two little babies were so cute and obedient that everyone who saw them couldn't help but adore them. An essential part of the schedule was the fortune-telling activity. Mai Dong obediently helped his father arrange the venue, running back and forth unsteadily and placing all the objects on a round small carpet before cheerfully calling out for his father to carry his younger brother over. Gu Mingchen, although small in size, wasn't shy at all despite being surrounded by dozens of people. He was particularly interested in the abacus made of gold and used his chubby little hands to move the beads, giggling as he listened to the sound produced by the collision of metals. His eyes curved into crescents in happiness. Chen Han's and Zhuang Zi's little daughter appeared much more gentle in comparison. The baby carefully selected for a long time, then crawled with effort, clutching the crystal-clear jade ring firmly and stretching her tiny hand towards Zhuang Zi, making an effort to send it to him. Shinjinian let out two tsk sounds and leaned close to Gu Yan's ear. "Look at other people's babies. This one, so small, already knows how to respect his dad. It's just like an angel come to offer gratitude." Gu Yan replied, "Then I'll melt his abacus tomorrow and make you some gold jewelry." Shinjinian exclaimed incredulously, "So cruel." Gu Yan smiled, "Mingchen is paying respect to you." Shinjinian secretly gave Gu Yan a punch with her hand hidden inside her sleeves, but Gu Yan just chuckled and patted her head. The crowd was bustling. A photographer standing at the back waved his hand high, shouting loudly, "All relatives and friends can gather together for a group photo." Shinjinian gave him a look. "You go and carry the babies." Gu Yan did exactly as he was told, holding the two chubby babies one on each side, accompanying Shinjinian to the photography area to take commemorative pictures. Haughtily was pushed forward by Hiyu and positioned appropriately. After the cameraman had arranged everything, Hiyu voluntarily stepped aside, standing among the crowd and gazing intently at Haughtly's profile. After 2 flashes of the flashbulb, Haughtly suddenly turned his head and looked at him, his tone serious, asking, "Do you want to come too?" "I am just Gu Yan's cousin." Since the ones taking the photo were direct family members, if he joined in, he would feel out of place, so he would wait until the big group photo later, giving him a chance to mix into Haughtly's vicinity. Haughtly didn't press further and continued to follow the photographer's instructions, changing locations and poses, and taking photos with a few kids separately. During this time, Hiyu remained hidden in the corner, using his phone to record videos and gently watching his beloved person through the screen. Every frame was meticulously preserved without missing any moment. Suddenly, Haughtly's gaze met his own on the screen. Controlling his wheelchair himself, Haughtly approached closer and closer. When he stopped less than half a meter away from Hiyu, his heart started pounding wildly, and the noisy background sound seemed to have been put on pause in an instant. All he could hear was his heartbeat and Shenhuili's crisp voice, "I will give you 1 day's opportunity to become a relative, do you wish to join?" He froze, his mind going blank. In the next moment, fireworks of various colors suddenly erupted. He couldn't care less about whether the camera lens had deviated from Shenhuili's image, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He was afraid of missing even a second of this precious moment, even if it were an illusion. His eye corners turned slightly red with the blush of joy as he nodded furiously, "I do. I do. Even if it's just for a day. 1 day is enough." Trembling violently, he managed to stand beside Shenhuili near Shinjinian, anxiously adjusting his clothes repeatedly, fearing leaving any regret in the only picture with family. As the photographer counted down, 3, 2, 1. Shenhuili caught his wrist in the last second. Whether it was purely to hold hands as a member of the family or because he noticed Hi's nervousness and wanted to ease his emotions, He himself could not differentiate. But he liked this photo very much. And he liked the person in it very much. Shenhuili probably felt the same way. End of story.